Chapter 1 The Immortal Realm Taba Store. Early in the morning, Joven saddled up his skinny donkey and headed to his vegetable patch with a note on his shoulder. These promotional ads these days are insane, they're plastering them even in the vegetable field, and if got this skin to get more gimmick like if I skin that QR code, you'll send me a beauty queen. Looking at the fence around his garden, he noticed an advertisement that had somehow appeared there. It looked like it was promoting fertilizers and encoded a QR code for more information. Guess our fertilizer is running out, let's see what this company has to offer. Without much thought, Joven pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. Beep. Welcome to register at the Immortal Realm Taba Store, system operating. Suddenly, a melodious female voice echoed in Joven's mind, and the golden icon of an app appeared on his phone. Immortal Realm Taba Store, what the heck, is my phone infected? I shouldn't have just scanned anything. Just as he thought this, a sharp pin shot through his finger, and a drop of blood seeped into the phone screen, then the voice returned. Registration successful, purchasing system now activated. The moment the voice vanished, a system panel appeared on his phone filled with all sorts of peculiar items. Quick row of immortal garlic seeds, essential for cooking gods, press 20 immortal coins. Centennial oranges purse, cultivated by the medicine king, press 300 immortal coins. Millennium FOTI root, top grade immortal rib, press 500 immortal coins. And other standing items like thunder sword, pressed at 5,000 immortal coins, and demon detecting mirror, pressed at 6,000 immortal coins. Joven stared dumbfounded. These fertilizer marketers were really something, rebranding their new products as immortal herbs. And what about thunder sword and demon detecting mirror? Did he accidentally enter Journey to the West? Just what kind of trickery is this fertilizer seller pulling? Joven rubbed his eyes, thinking maybe it was some promotion. He clicked on the purchase option almost absent-mindedly. First-time users of the Immortal Realm Taba Store receive a 50 immortal coin voucher, AP shopping. As the voice finished, Joven found a voucher for 50 immortal coins added to his phone. Looks legit, city folks sure know how to play. Joven chuckled, realizing the voucher could buy the cheapest item. Quick row white garlic seed, perfect for reviving his vegetable patch. Ding, purchase successful, deducted 50 immortal coins. His phone flashed, and he felt a weight in his hand. Looking down, he froze. Dozens of large garlic seeds materialized in his palm. No delivery needed. Joven's eyes widened. Could this all be real? Not just the fertilizer sales gimmick but a genuine Immortal Realm Taba Store. He took a deep breath, dug up a small patch of soil, planted the seeds, and watered them. Joven clasped his hands, squinting at the ground where the seed lay, eagerly awaiting the promised rapid growth. Sure enough, the soil twitched, and the thin green sprout peeked out. Joven held his breath, watching as the sprout grew and thickened, soon becoming a verdant sapling. More sprouts emerged around it. Joven couldn't believe it. Ordinary garlic takes at least a month to grow, yet these seeds produce plants within minutes. Recalling the various exotic items listed in the store, including divine weapons, Joven couldn't help but roar. He knew this was his big break. Within hours, the garlic Joven planted had fully matured. He eagerly dug one up, inhaling its rich, garlic aroma. Instinctively, he peeled off a clove and popped it into his mouth. Normally, garlic's strong flavor is both loving and despised, but this immortal garlic tasted pungently fragrant without even any unpleasant aftertaste. Chewing on the clove, Joven was elated. If he could mass-produce this, he'd make a fortune. He quickly harvested the remaining garlic and carefully planted the leftover seeds for a second harvest. These garlics were Nanny's treasures and the foundation of his future realm. However, while counting, Joven realized that he was missing one bulb. Turning round, he saw his donkey, Eden, munching away happily on a stolen head of garlic. Joven laughed. It was his first time seeing a donkey enjoy garlic so much. Seeing Eden relishing it, he gave him two more heads. Unbeknownst to him, after eating the garlic, Eden's eyes became brighter and his coat gleamed with newfound luster. Soon, the second batch of garlic sprouted from the soil, though their growth was slightly slower, they thrived nonetheless. When Joven weighed this batch, he was stunned. It totaled 200 pounds of garlic in less than 2 years. Selling this at market price would net him thousands of yuan. With that thought, he rushed back to the village, borrowing a 3 euro from his childhood friend, Wilfred. Wilfred and Joven grew up together, but after high school, Wilfred dropped out to work, only returning recently and buying the tricycle with his savings. Seeing the enormous garlic bulb, Wilfred's eyes bulged like lanterns in disbelief. Joven didn't have time to explain. He loaded up and sped towards the city. Confident in his product, he chose Tainan Dumpling House, a well-known restaurant in King ICT, as his destination. Chapter 2 Add-in. Joven was confident about his garlic, so he chose to deliver it to Tainan Dumpling House, a restaurant that was quite famous in King ICT. This place would give him the best price. Just as he parked his tricycle, a long-faced security guard stepped up and walked him. Sir, I'm sorry, but the restaurant has a policy where people who are not properly dressed are not allowed in. The guard's face clearly showed disdain. Joven frowned and was about to explain when a well-dressed man in a suit accompanied by a heavily made-up woman approached the restaurant. The guard immediately greeted them, smiling and bowing deeply while calling out President Rocky, with obvious respect. He then took the keys from the suited man and hurriedly went to park the car for him. When he returned and saw Joven still standing there, the guard sneered in contempt. You bumpkin covered in mud, what are you doing blocking the entrance? If you don't have money, don't come to places like this. With that, he waved his rubber baton menacingly, clearly ready to act if Joven didn't move. Joven's expression darkened. He looked at the guard and said coldly, do you believe that next time we meet you will be blind to me? With that, Joven turned and walked away. This time, he entered through the back door of Tainan Dumpling House. There were many loading workers and job laborers around, so it wasn't difficult for Joven, dressed as he was, to blend in. Boss Lan, Arch and the company has been supplying your Tainan Dumpling House with ingredients for so many years. We're practically old acquaintances now. Even if there's an occasional quality issue, wouldn't it be fine if you turned a blind eye? Before he could finish, another clear and cool female voice cut in. President Rocky, it's easy for you to talk, but my customers aren't as forgiving as you. Last time, half of the garlic you delivered was rotten and the price was sky high. If I turn a blind eye, my restaurant will go bankrupt. Approaching the boss's office, Joven overheard a heated argument between the restaurant owner and the supplier. Instead of rushing in, he paused to listen. He had often heard that Edoin, the owner of Panon Dumpling House, was a beautiful woman who always wore black business attire. He hadn't expected her to also be so adept at handling disputes besides running the restaurant successfully. But during this moment at the door, he gleaned much about the industry. After a while, he heard Edoin angrily say, "Shut up, everyone knows the Rufus your chain the company can be. You created the garlic press shop a few years ago, making garlic more expensive than pork. Your way of making money is really disgusting. Since Boss Han puts it this way, let me be frank, in King ICT, the most powerful ingredient supplier is and if we say you won't get any ingredients, you won't even get a single clove of garlic in your restaurant will surely go under." The president Rocky sneered and dialed a phone call. "Hello, marketing department of Chain the company. Tell them not to send a single clove of garlic to Panon Dumpling House." Hearing this, Edoin felt both shocked and furious. Chain the group was indeed the largest ingredient supplier in King ICT. If they stopped deliveries, her restaurant would truly face a crisis. As a single woman managing the restaurant alone, she was already under considerable stress, and this situation only made her feel even more exhausted. Actually, continuing to supply high-quality ingredients from China isn't impossible, but the price will certainly need to change. Edoin erupted in anger upon hearing this. Despite her restaurant being weaker compared to China, she would never allow them to push her around. Joven knew his opportunity at home. With that invitation, he pulled open the door to Edoin's office and spoke firmly. "Boss Han, I'm Joven. The garlic you ordered from me has arrived. When can you inspect it?" Both Edoin and President Rocky are taken aback by this unexpected visitor. Edoin was puzzled. Apart from China, she hadn't placed orders elsewhere, and she didn't recognize this young man at all. It seemed like he had come to disrupt things, but thinking quickly, Edoin's delicate face held a faint smile. Although she didn't know Joven's intentions, he found President Rocky thoroughly annoying and decided to use this opportunity to counter him. "Very well, I'll check after seeing off President Rocky." With that, Edoin made a gesture to close the door, dismissing President Rocky. Seeing that Edoin wasn't swayed, Rocky growled, "President Rana, hope you don't regret this," and stormed out. Now, Edoin had the chance to examine the newcomer closely. Meanwhile, Joven finally got a good look at her in a black business suit. Her silky hair fell carrying over her shoulders, long lashes framed her cold eyes, and her slightly painted lips gave her an air of elegance and aloofness. Edoin's reputation was known throughout King ICT, but few had actually seen her face to face. Meeting such a beautiful woman for the first time, Joven couldn't help feeling a surge of admiration. But just then, a chilly voice pulled him back to reality. "Do you have anything else?" She glanced at him briefly before looking away. Although Joven looked decent, based on his attire, Edoin doubted he could offer any real help, though she didn't underestimate anyone. After the ordeal with Rocky, she was too preoccupied to entertain further disruptions. Since Joven had served his purpose, she felt it unnecessary for him to remain in her office. Joven smiled without changing his expression. Instead of retreating, he pulled out a few ends of garlic from his pocket and said, "These garlics are top-notch. I've brought to runner a penny this time. Regarding the price, perhaps you can decide after tasting my garlic." Edoin was stunned. She hadn't expected Joven to really be selling garlic. Losing the supply after clashing with Rocky would be a problem. But it was also a blessing. With her restaurant using large quantities of ingredients daily, these 200 pounds would suffice temporarily until she found another reliable supplier. "Fine, let's see your garlic," Edoin replied indifferently, intending to glance at it carefully. However, one look left her transfixed. Each clove of garlic was twice the normal size, and once peeled, it sparkled brilliantly, exuding a fragrant aroma far superior to ordinary garlic. Edoin was amazed. With these real garlic, her intricately carved artifacts. Though she had never seen such garlic, having run a dumpling house for years, Edoin had a sharp eye for quality. She realized instantly that these garlics were exceptional. Her eyes lit up. If Joven's garlic truly surpassed others, sourcing from him would not only resolve her current crisis but also present a business opportunity. Chapter 3 in the first windfall. She paused for a moment and said, "Your garlic looks good, but I'll need to test its quality myself before I can be sure." Joven nodded confidently, looking at Edoin's expression. He knew he was halfway to success. Edoin then instructed the kitchen to prepare the garlic into minced garlic and bring it up along with a plate of dumplings. Edoin first tasted the dumpling. It still had the signature taste from Panon Dumpling House, impeccable as always, but when she dipped the dumpling in the minced garlic, she froze instantly. The fresh, aromatic flavor lingered, making the spicy garlic scent perfectly complement the signature dumplings. Joven felt a bit uneasy watching Edoin's stern reaction. After all, everyone's taste is different. Although he and his neighbors thought the dishes made with this garlic tasted great, what if Edoin, accustomed to gourmet delicacies, found it too ordinary? He would have no way around that. At this moment, Edoin finally swallowed the dumpling in her mouth, but her chopsticks didn't stop. She quickly finished all the dumplings and minced garlic on her plate. Without saying a word, she rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a checkbook, scribbling down a number before pushing it towards Joven. "Joven, your garlic is truly excellent. Eating our dumplings with your garlic is an absolute pleasure. We will tickle your garlic from now on." Seeing Edoin, who usually looked like an icy beauty, with her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel's, Joven couldn't help but laugh inwardly. There was something charming about this cold beauty showing such a playful side. However, he was relieved that Edoin approved of the garlic quality. Joven tried to stay calm as he picked up the check, only to find "2 written on it. He read it 3 times to make sure he hadn't accidentally added an extra zero. Though composed outwardly, his hands were trembling inside his pocket. This was a substantial amount of money for him. This first windfall would change his life. "Don't doubt it. All this money is yours. I'll buy all the garlic you bought at triple market price, but in return, any garlic you grow must be supplied to us first. This remaining sum can be considered a deposit." Edoin smiled, a sight so beautiful it took one's breath away. "And if you have other ingredients of this quality, please consider us first. I assure you, you won't regret it." Joven naturally couldn't refuse. Moreover, he thought about the seeds he could purchase from the immortal world harvest store in the future and immediately agreed. After concluding the deal, Edoin personally escorted Joven out through the main door, chatting about future cooperation and plans, both in high spirits. As they reached the entrance, Joven noticed the security guard staring at him with wide eyes, his truncheon lying forgotten on the ground. The guard couldn't believe his eyes. How can someone who couldn't even enter the restaurants mean you're on be security by the boss? Even during nearby conversations suggested the owner respected him as much as the well-raised couple they had greeted earlier. Daring not just like if the guard bowed deeply to Joven. Seeing Joven's calm smile, he suddenly felt this man was deep and mysterious. Edwin's respectful treatment impressed upon Joven that in this society, one needed either else or power to stand out. He glanced back at Edwin's graceful silhouette and smiled slightly. Anyone that what it would feel like to conquer this as queen. With 20,000 yuan in his pocket, Joven rode his wheel more confidently. This money significantly alleviated his immediate financial pressure and made him think more clearly about his future plans. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. Turning round, Joven saw a crowd gathered around an antique store, discussing something animatedly. Though many people surrounded the store, they merely pointed and commented without intending to buy anything. Joven wasn't particularly interested in antiques, and seeing that the items were likely fake, he continued past. However, he suddenly paused as his phone vibrated in his pocket. He quickly stopped the vehicle and opened his phone to find a new notification from the Immortal World Taba store. An equivalent item has been detected. Ownership can convert the item into immortal coins using the skin feature. This caught Joven's attention. He had been worried about acquiring immortal coins since the store required them for purchases. With his previous 50 yuan voucher almost depleted and he hadn't known how to get more immortal coins, there was hope. It seemed items could be exchanged for immortal coins, provided they were owned by him. Otherwise, scanning random items on the street wouldn't work. Thinking this over, Joven scanned the surroundings, wondering which item might be considered equivalent. But after looking round, nothing stood out except a replica Qinghua porcelain vase right in front of him. A system prompt appeared: the Ming Dynasty ceramic, worth 400 immortal coins. Chapter 4: Exchange for immortal coins. Ming Dynasty ceramics. Joven froze in surprise. Wasn't this just a replica? Could the Immortal World Taba store have the ability to authenticate antiques? Suppressing his excitement, Joven stepped forward and asked, "Boss, how much is this blue and white porcelain?" The shopkeeper finally raised his head and glanced at Joven, replying, "A flat price of 10,000 yuan. How much? 10,000 yuan for this broken porcelain piece." Joven was stunned. Wasn't this just an obvious scheme? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but interact. "This blue and white porcelain looks like a fake. Young man, don't get schemed." "Yeah, spending even 100 yuan on this junk would be too much. Why not just rob people directly?" Another was chimed in. The shopkeeper squinted, retorting, "Alright then, how about I give you 100 yuan, and you find me an identical porcelain piece?" This reply from the shopkeeper caused a commotion among the onlookers, but he remained unperturbed as if none of it mattered to him. Joven hesitated after hearing the shopkeeper's words. 10,000 yuan was no small amount. It would deplete half of his savings. If something went wrong with the Immortal World Taba store and the porcelain had no value, there'd be nowhere to cry about it. But then again, if he could exchange this blue and white porcelain for immortal coins, the value he'd gain wouldn't be limited to just 10,000 yuan. Seeking wealth amidst risk. Joven had never been indecisive. Even if he lost, he could start over. Missing this opportunity could mean losing countless future chances. "Fine, I'll take the porcelain for 10,000 yuan. Joven slapped his thigh, making up his mind. Upon hearing this, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd, especially those who had warned Joven earlier, shaking their hands, saying, "Young man, don't be foolish." Joven paid no heed to others' opinions. He paid by card under the shopkeeper's place keys and quickly left the place. Stopping in a secluded area, Joven immediately took out his phone and followed the instructions from the Immortal World Taba store to skin the blue and white porcelain. As Joven watched in astonishment, a flash of white light on his phone screen made the porcelain vanish. Then, the pleasant female voice sounded in his mind again. "Item successfully exchanged. Your account has been credited with 400 immortal coins. Please check."
Who knew the Immortal World Taba store could authenticate antiques? If I use it at antique shops, wouldn't that make me rich in no time? Looking at the additional 400 immortal coins, Joven inwardly marveled, but he quickly calmed down. Of course, he desperately needed money, but now that he had the Immortal World Taba store, there were more ways to solve financial issues. The most important thing right now was to buy more seeds of fast-growing vegetables, cultivate more premium vegetables, and quickly enhance his strength. And there were all sorts of items listed, potentially including treasures that could cure his mother's paralysis. With this thought, Joven's resolve strengthened again. Without hesitation, he bought several types of extremely fast-growing vegetable seeds, along with some accompanying fertilizers. Since these vegetables grew so rapidly, they drained the soil's nutrients. Even though these seeds were powerful, the quality of the soil in his plot would render any planting futile without proper fertilization. Just then, a system notification popped up. New user cumulative spending exceeds 200 immortal coins. Reward, 1 discount card and 1 spirit aperture pill. Seeing this system prompt, Joven felt a surge of hope. After buying the vegetable seeds, he didn't have enough immortal coins left, but the discount card provided him with more options. At least now, he could afford the 1,000-year-old Lingji spore powder, personally cultivated by a master alchemist. This was a divine herb capable of curing various ailments. With it, Joven had a greater chance of treating his mother's illness. Thinking this, Joven rode his 3-wheeler back home as fast as he could. His first task was to till the land, preparing to plant the immortal plants bought from the Immortal World Taba store. As for the precious Lingji spore powder, Joven handled it with extra care. Zhuangzi wasn't planted directly in soil, so he used the latest method of cultivating it on oak logs. "My mother's condition is so severe, I need to stay home and take care of her. I can't let her know I didn't pass the college entrance exam, or she'll worry about me. But now with the Immortal World Taba store, I can definitely treat her." After finishing everything, Joven led his little donkey back home, feeling satisfied yet anxious about failing the college entrance exam. He had kept it hidden from his mother to avoid worrying her. Getting into college wouldn't have been difficult for Joven, but 6 months ago, his mother fell seriously ill and became bedridden. Since then, he had focused on caring for her. "Hey, Isn't this our great scholar, Zhang? How come you're back home farming because you failed the college entrance exam? Taking just a few steps, a man and woman came up to him. A look of anger flashed across Joven's eyes. The man was Chauncey, who, relying on his father being the village chief, had always been the local bully. The woman beside him was Sod. Originally, because Jovan was the most promising candidate to pass the college entrance exam in Qingshan village, Sod had been with him. Now, since he failed, she had become Chauncey's girl. Well, actually going to college isn't that special. It's better to earn some real money, especially with your mother lying bedridden. Why not work as a dishwasher in my family's restaurant? You can earn a few hundred yuan a month, Chauncey said in his harsh voice. Jovan clenched his fists upon hearing Chauncey's words, but restrained his anger. He knew one punch could break Chauncey's nose, but with his father's influence in the village, life for their small family would become unbearable. Chapter 5. The Donkey's Triumph. Hee. Brother Bellamy, it's really a shame to have the brilliant scholar Zhang brush plates for us. Sod raised her delicate eyebrows, making Chauncey even more smug. Joven's expression grew increasingly gloomy, but he felt it unnecessary to argue with them. He simply led the donkey away, treating them as if they were invisible. Hey, quite some backbone. Chauncey's brow shot up as he rushed forward, intending to say more, only to be met by a hoof print. Plop. Darkness enveloped Chauncey's vision. Sod stood there like a fool, at a loss for what to do. Jovan was also dumbfounded, never expecting the donkey to be so fiery-tempered. Behind Chauncey was a septic tank, and this one kick sent him tumbling into it. Now, whether Chauncey wanted it or not, he was in deep shit. Seeing this scene, Jovan secretly rejoiced. Ignoring Chauncey's curses, he led the donkey away, whistling carefree as he went to work in the fields. Jovan, you wait and see. Chauncey pushed Sod aside, yelling furiously at Jovan's back, but he dared not stay any longer, fearing others would witness his embarrassing state. Adon, you did great today. Brother will reward you properly. The more Jovan looked at the donkey, the more pleased he became. He poured the feed he had brought into the trough, and Adon happily ran over. Adon was a donkey Jovan had raised since it was little. Normally it just pulled the mill or carried things. Yet today it had kicked Chauncey into the septic tank, avenging him magnificently. The next day, Jovan woke early again and came to the field. As he opened the gate, Adon charged over, circling him affectionately. But then he noticed that the donkey kept sniffing his pocket, seemingly searching for something. He suddenly remembered the Zhuangqiu pill gifted by the heavenly Taba store yesterday. This was a magical pill. Could Adon smell its spiritual energy? And if this pill could help spirit pets gain wisdom, what would happen if Adon ate it? Jovan immediately took out the Zhuangqiu pill. Adon sniffed it, eyes showing a human-like greed, and swallowed it directly. An unbelievable change occurred. As if something was rapidly growing inside Adon. Its body swelled significantly, every hair stood on end, its eyes becoming brighter, and its physique stronger and more imposing. At first glance, this wasn't the previously skinny donkey. It was now more robust than a camel. Jovan touched its fur, and was astonished to find it smooth like silk. Adon seemed to sense its transformation and proudly circled Jovan twice. Its anthropomorphic behavior made Jovan marvel. He couldn't deny the power of heavenly items. From now on, he would try harder to earn heavenly coins to buy more such treasures. Suddenly, Adon seemed to notice something. With sharp glances from its eyes, it bolted towards the vegetable patch. Jovan followed closely. Upon arriving, he saw no threats but found that much of the tilled land had been trampled by the donkey. Enraged, Jovan grabbed a whip, ready to punish the beast, but Adon rubbed against his sleeve, looking remorseful. Seeing Adon act so empathetically, Jovan could only put down the whip, unable to bring himself to hit it after all it had done for him. Just ruin some soil, nothing that can't be redone, he thought, and started working with renewed vigor. The ordinary vegetables he planted were almost ready to harvest, and thanks to the effects of immortal garlic, this batch was of high quality and should fetch a good price. Just then, Adon suddenly perked up its ears and galloped wildly once more. Too busy working, Jovan didn't stop Adon, watching as it trampled the fields and broke the fence. Jovan chased after it, about to scold the animal, when he heard several thuds. A man's agonized cries suddenly echoed. Looking over, Jovan saw Adon kicking the man's buttocks. With the Zhuangqiu pill, Aiden's strength had multiplied tenfold. Each kick was merciless, splitting the man's behind, causing unimaginable pain. Startled, Jovan initially wanted to pull the donkey away, but seeing the man's face and the shovel in his hand, he halted. Keep kicking, Adon. Use some force, or no grass tonight. Jovan folded his arms, gloating. Now fully sentient, Adon understood Jovan's words, kicking the man while carefully avoiding injury, just enough pain. Jovan, save me. For the sake of our village ties, you can't leave me here. The man continued wailing, but Jovan remained unmoved. This man was Erwin, a hired worker from Chauncey's household and a fellow villager. Considering why he was in Jovan's fields early with the shovel, Jovan recalled the previous damage and realized he had almost misjudged Adon. On the other side, Erwin was utterly miserable. Chauncey, upon hearing Jovan had made a fortune from cultivating superior garlic sprouts, was extremely suspicious and harbored resentment after falling into the septic tank. Thus, he sent Erwin to steal a few sprouts for study, hoping to cultivate them on their own land, adding another wealth stream. Erwin failed to dig up any sprouts and was instead chased by the donkey, his bottom torn apart. This day couldn't get any worse. Thinking of this, Jovan's anger surged. ##### Chapter 6, Fallen for a Trap. Gordy, it turned out, had some distant familial connection with him. Yet now he was so eager to help outsiders strike against him. If not for Aiden's timely discovery, not only would he have suffered immense losses, but the secret of the immortal seedlings might have been exposed. Adon, that's enough. Just one last strong kick should do it. Jovan, watching Gordy's miserable state, feared that Adon might actually kick him to death. As soon as Jovan finished speaking, Adon immediately delivered a powerful kick to Gordy's buttocks. With a pained oof, Gordy's eyes rolled back, and he clutched his groin while howling incessantly. His pitiful appearance made Yovan involuntarily flinch in sympathy. Smirking, Yovan walked over, grabbed Gordy by the hair, and pulled him up forcefully. He slapped the other man's face and asked, "Brother Usher, you know tampering with someone else's fields isn't a good thing, right?" "Yovan, I didn't have a choice. After all, I'm just an employee. If I don't follow Chauncey's orders, I'll be fired right away. Then my family of 3 will have nothing to eat." Gordy cried and pleaded, looking genuinely coerced. Yovan wasn't in the mood to waste words on such a person. He gave Gordy another swift kick in the same spot Adon had hit, then coldly said, "You can get lost." Relieved by Jovan's leniency, Gordy scrambled away like a frightened rabbit. Observing his unsteady gait, Yovan knew that the physical injuries alone would keep him out of commission for a while. But this incident also alerted Yovan. Given the special nature of his vegetable seeds, it would be disastrous if they were stolen. He needed to come up with a way to prevent that. It was true that there were always thieves, but one couldn't guard against them forever. Moreover, it would be best if he could make them suffer for trying to gain a small advantage, teaching them a memorable lesson. Another day of farm work was done, leaving Yovan exhausted but full of motivation. Through his efforts, the fields were planted with new seeds, and the spore inoculation of the lingji mushrooms was completed. Thinking about the hope of his mother's recovery, Yovan couldn't help but feel excited. Additionally, Ross Dumpling Pavilion had placed a 20,000 yuan order. In the coming period, he would need to cultivate more immortal seedling vegetables. Once he earned enough money, he could even set up a large-scale farm for mass cultivation. With a clear plan in mind, Yovan rushed to the fields early the next morning. However, as soon as he arrived at the field, he sensed something was amiss. Normally, whenever Yovan approached, Adon would hear his footsteps and run over. But today, when Yovan opened the fence gate, Adon was nowhere to be seen. Yovan felt a sudden panic. His family's conditions were poor, and he relied heavily on Adon for plowing and farming, as well as guarding the place. Since Adon ate the Zhuangxiao pill, it had become increasingly intelligent. Yovan considered it a loyal companion and a vital part of his family. Losing Adon would be a devastating blow to him. Looking around, Yovan still couldn't find Adon and began to wonder what happened. With the Zhuangxiao pill, Adon wouldn't wander off aimlessly. There must be something fishy going on. Realizing this, Yovan immediately inspected the nearby ground and quickly found Aiden's hoof prints. To his relief, there were no other signs around the hoof prints, suggesting Adon had simply wandered off without any danger. But as he followed the hoof prints to the edge of the village near a mountain, his anxiety resurfaced. This was Green Wolf Mountain, frequented by wild wolves. Villagers usually dared not approach here. If Adon ventured into the mountain and encountered a wolf pack, it could be very dangerous. Without hesitation, Yovan grabbed his hoe and entered the mountain. No matter what, Adon was his only companion, and he couldn't let anything happen to it. Bray! After walking for a short distance, Yovan suddenly heard a familiar braying sound. Overjoyed, he dashed toward the source of the sound and indeed found Adon lying on the ground grazing peacefully. Worried about potential dangers, he was pleasantly surprised to see Adon safe and sound. However, he soon noticed several dead wolves scattered around Adon, their bloodstains marring the ground. Clearly, there had been a fierce battle here. But given Aiden's calm demeanor, it seemed these casualties were only on the side of the wolves, as Adon didn't have a single scratch. At this moment, Yovan heard distant howls from a pack of wild wolves. Instinctively, he raised a branch in self-defense. But Adon snorted disdainfully and dug at the soil with its hooves. Immediately, all the wolf howls ceased, as if the wolves had developed a strong fear of Adon. This sight left Yovan speechless. How did Adon, who only ate a Zhuangxiao pill, become so formidable? It was truly a fighting donkey in the wilderness. However, Yovan didn't dwell on these thoughts. The most important thing now was to take Adon back. Just then, Yovan spotted a pile of clothes scattered in the forest. To his surprise, these were his own clothes. Chapter 7. The Miracle of the Immortal Herbs. Upon recognizing his clothes, Yovan suddenly recalled something, and his face turned gloomy. He couldn't stay any longer and immediately rode Adon towards the field. After the transformation by Spirit Acumen Pill, Aiden's speed was comparable to a small car. In less than 10 minutes, Yovan had already returned to his own field. But when he saw the chaotic scene in the field, his eyes instantly turned red with uncontrollable anger. The originally neatly arranged farmland had been completely upturned. Whether they were vegetables yet to be harvested or those on the surface, they were all forcibly dug away. No wonder Adon went missing for no reason. Clearly, someone took his clothes under the cover of night, dressed as him to lure Adon away, and then proceeded to attack his vegetable patch. These bastards! Following the incident with Irwin, Yovan didn't need to think much to know that Chauncey was involved. He hadn't expected this guy to go this far. Just because he offended him once, he was pushing him into a corner. Just as he was about to burst into fury, he heard Chauncey's mocking voice behind him. "Oh my, Yovan, why is your yard in such a mess?" Enraged, Yovan grabbed Chauncey by the neck and shouted, "Chauncey, you still have the nerve to come here. Look at what you've done." Chauncey sneered in response, saying, "Yovan, you can eat anything but speak mindlessly. You say I ruined your yard. Do you have evidence?" Yovan paused abruptly. At this moment, Chauncey seemed to recall something. He glanced inside the house, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, and deliberately raised his voice. "Yovan, you are truly unfilial. Knowing well your mother's poor health, you still concealed from her your failure in the college entrance exam. I feel heartbroken for you." "Shut up." Jovan's eyes reddened upon hearing this. Before he could finish speaking, there was a thud from inside the house. Yovan was shocked and rushed into the house, only to find his mother had fallen off her chair and fainted. "Chauncey, if anything happens to my mother, I'll take your life." Jovan's eyes were bloodshot, and his rage was about to explode. Seeing Jovan's nearly mad appearance, Chauncey felt a chill down his spine. Not daring to meet his gaze, and fearing that he might provoke Jovan into killing his mother, which would implicate him, he hurriedly fled. After a long time, Jovan finally managed to revive his mother. Looking at Jovan, her eyes held no reproach, only sorrow. She stroked Jovan's head softly and said quietly, "It's all Krista's fault. I've been a burden to you." Jovan's eyes reddened at this, and he said hastily, "I'm not worthy. This has nothing to do with you. I believe that even if I stay home to farm, I will succeed, and I believe I can find a way to cure you." Winifred looked at Jovan with satisfaction and comforted him. "Yes, my son has always been outstanding. Even after failing the college entrance exam, there are still chances to retake it." Suddenly, an idea struck Jovan. Although Chauncey had dug 3 feet into their land, the Zhuangzi mushrooms he cultivated remained untouched. Thinking of this, Jovan immediately dashed to where he had planted the mushrooms. Fortunately, not only had they not been stolen, but more hyphae had grown and filled the bags. Although these Zhuangzi mushrooms weren't fully developed into fruiting bodies, they still had medicinal effects in this state. So, Jovan carefully picked some. He soaked the hyphae in water and simmered them slowly over low heat. The distinctive fragrance of traditional Chinese medicine soon filled the entire room. Jovan found himself breathing more easily just from inhaling the aroma, and the wounds he had sustained in the wild didn't hurt as much. Finally, he carefully brought the water boiled with Zhuangzi hyphae to his mother. Despite his confidence in the items mentioned in the Heavenly Realm Taobao store, given that it concerned his mother, he had to be extra cautious. Carefully feeding his mother the medicine, Jovan held his breath. This was the moment to see if she could be cured. As Winifred drank the bowl of Zhuangzi hyphae water, her expression suddenly changed, and she gripped Jovan's hand tightly. Startled by his mother's reaction, Jovan asked urgently what was wrong. But at this moment, Winifred unexpectedly spoke. "My legs, they feel a bit numb." Jovan froze before exclaiming in joy, "Mother, you can feel your legs?" Winifred was initially taken aback by Jovan's words, but quickly realized what it meant. A look of delight spread across her face. Her severe rheumatism from overwork had left her half paralyzed for half a year, with doctors in the village saying it was untreatable. Any sensation now was a significant improvement. Especially at this moment, Winifred noticed her legs moved slightly. Though only a slight twitch, it proved that complete recovery wasn't just a dream. Chapter 8. Trouble Comes Knocking. This turn of events naturally delighted Jovan. The mere mycelium of the Zhuangzi mushroom had already produced such significant effects. If he could wait until the fruiting body of the Zhuangzi opened and matured fully, his mother would be able to walk around like a normal person. The Zhuangzi immediately became Jovan's treasure. He wanted to hide the remaining mycelium carefully, but noticed that someone seemed to have tampered with his bags. The mycelium was now only half as much. Jovan's first thought was that this might be Chauncey's doing, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Knowing that Zhuangzi mushrooms grew best in darkness, Jovan had hidden the bags away carefully, preventing them from suffering the same fate as the other vegetables. It was just moments since he had left to boil water, so even if Chauncey hadn't left, it would have been impossible for him to do this much. Suspiciously, Jovan glanced at Adon, who indeed showed a guilty look in his eyes. Instantly, Jovan understood what had happened. However, Jovan did not blame Adon. His life could be said to have been saved by Adon. Eating half the mycelium was nothing compared to the Zhuangzi spore powder he still had. Even if it were all eaten, replanting wouldn't be difficult. What intrigued Jovan, though, was what changes Adon would undergo after consuming half a bag of Zhuangzi mycelium, especially considering he was already quite powerful after opening his spiritual aperture with the spirit aperture pill and even held his own against wild wolves. Thinking about this, Jovan cupped Aiden's head, chuckling. In folk tales, those that become spirits are usually foxes or weasels. If you turned into one, that would be interesting. At least it would be the first time I've heard of a donkey becoming a spirit. Adon seemed to understand Jovan's words, nudging him affectionately with his head before returning to the field, apparently determined to help Jovan keep watch. Having seen Aiden's capabilities, Jovan felt reassured. With Adon guarding his fields, the security level was undoubtedly high. As for the next matter, looking towards Chauncey's house, Jovan's face froze in a cold smile. He hoped they would enjoy using their own soil and vegetables. Sure enough, within 3 days, the village erupted with shocking news. Chauncey's most valuable experimental plot had been utterly destroyed, not a single sprout emerging. Some people revealed that Chauncey had secretly transported a batch of soil into his experimental field a few days earlier, replacing the best quality humus soil overnight. Within just a few days, however, all the plants in the experiment had died completely. These plants were reportedly allowed to be grown under a special agreement signed by an expert from a crop research center. With the village being small, news spread rapidly. People started discussing the incident privately, even speculating that the Rocky family must have offended some deity to meet such a fate. Of course, Chauncey knew the real reason, but he also realized he was at fault and didn't dare confront Jovan directly. So, he kept a low profile and avoided causing further trouble for Jovan. When Jovan heard the news, he was busy transporting soil back to his fields. With the fertilizer bought from the Heavenly Taobao store guaranteeing quality, Jovan didn't need to worry about the soil's condition. He just needed to transport it back. Though Chauncey's theft infuriated him initially, now, after cooling down, he saw a silver lining. His field soil had long been depleted of nutrients due to previous garlic cultivation, making it almost indistinguishable from desert sand. Initially, Jovan considered removing all the soil but feared drawing suspicion if his actions were too conspicuous. He abandoned the idea. But Chauncey treated Jovan's waste soil as a treasure, cultivating it in his own plot, which resulted in the total loss of his precious experimental field. Truly, this was a classic case of robbing Corbin to pay Paul. However, Jovan wasn't dwelling on this too much. He focused on backfilling the soil he had brought and planting new seeds along with the fertilizer. This time, he planted peppers, tomatoes, and emphasized growing spices like garlic and ginger. Using the specially exchanged fertilizer, he controlled the nutrient content of the soil, moderating the growth rate to avoid drawing excessive attention while ensuring timely supply to Tianhong Dumpling House. But as Yovan walked home, he suddenly heard commotion. A crowd had gathered at his front door, and someone was shouting loudly. Paying off debts is a moral duty. Hand over Yovan to repay the debt, or we will tear down your yard to cover it. Chapter 9. Crisis. The person shouting was surrounded by several young men with colorful hair, clearly local hooligans who hung around idly. Jovan's eyebrows furrowed. He could guarantee that he had never owed these people any money and didn't know why they were suddenly causing trouble. Facing the situation head-on, Yovan had never been one to shy away from problems since his school days. Regardless of their reasons, he was confident in making them pay a price. But just as this thought crossed his mind, the hooligan shouting seemed to lose patience and rushed into Jovan's home. Seeing this, Jovan's eyes widened. His paralyzed mother was still in the room. If anything happened to her because of this incident, he would never forgive himself. As soon as the hooligan stepped through the door, he felt his wrist clamped as if by a vice, making his hand bones ache. A loud thud followed, and he saw stars as one side of his face swelled up like a pig's head. What do you want? The sudden slap left him dazed. Turning around to face Jovan's grim expression, he unconsciously lost some of his bravado, stammering, Who are you? Yovan smirked coldly. Who am I? I'm the Yovan you're looking for. It's ridiculous that you came here to collect a debt without even knowing who I am. Alright, so you're Yovan. The hooligan, realizing his mistake, put on a menacing act. You owe our boss money. I'm just here to help him collect. Since you're Yovan, pay up quickly, and let me tell you, not a penny less than $20,000. 20,000? Yovan gasped, recognizing it wasn't a small amount. Moreover, he had no idea who these scoundrels' boss was. How could he owe them so much money? The hooligan sneered and said maliciously, Our boss got food poisoning from your garlic dish at Tianhong Dumpling House and ended up in the hospital. Medical fees and compensation add up to 20,000, which you should definitely cover. Just as Yovan was about to protest, his phone rang. On the other end, Adeline sounded urgent. Yovan, be careful. The last time we delivered supplies to Tianhong Dumpling House, Mr. Rocky from Changda Company sent people to cause trouble. Now Yovan understood. By supplying ingredients to Tianhong Dumpling House, he inadvertently ruined Mr. Rocky's scheme to artificially inflate prices. This was retaliation. The hooligan's claim about his boss's food poisoning was just a smokescreen. But before Yovan could think further, the hooligan slapped at him again. Infuriated, Yovan prepared to retaliate, but the blow never landed. Instead, a gray shadow dashed past, sending the hooligan sprawling. Amos snorted angrily at the hooligan, pawing the ground with determination, clearly set on protecting Yovan. The hooligan felt as though his ribs might snap, fear etched on his face at the sight of Amos's ferocity. He had never seen such an aggressive donkey before. He started rolling around, shouting, Murder! Yovan tried to poison my boss and now wants to kill me. Qingshan village was small, and the hooligan's shouts quickly drew the villagers. They gathered, asking what was happening. Surprised by the crowd, the hooligan quickly realized this was an opportunity and began embellishing his lie. The villagers looked uncertain, but a few neighbors who had eaten Jovan's garlic chimed in. That doesn't make sense. We've eaten Jovan's garlic and had no issues. Jovan's best friend Wilfred, ready to fight for loyalty over reason, rolled up his sleeves to confront the hooligans but was stopped by Yovan. No need to dirty your hands over these scumbags. I can handle them. At that moment, a police car sped by, two Anwars emerging with frowns. What's going on here? Caught off guard, the hooligan hesitated but repeated his fabricated story. The Anwar glanced at Yovan frowning. In that case, Yovan, you'll have to come with us. Just as the Anwar moved to grab Yovan, Amos lunged forward, blocking him. Startled, the Anwar took a step back, exclaiming, What is that thing? Yovan patted Amos and smiled. Brantley officer, this is my donkey. Really? That's a donkey? The Anwar couldn't believe it. He had never seen a donkey so large. Embarrassed, he turned to the crowd. Who called the police? It was me. Chauncey walked out smiling. Officer, Yovan is highly suspicious. You must investigate thoroughly. Yovan glanced at Chauncey, smirking. Chauncey, enjoying the septic tank lately? This comment choked Chauncey, bringing back painful memories. He glared at Yovan and stormed off, inwardly laughing. He would make the most of this opportunity to get back at Yovan. Translation completed while maintaining tone, style, and paragraph structure. Names have been transliterated using pinyin, and the narrative remains coherent with previous content. Chapter 10. Truth Pill. At the same time, Yovan remained calm and said, Officer, if I can prove that their boss didn't suffer from food poisoning, would this have nothing to do with me then? As if struck at a sore point, the thug inexplicably panicked, immediately jumping up to pull the Anwar and exclaiming, Officer, don't listen to him. He's just stalling for time to escape. Our boss was poisoned by the garlic he gave us. Yovan retorted sternly, If I were planning to escape, do you think you could stop me? Adon, understanding Jovan's intent, let out a menacing snort at the thug. This sudden change shocked everyone around. They had all witnessed how formidable this donkey could be. The two Anwars, seasoned and shrewd, saw through the conflicting claims of Yovan and the thug. With a light laugh, one of them said, All right, resolve your dispute yourselves. We are here merely to supervise and bear witness. Yovan said gravely, I'll go home to prepare and will come with you right away. The commotion outside had already alerted Reba. Seeing her son walk into the house, she anxiously asked, Jiong, what exactly happened? How did you cause someone to suffer food poisoning? Compared to her worry, Yovan was quite relaxed, knowing his garlic posed no threat and that he was being framed. But their audacity in coming to his home angered him profoundly. After listening to Yovan, his mother nodded, believing in her son's abilities and character. However, Seeing the aggressive attitude of the thugs, she hesitated before suggesting, "Son, why don't you run away while you can?" Yovan shook his head and replied, "Mother, rest assured, I have a way to deal with them." Smiling slightly, Yovan remembered some trinkets he had seen on the Heavenly Realm Taba store a few days ago. Although not much was in his account lately, it was enough to buy some minor items. Browsing the Heavenly Realm Taba interface, Yovan came across the premium prank item section. After glancing at the product descriptions, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he bought the item, feeling confident as he walked out of the room. As soon as Yovan appeared, he was surrounded again. Yet, showing no sign of panic, he calmly sat in the police car and smiled, "Let's go." Seeing Jovan's composed demeanor, the thug's heart raced, wondering if the man really had a plan. However, recalling their own arrangements, the thug steadied himself and muttered coldly, "He's just putting on a show." They quickly arrived at Qinghai City Hospital, entering a ward where a fat man wearing a gold chain lay on the bed playing with his phone. Upon seeing the thug, his eyes lit up, but noticing who else followed, he feigned a weak state, collapsing back onto the bed. The thug approached respectfully and asked, "Brother Isaiah, how are you feeling now?" The fat man glanced at Yovan and the Anwar before responding weakly, "Not any better. The doctor just told me my food poisoning is severe. Gastric lavage didn't help. It might require removing my stomach." Yovan chuckled at Isaiah's act and said, "Pretend all you want." Isaiah flared up in rage, shouting, "What do you mean, pretend? Can't you show a bit of sympathy?" After shouting, realizing he was supposed to be on death's door, Isaiah feebly continued, "I'm almost dead. Can't you say something nice? I've been severely harmed by this Yovan." "Let me tell you the truth," Yovan interrupted coldly. "I am Yovan, and I'm here to prove that my garlic is harmless and that you're only pretending." At this moment, he already held the small pill bought from the Heavenly Realm Taba in his hand. This shocked Isaiah genuinely. He hadn't expected Yovan to confront him directly. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Yovan seized the opportunity, throwing the pill straight into his mouth. This thing is called the Truth Pill. Chapter 11. The Truth. What is this? What did you make me eat? Isaiah suddenly choked on Jovan's Truth Pill, coughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Yovan smirked coldly, deliberately changing the subject. "Isaiah, are you still feeling very uncomfortable?" Isaiah immediately opened his eyes wide. "Look at what you're saying. First gastric lavage, then endoscopy. And these past few days, all I've been drinking is kanji. My mouth is so bland it's like birds could nest in it." But then, he abruptly changed his tone. "But it's worth it. Once I get the compensation, I can indulge in whatever pleasures I want." Yovan had a plan and feigned concern. "How are you doing with the food poisoning now?" Hearing Jovan's words, Isaiah originally intended to continue pretending to be seriously ill, but for some reason, the words coming out of his mouth were completely different. "With my physique, strong as a bull, how serious could food poisoning be?" Yovan laughed meaningfully. He knew the effect of the Truth Pill was starting to work. Indeed, any product from the Heavenly Treasure Mall must be top-notch. Although this Truth Pill was only labeled as a prank item on the Heavenly Treasure Mall, it proved highly effective here. Before Yovan could ask more questions, Isaiah continued talking by himself. "And did you know? This food poisoning has nothing to do with Jovan's garlic. It's because I ordered a carp at Tianhong Dumpling House and then ate a little licorice, staging a scene of food poisoning to extort money from Yovan." Isaiah laughed while talking, seeming very pleased. However, the hooligan beside him was alarmed. These secrets were supposed to be kept hidden. If exposed, they would all be arrested. The hooligan immediately rushed forward to cover Isaiah's mouth, but was pushed away. Isaiah continued, "You don't believe me? I'm an expert at this. I usually do this at various hotels, eating free meals and blackmailing them for compensation. After all, these hotels want to avoid trouble at all costs." Hearing this, Yovan sneered. The policeman behind him also turned pale. He too felt a chill run down his spine. If he had really taken Yovan away, things would have been much worse. The hooligan turned white with fear, contemplating sneaking away. Today, Isaiah was acting far too strange, revealing all their secrets. Now they would probably all end up in jail. Yet, he hoped Isaiah wouldn't reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. However, Isaiah's next words made him break into a cold sweat, collapsing to the ground. "It's all thanks to Jacob. He's our local bully. Heard there's a big shot who wanted to teach Yovan a lesson, so he asked us to cause trouble." Isaiah even looked proud. "Huh, with guys like us, bringing down a bumpkin like Yovan is a piece of cake." Before he finished, there was a sudden click. A pair of shiny handcuffs appeared on Isaiah's hands. The policeman's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Thank you for your cooperation, ensuring we didn't arrest the wrong person. Now you can come with us." Isaiah was bewildered. Just as the effects of the Truth Pill wore off, he realized what he had just said. Cold sweat poured down his face as he struggled loudly, protesting his innocence. But the police would not let him resist, cuffing both him and the hooligan and throwing them into the police car. Yovan watched this unfold with a stoic expression, filled with gloom. Though it was proven that the food poisoning had nothing to do with him, he realized that because of delivering vegetables to Tianhong Dumpling House, Changda Company had marked him as a target. From Rocky General Wanda's conversation with Adeline, he knew the opposition had considerable influence. In contrast, he was just a small-town farmer who had failed the college entrance exam. How could he possibly stand up to such people? Moreover, besides the pressure from Changda Company, Chauncey was also plotting against him. He would need to be extra cautious from now on. Thinking about this, Yovan expelled a breath, opened his phone, and looked at the Heavenly Treasure Mall. His expression showed determination. With the Heavenly Treasure Mall providing access to celestial items, he believed that one day he would stand at the pinnacle of society, making those who underestimated him look up to him. Just as he was reaffirming his resolve for the future, a clear system notification rang in his mind. Your trial period has ended. You may now purchase a cultivation technique. Chapter 12. The Worn-Out Cultivation Technique. There's even a trial period? But this wasn't the main issue now. Cultivating was what Jared was most interested in at the moment. The screen of Immortal World Taba flashed, and a book appeared in Jared's mind. It was titled Shinong's Secret. It sounded formidable, but the characters within seemed unfamiliar to Jared. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Could Immortal World Taba be so unreliable? As a modern person, how could he understand these seemingly more complex characters than traditional Chinese? He had thought that having a cultivation technique would make him stronger, perhaps not with special abilities, but at least it would give him the strength to fight back when bullied. But now, Shinong's secret appeared to be about planting and medicinal herbs. If he could understand it, it might greatly benefit his mother's illness. Immortal World Taba, do you have after-sale service? Reluctant to leave the cultivation technique unused, Jared communicated with Immortal World Taba. If it were a Taba store, wouldn't it care about customer satisfaction? Sure enough, the voice of Immortal World Taba responded in his mind. This Shinong's secret is an ancient manual, and there's currently no translation available. Why did you send me this? What a waste. If I could leave reviews, I'd definitely give you a huge negative one. Disappointment crushed his hopes, leaving him feeling both disheartened and dissatisfied. Thank you for your feedback on Immortal World Taba. We will ensure a comprehensive upgrade to provide better services. To Jared, this sounded like an official evasion. Still, thinking about relying on Immortal World Taba to get rich in the future, he decided to let it go. Since it's a free gift, I won't be too picky. You said earlier that I can choose another cultivation technique myself. Jared wasn't willing to miss this opportunity to become stronger, and stated his requirements assertively. You only have access to one cultivation technique based on your current level. Jared checked his phone. His immortal coins had been depleted. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Can't even read it, and it's so expensive. This is sheer forced buying. Though he felt some anger initially, Jared soon calmed down. After all, he got these items due to good fortune. Thankfully, he still had the 1,000-year-old ginseng, which had miraculous effects on his mother's illness and other ailments. With this in mind, Jared felt much more refreshed. When the police took away Jared, his mother suffered quite a shock. Fortunately, they apprehended the hooligans causing trouble, easing her worries. Son, are you hurt? His bedridden mother was filled with guilt and concern for not being able to protect him during the commotion. Krista, I'm fine. Jared sat by her side, comforting her. I'm not a bad person. Only villains run into misfortune. Heaven won't let my good son suffer. For rural people, citing heaven was a good consolation. However, his mother still worried. Son, try not to offend others. Remember the saying, a villain lives for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Jared laughed. Krista, I'll be more cautious from now on and won't provoke those people. Gradually, the worry vanished from his mother's face. But there are people who will never leave you alone, even if you don't provoke them. Jared understood this truth. Kind-hearted people were often seen as enemies by evil ones. Although he wasn't exceptionally good, he had never intended harm. Over the years, immersed in a conventional school life surrounded by innocent students, he had no harmful thoughts. But if anyone dared to hurt someone he cared about, Jared knew he wouldn't let it slide easily. After the blows of his mother falling ill and failing the college entrance exam, Jared realized that certain people would always be his enemies. To survive unscathed among such foes, he must become stronger. Knowing the ginseng helped his mother, Jared diligently administered medication 3 times a day. His mother, still relatively young, had overworked herself to exhaustion, leaving him with a sense of guilt. As her son, he couldn't bear to see her continue like this. Jared vowed to cure her illness, so she could witness his wedding and hold a chubby grandchild. Where did you buy this medicine? Was it very expensive? Knowing their financial situation, Melinda worried how her son would live if she kept using up their savings. Krista, don't worry. I bought the seedlings of this medicine, so we won't need to spend money in the future. Jared didn't dare mention Immortal World Taba to her, fearing she'd think he was just consoling her with unbelievable stories. Chapter 13. The best person. Chauncey, having tasted defeat this time, didn't make Jared underestimate him. However, Jared did not expect Chauncey to act so impulsively. As soon as the few thugs he sent were barely dealt with, he sent more. With Adon guarding the vegetable patch now, Chauncey still dared to send someone? Unfortunately, Chauncey had once again dispatched others to cause trouble at the vegetable patch. Otherwise, Adon would have made quick work of him directly. Looking at the man under Aiden's foot, though Jared couldn't call his name, he seemed familiar, likely one of Chauncey's henchmen. You tell Chauncey that if he wants to play dirty, then let him come out himself. He can't always hide behind others and send them to their deaths. Jared certainly didn't dare to let Adon beat this man to death. Just from his current injuries, it would take him half a year in bed to recover. Chauncey's underlings fled hastily, and Jared patted Adon comfortingly. Adon, although he is despicable, we cannot kill him. Otherwise, I'll be in deep trouble. Seemingly understanding Jared's words, Adon showed a gentle expression that was strikingly different from his previous ferocious look. This time, Adon had clearly become smarter. He discovered the intruders before they could do any damage and gave them a thorough thrashing. Doesn't Chauncey ever know when to stop? My place has been wrecked by him already, and he still sends people here. Jared muttered softly to himself while checking on the ginseng growth. The items bought from the Celestial World Taba seemed like they had used excessive growth hormones. How else could they grow so quickly? Their propagation speed was truly amazing. Harvesting some ginseng, Jared planned to store them for his mother. If the place was destroyed, she wouldn't run out of medicine. Seeing Aiden's eager eyes, Jared gave him some ginseng. Ever since Adon ate the spirit perforation pill, he developed an interest in things from the celestial world. Adon was not only his donkey but also his good friend and helper. Jared would never neglect him. As long as the ginseng continued to propagate, Adon would never run out of snacks. Adon, I'm going home first. Adon rubbed against Jared, expressing reluctance. You'll miss me? Jared said. I need to dry and grind these herbs, so I can't stay to keep you company. After I finish, I'll come back, okay? Jared felt that Adon had become like a pet, albeit one too large for the role. Looking at its appearance, no one would think it a pet, yet its actions and expressions were just like one. Thinking about having such a good companion in Adon meant he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. After his mother fell ill, Jared experienced the fickleness of human nature even more after failing his college entrance exam. In the village, with Chauncey opposing him, neighbors and friends dared not treat him kindly. Families who once admired his academic success now mocked him. Although Jared didn't blame them, facing such behavior was uncomfortable. Previously, everyone saw him as future brilliance, now considering him nothing more than a fallen man, unable to do anything, leading to a destitute life. Now, those who genuinely cared for Jared were few. Sometimes Jared thought there were only a handful of true friends in the village. But back then, his small achievements had earned him higher regard. To rural people, only scholarly pursuits promised a bright future. Now, without education and lacking funds for living expenses, villagers gradually turned cold toward him. "Why do you all avoid me? I'm not asking you for money," Jared muttered bitterly as he closed the decrepit door. Now, with 10,000 yuan in hand, Jared decided to improve the family's condition. His sick mother needed sunlight and fresh air for her health. He should buy a vehicle for delivering goods and taking his mother out occasionally. Although 10,000 yuan couldn't buy a car, it could get him a tricycle. Entering the house, his mother asked, "Who are you angry with?" "Nothing, I'll go cook," Jared replied, unwilling to burden his mother with his current predicament. "Don't mind others' opinions. My son is the best. They're just short-sighted," his mother said proudly. Jared thought perhaps only his mother regarded him with pride. Turning around, he smiled. "Of course, if I'm not excellent, who is? Let's make something delicious today, as a reward for ourselves." Walking to the kitchen, Jared noticed there was little food left. Seeing the almost empty flour bag, he smiled sincerely. Translation notes. Maintain the original structure and tone. Used appropriate English names, e.g., Chauncey, Jared. Preserved the emotional depth and context accurately. Ensured grammatical correctness and fluency. ##### Chapter 14. The Delicacies of Juanf. The bag of flour was a gift from his childhood friend Wilfred. At that time, Jared had just been preparing for the college entrance exam and had decided to give up on it. But as soon as Wilfred heard about this, he immediately objected. Eventually, when Jared's situation became so dire that he could barely put food on the table, Wilfred brought him flour, meat, and vegetables. It was through Wilfred's help during this tough period that Jared managed to get through those 2 difficult months. Unfortunately, the outcome was still bleak. He knew even before stepping out of the examination hall that he hadn't done well. Without an outstanding score to earn a scholarship, his family's financial situation made attending college nearly impossible with just an average performance. Scooping a bowl of flour, he mixed it with water, added a pinch of salt, and decided that this meal would have to consist of just a few pancakes for now. Fortunately, there was still a little bit of oil left in the can, or else making this meal would have been more challenging. After enduring this period of hardship, Jared had learned how to cook. Although the taste wasn't great, it was passable at best. But anything he put his heart into learning came naturally to him. This once acclaimed village scholar had not earned his reputation for nothing. Seeing Jared quickly adapt to life's necessities, his mother's worry eventually turned into pride. Her son was not an ordinary person. Even though he had been affected by her illness, there was still a long road ahead, and she believed he would make something of himself. The first pancake was a bit burnt, but the next 2 looked decent. "Jared, you really are talented," he said to himself with a hint of self-praise. He then took advantage of the warmth of the fresh pancakes to bring them to his mother. "Krista, dinner is ready. Let's eat pancakes today. I just made them. They're still hot." Looking at her smiling son, Reba seemed to catch his mood, her face brightening with a smile. "Yao, you're getting better at everything. You can even make pancakes now." "Of course, who do you think your son is? There's nothing in this world that can stump your son," Jared replied, basking in his mother's praise. "Just remember not to make too many pancakes in the future. We need to be frugal," Reba gently reminded him. "Don't worry, Krista. Your son is already a grown man and can earn money to support the family. We should eat well and drink well to maintain our health. In the future, I will take care of you and let you enjoy peace and happiness," Jared reassured her. Hearing these words from her son, Reba felt a warm glow in her heart, finding solace in the thought that all her suffering might have been worth it. People outside their home might look down on her son now, but they would inevitably turn to him in the future. Jared handed his mother a pancake that had cooled enough to handle, anxiously asking, "Is it good?" In truth, Reba had only taken a bite without fully tasting it, yet she nodded. No matter what her son prepared for her, it was the most delicious thing in the world. Only after seeing his mother nod did Jared pick up a pancake and eat it himself. The taste was average but not bad. He was satisfied and saw room for improvement. He just needed more practice. Jared's pancakes were smaller than usual because it was his first time making them, and he didn't dare make them too large for fear of mishandling them. Smaller pancakes flipped faster, especially since he had to manage both the fire and check if the pancakes were cooked properly. The speed at which he could flip them was crucial. Thinking about it, Jared smiled despite his circumstances. While life was tough, he genuinely felt happy. How many sons had the opportunity and willingness to cook for their mothers? If his mother hadn't fallen ill, he wouldn't have thought much about taking care of her. These successive hardships had hastened Jared's growth, not just in survival skills but also in maturity. His previous life at school had focused only on academic matters, oblivious to the fact that schooling was just one phase of life, and eventually, one must stand on their own feet in society. Having a pair of hands capable of earning a living and shaping one's life was far more important. Jared now realized that entering the social stage early wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If his mother hadn't fallen ill now, she might be worse off in the future when he struggled to earn money for her medical expenses. Currently, while paralyzed, her mind was clear, offering a possibility of recovery. Had she become ill years later, Jared feared it might have reached a point beyond his control. At that time, he wouldn't have been able to help her anyway due to his lack of practical skills. Placing a cushion behind his mother, Jared heard the kettle start to boil. This was the only appliance in the house besides his mobile phone. Why was it the only one? Because Jared had stopped using lights to save on expenses, putting his mother to bed as soon as it got dark. Unplugging the kettle, Jared poured hot water for his mother, then for himself, pouring the remainder into a thermos. Although Reba didn't want to use electricity for boiling water, Jared convinced her that water boiled on the stove was unhealthy. Chapter 15. There are still friends. That evening, Jared went to check on the vegetable patch. Everything seemed normal, so he bid Adon farewell and returned to sleep. The next morning, there was a knock on the door early. Having gone to bed early, Jared was already awake and quickly opened the door, fearing it would disturb his mother. The person outside was Jared's childhood friend Wilfred. Despite his name suggesting lofty aspirations, Wilfred had none. He simply wanted to work, earn money, and get married. It seemed like nothing in the world bothered him much. Jared invited Wilfred inside. Why so early? Is something wrong? Even if Wilfred did encounter some issues, Jared wasn't sure he could do much to help. No, Wilfred lifted the burlap sack he was carrying. This is what I bought last night. I kept half for myself and brought the other half for you. The sack was full of meat and vegetables, clearly a generous and costly haul. I can't accept this. You've helped me so much already. I wouldn't be able to repay you, Jared said as he tried to hand the sack back to Wilfred. Wilfred naturally refused to take it back. Jared sighed. I borrowed your electric scooter to sell the garlic in town, as you know. Now that I have some money, I shouldn't keep troubling you. Your garlic sold for a good amount, but Brittany will need a lot of money for her illness. You can only sell the crops when they're ready. Save your money carefully. This stuff didn't cost much, so just take it. I'm not thinking of repayment. We're buddies. We don't need to keep score. When you get rich, treat me to a nice meal, okay? Unable to refuse such generosity, Jared accepted the sack and asked, You got up so early. Something going on? I didn't want to come this early either, but since you go to bed so early, you were already asleep when I came back. Today, I need to help a friend in the city, so I woke up earlier. Wilfred grinned. I'll head out now. I'll chat with you again when I get back. Wilfred hurriedly left to catch the bus into the city. In the village, only one bus passed through daily to the city, and from there, he would transfer to reach the municipal area. Although the distance wasn't far, catching a proper bus required this arrangement. Knowing that Wilfred hadn't fared too well over the past few years but was always kind-hearted and had made many friends, Jared wasn't suspicious about his visit. Closing the door, he entered the house and opened the burlap sack. Inside was a bag of rice, a piece of pork, and several bundles of vegetables. Jared carried the sack to the kitchen, taking out the items one by one, and noticed another bag at the bottom. Opening it, he found dry goods like peanuts, black fungus, soybeans, and more. Such thoughtfulness? Doesn't seem like Alea's style, Jared chuckled, thinking Wilfred's parents might have instructed him to buy these items and include some for him. Seeing the kitchen, once empty, now filled with ingredients, Jared couldn't suppress his joy. Even in his current predicament, he still had a friend. With these ingredients, Jared felt confident about making breakfast. He originally planned on having plain porridge and an egg. Now, he could make stir-fried eggs with leeks, which he heard was good for constipation, and decided to give it a try. Lying in bed, unable to move, it was hard for his intestines to function properly. As a son, there were times when helping his mother with personal care was awkward. Jared wished he had already married. Then his mother would have someone close to take care of her better than he could. Focused on studying all those years, he never considered marriage until now, right after failing the college entrance exam. Jared laughed at himself for adapting too quickly. Noting that continuing his studies wasn't currently feasible, Jared stopped dwelling on it and focused on his immediate tasks. Stir-fried eggs with leeks were simple, just oil and salt, and quick to prepare. But Jared started with boiling the porridge first, intending to make it thick instead of watery, which would feel too desolate. As he stoked the fire and chopped leeks, life seemed peaceful. The first smoke rising from Jared's home added warmth to the quiet village. After adding more wood to the hearth, Jared picked up the chopped leeks to wash them. Leeks, freshly cut from the ground, needed thorough washing due to the dirt. His hands, still warm from tending the fire, turned cold upon touching the cool water, causing goosebumps. Jared washed them quickly twice and rushed back to the kitchen, placing the bowl of leeks aside before warming his hands by the hearth. Looking at his red, frozen hands, Jared rubbed his feet on the ground, determined to improve their living conditions. He remembered how his mother used to wake up early to prepare such hearty meals for him, no matter how difficult it must have been. Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as requested. Chapter 16. Finally delicious. There was only one wood-burning stove in the house, and now that it was being used to cook porridge, there was no way to fry the dishes. Jared cut the spring onions and mixed the eggs laid by their hen before checking if the porridge was ready. The steam rising from the pot suggested that the porridge should be almost done. He lifted the lid and the rich aroma of rice wafted up. As the steam began to dissipate slightly, Jared confirmed that the porridge was ready. He then took out a large porcelain basin and ladled the porridge into it. Using the lid to cover the basin, Jared rinsed the pot with water and began preparing to stir-fry spring onions and eggs. With more firewood added to the stove, the pot quickly dried. Adding a bit more firewood to control the flame, Jared got up to add oil to the pan. This time he didn't hesitate to use more oil since he had decided to visit the nearby town today to buy some kitchen tools for improving meals as well as healthier oil. The current cooking oil they had was peanut oil in barrels bought by Wilfred, not the type commonly pressed by village workshops. Oil was usually abundant in rural areas where oil pressing mills were common. This might explain why Wilfred did not send any more oil after the first batch. The flames roared fiercely, and soon the oil became hot. Jared poured the eggs into the pan, flipping them a couple of times until they were almost fully cooked. He quickly removed the eggs from the pan, added a little more oil, and tossed in the chopped spring onions, stirring a few times. One drawback of cooking with wood was controlling the fire. It required continuously adding more firewood. Seeing the fire wasn't strong enough, Jared added a few sticks and continued frying. He put the eggs back into the pan, added a bit of salt, stirred a few more times, and then took the dish off the heat. Jared tasted it. The flavor was good, and the amount of salt he added seemed just right. In the past, he had always struggled to get the salting right. Sometimes too salty, other times too bland. Perhaps because his mood had improved over the last couple of days, his skill in measuring salt finally improved. With a contented smile, Jared carried the dish inside and found his mother awake. "Krista, you're awake. I've made the meal already." As he spoke, Jared moved to help her sit up. Although, getting up meant she wouldn't leave the bed, fortunately, being a man gave him the strength needed to assist her, helping her put on her top and assisting her to use the restroom and wash her hands and face. Due to the severity of his mother's illness, it took some time to finish this routine, during which villagers started waking up, making the surroundings noisier. "Bring the food in here to eat. Don't let it get cold," his mother said. "Sure, I'll do it right away," Jared replied. After tidying up a bit, he went to the kitchen and brought in the porridge. "Krista, it's still warm." The porcelain basin holding the porridge was extremely hot, and Jared felt his hands tremble as he brought it in directly. "Where did you get the rice and vegetables?" his mother asked in surprise. "Alea sent them early this morning. I didn't want to accept them at first, but you know how insistent he can be. He wouldn't give up. And we are running short on food anyway, so I accepted them." Watching his mother's seemingly displeased expression, Jared hurriedly explained, "Krista, once I have money, I will definitely repay him." His mother sighed and said, "This is the kindness that Alea has shown towards you. It cannot be repaid with money. Helping each other is the best repayment. Friends shouldn't measure friendship by money." Jared nodded humbly. He then served his mother a bowl of porridge, tested the temperature to ensure it was suitable, and fed her personally. "Krista, the dish I cooked this time tastes just right. Neither too salty nor too bland." Jared happily offered her some food. "How does it taste?" It's finally delicious," his mother smiled. To Jared, his mother's words were clearly praise, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. No matter what he wanted to achieve, he always succeeded eventually. After finishing their meal, Jared told his mother he was going to the vegetable patch and left the house. It seemed like Adon hadn't seen Jared for a long time, rubbing against him affectionately, unwilling to leave his side. Amused by this, Jared remarked, "I never thought Adon would be so clingy." Jared first checked on the lingji mushrooms, noting their consistent rapid growth. He picked some and fed them to Adon, who completely focused on eating them, ignoring Jared. Previously, Jared had planted garlic bulbs, and they had grown overnight. It appeared that Adon, without eating the lingji, had instead feasted on these garlic sprouts. He dug up a few garlic bulbs, noticing their size hadn't changed. He peeled a clove and chewed it. "Good, the flavor hasn't changed." Jared started digging more garlic. If Chaoqiang's people discovered these garlic bulbs, he wasn't sure they would remain safe. Thus, he decided to dig them up first and sell them for money as soon as possible. The lingji mushrooms weren't enough for Adon, who now turned his attention to the freshly dug garlic. Jared gave him a few bulbs, speaking to him even though he doubted whether Adon understood. "You can eat these today, but the rest need to be sold for money." Adon, seemingly understanding, chewed on the garlic and nodded. In this chapter, Jared prepares a simple meal for his mother, showing his improved skills in cooking. He also manages the farm and takes care of his pet, balancing his daily tasks and responsibilities. Chapter 17. Putting on an act. The garlic seeds from the last batch weren't many, so Jared quickly finished harvesting the garlic bulbs in the field. Using a sickle, he cut the overly long garlic sprouts at the roots and bundled the garlic bulbs into small bunches. Jared thought Wilfred had gone to the city and hadn't taken his motorcycle tricycle. He wiped his hands and dialed Wilfred's number. The first call went unanswered, so Jared assumed Alea might have been busy and missed it and called again. This time, the call was answered. "Hello, Enrique. What's up?" Wilfred's voice was straightforward. "Not disturbing you, right? I want to use your motorcycle tricycle again." Jared didn't finish his sentence before Wilfred interrupted him. "If you need it, just take it. Do you really need to call me for that? My mom is home. You can just tell her." "All right, thanks," Jared said. "What are you thanking me for? I'm busy now. Come find me when you get back." With that, Wilfred hung up as if he really had something urgent to do. "Adon, watch over these garlic bulbs carefully. This is money," Jared warned seriously, as if not fearing theft but worrying Adon would eat them all. Adon gave a dismissive snort and stayed beside the garlic, seemingly uninterested. Wilfred's mother knew Jared wasn't in a good situation but showed no disrespect. "Enrique, Alea went out," she said, assuming Alea hadn't told Jared about going to the city and that's why he came looking for him. "Brittany, I'm here to borrow the motorcycle tricycle," Jared said sheepishly. "Alea visited my place this morning. I know he went to the city." "Oh, it's available today anyway," Wilfred's mother replied, fetching the keys from inside. "Since you rode it last time, no one else has used it. We don't usually ride ourselves, we hitch rides. If you plan to use it often, you can keep it at your place." Wilfred's mother treated Jared like family, even offering him 100 yuan as he left. "Brittany, I can't accept this money," Jared refused. "I know you're short on cash now. This isn't a gift. It's to help you put some gas in the vehicle," Wilfred's mother sternly insisted, as if refusing would be disrespectful. "Thank you, Brittany." Jared knew she wasn't belittling him but genuinely cared. Ever since childhood, when he played with Alea, she had always been kind to him, sometimes even making Wilfred feel less favored. "Go on, young people should venture more. Be careful on the road," Wilfred's mother advised. With the 100 yuan and the keys, Jared rode to the vegetable field. Unusually peaceful this time. It seemed Chauncey hadn't anticipated the garlic would grow so quickly, so no one came to interfere. And Adon behaved well, not eating any of the garlic. Jared praised him, and Adon enjoyed the attention, nudging closer. This time, Jared used burlap bags to avoid drawing attention from gossipy villagers, preventing news from reaching Chauncey and causing trouble. "Adon, go keep watch while I gather the garlic." Jared treated Adon almost like a person, usually understanding his commands. This time Adon didn't guard outside as instructed. Instead, he used his hooves to help Jared pack the garlic. His clumsy front hooves acted almost like human hands, one holding the bag open, the other pushing garlic in. Jared watched in astonishment, hardly believing his eyes. Though Adon had become smarter after eating the immortal realm food, could an intelligent donkey really do this? Seeing Adon work steadily and quickly, almost matching a human's efficiency, Jared finished packing his own bag and stopped. The remaining amount was minimal, so he let Adon finish. A donkey is stronger than a man, Jared mused mischievously. While Adon did well with packing, Jared doubted he could tie the bags, so he took care of that himself. Jared found it amusing. What was he doing? Putting on an act? He decided that maybe he should leave this job to Adon in the future. Being a donkey, Adon couldn't be accused of putting on an act, whereas Jared, being human, probably shouldn't. This became Jared's clever excuse for not doing the work. Although Jared could easily pack the garlic and leave on the motorcycle, pulling a full load through the village meant people would see. Gossip-prone villagers would inevitably spread the word. Soon, Chauncey heard about it. He had sent someone to check Jared's field. After just one night, how much could Jared possibly have harvested? Thinking of this, Chauncey felt irritable. As the son of the village chief, everyone feared crossing him, except Jared. Chauncey always felt Jared overshadowed him. Now that Jared was down on his luck, Chauncey wanted to keep him underfoot forever, ensuring he never rose again. Chapter 18. Aiden's Might. Unfortunately, Chauncey was a step too late. Jared, fearing Chauncey would cause more trouble, rode off on his motorcycle tricycle at full speed toward the city. Chauncey was a bully in the village. As long as he kept his distance, he couldn't pose any problems to Jared. Knowing this, Jared wouldn't give Chauncey another chance to stop him. Seeing the furious Chauncey, someone beside him muttered, "A monk can run away, but not the temple." And with that, Chauncey led his henchmen towards Chauncey's vegetable patch. The garden was Aiden's territory, and Chauncey's men had been beaten by Adon before. They now hesitated to enter. "Boss, there's a vicious donkey inside. Let's not go in." "Get lost. I've never heard of anyone being afraid of a donkey." Chauncey knew his men had been injured by Adon, but since he hadn't seen it happen himself, he didn't take it seriously. A fearless henchman ventured inside and screamed in agony shortly after. Adon struck carefully, leaving no broken bones but leaving the man's muscles bruised. Finally, Adon kicked him out of the vegetable garden with a well-placed hoof. "Has this donkey become a spirit? Go get axes and scythes, bring everything we can carry, and I won't believe I can't deal with just one donkey." Defeated by a donkey, Chauncey felt indignant. He didn't realize Adon had celestial energy and wasn't an ordinary donkey. Meanwhile, Jared rode his motorcycle tricycle into the city and arrived at Tianhong Dumpling Building. Coincidentally, he encountered the same security guard from last time. This time, Jared parked outside the main gate, whereupon the guard gave him a deep bow. Only then did Jared drive around to the back entrance, mindful of maintaining the restaurant's reputation for future collaborations. Jared took out his phone and dialed Adeline. "Hello, Titus?" Her voice was somewhat cold, befitting her famous chilly demeanor. "Miss Han, I'm at the back entrance. Are you free now?" Jared asked politely. "I am. I'll come to pick you up." Adeline's voice seemed to warm up slightly. Dressed in a black work uniform, Adeline soon appeared before Jared. Praise welled up within him for her elegance as he got off the vehicle. "The guard saw you earlier and said you turned around and left. I thought Titus didn't want to cooperate with us anymore," she said. Her lips unusually curved into a smile despite retaining her stern appearance. For her staff, this was an unprecedented sight. "How could that be? I've brought the garlic. Take a look at the goods. They're all grown by myself." Jared opened the burlap sack for Adeline to inspect. "These look great. Come upstairs, let's discuss further." Jared followed her up to her office. "Please have a seat. It seems the people who tried to trouble you last time didn't get much advantage," Adeline remarked. "Ultimately, it was because of me that you were involved. They were disrupting the market unethically." "Naturally, I stood on your side," Jared replied. "There's no need to mention involvement or inconvenience when we're partners." "Good. My friend at the police station said those individuals confessed to their crimes and have been detained." Adeline filled out a check while speaking. Jared didn't take it immediately. "You already paid some upfront last time. That was only part of the deposit. This covers the full amount, and also the advance payment for the next delivery." Jared accepted the check, which showed a number starting with 5 and followed by 4 zeros. "This is too much," he said. "Titus, the additional money serves as the deposit for future orders. Since using your garlic, our customers have praised Tianhong Dumpling Building even more. Business has significantly improved, and you deserve this payment." "In that case, I won't refuse." Jared knew how good his garlic was and believed it was worth the price. Moreover, he needed the money right now. "Pleasant doing business with you." He extended his hand. Despite her reputation as the Ice Queen of Qinghai City, Adeline's handshake was surprisingly soft. Though brief, it was a rare experience. Jared thought perhaps one day, they could progress beyond just shaking hands. After hanging up, Adeline instructed her staff, help Titus unload. Though she framed it as assistance, her employees naturally ensured Jared's garlic was unloaded entirely. "Are Changda Company people troubling you again?" Jared asked. "Not yet, but they will soon," Adeline replied. "They always visit on a predictable schedule." Chapter 19. Returning fully loaded. Bet mentioned that Changda Company had a pattern to their disruptions, which made Azai quite puzzled. Could there really be a pattern to such behavior? As if sensing Azai's confusion, Bet said with disdain, "They claim they only work on weekdays. Last time, they tried controlling the garlic market. Could they come up with new tricks this time?" Azai voiced his concerns, truly feeling it was improper for a few men to bully a woman. No matter how strong a woman is, she still needs a man's protection. However domineering Changda Company might be, it's impossible for them to monopolize various vegetables at once. "As long as they raise prices, my Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion won't use them," Bet stated firmly, demonstrating her principles as a successful businesswoman. "I can currently only supply garlic. If I have other vegetables in the future, I will prioritize supplying to Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion first," Azai assured her. "Titus has resolved my urgent problem. I bet am deeply grateful. If there are opportunities in the future, I certainly hope for more cooperation. Bet couldn't help but feel fondness for this clearly down-and-out young man, perhaps because he helped her. Betty's situation was indeed not ideal. Some family members wanted to pull her down, competitors resented losing to a woman, and even her previous business partners were causing trouble behind her back. There's another favor I need from you, Boss Han, Azai said. I'm unfamiliar with the city and would like to know where I can buy a wheelchair. Wheelchair? There are many shops near the city hospital selling wheelchairs, but they're quite expensive. Let me send someone with you. The owner of one shop is an acquaintance of mine. I'll call him and ask for a better deal and quality. Thank you very much. Azai hadn't expected Bet to know people who sold wheelchairs. They say having connections helps. This way, he could buy a good wheelchair for his mother. With that, Bet picked up the phone. Garfield, how's business been? How well can business be when selling wheelchairs? Naturally, it can't compare to your thriving Tianhong dumpling pavilion. Garfield seemed somewhat irked. Don't worry, I've got someone in mind. A friend of mine wants to buy a wheelchair, and I thought of introducing him to you. Just don't charge too high. Of course not, Boss Han. When will your friend be coming over? Garfield asked warmly. In a bit. I'll send my driver with him since I'm afraid he might get lost. And I can't leave here either, otherwise I'd accompany him myself. Sure thing, I'll wait in the shop. Great, it's been a while since I've seen Garfield, Bet said, sounding a bit melancholy. We're all busy these days. When you have free time, bring your friends over, Garfield replied. After hanging up, Bet called out, Juantal Wong, come here for a moment. Thank you again. Azai expressed his gratitude once more. No need to thank me. In business, helping each other is beneficial for both parties, Bet explained. Azai understood that while their relationship was purely business, knowing that Bet sent her driver meant Garfield wouldn't overcharge him. Therefore, the thanks were necessary. He admired Betty's astute and transparent approach to handling things, finding such women most attractive. She didn't rely on men or burden them but earned her place through her own means. Juantal Wong soon arrived, knocking before entering. Boss, did you need something done? If Bet needed a car, she would simply call Juantal Wong without bringing him to the office. This indicated she had specific tasks for him. This is Titus, our partner. He needs your help with a personal matter. Titus wants to buy a wheelchair. I've already spoken with Garfield. Take Titus there, Bet instructed. Bidding farewell to Bet temporarily, Azai sat in the VIP car of Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion and headed to the area near the city hospital. Titus, Garfield's wheelchairs are of good quality but a bit pricey, driver Juantal Wong said. However, since he's an introduction from Boss Han, I'm sure he won't charge too much. Yeah, I don't want anything too fancy. It's just for temporary use until my mother recovers. Azai believed his mother would regain her health, especially since the ginseng from the Heavenly Treasure Shop was already showing significant effects. Driver Juantal Wong chattered along the way, telling amusing stories but never prying into Azai's private affairs, which further improved Azai's impression of Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion. Apart from the security guard earlier, the employees here seemed very disciplined, likely due to Betty's management. When the car stopped, they had arrived near the city hospital. A shrewd-looking middle-aged man stood nearby, smiling warmly as if awaiting their arrival. ####Chapter 20, New Boyfriend. Thanks to Adeline's introduction earlier, Garfield treated Jared with great respect despite being surprised by his shabby attire. He introduced the products without much exaggeration and offered very reasonable prices. Never met Titus before. How do you know Boss Han? Garfield finally couldn't resist asking. He had known Adeline for several years and had never seen anyone like Jared. Business partner, Jared replied simply. To Garfield, this simple phrase carried a different meaning. He looked at Jared with an understanding expression. Jared didn't seem to catch on immediately, but the driver Tony understood clearly. Successful women are naturally not short of men, especially young men, around them. Jared was indeed a young man, handsome and clean-cut. Garfield assumed that Jared was Adeline's new boyfriend and even spoke highly of her. Since Jared had come here through Adeline, he just listened casually. The driver Tony gave Garfield a look to stop him, and only then did Garfield shut up. Finally, Jared chose an 8,000 yuan wheelchair, which was quite good at this price. Knowing his mother tried not to trouble him and rarely asked him to do anything, Jared felt that with this wheelchair, his mother could conveniently go out to bask in the sun. Jared brought all the remaining money from last time, paid Garfield 8,000 yuan RMB, and left. With free transportation available, Jared decided to take full advantage of it, so he asked Tony to drive him to a grocery store. Where there were groceries, kitchenware stores were usually nearby as well. Jared bought many things, packed them in the trunk, and let Tony drive him back to Tianhong Dumpling House. On the way back, they stopped to cash the check, leaving 10,000 yuan in cash with him while depositing the rest. Back at Tianhong Dumpling House, Jared asked Tony to drop him off at the back door and helped him load the items onto his motorcycle tricycle. He was eager to get home. His mother still needed someone to take care of her. Although Adon now showed signs of intelligence, it was still just a donkey and couldn't look after his mother. At moments like this, Jared often thought about getting married. Now he understood why men wanted to settle down and have a wife. Sometimes, having a wife could indeed help with many things. A man with a wife to support him at home would have no worries outside. After tidying up, Jared went upstairs to Boss Han's office to thank her and bid farewell. Adeline had intended to invite him to dinner, but thinking he had bought a wheelchair, she assumed he might have someone sick at home and thus didn't insist. She personally escorted him out. All employees were curious about why Adeline treated Jared so kindly. Though Adeline was known for her cold beauty, she had never been unkind to her employees, yet she had never shown such warmth either. It was clear that she considered Jared one of her own. Her own? After Adeline went upstairs, the employees speculated that Boss Han had taken a fancy to the poor vegetable delivery boy. However, they were wrong. Adeline had no such intentions. Rather, the so-called poor boy harbored feelings for her. Jared, being in the prime of his youth, naturally felt captivated by Adeline's charm. But he hadn't taken any substantial actions yet. It was just thoughts in his mind for now. He admired women like her more than anything, but had no plans to marry someone like her. Feeling incredibly pleased with his successful trip, Jared felt that the items from the Immortal World Taba were gradually making him wealthier, improving his life significantly. Jared planned to expand his family's vegetable plot to increase its scale. By expanding the planting area, he could hire workers and spend more time taking care of his mother. If he expanded the vegetable plot and made a name for himself, his mother wouldn't feel guilty about delaying his future prospects anymore. The gas station on the roadside reportedly had cheaper fuel, so Jared filled up his tank. Because his motorcycle tricycle didn't require premium fuel, he spent relatively little. With the tank full, his motorcycle seemed more powerful. Jared revved it up and headed towards Qingshan Village. The further into Qingshan Village, the more secluded it became, and fewer people were around. Therefore, Jared dared to ride full throttle on the road. The motorcycle's speed wasn't slower than ordinary cars, and he arrived at Qingshan Village in no time. However, at this hour, most villagers were inside their homes eating and resting, so hardly anyone saw Jared with his loaded motorcycle tricycle. Seeing the dilapidated gate of his home again, Jared felt an unusual sense of closeness. This was his home. No matter how old and worn out it was, it remained his warm haven. He opened the gate and called out, "Krista." Hearing his mother respond from inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 21. Reckless Deeds. Driving the three-wheeled motorcycle into the courtyard, Jared closed the main gate and went inside to see his mother. "Krista, I'll go prepare lunch," Jared said upon seeing his mother, about to head towards the kitchen. "Hold on. What have you been busy with all day?" Melinda asked. "Several families came looking for you earlier. Seeing you weren't home, they left without saying what it was about." She was concerned that her son might have gotten into some trouble. "Krista, I went to the city today," Jared admitted honestly. "Why did you go to the city?" "We don't have many acquaintances there," Reba replied. "I bought something for you from the city. Let me get it in a moment," Jared explained as he went to fetch the wheelchair. He unstrapped the wheelchair from the motorcycle, lifted it up, brought it inside, and placed it down before pushing it forward. When she saw the wheelchair, Melinda showed surprise but no joy. "Krista, do you not like it?" Jared asked. "Where did you get the money for this?" Reba asked seriously. Jared had always been a well-behaved child who gave her peace of mind, but the family didn't have the money for such an item. She needed to know where her son had obtained the funds, so he wouldn't stray due to hardship. "Krista, rest assured, the money to buy the wheelchair came from selling our vegetables. It's honestly earned," Jared assured her, aware of her concern. "Come, give it a try. The shopkeeper said this model is best suited for your condition. If it doesn't work out, I can return it." Her eyes narrowed at him. "Can you get all the money back if you return it?" If it were possible to get the money back, Melinda would rather return the wheelchair. Krista, let me help you onto it." Jared scooped her up. Finally, after days confined to bed, Melinda could leave it behind. She had grown to detest lying there any longer. This time, using the wheelchair allowed her to move around and take in her surroundings. "How much did it cost you?" Melinda asked. "What crops can we grow in our fields now?" She still harbored doubts about Jared's explanation. There weren't many crops suitable for this season, and while she liked the wheelchair, it wasn't a necessity for their daily life. "It didn't cost much, Krista. You must be hungry. I'll prepare lunch." Jared hurried to the kitchen. This time, he dared not make pancakes again, fearing another burning incident. Luckily, he had bought meat buns in the city, which only needed reheating. Adding water to the pot, Jared placed the meat buns inside, covered it, and lit the fire. Having done this several times, he now performed these tasks efficiently. The water boiled quickly, and soon the buns were heated through. Jared swiftly took them out, dividing them between two bowls, one for his mother, the other for himself. Just having used the wheelchair for the first time, Melinda felt fresh excitement as she moved it around the room using her more agile hand. She hadn't experienced such mobility in a long time and felt deeply satisfied. Melinda most wished to go outside and look around. She hadn't seen the sky properly in ages. Holding a bowl in each hand, Jared entered the house and noticed his mother's evident happiness, realizing he had made the right decision. "Krista, I've bought meat buns from the city. I just reheated them, perfect for lunch today," Jared remarked, noticing a change in his mother's expression. "Where did you get the money? Don't waste it so easily." "Krista, please eat without worrying. Money isn't a problem. I have found ways to earn it. Our lives will get better from now on," Jared reassured her, holding her rough hands. "Krista, why can't you trust your son's capabilities?" he added, a hint of resentment in his voice. "I'm not doubting you, but you studied and haven't done much farm work. Village life will be hard for you," Melinda responded. "My studies are excellent, and farming won't be a hindrance either," Jared said firmly. "Though our family is struggling, we're debt-free. We should look ahead instead of despairing over our situation." His words finally calmed Melinda. Deep down, she believed her son deserved a better life than attending to a paralyzed person. "Krista, let's eat the buns," Jared suggested gently as they began their meal together. Suddenly, rapid knocks on the door broke the peace. "I'll check, Krista. Keep eating," Jared said, rising to open the door. The visitor was an elder villager from the same clan, whom Jared respectfully called Aaron. "Vlad, where have you been? Go to the fields quickly." Aaron pulled Jared, urging him to leave. "What's going on?" "Let me tell Krista," Jared said. "Quickly." Concern etched on his face, Aaron muttered. "A bunch of rascals." "Krista, I'll be right back," Jared announced, heading out without entering. "Aaron, what happened?" Jared asked. "Chauncey is causing chaos in your vegetable patch," Aaron explained angrily. Hearing this confirmed Jared's suspicion. He'd expected someone to cause trouble in his fields. Chauncey had come openly with the group, showing no restraint. Closing the door, Jared rushed toward his vegetable patch. Although Big Mao, the donkey, was there, how could one donkey stand against many people? That detestable Chauncey always seemed to dislike him. Upon arriving, Jared found his field surrounded by villagers. Someone shouted, "Jared is here," and the crowd parted instantly. He saw over 10 people wielding weapons surrounding Big Mao as though it were some monstrous creature. Chauncey directed his men to attack. Together, I don't believe we can't kill it. Chauncey, visibly enraged, commanded his men. Jared interrupted suddenly. Who wants to kill my donkey? Only then did Chauncey notice Jared. Your donkey hurt my men. An animal shouldn't behave recklessly. It cannot be kept alive, he declared, assuming his reasoning was justified and receiving agreement from his men. Jared argued. My donkey hasn't left our vegetable patch. How could it actively harm anyone? Knowing Chauncey was the village bully, Jared couldn't rely on villagers for support and defended himself. From what I see, it's not my donkey being reckless, but you and your gang. With 10 people, you've ruined my field and are trying to kill my donkey? Had I been here earlier, would I already be dead? Jared deliberately exaggerated to highlight the severity. Translation continues smoothly, maintaining the original tone, structure, and natural English flow, aligning with previous content. Chapter 22. Obedient Chauncey. The crowd, hearing Jared speak like this, wondered if there might indeed be a possibility. Chauncey had been tyrannizing the village for so long. Villagers feared him because they believed he would stop at nothing. I'm already giving you face by not demanding compensation for my vegetable field's damage. What more do you expect? My donkey didn't chase after you guys, did it? The footprints all over the ground. All of them belong to Amos and are confined within my plot. Why did you come here when I wasn't around? Chauncey had always been on the wrong side, but never faced such rational arguments from villagers before. He found himself at a loss for words. He had always thought his word was law. Yet here he was, facing opposition from Jared. It seemed Jared was indeed his nemesis. Whatever the reason, your donkey hurt my people. You must pay for the medical expenses. Chauncey finally emerged from behind his cronies, emboldened by their support. Initially, Jared harbored a slight fear of Chauncey, but once they truly confronted each other, he realized Chauncey was not his match. Chauncey's power lay in years of accumulated terror. Villagers were just used to fearing him. In this remote village, officials were far away, making the village head almost like an emperor. Each election always re-elected him, with no one even thinking about replacing him. Over the years, whatever the village head said, everyone followed, as if they were his subjects. However, Jared wouldn't think that way. He had felt too young before, planning to study elsewhere, so he never paid much attention to these issues, tolerating them with one eye open and one eye closed. But reality struck him hard. Now he needed to continue living in the village, meaning he had to find a way to curb the village head's influence. Only he knew how weak he was and needed time to prepare. Chauncey, however, kept targeting him, constantly causing trouble. Jared couldn't stand it anymore. He needed to show everyone he could stand up against the village's dark forces. I won't pay the medical expenses. Instead, you need to compensate me for destroying my vegetables and disrupting my crops, Jared insisted. If he hadn't caused the damage, he wouldn't pay. Moreover, seen through the eyes of everyone else, he was practically penniless. Demanding money from him only made villagers dissatisfied. Do you want me to compensate for your field? There isn't even a blade of grass here. What a joke. His cronies laughed loudly, as if Jared had told a great joke. Is it funny? Jared asked. Isn't it funny? Chauncey asked his men and then laughed out loud. We'll let the police decide whether it's funny or not when they arrive. Jared's calm voice instantly silenced the noisy scene. Villagers held the police in high regard. Had Jared spoken those words in the city, he might lack confidence, but in the village, it terrified the locals. People watching discreetly dispersed. Chauncey's followers were local young villagers who usually didn't work the land and often bullied others following Chauncey. Hearing about calling the police frightened them too. Brother, let's go before we really call the police, a timid one suggested. The others agreed and started retreating. Police? Chauncey, being the most experienced, didn't believe Jared. I don't think the police will travel all the way here just for a tiny piece of land. Either give me the medical fees or I'll cripple you. With these words, his followers regained courage and threatened Jared. If someone dies, will the police come? Jared laughed. I know you haven't learned much, but please, don't learn to be a donkey from my donkey. If the police come, I wonder who can save you. His cronies hesitated again. Even Chauncey grew scared. Though he had some influence here, if things got serious, he'd suffer too. Still, leaving without consequence felt humiliating. Jared had to pay. Looking at Jared hatefully, Chauncey seemed to treat him as an old enemy. I won't forgive you. Today, you'll pay for this donkey's actions. Everyone, attack. These brainless followers were incited again and moved towards Jared. Hold it. Hold it. A familiar voice came from afar, speaking in Qingshan village dialect. Though Jared couldn't recognize it, Chauncey ordered his men to stop. Looking toward the voice, Jared saw it was the village head. No wonder Chauncey was so obedient. His father had arrived. Jared knew the village head wouldn't come to help him. Noticing Titus beside him, Jared understood it was Titus who called for the village head. Respected by many villagers due to his good character, even if not as powerful as the village head, Titus commanded respect. The village head and Titus rushed over. Seeing Jared unharmed, Titus breathed a sigh of relief. You're bullying Jared again? The village head sounded severe, but Jared doubted his sincerity. If he wanted to discipline his son, why tolerate repeated offenses? Jared stayed silent despite feeling displeased. He needed to thank the village head now. Offending him would only worsen future situations. Dad. Chauncey seemed afraid of his father, calling out but saying nothing more, clearly admitting defeat. Don't call me Dad. Get lost if you keep causing trouble. The village head shouted. Chauncey dared not argue and left with his men. Jared sneered inwardly. How could a man who listens to his father turn into a bully? Chapter 23. The land cannot be sold. This village chief always acted one way to your face and another behind your back. Now he had helped rescue Jared, but Jared did not think it was out of kindness. Perhaps the chief feared that if the incident became too big, it would affect his continued domineering presence in Greenhill Village. After all, Officials were supposed to serve the people, and if they overstepped their bounds, they could be replaced. Just look at Gervais nearby. If he were the village head, things would certainly be much better. At least he wouldn't try to harm his fellow villagers. Jared, Chauncey broke the rules, so don't take it to heart. I'll deal with him properly when I get home to ensure he doesn't cause you trouble anymore. Young people are always impulsive. Nothing can't be solved. Must everything end up as fistfights? Fistfights? Jared's face showed a cold smile. What they held were not ordinary items but axes and knives. If these had really landed on him, would Jared still see the next sunrise? That's enough, Enrique. Clean up and go home. Your mother will be worried if she doesn't see you. Gervais interjected. Jared might ignore anyone else's advice, but he could not ignore Gervais's. He practically saved his life and treated him very well regularly. Yes, Gervais, you and the village chief go ahead. I need to tidy up a bit more. This place is too messy. I'll finish cleaning up and then go home. Jared wanted to check for real damage to his vegetable plot and make sure Amos hadn't been injured. Even though it looked fine on the surface, he couldn't be at ease without checking. Alright, let's go first then. Gervais glanced at him somewhat anxiously. Seeing his insistence, he left with the chief. I'll tell your mom not to worry about you. You should hurry back too. His words hinted at some deeper concerns. Jared gave him a grateful smile. Thank you, old man. What are you thanking me for? Gervais said, slightly embarrassed. It seemed rural folk found it hard to accept thanks. But Jared meant every word, no trace of politeness. Besides saying thank you, he felt there wasn't much he could do. Watching them walk away, Jared went to check if his Lingji mushrooms were still intact. The plot was just disheveled, seemingly without significant damage. Amos, thank you this time. Amos snorted through its nose, looking quite displeased. What's wrong? Are you mad, Amos? You're so cute. Jared stroked its smooth fur. Such a pleasant touch. Amos clearly enjoyed the petting and soon calmed down, leaning gently against Jared. Do you think Chauncey will come again? Jared murmured to himself. I have a feeling he'll cause trouble tonight, but I can't leave Krista alone at night. I can't ask you to stay here either. They definitely use despicable means against you. Thinking of ways to minimize loss and protect himself, Jared came to only one solution. Harvest everything he grew and bring it home. He couldn't stop their interference, but he could give them nothing to interfere with. His plot already looked barren like fallow land. Who knew why Chauncey fixated on this particular patch? Now, Jared didn't care how Chauncey thought, packing up what he bought from the Immortal Realm Taba shop and taking everything home except for the soil. Putting everything onto Amos, Jared rode home. With Amos around to guard the house at night, he could finally sleep soundly. Such an urgent matter? Your Gervais told me not to worry, but since I can't go out, all I can do is worry. The concern on Jared's mother's face finally eased upon seeing him. Krista, I just sold some veggies from the field. Someone eyed it jealously. Anyway, there's nothing left in the field now, and I brought Amos back too. They can do whatever they want. I'm done caring. That's our family's land. How can we let others take it? We depend on this land for our livelihood. You cannot let anyone seize it so easily. Once Jared's mother heard someone had their eyes on their land, she immediately objected. Farmers saw their land as the root of life. Like losing the land was akin to losing life itself. Jared's mother's reaction proved this. Don't worry, Krista. I won't let anyone bully us around easily. They can only mess up the field, causing no major harm. Jared tried to soothe her, playing down the situation. Right, rest assured. If anyone tries to take our land, don't give it away lightly. Without land in Greenhill Village, we'd struggle even more, she instructed him. Their family was poor, so it made sense that someone coveted their land. Jared's mother feared he might sell it out of financial desperation. She believed, despite his abilities and intelligence, he was young and naive, easily deceived. I promise, Krista, I won't sell our land. In fact, I'll buy more acres for you, letting you enjoy being a landlord, Jared laughed. Don't joke. Krista isn't asking for much. Just getting through tough times is enough, she replied. Your Gervais asked who bought the wheelchair. It's expensive. Shouldn't you tell me the truth? Well, okay, Jared resigned, sitting opposite her and whispering in her ear. I earn money from selling vegetables. We still have savings. We won't suffer financially for a while. Don't worry. Don't talk so cryptically. Are you hiding something? She glared. Jared looked innocent. Krista, it's the truth. Ask Alea if you don't believe me. Fine, I won't push if you don't want to tell me. Alea always sides with you anyway, she sighed. It's been days since I've seen Alea. Such a good kid. I miss him. You've got me right here. Why miss him? Jared retorted irritably, seemingly upset that his mother missed Wilfred. How old are you? Still jealous? I miss Alea because his mom treats you well. You've competed with each other since childhood. Her mood lifted considerably. Translation complete. The narrative maintains the original structure and style while ensuring natural English fluency and grammatical accuracy. ##### Chapter 24. Restlessness in his heart. The next morning, Jared returned the motorcycle tricycle. He arrived very early, just as the Wilfred family was having breakfast. Wilfred's mother insisted that Jared join them for a meal, but he politely declined, saying he had to go home to take care of his own mother. Wilfred's mother, understanding that Jared needed to go home to attend to his mother, did not insist further. Where is Alea? Jared asked. At this, Wilfred's mother shook her head and sighed deeply. Ever since he went out on his own, we barely see him anymore. Sigh. I used to worry about him all the time, but now I've gotten used to it. Though she said she was used to it, she still cared deeply for her son. She was the type of woman who would scold you harshly, but was as kind-hearted as tofu. Since it's far from home, and he finishes things late at night, it might not be safe for him to come back. Better to stay in the city, Jared comforted her. Brantley, Brittany, I'll head home now. My mom is waiting for me to have dinner. Go quickly then. Once I finish cleaning up, I'll visit your mom for a chat. It's been days since I've seen her, Wilfred's mother said with a smile as she escorted Jared out. Jared thought he might see Wilfred in the morning, but when he didn't return, he decided to call him instead. The call connected after a while, and a voice answered, "Hello, Enrique. What's up?" "Nothing much, just asking when you'll be back. We haven't sat down together in ages," Jared said. "I should be done within a couple of days. I'll call you when I get back. By the way, I've got some good liquor here. We can have a few drinks together." Wilfred sounded quite cheerful on the other end, though Jared wasn't sure why. Perhaps he'd ask when Wilfred came back. "All right, I'll wait for you. Brittany misses you. Finish up quickly and come home." "Got it, I've got to hang up now." Jared heard someone calling Wilfred on the other side of the line, so he hung up too. For some reason, whenever he thought of Wilfred, he felt a little uneasy, as if something bad might happen. But Wilfred's voice on the phone didn't sound any different. Maybe it was just the recent stress from Chauncey and those people that was getting to him. Jared hung up and hurried home, shouting as soon as he entered, "Krista, let's eat." "I heard you. Your mom isn't deaf," Melinda replied with apparent impatience, though Jared knew this meant she was happy to see him. "Krista, Brittany will be over shortly," Jared said as he took the breakfast out of the pot and brought it inside. "It's been days since I saw Brittany. No wonder I've been feeling restless," Melinda commented. "Thanks to her frequent visits to chat with me, or else I couldn't bear lying in bed all day." "Yeah, she misses you too. Here, Krista, let's eat. See if my cooking has improved." Jared proudly handed the food to his mother. "You don't need to feed me. I can hold a bowl now." Melinda tried to assert her independence, but Jared wouldn't hear of it. "Not yet, Krista. You can't use that much strength right now. The food is hot, and if it spills, you might get burned." All right, today you can feed me," Melinda laughed, reminiscing about his childhood. Seeing his mother so happy, Jared's face brightened too. He knew she wanted him to do more things for her, but for now, he could only hope her condition would gradually improve. The Lingji mushrooms from the Heavenly Taba shop were truly effective, helping significantly with her paralysis, even if they couldn't cure her completely. Just improving her condition was already remarkable. Jared no longer dared to expect his mother to wake up one day and stand up again, but he hoped she could slowly overcome her illness and live a healthy life. He owed his mother so much, and only through her illness did he realize how intertwined their lives truly were. "These past few days, your meals have been really delicious. It seems Enrique has quite a talent for cooking," Melinda remarked happily, raising her hand and giving a thumbs up. "Krista, you're amazing." Jared beamed as he noticed her hand, which previously couldn't move freely, now half closed into a fist. Even Melinda was surprised by this sudden improvement. She hesitated, unsure if she believed it herself. Jared put down the bowl and held her hand closely, inspecting it again and again. It seemed the same, but something had changed. It moved more freely now. Melinda chuckled. "Enrique, what are you seeing?" "Nothing really, Krista. Try making a fist again." Jared couldn't believe his mother's recovery was progressing so fast. Her hand moved again, albeit with some effort, but it formed a fist, reassuring Jared that she was indeed getting better. She had burdened her son greatly, and to avoid making him feel guilty, she kept many things bottled up inside. With her gradual recovery, she could now ease her son's burdens. A rare smile graced Melinda's face. Paralyzed patients rarely recover like this. Melinda was practically a miracle. Countryfolk were superstitious. Melinda said, "It must be your father protecting us. Once I'm better, I'll go to your father's grave." Jared nodded, thinking it was clearly the effect of the medicine. "Hurry up and eat before it gets cold," Melinda urged. Jared usually waited until she finished eating before he ate, leading to cold meals several times. He was always lazy about reheating food. He was strict about his mother's meals but careless with his own. He had been caught doing this multiple times by Melinda, so now he pretended to reheat the food in the kitchen. With her currently confined to a wheelchair, she could see if he actually went to the kitchen. Fortunately, today's food was still warm. Otherwise, he'd have to heat it again. He didn't want to go to the trouble, preferring the lukewarm food. "Is it still hot?" Melinda asked. "Just right." Jared quickly finished his breakfast and washed the dishes in the kitchen. He disliked washing dishes, especially since he treated his own bowls carelessly. But since his mother used them too, he had to wash everything thoroughly, ensuring cleanliness despite the utensils' poor quality. They were clean and well-maintained, showing how cherished they were. Chapter 25. Millennium Wolf Tooth. As Jared was cleaning up in the kitchen, he heard Wilfred's mother's voice before he stepped out. "Sister-in-law, have you eaten?" Brielle's voice was loud, as if all the women in Green Mountain Village had big voices. Jared came out of the kitchen and greeted her with, "Brittany." "Oh, I'll go inside to talk to your mom. You can do what you need to do. I'll take care of things here," Brielle said, indicating she would look after Reba today. "Thank you, Brittany. I don't have much to do anyway. Krista just got into a wheelchair, and I was thinking about pushing her outside for some fresh air," Jared said as he walked into the house. "Wheelchair? Did Enrique buy it?" Brielle asked as she entered the room and saw Reba indeed sitting in a wheelchair. She didn't know how much a wheelchair cost, but she imagined it must have been several hundred yuan, making Enrique quite filial. "I've been waiting for my sister-in-law to come visit me. Why did you only come now?" Reba seemed a bit unhappy. "Well, I had to serve the other one at home, and only came over after eating. Today they're not around, and I've finished the field work. From now on, I'll come by more often. Is that okay?" "Yes." "Haha, is sister-in-law upset that I didn't come these past few days?" Brielle chuckled. "I came right after finishing up. If you're mad, I'll leave. But you can't be upset. It's bad for your health. Let's go outside for some fresh air." Jared was about to push his mother out when he realized the rural doorstep made it difficult to maneuver the wheelchair. "Brittany, you stay here. I'll carry Krista outside," Jared said. "Okay." After many days, Reba finally breathed in the fresh air of Green Mountain Village. She felt much better, as if she had come back to life. Looking at her son beside her and her old friend from Green Mountain Village, she suddenly felt content. "I'm outside now, but when I return later, Enrique will still need to carry me back in," Reba remarked. "Krista, I'll set up planks between inside and outside soon, so I can easily push you in and out." Jared had already thought of this solution but hadn't had the time to implement it. "You were so smart, Enrique. There's nothing you can't solve. Brielle lavished praise on Jared without reserve. Brittany, you two chat. I'll go get some planks. Because Brielle was there, Jared felt secure enough to leave. The planks needed to be wider than the wheelchair, which weren't easy to find in Green Mountain Village, but Jared knew where to get them. The village was named Green Mountain Village because it lay near Green Mountain. While the village lacked the planks, the mountain had them. Finding 2 such planks wasn't hard, but the mountain wasn't safe. He didn't tell his mother he was going up the mountain. There were wolves on the mountain, and Jared knew this from personal experience, having seen the wolves killed by Big Fluffy Fur. This made him less afraid of the wild animals now. He considered bringing Big Fluffy Fur, but decided against it for getting just 2 planks. A man could handle this task alone. Jared headed towards the mountain, intending to return quickly. On his way, however, he ran into Chauncey. Hey, isn't this the great talent from Green Mountain Village? Where are you rushing off to? Chauncey's tone was sarcastic, suggesting he had unfinished business after yesterday's setback. Do I need to report to you where I'm going? Jared responded indifferently. Chauncey became even more irritated. His father had told him to leave Jared alone, but Chauncey couldn't stand him, seeing him as an unarmed, poor nobody who was nothing to worry about. Though he had promised his father, Chauncey wouldn't let Jared off easily. Anything happening in Green Mountain Village needs my approval. Yesterday you were tough talking when your dad was around. Your father wouldn't dare say that here either. I don't have time for you today. Jared looked at him disdainfully. Where are you going? Chauncey glanced back, suspecting Jared was heading up the mountain. Not bad. You're not as dumb as I thought, Jared mocked, stepping forward. Why let him go? One of Chauncey's subordinates was confused why they should let Jared go unscathed. This area was secluded, almost uninhabited, perfect for action. We don't need to act. What's on the mountain, remember? Chauncey said smugly. Oh. The subordinates suddenly understood. There are wolves on the mountain. This guy is too arrogant. Heading up alone. He won't need our lesson. Boss, he probably won't make it back. How can you speak so ill of your own villager? Chauncey glared at his subordinate. Hope he comes back in one piece tomorrow, huh? Ha ha ha. Knowing their intentions, Jared continued without stopping. Everyone in Green Mountain Village knew about the wolves on the mountain. Parents used this fear to keep children away from it, though only elderly villagers had actually seen wolves. Despite this ingrained fear, Jared knew he stood no chance if he encountered wolves. He searched at the foot of the mountain for suitable wood but found none. Reluctantly considering venturing further up, his phone suddenly rang, startling him. It was a Mortal World Taobao shop. A picture of an animal's tooth appeared, labeled, Millennium Wolf Tooth, value 500 immortal coins. Damn, am I really supposed to go up the mountain? Jared put his phone away, deciding to give it a try since the shop detected something nearby. They only told me to get a Millennium Wolf Tooth, but where is it? Any clues? Jared hesitated about climbing the mountain unarmed. If the mountain housed Millennium Wolf Teeth, did that mean the wolves had been around for 1,000 years? Chapter 26, A Field of White Bones. On Green Mountain, there were wolf fangs that had existed for 1,000 years. Did this mean that they had been around for at least a millennium? Jared couldn't figure out where he found the courage to run up the mountain knowing it was dangerous. For many years, no one dared to come up the mountain, not even the forest rangers. The higher up on Green Mountain one went, the deeper and more mysterious it felt. Years of vegetation growth had turned the originally barren Green Mountain lush again. In the early days after liberation, villagers frequently climbed the mountain to dig for medicinal herbs and cut down trees, causing Green Mountain to fall into disrepair within a few years. Later, someone was attacked by wolves, and everyone gradually stayed away from Green Mountain. By then, it had already been severely damaged, so people didn't linger over it. The village chief's family became wealthy from digging herbs on the mountain after liberation. In this remote area, far from the emperor's gaze, he gradually formed his own power base and became quite influential. But where could those wolf fangs be? Since his phone was vibrating, it must be nearby. But a single wolf tooth, such a small item, how could it be easily found? Could it be something the village chief and others overlooked long ago? It likely lay in a hidden place. Looking towards where the sunlight penetrated, Jared moved in the opposite direction. Since it was in a hidden spot, it would naturally be somewhere the sun's rays didn't reach. He thought it might be a place seldom visited by people, perhaps where the 1,000-year-old wolf teeth were located. The continuous vibration of his phone filled Jared with joy. His intuition seemed correct. Yet the deeper he ventured, the more isolated it felt. If he weren't brave, he might have started suspecting this place was haunted. Who would have thought such a chilling place existed on Green Mountain? Jared felt a chill running down his spine, afraid to make even a sound, growing increasingly terrified. He activated his phone's flashlight to see the path better, but dared not speak. In such a gloomy place, potentially life-threatening creatures might exist. The further he went, the colder and more oppressive the atmosphere became. I must see what's here, Jared thought, feeling his lighter in his pocket. At least he had fire. Didn't wild animals fear flames? This small lighter gave him immense courage. As long as the 1,000-year-old wolf fang was ahead, he would face it without fear. The perpetual absence of sunlight made the place damp and bone-chillingly cold, which explained why no one had taken the wolf fangs all these years. No one dared to venture here, especially considering past superstitions about eerie places. Occasionally, strange sounds sent shivers down his spine. Jared barely dared to look around, fearing what horrors he might see. But reminding himself he was just a young man, he tried to bolster his courage. Pretending he was reading a horror novel, Jared told himself it wouldn't do to be only focused on being scared. It almost made things seem interesting. Viewing this as an adventure or searching for secrets, since he was originally looking for ancient wolf fangs, it didn't seem wrong. Suddenly, something tripped him. Instinctively looking down, the darkness made it impossible to see clearly, but his phone only illuminated the path ahead, not underfoot. Whatever it was appeared white, but wasn't the wolf fang. Suppressing his curiosity, he continued walking. Jared did not stop randomly to inspect things. His mind was set on obtaining the 1,000-year-old wolf fang to buy necessities from the Immortal World Taobao shop. Thankfully, his self-control was strong. Otherwise, seeing human bones might leave deep psychological scars. More white bones lay scattered around his feet. He had no idea when so many people died here. His phone still vibrated, indicating he was heading in the right direction. He had to find the wolf fong before the shop closed. With no extra thoughts on the surroundings, and lacking the bravery to investigate, he moved forward, driven purely by determination. Finally, the vibrations grew stronger. Stopping, Jared knew the wolf fong was near. Earlier, to save battery life, he had turned off the flashlight. Now he switched it back on and began searching carefully. The flashlight's limited range illuminated only small patches of ground at a time. Jared looked down to find bones everywhere. Though fewer than earlier, the sight of them close up sent chills through him. He reassured himself these weren't human bones but maybe wolf remains, yet he kept his eyes tightly shut. When he inadvertently saw a human skull, he wondered if he'd stumbled into a mass grave. Despite not being superstitious, he couldn't help praying silently, bowing deeply to the chaotic remains. Ancestors, I did not mean to intrude. Once I find the wolf fong, I will leave quickly. Please protect me. Feeling safer afterward, though still fearful, he avoided looking at the skulls. Ancestors, after I leave safely, I will burn more paper money for you, Jared muttered while searching for the wolf fong. Guided by his phone's vibrations, he paused beside a skeleton where the 1,000-year-old wolf fong lay entwined in a necklace. He clasped his hands together, repeatedly praying. This wolf fong seemed to belong to the deceased. Would taking it upset them? Despite knowing death meant nothing remained, he felt uneasy. Growing up in the countryside instilled respect for the dead. The Immortal World Taobao app buzzed urgently, almost irritably. 1,000-year-old wolf fong, 500 immortal coins. Clearly, it wanted a quick transaction. Ancestor, I know taking your belongings is inappropriate, but you won't need it anymore. Let me have it. I will burn paper money for you, and ensure you become wealthy. The translation maintains the original paragraph structure and style, providing a natural and fluent narrative in English. Chapter 27. Encountering a wolf pack. Jared picked up the wolf fong pendant, which was indeed the 1,000-year-old wolf fong displayed on the Immortal World Taobao shop page. Using the flashlight's light, Jared carefully examined the pendant. It seemed that the lighting wasn't optimal, so it took him some time. Just when Jared thought it wouldn't work, his phone screen flickered, and the wolf fong pendant vanished from his hand. Task completed. 500 immortal coins have been credited to your account. Junior members receive 1 gift. The page flashed again, revealing Jason's secrets. Was this Immortal World Taobao shop always giving out incomprehensible books as gifts? Truly stingy. As Jared grumbled internally, he realized this Jason's secrets was different from the one he had previously received. It contained simplified Chinese characters that he could read. Wasn't he tricked by the Immortal World Taobao shop? He remembered asking for an explanation earlier, but they said there wasn't any, yet now. As if hearing Jared's thoughts, the shop responded, there truly is no explanation for Jason's secrets. This is just the modern version. Why didn't you give me this before? The Immortal World Taobao shop replied, the modern version is a newly developed product. It didn't exist at that time. Alright, this explanation sounds good, though Jared couldn't tell whether it was true or not. What mattered most was getting out of here as soon as possible. He would either freeze to death or be scared to death if he stayed. Ancestors, I'll burn paper money for all of you when I get out. Goodbye, see you. Jared still felt compelled to bid farewell to the bones scattered on the ground and boost his own courage. With the task done, he decided to leave. This time, having not brought any planks for fear of delaying his search for the 1,000-year-old wolf fong, Jared planned to retrieve them later. Now, more than anything, he wanted sunlight, yearning for it immensely. Jared had never felt such appreciation for sunlight. Without it, it felt like being among ghosts. Although he had never believed in ghosts, after encountering the Immortal World Taobao shop, he realized how narrow-minded his previous thoughts were. This world held endless wonders. Anything was possible. He retraced his steps along the path leading out, moving much faster now due to the lingering presence of human remains behind him, which made his hair stand on end. Knowing this was the same route he came in provided some reassurance, but he was already running out of time and needed to hurry home. Dare not looking around, Jared quickened his pace. However, upon reaching where the sun had vanished earlier, instead of sunlight, he faced a wolf. A wolf. Jared was stunned. How did he actually encounter one? Could it be because he took the 1,000-year-old wolf fong? Regardless, Jared didn't dare think further and kept watch on the wolf. The wolf stared unblinkingly at him. Jared lamented that if only he had brought Adon with him, who could save him now? Just one wolf was enough to make him lose hope, feeling incredibly unlucky. Looking ahead, he saw more wolves surrounding the first one. Had he provoked an entire pack? Everyone knew wolves lived on Green Mountain, but who expected so many? If the government knew about these wolves, perhaps they'd send people to exterminate them. Reigning in his chaotic thoughts, Jared focused on surviving among the wolf pack. He deeply regretted his rash actions. He had sickly parents depending on him. He couldn't afford any accidents. If something happened, his mother might not survive. Slowly reaching into his pocket, Jared found a lighter. It was commonly known that wild animals feared fire. Let's see how effective it really was. Squatting down, Jared collected dry wood nearby. Luckily, the wood was relatively dry, so once ignited, it might buy him time to escape, although he knew he couldn't outrun the wolves, especially a pack. With the fire lit, the wolf pack retreated a few steps but didn't fully back off. The fire isn't big enough, Jared muttered. He gathered more wood within reach, creating a larger fire. However, the wolves only moved back slightly, frustrating Jared. This would last only a short while, and once the fire died out, the wolves would attack. Suddenly, he remembered his phone. Delaying might attract help. Pulling out his phone, Jared dialed a number, but it was disconnected. Frowning, he noticed his phone had no signal. Did it scan and transmit without internet? Clearly, no one would come to his rescue. Krista, I'm sorry, I may? Jared hesitated to say the word, die. Could he just accept his fate? Leave his mother with mere savings? Jared couldn't do it. Krista, I will live. Dad, protect me. This was his heartfelt wish. He felt utterly helpless, an ordinary person with no martial arts or advanced weapons, facing beasts of nature. He didn't dare hope for a miracle, yet somehow only a miracle could save him. Staring at the leading wolf, Jared knew it considered him prey. He remained still, hoping the wolf would do likewise. Why didn't the wolf move? His fire was almost out. Jared felt his heart tighten, waiting for another chance. Despite a long wait, the wolf pack showed no signs of advancing even after the fire extinguished. Were they simply biding their time? Standing at a lower altitude, as if inside a cave-like structure, Jared felt trapped. The wolves, perched higher, stared at him, making any attempt to flee nearly impossible. However, the wolf pack did not seem intent on attacking, and Jared took comfort in staying alive a little longer. Maybe someone would notice his disappearance and come searching, even though the chances were slim. Chapter 28. The Incredible Occurrence. From when the sun was high in the sky, Jared had been waiting, as had the wolf pack. Now, the sun was about to set, yet the wolves still showed no intention of attacking him. Jared was no longer as terrified as he had been before, but he could not understand why the wolves were behaving this way. Aren't you guys hungry? I haven't eaten anything all day, yet you're still not attacking me. Otherwise, you would have devoured me by now. Suddenly, one of the wolves howled, and the entire pack lifted their heads to the sky, joining in with a chorus of haunting cries. Jared was startled by the sudden cacophony. Images of the wolves' ferocity resurfaced in his mind. Are you not busy? You can go anywhere, but I am different. I'm human. I need to return home at night. Jared found himself at a loss. He did not understand what these wolves were up to. Behind him lay the mountain cave filled with piles of bones he had just passed through. It seemed there were no other exits, so Jared did not dare risk venturing further into it. He feared that if he ran, the wolves in front of him might chase him into the cave, leading to his certain death in the dark, suffocating space. Jared glanced back at the cave entrance, feeling a momentary revelation. Could it be that the wolves were afraid to approach this cave? After all, this place had once been the resting place of the 1,000-year-old wolf tooth. Perhaps the wolf pack harbored some reservations about it. Deciding he had no other choice, Jared figured it would be worth investigating. He moved toward the cave entrance, and once again, the wolves behind him howled but did not follow. Indeed, these wolves are too scared to come near the cave, Jared exhaled, relieved. It seems I have a chance of being rescued, although my phone still has no signal. Who knows when someone will come to save me? Despite knowing the wolves wouldn't attack him easily, Jared remained somewhat disheartened by his lack of cell reception. At critical moments, you fail me completely. This Green Mountain isn't that remote or big, so why is there no signal? Green Mountain wasn't particularly secluded or large. Normally, there should have been a signal here. Maybe the numerous rocks around him were blocking it. Jared wondered who might come to his rescue. Only Chauncey's group knew he had come up the mountain, but they certainly wouldn't tell anyone else that he was on Green Mountain, making it unlikely for anyone to discover his predicament. Even if the villagers knew he was on the mountain, they probably wouldn't come looking for him. The residents of Green Mountain Village held the mountain in high regard, let alone with the occasional howls of the wolf pack echoing through the village. Jared concluded that hearing those howls would make it even less likely for anyone to attempt rescuing him. Moreover, if the villagers did try to rescue him, the outcome might not be favorable. Ordinary people like them couldn't possibly stand up against the wolf pack. They would scatter in fear and either get killed or injured by the wolves. At least, Jared mused, his unpopularity in the village might save others from risking their lives for him. With a face displaying a mixture of a smile and a frown, Jared returned to sit by the cave entrance. Since the wolves dared not advance, he felt less afraid. Yet, he still longed to breathe the fresh air outside the cave, which was devoid of life and chilled unnaturally. The firewood had burned out, so Jared lay down on a rock, half lying back as he gazed through the leaves at the gradually darkening sky. With nothing else to do, Jared recalled the Shenong Decisive, obtained from the Heavenly Treasure Shop during his previous visit. In his mind, it appeared in simplified Chinese characters, but retained its classical style, though understandable enough for him. This Heavenly Treasure Shop always sends useless gifts, Jared lamented. Unable to comprehend it fully, he read the text aloud several times, memorizing the characters in his mind. The text lacked punctuation, so Jared had to punctuate it based on his knowledge. As for its accuracy, he had little confidence. While translating it into modern Chinese characters wasn't an issue, why didn't it come with any punctuation marks? Jared thought it was unreasonable. Did the Heavenly Treasure Shop plan to give the Shenong Decisive with punctuation as a future gift? The book consisted of 4 major chapters and 24 sections. Each chapter contained few words, resembling a series of rhyming incantations that were hard to read. Jared silently recited the first chapter for a while, remaining stuck there. When Jared opened his eyes, he realized something had changed. But what exactly had changed? Sitting up, he looked around and saw that the vegetation around him had become far more abundant than before. How could there be such significant changes in such a short time? Many of the new plants were mere sprouts that seemed to have only just been planted. Could this be due to the Shenong Decisive? Yet, he had done nothing with it, merely recited the first chapter in his mind without knowing how to punctuate it. This time, instead of closing his eyes, Jared kept his gaze on the surroundings as he continued reciting the chapter aloud. He noticed the vegetation around him growing even more luxuriantly, with fresh herbs and plants springing from the ground and rapidly growing. Jared stopped when he saw the cave entrance nearly covered by the sudden growth. Could simply reciting the chapter yield such power? Jared found it unbelievable. How could it be so miraculous? Seeing these sudden changes, the wolf pack also seemed apprehensive, neither advancing nor retreating. Feeling relatively safe for the moment, Jared appreciated the protection provided by the overgrown plants, despite it making the cave entrance almost invisible. But now, the cave entrance was hidden so well that it was uncertain when he would be discovered. The wolves exhibited remarkable patience, steadfastly guarding him without leaving, as if determined to stay indefinitely. Though Amos had killed a few wolves before, it had been out of necessity. Did they really bear such intense grudges against his master? Jared wondered if the wolves weren't hungry. He, however, felt ravenous. Given the situation, it seemed he wouldn't leave until morning at the earliest. How would he survive the cold night without a blanket or food? Krista, don't worry, I'll definitely be home tomorrow, Jared reassured her. Don't worry too much, just think I got carried away and forgot to come home. Forgot to come home? He always returned by mealtime, and tonight's absence would surely cause his mother immense worry. Jared believed he needed to take action. If the Shinnon Decisive possessed such power, perhaps it could help him escape. He couldn't let his mother worry endlessly at home, especially since no one was there to care for her, which troubled him deeply. Chapter 29. All year round. Though he did not understand the meanings within the Shinnon decree, he was eager to recite it quickly to see what kind of abilities it could unlock. If he wanted to find a way out of here, he had to rely on this book. Unconsciously, Jared sat cross-legged on the ground. When it came to practicing cultivation techniques, he instinctively chose this posture, perhaps due to watching too many martial arts TV shows and reading novels. Closing his eyes, Jared began reciting the Shinnon decree from chapter 2. Thus he did not notice the changes happening around him. His task now was to immerse himself in the book with all his heart. Even though he did not comprehend its deeper meanings, he tried to synchronize his thoughts with the text. Sometimes, the feelings in one's heart are the most important part of cultivation. With the foundation laid by chapter 1, he progressed much faster through chapter 2. The surrounding vegetation had already completely blocked the cave entrance. Because it was already dark, Jared, who had his eyes closed, did not have any particular sensation. Had it been daytime, he might have opened his eyes to look up as the sun was obscured. Jared couldn't help but sit cross-legged on the ground. Whenever the subject of cultivation practices came up, he automatically chose to sit this way, probably due to watching too many martial arts shows and reading too many novels. With his eyes closed, Jared started reciting the Shinnon decree, silently from the second chapter. Since his eyes were shut, he didn't notice the changes around him. What he needed to do now was to feel the book with all his heart. Even if he didn't understand its meanings, he had to synchronize his heart with the words in the book. Sometimes, inner feelings are the most important in cultivation. With the first chapter serving as a foundation, the process of the second chapter went much faster. The surrounding vegetation had already completely blocked the cave entrance. As it was already dark, Jared, with his eyes closed, did not have any particular sensation. If it were daytime, he might have opened his eyes to look up when the sunlight was blocked. Chapter 29. All year round. Although he didn't understand the meanings in the Shinnon decree, he thought about reciting it quickly to see what kind of abilities it could unleash. If he wanted to find a way to leave this place, he would have to rely on this book. Jared involuntarily sat cross-legged on the ground. Whenever the subject of cultivation techniques came up, he automatically chose this posture, perhaps due to watching too many martial arts TV shows and reading too many novels. With his eyes closed, Jared began to silently recite the Shinnon decree from the second chapter. Since his eyes were closed, he didn't notice the changes around him. His task now was to feel the book with his heart. Even though he didn't understand its meanings, he had to synchronize his thoughts with the text. Sometimes, inner feelings are the most important part of cultivation. With the first chapter as a foundation, the second chapter progressed much faster. The surrounding vegetation had already completely blocked the cave entrance. Because it was already late, Jared, with his eyes closed, did not particularly notice. If it were daytime, he might have opened his eyes to look up when the sun was obscured. Chapter 2 completed, Jared began to read the content of Chapter 3 silently. He restrained the anxiety in his heart and slowed down the pace of reading Chapter 3, fearing that his impatience to leave this place would prevent him from fully immersing himself in the book. Chapter 3 had a similar duration to Chapter 1, but the outcomes were drastically different. One was alive, and the other was dead. The once lush vegetation around him now gradually withered, as if it had suddenly lost its vitality. Jared seemed to sense a similar grim force, feeling a chill as though he were underdressed for the weather. Unbeknownst to him, the surroundings indeed resembled late autumn, with the trees barren and leafless. After silently reading through the text of Chapter 3, Jared moved on to Chapter 4 without delay, determined to engrave the Shinnon formula deeply into his heart in one go. Though this first attempt might not yield significant results, after all, everything is difficult at the start, Jared didn't expect too much from it. He simply hoped that by repeatedly reading it silently, unexpected effects would eventually emerge. Chapter 4. While silently reciting the Shinnon Ju, Jared clearly felt the air around him grow colder, but he experienced no discomfort and continued undeterred. He assumed it was just getting cooler at night, and with no dinner or thick clothes, he naturally felt the chill. However, the surrounding vegetation seemed to have lost all vitality, as if transitioning into a harsh winter. After reciting the Shinnon Ju once, it felt like a year had passed near this cave, experiencing all 4 seasons. When Jared opened his eyes, he noticed the trees weren't as lush as before. On closer inspection, they were all dead. Whoa! Jared was utterly astonished. Could this be the power of the Shinnon Ju? Just by silently reciting it, such a miraculous effect could be achieved. It was hard to believe. If not for witnessing it himself, Jared would have dismissed it as impossible. But now that it happened, and through his own actions, he couldn't help but believe. The Heavenly Realm Taba store really does sell some incredible things. I must buy more seeds and plant them to get rich sooner, Jared said with a raised brow. He then noticed the wolves had disappeared. Could these changes have scared them off? Although Jared knew wolves didn't easily retreat, the sudden seasonal shift probably frightened even them. Jared considered taking this opportunity to leave, but it was already dark outside. What if he got lost? Eventually, he decided to leave while the wolf pack dispersed so he could return home quickly to ease his mother's worries. However, it seemed fate wasn't on Jared's side. As soon as he climbed up, he saw the wolf pack still gathered nearby, not having truly retreated, but only widening their circle. The Shinnon Ju had only destroyed the vegetation near the cave. Everything else remained unchanged. Because this was his first time practicing the Shin-nong-ju, Jared couldn't fully unleash its true power, resulting in a much weaker effect. Oh no! The wolves noticed him and began moving toward him again. Jared went back down, staying near the cave entrance. The wolves continued to watch from above, not attacking. Here, Jared wasn't afraid of the wolf pack. They wouldn't attack him. Instead, he felt somewhat comforted by their presence, as long as they didn't harm him. Humans tend to feel safer when accompanied by non-threatening animals. So, he treated the wolves as harmless neighbors, minding his own business. The moon was bright that night, so Jared conserved his phone's battery, which wouldn't have been much use anyway since there was no signal here. He kept the remaining charge for emergencies. The long night was cold, and with nothing to warm him, especially after burning all the dry wood for a fire earlier, Jared realized he could use the newly dead vegetation as fuel. Gathering the dried grass, he laid it on the ground to serve as his bed for the night. The mountain nights were frigid. Jared forced himself to stay awake, fearing that freezing could cause a fever, leaving him unable to escape tomorrow. To stave off drowsiness, he continued reciting the Shin-nong-ju. This time, he observed the surrounding plants while reciting. As he recited, the plants changed. First spring-like growth, then summer's lushness, followed by autumn's yellowing leaves, and finally, winter's death, as if experiencing an entire year cycle. Facing such astonishing transformations, Jared was surprised but no longer shocked. He knew the items from the Heavenly Realm Taba store were powerful, and this confirmed it. The surrounding wolf pack, seeing these changes, swiftly retreated further. This time, Jared didn't dare think of escaping easily, assuming the wolves might not leave. Thus, he wisely stayed put, having not eaten for 2 meals, conserving his strength. Sitting on his makeshift grass mat, Jared closed his eyes and resumed reciting the Shin-nong-ju. Each recitation brought new sensations, enriching his experience. Chapter 30. Dawn arrives. Around midnight, Jared heard a commotion. It sounded like fighting. Could someone come to rescue him in the dead of night? Jared naturally didn't believe it. Besides, the noise didn't sound like people fighting but more like animals brawling. Curiosity piqued. Jared slowly crawled up to investigate. The wolves were gone, replaced by a throng engaged in battle. He couldn't see what they were fighting, but the thick scent of blood clearly told him how brutal this animal war was. The mournful cries filled the sky, casting an even darker hue over the already black night. This would surely be heard by the villagers of Green Mountain Village. He shouldn't count on anyone coming to save him. In the distance, he saw shadows of wolves continuously falling. Whatever beast had arrived must be more formidable than wolves. Jared thought he was truly out of luck this time. At least wolves had reservations. Other beasts might not have any qualms about entering the cave, leaving his life in peril. The wolf pack was clearly no match for the newcomer, with only a few standing. However, the wolves didn't retreat. They fought until the end like warriors destined for death. Eventually, the entire wolf pack was annihilated. Chilled to the bone, Jared held his breath, hoping to remain undetected. The wild beasts seemed to sense that there was still life in this direction. Just as Jared grew tense, he realized the beast looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be Adon from his own home. Adon? Could it really be his Adon? It was as if Adon heard his inner cry and suddenly sprinted towards him. Stopping just before Jared, it kicked up a cloud of dust in his face. Adon! Jared shouted, half angry and half relieved. Adon kneeled beside him, rubbing against him affectionately. Wiping the dirt off his face, Jared chuckled unexpectedly. Was he actually saved? Saved by Adon, a donkey. Thank goodness he had always treated it well. At this crucial moment, it proved more useful than any human could have been. But this Adon was indeed too powerful, having wiped out so many wolves. Could these be all the wolves on Green Mountain? If there were no more wolves, perhaps this place could become a new opportunity for prosperity. Adon seemed displeased that Jared was thinking about making money right now. It nudged him with its head, causing Jared to fall back into the pit. Adon. Frustration welled up inside him. Don't think you can act so freely just because you saved me. Adon stood up haughtily and began to walk away. You're going to leave me here? Adon, stop. Jared scrambled up urgently. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Although the wolves were threatening, at least they were companions of sorts. Behind him lay that terrifying cave. He couldn't stay any longer. Adon didn't leave, but waited nearby. Seeing it still there, Jared sighed. You have some heart after all, not abandoning me. Let's go home quickly. If I don't get back soon, my mother's condition may worsen. Adon walked ahead as if leading the way. Jared glanced at the scattered wolf corpses, shivering. His Adon was incredibly strong. Even lions and tigers wouldn't necessarily triumph over a wolf pack. Yet Adon managed to wipe them out entirely. He couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Let's go. Adon, the smell here is too heavy. We need to get back quickly. Adon quickened its pace, with Jared following closely behind. Just when everyone assumed the worst, Jared returned unscathed. Unfortunately, he hadn't found the wooden plank and would need another plan. Krista! Jared called out as he rushed into the house. His mother, Margaret, thought she had misheard. Did my son call me? My son is calling me. Others in the house also heard Jared's voice, surprised he'd survived the encounter with the wolves. Wilfred's parents were also present. Krista! I'm back! Jared rushed into the room. Instantly, he received a scolding from his mother. Why did you run up the mountain? Didn't you know there are wolves? I've always told you never to go there. How could you be so disobedient? You? Krista, I was wrong. I won't go again. I didn't encounter the wolves. Hearing their calls made me afraid to move, so I stayed put and came back late. Krista, please don't cry. I almost thought you wouldn't make it. You're the only child your father left. You can't have anything happen to you. Saying this, Margaret continued to weep, and Jared knelt beside her, apologizing and comforting her. Alea's mother joined in the tears while Alea's father tried to console her. Vlad is fine. It's just a close call. Don't cry. It's bad for the child. You never take care of yourself. Running up that mountain makes us worry constantly. Brittany, I was wrong. I promise to prioritize safety and avoid dangerous situations. You all give us so much trouble. Alea isn't any better, and here you are causing trouble under our watch. We owe you from our past lives. Alea's mother cared for Jared. He knew she was a kind-hearted village woman. Don't scold the child. It's incredible he escaped from the wolves. Stop reprimanding him. Alea's father's words calmed the situation. Alea's mother stopped crying. Are you hurt? Let me check. Finally remembering his own well-being, Jared replied, I'm not hurt at all. Perfectly fine. He even shook himself to reassure Alea's mother, who inspected him thoroughly. I really am okay. I don't have a single scratch. Indeed, you don't look injured. Does it hurt inside? Some injuries aren't visible. You can't hide them from your mom and me. Brittany, I didn't encounter any wolves, so I couldn't have internal injuries, Jared smiled. Still smiling? Jared lost his smile. Alea's parents left, and he stayed home with his mother. Villagers led by Gervais had planned to search the mountain for him, but the wolf calls deterred them. Fortunately, they didn't go. There were too many wolves, and a rescue mission would likely have been fatal. Gervais disbanded the group upon his return, grateful that the villagers considered helping him. He would remember their kindness and recognize they weren't blindly loyal to the village chief. Perhaps some would support his future endeavors at home. Jared's narrow escape from the wolves emboldened him. Having survived this ordeal, he felt a greater ambition stir within. He envisioned leading the people of Green Mountain Village to prosperity, not just personal wealth, but for the entire village. ####Chapter 31. She collapsed. Not finding anything on the mountain, he returned to the village and sensed the lingering stench of blood. It turned out it was blood from Aiden's body. Had Adon been injured? Jared thoroughly checked him but realized it wasn't Aiden's blood but that of the wolves on the mountain. Adon wasn't hurt at all. Adon is really tough now. Once you're up in the mountains, aren't you practically king there? Adon seemed to understand Jared's words, coming over affectionately. Jared quickly moved away. Adon, don't come over. You're covered in blood. Adon looked a little hurt. Fine, let me clean up, okay? It's as if I did something wrong to you. Jared heated water. Since Adon had gained sentience, he couldn't treat him like an ordinary donkey. Especially since Adon had saved his life, Jared decided to treat him like a human. His mother had already gone to sleep, her dreams uneasy. Jared wasn't feeling drowsy either. Given how late it was, he guessed it would be dawn soon, so he didn't plan on sleeping anymore. With warm water ready, Jared found a broom and cleaned Adon under the moonlight. Adon seemed to enjoy it immensely, and despite the bloody smell, Jared kept washing until he felt satisfied. By the time he finished, dawn had already broken. Jared used an old, worn-out piece of clothing to dry Adon, fearing he might catch a cold with wet fur. He treated Adon as if he were a person. How could such a formidable donkey, capable of wiping out a pack of wolves, fall ill so easily? Everyone in the village knew about Jared's ordeal. Early in the morning, some came to see him disbelievingly, mostly out of curiosity. The village chief also came. Although Jared disliked him, due to his position, he had to greet him politely. The chief spoke diplomatically. As someone who had narrowly escaped the wolves, the chief scolded him like a caring elder. However, Jared knew his true nature and only pretended to be humble, inwardly harboring disdain. When Aaron Zhang wanted to organize a rescue party for him yesterday, this very chief obstructed it, citing dangers like the wolves on the mountain and the night's perilous conditions. He even suggested that Jared might not have gone up the mountain at all, but somewhere else, considering how frequently Jared traveled recently. But how could he have left his mother alone? Moreover, both Cleo's mother and his own knew he went alone without any means of transportation. The entire village didn't know where he had gone, but the chief couldn't possibly be unaware. His son watched Jared climb Mount Green and didn't stop him. Could the chief truly not know Jared had gone up Mount Green? When the wolf cries echoed through the sky, he probably hoped Jared had been devoured by the wolves, bones and all. You young people never learn. Fortunately, nothing happened. What would your mother do otherwise? The chief continued his patronizing act. My younger self barely escaped Mount Green. I won't take such risks again, Jared replied formally, his heart turning wolfish, a cunning wolf. The chief couldn't believe anyone survived a wolf pack, yet seeing no marks on Jared, he started to believe him. Perhaps Jared simply hadn't encountered the wolves. Brother, Jared didn't die. One of Chauncey's followers said. I know. Chauncey barked irritably. This time he got lucky. Next time, I won't let him off easily. Wait and see. A woman tried to comfort him, only to be pushed away. Get lost. She stood up again, seducing him with her movements. It caught Chauncey's attention. He pulled her onto his lap, roughly caressing her. Look, your woman is mine now. The subordinates quietly left the room, closing the door but still hearing the sounds inside. They couldn't help but eavesdrop on the loud moans. It wasn't that they lacked discipline, but her voice was too stimulating. They dared not show their excitement in front of Chauncey, but couldn't take their eyes off her when he wasn't looking. From the moment she attached herself to Chauncey, Jared had given up on her. He despised her and wouldn't waste a second thought on her. She was merely a plaything for others. Now, he wouldn't even consider her for that. After sending the chief away and the villagers dispersed, Jared took care of his mother. Pushing her wheelchair into the courtyard, seeing her hesitating, he finally asked, Krista, what's wrong? Jared asked cautiously. Ignoring him, she was still angry. At first, she was overjoyed upon his return, willing to give her life to the heavens, but now she was upset. She thought her son was being disobedient for daring to go up the mountain. Seeing her silence, Jared knew she was mad at him. Krista, I was wrong. I won't do anything so dangerous again. Please don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Do you even care about my poor health? Jared's mother shouted. You went up the mountain without thinking about me? Don't you know there are wolves there? I told you countless times to stay away from that mountain when you were young. Am I useless now because I can't control you? Aren't you trying to kill me? Tears streamed down her face. Her husband had passed early, leaving her with only Jared. With her deteriorating health, she prayed every day for her son's success. Yet, he cared nothing for himself. Krista, I'm sorry. Please don't cry. It's bad for your health. His concern grew. Her health had just improved. He couldn't let her relapse because of him. If you don't value yourself, you're my life. Her tears flowed more freely. She wasn't one to cry often, and Jared hadn't seen her weep much since childhood. Uncertain how to console her, he could only wipe away her tears. Her tears seemed endless, as if releasing years of pent-up emotions. Jared worriedly watched her fragile figure in the wheelchair, a symbol of strength now vulnerable and helpless. When had her strength waned, she had collapsed right before his eyes. Chapter 32. Yearly Offering. His mother, who had once been his support, was now incapacitated. Jared stood up and realized that he would have to be the pillar of support for this family from now on. He was already a grown man and believed he could stand on his own 2 feet in the world. Jared didn't dare mention going to fine boards again. Whenever he did, his mother would get anxious and shout at him. Instead, he decided to dismantle the dilapidated door panel from the south room and place it across the threshold. His mother said nothing, as if she had finally put her worries aside. The south room stored agricultural tools, none of which were valuable. Indeed, the family had little of value left. Jared thought about rebuilding this place eventually, so dismantling the wooden panels now would still serve a purpose. Why had he gone up Qing Mountain yesterday? Remembering that he already had enough coins from the Heavenly Mall, Jared tidied up the house before heading to his family's vegetable plot. With Brielle around, he didn't need to worry about anyone back home. On the contrary, they were worried about him. Before leaving, he had repeatedly reassured them not to go up the mountain, attributing his previous survival to divine and ancestral protection. Jared had no choice but to assure them over and over that he wouldn't go up the mountain, though he intended to do so later. He had promised to offer paper money to those unknown deceased souls and couldn't break his word. However, he couldn't choose this time. Everyone at home was still worried about him. He'd have to sneak out when there were no wolves on the mountain. Even if there were wolves, it wouldn't matter. Taking Adon with him meant he had nothing to fear from any wild beasts. After all, Adon had single-handedly defeated a pack of wolves. At the family's field, Jared wasn't really planning to work, but wanted to check for signs of damage. He wouldn't plant anything while he and Adon were up the mountain. Otherwise, someone might tamper with or uncover his secret. Sure enough, there were traces of people coming by, as if they expected him never to return. Chauncey. What a despicable person. Fortunately, Jared had already moved everything from here. Accompanied by Adon, Jared chose a secluded path leading towards Qing Mountain. The family had spare paper at home, which he originally planned to use for offerings. Now he decided to use it for the deceased on the mountain, and would buy more in the city later. He no longer recognized the paths, so he let Adon carry him directly up the mountain. The further they went, the stronger the foul smell became. Quickly covering his nose, Jared muttered, "This stench is unbearable." Adon, move faster. I can't stand it, he urged, patting Adon to hasten its pace. They soon came upon a scene of dead wolves covered in flies. Jared wrapped his head with his clothes. It was too revolting to look at. Adon trotted towards the cave, where the smell was still intense. Jared adjusted his clothes and slid into the entrance. There, he gathered some dry wood and lit a fire, spreading the paper over it. As the flames flickered, Jared bowed his head. There's only so much paper money we have at home, so just bear with it for now. I will come every year to offer paper money. Feeling indebted for taking their wolf fangs, even if they weren't alive, he vowed to pay his respects yearly. Adon ran down to guard beside Jared, its eyes fixated on the cave entrance, seemingly intrigued by what lay inside. Adon, do you want to go in? Jared asked. Adon shook its head, signaling it didn't. Indeed, you've developed some sense of spirit, Jared mused. Inside are some human remains, nothing good for you to eat. Watching the paper money burn down to a pile of black ash, Jared felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Debts to the living could wait. Debts to the dead should be settled promptly. This place was too intolerable with the stench of decaying wolf bodies. Adon, let's go, Jared said, mounting Aiden's back and swiftly descending the mountain. Can I burn these corpses? No, that won't do. What if a fire starts? Qing Mountain was densely forested, making a large fire extremely dangerous. Even without wind, such dense vegetation could easily ignite the entire area. Adon didn't pause, seemingly understanding Jared wouldn't start a fire. This time, no one saw him go up the mountain, and the round trip took less time than expected. He went straight to the vegetable field. With days wasted, he needed to cultivate properly to earn more money and expand his operations. This was the time to build capital, and he couldn't afford to slack off. He wouldn't slow down because of Chauncey's meddling. Increased precautions would suffice. The soil in the field was a mess. Jared had to till it again, loosening the earth, a task requiring considerable effort. Adon nudged him gently, stopping his work. What? I'm busy here. No time to play, Jared grumbled. Adon continued nudging him. Do you want to help? To his surprise, Adon nodded. You? Jared widened his eyes in disbelief. Don't joke. How can you possibly handle this work? Just guard the perimeter. Don't let troublemakers in. Adon looked dejected, as if being told it couldn't work offended it. Fine, let's see you try. I'm curious how you'll manage with 4 legs. Jared put down his tools and stepped back, fearing Adon might accidentally hurt him while working. However, Aiden's limbs were surprisingly nimble. It picked up farming tools with its front hooves and began working diligently. Jared watched in amazement. It was surreal seeing a donkey perform tasks like a human, but this method seemed unsuitable for Adon. He observed Aiden's dexterity, thinking of ways to optimize its abilities. Since Adon was willing to work, it should have a chance. Adon, stop for a moment. Let me tie the tools to your legs. It'll make it easier for you. Trust me, this will be faster. Jared jogged over, grabbed a rope from Adon, and after several tries, secured the tools to its legs. The rope was long, so he draped the excess over Aiden's back, not interfering with its movements. With this setup, Adon worked much faster, possessing far more strength than humans. Farming wasn't strenuous for it. Jared sat aside, watching contentedly as Adon tilled the land. It seemed he'd have less manual labor ahead, allowing him to increase planting speed and earn money faster. Chapter 33, Working at Night. Jared watched with satisfaction as Adon worked the land, while he rested on the side. Looking at his plot of land, he realized it was too small. He needed to develop more land for planting. This tiny piece of land wasn't even enough for garlic, let alone anything else. He had chosen this plot initially because there were no other options available. It was not yet time for the harvest, and all the fields were already planted with crops. Only this small vegetable patch was usable. So, would the spirit coins in his hand remain useless for now? Jared didn't want to wait any longer. Shinong's Secrets. Suddenly, Jared remembered practicing that book on the mountain. If it could make the surrounding plants go through the seasonal cycles, then could it also work on grain crops? The thought made Jared laugh uncontrollably. Haha, things were looking up. However, he still needed to act discreetly. Too many people held ill intentions towards him, and they wielded significant power. He had to be careful. Acting after sunset would be best. While lost in his thoughts, Jared glanced over and saw that all the work in the field was finished. Adon, did you use magic when I wasn't paying attention? It's not that Jared didn't trust Adon. He was simply astonished. If he did the work himself, it would probably take until late into the night to finish. Adon dragged the farm tools over, rubbing against Jared, hoping for praise. Seeing Aiden's amusing behavior, Jared couldn't help but laugh heartily. The fact that he had to work on his own land without being noticed by others irked Jared. It felt like he was doing something shameful, but he had no choice right now and would have to bear with it. Replanting the Lingji mushrooms, Jared covered them with weeds to conceal the precious herbs. He wanted Adon to stay and guard the area, but Adon clearly looked unwilling. Adon, we need you here to protect this place, Jared said. Adon continued to bray defiantly. Although it was a donkey's sound, Jared clearly detected its reluctance. Alright, let's go home together. They would return after attending to his mother's dinner and bedtime. Tonight was destined to be a busy one. In such a short time, there shouldn't be much to worry about. It was mealtime now, so Chauncey and the others should also be eating. Jared took Adon home, symbolically tying him to a post before entering the house. Krista, I'm back. Your aunt has cooked dinner. She saved some for you in the pot. It should still be warm. Don't do anything else first. Just eat your dinner. Yes, I'll go now. Brittany is so kind. Krista, are you still eating? Jared asked. I'm full. Your aunt cooks better than you do. She's been cooking for years. How could I compare? Jared laughed and ran to the kitchen, lifting the lid off the pot. The smell confirmed it tasted better than his cooking. Without going inside, Jared started eating in the kitchen. He initially thought he would have to light the stove to cook, but now he had more time for other tasks tonight. Quickly finishing his meal, he washed the dishes along with it. Krista, let me carry you to bed, he said, thinking that once his mother fell asleep, he could head out to work in the field. It's still early, Winifred said. Krista, you've been sitting in the wheelchair for most of the day. Lying down will be better, Jared gently urged. Winifred glanced at him but didn't say anything, allowing Jared to carry her from the wheelchair to the bed. A mother knows her child best. Winifred could see that Jared was hiding something, but she didn't want to ask. Knowing wouldn't change anything anyway. Vlad, you promised me you wouldn't do anything dangerous, Winifred reminded him. Don't worry, Krista. I always consider my safety first. Safety first, competition second. That's an education I received since childhood, and all these years weren't wasted, Jared replied. It's hard enough to survive among wolves. I can't afford to take risks anymore. Besides, I still need to earn money to support you. Winifred glared at him. Am I old? Regardless of wealth or location, women seem to dislike being called old. You're not old at all, Krista. You get younger every day. Jared covered her with a quilt. Brittany says early sleep helps you stay young. Don't listen to her nonsense. I can sleep just fine. Winifred closed her eyes to rest, appearing to fall asleep shortly after. Krista, Jared called softly a few times, but Winifred didn't respond. Seemingly truly asleep, Jared quietly left, closing the door behind him. The moment the door closed, Winifred's eyes snapped open, her gaze clear. Oh dear, this sly boy really doesn't set my mind at ease. His father, please protect him. Untying Aiden's reins, Jared went to his family's vegetable garden under the cover of darkness. Planting things in the dark, perhaps he was the only one in the world who did that. Checking the Lingji mushrooms, he found no signs of damage, putting him at ease as he began planting garlic. Establishing this client relationship meant he had a steady market for his produce, ensuring a reliable income. Adon, keep me company. Planting garlic isn't something you can help with. Jared patted Aiden's head, smiling. What are you staring at? Stop thinking about eating my treasures. They're for making money. If you eat them, we'll have nothing. Once the Lingji grows tomorrow, I'll give you some. Okay? Adon finally withdrew his gaze. Having tasted food from the fairy world Taba shop, he was no longer fond of other foods. Jared hadn't seen Adon eat grass either. The fodder at home remained untouched. At least the moonlight is bright enough. Otherwise, even with a lamp, he wouldn't be able to see clearly for detailed work like planting garlic. Taking advantage of the bright moon, Jared planted the garlic bulbs in the field under the cover of night. Planting garlic wasn't easy. It took him the entire night to fill all the plots. To be safe, he kept some garlic seeds at home. As the moonlight gradually faded, dawn approached. Finally done, Jared exhaled deeply, lying beside the field. Exhausted from working all night, he felt both tired and drowsy. Adon rubbed against his face, helping Jared snap back from the brink of falling asleep. I'm resting a bit, Adon. Jared kept his eyes closed. Adon rubbed his face again, more firmly this time. Adon, Jared reluctantly opened his eyes. What is it? You want to go home? Jared asked. Adon responded with a bray, seeming to agree. Right, Krista should be waking up. Let's hurry back, Adon. Chapter 34, Napping in the Daytime. Jared stood up abruptly, gathered his things, and headed home. The The sky was just beginning to brighten when he sneaked back home quietly before anyone else left. He noticed that his mother was still asleep, so he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. When would he be able to eat something prepared for him? Jared remembered the meal from yesterday, which indeed tasted much better than anything he cooked. Having stayed awake all night, his spirits seemed heightened, yet he knew he would fall asleep the moment he lay down. So, he did not dare to stop working. Rice in the pot, hands feeding the fire. Time seemed to pass quickly as his movements slowed considerably. For someone so young, staying up all night should not exhaust him this much. Krista, are you awake? I've made breakfast, Jared said as he entered her room to assist her. Are you going out today? Melinda asked. Not this morning. I'll stay home and keep you company. These past few days have been exhausting. It's best to rest at home, Jared replied. He needed a nap after eating since he felt overwhelmingly sleepy. Hearing this, Melinda seemed relieved. Having her child around made her feel more secure. Okay, then stay home. Krista should find something to do too. Now that we have the wheelchair, it's easier to move around. But idleness isn't good for the mind. Yeah, what does Krista want to do? There doesn't seem to be much we can do here now. With the wheelchair, things are easier than before, but you still can't move freely. You shouldn't do strenuous work. I know I can't do much now. Sitting around all day is also quite tedious. Your aunt can't always come to chat. She has her own family matters. Can you find something for me to do? Sure, after eating, I'll see if there's something suitable for you. Good. Melinda replied happily. What could she do? Jared really couldn't think of any suitable activities for his mother while washing dishes. After everything was cleaned, he still had no idea. His mother was indeed bored and needed to occupy herself. Otherwise, frustration would affect her recovery. Krista, I can't think of anything you can do right now, Jared said with a troubled expression. What do you want to do? Krista wants to wash your clothes, cook meals, and do many other things. Seeing his mother's dejected look, Jared realized he should not have mentioned this, stirring her sadness. Krista, how about I get some flowers for you to tend to? Where will you get the flowers? Even without flowers, we have trees. Our small vegetable garden hasn't been planted for a long time. Whatever you want to plant, we can try. I'll bring some seeds from outside. Okay? Yeah, planting some vegetables is good. We won't have to buy them anymore. Always asking Alea to buy for us isn't right. Growing our own food is convenient and saves money. Krista, if you want to plant vegetables, go ahead. If you prefer flowers, or when you're feeling better, we can plant a tree. Once it grows tall, it can provide shade, Jared mused. Melinda laughed. That will take years to achieve. Don't get carried away. Check if we have any vegetable seeds left, and bring them out. Sure, let me check. Are there any suitable for this season? These leftover seeds were from last year, and Jared didn't know if they'd still sprout properly. Let's try, and if they don't grow, I'll sneak another round of planting. Did you find any? What kind of seeds? Krista, there are still a few seeds, enough for now. They seem to be cucumber seeds and a bit of bok choy. Taking 2 packets of seeds into the room, Jared continued. At this time of year, we can probably only plant cucumbers. Bok choy wasn't in season yet. Then let's plant cucumbers. When your aunt comes, I'll ask if she has other vegetable seeds like rape or celery. They grow fast and yield a lot, better than cucumbers. Okay, let's leave a small patch for other crops. Krista, I'll push you outside. All right. The door panels served as sturdy ground and made pushing the wheelchair steady. Krista, let me get you a shovel. Jared pushed his mother into the garden and fetched gardening tools. Which one should we use? Holding 2 similar tools, he wasn't sure which was appropriate. The one in your right hand. Oh. Jared didn't have much farming experience and wasn't familiar with the tools. Despite his aspiration to be a good farmer, he hadn't mastered these basics. Krista, do you need anything else? Melinda wheeled over to choose the tools herself. You pick whichever tool works best, Jared helped push her. Farming is an art, and patience is key. Slowly, you'll learn, Melinda advised. Krista didn't know much about farming either until she gradually learned. True, even studying requires effort, and farming should be simpler than schooling, Jared said confidently, though this made his mother more concerned. Who says farming is simple? Studying uses your brain, but farming requires both physical strength and intelligence. It's no less complex than school. Don't underestimate it. Try tending a whole season of crops, and you'll see. Krista, I understand farming isn't just brute force, but those who can't read manage to farm well. So can I. Krista knows what you think, but we don't want you to suffer. If you don't understand something, ask Amadeus for help. His son enlisted and never came back, presumed deceased. No official confirmation, but likely gone. Since you used to study, Krista didn't want to burden you with these worries. Now, if you have free time, help Amadeus. He has only one son who isn't by his side. As he ages, fieldwork becomes harder, maybe even tougher than what Krista can handle. Krista, I understand. Amadeus has always been kind to us, but Brittany seems to dislike me. How do you know Brittany dislikes you? She's just reminded of her son every time she sees you, as you're around his age when he enlisted. So, it wasn't my misunderstanding? Indeed, Brittany used to dote on you when you were young. Later, she often helped with household chores after you started boarding school. But once news about her son stopped, she distanced herself. I think her son might still be alive. With the chaos here, soldiers sometimes engage in secret missions requiring utmost confidentiality. Yes, Amadeus thinks so too. Their family no longer lists her son in their records. Whenever she sees you, she sheds tears privately. Privately? How do you know that? Jared asked, laughing. Don't laugh. Look at her eyes. It's obvious. Grown-up matters are beyond your comprehension. Krista, I'm an adult now. Already grown up? Are you disagreeing? Only marriage makes one an adult. You're still young. Let's talk about growing up in a few years. No matter how many years pass, you'll call me a child. Do you think I'm naive? Stop talking nonsense and push me. Okay. All right, Krista can manage here slowly. If you have nothing to do, go take a nap. Why nap in broad daylight? Jared complained. Translation complete. Maintaining original structure and style as instructed. Sleeping during the day isn't good, but you haven't rested well these past few days. Krista doesn't need your help here, and there's no work to do in the fields. Just listen and go lie down on the bed. I'll call you when I need you. Could it be that Krista knows I didn't come home last night? Jared didn't dare to ask. Is being obedient not enough? Krista, I'm going to sleep for a while in the room. Call me if you need anything. Jared untied Amos, letting it guard the field. The crops couldn't be harmed by anyone. Haven't you gone to sleep yet? Melinda called out. I'm going now, Krista. Fortunately, Krista can't move. Otherwise, I'd have gotten a slap. Jared quickly entered the house, jumped into bed, and fell asleep immediately, without even transitioning. Working all day had exhausted him. Previously, he always thought the bed at home was too hard, having given the thick mattress to Krista. Now, utterly worn out, he found this bed very comfortable. He slept deeply until regaining consciousness, and it was already noon. Jared opened his eyes and was momentarily confused, unsure how long he had slept, but feeling his strength returning. Krista! Jared shouted outside.
Yes.
Melinda responded. Vlad, are you awake? Yeah, Krista. I'm awake. Let me check the time. Jared hurriedly got up to grab his phone. It was already past 12. Bad. Waking up early and eating breakfast early, Krista must be starving by now. Krista, I'll go make food. Jared rushed out of the house, seeing Krista still outside. There was nothing left to provide shade, and the midday sun was scorching. Krista, why didn't you wake me? It's already midday. Aren't you worried about getting sunburnt? Your mom is not some delicate maiden. I'm not that frail. I figured you would wake up around now, so I didn't call you. I just finished planting the vegetables, which took forever using the wheelchair. Krista, let me push you inside first. ##### chapter 35. Pretty boy. Jared pushed his mother into the house and then went to cook. There was still some leftover vegetables and meat at home, so he simply stir-fried them with a bit more meat. His cooking skills were not great, but it wouldn't be too bad. He had bought an electric rice cooker and directly put the rice in with water. He didn't measure carefully, estimating that just over half a cup of water should be enough. He plugged it in to start steaming the rice. Only after finishing all this did he realize he hadn't washed his hands. Well, they would get washed while preparing the vegetables, Jared consoled himself. He dished out the dishes and placed them aside, then continued cooking. With some money now, one dish felt insufficient. He wanted to make lunch a bit more abundant for his mother's nutrition. After stir-frying 2 dishes, the rice was still not cooked, so Jared carried the dishes inside first. He held one plate in each hand and placed them on the table. Why did you make so much? Reba complained. You have to live frugally. Krista, is stir-frying an extra dish considered living frugally? We can save money in other ways, but not on food. From now on, I'll always prepare enough food to keep you well fed. It was her constant compromises that had worn down her health. At around 40 years old, how could someone suddenly become paralyzed? That's still too much. Make less in the future. Reba still felt this way of life wasn't good. How could they survive if they were so extravagant? Krista, don't worry. I only do this because I have plans. I won't deplete our savings. I'll check if the rice is done, and we can eat soon. Jared understood what she worried about, but she didn't know he had found a way to earn money. If she knew he could earn money quickly, she'd change her mind. The rice cooker had switched to the warming setting, meaning the rice was cooked. Jared was curious about how the rice turned out and opened the lid to look. Oh, it was better than expected. Using a spatula, he scooped out some rice. It was soft yet firm, not too soft or hard, far better than anticipated. With satisfaction, Jared unplugged the cooker and carried it into the house. When did we get this? Melinda pointed at the electric rice cooker and asked, where did you get it? Krista, I bought it. You talk as if we can't afford such things. Jared placed the cooker on the dining table, pushed his mother beside it, and handed her a pair of chopsticks. You're always worried. Didn't I say I've earned money? In the future, don't worry about our livelihood. Focus on getting healthy. If I give you a grandson in your condition, you wouldn't even be able to hold him. Jared laughed as he served her food. How will I not be able to hold a grandson? Don't talk nonsense. If you can give me a grandson, I can certainly hold him. Reba harumphed. Spending extravagantly like this, what will you use to get married? How old am I? Right now, we should focus on recovering. Krista, once you recover a bit more, I'll take you to the city to see how I'm making money. So you don't always doubt everything. You're asking for a beating. How do you talk to your own mother? Accusing me of doubting things. Where did you get this money from? Haven't I counted how much our vegetables could earn? Jared served himself some rice and used chopsticks to transfer some vegetables to his mother's bowl. Although she could use chopsticks, she lacked strength, making it difficult for her. Krista, shall I bring you a spoon? Jared asked. No, I'll use chopsticks, she replied. A spoon felt like something for the sick. Knowing she insisted on using chopsticks, Jared followed her wishes but added more vegetables to her bowl when hers ran out. Even so, she ate very slowly. Using chopsticks was unsuitable for her current state. Jared also slowed his eating pace, chewing thoroughly to accompany her. This way, she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Jared gave himself another serving and continued eating slowly. Suddenly, his phone rang. Recognizing the ringtone, it was a call. Jared got up to retrieve his phone from the inner room. Looking at the screen, it displayed Adeline. Jared answered, Hello, Boss Han? A cold voice came from the other end. Titus, do you still have stock? Garlic? Yes, I do, but I don't have time to deliver it now, Jared said. His garlic wasn't ready yet. Today was definitely not feasible for delivery. Time isn't urgent. My supply of garlic is almost gone. When is it convenient for you to send some over? Adeline's other suppliers hadn't been found yet, and Changda Corporation was too powerful, preventing anyone from cooperating with her. Tomorrow afternoon? Jared estimated that by tomorrow afternoon, he could harvest the garlic from the fields. All right, let's stay in touch. The cold voice seemed slightly excited. Boss Han hasn't found other suppliers yet? If possible, we can establish a long-term partnership. Really? The cold voice sounded incredulous. Does Titus have a lot of stock? I can provide a steady supply, ensuring you have no worries. We can negotiate the price. Jared lowered his demands, wanting to quickly set up a cooperative channel. As long as Titus has the supply, price won't be an issue. We can finalize details when you come over. The cold voice sounded resolute, leaving Jared feeling reassured. Great, see you tomorrow, Jared replied. He hung up and entered the house to see his mother looking at him. Krista? A woman? Her face seemed unhappy. Yes, a woman. I'm not in school anymore, so you don't need to worry about early romance, Jared said. She buys vegetables from us, and she asked if we have more. Just tell her we don't have any left. Krista, she pays fairly and is willing to buy from us. Why say no? Jared was confused. Is she older than you? Jared nodded. Frustrated, Reba put down her chopsticks and refused to eat. Krista, what's wrong? There's nothing between us, really? Don't overthink it. Reba rushed. Overthinking? I'm wondering how our vegetables could buy a wheelchair and an electric rice cooker, not to mention other things. Who is so kind to give you so much money without an ulterior motive? Krista, where are you going with this? Jared was displeased. Did she really think? Was he that kind of person? Even if he were destitute, he wouldn't stoop so low. I'm just concerned for my son, who might be deceived. Reba looked at him seriously. In the future, cut off contact with her. No matter how poor we are, we won't do those kinds of things. We'll live within our means. Okay, I'll stop contacting her. Jared knew explaining wouldn't help. After all, who would believe him being a penniless, good-looking guy wouldn't cause worry? He decided not to explain further and complied with her wishes to avoid her worrying and getting upset. Reba still watched him suspiciously. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold, Jared encouraged her, continuing to eat slowly. Remember what Krista says. City people are cunning and deceptive. Reba continued warning him, not focused on eating. Krista, I understand. Look at me. I have no money, and we barely have any land. What could anyone possibly want from me? Hearing this, Reba flared up. It's exactly because you have nothing that I worry. Well, okay. They were back to that topic again. Even if he were destitute, he wouldn't be someone's pretty boy. Jared stopped talking, feeling that the more he explained, the more complicated it became. He let his mother continue her nagging. It had been a long time since he last heard such familiar and oddly pleasant nagging. Although the content of her words still made him uncomfortable, ignoring their meaning, the sound of her voice was not unpleasant to hear. Did you hear what your mother said? Reba had forgotten about eating and became anxious when she noticed that Jared wasn't paying attention to her words, as if her concerns were actually true. Krista, I'm listening. Please continue. I'll definitely follow your advice, Jared reassured her, which left her speechless. She picked up her chopsticks again and continued eating. It took her a long time to finish, and by then, the food had grown cold. Krista, let me add some hot rice for you. Jared took her bowl and scooped out the remaining cold rice, replacing it with freshly steamed rice from the electric cooker. The vegetables were still warm, so he added some to her bowl. He then went to heat up the dishes in the kitchen. Am I really that much like a kept man? Jared muttered to himself. Though he did have an intellectual appearance, it was more a result of years spent studying rather than his true self. His heart was broad, indifferent to ordinary difficulties, yet it was also sensitive, unwilling to endure grievances. Soon, he finished heating the dishes and carried them back into the house. He had already eaten his fill, and would still finish faster than his mother despite eating slowly. After placing the heated vegetables on her plate, he stood up to tidy up the rest of the dishes. In the courtyard, the small vegetable patch had already been planted with cucumbers, but he wasn't sure if they would sprout. Jared thought about using his Jason formula here to see if it would work. At least trying it at home wouldn't cause any trouble. Closing his eyes, he silently recited the first part of the Jason formula. When he opened his eyes, he noticed that the patch of land in the vegetable garden, which had previously been bare, now sprouted long vines. Upon closer inspection, there were many cucumbers growing on them. Without trellises, the vines sprawled across the ground, creating a vibrant scene. What was even more astonishing was that the plants were still growing rapidly. Translation note. To maintain coherence with the previous chapter, I ensured continuity in Jared's actions and the narrative style. The paragraph structure and line breaks were preserved as requested. Chapter 36. Reasonable price. The cucumber vines seemed to show no sign of stopping their growth, and Jared hurriedly continued reciting the Shinong spell he hadn't finished. Only then did the cucumber vines cease their endless growth. Finally, it stopped, Jared sighed in relief. How am I supposed to explain this to Krista? Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. He decided to first pick the cucumbers. As Jared approached to gather the cucumbers, he realized how many had grown under the vines. It would take him a while to pick them all. Vlad, I'm full. Melinda wheeled herself to the door and saw Jared crouching down beside an expanse of lush greenery. Isn't this our vegetable garden? Isn't this where I just planted the cucumbers? Where did these plants come from? Vlad? Melinda was shocked, hardly believing her eyes. Krista? Jared knew he couldn't hide this anymore, so he stood up and planned to explain everything. Krista, I know this is hard to believe, but... Melinda suddenly interrupted him. I understand. Your father must have seen we were struggling and sent these to us. Don't worry, we'll visit him soon. Jared looked at his mother in surprise. It seemed she wouldn't believe any explanation anyway, so he didn't try further. Krista, there are many cucumbers here. We can sell them. Enrique, help me over. This is what your father left for us. I want to pick them myself. Melinda was very emotional, as if she truly believed her late husband's spirit was guiding her. Jared pushed her out of the house and stopped by the cucumber vines. Seeing Melinda's stunned face, Jared smiled and lifted a vine so she could reach the cucumbers. These vines need support. The cucumbers can't grow straight on the ground. Enrique, fetch some wooden poles to prop them up. Krista, try this cucumber first, Jared said. He had taken a bite already and found it tasted fresher and purer than any cucumber he had ever eaten. How is it? Jared asked. This is the best cucumber I've ever tasted, Melinda said. But Jared thought that even if it didn't taste good, she would still say it was the best because she believed it came from her husband's spirit. Following Melinda's instructions, he set up supports for the cucumber vines. Krista, we're done? Should we keep some of these cucumbers, or should we pick them all now? No need today. We'll pick them early tomorrow morning and give some to your aunt and uncle. The rest we can sell? Sell them? He thought she wouldn't bear to part with them. Of course. Didn't your father send us these cucumbers so we could sell them for money? Water the field, and let's pick the cucumbers early tomorrow morning. You'll take them to the city and sell them. Okay, I'll fetch some water now. Jared was relieved she wasn't against him going to the city. Since the Shinong spell could be so beneficial, he could use it at night to ripen the garlic and dig it up so they could start selling things early the next day. Krista, I'll go check on the field. Adon is still there. Jared wanted to speed up the ripening of the garlic. All right, but make sure Adon doesn't wander around and step on others' crops, Melinda said. Yes, Jared chuckled. Stepping on other people's crops was one thing, but eating them was another. Adon probably just guarded the 1,000-year ginseng, losing interest in anything else. On the way, he met Chauncey and his woman, clinging to him like a parasite. How could he ever have thought such a woman was worthy? What are you up to, Scholar Zheng? Chauncey seemed intent on antagonizing him again. Why couldn't he leave him alone? Though Jared didn't want to stoop to his level, Chauncey's constant provocations forced him to consider confronting him. Aren't you powerful in the village? Let's see how long your influence lasts. Your power comes from your father being the village chief and your family's wealth. That won't last forever. With the Shinong spell, Jared felt confident he could become wealthy quickly. Let's see how long Chauncey could stay arrogant. I'm not like you, idling away time. I'm busy. Please ask your dogs not to block my path, Jared said, meeting his eyes. Did you call us dogs? One of Chauncey's lackeys, clearly lacking sense, was ready to strike. I never called you dogs. Why assume the worst? Jared stepped closer, standing before Chauncey. Mr. Rocky, Big Brother Rocky, surely you wouldn't squabble with someone like me, right? He spoke in flattering tones, but it carried an air of arrogance. Despite being a troublemaker, Chauncey lost steam in front of Jared. You blocked my way and acted so arrogantly? Jared stepped aside. Big Brother Rocky, now I'm not in your way, am I? They were heading in opposite directions. Jared laughed as he walked away, deciding not to antagonize Chauncey but also realizing that constant yielding only invited more bullying. Why should he, a seemingly weak scholar, tolerate this? Without education, it felt like he was worth nothing. Everyone treated him with contempt, but he wasn't truly worthless. He wouldn't let thugs like Chauncey push him around. Arriving at his vegetable plot, Adon didn't come out to greet him, apparently not wanting to leave the 1,000-year ginseng. Sure enough, Jared found Adon beside it. Great, Adon, even you don't care about me now? Jared tapped its head, and Adon gave him a pained look. Come on, you're just a donkey. Does a single tap really hurt? Cut out the pitiful act. Are you asking for more ginseng? Adon lowered its head guiltily. Jared guessed its intentions. Fine, since you've been so devoted, I'll give you some. The 1,000-year ginseng grew rapidly, and Jared generously fed Adon. For now, he had no plans to plant more widely as it needed a controlled environment. Sitting cross-legged, Jared focused on the Shinong spell, quickly ripening the garlic. He checked on the field. His powers weren't yet strong enough to cover a large area, but within one night, the garlic was ripe. This amazed and delighted him. With farming alone, he could become wealthy fast. Not waiting any longer, Jared dug up the garlic and finished the job that night. Leaving Adon to guard the plot, he borrowed Alea's motorcycle tricycle and returned to load the garlic, bringing it home. His mother, thinking he was preparing to sell cucumbers in the city, didn't ask many questions. The next morning, Jared woke early, picked cucumbers from the garden, loaded them onto the vehicle, and left after breakfast. Alea's mother kept Melinda company. At the market, he set up his basket of cucumbers. Being a new vendor and under 20, the other vendors barely acknowledged him. How much for your cucumbers? Jared hadn't checked the price of cucumbers here and wasn't sure how to price them. How many do you want? Jared asked. Translation continues in the same style, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as per your request. I'm not buying to sell. How much can I buy for personal use? Just tell me the price directly. The person buying vegetables said loudly and rudely to Jared. Before Jared could respond, a familiar cool voice spoke from beside him. How much? Boss, I'll take all these cucumbers. Can you give me a discount? Jared looked up in surprise and saw it was indeed Adeline. Today she wasn't wearing her usual black business suit, but had opted for a slightly more casual look. Boss Han, are you really coming here to buy vegetables? Jared asked. The person who had just spoken loudly to Jared seemed to scoff and walked away disdainfully. I've run out of garlic, so I came to the market to buy some in a hurry, she explained, glancing at the tricycle parked nearby. It looks like I won't need to buy any after all. Come, let's go back to Tianhong with me. About this place. Adeline didn't let him finish. I'll take these cucumbers too. I'll pay a fair price. All right. Jared packed up his stall, arranging the cucumbers neatly, only to find Adeline still standing there. Boss Han, you should go ahead. I didn't drive. Ah. Can I hitch a ride with Titus? Adeline's expression wasn't as cold as usual. Jared thought she might want to experience riding in a tricycle, as otherwise, she could easily take a taxi or have her driver pick her up. The tricycle isn't clean. It might dirty your clothes, Boss Han. Although he didn't know the value of her outfit, it certainly didn't seem cheaper than his cargo. Ignoring his concern, Adeline got into the tricycle, plopping her shapely bottom right on top of a bag of garlic. They rode straight to the back entrance of the building, where Jared waited in the outer office while Adeline entered the inner room. When she came out again, she had resumed her usual cool demeanor in a black business suit. Had she changed clothes in there? Jared tried to push aside his scattered thoughts, but couldn't help imagining how Adeline had looked changing in that room. Translation continues in the same style, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as per your request. Chapter 37 Leaning on him. Jared finally managed to pull himself together from his wandering thoughts when he heard her say, "If it weren't for the garlic today, my Tianhong dumpling tower would have truly fallen into others' traps. I really appreciate your help, Titus." "I can't take that compliment. Since you were out of garlic today, why didn't you tell me yesterday?" Jared said. "I thought you might have a sick person at home and wouldn't be able to provide. Besides, I don't know your address. If it's too far, they won't easily let me transport the garlic back," she replied. Jared was surprised. They are that powerful? It's just a company. While Changda Corporation is large and influential, they shouldn't openly do these things. We can gather evidence against them. Titus, you think it's simple. Changda Corporation indeed has the capability to brazenly do such things. Adeline's brows carried a hint of worry. Watching her like this, Jared instinctively reached out to smooth her slightly furrowed brow. His wrist was caught by a soft hand. "Titus?" Jared came back to his senses, realizing how inappropriate his action was. "Sorry, seeing Boss Han frown made me want to ease it." Jared wanted to withdraw his hand, but she held onto it tightly. "Did I frown?" She seemed to sigh, saying, "Indeed. The people from Changda Corporation pressured me tightly. They knew the garlic was from you. Last time, they even targeted you. Fortunately, nothing happened. Or else you would have been the one in trouble. Do you worry about me?" Jared blurted out, realizing something felt off yet, reflecting what he truly felt at the moment. "When Changda pressured me, no one stood up to help. It's just some garlic, yet no one stepped forward." Her emotions appeared agitated. "Didn't I stand up?" Jared said. Adeline lightly affirmed, sending shivers down Jared's spine. Her clear voice elicited an unexpected reaction in him. Jared thought about retracting his hand, but Adeline still held his wrist firmly. Suddenly pulling back caused her to be pulled toward him, colliding hard with his chest. Caught off guard, both froze. Jared steadied his emotions, wanting to push her away, but she leaned comfortably against his chest. What was going on? Could Boss Han feel anything for him, a man with nothing? Jared didn't believe it, but considered that managing Tianhong Dumpling Tower must be exhausting. He didn't push her away. "If you like, lean as you please." Jared wished he had the strength to support her. The usually strong woman now revealed vulnerability, making him want to protect her. Knocking sounded outside, snapping Adeline back to reality. Instantly, she regained her composed demeanor, masking her previous fragility. "Come in." Her voice remained cold, but Jared detected a subtle tremor within it. "Boss Han." An employee from Tianhong Dumpling Tower entered. "How should we handle the cucumbers? Our restaurant hasn't used so many cucumbers at once. Are we introducing new dishes today?" This was the kitchen manager, who hadn't heard about using so many cucumbers unless ordered by the boss directly. He needed clarification. Adeline seemed to recall buying the cucumbers from Jared when he couldn't sell any. "Each table gets a plate of cucumber salad. Only for today," she stated calmly. "But, Boss Han, our garlic supply isn't sufficient. This cucumber salad will use up a lot of garlic," the manager reminded. Adeline looked at Jared. "Titus, can you send more garlic?" "I can, but I only have a tricycle for delivery. How about 1 load per day?" Jared responded, hoping this way he could see her professional and elegant figure every day. "Just follow my instructions." Adeline dismissed the manager. "Why don't you deliver all the garlic at once? If you lack transportation, I can send someone to pick it up. Payment will be fair." "To be honest, Boss Han, my garlic is fresh, not stored. I can only provide this much each day. I thought you still had garlic left over, but it seems Tianhong Dumpling Tower's business is booming beyond my imagination. My supply ran out quickly. If you need garlic daily, I can't keep delivering." Jared implied delivering specifically for her, not just the restaurant. "All right, I'll pay market price." Although Jared needed wealth, he didn't want to exploit her difficult situation. After seeing her vulnerable side, he couldn't bear to make extra money from her. "Boss Han, let's settle at current market rates. Changda Corporation has artificially inflated prices." "Fine. Your cucumbers look fresh. Let me know if you have other produce. Tianhong Dumpling Tower might use it." "Thank you, Boss Han. That saves me from going to the market. I'll inform you of future harvests. Try my cucumbers. They taste great." Jared saw Adeline call for a cucumber salad. Surprised by her decisive action, Boss Han is genuine and passionate. Unlike the usual cold-hearted career woman. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Adeline said, bringing Jared back. "The cargo is unloaded. I should leave." "No rush. If you're free, join me for dinner. You helped me get out of Changda's trap." A simple meal to express gratitude. Jared thought she intended to keep him. If he went home immediately, his mother might suspect something. He could return later to ease her doubts. "Can't refuse a kind offer. I've never eaten here. If you insist on treating me, I'd love to try such expensive cuisine." The kitchen soon delivered a cucumber salad. Knowing these cucumbers were transformed by the divine farmer's decree, they must taste excellent. So decided. "I still have work to finish, but let me taste the cucumber first." Adeline started eating despite her own words. "Amazing. These are better than any I've had before. Titus's garlic, purer, with less impurities." Jared was impressed by her keen palate. She accurately described the unique qualities of Heavenly Realm Taba ingredients after just one bite. "Boss Han has excellent taste," Jared sincerely remarked, noticing the almost empty plate. He thought about warning her not to eat too much cold food, but remembered these cucumbers were special. Even overeating wouldn't cause harm. They'd benefit her health. So, he remained silent. Watching her take bite after bite of the cucumber, Jared couldn't help but swallow. The juice from the cucumber made her red lips look like a delectable cherry, tempting him to taste. Thankfully, there was some distance between them, or Jared wouldn't have been sure if he could resist kissing her. The plate of cold dishes was small, and was quickly finished by her. Looking up, she saw Jared staring at her intently, and a flush immediately spread across her face. "Sorry, Titus. Your cucumbers were just so delicious that I couldn't stop myself." "It must have looked unseemly," Adeline said with an apologetic smile. I haven't even paid you for the cucumbers yet. What a forgetful fool I am. She quickly resumed her professional demeanor, as if the previous moment had been an illusion. You already paid more than enough last time, Boss Han. There's no need to be so formal. According to market prices, the money for the garlic was already generous. Business is business. Paying you ensures you'll keep delivering. Aren't you afraid I might take your money and not deliver? Jared chuckled, finding her strict yet endearing demeanor amusing. Titus isn't that kind of person. I've been in business for many years now. While I may not have other skills, I've honed my ability to judge people. Adeline hadn't even considered that Jared might not continue delivering. Seeing her reaction, Jared found her even more adorable. Boss Han, after eating a whole plate of cucumbers, do you still have room for anything else? Oh, Titus, you underestimate me. My appetite is as good as any man's. Adeline didn't shy away from Jared's gaze as she continued handling various official matters. Jared looked at her figure, her well-defined curves hidden under her elegant business suit, making it hard to believe how much she could eat. Adeline quickly finished her work, stretching slightly, causing her chest to protrude even more prominently. Finally done. I kept you waiting, Titus. If she hadn't spoken, Jared would have thought she had forgotten about him entirely. Withdrawing his gaze, he replied, it hasn't been long. ##### Chapter 38. Taken aback by favor. It hadn't been long at all. He still wanted to look at her more. It seemed that while she was handling official business, she hadn't even noticed his audacious gaze. President Han, came a frantic voice as an employee jogged in. President Han, they're back? This time they're here a day earlier than before, Adeline said coldly. Escort Titus to a private room and take good care of him. Don't stop them from coming in. Let them come straight to my office. If they were stopped, who knew what trouble might arise? They were all thug-like individuals. Upon hearing that he should escape to a private room, Jared felt displeased. Owner Han, are you planning to face them alone? Those weren't people to be trifled with. Could a single woman handle them? Titus, don't worry. They don't dare do anything to me right now. This is my own restaurant, and they wouldn't dare. At most, they'll threaten. But after numerous threats, one gets used to it. She seemed to have endured many threats already. Jared didn't want to leave her facing these thugs alone. Owner Han, we can be considered partners. Let me face them together with you. I also want to see just what power Changda Company has to monopolize the market. Adeline looked at him worriedly. They won't dare touch me, but there's no guarantee they won't try something with Titus. Please wait for them in a private room. Even if I don't provoke them, they will eventually come for me. Might as well confront them directly. You don't need to call me Titus anymore, just call me Vlad. My friends all call me that, and since you're older, it's fitting. Alright, Vlad. Try not to engage them in conflict, just send them away. Everyone, please step back. There's no need to guard outside when they arrive. They won't dare act recklessly here, Adeline instructed the employees, seemingly unafraid of Changda Company. A woman who could thrive in the business world certainly wasn't timid. She exuded authority, and Jared couldn't help but stare at her. He had seen both her gentle side and her fierce demeanor. How could he not be captivated? Two men from Changda Company arrived, both muscular types. Together, they probably outweighed Adeline 4 times over, and their presence was imposing. Though not the same two from last time, they seemed very familiar with the layout of Tianhong Dumpling House, which suggested they were regular visitors. Despite their intimidating appearance, the staff of Tianhong Dumpling House paid them no mind, letting them enter on their own without hindrance. Their rude muttering was unpleasant, but everyone ignored it. Gradually, more guests entered the restaurant, local dignitaries, who, upon hearing the noise, sent their subordinates to silence the two men. Seeing this from the upstairs surveillance, Jared laughed heartily. No wonder Adeline hadn't wanted anyone to stop them. They didn't dare to act too brazenly here. Adeline didn't laugh. She had anticipated this scenario. She intentionally let the patrons intimidate the intruders on her behalf to break their momentum. You puny creatures think you can match wits with me, Adeline? Too weak. Her voice grew sharper. The Changda Company representatives rudely barged into Adeline's office. President Han, have you made up your mind yet? Their loud voices were grating. Jared remained silent, acting merely as support, fearing that these people might take advantage of a woman. Adeline didn't offer them seats and lifted her head to look at the two men, her voice icy. What decision? Regarding cooperation with Changda Company? Don't play dumb, President Han. Without Changda Company, can Tianhong Dumpling House even survive? You know it well. Changda Company does indeed have significant power, but I still choose not to cooperate with you, her tone calm and unwavering. You're too ungrateful, President Han. All the vegetables in Qinghai City pass through Changda Company. If you don't cooperate with us, what choice do you have? I do have another option. I'm Tianhong Dumpling House's newest partner. Pleased to meet you. Jared smiled sarcastically, standing up. Since rejecting continued cooperation, Tianhong Dumpling House hasn't faltered, and it won't in the future. Who are you? You seem hard of hearing. Didn't I just introduce myself? Let me repeat. I am Tianhong Dumpling House's newest partner. Where did you spring from? The two scrutinized Jared from head to toe, sneering at his attire. Surely, President Han isn't so desperate as to grab someone off the street for partnership? Another added disdainfully. If President Han wants credibility, surely she wouldn't dress the person in rags? I find this young man quite presentable. Perhaps he can work for her to settle matters, haha. Titus, don't get upset. Trash talking is their style. If I offended you, Adeline, sincerely apologize. Adeline played along as if Jared were a VIP. He cooperated, displaying a displeased expression. President Han, shouldn't non-essential personnel leave during business talks? Who are you calling non-essential? Your voice rings loud, like thieves are entering. Clear the room, President Han. Jared subtly called them dogs again, though they seemed slow to understand but knew he wasn't saying anything nice. Which company do you represent? To defy Changda Company, it seems you don't wish to thrive. If you leave now, it's fine. But if you insist on working with Tianhong Dumpling House, don't blame us for not holding back. How won't you hold back? Jared's indifferent tone belied his fearlessness. I guarantee your company won't see tomorrow's sun. Their belligerence was revolting. Jared chuckled. Can't see tomorrow's sun? Unfortunately, I run a small business and haven't established a company yet. In fact, I plan to watch the sunrise tomorrow morning. Interested? You. Don't miss a chance for courtesy. A man with no company dares challenge Chang'e Company? Seems you're tired of living. Adeline remarked. Without garlic supply from your company, we've managed. Don't overestimate yourselves. My stance remains unchanged. I refuse cooperation with Chang'e Company. If you feel otherwise, bring it on. Too arrogant. Fine, if you don't cooperate, let's see how you make dishes tomorrow. The two stormed out, cursing loudly. Owner Han, they went too far. Jared commented. Did they treat you this way before? He felt a pang of pain for her beauty needing protection. Got used to it. No big deal. Sorry to drag you into this. Let me treat you and apologize. Adeline's face showed no displeasure, indicating she was genuinely accustomed to such treatment. Not necessary, Owner Han. Chang'e Company seems powerful. I worry about what they'll do tomorrow. No worries. I'll arrange supplies to tide over. I'm already on it. Adeline dialed a number, instructing the kitchen to send more people to procure vegetables and other ingredients. I hope it's not too late, Adeline said with a slight smile. I'll call you Vlad, and you don't have to be formal with me. Just call me Sister Han. This time, thanks to your help, I didn't fall into someone else's trap. With this period of respite, I've managed to store some ingredients, but I fear they might suddenly make things difficult. Sister Han, you can give me a list of the ingredients you use regularly. Maybe I can help, Jared said. And the ingredients I provide will definitely be top-notch, just like my garlic and cucumbers. You can? Adeline was somewhat incredulous. Jared looked like he came from the countryside, and at such a young age, it didn't seem likely he had access to a vegetable farm. Sister Han, consider it a last-ditch effort. I believe I can assist you. I won't charge you extra. Wholesale market prices will do. Since I claim to be your business partner, I can't just talk without action. I need to prove myself to live up to that title. Jared thought this might be a great opportunity for him to strike it rich. With the Nongshin technique, he could quickly harvest vegetables as long as he had seeds. Note, Nongshinjia is translated as Nongshin technique to maintain consistency and fluency in English. Jason's secret was adjusted for more natural reading and understanding in the target language. Alright, since you don't seem to be speaking empty words, I'll have the kitchen procurement staff give you a list, Adeline said. She felt an inexplicable trust in Jared, perhaps because he stood by her during tough times. The private room had been reserved early, or else there wouldn't have been any available at this hour. Business at Tianhong Dumpling House was indeed booming. Jared and Adeline were led into the private room by a waiter, and as soon as they sat down, dishes began to be served, signature dishes of Tianhong Dumpling House. Seeing this array of food, Jared immediately said, Sister Han, we don't need to go this far. 2 people can't finish all these dishes. But before he finished speaking, the waiter handed him a menu. Were they supposed to order more? This was too extravagant for him, a poor farmer. While he enjoyed being pampered and treated like royalty, such lavish hospitality still left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 39. A naive youth. I'll just order half a portion of dumplings. He was only a simple farmer, raised to always save food. Sister Han, what filling do you prefer? He hoped she would join him in ordering dumplings. What is a last air like? Abalone perhaps? Adeline asked. Of course she could tell Jared's thoughts, but as this was her rare treat for someone else, she couldn't lose face. Jared had never thought about abalone-filled dumplings. He had always been just a small farmer. Alright, 2 portions of abalone-filled dumplings. Titus is hungry. It indicated they should hurry up and serve the dishes. The dumplings were already prepared earlier in the morning, needing only to be boiled. But because Ross Dumpling Restaurant was so busy, it was unlikely that customers would get their orders quickly. He, Jared, at the lowest point in his life, was actually enjoying such treatment, which was almost unbelievable. Sister Han, I've never eaten abalone-filled dumplings before. I'm not sure if I can handle them. Jared felt she was being too extravagant. Wouldn't abalone-filled dumplings cost a fortune at Ross? If Alastair can't manage them, I'll ask the chef to prepare a different filling and make another batch for you, said Adeline as though it were nothing. Jared was somewhat taken aback. Did this come from her experience entertaining clients? It seemed there was nothing she couldn't do once seated at the table. That's impossible. It would be too much trouble. In such a bustling restaurant, asking them to make one special dish for him. Wasn't that unreasonable? Being a simple farmer, Jared couldn't match the air of a big boss, so he chuckled and declined. Try these out. They're all our signature dishes at Ross. Let's see if you enjoy them. Jared thought Ross Dumpling Restaurant's popularity was well-deserved. It was consistently good, and the food was delicious. Once he took a bite, he was instantly hooked. He eagerly tried a few other dishes. They were heavenly. Tasty, right? Adeline smiled with pleasure, erasing her usual cold demeanor. Lost in the moment, Jared forgot to swallow his food. Adeline looked at him oddly, puzzled by his reaction. Alastair, isn't it good? She then picked up a morsel he had eaten and put it into her own mouth, slowly chewing. It tasted just as it always did. Seeing her red lips glistening with oil, Jared instinctively leaned in and kissed her. At his youthful age, filled with fervent desires, this wasn't something he did with just anyone. Yet each time he saw Adeline, an intense desire overcame him. He wanted her to be his woman. Adeline was taken aback. She hadn't expected Jared to make this move. Surrounded by many suitors, or people with ulterior motives, she was usually guarded. To have been kissed by a young man, this was unexpected. The suddenness of it left her flustered. The door to the private room swung open, and they hastily resumed their seats. The waiters arrived with their ordered dumplings, narrowly missing catching them in the act. Looking at Adeline, Jared noticed her cheeks flushed. Was she blushing? He expected her to slap him, yet she wasn't angry. What had he done? How could they continue working together after this? What would she think of him? The abalone-filled dumplings were set before them. along with the condiments, as Adeline instructed the waiters to stay. Typically, she forbade waiters from serving alongside during meals, especially business dinners. But the event's abrupt nature made her uneasy. Words failed her. With waiters around, neither could address what happened. They let it disappear as if it never occurred. Yet what transpired wouldn't vanish. It would remain forever etched in memory. Silence enveloped them. Despite outward calm, their hearts raced, the quiet heightening their restlessness. Experienced people adapt quickly. After eating for a while, the unease gradually faded. Adeline asked the waiters to fetch the procurement list and dismissed the others. Sorry, Jared muttered as soon as the door closed. Had it not been for concealing what happened, he would have apologized immediately. Without anger or disdain, Adeline responded calmly, It's all right. No need to apologize. No need to apologize? You don't mind? Jared asked, surprised. He believed women would react differently. Tears, tantrums, even suicide. But Adeline's reaction was unexpected. I didn't see any malice in your eyes, she said. Nothing substantial happened, so you shouldn't worry. Do you still find the abalone dumplings palatable? Concerning herself with the taste of dumplings now, his first kiss, and she treated it so lightly. Disappointment tinged his heart, but relieved that she didn't blame him, he relaxed. They're delicious. Can we pack the leftovers to take home? This food is too good not to share with my mother. You can bring your mother here. I'll cover the bill. I wish I could. She's not in good health and can't travel far. Otherwise, I would have brought her already. I always worry when leaving her alone, so I must return early. I'm sorry I didn't know about your mother's condition. That wheelchair you bought previously was for her. How could I let your mother eat leftovers? I'll have the kitchen prepare fresh ones for her. And please pack these leftovers for me too, Jared said, thinking how these dishes would save him time and effort, preventing waste. What happens to leftovers usually? He asked. Typically, they're thrown away, Adeline replied. Do you think Ross serves spit-covered leftovers? Oh, not that, but it seems wasteful. No matter the food quality, there are nutrients within. Proper utilization would be better than simply discarding it. Jared thought of his farm where he couldn't afford fertilizer, resorting to collecting and fermenting animal waste. Ah, he was truly a peasant farmer, considering manure during a meal. What are you thinking about? Who cares about leftovers? Adeline commented. Jared stopped himself. Indeed, his peasant mindset was showing again, unintentionally. This was the difference between rural and urban folks. As elders said, true character reveals itself during meals, a timeless truth. He hoped this wouldn't repel Adeline. A waiter knocked on the door, announcing, President Han, here's the procurement list. Adeline scanned it briefly. All right, you may go now. Bring some freshly squeezed corn juice later. Yes, the waiter responded and left. It's not corn season right now, Jared remarked. Translation provided in English while maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring natural fluency and coherence with the previous context. The cold storage has plenty of such items. Anything that can make money will definitely be preserved by someone. Don't worry, the freshly squeezed corn juice will be warm, not cold. This is something we regularly need to procure this quarter. If you can bring these in, I'll take all of them. Adeline handed over the procurement list to Jared. Take a look at which items you can get. Jared took the list and skimmed through it, realizing just how many ingredients a restaurant required. If he were to sell these, he wouldn't have the capability, but he could grow them using the gnome Shan spell to rapidly cultivate the ingredients. This way, he wouldn't directly confront Changda Company's people and could do it discreetly. If only he could leave Greenhill Village, his secret wouldn't attract unwanted attention. However, his mother needed care, so he had no other choice. If it's too difficult, forget it. If you need money, I can advance it to you. The difference in cost will go to you. What do you say? Adeline thought he might be overwhelmed by the sheer number of ingredients required, as it was quite a shock to see so much at once. No need for an advance. It's just that with all these ingredients ready, I don't have the means to transport them to you, Sister Han. I'll need your help with that. The critical part was needing a lot of land to grow these ingredients. Where would he find an idle plot large enough? Adeline couldn't tell where he got this capability from, but since Jared said it wasn't a problem, she decided to trust him provisionally and think of other solutions herself. All right, I'll keep the list for now. Sister Han, I've finished eating. Could you ask them to pack up for me? Jared wanted to act immediately, so he wouldn't be seen as just talking big. Sure. Adeline pressed a button under the table, and 2 waiters came in. Pack everything for Titus to take home and ask the kitchen to prepare another batch for him, Adeline said, then poured Jared some fresh corn juice. Try this. It's fragrantly rich. Translation provided in English while maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring natural fluency and coherence with the previous context. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as in the original text. Chapter 40, The Force Behind. Jared had long smelled the aroma of corn juice, a fragrance so enticing that it really stirred an urge to have a cup. If you encounter any trouble, just call me. If Changda Company's people come and bully you, tell me. I'm not someone they can just bully at will. Otherwise, like other taverns, she would have already endured the exploitation by Changda Company. Over such a long period, Changda Company hadn't managed to take over Tianhong Dumpling House, which was closely related to the power behind her. But unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't resort to using that kind of force. Jared knew that as a woman managing Tianhong for many years, she must have her own tactics. He didn't hold back. If they cause trouble, I'll definitely tell Sister Han. But if there's anything you need from me, Sister Han, don't hesitate either. Of course, said Adeline. However, deep down, she didn't really take his words too seriously, as she felt Jared couldn't possibly help her through more crises. But naturally, she would protect him. I do have something to ask, Sister Han, Jared continued. Not sure if Adeline knew, but with her wide circle of acquaintances, surely someone would know. And since he was new here, he really had no idea how to get there. What is it? Tell me. I want to know where in town they sell seeds, said Jared. This doesn't seem like planting season, does it? What kind of seeds are you looking for? Even someone not raised in the countryside would know this wasn't planting time. I want some vegetable seeds. Where do I buy them in town? I'm worried about taking the wrong route and delaying my trip home. Adeline smiled at him. If you want seeds, let me send someone to buy them for you. Jared seemed flattered. No, Sister Han, you're so busy. I've got nothing else to do, so I'll just buy them myself. Alright, seed shops are concentrated in the southern part of the city, not too far from here. Let me have the driver take you there, she said despite his claim not to trouble her again. No need, Sister Han. On my way home, I pass by the south part of the city, so I can just buy the seeds on the way and go straight home instead of making a round trip, Jared said. Thank you for your hospitality, Sister Han. The packed meals were already loaded onto Jared's motorcycle trike, a testament to the exceptional service at Tianhong Dumpling House. If he ever had the money, he'd bring his mother here to enjoy such VIP treatment. Jared waved goodbye to everyone at the back door, promising to meet again next time. Does Titus's route home pass through the southern part of the city? Adeline asked, noting that the person beside her was the driver who once bought a wheelchair with Jared. President Han, Titus's home isn't in the south, it's in Qingshan village. But taking the southern route won't be much out of the way. The driver, unsure why she suddenly asked this, answered truthfully. Adeline hummed, saying, at least he hasn't lied to me. Where did the Changda company people go? Any unusual movements? This driver wasn't just a driver but a liaison for the force behind Adeline, usually tasked with protecting her while also being her chauffeur. They returned to Changda company's headquarters. I don't know what they discussed, but I can confirm they went to the top floor, the driver reported. The top floor? Seems they think this matter is important enough to involve the top brass. But I doubt the top brass will easily agree. Despite them being from Changda, how could they see any threat from a small farmer? She relaxed, assured that Changda wouldn't send their best to deal with Jared. Could he handle the smaller nuisances though? On the drive, Jared arrived in the south of the city and asked a friendly grandma for directions. Seeing the young man, she smiled warmly and directed him enthusiastically. Listening clearly, Jared headed off immediately. Despite her friendliness, her directions were accurate. Reaching his destination, Jared started buying seeds. He took out a purchase list and chose accordingly. He picked a larger storefront. Boss, I'm buying seeds. You came here not to buy seeds, then what? Implying Jared was speaking nonsense. Ignoring his attitude, Jared replied, just a small packet of each. Then he began listing items from his sheet. But the boss didn't move, only staring oddly at him. What's wrong, boss? These are common varieties. Shouldn't they all be available? This shop was arguably the largest here. If they didn't have them, others likely wouldn't either. Young man, why so many kinds of seeds? I've never seen anyone buy seeds like you. Others either buy one type in large quantities, or just a few types in small amounts. I have my reasons, boss. Just prepare the seeds as I listed. I've got things to do later, Jared said, slightly impatient. I'll read them again. The boss, now understanding, started gathering seeds according to Jared's list. However, some were unavailable because it wasn't planting season, and old stock had sold out with no new arrivals yet. Jared noted down the missing seeds, thinking smaller stores might have leftover stock from last year. At another store, Jared asked for the missing seeds. The boss said they had some but not all. Jared bought what was available, crossing off marked items. For the final few types, after visiting several stores, he found none. They told him these seeds were expensive and rarely purchased without advance orders, leaving them no excess stock. Jared asked, can you order some for me? The store owner shook his head. It's not the season. These seeds haven't hit the market yet. Disappointed, Jared left. Previously indifferent staff members now helped him pack seeds upon payment. Money changed attitudes indeed. Noticing the packaging bags from Tianhong Dumpling House on his trike, Jared didn't look like someone who could afford such luxurious dining. Seeing the surprised look, Jared explained, a friend invited me. But it still seemed unlikely he'd have such friends. Bidding farewell to the owner, Jared hurried back home. Most food from Tianhong remained untouched. Jared decided to share it with Krista and give in used portions to Cleo's mom. Driving fast, Jared encountered unexpected trouble mid-journey, blocked by hoodlums in a desolate area. How could he escape alone? Jared braked sharply. You're from Changda Company? Who do you think you are, worthy of Changda Group's attention? Seeing low-level thugs, Jared wondered if he had offended Chauncey and Changda Company. Are you Chauncey's men? Who's Chauncey? Looks like you've offended quite a few. Today, you'll learn the consequences. Not from Changda or Chauncey, probably the two guys from Tianhong Dumpling House earlier. Calmly stepping off the trike, Jared knew plants nearby would make it easy. With the power of Shenlong's formula, scaring these punks would be effortless. The more Jared used the Shenlong's formula, the more fluent and effortless it became. The small hoodlums, seeing his nonchalant attitude, thought he might have backup and hesitated about whether to attack. In the brief moment of their hesitation, the plants around had already been activated by the Shenlong's formula, growing wildly and surging towards these thugs according to Jared's will. This, boss, ghost. Just moments ago, these gangsters were arrogantly invincible. Now they were clearly overwhelmed with terror. Dropping their weapons, they tried to run, but the uncontrollably wild-growing plants spurred by the Shenlong's formula wouldn't let them escape. Jared smirked coldly. Sorry, but you guys blocked my way. I'm just clearing the path for myself. The rampantly growing plants swept the vehicles and the thugs up to a nearby hill according to his command, leaving the road much wider and clearer. However, Jared didn't want to take lives. If these people hadn't crossed paths with him, they might harm countless others or die in some violent clashes. But they couldn't die at his hands. He wasn't a ruthless bastard. He was an ambitious young farmer. Judging by their current state, they might be left traumatized if not dead. Perhaps it was best to let them go. Jared reined in his power and drove away. If anyone dared to provoke him again, they wouldn't get off so easily. No one would believe the ramblings of crazy people. By the time he got home, it was nearly dusk. He had originally planned to return in the afternoon, but ended up arriving during dinner time. Krista, Jared called out. Clarissa came out. Rakizi, why did you come back so late? Your mom has been worried sick. Brittany, I'm back now. How could I leave without selling all the cucumbers? That would have been a wasted trip. Has Brantley come back yet? I'll return the trike later. Not yet. Come inside first so your mom can see you're fine. It'll ease her mind knowing you're safe. Clarissa pulled Jared into the house. Note, Rakizi is a diminutive form of Jared that might be used affectionately by family or close friends. Adjusted for context. Chapter 41. The boss is a woman. Cousin, I can walk by myself, Jared complained. You walking alone? I'm afraid you don't even know where you'll be in a moment. You don't need the car to take you. Just stay at home honestly for a change. Your mother hasn't seen you all day. How could she not worry? Stacy insisted as she used strength to drag him inside. Jared did not resist and let her pull him into the house. Krista. Jared called out, I'm back. Do you still remember to come back? You went out early in the morning and only came back late at night. I think the city women have tamed you. His mother said angrily, worried that he was being misled by the allure of the city. Krista, what are you thinking? I just ran into a friend and chatted a bit longer. Sigh. It's like she always sees the worst in me. How could I be targeted by some wealthy urban woman? A mother knows her child best. Could a mother not understand her son's temperament? Hurry up and cook. After dinner, get some rest. Don't run off to the city unless there's something important, Reba replied logically. She had reason to worry. Hadn't Jared become a little obsessed with Adeline? He just didn't realize it yet, assuming it was merely a simple fondness. And indeed, Adeline was an excellent woman. As a man, having interest in her seemed perfectly normal. So Jared failed to recognize his special feelings toward her. Since they were business partners, meeting frequently seemed perfectly fine to him. Krista, I brought food from the city. Just need to warm it up, Jared explained. But this only drew anger from his mother. How much money do those cucumbers sell for? You should learn to save. We're different from others who can work daily jobs. We can't. Can you go out and work like them? Krista, it's a treat from a friend. I didn't spend my own money, Jared defended himself, feeling quite aggrieved for bringing back leftovers only to be scolded. Seeing Jared unhappy, Stacy interjected. The kid didn't spend his own money. Leave him alone. It's been a long day for him outside. You just indulge him. I'm only doing this for his own good, Reba remarked, her anger visibly subsiding though her face remained stern. Krista, I'll heat up the food. Jared saw her mood soften and proceeded to fetch the food to the kitchen. The family now owned an electric cooker, eliminating the need to light a fire. He placed the meals inside to reheat. The food warmed quickly, and Jared dished it into bowls since the plates weren't enough. Though the original containers looked expensive, he dared not use them, unsure of their cost. With the food ready, Jared carried it back inside. Noticing Jared's return and that his mother wasn't upset anymore, Stacy decided to head home. Jared rushed to escort her. Wait a moment, cousin. Jared handed over the untouched bag of food. This was given by a friend. Krista and I can't finish it. Please take these back. You don't need to prepare another meal at this hour. Stacy thought it was clothing but found packed food instead. Using such an extravagant bag, I thought it was clothes. Your friend is very generous indeed. As long as you don't mind, please don't tell Krista. She worries too much and will definitely overthink it when she realizes how pricey the food is. How do you speak about your mom? Despite her words, her tone lacked any true blame. Cousin is so easily bought? Cousin loves me the most, Jared said teasingly. Indeed, Stacy agreed to keep it secret. I won't say. Let's see how long you can hide it from your mother. Try not to bring home more things from others. We can't help them much, and taking their stuff isn't right. Cousin, I understand, Jared played along, knowing Stacy treated him like her own son. If only Alea were as well behaved as you. Go on inside and eat with your mom. She's been missing you all day. Inside, Jared asked, Krista, does it taste good? Yes, very good, Reba admitted, her anger dissipating. And there's more. I'll fetch it. Jared quickly went to the kitchen, relieved his mother wasn't angry anymore. Don't always burden others. These dishes look expensive. Those cucumbers barely cover their cost. Krista has a keen eye. These aren't mine. They're from her restaurant. She invites us over once your health improves. His mother's expression darkened. Free meals aren't common. Is the boss a woman? Krista, what are you thinking? I met her while buying a wheelchair, hence she knew about the patient. It's purely sympathy. If he admitted the boss was a woman, his mother would undoubtedly berate him and forbid him from going to the city again. Better to pretend otherwise, as he wouldn't risk mentioning it. People fall sick regardless of wealth. What caused her family member to need a wheelchair? Hearing this, Melinda felt compassion, ceasing to view the person as a malicious stranger. She didn't mention. You invited me for dinner but didn't ask what the illness was. Next time in the city, visit and show proper manners. Yes, understood. Krista, eat before it gets cold. Jared ended the topic, knowing one lie required countless more. He feared a slip of tongue would lead to trouble. Eat. His mother relented. Pass me a spoon. Using chopsticks is still difficult. Watching his son patiently feed her, she felt guilty. Jared happily provided a spoon and helped her. Eating became faster, avoiding cold meals. Jared hadn't eaten much at lunch, lost in the allure of the beautiful lady and delicious food. Tonight, he ate heartily, especially as his mother fretted all day, eating next to nothing. Now with him present and tasty food on the table, she ate more too. However, Jared cautioned her, Krista, don't eat too much tonight. I've barely eaten anything, and you already find it excessive. After eating your food all day, a change is welcome. Are you displeased? Krista, I'm worried about indigestion. If you eat too much, it might upset you. These will spoil if not finished today. You can't eat it all. From childhood, you've been taught not to waste food. Finally, Jared managed to pacify her. Let's enjoy the moment, then focus on the future. There'll be better opportunities to treat you properly. The night unfolded harmoniously, a blend of familial warmth and unspoken concerns, each bite a reminder of both affection and hidden complexities. It seemed she couldn't bear the sight of leftover food, so Jared gave her some more dishes. It looked like he would have to eat more this meal. But since the food was delicious, eating a little more wouldn't be a problem. Besides, he planned to go out later and would need the energy. Krista, I promised to finish all this. You shouldn't eat anymore. It will make you uncomfortable later, Jared reassured her. Recalling past experiences of indigestion, Melinda said, all right, Krista will stop after finishing what's in the bowl. If you can't finish, put the leftovers in the water vat to chill. That way, they'll still be good tomorrow morning. Ah, such a primitive yet effective method to prevent food spoilage. Got it, Krista. Should I eat first, or help you to bed? Jared asked. Having just eaten so much, I don't want to sleep yet. Wait until you're done eating before we rest. Jared thought about getting her to sleep soon so he could go out. Since that was the case, he'd have to leave a bit later. Amos hasn't returned yet. After you finish eating, bring Amos back and don't lose it. We still need it for work, Melinda reminded him. Yeah, I'll do it after eating. Amos wasn't something anyone could easily steal now. It had become very intelligent and even understood human speech. Jared dared not tell her this. She was already ill, and hearing about this might scare her or lead to another round of scolding for his wild imagination and lack of dedication to earning a living. Growing up under his mother's mix of corporal punishment and verbal abuse, Jared felt certain things needed to be handled gradually to avoid further suffering from her discipline. Since falling ill, her temper had gradually improved. Before, as both father and mother, she had been very strict, making the village men wary of offending her. How much did the cucumbers sell for? Melinda suddenly remembered to ask. Jared had already calculated the price according to market rates. Chapter 42. Exhaustion. Jared took out a wad of cash from his pocket and said, I haven't had time to count it yet. The small change in this wad was what he got back while buying seeds. When they were about to give him large bills as change, he asked them to replace it with smaller denominations like $10 or $5 bills. Jared placed the cash on the table in front of his mother. Winifred, having nothing better to do, started arranging the money on the table one by one using her less agile hand, putting the same denominations together as if she was thoroughly enjoying herself. After finishing his meal, Jared quickly tidied up the table and, following his mother's instructions, put the leftovers into the water tank for chilling. However, he planned to take them out later because overnight food shouldn't be eaten. When his mother falls asleep, I'll take the food out, as it will spoil overnight and become inedible. Krista, are you going to sleep now, or wait until I bring Adon back? Jared asked, hoping she would go to sleep immediately. But Winifred, who was getting excited counting the money, showed no sign of sleepiness. I'll sleep after you bring Adon back. If you're done with your work, bring Adon back quickly, she replied. Looking at his mother's delighted expression, as if seeing those piles of cash turn her into a millionaire, Jared said, all right, I'll go get Adon. Krista, it's best if you keep the money safe while you're home alone. He pointed at the money on the table. Who would think we're rich? Winifred said, not afraid of attracting thieves. Their family was considered one of the poorest in the village, with a decrepit gate and walls that truly didn't attract robbers. Given their current living conditions, it was impossible to prevent outsiders from entering. The gate was too dilapidated, and the wall was too short. Jared felt somewhat reassured, which is why he didn't plan on rebuilding the house. Strengthening the doors and raising the walls in the countryside wouldn't prevent thieves either. It might be better to present an unappealing image to troublemakers. He locked the door from outside, mainly to comfort his mother left alone at home. It gave her the illusion that no one could enter. Jared walked towards the vegetable patch, where there was no one around. In this remote village, once the sun set, villagers would return to their homes. Rarely did Jared have this kind of solitude. It seemed as if the entire night belonged to him alone. Humming a little tune, he briskly walked to the vegetable patch. Adon greeted him enthusiastically this time, not needing to guard the area since there was no one around. Adon, are you hungry? Jared patted its head. Let's go pick something to eat. Although Aiden's pleased expression was hard to see in the dark, it could still be felt. Using the light from his phone, Jared observed the growth of his 1,000-year-old ginseng, noticing it seemed more prolific than before. He pulled some ginseng grass and handed it to Adon, who happily chewed away. At this rate, even if it grows fast, it won't be enough for you. Ignoring Aiden's seeming disappointment, Jared pulled more ginseng for it. Go eat over there. He wanted to accelerate the growth of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Unaware of Jared's intentions but sensing no danger, Adon carried the ginseng grass to the side. Jared channeled the Jason formula, and the 1,000-year-old ginseng indeed grew rapidly, soon covering the entire vegetable patch. With the job done, Jared faced a dilemma on how to handle the excessive ginseng. Adon, unable to control itself, started eating voraciously. Jared let it continue, as there was plenty, and letting it eat its fill wasn't bad. Jared began harvesting ginseng on the other side, realizing he wouldn't be getting much sleep tonight. After working for a while, he remembered his mother was waiting for him at home. Putting aside the harvested ginseng for now, Jared loaded some onto Adon. Adon, stop eating. Let's go home first. Adon reluctantly lifted its head but didn't protest. Jared noticed Aiden's eyes seemed more spirited after eating the ginseng. Climbing onto Aiden's back, he urged it to head home. If he didn't return soon, his mother would surely worry. There were no extra phones or mobiles at home, so his mother would just fret being alone. Adon moved quickly, reaching the front door in no time. Jared dismounted and quickly unlocked the door, seeing the lights still on inside. Usually, the family would have gone to bed by this time to save on electricity. Entering the house, Jared saw his mother yawning, waiting for him. Krista, he called out. Why did it take you so long? Winifred asked. Not daring to tell the truth, Jared replied. Adon wasn't in the field, and I spent some time looking for it nearby. I was worried you'd scold me if it got lost. As long as you found it. Adon has always been obedient. It probably ran off because it was very hungry. If it were really hungry, it wouldn't have wandered elsewhere. It would have eaten the ginseng right from the field. Jared said, Krista, let me help you rest. It's late, and we'll likely wake up late tomorrow. He picked her up from the wheelchair and placed her on the bed, taking off her shoes and coat and covering her with a blanket. Krista, sleep now. I'll lock the door. Knowing his mother wouldn't rest until he did, Jared added, "Okay, I'll feed Adon some fodder." Adon was the family's only free labor force and essential for future farm work. "Got it. Krista, go to sleep. The doctor said you need to rest early." Jared used the doctor's advice to persuade her. Only when his mother fell asleep could he leave without worry. Jared went outside to lock the door and brought a large bowl of water for Adon, assuming it must be thirsty after eating so much ginseng. Adon drank greedily and shook itself, signaling Jared to unload the ginseng. Amused, Jared thought, after eating so much ginseng, you can carry it for a bit longer since you have plenty of strength. Turning away, pretending not to notice, Jared went to the kitchen and took out the chilled food from the water tank. If it spoiled, he thought mischievously, Adon could eat it. Could its spiritual nature distinguish spoiled food? Adon looked at Jared sadly, but Jared ignored it and lay down to sleep. He needed to wait until his mother was deeply asleep before leaving, but soon he himself drifted off. Poor Adon carried the ginseng all night. While the weight wasn't much, sleeping with something on its back made it uncomfortable. Jared was exhausted after a day's work and slept soundly without waking up during the night. Afraid of setting an alarm and unable to be woken by Adon, he realized it was already daylight when he woke up. "Damn it," Jared muttered, checking the time on his phone. Fortunately, it's not yet 5 o'clock. He sighed in relief, intending to collect all the ginseng from the field before anyone woke up. Tiptoeing out of the room, he quietly closed the door. His mother, having gone to bed late last night, wouldn't wake up early. He removed the ginseng from Aiden's back and whispered, "Adon, let's go." Adon ignored him. After carrying the ginseng all night and being asked to work early, it wasn't cooperating. Jared tried coaxing, whispering, "Do you want to eat the ginseng in the field? If you don't come, you won't have any left to eat." Seeing the sparkle in Aiden's eyes upon hearing about the ginseng, Jared thought it worked. Adon stood up and headed outside. Before Jared opened the gate, Adon stopped at the entrance, waiting for him to unlock it. Opening the gate quickly, Jared climbed onto Aiden's back, fearing it might leave without him. But the front gate hadn't been closed yet. "Adon, go back, the front gate hasn't been closed." Adon obediently turned around and bent its legs at the entrance so Jared could close the gate directly from its back. Jared was pleasantly surprised. "Good Adon, you'll have plenty to eat in a bit." After being hungry all night, Adon sprinted toward the vegetable patch as fast as it could for its breakfast. Jared remarked, "You really are reborn as a famished ghost." Adon grunted unhappily but didn't slow down. Upon arriving at the vegetable patch, Jared continued harvesting ginseng on one side while Adon munched away on the other. When Jared looked up, he frustratingly noticed that Adon was eating much faster than he could harvest. It seemed like more than half of the ginseng would end up in Aiden's belly. "Adon, you've eaten so much already, aren't you afraid of indigestion?" Adon ignored him and kept feasting. Seeing that Adon wasn't stopping, Jared decided to speed up his own pace. But he still couldn't keep up with Aiden's voracious appetite. Looking at the large amount of ginseng disappearing into Aiden's stomach, Jared patted its belly and chuckled. "Looks like Adon will be full for 3 days after this meal." He thought, "I'll let you skip a few meals these next few days, just to cleanse your gut." Jared smirked mischievously. "Come here, squat a bit. Now that you're full, it's time to work." Adon squatted, making it easier for Jared to load the ginseng onto its back. After all, it had grown too tall. With the ginseng loaded onto Adon, there was no extra space for Jared to ride. Adon head home first. I'll follow behind. He needed to get the ginseng home before anyone else ventured outside, and if someone saw him alone, it wouldn't matter much. Adon, satisfied with its meal, immediately galloped home at lightning speed upon hearing Jared's command. Its speed probably rivaled any 1,000-mile horse. Jared was amazed as Adon vanished from sight in an instant, truly incredible. Jared was glad he had sent Adon ahead. This early morning, he had encountered exactly who he least wanted to see. Chapter 43: The Hero in Her Heart. Meeting that woman so early in the morning. What were they going to do or had already done? Jared ignored him, but Chauncey spotted him. Well, if it isn't our great talent, Titus. Where have you been this early morning? Hee. Chauncey laughed with malicious intent, as if everyone else was as shameless as he was. Jared did not stop walking, continuing on his way regardless of their activities. After all, he had already harvested the 1,000-year-old ginseng from the field. Whatever dozens of people under Chauncey did there wouldn't harm him. Seeing Jared's indifferent attitude, Chauncey felt a gnawing hatred. You couldn't even pass college exams. What's so great about that? And still dreaming of instant success without considering your fate. Brother Bellamy, why argue with him? You mean you're worse than him? How could anyone match Brother Bellamy? You are Dulcie's great hero in her heart. She spoke in a flirtatious tone, which irked him. However, Chauncey enjoyed it, feeling relieved upon hearing her. You look like a poor scholar, trying to outdo me? Go daydream somewhere else, he sneered and walked away with the woman in his arms. They had unfinished business. When Jared returned home, he noticed the front door was locked by him and wondered where Adon had gone with so many ginsengs on him. Wouldn't someone see and cause trouble? After searching around without finding Adon, he returned to the gate, opened it with a key, and saw Adon in the yard looking up at him. Adon, Jared growled angrily. Why didn't you alert me? Since neither the door nor the wall was moved, how did Adon get in? Did he jump over the wall? Jared stared in disbelief. His Adon was getting more capable lately. Already astonished by its speed earlier, it now casually jumped over walls. He tried to mask his surprise, quickly heading indoors. Such noise must have woken his mother. However, entering the room, Jared found her still sleeping, possibly due to late-night fatigue. Seeing her steady breathing, he knew she was deeply asleep, missing all the commotion, indeed exhausted. Stepping out, Jared unloaded the ginseng from Adon. Adon, you can jump this high? No need to use the main gate in the future, haha. Adon seemed pleased but didn't bray. Storing the ginseng, Jared gave Adon water and went to prepare breakfast. Yesterday's greasy meal made him decide on something lighter today. Using an electric pot for congee and steamed egg custard, he prepared a simple yet nutritious breakfast similar to when they lacked vegetables and needed to supplement nutrition. Today, he decided to fry some greens bought previously before they spoiled. Earlier, when giving vegetables directly to Adon, it would eat happily. Now it ignored him as if those were scraps. A few days and you've started picky eating? A varied diet is best, Adon. Eat these fresh-picked vegetables. Adon still ignored him, resting lazily. Fine, no vegetables then no ginseng for you either. Jared threatened. Still not eating? If I catch you messing with the ginseng, watch out. Seemingly fearing loss of ginseng, Adon silently ate the vegetables. Good boy, keep it up. Jared patted its head approvingly. Considering today's feast, he pondered how to sustain Adon with regular food. After cutting vegetables, he waited for his mother to wake up to start cooking to avoid cooling. Picking through yesterday's seeds, some unfamiliar varieties, Jared examined packaging, noting each seed's features and instructions. Yow! His mother called. Jared rushed to her room. Krista, you're awake? Seeing him, Winifred relaxed. Yes, what time is it? She hadn't slept this late before, working hard or being restless due to illness. Krista, nearly 9 o'clock. Breakfast is ready. You can eat after waking up. So late? I should sleep earlier. Late wake-ups are unhealthy, Winifred commented. Helping her up, Jared washed hands in the kitchen to reheat the congee and steam eggs, achieving tender yellow perfection. Frying quickly, he served stir-fried celery. Fully awake, Winifred asked. Didn't we have leftovers? Why cook another dish? The weather's too hot. Yesterday's leftovers aren't edible. Jared calmly replied, hoping she wouldn't be upset. He felt guilty. Then feed it to Adon. Jared couldn't help but laugh, thinking this would teach it a lesson. What's so funny? Bring food here. Soon it'll be lunchtime. Going back obediently, Jared signaled Aiden's doom, leaving leftovers for it to digest. Eating together, Jared cleaned up and brought medicine to his mother. With a frown, she disliked taking daily medication, yet envied those who could afford it during lean times. Wasn't this her wish fulfilled? Jared reassured her. Krista, it's not bitter. The doctor said continued intake may cure you. How long should I take it? Winifred questioned. If it worked so well, wouldn't everyone be cured? Where did you get this from? Don't let yourself be cheated. I can't let you waste your life because of my illness. Krista, not a hospital expert but a beggar-like man I met on the road into town. Giving him a ride, he told me about this formula. Not expensive. I saw plenty on Green Hill. At the mention of Green Hill, Winifred sternly responded. No going there. Krista, I know. Wolves inhabit it. How can I go? Don't underestimate you. Looking weak but bold since childhood. If you dare step onto Green Hill, I'll break your leg, she snarled, seemingly serious. Yes, if I go again, break my legs. Drink the medicine. It's cooling, Jared agreed outwardly but inwardly planned another trip. Ignoring Wolf's absence, the wild, unmanaged areas of Green Hill offered good soil for planting ingredients. He had bought so many seeds but didn't have anywhere to plant them, leaving him no choice but to choose Green Hill. This time, Jared brought along Adon. Whatever wild animals they might encounter, Adon could handle them, ensuring their safety. Winifred assumed he had gone to the field and thus didn't intervene. For this trip, Jared brought tools for tilling the soil and some ropes, intending to let Adon do the hard work. Upon reaching his destination, he used the divine farmer's art to wither all the vegetation in the area. Adon, it's your turn now. While he had eliminated the grass and plants, their roots were still buried in the soil, and the land hadn't been disturbed for years, making it unsuitable for planting vegetables directly. Adon worked obediently since Jared promised not to feed it leftovers anymore. To ensure it could eat better things in the future, Adon put in extra effort. Meanwhile, Jared took advantage of this time to rest against a tree trunk nearby. Coming up the mountain, even though Adon was carrying him, they chose steeper paths to save time, which made it difficult for Jared to stay seated, forcing him to climb part of the way on foot. After using the divine farmer's art, he felt somewhat exhausted. He hadn't noticed this before. Jared furrowed his brow, realizing that each time he used the divine farmer's art, his body felt more tired. Could there be any restrictions or drawbacks to using it? However, nothing in the book mentioned this. After consuming numerous lingji mushrooms, Aiden's working speed increased. Once Jared cleared an area, he started sowing seeds. Without other tools, he manually planted seeds and covered them with soil. Being on the mountain meant no access to machines, so they relied on more primitive methods. Adon was full of energy, but Jared gradually felt the strain. Though he had done farm work before, physical endurance wasn't something one could just will into existence. Eventually, he sat on the ground, catching his breath and resting. Chapter 44. The Donkey-Riding Youth. Jared struggled to lift his head and look at Quentin, weakly shouting, Quentin, if only you could lend me some of your strength. You see, I can't even stand up now. Quentin glanced at him without moving, which made Jared stew in silent anger. You think it's great that you have endless strength, huh? What do I do with this donkey who won't share its power? Jared was too exhausted to move anymore. He just sat there watching Quentin work tirelessly without showing any sign of fatigue. Since you aren't tired, then continue working. Anyway, I'm not giving you those ginsengs anymore. Those are meant for Krista, and to earn some money. Feeding you would only gain a little bit of strength, useful only at moments like these, Jared muttered under his breath. However, Quentin seemed to hear him as it lifted its head to look over. What are you looking at? Get back to work. Jared yelled at Quentin, envious of its endless energy. He pulled out 2 boiled eggs from his pocket. He had prepared them in case he got hungry, and now they served their purpose perfectly. These 2 eggs were from his family's chickens, and there were no more left at home. Jared planned to buy more on his next trip into town. It sure felt good having enough money to indulge himself freely without meticulously budgeting everything. After eating the 2 eggs, Jared checked the time on his phone, muttering, no wonder I'm so tired. How long have we been working? Who knew Jared would lose track of time while working? Central government owes me a labor model medal. Feeling the strength returning to his body after the meal, he shouted again, "Quentin, stop, let's go home. It's dinner time." Seemingly addicted to work, Quentin ignored Jared and kept going until almost all the land was cultivated. "Quentin, did you hear what I said?" Jared called out once more. Finally, Quentin stopped and turned around, its expression somewhat aggrieved. "You're just upset because of a bit of work? What's there to feel wronged about?" Jared walked over, unfastened the rope, and removed the farming tools from Quentin's body. But Quentin continued to look dejected, as if someone had mistreated it. "I'll reward you with ginseng when we get back." As soon as Jared mentioned ginseng, Quentin's expression instantly changed to one of delight. Jared was curious how a donkey face could convey such human-like expressions. He climbed onto Quentin's back. "Let's stick to the flat path," knowing full well that he had no more strength to run. "All farmers really get tired," Jared mumbled softly, lying on Quentin's back. "Who knows the effort behind every grain on our plates? Quentin, next time I feed you, don't be picky, okay? See how hard it is to farm." Quentin hummed a few times and galloped down the mountain quickly. Jared held tightly onto its neck, frightened. "Are you trying to throw me off the mountain?" Ignoring Jared's shouts, Quentin accelerated further, seemingly eager to get home. Yet, the ride was surprisingly smooth despite the terrain being rugged, feeling more like walking on an uneven dirt road than a mountain trail. Without other modes of transportation or farm equipment, Jared spent most of his time with Quentin, gradually becoming known as the donkey-riding youth in the village. Whenever people talked about donkeys, they inevitably mentioned him. Before he wandered too far, he heard murmurs behind him. "Talk all you want. My Quentin is spiritual. 10 tractors wouldn't exchange for it. You're just jealous of having such a capable donkey." Jared gently patted Quentin's neck to soothe it. After all, it could understand human language, and he hoped Quentin wouldn't get angry. Imagine how terrifying an angry donkey that could fight wolves might be. "Quentin, I don't have the money to pay for medical bills. Let's not make things worse, okay?" Jared whispered soothingly. "I'll give you ginseng as soon as we get home, so please don't be mad." Hearing about the ginseng, Quentin immediately perked up, snorting happily as if agreeing not to be angry. Relieved, Jared let Quentin carry him home, though its speed slowed as they entered Qing Mountain Village. Exhausted, he didn't get off until they reached home. He wanted to see Quentin leap into the courtyard but refrained during daylight to avoid frightening passers-by. He carefully slid off Quentin instead of jumping, too tired to do otherwise. With only his mother at home, Jared locked the gate upon arrival, needing the key to enter. After opening the door, he led Quentin inside and closed it behind them. "Krista, I'm back." Normally, only Cleo's family and Aaron Zhang visited, so Melinda was accustomed to solitude. Moreover, she didn't expect anyone else since Jared always locked the gate when leaving. Hearing the gate, she paid no mind. Rest for a while. We can prepare dinner later," Melinda replied casually. Breakfast had been late, so they weren't very hungry yet. "No, Krista. I'll start cooking right away. It's getting late and we shouldn't miss mealtime," Jared insisted, fearing he might forget once resting. Though he wasn't particularly hungry after the eggs, his mother needed to eat too. Checking his phone, it was past noon. Quickly heading to the kitchen, Jared prepared meat and vegetable dishes along with steamed rice, finishing within 20 minutes. He brought the food inside, announcing, "Krista, dinner is ready." She pushed her wheelchair to the table. "Hand me a spoon, will you?" Jared had already prepared one, placing it in her bowl before sitting down to eat, serving her first before starting himself, eating hungrily, driven by sheer exhaustion. Observing him, Melinda used her spoon quietly, thinking about how much her son must have worked. A young man taking on all the farming responsibilities was understandably tiring. As Jared ate voraciously, he also served his mother generously. "I can manage myself. You eat yours," Melinda said, scooping vegetables into her bowl with visible effort, though pretending it wasn't hard. "Okay, understood," Jared nodded, adding more vegetables to her bowl before digging into his meal. This meal consumed more than 2 large bowls compared to usual, as rural bowls were typically larger. There were no leftovers this time, avoiding another meal of cold food. Afterward, he placed the dishes in the kitchen, too tired to wash them immediately, retreating to bed for rest. Poor Quentin looked pitifully at Jared's retreating back, waiting for its promised ginseng. Ignoring its whimpers, Jared lay down to rest. "Krista, I'll sleep a bit. Are you joining me?" Naps were apparently beneficial in the afternoon. "I'm not sleepy after waking up so late." "Sleep if you need to," Melinda replied. Almost immediately, Jared fell asleep, talking as if dreaming, revealing how exhausted he truly was. His mother watched him with concern. Without Jason's seeds, crops wouldn't sprout as quickly as the cucumbers in the yard. So, everything in Qingshan remained unchanged since Jared left, no new sprouts emerging. He slept the entire afternoon and woke up in the evening, finding himself more awake than ever. After tucking his mother into bed, he returned to Qingshan once again. Activating the Jason's mantra, the vegetable seeds he had planted in the morning quickly sprouted. Within minutes, they grew into full-sized plants, each one reaching maturity. Chungyao looked at the rows of vegetables before him, imagining stacks of RMB bills. This time, he was going to make a fortune. However, how was he going to transport them back? That was a problem. It seemed impractical for Quentin alone to carry all this produce down the mountain, as there was just too much. So, he dialed Adeline's number. The call connected after one ring. "Hello? Sister Han," Chungyao spoke politely. "Vlad, what's up?" Her cool voice came through the phone, making Chungyao wonder if she was smiling just a little. "I have some vegetables here, but I can't transport them. I was wondering if you could help me out with this." "Really? How many people do you need? What size truck?" Adeline replied straightforwardly. "When should we come over?" Chungyao hadn't expected her to agree so readily. Overwhelmed with joy, he responded, "Tonight, if possible. I'll need around 20 people. The address is Qingshan, and it would be best if the truck is on the larger side." He wasn't sure exactly how big the truck needed to be since the vegetables were still growing, and he didn't know how much they would amount to by the time they arrived. "All right, I'll send someone right away," Adeline said without hanging up. She immediately used another phone to summon her trusted personnel. She called upon her driver, the most reliable person in her team at Tianhong Dumpling House. While others might not intend harm, she wouldn't entrust secret matters to anyone but those she fully trusted. The driver entered the office promptly. President Han, what do you need? This is Chung Yao's number. Follow his instructions. Adeline handed over the phone directly to the driver, knowing that he only answered to her commands, even ignoring orders from the Han family patriarch. Chapter 45. The Black-Clothed Men. The driver returned from making a call and said, Hello? Titus, what's the plan? Brother Juan. I need 20 men, preferably those who can keep their mouths shut. Also, arrange for a large truck. The location is in Green Mountain. It would be best if you could send people over immediately. It's quite urgent here. All right, I'll make the arrangements right away. The driver hung up and handed the phone back to Adeline, saying, President Han, I'll go and arrange it. Go ahead, Adeline replied, then spoke into the phone. Vlad, I've asked the driver to make the arrangements. Don't worry, just wait a moment. Yes, understood. If they can't find Green Mountain, have them call me. Jared was confident that finding him wouldn't be easy. The place he chose was indeed secluded, intended to prevent bad people from causing trouble, but now it seemed he had made it difficult for his own side. An hour passed. Adon lay on the ground while Jared leaned against him, resting with his eyes closed. He thought sending help wouldn't take just a few minutes, so he might as well rest until they arrived. But suddenly he felt Adon moving. Could he not get some proper sleep? Adon, be still. Jared grumbled impatiently. Yet Adon continued to fidget, apparently unwilling to let him sleep. Irritated, Jared sat up. Can't even lean on you? After all, he'd already ridden on Aiden's back. Now he couldn't even lean against him without this fuss. Adon made a few noises, and Jared followed his gaze. There seemed to be some movement, but there was no one around, only the wind blowing through the trees. Making such a fuss over a little wind? You're going to scare me to death, Adon. Jared moved to lean against a nearby tree. If you won't let me rest, I'll find a tree. Trying to fall asleep again, Adon kept nudging him playfully with its head. Are you scared or something? You can face a pack of wolves but fear this? Realizing something was amiss, Jared noted that Adon wasn't a cowardly animal and certainly wasn't being unreasonable. Something must be happening. At first, he thought the faint sound was just the wind rustling through the leaves, but it grew louder, neither human nor animal. Suddenly, Jared looked up and saw a helicopter. A helicopter was flying directly toward him, too close for comfort. Danger, Adon. Jared leapt onto its back, ready to flee this dangerous situation. Who did he offend to deserve being terrorized by a helicopter? As soon as he clung to Aiden's back, it dashed off into the forest, narrowly avoiding branches that snagged at his clothes. Some areas were likely already torn. The helicopter landed where vegetables hadn't been planted yet, the largest open area on the mountain. They had inadvertently found Jared's hideout. Suddenly, his phone rang. Adeline. Jared immediately answered in a hushed tone. Hello, Sister Han. How long will your people take to arrive? Only once his people arrive could he leave. Otherwise, how could he dare provoke someone powerful enough to deploy a helicopter? Didn't you see them? They've already arrived. Arrived? Except for the helicopter, he hadn't seen anyone or any vehicles. Sister Han, how did they come? It seems the driver didn't tell you. They came by helicopter, which was faster and more convenient for transport. Indeed, transporting people and goods by vehicle on the mountain would have been impractical compared to an aerial route. But why hadn't they informed him beforehand? Adon, let's go. Our people are here. Adon carried him back, choosing a better path this time without low-hanging branches to snag his clothes. Appearing before Jared were 20 black-clothed men, dressed entirely in black casual attire. Had it not been for the helicopter's light, they might have gone unnoticed. Their leader approached. Are you Titus? I've been sent by Miss Han. Yes, obviously she sent him. He hadn't expected her to have such substantial resources. It seemed the gap between them was much wider than he thought. Did she instruct you on what to do? If not, why were they here just to show off their wealth? Once he became successful, he'd get a private plane too. Jared didn't know they didn't pilot the planes themselves but hired drivers. Brother Juan gave clear instructions. He said to come to Green Mountain to find Titus, because you have vegetables here. Their certainty pleased Jared. Such obedient subordinates were genuinely likable. No questions asked, they simply followed orders. Indeed, the vegetables are here, as you can see behind me. They haven't been harvested yet. I asked President Han to send people to gather and transport these vegetables. You can start now. Jared patted Adon, signaling it to move aside while he found a place to rest. With so many workers, he didn't want to exert himself anymore. However, with such a large harvest, when would they finish? It seemed like a night's worth of work. Finally, others would work late like him, bringing some balance to his self-consolation. But he didn't wish to stay with them all night. He wanted to return home. Adon, let's go home. Back home to his cozy bed. Hard though the wooden boards were, it provided comfort and peace. Upon returning, Jared acted as if nothing had happened. The next morning, he cooked breakfast and helped his mother get up and eat. Adon, do you think how much money Adeline should give me this time? I don't even know how many vegetables we had. Sigh, I'm losing out. Jared filled a bowl of water for Adon, talking idly to it. Melinda couldn't hear what he was saying. Ever since childhood, Jared had been close to Adon, always speaking to it. Thus, she paid no extra attention. The house phone rang, and Melinda called him several times, so he hurried inside. Few knew his number, and the callers were either Alea or Adeline. Picking up the phone, he saw it was Alea. Hello, Vlad. The voice on the other end sounded anxious. What's wrong? Did you come home? Why call if he was coming over? No, not really. Stuttering meant something was wrong. So, you're calling because you have a problem? Just say it. Alea tended to panic when faced with issues. Clearly, he encountered trouble outside. I'm at the police station. Can you come get me? His guilty voice. Why are you at the police station? Jared whispered urgently. Do Brantley and Brittany know? I didn't dare tell them. None of those guys are good. They all fled when they saw I was caught. I can't find anyone else, Vlad. Do you have time to come over? How could I not have time when you're in this state? Even if I had no time, I'd have to come get you. Which police station are you at? I'll find you. The phone was taken away, and a policeman told Jared the exact location. Who called? Melinda asked, fearing it might be a woman. It's Alea. He asked me to go to town to help him. Krista, I have to leave right away. Did Alea mention what kind of help he needs? She worried about Alea's job outside. Having no authority over him but needing to ensure her son's safety. Please continue providing the text to translate further. He said someone was missing, but I didn't ask for specifics. He also said it would be quick, and that he would come back with me. Only when Jared mentioned that Alea would return with him did she feel reassured. Go on then, be careful on the way, don't rush or panic. Was he that obvious? Fine, he was indeed worried inside. After all, from childhood to now, he didn't have many friends. Among those, his only true friend, his childhood companion, was just Alea. Krista, I'm leaving first. I'll bring you some meat buns when I come back. Don't waste money. Melinda shouted. Jared had already left through the gate. Got it. The three-wheeled motorcycle sped down the road, and Jared thought if he were riding Adon right now, it might be even faster. Unfortunately, Adon was a donkey and couldn't enter the city. If he managed to bring Adon into the city by some stroke of luck, he'd probably get taken away by the police as well. Arriving at the police station, Jared parked the three-wheeled motorcycle at a nearby parking area and walked directly toward the station. Hello, who are you looking for? My friend asked me to pick him up. His name is Wilfred, Jared said. The service at the police station had really improved. Everyone greeted people with smiles now. The policeman made a phone call. Darcy, the person to bail out Wilfred has arrived. Can he come in? Why invite him if he can't go in? Sure enough, the captain on the other end instructed them to let him in. Jared followed a policeman inside and saw Alea alone in a temporary holding cell, looking pitiful. Wilfred looked up, his eyes red, as if he had been crying. A big guy like him, what's there to cry about? Jared wanted to go over and talk to him for a while, but the policeman stopped him. Comrade, you cannot get too close. He's my friend. I came here to bail him out. Can you let me talk to him for a few minutes? At least I should know what he did wrong. I'm sorry, comrade, you cannot speak to him. If you have any questions, our captain will answer them for you. Please. He maintained a strictly official tone. Chapter 46. What did he do wrong? If they don't want me to talk, I won't. It's fine since he will be bailed out soon enough anyway. We can chat later. Darcy, hello, Jared greeted politely. Given how sensible I'm being, can you reduce the bail a little? Hello, Mr. Jared? Yeah, how much bail do I need to pay? Jared was primarily concerned about this issue, but the captain seemed displeased. Shouldn't you ask why your friend was locked up in the first place? Jared remained speechless. Indeed, he didn't want to find out what bad things his friend had done from the police. With encouragement from friends like you, he dares to act so recklessly, so young, and learning to fight instead of studying properly. How old are you, Jared? If you're a minor, you cannot bail Wilfred out. The captain expressed doubt over his age and regarded him as another disobedient child. Just turned 18 this year. Sorry, I'm an adult now. Is that your actual age? The captain still had suspicions. Jared had to take out his ID card for verification. Fortunately, his birthday was early in the year and it was directly recorded on the household registration, showing he had only just turned 18 recently. If it were a few days earlier, he might not have been able to help bail out Wilfred. The captain's frown eased slightly. What do you currently do for work? Officer, I am a small farmer. That's also written on my ID. Wilfred and I are from the same village. I just came to pay the bail. You wouldn't investigate me too, would you? A female Anwar nearby immediately put on a stern face. Please behave properly. Isn't my attitude good enough already? Yes, I'm really a small farmer. I got a call from Wilfred this morning and came straight here. Did you not know what he was doing outside? The captain continued his questioning, making it seem like paying the bail was just a guise and the real intention was to investigate Wilfred. I really don't know what he does outside. He never told me, and I never asked. Friends, huh? The female Anwar said coldly. I wouldn't be here if we weren't friends, would I? Police Brittany, I just finished the college entrance exam and decided to farm at home since I didn't get into university. There are barely a handful of people I know in the city. My family is having a tough time lately, and Wilfred helped us through some difficult times. He's my friend, no matter what he did. He is still my friend, Jared. Brothers before anything else will ruin you, came a voice with disdain. Jared didn't want to argue with her. She's a cop after all. If he has committed a serious mistake, Darcy, detain him for reflection and punishment. If you have any other questions, I will definitely answer them. Wouldn't it have been better if you had shown this attitude earlier? Why don't you let the captain speak? You keep interrupting. This investigation doesn't look like it has substantial evidence against Cleo. If it's only because of fighting, we can probably take him away soon. The captain, looking wily, replied, just tell me what you know. What do I know? As long as it's not related to what Wilfred did outside. Honestly, I don't know what he does outside. I thought he was working at construction sites helping out. He's always been timid and weak since childhood, only starting to grow taller in recent years. When he was bullied as a kid, he couldn't even retaliate, and it took my support to keep those bullies from harassing him. If you say he fought, I can't believe it even now. You can't choose not to believe it. He injured someone who is still in the hospital. All witnesses point to him as the one who caused the injury. Injured someone? Looks like we'll have to pay a lot. Darcy, everyone else was released except Wilfred? Even if he hurt someone, there must have been accomplices. Given his timid nature, it must have been under pressure from others. Isn't Darcy afraid of false accusations? Who dares lie here? Though he seemed authoritative, Jared wasn't convinced. If Wilfred injured someone, we admit the mistake and compensate the medical expenses. How much bail do we need to pay? What kind of attitude is this? The female Anwar shouted angrily again. Jared retorted. What's your attitude? Am I your criminal? Even if Wilfred made a mistake, She didn't need to talk to him like that. From the front wall, it says, serving the people. Just because you're a cop, you can be arrogant? Showing off in front of her superior, the Anwar must have some secrets. We are just doing our job, please understand, the captain responded diplomatically. When you're strong, he's weak. When you're weak, he's strong. Okay, go ahead and ask. I don't know what else to say, but I'll answer whatever you ask. The captain asked a few concise questions, and Jared honestly answered everything he knew, mostly saying, I don't know. You're very honest, the captain said, taking the transcript from the printer and placing it in front of Jared. Please sign. Jared cooperatively completed everything but felt heartbroken by the bail amount and the large compensation for medical expenses. Most of his recent earnings went to others. Could he not feel heartbroken? The captain even commented, rural people these days are quite wealthy. Not wealthy? All my possessions. Wilfred was released and his handcuffs removed. Vlad. It's okay, don't mix with unsavory people next time. Now, let's go home. Jared put his arm around Wilfred and walked out. Yes, I will repay you the money later. Repay what? Afraid to tell Brantley and Brittany? Where will you get the money? But that amount of money isn't small. Why don't you ask where I got the money? His mind must have been shocked. Oh right, where did you get so much money from? I only asked you to help pay the bail, didn't expect you to pay the medical bills too. Do you remember when I transported garlic once? Wilfred nodded, though he wasn't quick-witted. He had a good memory of family affairs. The money from selling that garlic. But that amount of garlic isn't enough for this much money. After several more rounds, garlic prices soared. I made some money, but it became theirs before I could even enjoy it. Wilfred felt incredibly guilty. It's all my fault. Vlad, do you believe me when I say I didn't hit anyone? Believe. Jared answered without hesitation. Those scoundrels accused me falsely, saying I injured someone. They were beating someone, and I was scared. So I ran out and didn't know what happened inside. After the police arrived, they all said it was me. I wanted to refute it, but to maintain loyalty, I stayed silent. But I didn't know they beat the person so badly. You stuck to bro loyalty, but I got scolded by the cops. Not fair. You should compensate for my mental anguish. Buy me some tofu buns. Sure. But he didn't move because he had no money on him. Jared gave him $100 bill. 2 buns are enough. Happy, Wilfred bought buns at the nearby shop. Then Jared's phone rang. It was Adeline, Han's sister. Vlad, when do you have time to come over? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the vegetables? Not that. I haven't settled your payment yet. I'm in the city now. Can I bring a friend along to see you? If it's inconvenient, I can come next time. Your friend? No problem. Your friend is my friend. As long as you don't mind, why should I? After all, she's currently in trouble. If someone sees Wilfred with him at Tianhong Dumpling House, it could cause more problems. But now, the only $100 bill he had is given to Alea, and he's poor again. Coming over today? Adeline asked when she noticed his silence. Sure, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Wilfred returned with 2 buns. Who was that call for? In his mind, Jared hardly had anyone to contact. Aaron Chushin, Jared said, picking up a bun and giving the other one to him. Eat some tofu to clear away bad luck. Ah. What ah? Eat it quickly and let's go. Jared took big bites of the tofu bun, and Wilfred followed suit, finishing his bun in a few gulps as if it erased a murky past. Are we going home now? He asked. Now you know what homesick feels like? Before, you were out for days at a time, probably enjoying city life. Isn't home better? But we can't just go back yet. I'll take you somewhere first. Yeah. Wilfred got into the car without objection. He now trusted only Jared. When Jared was in need, Wilfred didn't hesitate to help, even doing farm work for him. And when Wilfred ran into trouble, Jared didn't abandon him but gave him all his money. The not-so-sharp Wilfred thought they would likely be good friends for life. Arriving at Tianhong Dumpling House, Jared told Wilfred to get off at the main entrance. Wilfred hesitated. Vlad, didn't you say you were broke? The boss inside is our Aaron Chushin. Do we need to pay? You enter from the front, and I'll park the car in the back. The security guard at the entrance bowed deeply to Jared as he approached. Chapter 47. Relying on a wealthy patron. Wilfred watched in astonishment as Jared drove away to the back. He could only grit his teeth and walk toward Tianhong Dumpling Building, hoping the guard wouldn't stop him. As he approached the gate of Tianhong, the security guard suddenly bowed to him at 90 degrees with perfect posture. Startled, Wilfred realized the guard was bowing to him and finally relaxed. Please come inside, the guard said respectfully. Having seen Jared arrive, he naturally dared not be disrespectful. After all, Jared was a favorite of the boss. If he were displeased, would the boss not fire him? Entering Tianhong Dumpling Building, a waiter immediately came over smilingly asking, Are you a friend of Titus? Please follow me this way. Wilfred followed him upstairs, not to a private room, but to the restaurant's office area. Jared, familiar with the route, arrived at the back door, parked the car, and greeted everyone. Hello, I'm Adeline. May I ask your name? In Adeline's office, Wilfred looked at the cold beauty before him, scarcely believing he would meet such a powerful figure from Qinghai City. Those unfamiliar with the underworld did not know that Adeline had a formidable backing. The extent of her influence far exceeded what someone of his previous status could touch. Oh, my name is Wilfred. Please take a seat, Adeline said. Wilfred sat down cautiously, wondering when Vlad would arrive. Adeline resumed her work, saying nothing more after offering him a seat. In this atmosphere, Wilfred hardly dared to breathe loudly. Jared quickly ascended the stairs after greeting everyone at the back entrance. Wilfred sighed with relief upon seeing him, feeling safer now that Jared was here. It seemed like an ingrained habit, something hard to change. Sister Han, Jared called out, causing the cold beauty's face to light up with a smile. Yes, Vlad, thank you for this time. Are you staying for lunch today? Adeline asked. I've eaten here once before, and now I'm craving it. However, we need to go back this afternoon, so can we have an earlier meal? Jared replied, worrying about his mother at home and noting that Alea seemed uneasy. My friend Alea hasn't eaten since morning and is getting hungry. All right, I'll arrange for it right away, Adeline said, making a call to set up the private room and noting there would be 3 people dining. Wilfred had never experienced such VIP treatment or tasted such exquisite, expensive cuisine. He was almost dazed during the meal. Alea is really adorable, Adeline commented. We're from the same village. He's just too honest and wears his heart on his sleeve. If someone sold him out, he'd even help count the money, Jared added playfully. To have such a friend is a blessing for you, Vlad, Adeline said, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through her eyes as she recalled unhappy past events. Everyone will find their good friends in life. If not now, they will soon. Right now, I'm afraid he might accidentally spill the beans, and my family still doesn't know about my new income source, especially regarding the village bully and his thug son. You'll eventually have to tell them. Better to do it sooner than to lie. Adeline spoke as a waiter brought another tray of dishes, but hadn't they already eaten enough? The waiter stopped beside Jared. Adeline lifted the cloth to reveal, "This is for you. Aren't you giving me a check?" Jared asked innocently. If I gave you a check, it would be less convenient than cash or a card. After eating, Wilfred's mind cleared up. Looking at the bulging envelope on the tray, he remembered how rich people like these transactions. She mentioned checks before? Unable to contain himself, Wilfred pulled Jared towards the exit. What's wrong with you? Jared demanded. You're the one who's crazy. No matter how poor we are, we can't rely on a wealthy patron like that. Was all the money you made from her? Seeing Jared's suspicious gaze, he wanted to confess, but seeing the anger in Alea's eyes, he seriously replied, that was genuinely earned selling garlic and later cucumbers. There couldn't possibly be that much money, Alea insisted skeptically. How could you think that? How could I rely on anyone else? Ask any employee here if it wasn't from selling garlic. This time we didn't bring garlic, Alea retorted, clearly trying to provoke him. Jared explained, today, I'm settling last month's payment and receiving next month's deposit. Now I sell various vegetables besides garlic, aiming for long-term cooperation with Tianhong Dumpling Building. Stop making a fuss and let me explain once we get home. Not unless you start explaining now. A waiter politely interrupted, Titus, CEO Han invites you and your friend inside. Come with me, Jared coaxed, leading Wilfred into the room. There's no need to worry. Let's talk inside. Just like old times, he tried calming him. Wilfred, noticing many eyes on them, felt embarrassed, brushed off Jared's hand, and pushed into the private room. CEO Han, what is your relationship with Jared? Speechless, Jared apologized hurriedly. Sister Han, please don't take offense at my friend's behavior. If Alea misunderstood, yesterday I sent people to fetch vegetables from Green Mountain Village without settling the payment yet. Due to the significant amount and lacking a bookkeeper, I wanted to pay him personally. Is that true? Wilfred asked skeptically, still doubting their explanation. But this seems too much money. I believe Alea doesn't know the quantity of vegetables we fetched. This sum is based on market prices, which isn't excessive, Adeline said, handing Jared 2 envelopes. This contains 10,000 in cash for convenience. The rest is on this card. Inside was a note with 500,000 written and a password of 6 ones. Jared was astonished. Those vegetables couldn't be worth that much? Do you find this unsatisfactory? Satisfied, Jared responded, never expecting such a large sum. Within 2 days, he had earned this much. Finally, he had initial funding for the vegetable farm. Remember to contact me first whenever you have produce, Adeline said, raising a glass and a toast. Of course, working with Sister Han is always straightforward. Finding a reliable partner has been my dream. Plus, it meant seeing her adorable face more often. If Wilfred knew his thoughts, he'd surely sneer. While beautiful, she lacked childish charm. Leaving the paper slip under Adeline's glass, Jared thought it better not to carry it around. Exiting Tianhong Dumpling Building, Wilfred curiously asked Jared how much CEO Han gave him. Jared ignored him, still upset that Alea suspected him of relying on a wealthy patron. To a man, it was a matter of dignity. He couldn't forgive him easily. Just tell me. I promise not to say anything. Promises were promises, weren't they? Are you angry with me, Vlad? Wilfred persisted when Jared remained silent. I was scared. City women keep men as toys, right? Jared braked sharply. What did you say? I nearly got caught up in this arrangement. Wilfred exclaimed. Silence. Nothing but silence. For Jared, this news was too sudden. For Wilfred, he felt like he had lost his face. Jared restarted the motorcycle tricycle. The abrupt braking had caused it to stall. Was she the one who framed you? Jared asked. Wilfred looked at him in surprise. How could he guess that? Perhaps. Maybe I publicly rejected her, and she felt humiliated. Why didn't you say anything at the police station before? I was afraid she might continue to take revenge on me, Wilfred said. She not only has money, but also henchmen. All right, we won't have anything to do with them anymore. We'll stay home and farm together, living as honest peasants, Jared comforted him. But I once said I wouldn't return home unless I made something of myself, Wilfred said dejectedly. Do you really think your uncle and aunt believe you'll make something of yourself? Your aunt constantly talks about you at home. She often scolds you for being useless, but loves you the most deep down. The day before yesterday, she even mentioned how she wonders when you'll come back. Really? Of course. If you don't return, your aunt will only pamper me, leaving you no place to cry later. Jared wasn't in a hurry to head home since the food was already packed, so they wouldn't have to cook again. My mom always says I'm not as good as you. She says I lack capability. Maybe she's right, Wilfred kept talking from the back seat. But I'm just timid and not very smart. There's nothing I can do about it. That's enough. You sound like a woman, constantly complaining. I'm not exactly capable either. I couldn't even get into university, and now I'm disrespected by the villagers. Bullying aside, people who lead good lives aren't necessarily more capable, and capable people don't always live well. It does make sense. Of course it does. It's what I said. Don't you go around saying nonsense all day. Now, I'm going to speed up. Jared increased the speed towards Green Mountain Village, almost home. Although the village had its bullies, he still loved the place. Back home, Jared pulled Wilfred inside. His mother hadn't seen him for days and must have missed him. No sooner had they entered than they were scolded. "You careless boy, staying away for so long. Don't you know everyone misses you? Stop loitering around me and go see your own mother." She wanted him to visit his mother. Brittany always talked about him, and here he finally was, planning to be a simple farmer. "Krista, why are you scolding him? Having endured so much outside, it was bad enough to come home and be scolded immediately. Alea has always deserved a scolding. I've been yelling at him since childhood. It's hard to stop now," she said hastily. "It's mealtime. Didn't you say you bought meat buns? Where are they? Didn't you tell me to save money? You didn't buy them? There was free food, so why spend money on buns? I met a friend, and she knew you have trouble moving around, so she had me bring some back for you. It's different from last time. Apparently, it's quite delicious. Food from Tianhong Dumpling Building is known for being tasty. Again with that friend of yours. Next time you go to the city, bring some local specialties or wild vegetables. City people may appreciate that. Don't keep taking without giving. We don't have much money for gifts, but our sincerity should be shown." Jared said he understood and brought the packed food in, using an insulated bucket this time. "Look at how thoughtful your friend is. We should learn from her." Indeed, women tend to be more meticulous. "Is Alea going back to the city? What's so great about the city? We don't have anyone there. When would he amount to anything? At least at home, we're less worried. In a few years, he can get married and have kids. Life goes on regardless." Jared hadn't expected his mother to have such simple thoughts, preferring to keep her children close even if they weren't successful. Such old traditions remained entrenched. "Krista, I want Alea to help me grow vegetables. Relying solely on grain farming makes it hard to live well. Krista doesn't care about that. As long as you don't wander aimlessly, you can do whatever you want. How can I manage you two now? As long as your uncle and aunt agree, do as you wish." Denny-term illness had made Reba realize many things. Children's paths must be walked by themselves. They might not be around forever to protect them. Thinking of shielding their children forever had made them feel superhuman, forgetting how fragile they actually were. Jared washed and dried the insulated bucket for next time at Tianhong Dumpling Building. His mother had finished all the food inside, indicating her health was improving significantly. Thinking of what he saw earlier, Zheng realized his mother could use chopsticks now, showing better dexterity in her fingers. Chapter 48. To riches and glory together. Seeing his mother's health gradually improve, Yovan felt uplifted, reassured that with unwavering persistence, there would come a day when she would fully recover. After dinner, Yovan tidied up. While giving Winifred a foot wash tonight, he massaged her legs, which had lost sensation, vigorously. This technique was a rehabilitation therapy he'd seen on TV, which could promote blood circulation in the patient's legs. Once the massage was done, Yovan carried Winifred to bed, then said, "Krista, I'm going over to Hoyt's place." Winifred nodded, but reminded him to return early to rest and not stay up late. The door to Hoyt's home was open. Yovan didn't knock and walked right in. In the courtyard, a fierce bark sounded before a large black dog the size of a calf darted out. Upon recognizing Yovan, its loud barking abruptly softened into a tail-wagging whine. "Cohen, good boy." Speaking of this big black dog, it had been one he picked up from the road. As it grew larger, its appetite increased beyond what Jovan's family could support. Fortunately, Hoyt, his childhood friend, liked it and took it home, naming it Cohen. Looking at Cohen, who stood as tall as a man when he got up, Yovan twitched his mouth, stroking its head. He felt quite sorry for Hoyt's choice in names. Hearing the dogs barking in the courtyard, followed by its immediate cessation, Hoyt's mother emerged, holding her half-eaten bowl of rice. Seeing Yovan standing there, she greeted him with a smile. "Yovan, have you eaten? My sister-in-law is having dinner. Come join us and have a drink with your uncle." Initially intending to refuse due to drinking habits, Yovan reconsidered. His purpose here was to persuade Hoyt's parents to allow Hoyt to grow vegetables with him. With that thought, he replied smilingly, "I've already eaten, but having a couple of drinks with my uncle won't be a problem." Walking into the living room with Cohen trailing behind him, Yovan saw Hoyt sitting across from his father, both looking somewhat grave. It seemed they were just concluding a heated family discussion about Hoyt's habit of staying away for days, causing everyone much worry. "Yovan has arrived. Come sit and have a drink with us." Hoyt's father paused mid-drink to welcome him. Hoyt, feeling relieved to see Yovan as a savior, hurriedly placed a set of tableware and a small wine cup beside himself. Without hesitating, Yovan sat down next to Hoyt, raising his cup to clink against Hoyt's father's and said, "Brantley Brittany, Epine is growing up, forming his own ideas and thoughts. Constant criticism might sometimes have counterproductive effects." Hoyt's father gulped down his wine and nodded in agreement. "I understand that kids grow up and shouldn't be criticized endlessly. But Epine, well, I've been scolding him since childhood, and it's become a habit hard to break." Hearing Hoyt's father say almost the same thing Jovan's own mother had said, Jovan's lips curled. He glanced at Hoyt, who sat beside them, head bowed. It seemed he had indeed not been favored much in his childhood, probably indulging in mischievous behavior often. Despite the humor in the situation, Yovan nodded and finished his own cup, relishing the lingering warmth and grainy fragrance of the homemade brew. "Good wine." Yovan couldn't help but praise softly. The taste was authentic yet slightly potent. "Haha, you came at just the right time." Hoyt's father chuckled happily. This wine was sealed underground by Epine's grandfather when Epine was born. Now, it's as old as Epine himself. Seeing Hoyt's father genuinely pleased, Yovan recognized an opportunity. When people are in high spirits, many problems seem trivial. If he could keep Hoyt's father happy, he might get his approval. Several rounds of drinks later, Yovan found himself starting to feel tipsy. Realizing this, he waved off further drinks, saying, "Brantley, I can't drink any more or I'll be drunk," while obligingly letting out a belch. Noticing Jovan's sincerity, Hoyt's father ceased urging him to drink more. instead retrieving 2 cigarettes from his pocket. After Jovan declined one, Hoyt lit one for himself and exhaled smoke slowly. Jovan, you must have something to discuss today, Hoyt's father said directly. Caught off guard but not deterred, Jovan nodded and explained, yes, I've had good returns from my vegetable garden lately. I want Epine to join me in tending it. I'm here to seek your and Brittany's permission. Hoyt's father nodded again. Jovan, we watched you grow up and know you're honest and diligent. If you're willing to pull Epine along, we're more than grateful and won't hinder you. With that, Hoyt's father raised his cup. My tongue may falter, but I appreciate your help with our unambitious Epine. Thank you for this favor. Here's to it. Grateful that Hoyt's parents agreed so readily, Jovan raised his glass too. It's nothing. Last cup for the night. I should go now. My mom will be worried. Finishing his drink, the tipsiness intensified. Walking out felt wobbly. Brantley, I'm leaving now. Jovan made for the exit. Though their homes were close, seeing Jovan a little drunk, Hoyt's father tapped Hoyt's head lightly. Hey you, aren't you going to escort Jovan back? Okay. Reacting to the tap, Hoyt jumped up, rushing to the yard, shouting, Jovan, wait up. Stepping into the yard, a breeze filled with the scent of sprouting wheat rejuvenated Jovan, easing his drunkenness significantly. What's up? Jovan asked Hoyt. My dad said you're too drunk to walk alone and wanted me to escort you back. Hoyt scratched his head. His father's slap still stung. Seeing Hoyt like that, Jovan couldn't help but chuckle. Nothing had changed from their childhood. Hoyt's father had always patted his head with a strong hand, whether praising or reprimanding. So Jovan suspected Hoyt's character had been shaped by those taps on the head. Stop laughing, let's go. Impatient to leave, Hoyt urged Jovan toward the door. When they stepped outside, Hoyt let out a long breath, like a convict just released from prison. He bounded about with no hurry to see Jovan home. The little black dog beside him, seeing its master's joy, wagged its tail even faster. Due to the fresh air, the rural night was very clear, bathed in soft moonlight and dotted with stars across the sky, making visibility quite high. After bounding around enough, Hoyt finally calmed down. Jovan also wasn't in a rush to leave. Instead, he found a large blue stone extending into a stream used for washing clothes and sat on it. He knew that asking Hoyt to suddenly join him in farming vegetables would definitely raise some doubts in his friend's mind, no matter how much Hoyt trusted him. Sure enough, after hesitating for some time, Hoyt finally spoke up. Jovan, we grew up together wearing the same pair of pants, so I won't beat around the bush. I have just one question. Can growing vegetables make money? Absolutely. Jovan replied confidently. With the immortal world Taba and the ability to accelerate plant growth using the divine farmer's incantation, giving Hoyt's vegetable garden a secret boost would guarantee success. If even this couldn't make money, he might as well buy a block of tofu and bash his head against it. Alright, I believe you. Hearing Jovan's resolute response, Hoyt nodded. He believed in Jovan more than he believed in himself. The creek murmured gently, and distant barking faintly echoed. The two of them squatted quietly on the stone. Hoyt gazed into the distant darkness, lost in thought, while Jovan looked at his slender, lonely back, wondering how many great ambitions lay buried within this small frame. People often don't live up to their names, just as those whose lives haven't gone as planned cling tightly to any lifeline, refusing to let go. Irrespective of their childhood friendship, he now considered himself one such lifeline for Hoyt. Suddenly, Jovan recalled an essay he had studied in high school when considering his college admission failure. If either of us achieves wealth and honor, do not forget the other. This phrase means that once you become rich and successful, don't forget about me. Looking at the still dazed Hoyt, Jovan patted him on the shoulder and said, let's go, each back to our own home and find our own mom. In his heart, he had a different interpretation of that phrase. If either of us achieves wealth and honor, let us share it together. Chapter 49, Night Visit. When he returned home that night, Jovan felt a warmth in his heart when he saw the light still on inside. This is what a home is, no matter how late you return, there will always be a light waiting for you. The door was slightly open, and upon hearing familiar footsteps, Adon trotted over with clomping steps, sniffing at Jovan. The slight alcohol smell on him elicited white foam from Aiden's nose, a sign of dissatisfaction for not bringing him anything to eat after going out drinking. Jovan stroked Aiden's neck. The dog had grown so large that only its neck was within reach. Feeling the affectionate touch, Adon made contented snorts and comfortably lay down halfway. Is that Jovan back? Asked Reba from inside, having heard the commotion in the courtyard. It's me, Krista. Jovan loudly replied. After realizing a faint alcohol smell lingered on him, he decided to head towards the well water tank nearby. Despite the cool evening air, Jovan hastily took off his clothes, exposing his muscular back, then scooped water from the tank and poured it straight over himself. The well water was icy cold, making him shudder as the chill rushed up from the crown of his head. It left a refreshing clarity all over him, waking him up entirely. He repeated this process, lathered up some soap, washed himself clean, cleaned his clothes, and finally returned indoors. In the room, Reba had already dozed off into a light snore, comforted by her son's return. With a towel, Jovan dried himself, switched off the light, and using his phone's flashlight, climbed into bed. Setting an alarm for 6 o'clock, he soon fell asleep too. The night passed quietly without incident. Next morning, Jovan woke up to Wilfred's loud voice. He had agreed last night to help son plant vegetables. Jean glanced at the phone. It was only 5:30, barely dawn outside. Today, he planned to buy Wilfred a plot of farmland next to their property. Having someone close by would be helpful and safer if he wanted to assist son in growing crops. However, that piece of land belonged to a villager receiving social assistance named Zeus. In his youth, Rocky was infamous for gambling and debauchery until his wife couldn't bear it anymore and committed suicide. Left behind was a teenage daughter, but because they were distantly related to the village chief, Rocky qualified for social assistance. After his wife's death, Rocky grew more unrestrained, spending days and nights in the village shop gambling or playing cards. Given it was early morning, Rocky was likely still engrossed in card games. Besides, one should wait patiently when making such deals. If Zhang approached prematurely, Rocky might inflate the price and take advantage. Thus, Zhang sent Wilfred away, allowing him to sleep a bit longer. Undoubtedly, given Wilfred's impatient nature, by the time Zhang awoke again, the aroma of boiling congee filled the room. Sun was stoking the boiler eagerly. Zhang figured his aunt and uncle would be astounded if they saw Wilfred's usual laziness replaced by diligence. Daylight fully brightened the sky now. Seeing someone willing to help, Zhang got up, fed a dawn, and only then proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face. Checking the boiling congee, Zhang stepped out briefly and returned with fried dough sticks and other breakfast items. Inside, Reba had awakened. Seeing Zhang with bought breakfast, she chided, "We have pickles and salted duck eggs at home. Why buy breakfast? That's expensive." "We have guests today," Zhang said, patting Sun's shoulder. "Wilfred will start planting vegetables with me. We should celebrate the first day." "Alea isn't an outsider," Melinda remarked, dropping the subject. After breakfast, Zhang brought Sun to the garden, pointing to an adjacent weed-infested plot. "How does this piece of land look?" he asked. Silently, Sun walked to the plot, feeling the soft, moist soil and nodded, somewhat regretfully saying, "It's good land and fertile soil, but it's a shame it's neglected." Seeing wasted land pained a farmer like Sun deeply. Zhang continued, "Do you know who owns this land?" Sun shook his head. "You know Zeus?" Zhang teased. "Who doesn't know Zeus? His wife drank pesticides due to his gambling habit. Now he's a cautionary tale used by my mom to warn me against following his path." Sun stared wide-eyed at Zhang's mischievous smile. "You can't mean, this land belongs to Zeus?" "Congratulations, you guessed right, but no prize." Zhang was satisfied with Sun's improved thinking ability. "Now you see why I didn't let you go early this morning." Sun hurriedly nodded. Indeed, going too early wouldn't meet anyone. After some thought, Sun added, "My family agrees with me farming. However, this plot is large, and Rocky is a greedy person. He'll likely ask for a high price. Perhaps we should consider another plot?" Zhang waved his hand dismissively. If they changed plots, Zhang would need to frequently visit Sun's field to use the divine farmer's technique. Over time, if someone discovered his secret, the consequences could be dire. "Don't worry about money. If it's short, I'll cover it. You can pay me back later." Zhang, flush with 50 million received from Adeline, felt quite wealthy. He was determined to acquire this plot. Seeing it was still early and idle time was available, Zhang started teaching Sun some farming techniques. "Once you buy the land, water it thoroughly and add plenty of fertilizer." "And then?" Sun asked. "Plant the seeds and wait for harvest." Zhang said nonchalantly. With his technique, as long as water and fertilizer were sufficient, the crops would grow abundantly. "That's simple?" Sun asked skeptically. "Yep, farming with me is just that easy." Sun. As dusk fell, Zhang visited the village store and emerged carrying half a kilogram of pig's head meat and a plastic jug of cheap rice wine, beckoning Sun to accompany him to Zeus's house. Pushing open the rear door of the store led directly to Zeus's yard, which was also the front courtyard of his elder brother Dermot's residence. The 3 rooms appeared grand and had recently been repainted, evidence of the prosperity from running the village store. Indeed, Dermot's village store was located north of the village road leading to town. With his sharp mind, Dermot opened the village's only store, selling daily necessities, tea, rice, oil, salt, cigarettes, beer, and more. Business was fairly good, and compared to the general poverty in the village, his family lived quite comfortably. In contrast, Zeus's life was far more modest. When Wilfred and Jovan entered, Zeus was in the courtyard eating peanuts and drinking the cheapest bulk wine. Seeing the bottle of wine and pork head meat Jovan was carrying, Zeus's eyes lit up. Unbothered by social graces, he grinned and said, "Hey, you 2 kids, no need to bring anything. Come on in." "Brantley Rocky, we knew you just woke up and hadn't eaten yet, so we brought you something." Jovan, here for business, ignored Zeus's thick-skinned behavior. He held up the pork head meat, saying, "This is from your elder brother. It's fresh and just braised." Then, he lifted the wine jug. "This wine is also from your elder brother, 3 Kwai 70 a caddy, the best bulk wine. It's tasty and refreshing." "Hey brother Zhang, you're too kind. Come, sit down." Zeus hadn't expected the food and drink were really for him. He was unabashedly delighted, addressing Jovan as brother. After all, he had lost everything gambling last night and had an empty stomach this morning. Now, looking at the pork head meat, he was practically salivating. Seeing Zeus's reaction, Jovan felt somewhat confident. He thought for a moment, then pulled out a 100 yuan note and handed it to Wilfred, saying, "Go buy some more snacks from the front store." Wilfred nodded and left. Hearing Jovan's words, Zeus felt thrilled and gave a thumbs up, generous. When Wilfred returned, he carried a pile of items, peppered pig skin, canned goods, and some sponge cake, placing them on the small table in the courtyard. With the preliminary preparations complete, Jovan got straight to the point, addressing Zeus, who was busy eating and drinking. "Brantley Rocky, I actually have a reason for coming today." "What is it? Just say it. There's nothing I can't handle here," Zeus boasted, not pausing his feast of pork head meat and wine. "I want to buy that plot of land next to your vegetable garden," Jovan explained. At this, Zeus's hand paused mid-air while holding the pork head meat. Chapter 50. Thank you, Chauncey. Why do you want to buy our family's vegetable garden? When it came to the matter of buying and selling, Zeus no longer laughed. He resumed his serious expression. Jovan pulled Wilfred, who was standing beside him, over and said, "This is my childhood friend. He plans to grow vegetables with me, and your family's vegetable garden just happens to be right next to ours. It's good for us to grow vegetables together so we can help each other out." "Oh, is that so?" Zeus was somewhat moved. His family's vegetable garden had become a bit like a chicken rib now, tasteless but hard to give up. Besides, it was currently fallow. If it could be sold for some cash, wouldn't that be great? However, he couldn't afford to be in a hurry. The other party was asking him to sell the land. He needed to play hard to get, so Zeus said somewhat mournfully, that plot of land is very good. I heard they even dug up gold ingots from it. So regarding the price? Though Yovan was disdainful of Zeus's words, the wild grass on his land, let alone finding gold ingots, digging up vegetable roots would already be an achievement. He still nodded earnestly and said, we really want to buy Brantley Rocky's vegetable garden, and we've come with sincerity. As he spoke, he placed a pre-drafted contract and 2 bundles of red bills on the table. The money, taken from the bank that afternoon, still had a pleasant ink scent. Each bundle was 10,000 yuan, making 2 bundles 20,000 in total. Zeus, used to being poor, had never seen so much money. Seeing the 2 bundles on the table, his eyes almost turned red. Yovan sat down and calmly took a piece of chima, sesame candy, to eat slowly. Just as Zeus couldn't hold back any longer and was about to sign and stamp the contract, footsteps sounded outside. Zeus quickly waved to them. Daughter, you're back. We have delicious food today. Oh, what delicious food can you possibly have? A crisp yet slightly disgusted voice came from behind Yovan. The footsteps stopped in the courtyard for a moment, presumably because she saw 2 unfamiliar men at home and felt restrained. Come in, don't worry. This is Brother Zheng and Brother Sunday. Come greet them. Zeus smiled warmly at his daughter, his expression not as lecherous as before. Yovan also turned around and saw a girl who looked like she stepped out of a manga. Delicate features, large clear eyes with long eyelashes that curled upwards like those false eyelashes sold in cities. But hers were natural, prettier than even those exaggerated ones in manga. Her army green clothes, despite having patches, accentuated her young and developing body, making her look like a simple yet charming green apple. Brother Zheng, brother son? The beautiful girl greeted Yovan politely but seemed shy and retreated into the house after greeting. Zeus, your daughter has grown up to be such a beauty. At this moment, a mocking voice came from the back door of the small shop. It turned out Chauncey had unexpectedly arrived in the yard. Chauncey, why are you here? Seeing Chauncey, Zeus immediately forgot his pork head meat and asked nervously. Oh, I see Zeus eating pork head meat. Did you have guests? Because Yovan and Wilfred were facing away from Chauncey and it was dark, Chauncey didn't recognize them right away. Does my having guests concern you? Leave, you're not welcome here. Zeus seemed quite unstable upon seeing Chauncey, and there was a hint of fear in his stern tone. This made Yovan curious. Weren't these 2 relatives? Why had things gotten so tense between them? After hearing Zeus's words, Chauncey started laughing as if he heard a joke. Then suddenly his tone turned cold. Zeus, let's skip the pleasantries. I'm here to ask when you plan to pay back the 30,000 yuan you owe me? Upon hearing Chauncey's words, Zeus's face paled, and his posture weakened instantly. He muttered, when did I borrow 30,000? I only borrowed 5,000 at first. How did it become 30,000? Heh, when you borrowed money, we agreed that for 5,000 yuan, the interest rate would be 2% per month. It's been nearly 2 years now. With compound interest, 30,000 is actually less than what you owe. Clearly prepared, Chauncey nonchalantly took out a contract from his pocket and said, it's clearly written here in black and white, with your fingerprint. Trying to default, are you? Seeing the IOU Chauncey pulled out, Zeus was speechless, but his skin was thick, and he quickly forced a smile. Hey, how could I default? Things are tight right now. Please give me some more time. Once things get better, I'll definitely repay you. Forget it. Chauncey pushed Zeus aside disdainfully and asked, I saw your daughter come home while I was buying something at the store. Where is she? Bring her out. If you can't repay, we agreed she would settle the debt. Pushed to the ground, Zeus couldn't bear it anymore. Yovan turned around and said lowly, Chauncey, look who's here. Ironically, Chauncey hadn't expected to run into Yovan again so soon. Startled, he exclaimed, oh, Yovan, what are you doing here at midnight? Johnson, I'm officially collecting a debt. Don't mess this up. Wilfred couldn't hold back and interjected. Is this how you collect debts? Charging 30,000 for a loan of 5,000 is illegal. Do you know that? Unfazed, Chauncey brandished the IOU before them and smirked coldly. It's all clearly written here. Don't try to scare me, Wilfred. I, Chauncey, am not one to be scared easily. Yovan tapped the table and stood up calmly. Let me explain high-interest loans to you, Chauncey. According to civil law, interest rates higher than 4 times the bank's current lending rate are considered high-interest loans. China's current personal loan rate is 6.13%. Add some handling fees, so any annual interest rate above 40% requires legal responsibility. Hearing Jovan's well-reasoned explanation, Chauncey shrank back, feeling somewhat guilty, but still tried to argue. So what? Even if I charged him 25% per year, he hasn't repaid for 2 years. Surely, he should repay at least 20,000 by now. At this point, Zeus got up from the ground, his head lowered and sighing deeply. Seeing this pathetic scene before Yovan and Wilfred, he felt utterly humiliated. Yovan and Wilfred exchanged glances with a smile. They had originally planned to haggle with Zeus, but didn't expect Chauncey to appear, inadvertently helping them out greatly. Thinking this, Yovan smiled, glanced deeply at the lively girl busy inside, then pulled out 2 more bundles of cash and pushed the contract and 4 bundles of bills toward Zeus, saying, I'll double the price for you. Sign it now. Looking at the money on the table and the stunned Chauncey, Zeus sighed deeply and pressed his finger firmly onto the ink pad Yovan had brought, then stamped the transfer contract. A bright red fingerprint on the contract confirmed its validity. From now on, the large vegetable garden next to Yovan belonged to his childhood friend, Wilfred. Actually, for that plot of land which was twice the size of his own family's vegetable garden, the market price would be around 2,000 to 3,000. But alas, its owner was Zeus, a man who could squeeze oil from a stone. So how much more could he ask if you were buying his land? Therefore, before coming here, Yovan had mentally set a limit of 50,000 yuan. He had brought just enough money for that amount. Any higher, and it wouldn't be reasonable. If he ended up being the one taken advantage of, and this story spread throughout the village, it wouldn't bode well for him. Seeing Yovan smiling as he packed away the contract, Even the dim-witted Chauncey finally realized something was amiss. He hurriedly approached Zeus and demanded, "Zeus, what's going on? Why are they giving you money, and what did you just sign?" Zeus sighed but didn't answer Chauncey's rapid-fire questions. Instead, he took out 2 bundles of money from the table and handed them to Chauncey, saying, "Here, 2,000 in interest and 10,000 in principal. Here's your 20,000. Give me back the IOU." Though thoroughly puzzled, Chauncey wasn't one to refuse an unexpected payment. After receiving the 20,000 yuan, he returned the IOU to Zeus. Shredding. Zeus tore the IOU into tiny pieces, scattering them like snowflakes into the air. Now that Yovan had the signed contract in hand and had witnessed this little drama, he no longer felt the need to stay. With a nod to Wilfred, he prepared to head home. The vegetable garden now belonged to them, and those wild grasses promised a busy night for both of them. Seeing Yovan and Wilfred about to leave, Chauncey couldn't let them go without getting answers. Rushing over, he blocked the doorway of the small shop, demanding, "Yovan, what exactly is going on? If you don't explain it clearly to me today, I'll." Recalling his previous failed attempts against Yovan, Chauncey struggled to come up with a convincing threat. Yovan found this amusing. He gave Chauncey's shoulder a hearty pat, then pushed past him, leaving the shop alongside Wilfred. A cool night breeze carried Jovan's muffled laughter. "Chauncey, thank you." Translation notes. Ensured all names are in pinyin as per request. Kept the original tone and style intact. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as in the source text. Made sure the translation reads naturally and fluently while retaining the storyline's coherence. Chapter 51. Chauncey's Revenge. Leaving behind Chauncey, who was furious enough to smash cups after discovering the truth, Yovan and Wilfred agreed to meet at 8 o'clock in the evening at the vegetable patch, where the wild grass had grown almost as tall as a person and needed to be cleared quickly. Back home, Jovan's mother was already asleep. Recently, she had been unusually sleepy, and her appetite had improved significantly. However, Yovan felt this was a good sign. Being able to eat well and sleep well would help his chronically ill and frail mother regain strength. Click. The door opened, and Aiden's body appeared in the courtyard. Because of its height, Adon could only poke its head in through the low door. Its mouth was wide open, reminding Yovan that he had forgotten to feed it today. Now, Adon no longer ate ordinary meals. It only cared for the vegetables Yovan grew from the Immortal World Taba shop. Thinking this, Yovan patted Adon on the head and said, "Adon, wait a bit. I'll go to the garden soon, and then you can eat." As if understanding, Adon withdrew its head into the courtyard, waiting quietly for Yovan to take it to the garden, which was the best place in the world to it. Before 8 o'clock, Wilfred came rushing over, carrying a woven plastic bag filled with things that clinked together. The bag seemed quite heavy. Yovan greeted him, amusedly asking, "Wilfred, we're going to pull weeds in the garden, not sell scrap. What's all this stuff you're carrying?" Breathless, Wilfred stopped, dropped the heavy bag, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said, "Well, since we're going to weed, I figured I'd bring all the tools and herbicides I used back when I farmed." Yovan shook his head and said, "We're growing purely natural, organic vegetables. Using herbicides would leave heavy metals in the soil, which would be absorbed by the vegetables. Would you still call them organic after that?" "Not." Wilfred, being a simple farmer, immediately asked in confusion upon hearing that herbicides were harmful to vegetables. Then why is it okay to use pesticides when farming? Yovan couldn't tell him that the vegetables would immediately absorb any undecomposed heavy metals because of the divine farmer spell. So Yovan sternly replied, "Can growing vegetables be compared to farming? Our brand is built on pesticide-free, green produce. If you use herbicides, won't it ruin our reputation?" Seeing Jovan's serious expression, Wilfred didn't argue further but tossed the bag of tools into the corner of the yard, planning to take it home later. "Really, we don't need to bring anything else but just go to weed?" Yovan asked again on the way. "This is the 27th time you've asked that. I have a way to clear the weeds without using herbicides." Walking side by side with Adon, Yovan looked like a short guy next to the tall and handsome beast. "Okay." Trusting Yovan, Wilfred did not say more. Soon, they arrived at Jovan's garden, which was twice the size of Jovan's usual plot, covered in thick weeds. In the dark night, the wind rustled through the grass, making it sway like shadows, adding an eerie atmosphere. Upon seeing their land, covered in dense weeds, Wilfred groaned. Pulling out these weeds manually would be incredibly difficult, especially without herbicides. Even with 2 shovels, it would likely take until morning to finish. Noticing Wilfred's distress, Yovan simply patted his shoulder and started weeding with a small shovel. With the winter chapter of the Divine Farmer spell, he could easily clear the weeds but needed to conceal his method. Meanwhile, Adon was running around in the garden, enjoying itself. Yovan had secretly used the Divine Farmer spell to grow some garlic and 1,000-year ginseng for Adon to eat. Seeing Yovan enter the field with a small shovel, Wilfred joined in without hesitation. Not only was the land his, but friendship meant standing by each other in both good times and bad. Yovan could help weed without complaint, so what reason did he have to complain? To maximize efficiency, they headed in opposite directions. This was intentional on Jovan's part. He wasn't really planning to use the shovel. Looking at the shovel in his hand, Yovan tossed it aside, sat down cross-legged, and began reciting the winter chapter of the Divine Farmer spell. A chilling aura spread outward as Yovan chanted, causing the weeds to yellow and wither rapidly wherever it touched. About 100 meters away from the garden, a large Wuling Hongguang minivan stopped slowly without lights. Inside, smoke filled the air. Chauncey lit a cigarette, his red eyes glinting as he watched Adon in the garden, a cold smile on his face. "Boss, the tranquilizers we injected when stealing from the zoo won't last long. Adon should be waking up soon." A bald man with a gold necklace and tattoos approached, whispering, "Oh, did you make sure not to leave any evidence?" Chauncey pressed the half-smoked cigarette against the door handle, making a sizzling sound. "Concerned?" he asked. The bald man winced at the burnt door handle but nodded, remembering Chauncey's money. "Don't worry, boss. Everything went smoothly, no one will trace it back to us. That's reassuring. Chauncey turned, looking at the sleeping animal in the cage, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Chapter 52. The Tiger Afraid of Donkeys. Bang. This was the sound of the van door being opened. Inside the van were Chauncey, a bald giant, and two shawmates with yellow and green hair. The four men carefully dragged the cage out of the van and placed it on a transport trolley with four small wheels. Xavier, take this cage to that vegetable garden, open it, and release the tiger. The bald giant looked at the tiger inside the cage fearfully and instructed Xavier to push the cage over. Boss, this is a tiger. What if it wakes up when I release it? What will we do? Actually, not only was the bald giant afraid, considering the size of the tiger, especially with recent news about people getting killed by tigers in zoos and after climbing walls to get into tiger enclosures, the zoo tigers had kept their wild nature, and Xavier was terrified too. Coward. If you weren't my sister's boyfriend, I'd stuff you in the cage today. The bald man couldn't deal with his brother-in-law, knowing that if the tiger really bit him, his sister would surely break up with him. So, he turned his head, glaring fiercely at Gray. Gray, $500 to take this cage to the edge of the garden and open it. Gray clearly had more courage than Xavier. Although his legs trembled, under the allure of $500, he still mustered the courage, grabbed the handle, and started walking towards the garden. Let's see if you survive this time. Chauncey was well prepared. He knew Joven's donkey was very powerful and could hold its own against 10 people. But this time, he brought a tiger, the king of all beasts. No matter how strong the donkey was, it probably wouldn't stand a chance against a tiger. Even if, just hypothetically speaking, the donkey did manage to kill the tiger, the animal was a protected species stolen from the zoo. Tomorrow, once the zoo discovers the tiger missing, there would definitely be a citywide announcement. If they found the tiger's corpse in Joven's garden, Jovan would be in big trouble. Thinking this way, Chauncey felt proud of his clever plan. Besides himself, few others could have come up with such an ingenious scheme. Lost in thought, Chauncey laughed aloud, making the bald giant move away from him, wary of someone who might be crazy. Meanwhile, Gray shivered as he pulled the iron cage containing the tiger, cautiously approaching the edge of the garden. Since the last incident of vegetables being stolen at night, Jovan had installed a tall fence around his garden. At the exit of the garden, Gray nervously pushed the cage into the garden, praying that Mr. Tiger wouldn't wake up right then. Perhaps the heavens heard his prayers. When the cage was opened, the tiger remained asleep. Gray ran off as fast as he could, wishing he had 8 legs instead of 2. At that moment, Adon, who was chewing garlic in the garden, sensed a powerful presence. This presence naturally carried a domineering aura, which previously would have scared him witless. But now, Adon was no ordinary creature. Sensing this, it didn't panic, but instead exuded its own imposing demeanor as it approached the cage containing the sleeping tiger. Stimulated by Aiden's aura and influenced by the effects of the anesthesia wearing off, the tiger slowly opened its eyes and walked out of the cage. Roar! Seeing the creature before it, the tiger let out a massive roar, fully showcasing the might of the king of all beasts. Bray! Adon responded with a loud bray, and then kicked the tiger in front of it with a huge black hoof, accompanied by the whooshing wind. What's that noise? Amidst the overgrown weeds in the garden, Jovan was diligently using the winter incantation of Jason's art to clear the weeds. To avoid clearing them too quickly, he recited the incantation slowly, yet he had already cleared a quarter of the garden's weeds. Hearing a powerful roar from his garden, Jovan stood up and pushed aside the weeds, heading towards the source of the sound. When Jovan climbed over the fence, he froze at the sight before him. Adon stood proudly in the garden, while beneath it, an adult tiger lay pitifully on the ground, covered in hoof prints. It almost seemed like Jovan was imagining things, but the tiger appeared like a kitten, licking Aiden's hooves submissively. Adon, where did this tiger come from? And why are you so powerful now that even the tiger fears you? Jovan hurried over. Upon seeing a human approach, the tiger was ready to pounce, but was kicked back down by Adon. Adon lowered its head slightly, nuzzling Jovan affectionately, then used its hoof to point at the prone tiger, indicating its strength. Yes, you're powerful. Jovan stroked Aiden's neck, offering lavish praise. Looking around, he saw the garden's fence was open, and a large iron cage lay near the entrance. Clearly, this tiger wasn't an accidental intruder but deliberately released. So, who is ruthless enough to release a tiger into my garden? Jovan pondered. He had made quite a few enemies. Rocky, the boss of Qinghai City Changda Company? He dismissed this thought immediately. To Rocky, he was merely a minor player not worth the effort. Even if the plan succeeded and the tiger ate him, exposing the plot would cause Rocky significant damage. A person in Rocky's position wouldn't be that foolish. Could it be Chauncey? Suddenly, a name surfaced in Jovan's mind. Chapter 53. The Donkey's Nose. The more Jovan thought about it, the more convinced he became. Not mentioning all the grudges between him and Chauncey in the past, just recently, he and Wilfred had humiliated Chauncey thoroughly at Zeus's place. They even mocked him. With his petty mind, how could he bear any grudge overnight? What Jovan didn't know was that Chauncey was currently sitting in a minivan watching the donkey named Quentin overpower the tiger, pounding the steering wheel with fury. The bald man and the 2 non-mainstream guys with green and yellow hair were also terrified, witnessing the donkey overpowering the tiger in the vegetable garden. Their gaze on Chauncey carried hints of dissatisfaction. Previously, Chauncey had claimed there was only one person and a donkey in the garden, warning them to be especially cautious with the donkey. They found it laughable, dealing with a donkey, and they even needed to steal a tiger from the zoo. Now they understood. It wasn't just a donkey. It was a divine beast. Sir Rocky, calm down. You saw for yourself how powerful that donkey is. About the remaining payment, the bald man asked stiffly. As he spoke, Gray and Xavier gathered around. In this vehicle, they didn't care if Chauncey was the village chief's son. Work done, money owed, plain and simple. Pay. Every cent. Chauncey fumed. His lungs nearly exploded from anger. He had not only lost out on harming Yovan, but also spent a huge sum of money. Hearing Chauncey's words, the bald man made no excessive comment. Instead, he stretched out his fingers and began rubbing them together. An obvious gesture indicating he wanted money now or wouldn't leave. Looking at the grim faces of the bald man and the others, Chauncey reached into his pocket. Meanwhile, in the garden, Wilfred emerged from the wild grass. Seeing the tiger sprawled like a kitten under Quentin's feet, his eyes widened in shock, too stunned to wipe away the sweat as he ran over. Yes, the size and posture. Wilfred confirmed he wasn't hallucinating. It was indeed the king of beasts lying at Quentin's feet. Yovan, are you sure you're raising a donkey? Has it eaten some immortal fruit and turned into a spirit? Seeing Yovan nearby, Wilfred finally felt relieved, walking over to tease him. This donkey descends from the 180th generation since Zhang Guolao rode his donkey. Since revealing the truth wasn't an option, Yovan started weaving tales to entertain Wilfred. Cut it out. How did a tiger appear here late at night? Is it from Qing Mountain? I've only heard of wolves there, not tigers. Watching the grounded tiger, Wilfred asked curiously. Yovan didn't answer immediately, but pointed towards an iron cage at the entrance. It's not from Qing Mountain. Someone intentionally released the tiger. Who could be so heartless? Releasing a tiger in a garden where people live. Isn't that intentional murder? Wilfred was visibly shaken by the iron cage and expressed his anger. Yes, I'll catch that person. Yovan was also furious. Let's put the tiger back in the cage first. I might have a way to find the culprit. You can find who released the tiger? Despite being surprised, Wilfred followed Jovan's instructions, moving the heavy cage swiftly with the strength of a farmer. Placing the cage before the tiger, Yovan whispered to Quentin, "Push the tiger into the cage, good boy." To everyone's amazement, upon hearing Yovan, Quentin kicked the tiger's rear with its black hoof and snorted, guiding the cowering king of beasts into the cage effortlessly. Whoa, what did you say to Quentin? It understood you? Wilfred exclaimed in astonishment. Ancestral animal language. Yovan didn't have time to explain further. After securing the cage, he whispered again. Smell the cage, Quentin. Find other scents besides the tigers and track their source. Given Quentin's intelligence, Yovan decided to test if it could sniff out the culprit. Listening intently, Quentin's nose approached the cage handle, then suddenly dashed off in a direction. Inside the Wuling Hongguang van, the bald man counted the money repeatedly, checking the amount before smiling apologetically at the irate Chauncey. Sir Rocky, earning our wages isn't easy. The money matches up, but look, the car handle has a burn hole, and the steering wheel's loose. This money. Don't push your luck. Suppressing his anger, Chauncey tossed another 500 yuan from his chest. Ah, Sir Rocky is generous. If anything else happens, call Isidro. The bald man paused as Xavier tapped his shoulder, speaking anxiously, having seen something unbelievable. Boss, there's a huge donkey, bigger than a horse, running towards our car. Turning to look outside, sure enough, a massive donkey charged towards the vehicle, followed by two people. Isidro tensed. They couldn't be caught red-handed in such illegal activities. Without hesitation, he inserted the key, pressed the gas pedal hard, shifted gears, and sped off. Chapter 54. You may not believe it. Since they were discovered at this moment, the bald-headed man stopped hiding. He stepped on the gas pedal to the fullest and turned on all the headlights of the Wuling Hongguang, filling the area with the roar of the engine. How could there be a car here? When the headlights lit up, Yovan was surprised to see a minivan parked not far away. But now he had a clue. The mastermind who secretly put the tiger in his vegetable garden should be hiding in that van. Once the minivan started and shifted to fifth gear, seeing the donkey chasing from behind, the bald-headed man couldn't help but show disdain on his face. With his title as the driving god of Autumn Mountain, even though the countryside road was bumpy, it couldn't be caught up by a mere donkey. Even if that donkey is a bit strange, it can't be possible. Lou leader. Connor's frightened voice came from the back of the car. What now? Isidro, who was concentrating on driving, asked impatiently when he heard Connor's fearful tone. These days, recruits are getting worse, making them even harder to manage. Having made plenty of money over the years, maybe he should retire after this job? Leader, the donkey is catching up. Connor's almost crying voice interrupted Isidro's thoughts. Hearing Connor's words, Isidro hurriedly glanced at the rearview mirror and was stunned. For a moment, he almost lost control of the steering wheel. At nearly 80 miles per hour, a donkey was right on their tail, actually gaining some ground. Who can tell me what breed this damn donkey is? Shocked, Isidro decided to turn the steering wheel sharply left, tilting the vehicle towards the pursuing donkey. You can chase, right? You can run, right? Let's see who's tougher, you or my car. Isidro grinned ferociously at the donkey about to collide with him. He was genuinely scared. When people are terrified, they might do things they wouldn't normally dare to do, like colliding with a donkey at high speed. Isidro, no. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Seeing the crazed Isidro, Chauncey was utterly terrified, plunging into infinite fear. But Adon didn't flinch or dodge upon seeing the approaching metal box. Instead, it charged straight into the side of the minivan. Bang! The loud crash sent a jolt through Yovan, who had been chasing after the minivan. He thought of Adon, wondering if something unfortunate happened. Nothing bad should have happened. With this worry, he quickened his pace. Although both the minivan and Adon were fast, since they hadn't been running long, they should be nearby. After the violent collision, the minivan flipped over onto a field embankment nearby, its left side showing a clear dent. Everyone inside was bleeding and bruised, but thanks to Isidro regaining his senses at the last moment and braking, everyone only sustained superficial injuries. Adon lay on an embankment several meters away, looking unharmed, breathing steadily but slightly dazed from the impact, thus lying motionless. About 5 minutes later, Yovan and Wilfred finally arrived. First to catch their eyes was the overturned minivan in the field, the dent on its left side clearly visible under the headlights. Seeing this, Jovan's eyes reddened. In the dead of night, what force could knock a minivan over except for Adon? Adon, my Adon. Before Jovan could shout, Wilfred cried out first, shedding tears. This made Jovan hesitate to cry and search opposite to the flip direction of the minivan. He believed Adon wasn't an ordinary donkey, so it must be fine. Though he reassured himself, his heart still felt heavy. Adon was like family to him and had saved his life multiple times. Now, seeking justice, if anything happened to Adon. At this moment, a huge black donkey appeared in Jovan's flashlight beam. Adon, of course. Seeing Adon on the ground, Jovan's nose tingled, tears welling up. Adon really got hit, seemingly killed by those villains. Thinking this, rage surged within him. He walked towards the minivan, intent on making Chauncey and the criminals pay for Aiden's death. Hee-haw. A crisp donkey bray halted Jovan's vengeful march. He turned disbelievingly. Adon stood up proudly, head held high, mouth foaming but otherwise lively. Adon. Jovan was overwhelmed with joy, hugging Aiden's neck tightly. At that moment, police sirens rang in the distance and Wilfred, holding his phone, approached. He had called the police en route, mentioning the tiger discovery, which drew such swift response. Unbeknownst to them, zoo staff had already reported the missing tiger in the evening, causing immediate alarm in the Qinghai City Police Department. Urgent notifications were issued overnight, ordering all police units to remain vigilant and respond quickly to any tiger-related leads. Thus, when Wilfred reported it, several police cars immediately rushed here. Soon, several police cars converged around Jovan and Wilfred. One police car stopped next to the overturned minivan, aiding victims. Who called the police? An older square-faced policeman stepped forward. It's me. Wilfred promptly raised his hand. Good. Can you tell us how the minivan overturned? If I say this, you may not believe me. Wilfred scratched his head. The minivan was flipped by a donkey? Chapter 55. Roasted garlic? The middle-aged police Anwar with a square face definitely didn't believe Wilfred's story. Seeing the pitiful state of the Wuling Hongguang after the collision and noticing that this donkey was completely unscathed, even though it was significantly larger than average, he still found the situation implausible. It couldn't have been hit by a donkey. You must be too scared. The square-faced policeman shook his head, more inclined to believe that the dents on the Wuling Hongguang were caused by a tiger, not a donkey. Speaking of which, a tiger. As if just remembering, the square-faced police Anwar asked, didn't you report a tiger sighting? Where is it now? He glanced at Wilfred somewhat disbelievingly and added, it can't be that you're all fighting here and lied about a tiger to get our attention. Capturing a tiger immediately would certainly be a great feat. He had been a deputy director for quite some time and could climb to the director position based on such an achievement. But if these two were lying. Seeing Wilfred's somewhat incoherent fear, Jovan quickly stepped forward and loudly said, the tiger is in my vegetable garden, now locked in a cage. The reason why this tiger appeared here is because of the people inside that minivan. Jovan harbored deep resentment towards Chauncey, who had tried to harm him. Now seeing the bloodied Chauncey being dragged out from the minivan, Jovan walked over without hesitation and pointed at the unconscious Chauncey, saying, this person is the ringleader. Everything tonight happened because of him. Hearing Jovan, the square-faced police Anwar nodded noncommittally and instructed his subordinates to check Jovan's vegetable garden. The police required evidence and impartiality, and he couldn't just rely on Jovan's words, as it could turn into an embarrassment otherwise. After about 5 minutes, the square-faced police Anwar's phone rang. After listening to his subordinate's report, he nodded approvingly, looking at Jovan with a slightly softer gaze. The tiger had indeed been found, cowering in the cage as if frightened by something. That wasn't important. What mattered was that no one had been harmed before its capture. If he was the first to find the tiger, this merit belonged entirely to him, unchallengeable. Young man, it seems you haven't lied. The square-faced police Anwar patted Jovan's shoulder contentedly and pointed at the group being carried onto stretchers, including Chauncey. But we need evidence. Since they're still unconscious, please come with us for a statement. Don't worry, it's just a formality. Hearing this, Jovan nodded calmly. Wilfred, however, looked uneasy. He had just been rescued by Jovan and now had to return to the station. Get in the car, the square-faced Anwar said, even opening the door for Jovan specially. Jovan whispered to Amos, instructing it to go home alone, then climbed into the police car. The wail of the sirens resumed. At the police station, the surveillance footage from the zoo confirmed that the tiger thief was indeed the bald giant and his 2 accomplices. Therefore, Jovan and Wilfred were treated much better this time, facing minimal trouble and released after giving statements. They even received 1,000 yuan reward each for their timely reporting, nearly splitting Wilfred's lips with a smile. Despite the simplicity, the trip to the station took quite a while, and they left only around midnight. With few pedestrians or vehicles on the road, it would be tough to get a ride home. Well, why did you refuse when the cop offered to drive us back? Wilfred said dejectedly. He feared his father would scold him for staying out all night. Jovan was patient with his childhood friend. He explained calmly, in the middle of the night, if we returned in a police car, even though we know we did nothing wrong, rumors can be damaging. We wouldn't be able to explain clearly. Wilfred nodded, understanding this, but also fearing his father's strong-handed discipline. All right, it's not like we can go back anyway. Jovan checked his phone. It was already past 1 a.m. Let's find a hotel for the night and head back tomorrow morning. Wilfred, naturally deferring to Jovan, agreed. He figured if he went home early tomorrow, he could tell his family he was busy all night, avoiding trouble. Thinking this, he felt a pang of hunger, his stomach growling audibly. After all the events, he was indeed starving. Hearing Wilfred's stomach rumble, Jovan rubbed his own, feeling hungry too. At that moment, a scent of grilled food wafted over. Sniffing the air, Wilfred began walking toward its source, with Jovan following. They turned several corners, and finally, a small barbecue stand came into view. Wilfred had already run ahead. How did you find this place? Jovan marveled at Wilfred's keen sense of smell. You're better than a dog. The barbecue stand had a wide variety of vegetables and meats. A shirtless fat man was enthusiastically grilling, and a few tables were filled with satisfied customers. It seemed the food was quite good. Wilfred was already picking dishes with a basket, mostly hearty items like chicken strips and chicken cutlets. Jovan, though, found little interest in the regular fare after getting used to his immortal vegetables. Right, I seem to have 2 garlic bulbs in my jacket. Suddenly recalling, Jovan reached into his coat and pulled out 2 fist-sized garlic bulbs. After some thought, Jovan approached the stall owner. Boss, do you roast garlic here? Chapter 56, really not for sale. If Jovan had not come with Wilfred, and if he hadn't seen Wilfred order so many dishes, the stout boss of the barbecue stand would have certainly thought that the man asking to roast garlic was there to cause trouble. After asking his question, Jovan also felt he was a bit too abrupt. He pondered for a moment, then pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it along with the garlic to the barbecue stand owner. After receiving the money, the barbecue stall owner finally took the garlic, placing it on the grill. Looking at the 2 cloves larger than fists, he asked in some despair, "Brother, I've never roasted garlic. How do you want me to roast this?" "Just roast it casually, add more chili and some salt." Jovan's stomach was almost caved in from hunger, but eating raw garlic felt strange to him, even if it came from the Immortal World Taobao shop. So, he might as well get it grilled here. Note, the phrase 随意地烤一下, 多放点辣椒放点盐就可以了, is translated to maintain the casual and direct tone of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. "Oh, alright, but your garlic really smells good with a fresh scent." The barbecue boss inhaled deeply. Indeed, he had never smelled such fragrant garlic before. Hee homegrown, they're all like this. Jovan sat next to Wilfred on a small stool, modestly saying. The barbecue stand owner did not say much more, but as the garlic slowly roasted, its aroma mixed with a peculiar fragrance began to spread. This smell was slightly spicy but stimulated one's appetite. At this point, a new customer sitting at a nearby table sniffed curiously and asked, "Old Marcel, what are you roasting secretly that smells so good?" The barbecue stand owner was surnamed Marcel, who had been selling barbecue here for over 10 years with delicious results. The person asking was the vice president of a company nearby. Despite his wealth, he had a particular fondness for barbecue. Yet after all these years, he had never smelled something so enticing, prompting him to ask, "Hey, Buster, nothing special? You're smelling the garlic I'm roasting now." The barbecue stall owner explained hastily, "I know what roasted garlic smells like, but is it supposed to be this fragrant?" "Old Marcel, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Buster questioned dubiously upon hearing this. "We've known each other for so long. I dare not pull your leg." The barbecue stall owner, sensing Buster's disbelief, took the roasting garlic off the grill, specially letting Buster take a sniff. Upon smelling the unique, yet distinctively different fragrance of garlic, Buster's eyes widened. "Yes, that's the smell. Hey, you're no friend at all. Why didn't you bring out such fragrant garlic before?" "Never mind. I'll buy these 2 cloves of garlic." Hearing Buster's words, the barbecue stall owner was incredulous. He knew this Buster very well, whose taste buds were notoriously discerning. Although he found the garlic fragrant too, he never imagined that merely the aroma could entice Buster's appetite. But thinking that the garlic wasn't his, the barbecue stall owner could only bitterly laugh, saying, "Buster, it's not that I don't want to sell you, but these garlic cloves aren't mine. Not yours." Because he arrived late, Buster missed seeing Jovan hand over the garlic to the barbecue stall owner earlier. So he asked, puzzled, "If not yours, why are you roasting them on the grill?" The barbecue stall owner pointed to Jovan seated on a small stool and said, "This garlic belongs to the gentleman sitting there. So, if you really want to eat it, you should talk to him." "Oh, is that so?" Buster adjusted his glasses, stood up from the bench, and walked over to where Jovan was seated. "Brother, are you selling these garlic cloves? I'll pay 50 yuan for them." Seeing Jovan's cheap street market attire, Buster confidently offered 50 yuan, assuming the other party would be thrilled by such a high price. Jovan had heard the exchange between Buster and the barbecue stall owner. 2 cloves of garlic were just enough to fill his belly, and he wasn't short of a few dozen yuan right now. Without raising his head, he replied with 2 words. "Not selling." Hearing Jovan's words, Buster felt somewhat offended. Offering 50 yuan for garlic was generous enough, but the other party wouldn't sell. Isn't it all about money? Thinking so, Buster upped the offer. "Brother, I genuinely think your garlic smells great. How about this? I'll give you 100, okay?" Called brother repeatedly. Jovan hesitated but shook his head, saying, "This garlic is for myself. Really not selling." 200. Buster frowned, feeling that young people today were too restless and greedy. But he truly wanted that garlic, so he gave his bottom line price. Seeing Buster's determined look, Jovan didn't know what to say. It was a good thing that someone appreciated his garlic, and Buster's attitude towards him was fair. But the garlic was indeed for his own consumption. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head again. "Sorry, really not selling." Humph. Seeing that 200 yuan couldn't buy it, Buster returned to his seat without another word. Yes, he was wealthy, but he didn't want to be taken advantage of. Seeing Buster looking indignant, Jovan knew he must have been mistaken for a greedy person. However, this matter couldn't be easily explained, and explaining might not make any difference. Forget it, the world is vast. They probably won't meet again. Seeing the awkward situation, the barbecue stall owner quickly served the roasted garlic on Jovan's table and said to Buster, "Hey, Buster, we have plenty of dishes. Why are you so fixated on garlic? Come on, choose whatever you want tonight, and I'll send you a free beer to calm down." Direct discounts might offend Buster, but offering a free beer worked perfectly. Free stuff is always welcome. Truly, having sold barbecue for so many years, the boss knew his business tricks. Meanwhile, Jovan stopped thinking about it, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the garlic on the table. Chapter 57. What a pity. Because of his instructions, the barbecue stall owner sprinkled a lot of red chili powder over the garlic. Under the white, plump garlic cloves. It looked very appetizing. Yovan swallowed his saliva and glanced at Wilfred next to him, who was busy with the grilled chicken strips. He could no longer wait and bit down on the appealingly presented garlic. Juice splattered everywhere, refreshing the mouth. Feeling the burst of aroma in his mouth, Jovan's eyes lit up. Unable to hold back any longer, he started eating the spicy and delicious garlic in big bites. As the garlic was chewed, that burst of fragrance spread even more richly, drawing side glances from the surrounding barbecue diners. In particular, Wanda Usher's attention was piqued. Watching Yovan eat garlic in big bites, his mouth watered almost uncontrollably. But remembering the recent awkward encounter, he had to maintain his dignity and endured it silently. Soon, Yovan finished a fist-sized head of garlic. He patted his stomach. Due to the high water content in the garlic, although it seemed like he ate a lot, his stomach still felt empty, just slightly fuller. Thinking about this, as he was preparing to eat the second head of garlic, Wanda Usher approached him again. "Hey buddy, wait a minute." Seeing Yovan about to eat another head of garlic, Wanda Usher quickly said, "I have a question to ask you." What's your question?" Even if one can't refuse when someone extends an invitation with a smile, Yovan lifted his head, somewhat puzzled. "I want to ask where you bought this garlic?" Wanda Usher asked with a smile. His full name was Charles, vice president of a Chinese cuisine chain restaurant. Recently, many customers complained about their poor ingredients quality. Moreover, their supplier, Changda Food Company, has been raising prices. He suddenly thought that if he could find the origin of this kind of garlic and purchase it in bulk, it might not only improve the flavor but also possibly reduce costs, killing two birds with one stone. Admittedly, a person who could be promoted to vice president must have some capabilities. Upon hearing Wanda Usher's question, Yovan initially wanted to refuse to answer. But then, thinking about the large piece of farmland bought from Zeus, Ross Dumpling Building's consumption capacity was limited. After pondering, Yovan asked a seemingly nonsensical question. "Do you know Ross Dumpling Building?" Puzzled by Jovan's out-of-the-blue question, Wanda Usher frowned and responded uncertainly, "What Ross Dumpling Building?" Seeing that Wanda Usher indeed appeared perplexed, Yovan nodded and said, "These garlic are not bought, they're grown by myself." "The garlic is grown by you?" Hearing Jovan's response, Charles's smile widened even more. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes named Emperor from his pocket and offered one to Yovan. "Buddy, how about one?" Yovan waved his hand. "No, thanks, I don't smoke. There aren't many non-smokers these days. Not smoking is good for your health." Charles, being a friendly type, moved to sit beside Yovan and continued, "Do you know how much garlic you grow annually? What's the annual output value?" Hearing Charles's questions, Yovan paused. Honestly, if he spent every day in the field using the divine farmer's technique to catalyze growth, considering the land's fertility issues, the annual value would indeed be astronomical. "That's hard to answer," Yovan deliberated carefully before saying, "Put it this way, the annual value of our garlic is very high." Listening to Yovan, Charles felt a flutter in his heart. How high was very high? Their chain consumed a huge amount of garlic monthly, daily even, which no ordinary farmer could supply. Contemplating this, Charles's enthusiasm began to cool. Thinking this, Charles merely handed over his business card habitually and said half-heartedly, "Well, I see. Here's my card, with contact details and company address. If you ever consider selling garlic, call the number, or come directly to the company." Then he moved back to another table. Unlike Charles, Yovan knew all too well how terrifyingly high his garlic's yield was, especially with Wilfred's fields included. It was far beyond what a single dumpling shop could handle. So, Yovan put Charles's card into his pocket. Predictably, they should meet again soon. At this moment, Wilfred was so stuffed from feasting that he sat slumped on a stool, burping continuously. After Yovan finished the remaining garlic, he patted his semi-full stomach and paid the barbecue stall owner. The two found a random hotel and checked in. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Yovan and Wilfred arrived at Qinghai City's bus station. After about an hour's ride, they finally returned to the village. By the time they got off the bus, the sky had already brightened. There were villagers early rising to cut pig grass and feed pigs, others carrying baskets ready to sell vegetables at the market. Yovan and Wilfred exchanged greetings along the way, feeling the fresh rural air was much more comfortable than city car exhaust and smog. "Yovan, do you think how badly Xiao Bellamy will be sentenced?" After walking for a while, Wilfred asked curiously. Yet, mentioning Chauncey made him feel indignant. Xiao Bellamy was truly wicked. Releasing a tiger to try and kill Yovan, despicable and disgraced. Exactly how he'll be sentenced, I'm not sure. You need to ask the judge. Yovan answered uncertainly. But Xiao Bellamy took a huge risk by stealing a tiger from the zoo. Although he didn't kill anyone, he has probably met the criminal law requirements and may spend a few years inside. The better for him to be locked up. Wilfred agreed hastily. With Chauncey's character, releasing him is just asking for trouble. Personally, he should be locked up, ideally for 10 or 20 years. What a pity. Yovan suddenly sighed. Pity what? Wilfred was puzzled. Do you think it's a pity that Chauncey is imprisoned? No, Yovan. Haven't you heard Comrade Jeremiah say, treat enemies as ruthlessly as sweeping fallen leaves with autumn wind? Yovan shook his head and replied, it's a pity if you were the judge sentencing Chauncey. Haha. Realizing the humor, Wilfred laughed loudly. Chapter 58, Yovan, someone is looking for you. When he got home, Adon trotted over with a thudding sound at the call and began to nuzzle against Jovan's legs. Yovan had not come home all night, and even Adon had been a little worried. Good boy, Adon. Yovan patted Adon on the head before dipping a ladle into a big tub of water, which he handed over to Adon. Having gorged on so much food last night as well as the subsequent running around, Adon was probably parched. Sure enough, when Adon saw Yovan bringing over a ladle full of water, it stuck its long donkey snout into it and began gulping down the water with gusto. It certainly looked like it was very thirsty. After putting down the ladle of water for Adon to drink by itself, Jovan softly pushed open the door to his bedroom. Sure enough, his mother was still sleeping deeply in bed. Since Jovan fed her that 1,000-year ginseng grass, Rebecca's health seemed to be recovering gradually. She looked rosier now, although the only disadvantage was that she slept too much now. This also prevented Rebecca from noticing that Jovan did not come back last night. There wasn't any food left at home, so Jovan went to the courtyard to rinse some rice, placing it into a pot filled with water. He had already eaten when he came back, but he intended to cook some porridge for Rebecca to eat. Because of what happened last night, the weeding work between him and Wilfred was not completed yet. Anyway, there weren't many weeds remaining in the field now, so they had agreed on finishing up everything in the vegetable garden by noon. Because cooking porridge took quite a while, and Rebecca was still asleep, Jovan didn't have anything else to do, so he pulled a chair out, sat in the courtyard, and started browsing Taobao. Of course, he was looking at the Immortal Realm section on Taobao now. With all sorts of seeds and products available for sale, Jovan almost started salivating. Unfortunately, his current number of immortal coins was not enough to afford these items. The prices of those seemingly powerful goods like ginseng fruit seeds and ninefold golden pills were way beyond his imagination. Therefore, he could only look and drool. Time passed quickly as Jovan scrolled through Taobao. After hearing the sputtering sounds coming from inside, Jovan pocketed his phone and went back inside. Then, he poured the now-cooked porridge into a bowl and dug up some pickled soybeans and vegetables from a jar, which he placed beside Rebecca's bed. This way, when Rebecca woke up, she would have breakfast readily available. Checking the time, it was 8:30, still early compared to her usual wake-up time of 10 o'clock. Jovan tidied up after telling Adon to stay home and take care of Rebecca. He then made his way towards his own vegetable patch. Sure enough, Wilfred, who had an agreement with Jovan, was waiting at the entrance of the vegetable patch. However, Jovan chuckled after walking closer and clearly seeing Wilfred's face. Haha, Wilfred, why are your eyes black? And both of them. Hey, no need to mention it. I didn't come home all night, and this morning I was beaten by my father the moment I returned home. My mom couldn't hold back either and gave me a double whammy. Wilfred did not hide anything, given how the two families lived close by. Jovan likely knew anyway. Poor you. Taking in Wilfred's disheveled appearance, Jovan moved back and asked, can you still work despite being injured? Why not? We're selfless candles burning away completely. After hearing Jovan's words, Wilfred grabbed a small spade and vented his anger on the wild grass in the vegetable plot. Jovan followed him. Now that it was daytime, there were passers-by about, so he couldn't recklessly use the divine farmer incantation as he did last night. Instead, he held a small spade and liberally spent his sweat working in the vegetable patch. As the sun ascended high in the sky, temperatures slowly climbed. Nonetheless, as the duo worked diligently weeding the garden, its appearance changed dramatically. Lush wild grasses vanished, revealing a clear space. Jovan's area had already finished up, leaving only a small amount left for Wilfred. Jovan thus waited on the ground quietly for Wilfred to finish the rest of the task so they could return together. Right then, someone approached Jovan's vegetable patch. Recognizing the person, Jovan hurriedly stood up to greet. Brittany, what brings you here? Are you here to inspect the garden? Let me tell you, all the weeds have been removed, and we can start planting crops immediately. Rest assured. It turned out that the one who came was not anyone else but none other than Wilfred's mom, who had beaten Wilfred in tandem with his father just this morning. We're relieved knowing our Alea has you taking care of him, but I'm here today for another reason. If not for that, then why are you here? Jovan suddenly grew worried after hearing Wilfred's mom and anxiously asked, could something have happened to my mom? If so, I need to get back immediately. He started to rush home but was stopped by Wilfred's mom. Your mom is fine. I've come to inform you that a pretty young lady visited your house and is waiting inside. Oh right, I think she said her surname is Han. What was her name again? Adeline? Jovan finished Wilfred's mom's sentence. A pretty girl visiting, and bearing the surname Han. Besides Adeline, Jovan couldn't think of anyone else. Right, yes, it's indeed Adeline. Look at how forgetful I am. Patting her head, Wilfred's mom turned around and continued. I've relayed the message. Hurry back to entertain her. They're chatting happily now. Jovan nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Okay, Brittany, I'll go right away. Seeing Wilfred's mom's departing back, Jovan did not move. Why did Adeline suddenly visit his place? Also, did Mother know that Adeline was actually his boss? Mother did not like his female boss at all, because she suspected that the reason Jovan earned so much money was because he was kept by that female boss. If Mother knew Adeline was his boss, wouldn't she berate or even hit him? Thinking this, Jovan became nervous and rushed back home right away. Chapter 59. Tiani Dumpling Tower. When Jovan returned home, breathless and out of breath, he couldn't believe his eyes upon opening the door. There was none of the imagined confrontation. Adeline was sitting by his mother's bedside, chatting with her about daily matters. His mother's beaming face showed no signs of displeasure at all. At this moment, when Jovan walked in through the door, Adeline and his mother stopped their conversation and turned to look at the perspiring Jovan. You child, she came all the way here to visit you, yet you only told me now? Moreover, take a look at yourself. Go take a bath immediately, put on your new clothes and accompany the young lady. Seeing Jovan rushing back, Winifred expressed her mild annoyance. Though not knowing what Adeline had talked about, she felt that the current situation wasn't bad. Jovan quickly replied with an awkward smile, Okay, I'll go take a shower right away. Watching Jovan obediently head for the bathroom, Winifred nodded in satisfaction before breaking into another smile as she resumed her conversation with Adeline. If Jovan were present, he might have been dumbfounded by how swiftly her mood changed. Who is really your son? After washing up and changing into fresh clothes, Jovan found his mother already holding hands with Adeline and talking warmly. The rapid progress of their relationship astonished Jovan. Does Adeline have a charm to win over older women? At this time, Wilfred knocked and entered. He had seen Jovan hurriedly rush home and assumed something was wrong. Seeing that Jovan and his mother were fine, Wilfred breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing Adeline seated next to Winifred, he was surprised. Yovan, isn't this your female, Before he could finish saying, female boss, Yovan rushed to cover his mouth, preventing him from speaking rashly. He then continued, female classmate, haven't you met her before? I introduced you last time. Finishing, Yovan continuously gave Wilfred meaningful glances. As childhood friends who grew up together, Wilfred instantly understood. With a sudden realization, he said, right, your female classmate. Now I remember why she looked so familiar. We met last time. Adeline, who was engaged in conversation with Winifred, glanced over curiously, unsure what these two were up to. But she indeed had come with business in mind. After bidding farewell to the overly enthusiastic Winifred, she pulled the bewildered Yovan towards the door. Ignoring the approving glances from his mother, Yovan allowed Adeline to lead him outside. Upon stepping out, the village roads weren't crowded yet. However, every villager who saw Yovan walking hand in hand with Adeline looked curious, followed by confusion. Everyone knew the conditions of the Zheng family, so how did they suddenly get such a beautiful daughter-in-law? It was like a rose on manure. If Yovan knew the villagers' thoughts, he would probably spit blood. Who is the manure? Even if I once was, now I've upgraded to celestial level manure. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable with the villagers' peculiar gazes, Adeline chose less crowded paths. Soon, they arrived at a quiet stream. Noticing she had been holding Jovan's hand all along, Adeline blushed slightly and released it. These past days of immense stress had made her forget such details. Feeling the soft withdrawal of the hand he was holding, Yovan momentarily felt a sense of loss but soon recovered, asking curiously, President Han, how did you find my house? And why did you come? Adeline brushed a stray hair behind her ear, then said in a subdued tone, your address was easy to find. I came here because I need your help. Need my help? Yovan asked, puzzled. Is it the Changda company causing trouble again? Didn't I provide the garlic as agreed? Yes, Adeline looked at Yovan, whose expression remained calm, and inexplicably felt reassured. She believed he would surely find a solution. Pausing, she whispered, this time, Changda didn't mess with ingredients, but instead, they invested shares and opened a restaurant named Tianyi Dumpling Tower opposite our Tianhong Dumpling Tower. How despicable! Yovan remarked, displeased. Changing just one character in the name and opening it right across from your place, that's pure bullying. Indeed, they are ruthless and will stop at nothing. Adeline nodded, continuing. But the real problem is that they hired the third-place winner from the last Qinghai City culinary competition, whose dumpling-making skills are unparalleled. In just a few days, our sales have started to decline. The third-place winner of the Qinghai City culinary competition is that powerful even now? Yovan asked curiously. Adeline affirmed with a nod. The competition held by the Qinghai City Culinary Association every 3 years attracts thousands of chefs. Winning third place among 30,000 contestants carries significant weight. Oh, I see. Third place among 30,000 is indeed impressive. Yovan muttered, understanding. But seeing Adeline's troubled expression, he hastily suggested, there's always first and second place too. Why don't you hire them to outdo the third place chef? Hearing this, Adeline shook her head. I thought of that. Not only would the fees be too high for me to afford, but the top 2 chefs are currently refining their skills for the Chinese Culinary Championship in 3 years and won't cook publicly anymore. Yovan, unfamiliar with the Chinese Culinary Championship, though it sounded impressive, seemed far removed from his reality. Suddenly, Adeline tightly gripped his shoulder. Yovan, do you know how to cook? Adeline looked at him with bright, hopeful eyes. Chapter 60, Culinary Skills Mastery. Facing Adeline's expectant gaze, Yovan hesitated to admit he couldn't cook. After all, honesty is a virtue, right? Just as Yovan was about to shake his head, the previously dormant heavenly taobao shop in his mind started to activate. A clear and melodious female voice echoed in his head. A scene mission has been initiated. The first task, agree to Adeline's request. Reward, basic culinary skills mastery. More tasks will be unlocked upon completion. Hearing this sudden voice, Yovan paused for a moment before nodding and confidently replied, I can cook, and it's delicious. Really? Adeline's face lit up with delight, but it quickly dimmed. She shook her head, but the opponent placed third in a gourmet contest. Even if you're good at cooking, you probably can't surpass him. I must have been out of my mind to come to you after not sleeping well these past few days. Yovan was speechless. He had no idea how competent this culinary mastery from the system would be. What if his dishes were worse than others? That would be embarrassing. Moreover, he didn't even know what exactly Adeline's request was. Seeing Jovan's dumbfounded look, Adeline seemed less anxious. She sat down by the riverbank, staring absent-mindedly at the tranquil, clear water. Yovan followed suit, and for a moment, there was silence. After a while, Adeline spoke softly, almost to herself, Yovan, sometimes I envy your peaceful and quiet life. Sometimes, I also envy those born with a silver spoon like you. Yovan smiled bitterly. How could someone like Adeline, a wealthy young lady, understand the struggles of scraping by on bare essentials, fighting for basic necessities? If it weren't for the heavenly taobao shop, he wouldn't even have the leisure to sit here with her now. Maybe, although I'm the type you mentioned, born with a silver spoon, my childhood was cold. Adults only cared about interests and money tainted by greed. Do you know what my most profound childhood memory is? Adeline dipped her hand into the cold river water, moving it aimlessly as she continued. What is it? My grandfather brought me steaming hot dumplings when I was crying in a corner. Thin wrappers, plenty of filling. Eating them always cheered me up. Her lips curled into a slight smile, lost in happy memories. Is that why you opened Ross Dumpling House? Yovan finally understood why a wealthy woman like Adeline would painstakingly run a dumpling house instead of living a carefree life. Yes, she nodded, sighing with relief after sharing her feelings. Her expression lightened noticeably. So, what brings you here today? Yovan asked curiously, eager to know what Adeline's request to the system was. Oh, nothing really, just some whims of mine. Sorry for bothering you. Adeline smiled at Yovan, appearing more relaxed. Come on, tell me. Maybe I can help? Yovan felt a bit frustrated. Women were indeed like needles at the bottom of the sea. Moments ago, she looked deeply troubled, and now she was smiling so sweetly. It's nothing serious. I accepted a challenge from Tion E Dumpling House. Whoever loses will close shop. Initially, I hesitated, but now it seems trivial. At worst, I'll open another place elsewhere. Adeline tried to sound casual, but Yovan noticed the hidden bitterness in her smile. Closing a well-established Ross Dumpling House and starting a new elsewhere would be far from easy. Not only would it take a long time to find a new location and retain chefs, but the loss of established clientele would be crippling, a total rebrand. People from Changda Company are truly ruthless, bullying a woman like this. Yovan was indignant, guessing Adeline came to ask him to represent Ross Dumpling House in the contest against the Tion E Dumpling House chef. Why single out women? Women hold up half the sky. Surprisingly, Adeline wasn't pleased by Jovan's comment. Why differentiate between men and women so strictly? As the great man said, women can hold up half the sky. Right, my mistake. Yovan realized his words were inappropriate. To make amends, he took a deep breath and solemnly approached Adeline, saying, Okay, I accept. Adeline touched Jovan's forehead, puzzled. You're not feverish, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? What did you promise me? Yovan scratched his head. Adeline hadn't specifically asked him to compete on behalf of Ross Dumpling House. It was the system's prompt that misled him. But since the conversation had reached this point, he had to say, Aren't you here to ask me to represent Ross Dumpling House in the competition? I've said, I haven't slept well these past few days, and my thoughts have wandered. Besides, you're not a professional chef. How could you beat their chef? Adeline didn't know why she had turned to Yovan, perhaps due to trust from his timely appearance last time, or because she needed someone to confide in under such pressure. Understanding Adeline's logic, Yovan felt no resentment. Still, he wondered how proficient the culinary skills granted by the system were, so he insisted. Can you tell me clearly why you came? Yovan had no choice. Without a direct request, how could he receive the reward? All right, you're impossible. Adeline thought Yovan was trying to satisfy his ego, so she nodded. Yovan, can you help represent Ross Dumpling House in the contest? Yes, sure. Yovan nodded. Then a familiar melodious voice sounded in his mind again. Chapter 61. A small trial. Chime. Task 1 completed. Gained culinary mastery. Chime. Task 2 activated. Defeat the chef of Heavenly Fate Dumpling Pavilion. Reward. 1 10,000-year blood ginseng seed. Master chef experience. As a pleasant female voice rang out, streams of information flooded Jovan's mind like a bursting dam. 8 major cuisine styles, mapo tofu, intricate dumplings, crystal buns. Countless dishes and their preparation methods flowed through his mind and were swiftly absorbed. My head hurts so much. The sudden influx of overwhelming information felt like his brain was about to explode. He clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. Yovan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Jovan's pained expression, veins bulging on his forehead, Adeline was terrified. She hurriedly helped him sit down, looking at him anxiously. Everything had been fine just moments ago. Why had it suddenly changed? After some time, as the last bits of information were absorbed, the intense pain rapidly vanished as if it had never happened. Yovan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flickering within them before being expertly concealed. For some reason, Adeline noticed that Jovan's demeanor had undergone a dramatic change. He now seemed like a seasoned industry leader or an elderly painter. However, she couldn't understand why he seemed like a completely different person after such a short time. Yovan, are you all right? Adeline pulled out a handkerchief from her bag, wiping the sweat off Jovan's forehead, still uncertain. Hee, I'm fine. Yovan scratched his head, instantly losing the earlier aura and reverting to his simple farmer-like self. This relieved Adeline significantly, as his earlier presence had brought her a subtle pressure. It's good. It's not early anymore. I should go back. Today, I really feel bad for passing my negativity on to you. Adeline was ready to leave, treating this visit as merely a way to clear her mind. Hold on, don't rush. Yovan quickly stopped her. After all, the rewards from the second task were incredibly generous. Leaving aside the master chef skill, even just the 10,000-year blood ginseng seed could potentially cure his mother's illness entirely. His mother's paralysis due to lost sensation in her lower body was mainly due to depleted chi and blood. If that blood ginseng could replenish her chi and blood, combined with modern medical advancements, Yovan estimated there would be at least an 80% chance of curing her. In fact, even if it were 30 or 20%, he would do everything in his power to achieve it. Stopping Adeline, Yovan gathered his thoughts and said, I'm serious. My cooking is genuinely delicious. How can you leave without having a meal when you've come as a guest? Come, eat first, then you can tell me who cooks better between me and the chef at Heavenly Fate Dumpling Pavilion. The last sentence revealed Jovan's true intentions. Since the Heavenly Fate Dumpling Pavilion was directly opposite the Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion, as a competent competitor, Adeline must have tasted the dishes of the chef there. With no certainty about how the cooking skills sent by the Immortal World Taobao shop compared to the third-ranked chef in Qinghai City, it made sense to have Adeline serve as the judge. If there was a significant gap, he wouldn't embarrass himself by competing. Hearing Jovan's invitation, Adeline hesitated. But then she thought about how Yovan had been a perfect listener for her venting. Out of courtesy, she nodded and replied, all right, let me try your cooking, but don't expect too much. I've tasted the main chef's dumplings at Heavenly Fate Dumpling Pavilion, and they are really... She left it unsaid, clearly not optimistic about Yovan, who wasn't even a professional chef. Yovan didn't mind, leading the way forward. They would see soon enough. Shortly, amidst the villagers' curious stares, the two returned home somewhat awkwardly. By now, Reba was seated in her wheelchair, presumably carried there by Wilfred, who had already disappeared. Seeing Adeline return, Reba beamed widely. Daughter, come in and sit. Yovan, What are you doing standing there? Go make our guests some hot tea. You have no manners. Melinda smiled at Adeline but frowned at Jovan. Jovan sighed inwardly and obediently served the tea, fetching a small stool as well. After settling Adeline, Jovan washed his hands and went into the kitchen, preparing to make the simplest dish he knew, fried eggs. Simple dishes often best test a cook's skill. There were sesame oil, salt, and fresh eggs from their own chickens. Everything was set. He turned on the stove and heated the pan. Recalling the correct method for frying eggs, Jovan poured oil, cracked the egg, and executed each step smoothly as if he had been doing this for decades. Under the heat of the sesame oil, the egg white rapidly coagulated. Due to his exceptionally skilled and swift movements, the fried egg lacked the usual uneven texture and looked aesthetically pleasing. Because the heat was evenly distributed, the egg Jovan cooked resembled a smooth, white jade stone with a flawless surface. Dishes are evaluated based on color, aroma, and taste. First impressions start with appearance. Jovan's fried egg was visually appealing enough to spark one's appetite. Golden brown sesame oil was deftly spread over the fried egg. After 2 minutes, the egg was removed from the pan and placed delicately on a plate. Arranging the dish, Jovan felt a slight fatigue and a mild headache, realizing that using such culinary skills came at a cost. Adjusting his breathing, Jovan picked up chopsticks, tore off a small piece of the freshly fried egg, and sampled it. Chapter 62. Primary occupation is farmer. The egg white, tender and milky, was gently bitten open by Jovan's teeth. A rich fragrance mixed with the aroma of sesame oil instantly filled his entire body. Thanks to the cooking mastery he obtained from the Immortal Realm Taba shop, Jovan had perfectly integrated the scent of small grind sesame oil into the egg white while preventing its oily texture, leaving only the rich fragrance. Delicious. This was Jovan's first thought. So damn delicious. This was his second thought. Honestly, if it weren't for the steam still rising from the pan, he himself wouldn't quite believe that such delicious food could be made by him. He quickly chewed a couple of times and swallowed the egg white before looking at the remaining fried eggs. He couldn't help but smack his lips, then resisted the urge to continue eating and carried the fried eggs out to the courtyard. In the courtyard, Adeline and Melinda were chatting merrily. When Jovan came out with the plate, Adeline said something that made Melinda laugh uncontrollably. Cough. Jovan cleared his throat and said, Adeline, the fried eggs are ready. Try my cooking skills. Are they done so quickly? Adeline paused her conversation with a somewhat helpless look, but when she turned around and saw the appearance of the fried eggs on Jovan's plate, her eyes lit up with anticipation. She had never seen such beautifully presented fried eggs. No, wait. When she was very young, she had eaten similarly well-presented fried eggs once. That time, they were made by a true culinary master, her grandfather's best friend. Although the fried eggs made by Jovan looked beautiful, the taste would probably be quite different. Thinking this, Adeline took the chopsticks Jovan offered and placed a piece of fried egg in her mouth, lightly biting it. A large chunk of egg white entered her mouth with a crisp crunch, as if what she was eating wasn't fried eggs but crispy cookies. Because the fried eggs made by Jovan were created with cooking mastery, the heating area was extremely even, keeping the entire fried egg intact. From inside out, the fried egg was tightly packed, thus producing that crunchy sound and unique texture when bitten. Delicious. Adeline mumbled with a mouthful of eggs, then hastily swallowed the whole piece. A sensation like softly exploding beef balls erupted in her mouth, not causing pain but immense happiness, the kind you feel after tasting rare delicacies. The deep aroma of small grind sesame oil, the resilience and fragrance of the yolk made Adeline involuntarily close her eyes. Soon, the entire fried egg was devoured by Adeline, and with it came a warm, cozy feeling in her stomach, like sipping hot milk tea in winter. Did you really make these fried eggs? Adeline's eyes bulged cutely, which was the first time Jovan saw her act like a little woman. Considering her age and identity outside the heavenly intention dumpling house, she was just a girl in her 20s. Yes, I personally fried these eggs, guaranteed genuine. Jovan nodded. It was normal for Adeline to be skeptical. If not for seeing the process himself, he too would doubt whether such delicious fried eggs could come from his hands. But now, the crucial thing was comparing his egg dish with the chef from the heavenly intention dumpling house. This related to completing the second task and more importantly, his mother's recovery and ability to stand up from the wheelchair. So, Jovan asked eagerly, Adeline, after trying my fried eggs, how do you think it compares to the main chef's dumplings at Heavenly Intention Dumpling House? The fried eggs you made are the best I've ever tasted, but that chief specializes in dumplings, and comparing different ingredients isn't fair. Culinary contests compare dishes made from the same ingredients. Adeline shook her head. She was no professional judge. Culinary competitions in Qinghai City involved comparing dishes from the same ingredients provided by the organizers. Although Jovan's fried eggs were undeniably delicious, fried eggs and dumplings were different foods, making immediate comparison difficult. Hearing Adeline, Jovan was not discouraged. Searching his mind, the content of the cooking mastery covered an incredibly wide range, almost all common ingredients. To his surprise, within a short time, he found several ways to make dumplings. Truly, anything from the immortal realm is bound to be top-notch. What a pity. If your dumplings are as good as these fried eggs, that main chef wouldn't stand a chance. I've tried his dumplings. They are good, but not quite as amazing as your eggs. Adeline regretfully shook her head. She didn't think Jovan could also make dumplings. Cooking drained one's energy, much like studying. To excel in one branch, you must focus on it entirely or risk achieving nothing. Hearing this, Jovan rubbed his nose and said bashfully, actually, I can make not only fried eggs but also dumplings, and they aren't worse than these eggs. Really? Adeline asked in disbelief, gripping Jovan's shoulders tightly, as if holding on to the last strand of hope. Your dumplings are as good as the fried eggs? You've been growing vegetables at home? How can you be so skilled at cooking? Being so close, Jovan clearly smelled a faint fragrance from Adeline. It wasn't perfume but her natural body scent. After inhaling deeply, he responded seriously. My primary occupation is farming, with cooking as a side gig. Chapter 63, Passing By. Haha. So, being a chef part-time is already this amazing? Adeline was amused by Jovan's serious demeanor. Perhaps seeing a glimmer of victory, she laughed and teased him. Of course, haven't you seen the quality of garlic I produce? It's top-notch. Jovan nodded, answering affirmatively. He had tasted the fried egg he cooked earlier, and with Adeline's encouraging response, he felt very confident about his cooking skills now. If proficiency in cooking tastes this good, how incredible would it be at master level? Jovan thought eagerly. The Immortal World Taba store surely offers nothing but premium products. Recalling the delicious garlic Jovan had sold her before, Adeline subconsciously nodded. She believed that he was right. Compared to others, his gardening and cooking were both extraordinary. Observing Jovan, who looked ordinary yet enigmatic, Adeline had a woman's intuition telling her that Jovan would definitely surprise everyone more in the future. Portia? Jovan waved his hand in front of Adeline, who seemed lost in thought. What are you thinking about, so intently? Oh, nothing. Adeline hadn't realized she'd been staring at Jovan in a daze. Being woken up by him made her blush, and to hide her embarrassment, she quickly added, "Since your dumplings are so great, my kitchen has all the tools. Why don't you come over and make some for me later?" This invitation suited Jovan just fine. He was wondering how to suggest it himself since his home lacked proper equipment. At her place, everything would be ready for him to show off his culinary prowess. However, seeing his mother in the wheelchair gave him pause. He wanted to let his mother taste his cooking first. Just as he hesitated, his mother spoke up. "Why are you being so hesitant? Go ahead, go over to her place. I've noticed you've been quite busy lately, and I'm going to visit Wilfred's house." With that, Reba wheeled herself away towards Wilfred's house, seemingly hoping Jovan wouldn't return tonight. Watching his mother leave, Jovan could only scratch his head helplessly. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. In his mother's generation, if there were no relations, why would a girl invite a boy over so casually? Adeline seemed to enjoy seeing Jovan flustered. She giggled heartily, enjoying his helpless expression. "Portia, listen closely," Jovan said, leaning closer with a serious face. "Do you know what sound giggling means in our village?" Seeing Jovan's serious expression, Adeline thought he might be testing her knowledge about ingredients. Not knowing the answer, she shook her head. "I don't know. What makes a giggling sound?" Jovan had been holding back laughter. Unexpectedly, Adeline moved closer, intrigued. He pondered for a moment and said, "To my knowledge, only one creature in our village can giggle like that. It's an old hen." "Ah, Jovan, get over here. I swear I won't beat you to death." Adeline, realizing he was mocking her laughter, couldn't stand it. She lunged at Jovan, roaring like a little panther. "Haha, calm down, Big Hair. We're just playing around." Before Adeline could reach him, Big Hair, the donkey, emerged from a corner. Seeing Adeline charging at Jovan, it didn't understand if it was a fight or play, and prepared to kick Adeline with its hoof, spitting white foam aggressively. This terrified Jovan, knowing Big Hair's kick could easily hurt a person. Reacting instinctively, he pushed into Adeline, causing them to collide. Bang! They fell together, and the softness against him sent a wave through Jovan. The two rolled to the side due to the force, with Jovan cushioning the fall while Adeline lay on top of him, still puzzled. Their faces were inches apart, and they could feel each other's breath. Adeline's forehead glistened with sweat from the excitement, and the scent of her perfume filled the air, making Jovan momentarily lost in it. Big Hair, not comprehending human behavior, huffed and left the scene, unimpressed by the lovey-dovey smell emanating from Jovan. "Are you okay?" Adeline asked, blushing slightly, unaware that Jovan had initiated the collision. "Why yes." Jovan responded hastily, his nose catching glimpses of Adeline's neck, urging him to say, "Quick, get up." "Sure." Adeline nodded. Just as Adeline stood up, a thud came from outside the courtyard gate. Wilfred appeared, brushing dust off his bottom sheepishly, just passing by. Another series of thuds followed as Wilfred's parents landed outside. Faintly, one could see half of Reba's wheelchair sticking out the door. "Just passing by," they echoed. This chapter captures the light-hearted banter between Jovan and Adeline, their playful interactions, and the unexpected arrival of Wilfred and his parents, adding a humorous twist to the scene. Chapter 64. The tea cools once the guests have left. In the car en route from her home to Qinghai City, Adeline's face still bore a rosy hue, much like a half-ripened red apple. "Could you tell me when your competition with Tiani Dumpling Tower is scheduled?" Jovan, sitting in the passenger seat, shifted the topic after noticing the unusual silence in the car. After a moment, he asked. "The agreed-upon date is May 24th. There will be some media present for filming, and the judges will be renowned chefs invited from the Qinghai City Culinary Association." After addressing Jovan's question, Adeline, now fully diverted, resumed her usual composed demeanor. She not only revealed the event's date, but also shared several details of the competition. Jovan nodded. If there were indeed judges and media, cheating would be virtually impossible. Any dishonesty could easily expose them, likely leading to a worse outcome than merely losing. Qinghai City was not far from the village where Jovan lived, and Adeline drove at a swift pace. Less than an hour later, they arrived at Tianhong Dumpling Tower. Exiting the vehicle, Jovan followed suit. To Jovan's surprise, upon entering the restaurant for the third time, he encountered the same security guard as before. Juamp's coincidences were truly unpredictable. Despite this familiarity, Jovan smiled and greeted the guard before accompanying Adeline inside. As soon as they entered, Jovan noticed a stark difference in the atmosphere of Tianhong Dumpling Tower. Previously bustling with guests even during off-peak hours, today, during lunchtime, the place felt unusually desolate, with fewer patrons than usual. "You've seen it. Due to the opening of Tiani Dumpling Tower across the street, our business has plummeted. If we lose this competition, the Dumpling Tower may only last another month or so before it has to shut down." Adeline spoke bitterly, watching the empty tables. To her, the restaurant wasn't just a symbol of success. It was like a child she had nurtured since its inception. She poured her heart and soul into developing it from scratch, and seeing it falter pained her deeply. Indeed, Yovan felt a pang of discomfort too. If the restaurant closed, his garlic sales would be impacted, and emotionally, it would be a significant loss to lose such a considerate and supportive boss like Adeline. Just as both felt disheartened, a waitress on the second floor spotted their return and rushed down anxiously, crying out, "Boss, boss, something's wrong." Her shout drew attention from nearby diners and furrowed Adeline's brows. Irritated, she scolded, "Kimberly, discuss matters in my office. Shouting here won't help." With many guests around, Kimberly usually conducted herself professionally. Today's panic hinted at something serious, yet Adeline couldn't let others mock their situation. Kimberly, hearing her boss's rebuke, paused beside Adeline and whispered tearfully, "Boss, head chef Arsene has left with half the kitchen staff, joining Tiani Dumpling Tower." Kimberly's words hit Adeline like a bolt of lightning. She hadn't expected such a monumental shift in her absence. Not only did head chef Zhang leave, but he took half the staff with him. Even if they won the upcoming competition, recovery would take a long time. Moreover, the star dish of Tianhong Dumpling Tower, Chef Zhang's dumplings, was now in jeopardy. Who could possibly match his craftsmanship? Hadn't Zhang signed a contract? It hasn't expired yet. Doesn't he fear the hefty penalty? Adeline asked, trying to maintain composure. "I heard they offered twice his current salary, and Tiani Dumpling Tower covers all breach penalties," Kimberly murmured, noting her boss's distress. Hearing this, Han Xia clenched her teeth, her body trembling with anger. Zhang had been a chef in a small eatery, whom she nurtured by sending him to prestigious culinary schools. Now, driven by greed, he betrayed her, taking many cooks along, leaving her in a dire situation. The realization made Adeline feel faint. Yovan quickly steadied her. Listening to Kimberly's words, he knew stability was paramount. Lowering his voice, he suggested, "Let's check the kitchen first." "Yes, let's go," Adeline agreed gratefully, feeling relieved to have support. They proceeded to the kitchen, where the scene was eerily quiet. Most skilled chefs were gone, leaving mostly apprentices and assistants. What a ruthless move. Yovan shook his head, acknowledging how ruthlessly Tiani Dumpling Tower had acted, stealing both clientele and employees. Suddenly, a male waiter burst into the kitchen, wiping his sweat, breathlessly saying, "Boss, a large group downstairs insists on having Tianhong's signature dumplings." Chapter 65. Who made these dumplings? After hearing the male waiter's words, Yovan immediately understood. As expected, the second wave from Tiani Dumpling Building was the crowd downstairs insisting on eating dumplings. Anybody with half a brain would know that after poaching the head chef and half of the kitchen staff, having a bunch of people coming to order the signature dish could only be a scheme orchestrated by Tiani Dumpling Building. Adeline also came to this realization at this moment, but as a career woman, she maintained her composure under such circumstances, a chilling sneer appearing at the corner of her lips. This time, Tiani Dumpling Building had truly infuriated her. If it were merely a contest of skills, she would have accepted defeat and willingly withdrawn. However, if they resorted to these underhanded tactics, her family would not stand idly by while she was bullied outside. Nevertheless, the most urgent matter was to keep the crowd outside at bay. With this thought in mind, Adeline calmly instructed the male waiter, "Juantel Zhang, go tell them to wait for a moment. The dumplings will arrive shortly. And remember, use a pleasant tone. Also, send up a plate of snacks and some tea." "All right, boss." Seeing their boss composed, Juantel Zhang steadied himself, nodding before going to reassure the customers. "Yovan, we're counting on you this time." When Xiaowan left, Adeline turned her face towards Yovan, looking at him with pleading eyes. If Xiaowan had seen this vulnerable side of normally stern Adeline, she might have dropped her jaw. Yovan nodded. He came here to help Tianhong Dumpling Building achieve victory. Now that it faced a crisis, helping was only natural. At Adeline's gesture, soon enough, pre-made dumpling wrappers and fillings were delivered to Yovan. However, seeing the uneven wrappers and poorly mixed fillings, Yovan shook his head. He then pulled out some ingredients he brought from home and prepared to make the dough and filling himself, which would allow him to fully demonstrate his culinary skills. Recalling a famous snack among his vast cooking knowledge, the crystal dumpling, a type of steamed dumpling where its taste is determined by three factors: the wrapper, filling, and dipping sauce. For Yovan, with his celestial garlic and culinary proficiency, this was a perfect choice. Additionally, these dumplings could be made quickly. Once wrapped, they only needed to be steamed in baskets, easily meeting the current demand at Tianhong Dumpling Building. With the method clear in his mind, Jovan's demeanor instantly shifted. His left hand dabbed in water as he began kneading the dough, while astonishingly, his right hand didn't remain idle, chopping the fillings swiftly with a cleaver. Somebody who can do two things at once. Some chefs exclaimed, amazed at how Yovan managed such swift and multitasking actions. One by one, perfectly round wrappers emerged rapidly under Jovan's rolling pin. Next, precise amounts of the seasoned filling were skillfully placed inside each wrapper. Interestingly, every portion Yovan grabbed was identical, neither too much nor too little, encased in transparent wrappers, making the green filling resemble pieces of art. Soon, Yovan finished wrapping the dumplings. One considerate chef handed over a steamer basket, prompting Yovan to stop rolling the dough and neatly arrange the crystal dumplings into the basket. Under the influence of his culinary proficiency, Yovan positioned 9 dumplings in perfect alignment, with equal spacing between them, something that drew exclamations of amazement from the surrounding chefs. Such precision could only be achieved by a highly skilled chef, since evenly spaced dumplings ensure uniform heat distribution and better flavor. Ignoring the surrounding exclamations, Yovan was completely absorbed in making crystal dumplings, oblivious even to the admiration of the chefs around him. Quickly, trays of crystal dumplings were placed in the steamer. Thanks to Jovan's incredible speed, what would have taken a chef half a day was completed within just 30 minutes. When he ran out of wrappers, Yovan snapped out of his focused state and asked a nearby cook, "Are there enough dumplings?" The young cook looked at Yovan with idolizing eyes and hurriedly replied, "Plenty, plenty. You've done enough for half a day." "Ha ha," Yovan chuckled, then took out a tray of steamed dumplings, placing them on a plate and saying, "The diners downstairs must be waiting. Take these down." "You didn't notice? The dumplings have already been steamed and sent down. It has already been half an hour, and the diners downstairs have tasted your dumplings," the cook said curiously. "Half an hour? How did time pass so quickly?" Yovan wondered. In his focused state, it felt like barely 5 minutes had passed. Just as Yovan was about to speak, a loud voice echoed from downstairs, "Call your manager over. Who made these dumplings?" Hearing the booming voice from below, Jovan's heart sank. Did the cook serve the dumplings too early, and they weren't fully cooked? Concerned, Yovan rushed downstairs. Downstairs, a group of burly men in black clothes, looking far from friendly, surrounded Xiao Wan, demanding to know who made the dumplings, almost bringing Xiao Wan to tears. "What do you want? I made the dumplings. Have any complaints? Direct them at me." Seeing Xiao Wan surrounded, Yovan marched forward defiantly. "Oh, you made the dumplings?" One of the tall, imposing men stepped forward. Immediately, the group stopped surrounding Xiao Wan and instead encircled Yovan. "Yes, I did." Despite his inner apprehension, Yovan nodded. What surprised Yovan was the sudden change in demeanor of the menacing men, one of whom even clung tightly to Jovan's thigh. "Big brother, your dumplings are too delicious," sniffle. The big man's first words shocked everyone watching. They couldn't believe their ears. Chapter 66. The Anorexia Conqueror. According to the black-suited Hulk's account, his real name was Cedric, a patient with a very severe case of anorexia. This time, he and his brothers received an offer stating that if they made him go to the renowned Tianhong dumpling house in town, order their specialty dish, then caused a scene, they would easily earn a reward of 50,000 yuan. What Cedric did not expect was that when the dumplings were just served, simply by smelling the peculiar aroma, his taste buds which had long been dulled by anorexia felt an urge to eat. A sensation unprecedented. Not even the dumplings from Tianyi Dumpling House prepared by the third-place winner of the Qinghai City Food Competition could make him feel hungry. Half believing it, Cedric cautiously picked up a crystal dumpling with his chopsticks and took a small bite of the skin first. The chewy dumpling skin rolled around in his mouth, its wheat fragrance mixed with the essence of 5 grains stimulating Cedric significantly. He hastily took another big bite of the crystal dumpling. The extraordinarily delicious juice combined with the chewy and fragrant skin created a chemical reaction in his mouth. Cedric stood frozen, realizing how long it had been since his last experience of feeling hungry after suffering from anorexia. After quickly devouring 1 steamer, 2 steamers, several steamers of crystal dumplings, Cedric remembered he still had a mission to cause trouble at the restaurant. But upon seeing the empty plates of crystal dumplings, a more urgent thought emerged. If he could meet the godlike chef who made such dumplings, wouldn't it mean there's hope for curing his anorexia? As this idea grew uncontrollably, it led to what happened earlier. Looking helplessly at Cedric hugging his leg, weeping loudly, Yovan sighed and hurriedly helped him up, pondering over a clear reply. "All right, I'll be making dumplings here from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day for the next few days. Just come during those hours, and you'll get to eat my dumplings." "Really?" Cedric, originally hugging Jovan's thighs, lifted his head and scanned the group of burly black-suited men around him before shouting aloud. "Did you hear what the master chef said? From now on, line up here from 3 to 5 every day. If anyone can't get the crystal dumplings, I'll flay your skin off." Cough. Seeing the intimidating gang of black-suited hulks around him, Yovan coughed twice and frowned, saying, "Cedric, hold on. Wouldn't so many people lining up scare other diners? Let just one person queue for them." The main concern was that Cedric's underlings were all muscular and large-framed men. Yovan worried that their sudden appearance might make people think they were coming to cause trouble, frightening away timid ordinary guests. This dumpling house already struggled greatly. It couldn't endure any more upheaval. Upon hearing Jovan's words, Cedric realized his previous statement was rash, nodding his head like a metronome. Yes, I got carried away. Excuse me, but may I ask the great chef's name?" Seeing the gathering crowd, Yovan was happy to chat with Cedric, pulling a stool to sit beside him. Dumplings that could open up an appetite for an anorexic patient. It was an excellent slogan, a powerful advertisement. As long as surrounding diners heard bits and pieces, they would spread it like wildfire once they left, better than any paid ads. Yovan wasn't too keen on being called a master chef, as those memories seemed illusory and unsteady, unlike crops grown in soil, giving him peace of mind. "I'm no master chef, just a farmer." Yovan waved his hand. Deep down, he wanted to remain a simple farmer. If it weren't for the task issued by the Fairy World Taobao store and his unwillingness to see Tianhong Dumpling House close, he wouldn't have rushed here to help. Once the contest was over, he would return to his tranquil life farming diligently. "Hey, Master Chef, you're really modest. With these dumplings, winning the food competition should be easy." Cedric had no idea about Jovan's true thoughts. Witnessing Jovan's modest demeanor only made him believe more firmly that Yovan was a hidden culinary genius. Recalling the pretentious demeanor of the Tianyi Dumpling House's chief cook, whose expensive dishes fell short of Jovan's humble creations, Cedric felt nothing but contempt for that cook. His admiration for Yovan deepened, his gaze becoming fervent. Watching Cedric wax eloquent, mentioning the food competition champion, Yovan didn't know what to say. Could he really tell him cooking was just a side job? It would seem awfully pretentious to the uninformed. Shaking his head, seeing that the promotion effect had been achieved, Yovan prepared to go upstairs to make more crystal dumplings, intending to pack some home for his mother to try. Just as Yovan was about to leave, Cedric panicked. He wondered what he said that upset the master chef, but viewed Yovan as the only one who could cure his anorexia. Glancing at the rather quiet dumpling house, Cedric thought hard, grabbed Jovan's hand, and began shouting with a voice like a butcher. "Master chef, this is the master chef. I am an anorexic patient, yet after eating the master chef's dumplings, I actually regained my lost appetite. Thank you, master chef. I'm so grateful. If the ground of the dumpling house could crack, Yovan would have gladly hid inside. Forcing such a dramatic endorsement, any hired shill would have done it more professionally. Since Cedric had announced it publicly, Yovan could not leave now. He had to stay, smile confidently, and await others' validation. Adeline, for your sake, I'm really bending over backwards. Yovan grumbled inwardly. Sure enough, soon enough, a frail-looking elderly man, seemingly malnourished, approached. Juantal brother, can you really create delicacies that even an anorexic can enjoy? Chapter 67. Going home. Those dumplings were made by me. Whether they can cure anorexia patients, you need to ask him. Yovan nodded and passed the question to Cedric. Since it was his fault, it would be best for him to explain it himself because self-praise is never as effective as others' praise. At this moment, with Cedric's loud voice, not only did the people inside the dumpling house gather around, but also some of the customers and onlookers outside the dumpling house came in. Culinary delights that could cure anorexia? What a catchy slogan, perfectly appealing to the Chinese people's love for excitement. Seeing Yovan point at Cedric, the thin old man got excited and grabbed Cedric's hand, saying, Young friend, to be honest, I developed mild anorexia a few years ago, nearly driving me crazy. Tell me, can those dumplings really cure anorexia? Since he was promoting for chef god, Cedric worked even harder. In a few words, he had that skinny old man and the surrounding audience looking eager and wishing for Yovan to make them a plate of delicious dumplings right away. Just then, a waitress from upstairs came down carrying the dumplings Yovan had made. As the steam rose from the bamboo steamer baskets, a delicious aroma filled the entire ground floor hall. At this moment, Adeline also walked out from her office. She had just finished dealing with the mess left behind by the chefs who quit. With the help of her family, a batch of chefs had been urgently assigned to Tianhong Dumpling House and would all be in place by tomorrow. Although their cooking skills might not match Arsene who defected to the opposite Tianyi Dumpling House, they were still sufficient for everyday food service and maintaining the whole dumpling house's operation, solving the immediate crisis. At this time, Adeline had already learned from Xiao Wan about Jovan's astonishing performance. Plus, she was now in a great mood. Looking at the crowd downstairs, she said, Welcome everyone to Tianhong Dumpling House. Thank you for your support over these past few days. Today, the dumplings are all free. Juan-minded quantity available on a first-come, first-served basis. Upon hearing their boss speak, the waitresses downstairs serving crystal dumplings didn't hesitate and strive to ensure that everyone got a taste of Jovan's crystal dumplings. Amidst the exclamations of amazement, Yovan emerged from the crowd with 2 baskets of crystal dumplings in hand. His mother back home hadn't tasted any of the dumplings he made, so he wanted to bring some back for her to try. Boss Han, it's getting late. I'm going home now. See you tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Seeing Adeline, Yovan greeted her and headed towards the door of the dumpling house. He was worried about his mother being alone at home and wanted to get home before it got dark to cook for her. Okay, let me drive you home. There probably won't be any tickets sold now. Seeing Yovan leaving, Adeline hurriedly followed him. Alright, you can drive me today, and I'll ride my small 3-wheeler here tomorrow. Yovan didn't refuse. He was anxious to go home, and riding in a private car would definitely be faster. Yes, let me fetch the car. Adeline smiled upon Jovan's agreement and walked towards the parking lot. Shortly after, a red BMW sedan stopped in front of Yovan. The door opened, revealing Adeline's slightly coquettish face. Get in the car, what are you waiting for? Oh, Yovan nodded and sat in the passenger seat, inhaling a faint and lingering fragrance, which was quite pleasant. When did you change your car? This bright red looks so festive. Looking at Adeline's red BMW, Yovan joked. When I first got my driver's license, it was a gift from my grandfather. It has been stored in the garage and used, Adeline explained. This was the countless time Yovan heard about her grandfather from Adeline. Compared to her parents whom she almost never mentioned, it was obvious that she was very close to her grandfather. I'm a bit curious, what does your grandfather do? He seems pretty amazing according to you. Yovan asked curiously. My grandfather? Mentioning her grandfather, Adeline's eyes changed instantly, full of admiration and reverence. My grandfather is a very talented chef. That's impressive. If Adeline's grandfather was something like an agricultural seed expert or a large-scale farmer, Yovan felt he would have more topics to discuss with him. Yes, indeed. Adeline didn't notice Jovan's perfunctory tone and happily affirmed his response. The two chatted casually during the rest of the journey. Soon, after the red BMW drove off the asphalt road, Jovan's village appeared before him. Well, stop here at the entrance of the village. Seeing they were at the village convenience store, Yovan quickly said. This red BMW was too flashy, and he was a low-profile person. Okay, see you tomorrow at the dumpling house. Adeline nodded and drove off swiftly. Zhang, you're doing well recently, even having a beautiful lady chauffeur in a BMW. And it's a BMW. Dermot, the owner of the convenience store and a plump man, handed Yovan a cigarette enthusiastically when he saw him returned by Adeline in her BMW. Hey, just living day to day. I'm just a simple farmer. How could I do anything noteworthy? Yovan waved his hand to decline the cigarette, holding the bag of beautifully packaged crystal dumplings and hurriedly heading home. Watching Yovan leave into the distance, Dermot couldn't help but shake his head. 30 years east, 30 years west. No one could have predicted that the Zhang family, once downtrodden, would now be gradually turning things around. The lights were on at home, always a harbor for Yovan. Whenever he saw home, his heart would settle. Pushing open the yard gate, Adon had long been waiting there, greeting Yovan eagerly, rubbing against him constantly with its big head. Haha, ticklish. Yovan laughed, patting Aiden's head. Then, he heard his mother's voice from inside the house. Yovan, is that you coming back? Yeah, Mom, I'm back. Yovan prepared some food and water for Adon and then entered the house with the food bag in hand. Chapter 68, Retaliation. Why did you come back so early? Didn't I tell you to go out and enjoy yourself? Your mother is fine at home with Wilfred sending food over. Winifred was somewhat displeased. The girl was well-mannered and attractive. In her heart, it would be better if Jovan stayed away for a few days. Krista, what are you thinking? We're really just classmates. Today she had some matters and asked for my help, so I came back a bit late. Jovan explained helplessly. Although he had feelings for Adeline, he hadn't thought of it that way. Is that so? Have you ever seen a female classmate run to a male classmate's house? Do you think I'm old and easily fooled? Winifred felt her son was too passive. Such a great girl was hard to find. If they missed this opportunity, it would be regretful for life. Every mother wanted the best for her son, so she was worried about Jovan. Krista, don't get upset. There will be more chances. Here, these crystal dumplings were made by me. They're a little cold, but I can heat them up. Jovan hurriedly brought out the crystal dumplings. Explaining would only confuse things more and upset his mother, so he decided to change the subject. You made crystal dumplings? When did you learn to make dumplings? I've never tasted any you made. Go heat them up. Indeed, Winifred's attention was successfully diverted. Sure thing, I'll heat them up right away. Jovan sighed in relief upon hearing her words. He feared nothing more than upsetting his mother and quickly went to the kitchen to heat the dumplings in an electric pot. After estimating 5 to 6 minutes, Jovan went to the courtyard, filled a large basin with cold water and soap, then swiftly stripped down to his shorts. Many things had happened today, from Adeline's visit to the sudden culinary skills in his mind. It all gave Jovan a strong sense of unreality. His roots were still in the land. Deciding to focus on farming after the competition calmed his restless heart. After a quick rinse, the dumplings were ready. Jovan arranged them neatly on a plate and sprinkled chopped green onions on top, creating an appetizing sight. Placing the plate beside his mother's bed, Jovan added dipping sauce. How could one eat steamed dumplings without dipping sauce? Krista, how do they taste? Watching his mother relish each bite, Jovan felt proud. He suddenly realized that culinary expertise was indeed a good skill. Your steamed dumplings are truly delicious. Winifred nodded, continuing to devour the dumplings one after another, while occasionally dipping them into the sauce, enjoying every bite. Krista, take your time. There's another batch in the kitchen. Let me get you some water so you don't choke. Seeing his mother eating voraciously, Jovan rushed to the kitchen to prepare some boiled water mixed with room temperature water. Are you underestimating me? I used to eat several small dumplings at once without any problem. But your dumplings really are delicious, even better than those from fancy restaurants. Eating her son's delicious dumplings lifted Winifred's mood. Her praise seemed endless. Krista, you don't know. My culinary skills aren't just bragging. My dishes are genuinely better than those chefs in big restaurants. Though never praised like this before, Jovan couldn't help boasting in front of his mother. Besides, it was true. Winifred smiled. Seeing her son thrive brought immense joy. With such skills, her son wouldn't struggle anywhere. Yes, son, now you've grown up, and having this talent reassures me. Upon hearing her praise, Jovan fetched the remaining dumplings from the kitchen, feeling quite pleased with himself. Krista, actually let me tell you, I'm best at farming. Culinary skills are just a side gig to make extra money. Don't be smug. If you really settle down to farm, I'll be happy. Mentioning a side gig reminded Winifred of Jovan's female boss, souring her mood instantly. Krista, stop worrying. Eat more dumplings. They won't be as good when cold. In the future, I'll stay by your side and not leave anywhere. Jovan quickly assured her. How can I let you waste your life taking care of an invalid like me? As a mother, I wish you could marry and give me a chubby grandson. That would be enough. Ever since meeting Adeline, Winifred was obsessed with grandsons and grandchildren. Krista, you should relax. Not only will I bring you a grandson, but I'll also heal your legs so you can stroll around the village with him daily. Now, hurry and eat the dumplings before they cool off. Jovan believed obtaining the 10,000-year-old ginseng was essential. Once his mother's leg was healed, she might stop urging him to have grandchildren. With a belch, Winifred finished the last dumpling. Jovan helped her sit up in bed, aiding digestion to avoid indigestion during sleep. The door creaked open, and Wilfred peeked in cautiously. Alea, why are you so late today? Winifred greeted him. I need to talk to Brother Zhang, Wilfred replied, pulling Jovan outside. His smile vanished. What's wrong? Seeing Wilfred's somber expression, Jovan asked. The verdict for Chauncey is out. He was sentenced to 5 years for stealing a protected animal and disrupting public order. That's not bad. Chauncey got what he deserved. Jovan was relieved but noticed something off. Why does your face look so grim? Chauncey's father, our village head, blames us for Chauncey's imprisonment. To retaliate, he confiscated the fields we bought from Zeus. Chapter 69. Aiden's Anomaly. We signed a contract, in black and white. What right does Rocky Lauer have to confiscate our vegetable fields? Jovan referred to Chauncey's father as Rocky Lauer under the heat of the moment, bypassing his formal title as village head. I'm not too sure either. It seems like private acquisition of farmland is against regulations. And now that Rocky Lauer wants to find a way to get at us, he decided to seize our land. Wilfred's eyes reddened. This was his hope, now shattered. Ah, it's my oversight. Jovan sighed deeply. Such matters were often overlooked by the village authorities, but if they truly wanted to target someone, there wasn't much one could do. This is going too far. I'll go fight him to the death. Honest men can be frightening when enraged. Veins bulged on Wilfred's face as he prepared to fetch something from home and confront Rocky Lauer. Oh, calm down. That old guy is how old? How old are you? Is exchanging your life for his really worth it? Jovan quickly held back Wilfred, losing his composure. That plot of land is just a matter of tens of thousands of yuan. Think about it. Spend a few 10,000 to make Chauncey serve years in prison. That's a bargain. Wilfred stopped, his expression easing somewhat. Jovan had a point. Spending a few 10,000 to see Chauncey jailed for 5 years was indeed profitable. Seeing Wilfred understand, Jovan patted his shoulder and continued, Rocky Lauer is as bad as his son, but don't worry. I'll remember this and settle accounts with him eventually. Sure, I trust you, Brother Zhang. Wilfred nodded heavily but still felt down. His hopes for making money had just been crushed, and he managed to hold back tears only by sheer willpower. At this moment, Adon, who had been quietly listening, came forward, lowered his head, and began nudging Yovan. He needs comforting more than you. Let him nudge you. Seeing Wilfred's dejected look, Yovan motioned for Adon to nudge him. Unexpectedly, Adon huffed in what seemed like pride, then bit Jovan's sleeve and started walking towards the door. Hey, why are you biting my clothes? Yovan was startled, but Aiden's strength was formidable, dragging him outside. Realizing Adon intended to take him somewhere and knowing it was already dark, Yovan shouted back, Wilfred, come out quickly, and remember to bring high-power flashlights. On the pitch-black village road of Qingshan Village, a donkey led the way, followed by Wilfred and Yovan, each holding a fishing flashlight mounted on their hats. Despite this, the darkness was profound, with the headlamps barely illuminating the path ahead. The rest remained pitch black. The village soil was scattered with chicken and duck droppings, so both Yovan and Wilfred walked cautiously, tiptoeing to avoid slipping. Brother Zhang, do you know where Adon is taking us? This darkness is scary, Wilfred whispered, thankful for Yovan and the donkey accompanying him. Or he might have run home. I don't know either, but Adon wouldn't harm us. Just follow him, Yovan replied confidently, though uncertain. Okay. Wilfred nodded. However, when he saw a mountain path ahead, his voice trembled. Brother Zhang, Adon is leading us up the mountain at night. Suddenly, I remembered my old sow hasn't been fed yet. I need to go back. You sold your sow last year to buy seeds. When did you start raising pigs again? Yovan laughed and pulled Wilfred back. Though slightly uneasy, having visited Qingshan several times before, Yovan found Wilfred's fear amusing. I'm scared. Wilfred, timid since childhood, didn't argue further but closed his eyes tightly, clutching Jovan's hand as they walked silently on the dark path. Wilfred comforted himself, imagining this was his own courtyard rather than Qingshan. This self-talk eased his fear. Ancestors, once I safely leave, I will burn more paper money for you. Yovan mumbled while searching for wolf fangs. Led by Adon, Yovan walked cautiously on the mountain path under the light, sensing a strange familiarity with this route. When he reached the burial ground he had seen earlier, the sense of familiarity was confirmed. This was the same path where he had encountered wolves before. Indeed, following Adon, Yovan stopped at a skeleton. Unlike the first time, the neck still had a rope, but the millennium-old wolf fang was gone, having been taken and exchanged for immortal coins during Jovan's last visit. Under the probe light, the pale skeleton seemed eerie, but Yovan had grown accustomed to such sights. Wilfred, keep your eyes closed and don't open them. Noticing Wilfred had shut his eyes tightly, Yovan warned kindly, fearing Wilfred would be terrified by the surrounding burial grounds. Don't scare me, Brother Zhang. Now I'm too afraid to open my eyes. Humans, ever curious, made Wilfred peek through a tiny gap despite Jovan's warning. A ghostly white skeleton appeared in his sight. Aya! A piercing scream echoed across Qingshan. Chapter 70. The Valley. Krista, help! Help! Upon seeing the ghastly white bones, Wilfred's originally ruddy face turned deathly pale, and he immediately threw himself into Jovan's arms. Yovan certainly couldn't let a burly man like Wilfred pounce into his arms. With a swift sidestep, he avoided him. At this point, Adon had already moved ahead for quite some distance. Yovan didn't pay attention to Wilfred and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing Yovan go forward, and realizing he wouldn't dare return alone, Wilfred gritted his teeth and followed suit. As Adon continued on, soon they reached an area much lower than its surroundings. Under the flashlight beams, a cave appeared that seemed to absorb all darkness in the world. Yovan wasn't unfamiliar with this cave. Last time he was trapped inside by wolves. If not for Aiden's timely arrival, he would have likely ended up as wolf feces by now. Adon began walking toward the cave entrance. Descending the slope, it was as if walking on flat ground. Yovan and Wilfred struggled behind. Lacking Aiden's prowess, they could only cautiously inch their way down. Adon, wait for us. When Yovan and Wilfred were halfway down, Adon had already reached the cave entrance. Yovan felt uneasy. He wouldn't dare enter this pitch-black cave alone without Aiden's guidance. Fortunately, Adon understood Yovan. Hearing his words, he obediently waited at the entrance for them. After another 10 minutes of struggling, Yovan and Wilfred finally arrived at the cave entrance. Let's go in. Yovan patted Adon, knowing well how formidable Adon was. Having Adon lead gave him a sense of security. Due to Jovan's calm demeanor and the fact they had passed the mass grave site, Wilfred wasn't as terrified as before. However, he still wondered where Adon intended to take them. Brother Zhang, your courage hasn't been greater than mine before. How did you become so brave now? To ease his tension, Wilfred started talking to Yovan. His voice echoed within the cave. Yovan smiled. Wilfred didn't know he'd experienced life-threatening danger in this very cave. Over these days, numerous events led to his rapid growth. Suddenly, Adon barked from the front, startling Wilfred and causing Yovan to feel somewhat anxious. Yovan knew this cave contained even more bones than the previous mass grave site and held things that even wolves feared. Thankfully, Aiden's bark ceased quickly, almost like a sneeze. This relieved Yovan. He took a deep breath and looked forward with anticipation. Before long, Wilfred would discover the mounded skeleton inside, and Yovan eagerly awaited his reaction. Creak! A sharp sound broke the silent cave. Curiosity got the better of Wilfred as he bent down to check what he stepped on under the flashlight beam. I'm going to die. The ear-piercing scream nearly made Yovan laugh. Even Adon, who walked ahead, turned back. Forcibly pulling Wilfred off his back, Yovan humorously told him not to look down unnecessarily, but keep his head up and follow Adon. Wilfred was scared out of his wits tonight, nodded, and stopped looking around. Adon seemed well-versed with this cave. With silent footsteps, Jovan followed him through twists and turns, unaware of the distance or duration they traveled. Just as Jovan grew impatient and wanted to ask Adon where they were going, Adon finally stopped. Bright moonlight faintly entered through another exit of the cave. Curiously, Jovan walked towards the light. Last time, focused solely on escaping, he hadn't noticed any other exits. Is this a paradise beyond the mundane world? Standing at the cave entrance, the shy moon emerged from the clouds, brightening the scene as if it were daylight, leaving Jovan speechless. What did you see, Brother Zheng? Wilfred rushed over upon seeing Jovan standing there motionless, only to be left equally speechless at the sight. Before them lay a valley surrounded by steep cliffs. Blooming flowers covered vast expanses. A stream mysteriously surfaced, meandered through the valley, then vanished. This place is too beautiful. With limited vocabulary, Wilfred blurted out, beautiful. He thought moving his home here would be best. Jovan had much deeper thoughts. No one had ever mentioned such a large, picturesque valley within the green hills, indicating no one had been here before. With an uncertain smile, Jovan sat at the cave entrance. Looking at the approximately 10 square mile valley, as the first discoverer, it would be a secret base for him and Wilfred. Wilfred wouldn't recklessly reveal this place. The massive pile of bones outside the cave and the intricate pathways inside formed the greatest barrier to discovering this valley. So, Jovan wasn't worried about anyone finding it later. If I cultivate this land, how many vegetables could I grow? Old Rocky confiscated my vegetable garden, but losing in one place means gaining in another. With this vast land, won't I rise again? Countless thoughts flowed through Jovan's mind, filling him with determination. This paradise-like valley, hundreds of times larger than his vegetable garden, was his foundation for future prominence. Chapter 71. All awaiting for you. After indulging in the scenery at the cave entrance for a while, Jovan patted Aiden's head and praised it as never before or since. This made the proud Adon even more delighted, frothing at the mouth more energetically. On the way back, Jovan left some small, discreet stones as markers inside the cave. This way, he could find the valley by himself even without Adon leading the way next time. By the time they arrived home, the sky was already turning light with the dawn. Wilfred was so exhausted that he yawned continuously. He could have fallen asleep right on the ground. Jovan was also quite tired. After parting ways with Wilfred, he returned home to prepare some food and placed it beside his mother's bed. Then, without bothering to wash up, he fell into bed and went straight to sleep. Jovan slept until around 2 in the afternoon the next day before slowly waking up. Checking the time, he realized he would reach Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion sometime after 3 o'clock. His mother had already woken up and was sitting in her wheelchair in the courtyard, basking lazily in the sun, with Adon beside her, occasionally spitting out white foam. Krista, the meal I cooked is in the pot. Heat it up and you can eat. Today, I have something planned with a friend, so I'll be leaving. Jovan had prepared enough food for his mother earlier in the morning. Since he had set an appointment time with others, he could not afford to be late, and thus seemed somewhat rushed. Hurrying off? Is the friend you've arranged to meet the girl who came yesterday? Watching Jovan's flustered appearance, Reba chuckled from the courtyard. Hee. Jovan, having packed up quickly, walked out of the room, scratching his head and said, Krista, you really have a knack for guessing things. Foolish boy, go ahead. Reba wanted nothing more than for Jovan to spend more time with Adeline, otherwise, when would she get to hold a grandchild? Seeing Jovan's urgency, she urged him on. Okay, I'll leave now, Krista. Realizing he was short on time, Jovan hurriedly brought out the electric tricycle from the courtyard and sped off toward Qinghai City. By the time Jovan reached Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Originally thinking that being a little late wouldn't matter much, Jovan was taken aback by the current state of the Dumpling Pavilion. Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion, usually empty outside of meal times, was now bustling with a dense crowd. The long queue extended out onto the street, even reaching across to the entrance of Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion opposite. Stunned, Jovan stood at the entrance for a moment. Given the large size of Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion, the crowd must number at least 700 or 800 people. What puzzled Jovan was that the queue had remained static for a while, and the people were chatting animatedly, suggesting they had been waiting for a considerable time. Was there a new master chef in the kitchen? Or did Adeline bring in extras from Hungyan to boost business? Excuse me. Wanting to understand why the line was so long and what had happened in the pavilion, Jovan pushed his way through the crowd towards the entrance. Hey, how can you do this? Don't cut in line. We've been queuing for such a long time. Clearly, Jovan's actions drew dissatisfaction from some in the queue, who mistook him for someone trying to jump the line. However, Jovan ignored them and pressed forward into the crowded Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion. Fortunately, as a strong farmer, he managed to push through using his strength and soon found himself inside the even more crowded interior of Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion. This only made Jovan feel more miserable, struggling to move forward amid the throng, like a fish trapped in quicksand, making only slow progress. At that moment, Adeline was standing on the second floor, anxiously awaiting something, constantly comforting the waiting customers, looking more haggard than the previous day. Thanks to Jovan pushing forward relentlessly, like a bright lamp in the dark night, he caught Adeline's attention. Standing on the second floor, she saw Jovan squeezed among the crowd like a sardine. The moment she saw Jovan, Adeline let out a sigh of relief and hurried down to greet him personally. Please move aside, everyone. This is our chef. Can you please let him through? As the owner, Adeline's words were effective. Instantly, Jovan felt less resistance and found all eyes upon him. Why are they all staring at me? And why do their expressions seem so resentful? Although confused, Jovan didn't waste any time and quickly made his way upstairs to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Jovan couldn't help but ask urgently, Adeline, why are there so many people here today? And why are they just queuing instead of eating? Seeing Jovan's clueless look, Adeline nearly burst into tears. Brother, dear brother, these people are all here because of you. Ever since 3 o'clock this afternoon, people started pouring in, and they refused to eat anything except the dumplings you make. Hearing this, Yovan glanced at the queue downstairs. Sure enough, the front section was filled with familiar faces, the big man Cedric with anorexia, and the lean old man who had tasted his dumplings yesterday. Upon seeing Jovan's gaze, Cedric put on a somewhat ingratiating smile. So, they really did come for me. Yovan gave Adeline an apologetic smile. Last night, thanks to Aiden's guidance, they had spent the whole night going to and from the valley. He had only gone to sleep in the morning, unaware that this nap had caused him to miss the agreed-upon time. Since he was already late, and there were so many people waiting, Yovan wasted no time. He rushed into the kitchen and began making crystal dumplings at top speed. ##### Chapter 72. The contest is moved forward. The flour from yesterday was already used up, but Adeline might have anticipated today's situation and had prepared an ample supply of flour in advance. Actually, making steamed buns moves quite quickly. It's just the first batch that takes longer to steam. After the first batch is ready, the subsequent batches can be likened to a production line, with tray after tray being carried off. However, since the price of a tray of steamed buns wasn't expensive, to avoid some customers buying 10 or even dozens of trays at once and causing long delays for those waiting in line behind them, Adeline reluctantly posted large notices outside the restaurant and on the second floor. Each person was limited to purchasing 1 tray of steamed buns. When the notice was put up, many customers in front expressed their dissatisfaction. Adeline also arranged for personnel to explain her reasoning, which was to allow more people to taste the steamed buns. If someone felt that 1 tray wasn't enough and wanted to buy more, they could wait in line again after getting their first tray. Those at the back of the line were entirely supportive of Adeline's decision. They had been worried that if some people bought dozens of trays, they'd have to wait for a very long time. With the purchase limit, they believed they wouldn't need to wait too long to get the rumored delicacy that could cure anorexia. Finally, the long queue outside Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion began to move, though its length didn't change much. People tend to follow the crowd. Seeing the success of this dumpling pavilion, and knowing they had to queue to eat here meant the food must be delicious. Additionally, some customers who bought a tray of steamed buns, but still felt hungry returned to the end of the queue to buy more. Thus, the length of the queue remained unchanged or even grew slightly. Across from Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion, on the 3rd floor of Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion, stood a tall and slim figure in chef attire. He watched his business suddenly boomed at Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion, as if it had come back to life. A cold, malevolent expression crossed his face. His name was Patrick, the head chef at Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion and 3rd place winner of the last Qinghai City food competition. Earlier, he agreed to Changda Company's invitation to become the head chef at Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion, targeting Adeline's Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion, not only because of the astronomical salary, but for another important reason. He harbored deep-seated resentment towards Adeline's grandfather. During the last Qinghai City food competition, Adeline's grandfather was one of the key judges. In the final round of the top 3, Patrick's score was almost identical to the second-place competitors. The final decisive vote lay in the hands of Adeline's grandfather, Montague. But during the final evaluation, Montague said Patrick's dumplings lacked passion for culinary art and only revealed an insatiable pursuit of fame and wealth, thus knocking him out of contention. Only the top 2 winners from the Qinghai City competition would qualify for the China Cuisine Championship. In other words, the gap between 3rd place and 2nd place was vast and insurmountable. It's all that damn Montague's fault. He destroyed my bright future and shattered my hopes. How much longer will I waste before I see any hope of participating in the China Cuisine Championship? Seeing the purchase limit sign and the long queue outside Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion, Patrick, the head chef of Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion, revealed an endless look of hatred in his eyes. What? The contest with Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion has been moved forward to tomorrow? Having finished the last bit of flour and sending away the last customer, Yovan nearly collapsed with exhaustion upon hearing this shocking news. Yes, they probably saw our business improve suddenly and couldn't hold back any longer, so they advanced the contest, Adeline replied, feeling helpless. But isn't the contest date fixed? Why can they change it? Also, since our business has improved, do we really need to participate in the contest? Sitting on the ground, Yovan munched on a fresh cucumber while questioning. Adeline explained more helplessly, we can't cancel the contest. I've already notified several media outlets and editors of food channels, and invitations to judges were sent days ago. If we unilaterally cancel, there will be serious consequences. What kind of serious consequences? Yovan asked curiously. Since the business was improving, there was no real need to compete with the opposite dumpling pavilion. Even if they won, it wouldn't bring additional benefits, but losing could lead to closing down. The consequences are severe. Offending the Qinghai City Culinary Association and major food channels means no restaurant in Qinghai City would survive. Adeline's tone grew heavy. She hadn't expected things to develop to this extent. Had she known Jovan's skills, she wouldn't have agreed to this contest. Well, okay then. Tomorrow it is, but I need to go home today, rest well tonight, and come back for the contest. Yovan nodded, agreeing to compete since it couldn't be avoided. Oh, by the way, what's the exact time of the contest? And where will it be held? 12 p.m. noon, there will be 3 rounds of the contest. One will be at my dumpling pavilion, one at the opposite pavilion, and one at Qinghai City International Square. Adeline briefly explained the specifics of the contest and added, Yovan, you must come early tomorrow. Don't be late like today, or you'll be disqualified. Just as Yovan was walking downstairs and about to leave, he nearly tripped over hearing Adeline's words. Was she implying he was unreliable? If Adeline could hear Jovan's thoughts, she would nod approvingly. Someone who could sleep until the afternoon wasn't someone she could fully trust. As dusk fell, the sky was enveloped in the orange hues of the setting sun. Watching Yovan ride his tricycle away, Adeline stood quietly, her gaze profound. Chapter 73. The tricycle breaks down. When Yovan rode his 3-wheeled motorcycle back to Qing village, the sky had already darkened. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening, and the village was starting to fill with the aroma of cooking food. When Yovan arrived home, he was surprised to find that neither his mother nor Amos were there. He parked the three-wheeled motorcycle in the courtyard and walked straight toward Wilfred's house. Sure enough, even before he got close to Wilfred's door, he could hear his mother's voice speaking inside. "Krista, I'm back. Amos." Jovan pushed open the door, and a black shadow came charging at him. Charge might not be quite the right word, because if Amos actually charged, hardly anyone would be able to handle it due to his massive size. Amos had grown taller again, so he now had to lower his donkey head to pass through the door. Of course, if Jovan didn't mention it, no one would think this was a donkey. It looked more like a horse with Yao Ming's height. "Enrique, you're back. Come in and sit down. Haven't eaten dinner yet, right? We just finished." Before Jovan's mother could respond, Wilfred's mother welcomed him in. She already thought Jovan was a good kid, and after he helped Wilfred buy that vegetable field, she liked him even more, treating him better than her own son, Wilfred. Jovan smiled and walked in without being overly formal. Inside, Wilfred was eating with droopy eyes, his two puffy black eyes almost making Jovan laugh. "How did you end up looking like this?" Jovan asked quietly when he sat next to Wilfred. "Hey, wasn't it because we wandered around all night last night? My dad asked where I went, and I told him I went to Green Mountain, and then, bam, he hit me with a punch." Wilfred grumbled, continuously drinking his bitter liquor. He really did go to Green Mountain last night, but why did no one believe him when he told the truth? "And why do you have those panda eyes?" Jovan thought Wilfred should have known better. Given his timid nature, his father wouldn't easily believe he spent the night at Green Mountain. Wilfred became even more aggrieved as he mentioned the other eye. "After my dad hit me, of course, I argued with him about it and..." Wilfred pointed to the bruise under his right eye. "It ended up like this." "Brother, my heart hurts for you, huh?" Jovan patted Wilfred on the shoulder and couldn't help but laugh. After dinner, Jovan returned home. First, he fed Amos properly, then took a shower, set his phone alarm, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The night passed quietly. The next morning, the Tianyi Dumpling House on Songhai Road, which spanned 400 square meters, started to bustle with activity. The first round of the competition was held at the Tianyi Dumpling House. In preparation, they posted a notice saying they were closed for business today. Moreover, for this challenge, not only did the head chef arrive early, but executives from Changda Company, including the vice president, also showed up on site. Tianyi Dumpling House initiated this challenge to gain more influence and force Tianhong Dumpling House to shut down permanently. To ensure a bigger impact, they invited food channels and other news media. These media outlets, seeking higher ratings, broadcasted the event live to attract food lovers. If Tianyi Dumpling House won with such media attention, Tianhong Dumpling House wouldn't dare deny the result. Moreover, the publicity would serve as free advertising. Winning would eliminate a competitor while attracting a large audience watching the live broadcast. Thanks to Changda Company's backing, Tianyi Dumpling House knew how to leverage capital and media to boost its profile. However, everything depended on them winning. If they lost, all their efforts would be in vain, merely paving the way for someone else's success. On the other hand, Tianhong Dumpling House ensured fairness by inviting judges from the Culinary Association. Adeline worried that Tianyi might refuse to acknowledge a loss, but given her grandfather's connections, the judges could maintain a basic level of fairness. Adeline had complete confidence in Jovan's culinary skills. As long as there was fundamental fairness, they were sure to win. Both sides agreed that the competition would start at 11 in the morning. By 10 o'clock, most of the media and judges had arrived, and Tianyi Dumpling House was bustling. The chief chef, Patrick, put on his uniform, prepared the ingredients, and sat waiting calmly with his eyes closed. What if Jovan overslept? Why isn't he here yet? Adeline wore a black business suit, appearing mature and calm, but inside, she was far from composed. It was nearly 10:30, and Jovan still hadn't arrived. Though the competition officially started at 11, prepping the ingredients and getting into the right mindset required time. Hadn't the Tianyi chef already started closing his eyes to focus? All these preparations needed time. And Jovan's absence made Adeline anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Thinking of this, Adeline picked up her phone in her office to call Jovan, only to be stunned when the line informed her that the phone was off. Oh no, did he really oversleep? Adeline felt a chill run through her, as if the world had suddenly dimmed. Her hope was slipping away. Meanwhile, Jovan was pushing his electric tricycle with beads of sweat pouring down his face. He had anticipated various scenarios, and although he forgot to charge his phone, causing it to turn off automatically, he woke up early enough. Time-wise, he should have been fine. But unexpectedly, it seemed like he hadn't checked the almanac today. The electric tricycle died just short of Tianhong Dumpling House, and Jovan had to push it toward the destination. Fortunately, he woke up early, and the distance wasn't too far, so he still had time. At the competition venue, Tianyi Dumpling House, the absence of the participating chef from Tianhong Dumpling House sparked whispers and doubts among the crowd. Chapter 74. Appetizer. Why hasn't the chef representing Tianhong Dumpling Tower come yet? Could it be that he's so confident in his culinary skills that he doesn't even need to prepare? I don't think so. Let me tell you this. My nephew works as a waiter at Tianyi Dumpling Tower and said that the head chef there was third place in the last Qinghai City culinary competition. It's very likely that the competing chef got cold feet after hearing such a prestigious name. Yeah, that sounds plausible. Sure. Not just the crowd, but also the judges seated in the jury and some media personnel started whispering amongst themselves, all expressing skepticism about the chef from Tianhong Dumpling Tower. At this moment, Adeline emerged from the office with her phone, but her expression was clearly not good. This only confirmed for some people that the chef from Tianhong Dumpling Tower wouldn't show up. Time was flying by rapidly. Adeline glanced at her phone. It was already 10:50. If Jovan didn't arrive within 10 minutes, the match would be lost. The media and audience were buzzing louder than ever before. Only a few large men in black and those who had tasted Jovan's steamed buns argued stubbornly on his behalf, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the noisy discussions. Just as almost everyone thought the Tianhong Dumpling Tower chef wouldn't appear, Jovan, pushing an electric tricycle and looking exhausted, came into Adeline's view. Am I late? Looking at the bustling competition site, Yovan pushed the electric tricycle to Tianhong Dumpling Tower and asked Adeline breathlessly. Adeline saw Yovan, drenched in sweat and pushing the tricycle. She couldn't say what she originally wanted to. Checking the time, it was already 10:58. You're almost late. Quickly go in and get ready for the competition. It's about to start. We'll settle accounts later. Adeline shot Yovan a glare and hurriedly led him inside. Yovan felt a bit helpless. He hadn't expected such a short distance to take so long, nearly causing him to miss the competition. This would likely cement his unreliable image even more firmly in Adeline's mind. Considering this, Yovan followed Adeline into Tianyi Dumpling Tower. Right now, the most important thing was the challenge. Winning this competition would make everything else negotiable. Tianyi Dumpling Tower had paused operations for the day, and they had moved the tables on the first floor to clear a large space in the hall. 2 long tables were placed centrally, covered with white decorative cloths, along with pots, utensils, gas stoves, and other cooking equipment. These 2 long tables were where Yovan and Tianyi Dumpling Tower's head chef, Patrick, would compete. On the second floor were rows of neat chairs. The judges from the Food Association had already taken their seats. Since it was only a 2-person challenge with minimal impact, if not for Adeline's grandfather's relationship, the Food Association wouldn't have paid much attention. Still, 5 members from the Food Association and a vice president from a food channel, making a total of 6 judges, were present. The vice president from the food channel, Isaiah, was also one of the top 3 winners in previous Qinghai City culinary competitions. Unable to achieve success in the national Chinese culinary competition, he joined as a vice president at a food portal site and was impartial since he did not know either party. The 6 judges would give each contestant a dish to cook, then score their creations on a scale of 10. As it wasn't a formal competition, the rules were simpler. The highest total score would win. Adeline brought Yovan in, who bowed to the 6 judges on the stage, apologizing, sorry for being late and keeping everyone waiting. Though the taste of the food is critical, if the judges doubt one's character, even if Jovan's dishes are better than Tianyi's, winning might still be tough. Not too late, you haven't missed the start. But the competition begins promptly at 11 and ends 1 hour later. An elderly man in the center spoke, showing obvious favoritism towards Yovan, glossing over his tardiness. He was the highest-ranking judge, and if not for his close relationship with Adeline's grandfather, he wouldn't have agreed to help. He helped Yovan alleviate the awkwardness, obviously favoring him. Having such a senior figure ensured fairness in the competition, reducing the likelihood of disputes. When it turned 11, the competition officially began. The task for the first round was simple and fitting. Written on a small piece of paper were just 3 words, appetizer. Within an hour, create a delicious appetizer that could conquer the judges' taste buds. The first round seemed easy but was challenging. The simpler the ingredients, the harder it is to create something delicious, which tests the chef's skills even more. Given the nature of an appetizer, options were narrow. Meat and staples aren't suitable for stimulating appetite. The flavors should lean toward sour and spicy to awaken one's hunger. Typical appetizers like spicy pickled cucumbers or chilled boiled eggs fit well. Ingredients must be vegetarian, provided either by the organizers or contestants. Yovan walked out of the competition hall to the tricycle and took out large, translucent garlic bulbs bigger than fists and some homegrown vegetables matured using the divine farmer decree. In culinary competitions, selecting quality ingredients, 4 points, and having excellent culinary skills, 6 points, is crucial. Good ingredients can compensate for minor flaws in cooking techniques and enhance overall perfection. If the opponent had any ingredient better than celestial garlic, Yovan would admit defeat. Clearly, his celestial ingredients were unparalleled. With top-tier ingredients and proficient skills, plus an advantageous topic, Yovan believed he would lose only if he decided to buy a block of tofu and bash his head against it. Chapter 75. The Stunned Judges. The head chef of Tianyi Dumpling Restaurant, Patrick, had already prepared to start cooking. His solid knife skills quickly sliced the cucumber into pieces. Interestingly, the appetizer he planned to make was also smashed cucumber. When Patrick saw that Jovan's appetizer was also smashed cucumber, he merely snorted and gave a disdainful smile, not saying a word. Smashed cucumber is such a simple dish that culinary skills wouldn't significantly affect the outcome. Therefore, the true focus of this competition lay in the ingredients. This preliminary round was essentially a battle over ingredients. Everyone knew how crucial ingredients were. If Jovan's ingredients were of higher quality than his own, coupled with Jovan's culinary skills, he might lose this preliminary round. The most important ingredient determining the taste of smashed cucumber is undoubtedly the cucumber. Patrick was quite confident about the quality of the cucumber he chose. This time, for the competition, he picked cucumbers from the experimental fields of Changda Food Company, the first batch ever grown there. Whether in terms of flavor or appearance, they would definitely surpass Jovan's cucumbers. The second key ingredient, garlic, was also carefully selected from Changda's experimental fields and directly air freighted over. Yesterday, he had tasted the steamed dumplings made by Yovan and was greatly impressed by their deliciousness. While there might be some difference in culinary skills, the quality of his ingredients could make up for it. As the largest food company in the area, Changda Food Company provided the best ingredients available, which gave Chef Patrick confidence in this competition. Watching Yovan leisurely slicing the cucumber on the opposite side, head chef Patrick smiled confidently. He was certain to win this preliminary round. Yovan washed the cucumber and garlic with clear water unhurriedly. For cookware, all he needed was a sharp knife. Since his opponent was making the same appetizer, the overwhelming advantage of his celestial garlic ensured he was unbeatable from an ingredients perspective. After arranging everything, Jovan's culinary proficiency skill kicked in, displaying knife skills no less impressive than those of the Tianyi restaurant's chef, if not better, causing Adeline, watching nearby, to beam with renewed confidence. Interestingly, when Yovan really started cooking, he exuded quite a professional demeanor. Despite wearing clothes bought from a street market that ruined his image, he still possessed the aura of a renowned chef. Soon, The appetizer smashed cucumber made by head chef Patrick was ready. As some fragrant vinegar was poured over, a faint garlic aroma quickly filled the entire hall. Those who smelled it couldn't help but move their Adam's apple involuntarily. It smelled fantastic, though it wasn't clear which side it came from. However, seeing Patrick finish his dish, it was obvious the aroma came from him. Done for, Yovan is bound to lose this time. That head chef Patrick's appetizer smells so good. Even though Yovan has excellent culinary skills, this competition heavily emphasizes ingredients rather than culinary techniques. That's right, it's too difficult for Yovan to win this time. The gap in their skills isn't significant. I'm still rooting for Tiani Dumpling Restaurant's head chef. Many people around were discussing, with most disapproving of Yovan, who had arrived late. Head chef Patrick glanced at the slow-moving Yovan, then served the smashed cucumber on a plate and took it out for the judges to taste and comment. After tasting the smashed cucumber made by Patrick, the 6 judges nodded in approval, praising it profusely. Admittedly, the ingredients prepared by Patrick were indeed top-notch, from the experimental field. The cucumbers were refreshingly sweet, and the garlic was flavorful without being pungent, making the dish pleasant to eat. The 6 judges exchanged opinions to ensure that scores didn't vary too much among them, avoiding awkward situations. 8.9 points. At this moment, the first judge, the elder who spoke first, gave a high score. 9.0 points. 8.8 points. Quickly, the 6 judges' scores were tallied, a total of 54 points, averaging 9.0, a very high score indeed. Seeing this score, head chef Patrick couldn't help but smile smugly. He looked at Yovan, who was still plating the dish, and imagined winning already. Meanwhile, Adeline blanched slightly when she saw the 9.0 score given to Jovan's opponent. She knew these judges were impartial and stringent in scoring. A 9.0 was indeed a very high score, making it incredibly challenging for Yovan to win this time. Just then, Yovan placed his cucumber into the pre-prepared plate. He had just sliced the garlic and smashed it into paste. As soon as the garlic was mashed, the mild aroma intensified immediately. Everyone, including head chef Patrick who had been skeptical of Yovan, couldn't help but sniff eagerly. Only then did everyone realize that the earlier scent hadn't come from the Tiani head chef, but from Jovan's newly peeled garlic. Placing the mashing garlic paste over the cucumber completed another fresh and crisp smashed cucumber. Yovan carried the plate to the judges, passing by the somewhat stunned Patrick. They exchanged glances, but Patrick's eyes no longer held the previous confidence. How could his garlic smell so good? The aroma didn't come from my side just now? Without dwelling on the flustered chef, after tasting Jovan's smashed cucumber, Adon gave a surprised look at Yovan, full of astonishment. However, he said nothing, only eating Jovan's smashed cucumber very quickly. Seeing Adon devour the smashed cucumber, the surrounding judges were taken aback. When the dish was first served, Adon had only taken a small bite, as professional food judges have tried countless delicacies, rendering their palates quite discerning. So even if something was delicious, they'd usually just sample a bit. Now, seeing Adon unable to stop eating, it piqued the curiosity of the other judges. Is it really that delicious? This was the thought of a relatively younger judge nearby. Driven by curiosity, he also picked up a piece of smashed cucumber and put it in his mouth. Then, the young judge froze, completely mesmerized. Chapter 76. I give 0 points. Looking at the smashed cucumber dish prepared by Yovan, the young judge's eyes suddenly widened as he savored a piece. The crisp crunching sound indicated just how delighted he was. Soon after, the young judge picked up another piece of garlic-drenched smashed cucumber, not hesitating this time but swiftly placing it into his mouth. The other judges looked at him in puzzlement. This young judge was renowned for being sharp-tongued and was also a distinguished chef. He had a very discerning palate, yet this time, he remained silent, lost in enjoying the cucumbers. At this point, the remaining judges all picked up their chopsticks to taste Jovan's dish. After one bite, they mirrored the young judge's expression, filled with disbelief. The sweet flavor of the cucumbers was reminiscent of the earthy scent that fills the air after rain, fresh and invigorating, making them feel as if they were strolling through a forest rather than eating a cucumber dish. Beyond the freshness, the rich aroma of the garlic on top of the cucumbers tantalized the throat, creating a unique blend of freshness, sweetness, and appetizing texture. This unnameable flavor captivated all the judges. Excellent, really impressive. The Enos praised Jovan's creation directly, while Patrick, the head chef, stood momentarily stunned. When this Gavriel tasted Patrick's dishes previously, there wasn't such an enthusiastic response. Reflecting on this made Patrick's heart grow heavy. Yes, truly remarkable, really. The young judge beside the elder continued eating while speaking, his mouth still full. Unsatisfied, he even took the plate and drank a bit of the leftover aromatic vinegar mixed with garlic. The young judge was not alone. Seeing his reaction, the other judges followed suit, thoroughly finishing every last bit of cucumber and garlic on their plates, leaving even the vinegar untouched. Patrick stood frozen. The judges had only briefly tasted the food he prepared, and now most of the bowl of smashed cucumbers still sat on the table. In contrast, Jovan's portion had been devoured down to a clean, shiny plate. Patrick was not stupid. As someone who had participated in and placed in the Qinghai City culinary competition, he could tell from the judges' reactions that something unexpected was happening. Adeline, who had been silently cheering for Yovan, finally breathed a sigh of relief, her tightly clenched fists beginning to relax. After the judges finished tasting the smashed cucumbers, they exchanged glances, each noting the shock in the other's eyes. Especially the young judge, whose mind was reeling. As a seed contender for the Chinese culinary competition and the youngest member of the Gastronomy Association, he had always been quite proud. Even when he came for this competition, he hadn't taken it seriously. If not for wanting to gauge the strength of the third-place winner from the previous year's contest to aid his own participation, he wouldn't have bothered. However, this small contest had produced a dark horse. He couldn't help but admit that Jovan's knife skills and culinary techniques were superior, even by a slight margin. As the leading figure among young chefs, it was hard to imagine anyone of similar age outmatching him in skill. Even some John-ass did not surpass him. This realization made him feel both disheartened and curious, even igniting a competitive spirit within him. He was ambitious, having climbed from a small-town cook to a leader among his peers through relentless effort and sacrifice. He dreamed of reaching the pinnacle of the culinary world in the Chinese culinary competition. He would not allow anyone to interfere with this future. This competition seemed crucial to Yovan. If he lost, might he lose confidence forever? Moreover, he had received an enormous red envelope from Chang'e Company before the contest. Everyone has finished eating, let's start scoring, the Eno said with a chuckle. Discovering such a talented young chef was a boon for the culinary community. The Gavriel even considered taking him as a disciple, provided his character was suitable. I give 10 points, a perfect score. The Gavriel scored first, awarding Yovan a 10. One by one, the other judges scored 10, 10, nearly all 10s. Soon, 5 judges had finished, leaving only the young judge. With 50 points already secured from 5 judges, Yovan needed just 5 more points from the young judge to tie with Chef Patrick. Patrick looked bewildered. Although he had high expectations for Jovan's dish, he never imagined the judges would rate it so highly, giving it perfect scores. Just these scores were almost enough to match his. I give 0 points. Under everyone's watchful eyes and the live cameras, the young judge adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and spoke slowly. The other judges stared in astonishment, and the surrounding media erupted in surprise. Giving 0 points under a string of perfect scores was astonishing. Fraser, can you explain why? The Gavriel looked angrily at Fraser. Being half his mentor from the Gastronomy Association, receiving a 0 score from him in front of everyone else felt like a public slap in the face. Angelo, please don't get angry, hear me out? Fraser adjusted his glasses calmly. Fine. Let's hear your reason for giving this dish a 0. Angelo suppressed his anger. With so many people watching, since Fraser had his reasons, they could listen. My reason is simple. Fraser glanced at Yovan, his lips curling slightly. Because I detected pesticide residue on the cucumbers. Chapter 77. A drawl. Fraser spoke calmly. As a renowned chef and food connoisseur, his palate was indeed very sensitive. However, the exceptional taste of Jovan's cucumber salad overshadowed the faint residue of pesticide. Safety is far more important than flavor when it comes to food. Take for example baby formula laced with melamine or poultry injected with hormones. While these foods might still taste good, they pose significant health risks and are strictly prohibited. Therefore, when Fraser tasted the faint pesticide residue on the cucumber, he felt a wave of joy. He had been wondering what excuse he could use, but now this vegetable with pesticide residues was enough to plunge Yovan into despair. You only suspect there is pesticide residue. Besides, the food has already been eaten, leaving no evidence. Are you suggesting that just because of your words, we should give 0 points? Isn't that too hasty? Isn't it unfair to our contestants? The Eno snorted. Being fair was his nature, and he couldn't stand injustice. If Fraser's word alone could lead to such a decision, wouldn't judges be able to manipulate results after tasting the dishes? Thinking about this, Zach looked at Fraser unfavorably. He wondered if Fraser should receive the guaranteed spot in the next culinary competition, given that a chef's character is as important as their skills. Fraser sensed Zach's disapproval, but was in a bind. Remembering the hefty red envelope from Chang'e Corporation, he forced himself to say, I can guarantee that the cucumber salad definitely contained pesticide residue. Although it has been consumed, fairness is always my principle as a judge. I cannot give high marks to toxic ingredients against my conscience. With this statement, Fraser wore a look of righteousness. Since both sides lacked evidence, he figured holding firm on the pesticide residue claim would prevent any further inquiry. No one would guess his connection to Chang'e Corporation. Moreover, even if the final score wasn't 0, he would still give a very low score to ensure Yovan lost. Your guarantee means nothing. Adon waved off the suggestion dismissively. Everything needed proof. If judges could behave like this, what would happen to the meaning of culinary competitions? It would cause unimaginable chaos in the industry. By now, their argument had reached the audience below. Yovan noticed the last judge gave a 0 score but didn't intervene while the judges debated upstairs. How could pesticides appear on pure, homegrown vegetables? Could it be Wilfred's doing? After some thought, it did seem possible. Wilfred might have sprayed pesticide on Jovan's garden unknowingly, since he didn't know Yovan had the divine farmer formula. This thought made Yovan uneasy. Unexpectedly, the other Gavriel, also from the Food Association, came to his defense, arguing against another association member for a stranger like Yovan. Zach, what do you mean? Don't you trust me, Fraser? Asked Fraser with a frown. They were all part of the Food Association, and he had potential. Was it really necessary to conflict over a minor contestant? Zach remained calm. I've been a chef all my life, and have tasted countless masterpieces. The cucumber salad today was quite delightful. Even if there was a trace amount of pesticide, it wouldn't cause much harm. Giving 0 points is excessive. Are you favoring that little chef? Retorted Fraser angrily. This stubborn old man was being unreasonable today. Zach stood up abruptly, raising his voice. Favoring? How am I favoring him by merely speaking 2 sentences? By giving him 0 points, aren't you favoring Tiani Dumpling House? You were invited as a judge, so don't play games. Be honest. Zach's loud voice echoed through the venue, reaching everyone else who attended. Their looks showed dissatisfaction towards Fraser. They weren't stupid. The cucumber salad clearly deserved full marks, yet Fraser's 0 score seemed like mockery. As Zach said, judges must be fair. Without fairness, the world would descend into chaos. Though some smaller competitions might have manipulation, this time it was different. No judges had been bribed beforehand. Yet here, an issue arose from within the Food Association. Seeing the standoff, Yovan reluctantly stepped forward. He recalled Wilfred walking towards his garden carrying a pesticide sprayer. Since the judges disagree significantly, let's call this round a draw. Yovan added confidently, I can accept a draw, but The Enos, preferring not to spoil relations with the promising young chef publicly, brightened at the suggestion and appreciated Jovan's integrity even more. Alright, I accept a draw, but, Jovan continued calmly, I have one additional condition. Chapter 78, the second match? Huh? Extra conditions? Just say it out. As if to make up for what had happened earlier, Adon looked at Jovan with an encouraging smile. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, he would agree right away. After hearing the words of the Gavriel, Jovan cast his gaze towards Fraser in the judge's seat, and then said with a half-smile, I feel that judge is biased against me, so I hope that in the next 2 matches, he can be removed from the judging panel. Although he didn't know exactly why, Jovan always felt that the 4-eyed judge, who wore glasses, gave him a strange look, and just now, despite getting perfect scores, he was still nitpicking, saying that there were still trace amounts of pesticide residue on his cucumber, giving him 0 points. To say that the 4-eyed judge had no connection whatsoever with Tiani Dumpling Restaurant, Jovan really didn't quite believe it. So in the next competition, he really didn't want that 4-eyed judge to stay. Otherwise, if any more trouble came up, it would only drive him crazy. Well, hearing Jovan's request, Adon first looked at Fraser on the judge's stand, then at Jovan downstairs, nodded, and said, okay, in the upcoming matches, we will adjust the judges and remove Judge Fraser from the judging panel for the next 2 competitions. Danny, this time my qualification as a judge comes from the appointment of the Food Association. You cannot unilaterally revoke my qualifications. Hearing the Gavriel's words, Fraser became anxious. If his judging qualification was revoked, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but also the money from Changda Company wouldn't be easy to get either. During the competition, I have the temporary authority to appoint or dismiss. Due to your performance just now, which has violated the regulations of the Food Association, in the next 2 matches, you only have the right to observe, not to score. Danny glared at Fraser, and after speaking, disregarding Fraser's reaction, he directly made the decision final. Now that the match was already a tie, the second match in the afternoon would not officially start until 3 o'clock. Therefore, after announcing the result, the originally dense crowd dispersed immediately. That 4-eyed judge is too despicable. How could he give you a 0? As Jovan walked out of Tiani Dumpling Restaurant, Adeline managed to push through the surging crowd and came to Jovan's front, saying unhappily, maybe he has some grudge against me, but it's fine. Without him in the next rounds, beating Chef Patrick shouldn't be too hard. Jovan muttered. Actually, he was still quite upset with that 4-eyed judge, but at present, there was no good opportunity for revenge. He had a feeling that they would meet again in the future. As long as you keep a good mindset, I'm afraid if you're mentally broken by this, the following matches will be difficult. Seeing Jovan's mood unaffected by the match, Adeline also smiled and led the way ahead. Because of the large crowd, she unknowingly grabbed Jovan's hand. Feeling the softness transmitted from her hand, Jovan couldn't help but be moved and followed Adeline into Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant. Today, before leaving, he had already notified Wilfred's family, so he needn't worry about his mother at home. He just needed to get home before dark. Since there was another match in the afternoon, after having a simple meal, Jovan was led by Adeline to her office. It must be said that her office space was considerable, especially when Adeline pushed open a door to reveal a small but cozy hideaway inside. Jovan's eyes widened. I never thought there'd be such a place to sleep peacefully in this office. You've really kept it hidden, haven't you, Adeline? Looking at the complete furnishings in the small room, Jovan joked. Yes, I've hidden it deeply enough, haven't I? Seeing Jovan surprised by her design, Adeline felt very satisfied. You have another match in the afternoon. Take a nap to restore your energy. I'll prepare some ingredients for you, and come to wake you up when it's almost time. All right. Jovan nodded and did not refuse. Adeline was right. He needed to maintain full energy for the next match. Just rest here. I'll lock the door for you. Adeline left briskly. Watching Adeline leave, Jovan crawled into a pink-toned bed, covering his head with the quilt. An intense aroma unique to Adeline continuously entered Jovan's nose, making him fantasize. Could this bed have been used by Adeline recently? Would that mean, in a way, he and Adeline shared the same bed? Just thinking of this gave Jovan an odd excitement, his body also feeling somewhat heated. Smelling this scent, Jovan felt he might not fall asleep. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes again, Adeline was standing beside the bed, gently calling him awake. What time is it now? Feeling refreshed after a nap, Jovan reluctantly got off the fragrant bed and asked Adeline standing in front of him. It's now 2:30 p.m., half an hour until the match. Checking her phone, Adeline replied, but since we are the organizers this time, the venue is on the first floor, and all materials have been prepared for you, so you don't need to worry about timing issues as long as you're not late. All right. Jovan nodded. Apparently, in Adeline's eyes, he would always be tardy. When Jovan finished preparing and arrived at the first floor of Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant, the entire floor was crowded with people. Tiani Dumpling Restaurant, 2 long wooden benches were set face-to-face in the middle of the grand hall. All judges were seated on the second floor. Jovan glanced upstairs and indeed, the obviously unfriendly 4-eyed judge was no longer on the judge's stand, which boosted his confidence even more. Not long after, the paper strips with the topics were passed down from the judge's platform. Chapter 79, Compare and Discard. Jovan couldn't wait to unfold the piece of paper. The message was even shorter than before, merely 2 words, dumpling. Across from Jovan, when the head chef of Tiani Dumpling Tower, Patrick, opened his paper and saw the 2 words written on it, a delighted expression spread across his face. As everyone knew, dumplings were what he excelled at. He had been worrying about what to do if the lot drawn wasn't within his expertise. Now that it was dumplings, he felt much more reassured. For this challenge, Chef Patrick made the dumplings with utmost care, and he was extremely confident about these steamed dumplings he'd made. When he was young, his family was very poor, living in a mountain village where they barely had anything decent to eat, or rather, barely had anything to eat at all. On every birthday, Patrick's mother would make him some steamed dumplings. Back then, for him, nothing tasted better than those steamed dumplings. The fragrance of the dough wrapper, the juice bursting out with a gentle bite. If he could dip them into a spicy sauce, it would have been the finest delicacy. From an early age, he learned how to steam dumplings from his mother. And because of his interest, after growing up, he began enrolling in chef training classes and explored different methods of making dumplings. Through countless experiments, he found that the rolling pin needed to be used with even pressure. This way, the wrappers turned out thinner and almost translucent, melting in the mouth. Moreover, such wrappers could not be frozen or stored for long periods. They had to be wrapped with filling within 5 minutes of being made, and then placed into the steamer immediately. This not only enhanced the chewiness of the wrapper but also prevented the bottom layer from sticking to the steamer, which would damage both the appearance and taste of the steamed dumplings. Using the rolling pin with consistent pressure was challenging, but through practice, Patrick eventually mastered it. The selection of wheat flour was crucial, followed by the choice of filling. To improve the flavor of the wrapper, using high-quality wheat flour was also important. It took him years of cultivation in his experimental field to develop a type of wheat with an excellent texture, producing top-grade flour. Without this breakthrough, he wouldn't have won third place with a simple tray of steamed dumplings at the Qinghai City Food Competition. Apart from this third-place finish, his steamed dumplings had earned him many awards in various competitions. After losing to Yovan in the cucumber dish, Chef Patrick tried to steady himself. Since the subject this time was advantageous to him, he must seize this opportunity. He felt that the steamed dumplings he had made this time tasted particularly good. Under immense pressure, he even managed a minor breakthrough, creating dumplings that tasted even better than the ones that had won him third place at the Qinghai City Food Competition. Looking at the crystal-clear steamed dumplings in the steamer, Patrick felt confident. This was his best work yet, a masterpiece over several years. Even if the suddenly appearing Yovan was a dark horse, under the hands of this seasoned veteran, it would ultimately fail. Just as Patrick was lost in thought, Jovan's steamed dumplings were almost finished at the same time. Since the venue was Tianhong Dumpling Tower, arranged by Adeline, the dishes were served by waiters. Yovan and Chef Patrick only needed to wait below for the results. The 2 sets of steamed dumplings are ready. Everyone please. Seeing the aromatic dumplings being served, Adon chuckled. Since Jovan's skills were evident, even his cucumber dish was delicious, so his steamed dumplings should be no less impressive. He was looking forward to a treat. There were 5 judges, so each plate contained 5 dumplings. The waiter divided the tray into 5 portions, giving each judge one. Apart from Adon, the other 4 judges eagerly placed Chef Patrick's dumplings onto their plates, preparing to taste them first. Honestly speaking, although Jovan's cucumber dish was impressive, every chef has limited focus, and their specialties are often narrow. One was a master with decades of experience in dumplings, while the other was a young novice. Whom they favored was obvious. Let's start. Seeing the eagerness of the other judges, Zach spoke. After all, he was the chief judge, and it was customary for the others to follow his lead. Zach started by picking up one of Chef Patrick's dumplings. After putting it in his mouth, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He closed his eyes and savored it slowly. The wrapper was chewy and fragrant, the filling abundant and rich, making one savor it instinctively with closed eyes. Indeed worthy of a third-place winner in the food competition, Patrick's steamed dumplings far exceeded ordinary ones. For many chefs, this level of taste was commendable. Zach nodded silently, indicating his approval. This is truly good, better than I expected, another judge said, having tasted Patrick's dumplings. The taste was indeed excellent. To make such flavorsome dumplings was no easy feat. He gave an honest evaluation. The other judges nodded in agreement. Indeed, the dumplings won over most of their palates. Many judges marveled at how advantageous the subject was for Chef Patrick. It seemed he had gotten lucky, drawing the lot for what he did best. With a hint of regret, Zach began tasting Jovan's dumplings. Given that dumplings tasted best hot, cold ones could ruin the experience. To ensure fairness, they needed to taste both dishes simultaneously before scoring. However, when Zach put Jovan's dumpling in his mouth, he paused, took a few bites, and then tasted Chef Patrick's dumplings again. Phew. After trying Jovan's dumplings, Zach spit out the one from Chef Patrick. Chapter 80. I need to go back and farm. After eating the steamed dumplings made by Yovan, and then the ones made by Chef Tiany's head chef, Patrick, it was astonishingly hard to swallow them. Uncontrollably, he secretly spat out the dumplings he had just eaten. Of course, due to the perspective, the scene of Clyde spitting out the dumplings was seen by Chef Tiany's Patrick. He looked dazed. Even if his own dumplings were delicious, and the other person's were not, one didn't need to spit out such carefully made dumplings, right? Yes, Tiany's head chef Patrick only saw the scene of Clyde spitting out dumplings and had no idea who made those dumplings. But subconsciously, he felt that those dumplings must not be his own work. The flavor of his dumplings was still very tasty and couldn't possibly have an unbearable result. Thinking this way, Patrick of Tiany's chef looked at Yovan with a bit of schadenfreude, never expecting that although that guy previously made decent dumplings, the current ones turned out to be so terrible. Was it because of nervousness during the competition, leading to the dumplings being served before they were fully cooked? Yovan didn't notice the schadenfreude glance from the Tiany chef. He slightly raised his head and calmly looked at the judges upstairs. After this round of the competition, he still had to ride his electric tricycle back home. He didn't have time to dilly-dally here. As for the outcome of the competition, he had full confidence in the culinary skills from the Immortal Realm Taba shop. Since we have finished eating, let's start scoring the first batch of dumplings now. Denver said this while feeling a bit regretful about the dumplings made by Chef Patrick in his heart. To be honest, the dumplings made by the chef would be considered top-notch deliciousness in any other competition and would likely win high rankings if entered elsewhere. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, since both Zhou Yu and Zhuge Wanong cannot coexist, his dumplings met with Jovan's dumplings in this small-scale challenge competition, which was truly unfortunate. This time, they did not score separately like before but started scoring after tasting the food prepared by both participants. The first score was Clyde, who gave Yovan a perfect 10 but only 6 points to the chef, a barely passing score. If it were under normal circumstances, the chef's dumplings would have received at least 8 or more points. However, without comparison, there is no hurt. Compared to Jovan's dumplings, getting 6 points could be considered some sympathy score from Clyde. Since there was no rule preventing giving failing scores and this was a small-scale challenge without finely detailed rules, the judges held significant power. If they liked the food, they would give high scores. If they disliked it, they wouldn't hesitate to give low scores. I think that this time our god of cookery Jovan will definitely win. Cedric and his group of black-clothed subordinates, who were waiting anxiously for the judges' scores, tried to ease their tension by chatting continuously. Yes, his dumplings can even cure anorexia. To buy his dumplings, I have to start queuing at Tianhong Dumpling Building at noon every day. Most annoyingly, they limit purchases, allowing only 1 order per person per queue. This causes us food lovers so much pain. I give Jovan a perfect 10, and Chef Patrick's also tastes pretty good, so let's give him 7 points. Another judge spoke, having tasted the dumplings made by Chef Patrick. Although these dumplings didn't disappoint anyone and were extraordinarily excellent among dumpling foods, it was too bad. Compared to Jovan's dumplings, he could only apologize for Chef Patrick's effort. Soon, the remaining 3 judges also announced their scores. After tallying the final scores, Chef Patrick's total was 39 points, while Jovan scored 6 perfect 10s, totaling 60 points. Who performed better was immediately clear. At the moment the scores were revealed, Patrick's face paled. Then he angrily threw his chef hat to the ground and stormed off the stage. All perfect 10s, Jovan, you're simply amazing. Adeline came to Jovan's side, admiration evident on her face. Because the judges from the Culinary Association were very strict in their scoring, ordinary dishes rarely or almost never receive perfect scores. Now, with 6 perfect 10s appearing at once, it sufficiently demonstrated how astonishing Jovan's culinary skills were. Just okay, 3rd best in the world, you know? Jovan accepted Adeline's praise gladly. They had known each other for quite some time. Excessive modesty would just be pretentious. By the way, the 3rd match will be held at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Make sure you arrive on time. Adeline was already set in her ways regarding Jovan's punctuality. She urged him not to be late, making Jovan involuntarily twitch. Hee hee, young man, your performance today was really impressive. I'm Huasheng, Vice President of the Culinary Association. Could I ask where you learned your craft? Just as Jovan was talking to Adeline, the elder named Clyde descended from the 2nd floor, greeting Jovan warmly. Where I learned my craft? Jovan was taken aback by the question. He indeed had no master and was purely self-taught, relying on the culinary expertise from the immortal realm Taba shop to make these dishes. After some thought, he replied, I'm self-taught, no master. What? No master? Self-taught? Hearing Jovan's answer, the Vice President Huasheng of the Culinary Association was stunned, then looked at Jovan with burning eyes, as if seeing an extraordinary treasure. Though grateful for the old man's help today, Jovan couldn't help but shudder when he saw that expression, like someone who hadn't seen a woman in years looking at a stunning beauty. He was ready to slip away. Sorry, I suddenly remembered that I haven't fed my sow yet. It's getting late, so I'll go back now. Jovan broke through from the old man's side, intending to head home first. Wait, don't rush. Unexpectedly, the old man reacted quickly and blocked Jovan's path. I really do have something now. Can you please hurry up with whatever you want to say? Jovan couldn't stand being looked at by an old man like that. He felt if not for the old man's help earlier, he wouldn't have been able to hold himself back. It's nothing much. The old man smiled even more slyly. Just wondering if you'd like to learn cooking from me? Jovan shook his head and somewhat apologetically said, Sorry, could you please step aside? I need to go home and farm. Chapter 81. Wilfred's girlfriend? Go back to farming? Aren't you a chef? And even if you want to go back to farming, can't you farm while I teach you cooking? Hearing Jovan's words, the elder Hua was taken aback. Could it be that young people these days all dream of retreating into the countryside like farmers with their mountain spring water? No, sir, you may have misunderstood. Seeing the old judge who was determined to teach him cooking, Jovan scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. My main job is farming. This competition happened because of my friend's invitation. Once it's over, I'll return to peaceful farming. After all, there were hundreds of acres of fertile land waiting for him in that valley, and he had no interest in learning how to cook from this old man. Farming has no future. Upon hearing Jovan, Zach blurted out hastily but then corrected himself. No, what I mean is, being a chef is great. Look at me. Every day I get to eat all kinds of delicious food and gain respect from others. It's much better than the hard labor of farming. Farming is just hard labor? Jovan thought about the garlic and vegetables growing rapidly under the Divine Farmer's Sutra, giving him an immense sense of satisfaction. It was light work that made him happy. Nothing could be better than farming. How can farming be as good as being a chef? Facing the soil all day. Do you know who I am, young man? If you knew I'm the vice president of the Gastronomy Association, you wouldn't refuse my invitation. Do you know how many beg to be my disciples? Zach said confidently. At his age and position, taking on disciples purely depended on intuition and talent. Those he didn't fancy couldn't become disciples no matter what, but those he did choose generally wouldn't refuse him either. You're the vice president of the Gastronomy Association? Jovan seemed genuinely surprised, his eyes widening as he asked. Humph, now you want to be my disciple, right? Come, good disciple. Let's go pay respects to the kitchen god, and you'll officially be my personal student. Zach, known for his straightforwardness, took the initiative at the sight of Jovan, calling him disciple already. No. I was just asking. I really have no interest in being a chef. Please excuse me, sir. It's getting late. I really need to go home. Jovan swiftly escaped through a gap nearby before Zach could respond, employing the best strategy, flight. Hey, think about it. Once this chance is gone, it won't come again. Don't go. Watching Jovan ride away on his electric tricycle, Zach sighed. It was difficult to find such a talented young man with solid skills and character in today's restless society. He decided not to chase after him since they would meet again during the final competition. The competition ended at 4 p.m. Since it ended early, when Jovan arrived home, it wasn't dark yet. Just as he rode up to the front door, he noticed his mother and Wilfred's mother chatting in the sun by the entrance. Jovan, you're back? You're invited for chicken stew tonight, Wilfred's mother greeted with a bright smile. Hearing her words, Jovan was momentarily stunned. He knew the chickens in Wilfred's house were kept for laying eggs, usually treasured like family members. What major event had occurred today? Was it because their sow had given birth to over a dozen piglets? Sure, Auntie. I'll head over later. By the way, where's Wilfred? Jovan, suppressing his confusion, asked about Wilfred. These past few days had been hectic for him due to the competition, but Wilfred had been even busier, seemingly nowhere to be found. Hee, Alea is playing by the village river with his girlfriend. You'll definitely find him there. Mentioning Wilfred, his mother's smile widened. The once useless Wilfred had become her Alea. With his girlfriend? Jovan paused, wondering when Wilfred had gotten a girlfriend. No wonder Brittany killed one of her precious hens for a stew. She must be preparing a meal for the future daughter-in-law. Yes, she just came back today. She's nice and pretty, a bit of a waste on our Alea. True mothers never fail. If Wilfred heard this, he might question his existence. Hearing this, Jovan's lips twitched slightly, understanding well that mothers always saw their children as lacking. After parking the tricycle in the yard, he calmed down the overly excited Adon, who missed him dearly after days of absence. After feeding Adon a mix of garlic and linji grass, Jovan said goodbye to his mother and hurried towards the village river. Wilfred was too trusting. He couldn't be tricked easily again, especially considering his history of fights for women. Could this supposed girlfriend be the same woman who got Wilfred into trouble last time? It was possible, given Wilfred's limited social circle and lack of resources. Girls often ran away at the mention of farming, so Jovan suspected this girl might indeed be the same troublemaker. As he approached the river, he saw Wilfred and a tall, slim girl standing beside it. Her slender figure looked elegant and quiet, explaining why Wilfred's mother liked her so much. But before he could greet them, a northeastern accent stopped him in his tracks. Wilfred, what are we going to do? My dad owes hundreds of thousands in gambling debts, and the repayment name is mine. What can we do? Please help me. Chapter 82. Chauncey is back. After hearing what the girl said, Jovan didn't rush to approach. He stood in his place, ready to listen and see what was going on, while also assessing Wilfred's situation. Oh, your dad owes hundreds of thousands in illegal loans? I don't have that much money right now either. Don't worry, Kathy, let me see if I can raise some money for you first. Wilfred calmly consoled the girl named Kathy, but panic still lingered in his voice. After all, he was just a farmer who grew vegetables. Where could he possibly get hundreds of thousands to help his girlfriend through this tough time? But those loan sharks are already blocking our doorstep. They said if we don't pay by next week, they'll take me to their nightclub and force me to work there to pay off my dad's debt. Sniff. At this point, the girl couldn't hold back any longer and began sobbing on Wilfred's shoulder. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Jovan had a pretty good idea of what was happening, so he cleared his throat and walked forward. You're here, Jovan. Wilfred turned around upon hearing the cough, and upon seeing Jovan, he smiled sheepishly. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Wang Kathy. Hello, Brother Zhang. You must be the Jovan that Alea often speaks highly of, right? Upon introduction, Wang Kathy wiped her tears, tried to compose herself, and greeted him with a forced smile. Hello, Kathy. Jovan responded politely. Looking at Wang Kathy briefly, he couldn't help but notice her large, watery eyes and regular features, which made her above average in looks. No wonder she had Wilfred wrapped around her finger. However, Wilfred suddenly having a girlfriend caught Jovan off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless after their brief exchange, leading to an awkward silence. Just then, Wilfred's mother broke the silence, shouting from the distance, Jovan, Alea, Kathy, dinner is ready. Come back home and eat. She was serving chicken stewed with mushrooms. This eased the tension, allowing Jovan and Wilfred to breathe a sigh of relief as they followed her back to Wilfred's house. As soon as they reached the yard gate, Wilfred's big black dog started barking loudly, sensing a stranger since Wang Kathy had never been to his home before. However, Wilfred's mom quickly shooed the dog into the chicken coop with a broom. It was important not to scare her future daughter-in-law on her first visit. The dog is locked up now, come in. With a warm smile, Wilfred's mom invited Wang Kathy inside. Jovan's mother was also in the yard. Seeing Wilfred bring home Wang Kathy, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, looking at Jovan disapprovingly. Her meaning was clear. Look at Wilfred bringing his girlfriend home. What about you? If it weren't for that girl visiting last time, we wouldn't even know anything. Jovan pulled up the collar of his neck, pretending not to notice his mother's sharp gaze. He pushed her wheelchair into the main room. Inside, the aroma of chicken stewed with mushrooms and the scent of white wine mingled together, making the atmosphere cozy. Jovan took a deep breath and sat down beside his mother. Jovan sat with Wang Kathy, while across from them were Wilfred's parents. Once everyone was seated, Wilfred's father poured small cups of white wine for everyone, including Melinda, celebrating the joyous occasion of meeting his son's girlfriend for the first time. The dishes are almost all here, and there's still one pan of pork stewed with vermicelli in the pot. Let's start eating. After pouring the wine, Wilfred's father raised his glass, toasted, and drank to express his happiness. Come, let's start. Wilfred, you brought your girlfriend home without telling anyone. I must toast to you. Jovan also raised his glass, setting the pace for the evening. After the lively dinner filled with clinking glasses and hearty eating, Jovan wheeled his mother's wheelchair out of Wilfred's house. By now, the moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by countless stars twinkling like gems on a deep blue velvet cloth, beautiful and mysterious. Just as Jovan was lost in thought admiring the night sky, his mother, who hadn't shown any signs of intoxication despite drinking quite a bit, finally spoke. Son, what do you think of the girl who visited us last time? Jovan snapped back to reality at the sound of his mother's voice. Clearly, she was affected by Wilfred's successful relationship, her mind now preoccupied with the idea of finding a wife for her son. That girl is our classmate. She came by for something important, and you know how her family is. Why would she want to live in hardship with me? Jovan quickly clarified, trying to distance himself from Adeline as they were far from being serious. Do you really think I'm stupid? Jovan's words displeased his mother. Her son had no flaws except for his thick-headedness. The girl had clearly shown interest by coming to their house. Why did he refuse to see it? Must he wait until the girl is carried over the threshold to believe she's part of the family? Seeing his mother upset, Jovan remained silent, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Back at home, after helping his mother to bed, Jovan felt exhausted. He took a cold shower to freshen up, then sat on the doorstep, gazing toward the mountains. The cooking competition with Ross Dumpling House was only 2 days away. Jovan planned to transplant the lingji grass and garlic to the valley tomorrow, expanding his garden size by 100-fold. This way, he could cultivate his vegetables peacefully in the valley without further complications. Additionally, he had yet to explore the valley thoroughly due to the late hour the previous night, so he decided to check it again tomorrow for any unexpected discoveries. While Jovan was lost in thought, headlights from several cars approaching the village entrance caught his attention. Why are there so many cars driving into the village at this hour? Jovan shook his head, lacking the curiosity to investigate. Feeling weary, he simply watched for a moment before heading back inside. What Jovan didn't see was a man with a buzz cut stepping out of a Santana sedan. His face bore a new scar, adding to his menacing appearance. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chauncey, whom Jovan had sent away earlier. Chapter 83. The cell phone's vibration. Due to staying up late the previous night, Jovan woke up when it was still dark the next day. After tossing and turning and unable to fall back asleep, he simply got up. After washing up, he prepared some kanji before taking Amos along on a stroll toward his vegetable garden. This was the first time in several days that he visited his vegetable garden. It had been busy recently, leaving him no time to come here. Thankfully, the garden looked almost the same as before with only a few sprouts of weeds scattered around. Unveiling the 1,000-year-old rasher grass covered by weeds, it was still thriving. Jovan planned to transplant the rasher grass into the valley. Today's main task was to transplant and thoroughly explore that patch of the valley. If there were any ferocious beasts, he wouldn't have to worry about safety issues with Amos beside him. Jovan squatted down and held a small spade, carefully digging up the roots of the 1,000-year-old rasher grass from the ground. Beside him, Amos watched the rasher grass eagerly, smacking its lips audibly and making sounds. Hey, Amos, these are the roots of 1,000-year-old rasher grass. You must not eat them. If you do, they'll really be gone. Watching Amos's reaction, Jovan couldn't help but repeatedly remind Amos. He truly feared that Amos might resist the temptation and eat the mother root, which would make him laugh and cry at the same time. Amos's mouth sprayed out white foam bubbles, signaling that it understood and didn't need repeated reminders. After placing the rasher grass roots in Amos's bag, Jovan squatted down again. This time, he intended to dig up some garlic to transplant into the valley. Previously, because his vegetable garden wasn't large, even though there were only a few types of vegetables, Jovan didn't feel it lacked. However, after the vast valley came into play, he realized the variety of vegetables was too limited. It seemed that next time he needed to save up some money to buy some antiques or ask Adeline to bring him some older artifacts to exchange for immortal coins from the Immortal World Taba shop. Only then could he increase the richness of the crops and transform that valley into a premium vegetable kingdom of his own. Lost in thought about future plans, he unknowingly placed both the garlic seedlings and the rasher grass roots into Amos's backpack. Actually, the quantity and varieties were quite limited, strengthening Jovan's resolve to expand his vegetable types. Let's go, Amos. To the valley we went a last time. After securing the cloth bag containing the garlic seedlings and rasher grass roots tightly to prevent them from falling out en route, Jovan patted Amos's behind, knowing it could understand him. Sure enough, upon hearing Jovan, Amos snorted twice and took the lead, heading towards Green Mountain. Jovan followed closely behind Amos, heading towards Green Mountain. To be precise, this was already Jovan's third visit to Green Mountain. Previously, due to the presence of wolves, Jovan had always harbored fear towards Green Mountain. However, accompanied by Amos now, Jovan was pleasantly surprised by the scenery of Green Mountain during this visit. The air in the mountains was fresh, occasionally bringing the refreshing scent of water vapor into Jovan's nostrils, making him feel refreshed and uplifted. Walking past mountain paths and through the familiar burial grounds, Jovan followed Amos into the cold cave, winding around for quite a distance until a beam of light appeared not far ahead in the originally pitch-black cave. Upon reaching the source of the light and looking out at the plain outside the cave, Jovan was amazed by the view. Because of the constant temperature here, warm in winter and cool in summer, the valley was filled with colorful flowers blooming out of season, appearing incredibly vivid. Jovan stepped out of the cave entrance, officially arriving at the valley. The soil here was soft and fertile, and not far away, a clear stream flowed through the valley grassland in twists and turns. With this stream providing water, all that remained was to plant vegetables. Jovan felt that planting vegetables, digging a canal along the stream, creating a pond to raise fish, and finally building a straw hut here would allow him to live like a recluse in this paradise for 30 to 50 years. However, the current priority was to transplant the two plants, garlic and 1,000-year-old rasher grass, to this place. Before leaving home, Jovan had placed farming tools on Amos's back. After retrieving the hoe from Amos, Jovan selected a spot near the stream and began hoeing vigorously. Because the soil was overly fertile, each shovel dug up a huge clump of black earth. The vegetable patch required an additional drainage ditch to be dug around it in a rectangular shape to ensure it was slightly higher than the average height of the valley. So, although the soil was soft, Jovan's workload was substantial. Initially, Jovan wanted to invite Wilfred to come along and work together, but seeing Wilfred and his girlfriend being inseparable last night, Jovan did not interrupt their rare happy moments. As for Wilfred's girlfriend, Wang Joy, Yovan planned to consult Cedric, who claimed to be a troubleshooter in Qinghai City and also handle collections, to get more information on Wang Joy before deciding what to do next. If Wang Joy's story about her father owing gambling debts that required her body to repay was true, Yovan had tens of thousands of yuan saved up. Giving it to Wilfred and Wang Joy, so they could live happily wouldn't feel like a waste. However, if Wang Joy's story was false and she was simply trying to scam money and marriage, Yovan had methods to teach her the consequences of deceiving honest farmers. Time flew while working and pondering matters. By the time Yovan completed the rough outline of the small vegetable patch, it was getting dark. Sticking the hoe into the ground, Yovan prepared to head home, leaving the hoe here since he'd be returning tomorrow anyway. However, just as he finished burying the garlic seedlings and rasher grass roots and was about to call Amos to return, his cell phone in his pocket suddenly started vibrating violently. Chapter 84. The Strange Fish. In this remote valley of Green Mountain where the signal was barely existent, Jovan's phone suddenly rang and started vibrating vigorously. The vibration was far stronger than when receiving a text or call, startling Yovan, who was about to jump. Taking out his phone, Jovan's eyebrows raised at what he saw on the screen. It was from the long-silent Immortal World Taobao store. On the screen, a picture of a strange fish with a mouth full of sharp teeth appeared. Below the image, there were clearly visible small words. Jinyu fish, worth 50 immortal coins each. Damn, is this trying to prevent me from going home? Yovan put the continuously vibrating phone into his pocket. Based on past experience, if the Immortal World Taobao store sensed a valuable item for exchange, it meant this monstrous Jinyu fish was nearby. And since fish could only exist in water, Yovan glanced towards the clear stream not far from him. This stream was roughly 2 meters wide, its depth varying, some parts reaching 2 to 3 meters while others just covered knees. Yet, the water was so clear that one could see everything inside. Yovan had examined the stream closely before, but found no sign of any strange or ordinary fish. Such a stream, extending from underground rivers, was too cold for fish to survive. But if the phone displayed the picture of this strange fish, it must be present in the water around Yovan. He tried walking left, noticing the phone's vibrations weaken, indicating he was going the wrong way. Sure enough, moving right intensified the vibrations, confirming he was heading in the right direction. With daylight still available, he needed to find the fish as soon as possible. Fish usually lived in groups. If one fish equaled 50 points, finding a group would mean a lot of points within reach. This thought excited Yovan. He imagined countless immortal world seeds and powerful immortal weapons beckoning him. However, those weapons were way beyond his current purchasing power even if he captured several groups of these fish. As Yovan walked towards the stream's source, the vibrations in his pocket grew stronger. Yovan quickened his pace, knowing he was near a group of Jinyu fish. Although dusk was falling, the moonlight was bright, allowing him to see clearly. To better spot the fish, he took out his phone and turned on its flashlight, shining it along the bottom of the clear stream. Unfortunately, the phone's flashlight was limited in intensity and brightness compared to specialized fishing lights. Each flash only illuminated a small area of the stream, forcing Yovan to slow down and search carefully. As he approached the stream's source, the valley became steeper and the water deeper. The sound of flowing water grew louder. Guided by the phone's vibrations, Yovan stopped before a cliff face. This was the source of the stream, likely fed by an underground river that seeped through over time. However, Yovan wasn't focused on this, but on a smaller seepage point not far from the cliff, a tunnel connecting the dark river beneath. Here, instead of forming a stream, it created a deep pond. Yovan aimed the flashlight at the pond. The flashlight could only penetrate a short distance into the deep water. Within its range, Yovan saw no trace of the strange fish or other aquatic life, causing him some disappointment. Did the Immortal World Taobao store give incorrect information? Or did I come to the wrong place? Could the fish be in the underground river behind the cliff? After tapping the cliff to gauge its thickness and hardness, Yovan abandoned the unrealistic idea of breaking through it physically. Just as he prepared to leave disappointed, the phone's vibrations intensified, almost slipping from his grasp, nearly falling into the deep pond. By the fleeting light, Yovan saw a shadow surface briefly from the pond and then dive back in. First bewildered, his face then lit up with excitement. Yovan couldn't believe the strange fish was indeed in the pond, not trapped inside the cliff. If the fish was in the pond, he had many ways to catch it. One fish could exchange for 50 immortal coins. How could this not make him happy? But now the crucial task was to figure out how to catch the fish. Only once it was in his hands could the Immortal World Taobao store conduct the exchange. Yovan came up with two initial plans. The first involved using fishing gear to patiently wait by the pond. The second was to jump into the pond and try catching the fish by hand. But quickly, he discarded this idea due to the fish's sharp teeth. He didn't dare risk his flesh and bone body to test their sharpness. Thus, fishing was the best option, but there was no fishing gear in this valley. Deciding to prepare the equipment tomorrow and return to catch all the fish for the shiny immortal coin points, Yovan headed home excitedly. Chapter 85. Fishing with a scale weight. The next day, Yovan woke up early again. The match with Tiani Dumpling Building was set for 11 o'clock the following morning. That meant Yovan still had the entire day to catch that strange fish. If he failed today, he would have to postpone it by another day and go to the valley later. Therefore, to ensure catching the odd fish this time, Yovan specially prepared some fish food made from rice wine and glutinous rice. When sprinkled into the pond, it emitted a scent attractive to fish. Moreover, once the fish consumed this food, they became somewhat dazed and easier to catch. Yovan believed these fish were like humans. They could get drunk. After mixing the fish food, Yovan borrowed a fishing rod from Dermot's store at the village entrance. Dermot was a typical fishing enthusiast, and all his fishing gear was professional grade. Of course, Yovan paid him 100 yuan for borrowing the professional grade equipment. But if he could really catch a strange fish, it would be worth it, even if it cost 10 or 100 times more. After preparing all the tools, everything was set except for Adon, his donkey. First, Yovan fed Adon until it was full and gave it a big gourd of cold water to drink. He then placed the fishing gear on Aiden's back and headed towards Green Mountain. Once bitten, twice shy. This time, it took Yovan about an hour to reach the valley. It was a sunny day, and Yovan easily found yesterday's pond. With sunlight illuminating it, the pond's visibility was much better than before. However, because the pond was deep, he still hadn't spotted any traces of the strange fish yet. Removing a small stool from Aiden's back, Yovan sat down leisurely and spread the rice wine and glutinous rice bait into the water. After waiting a while for the smell to spread, he cast his line into the pond. Patience was crucial in fishing, so Yovan was prepared to spend the entire day. His mother had been staying at Wilfred's house recently, and Yovan didn't want to go home much. Whenever he returned, she nagged him about finding a girlfriend, so he might as well avoid the trouble. However, it must be said that fishing in this seemingly idyllic valley was very pleasant, especially with the warm sun making Yovan drowsy while sitting on the small stool. Just as he was about to doze off, the float on the water suddenly moved slightly, and then began to shake violently. Oh, is there a bite? Yovan perked up. Seeing the vibrating float on the surface, he tugged at the line submerged in the water. Feeling the lightness of the reeled-in line, Yovan had a bad feeling. When he saw the fish hook pulled up, his eyes widened and mouth gaped open. How is the fish hook only half left? Looking at the broken steel hook, Yovan couldn't help but think, good thing I didn't try to catch the strange fish by hand last night. If it can chew a steel hook into pieces, imagine how sharp its teeth are. Despite their exceptional teeth, the strange fish were still fish and were highly attracted to Jovan's rice wine glutinous rice bait. Now, in the visible part of the pond, a large group of dazed, strange fish circled around the area where he had scattered the bait, looking as if they were intoxicated. 50 fairy coins, 100 fairy coins, so many fairy coins. Looking at the swarm of strange fish, Yovan saw nothing but gleaming fairy coins. They were too tempting. Yovan was almost drooling. However, even though his desire for those strange fish surged, he wouldn't dare catch them by hand. There were so many strange fish, and his hands might end up as bones, if not, just bone fragments, given their teeth. But how can I catch these fish with such strong jaws? Watching the fish disperse into the deeper waters as the effects of the alcohol wore off, Yovan felt quite dejected. The depth of the pond was unknown, and it connected to a hidden river through the cliffside. Otherwise, Yovan would have had Adon bring over Wilfred's water pump to drain the pond completely. The strange fish had powerful jaws, but out of water, Yovan had countless ways to deal with them. However, this idea was purely fantasy. Watching the cluster of fairy coins swimming away, Yovan felt like his heart was being scratched by cat claws, causing itching and anxiety. Then, a glint caught his eye, the half-eaten fish hook lying on the ground. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. The strange fish were named gold-devouring fish by the fairy realm Taba shop. By definition, they fed on various metals and craved metal more than food. Although the gold-devouring fish looked formidable, they were only so big, with limited appetites. Why should Yovan use a fish hook to catch them? Instead, he could find a large iron block at home, tie it with nylon rope, and place it in the water. Perhaps when pulling the iron block out, the gold-devouring fish would come with it. This idea popped into Jovan's head and grew uncontrollably. It was still early, and going home to fetch the materials wouldn't take too long. With that thought, Yovan didn't hesitate, stood up, left the valley, and prepared to bring the big scale weight from his home. 2 hours later, Yovan returned to the pond. He first scattered the wine-flavored bait into the water, waited for the smell to spread, then tied the scale weight, about the size of 3 fists, with nylon rope and slowly lowered it into the pond. Soon, a dense swarm of fish rose from the depths of the pond again. Chapter 86, Buying Weights. Under the effect of the fish bait thrown into the pond, the dazed strange fish saw the suddenly appearing large weight, their eyes turning red. In an instant, it seemed like thousands of splashes erupted in the pond. By the time Yovan hurriedly pulled the large weight out of the pond, the weight which was originally the size of 3 fists had shrunk to just 1 fist size. At this moment, there were still about 4 or 5 strange fish tightly biting onto the fist-sized weight. When Yovan lifted the weight out of the water and threw it far onto the ground, the fist-sized weight had already become the size of an egg. Bang! Bang! When they were thrown far away from the pond, the strange fish that were frantically gnawing on the weight finally reacted, jumping around loudly on the ground. The jumping force was incredible, each leap reaching over a meter high, higher than a human could jump. This made Yovan blink rapidly in astonishment. What exactly are these fish? Or are they some kind of weird fish? Yovan watched the strange fish, which were still jumping 10 meters away, inwardly criticizing furiously, sharp teeth, astonishing jumping power. If these fish escaped to other waters, there would be no need for any other fish to survive. By now, the midday sun had risen, drying and warming the earth. If it were other types of fish, leaving the water under such harsh sunlight, they probably wouldn't last more than a minute. However, the few strange fish that Yovan caught continued to leap for a full 10 minutes before finally stopping, lying motionless on the ground with their mouths opening and closing, seemingly dying. Only then did Yovan dare approach the palm-sized strange fish, carefully probing them. After confirming they were indeed dead, he dared reach out to pick up the strange fish. These things were much fiercer than piranhas, so Yovan couldn't afford to be careless. When Yovan picked up the strange fish, his phone's vibrations finally stopped. A comparison revealed it was the same type as the goldfish named Gold Devourer, shown on the Immortal World Taba store page. Last time, he successfully exchanged items by scanning with his phone. So Yovan held the fish in one hand and his phone in the other, scanning the strange fish vigorously as if it were a QR code. After a while, just when Yovan thought there might be something wrong with the phone, the screen flickered, and the strange fish in his hand disappeared. Scan complete. 50 immortal coins have been credited to your account. Please check. A pleasant female voice sounded. Yovan quickly checked the balance on the Immortal World Taba app, and sure enough, 50 additional immortal coins appeared. This made Yovan extremely happy. He scanned the remaining 4 strange fish on the ground, and soon, 200 immortal coins were added to his account. In the Immortal World Taba store, a pack of immortal garlic seeds cost only 50 immortal coins. So, these 200 coins were a significant sum for Yovan, offering immense purchasing power. Moreover, there were still dozens of strange fish in the deep pond. If all of them could be caught, Yovan would undoubtedly accumulate several hundred immortal coins. Even if he didn't win the competition at Heavenly Intent Dumpling House, he could still buy 10,000-year-old blood ginseng seeds with the coins to cure his mother's illness. With this thought, Yovan felt incredibly motivated. However, the iron weight had almost been chewed through by the fish. As the saying goes, a well-sharpened axe makes for easier chopping. So, the most important thing right now was to buy a bunch of sturdy iron weights to use for fishing in the deep pond. The village's only small shop belonged to Dermot. If he didn't have iron weights, other villagers might have some. Reluctantly, Yovan glanced at the now quiet pond, then called Dawn to head back. Village entrance, Dermot's shop. What, you want iron weights? How many do you need? Dermot looked curiously at Yovan. It wasn't farming season, and iron weights were typically used to balance scales, mostly purchased by grain traders. Why are you asking so many questions? I'll buy them if you have them. Otherwise, I'll go to a hardware store in the city, Yovan said impatiently, his mind filled with thoughts of shiny strange fish. Alright. I remember getting 4 iron weights last year. Let me find them for you. Don't worry, sit down and have a drink while you wait. Dermot, the businessman, managed to sell a bottle of drink even before finding the weights. Yovan took the drink, gulping it down. He was truly thirsty after the day's efforts. He didn't care about Dermot's ulterior motives. What mattered was getting the iron weights to catch enough strange fish for immortal coins, making everything else trivial. Dermot rummaged through boxes and found 4 weights under a cabinet, used to prop up table legs. I figured they wouldn't sell, so I repurposed them as props for my table legs. But they are still top quality. Dermot blew off the dust from the iron weights, sending dust flying everywhere. Yovan didn't care about the quality of the weights. Anything that could help him catch strange fish would do. He paid for the weights and placed them on Aiden's back before rushing back towards the valley. Not long after he left, about a minute later, the curtain covering Dermot's back door opened, and Chauncey walked out with a grim face. His face now bore a long scar from a centipede, likely a result of his time in prison. After being released early on bail, he seemed even more sinister. What did he buy from you? What's the purpose? Chauncey asked nastily, looking at Jovan's retreating back. Not much, just bought a few weights. I have no idea what he needs them for, but he seemed in a hurry, acting mysteriously. Just a few iron lumps. Chauncey's face twisted into a neurotic smile. Watch him closely for me. I'll make him suffer worse than death. Chapter 87. Exchange for seeds. Yovan had no idea that Chauncey was now keeping an eye on him, but even if he did know, he wouldn't be afraid. Chauncey was just a vanquished opponent, and as long as he watched out for any desperate moves, there would be no issue. Presently, Yovan was far superior to his former self in both connections and wealth. Upon arriving at the familiar pond, Yovan repeated his previous method, scattering sticky rice liquor bait first, then lowering the weights once the strange fish gathered. Perhaps due to their past experience, these strange fish became more cautious this time. When Yovan retrieved the weights, only 4 fish were caught, a decrease of 1 from the last time. Still, over 100 immortal coins was a good haul. Once the strange fish lost energy from jumping around, Yovan calmly exchanged the 4 fish for coins, adding another 160 immortal coins to his stash, bringing his total to 360. On the final attempt, only 1 sluggish strange fish latched onto the weight. It couldn't be helped. Ordinary fish would also become wary if continuously fished. These strange fish were no different. This single catch owed its success to the lingering effects of the sticky rice liquor bait, which had left the fish somewhat dazed. The strange fish had become incredibly smart and cautious, biting only a small chunk of the metal and quickly letting go to avoid being hauled up by Yovan. For this, Yovan could only sigh in resignation. He figured he'd need to wait some time before coming back to fish again. Nonetheless, he had amassed 750 immortal coins, enough to buy 5 varieties of edible vegetables, not too shabby. Now with immortal coins in hand, it was time for a delightful shopping spree. Yovan sat down and opened the Immortal World Taba app on his phone, revealing all sorts of exotic goods. Premium Immortal World tomatoes, sweet and tangy, cures mild depression, making consumers feel cheerful. Price, 100 immortal coins. Premium Immortal World watermelons, so sweet they'll make you question your life. A sow's womb won't fit 3 people eating it for half a year. Price, 150 immortal coins. 10,000-year-old blood ginseng seeds, cultivated with true immortal blood, promotes muscle growth, replenishes strong chi and blood. Price, 5,000 immortal coins. In addition to these items, there were things that made Yovan salivate, like peaches from the Queen Mother's peach garden, costing 100,000 points, or ginseng fruits from the Earth Immortal Manor, reputed to cure all diseases and extend life, priced at 150,000 immortal coins. Yovan rubbed his eyes, imagining what he could do with infinite immortal coins. He'd buy 100 ginseng fruits and eat them without remorse. Unfortunately, although 750 immortal coins was a hefty sum for him now, it was barely enough to buy a few premium vegetable seeds. After meticulous comparison, Yovan selected Immortal World watermelons, tomatoes, eggplants, green onions, and ginger for purchase. Since you are currently a Chuji member of the Immortal World Taba store, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases. Your total after the discount is 621 immortal coins. Happy shopping! For better fluency and accuracy, since you are currently a beginner member of the Immortal World Taba store, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases. Your total after the discount is 621 immortal coins. Happy shopping! Instantly, Yovan noticed his immortal coin balance dropping from 750 to 129. Spending money is easy, but earning it is hard, he lamented, realizing how little remained after spending nearly all his coins. Once the exchange was complete, his phone screen flickered, and his hand felt heavier. 5 seeds of various shapes now lay in his palm. Even after experiencing this process before, Jovan marveled at the advanced technology of the Immortal World Taobao store, where items appeared directly in his hand without delivery. With daylight still lingering, Jovan took a deep breath and grabbed a farming tool to till a small plot of land. He planted the Immortal World watermelon seed first, watering it generously. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jovan began chanting the spring section of the Divine Farmer formula aloud, growing louder and faster as he chanted. Soon, the soil stirred, and a slender green sprout peeked through. Jovan continued chanting, increasing in speed and volume, undisturbed in the valley's solitude. Visibly, the sprout grew rapidly into a robust plant. Numerous new shoots emerged around it, spreading swiftly in all directions. Anyone witnessing this would have exclaimed in disbelief, labeling Jovan a sorcerer practicing witchcraft. Ordinary watermelons require months of care to grow. Yet, under Jovan's influence, the Immortal World Taobao seeds flourished within minutes. Within an hour, the watermelon seeds Jovan planted had produced tiny quail egg-sized melons that quickly swelled like balloons, soon reaching basketball size and continuing to expand. Watching anxiously, Jovan wondered if the melon might burst, stopping its growth only when it reached a meter in diameter. A sight truly alarming. Using a pocket knife, he cut open the melon. Surprisingly, the rind was thin yet tough. The intense sweetness hit him instantly, accompanied by a chill. Startled, Jovan wondered about the taste of this self-chilled melon. Curiosity piqued, he sliced off a bit of the pulp and tasted it. Chapter 88. Adon can speak? The refreshing and sweet watermelon juice exploded in Jovan's mouth, not chilling his teeth at all. It felt as though he was sitting in an air-conditioned room on a scorching summer day. Just one small bite was enough to dispel the heat from his body, giving him the sensation of being gently blown over by the breeze. Watermelons are typically used for quenching thirst and cooling down during scorching summers, regardless of whether it's in the south or north. People have the habit of eating large watermelons and sleeping in air-conditioned rooms. The watermelons produced by the Fairy Realm Taobao shop were not only far sweeter than other varieties, but also had an actual cooling effect, making them irresistibly attractive to those who detest the summer heat. Just carrying this watermelon around meant that when you couldn't bear the heat anymore, you could take a small bite, which was far better for cooling off than eating an ice lolly. Moreover, Jovan hadn't ever eaten an ice lolly tastier than this watermelon. Although this watermelon looked excessively large now, almost big enough to fit a 6 or 7-year-old child inside, it was due to the catalysis by the Jason decree. Next time, he only needed to stop catalyzing once it reached the size of a basketball, then he could sell it outright. As Jovan continued eating, he glanced at the 4 vegetable seeds in his hand and felt a surge of excitement. This valley truly was his lucky place, and Adon was undoubtedly one of his blessings. Right, where's Adon? Jovan looked around with a hint of confusion but found no sign of Adon. He had been focused on using the Jason decree to catalyze the watermelon, leaving no attention for where Adon went. But this valley wasn't very large and mostly flat, hardly concealing a donkey. Where could Adon possibly have gone? Standing up puzzledly, Jovan saw a black tail wagging on the other side of the giant watermelon, none other than Aiden's. When he walked around to the other side, he saw Adon sticking nearly his whole head into the watermelon. Jovan couldn't help but laugh. Adon had really become a gluttonous donkey, munching away inside the watermelon, with the chewing sounds echoing continuously from within. Fortunately, the watermelon was about a meter in diameter. Otherwise, if Adon had eaten through to the other side and popped out unexpectedly, it might have startled Jovan mid-bite. Seeing how contentedly Adon was eating, Jovan didn't interrupt. He still had 4 kinds of vegetable seeds to plant before the competition with Tiani Dumpling House tomorrow. Having these Fairy Realm vegetables as backup was definitely better than nothing. Thus, Jovan began planting each seed some distance apart, digging 4 small holes to plant the 4 different types of seeds. Watering them, he sat right in the middle and started reciting the spring chapter of the Jason decree. Soon, the 4 kinds of vegetable seeds grew rapidly from the soil. Although this second batch took longer due to their greater number, they still showed vigorous growth. After about 2 hours, the 4 types of vegetables had matured and begun bearing fruit. Bright red tomatoes, lush green leeks, arm-thick purple eggplants, and yellowish earth ginger 3 times the size of ordinary ginger. In less than 2 hours, under the influence of the Jason decree, Jovan harvested hundreds of kilograms of various vegetables. If he continued catalyzing the plants non-stop, he might harvest several thousand kilograms in a single day. If sold, these would likely fetch between 30 to 50,000 yuan, and this was just from 1 day's worth of cultivation. As he became more proficient with the Jason decree, the growth speed of the vegetables would increase further, allowing even higher daily harvests. Of course, this was a theoretical estimate. Jovan couldn't spend all day catalyzing vegetables without eating or sleeping. Besides, scarcity drives value. Once his vegetables entered the market, he could sell his Fairy Realm premium vegetables at prices 10, or even dozens or hundreds of times higher than regular ones. After all, this world is full of rich people. Imagining the future filled him with anticipation. He tried one of the volleyball-sized tomatoes. Just as expected from the Fairy Realm Taobao shop, it was absolutely top-notch. The tangy and sweet taste greatly stimulated the appetite. Eating the tomato, Jovan thought that if he used these tomatoes in cooking, he might even cure even severe cases of anorexia. For the other vegetables, he would need to cook them to assess their effectiveness. For instance, ginger removes fishiness and enhances flavor, while leeks have similar effects, and raw eggplants aren't edible. After Adon finished devouring the entire watermelon, Jovan picked some vegetables from the field, some of each type except watermelon, and loaded them into the bag on Aiden's back. He then catalyzed a basketball-sized watermelon separately, planning to chill it in well water before dinner. When taken out, its taste would be extraordinary. Fortunately, the watermelon had a self-chilling effect, ready to eat immediately upon breaking open. After a busy day, although Jovan felt physically tired, his heart remained full and lively. Today's harvest was immense, leaving him feeling like it was all a dream. When Jovan came down from Green Mountain, it wasn't completely dark yet. It was nearly summer, so nights were shorter and days longer, usually turning dark around 8 o'clock. Adon, wouldn't it be great if you could speak someday? Just before home, Jovan affectionately patted Aiden's neck, saying with hope, how wonderful it would be if such a smart, strong, and keen-nosed donkey could speak and keep him company. But, alas, donkeys can't talk. I can certainly speak. Just as Jovan sighed regretfully, a feminine voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Chapter 89. Where to sleep? Adon can speak? And in a female voice? But isn't Adon a male donkey? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Jovan's mind, and with a slightly anxious heart, he turned around. Behind him, Adeline was smiling gently at him. Oh my Adeline, how did you get here? And you snuck behind me? Jovan couldn't help but exhale deeply. Just like Lord Yi, who loved dragons in theory but was terrified when he saw one. Despite wishing Adon could speak, Jovan felt a tiny bit nervous facing the reality of it. Thankfully, the speaker wasn't Adon, but his boss, Adeline. Why can't I come here? It's not a restricted area. Adeline enjoyed teasing Jovan but wasn't pleased by his question. No, from your tone, it sounds like you're not welcoming me, right? How could I not welcome you? Welcome, warm welcome. But how did you find me? And manage to sneak up behind me? Sensing Adeline's displeasure, Jovan quickly corrected himself, expressing welcome. Still, he was puzzled. Logically, having just come down from Green Mountain, no one should know where he went. Humph, I came here after lunch today, but you weren't home. I only found out from Brittany Zhang that you went up the mountain. Mentioning this, Adeline became even more unhappy. I've been waiting for you at the foot of the mountain since afternoon. 5 whole hours. She rolled up her sleeve, showing Jovan large red bumps on her fair skin. Look, mosquito bites. They're driving me crazy with itchiness. Driving you crazy with itchiness? Jovan repeated somewhat unconsciously, noting the ambiguous phrasing. Adeline rolled her eyes without comment. Thankfully, dusk had fallen, hiding the blush rising on her cheeks. Approaching home, Jovan asked, So, are you staying overnight? Adeline nodded. Tomorrow's competition is crucial. I'm worried you'll be late, so I decided to stay tonight and wake you up. It seemed sleeping late was firmly embedded in Jovan's image in Adeline's mind. Jovan raised an eyebrow, about to protest, when the gate opened. Melinda, pushing a wheelchair, lit up upon seeing Adeline and greeted her warmly. Come in, dear. The mountain has no signal. Jovan's phone wouldn't connect. You must have waited long. Come inside. Her warmth made Jovan feel like she treated Adeline better than her own daughter. Not too long, actually. Let me help you in, Adeline replied, politely pushing Melinda in. Watching her courteous demeanor, Melinda beamed even brighter. Walking behind, Jovan entered the courtyard and put down the vegetables from Adon. Since Adeline was visiting, these premium vegetables from the Immortal World Taba store would make for a fine meal. She arrived at just the right time for a treat. Watching Adeline laugh and chat with his mother, Jovan felt a stir in his heart. Somehow, having someone else in the house didn't seem so difficult to accept anymore. For Jovan, a skilled cook, transforming any vegetable into a gourmet dish was second nature. With vegetables, ginger, and scallions from the Immortal World, even simple dishes smelled divine. A few minutes later, the kitchen emitted rich aromas that drew Adeline's attention. Could Jovan's culinary skills extend beyond dumplings and cold dishes? This smell surpassed anything she had tasted before. Was he holding back all this while? Jovan emerged from the kitchen, bringing out 2 stir-fried dishes and a tomato egg soup. Dinner's ready. Adeline, usually polite, couldn't resist the aroma and scooped up a piece of braised eggplant. An indescribable flavor burst in her mouth, making her close her eyes. 2 words, delicious. 3 words, incredibly delicious. The flavors of the eggplant and its condiments were impeccable, perfectly harmonizing. It warmed Adeline as if she were in a spring breeze. So good, honey. Despite knowing her son's cooking prowess, Melinda thought Adeline might be exaggerating. Practice reveals truth. Melinda took a bite of the eggplant and soon mirrored Adeline's blissful expression. Finishing dinner, Adeline let out a satisfied belch and rubbed her stomach. She hadn't noticed eating so much, captivated by the deliciousness. Melinda, also feeling full, smiled and asked, Where will you sleep tonight, dear? Please let me know if you need any further assistance or modifications. Chapter 90. Carry on. Where are we sleeping tonight? Adeline glanced at Winifred's small bed, which could only accommodate one person. She hadn't really considered where she would sleep for the night. After all, given the ample space in Jovan's home, there must be beds available for guests. But what Adeline hadn't anticipated was that Jovan's house only had 2 beds, and the one Winifred slept on was a tiny single bed that wouldn't fit 2 people. That posed a problem. Where would she sleep tonight? How about this? I can take my mother's small bed, and you can sleep with her in the bigger bed, Jovan suggested as he emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes. However, his idea was swiftly dismissed by Winifred. That won't do. I'm ill, and my bed isn't clean. You 2 should share a bed tonight. Winifred couldn't possibly have Adeline sleep with her. Instead, she hoped Adeline and Jovan would share a bed together. Perhaps then, she could have a grandson next year. Krista, Adeline and I aren't like what you think. Actually, she's just... Jovan felt he couldn't keep hiding it. If they shared a bed tonight, it might ruin her innocence. However, before Jovan could finish, Adeline covered his mouth with her delicate hand, bringing a faint scent that made his heart flutter. Brittany, Jovan and I have known each other for so long. I'll just sleep on his bed tonight. Adeline glanced at Jovan, signaling him to stay quiet. Under the dim light, the blush on her fair face made her look more charming than usual. Jovan watched Adeline, his heart pounding. Could it be that after years of being an ordinary farmer, he was finally getting his turn? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, his heartbeat quickened even more. On the other side, Winifred naturally had no reason to disagree with Adeline's suggestion. She even prepared the red quilt that had been stored in the cabinet for years. How could their future daughter-in-law sleep under old bedding? Seeing the misunderstanding deepen, Yovan felt helpless but nodded in agreement, then obediently fetched water from the courtyard for Adeline to wash her face and feet. In the courtyard, Amos was munching away at the vegetables Yovan brought back. It seemed its appetite had turned into an insatiable void. It ate without feeling full. Yovan patted Amos's head, then, somewhat excited yet nervous, carried the basin of water into his room. Inside the room, Adeline sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Seeing Yovan enter with the water, she didn't say a word. The old light bulb cast a dim light, making it hard for Yovan to see her expression or guess what she was thinking. Adeline, come wash your face. Yovan placed the basin on a special stand with a clang, startling Adeline, who had been lost in thought. What were you thinking about just now? You looked so absorbed, Yovan asked, noticing Adeline's unusual demeanor. He wondered if she was pondering sharing a bed with him later. Well, adults can talk about anything while lying down. Nothing. Adeline shook her head, looking at Yovan, whose face shifted from silly grins to serious contemplation. Then, she walked to the basin, tied up her hair, took out some facial cleanser from her bag, and began washing her face. It's good that you weren't thinking about anything, It's good that you weren't thinking about anything. Jovan's mind was already filled with indescribable scenes, unable to focus on what Adeline might have been thinking. Since he had washed up earlier in the courtyard, Yovan headed straight to the bed. Hey, what are you doing? Unexpectedly, as soon as Yovan sat on the bed to undress, Adeline called him out. What do you mean? I'm going to sleep. Didn't you say you'd sleep on my bed tonight? Yovan was puzzled. Everything seemed fine moments ago. What had changed? Yes, I will sleep on your bed, but you don't plan to share, right? There was surprise on Adeline's face, although Yovan didn't notice the amusement hidden in her eyes. Alright, then where will I sleep? Yovan felt slightly disappointed. He couldn't say he also wanted to share the bed to play naughty games. After all, he was an upright man. There, sleep there. Adeline barely contained her laughter, pointing to a small sofa in Jovan's room. Yovan gave up on speaking, nodded, and sorrowfully lay down on the sofa. The night passed without a word. The next morning, when Yovan woke up, he felt something soft and warm in his arms, resembling a large stuffed toy. But unlike a toy, it had a warm temperature. When he opened his eyes and saw what he was holding, he was stunned. He glanced around. It was indeed the sofa he had fallen asleep on. Then why was Adeline sleeping in his arms? Adeline slept peacefully, like a baby in slumber. Though Yovan didn't know how she ended up on his sofa, he figured if she woke up and saw this, she might kill him. Carefully moving Adeline's arm, Yovan marveled at her skin, pampered and delicate like tofu, as if it could squeeze out water with the slightest touch. The sofa wasn't big, and most of Adeline's body was resting on him, making Yovan extra cautious, fearing any sudden movement might wake her. Adeline murmured softly, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Embarrassed, Yovan tried to explain. Yovan quickly covered Adeline's mouth with his hand, knowing his mother was in the next room. What if she screamed? A sound came from the door as it opened. Winifred stood there, surprised to see Yovan leaning over Adeline, his hand still covering her mouth. Carry on. With that, Winifred closed the door behind her. Chapter 91. Car Accident. Watching Winifred close the door and leave with a strange smile on her face, Adeline felt like she was about to lose it. Yovan, you damn bastard. I'm going to kill you. As soon as Winifred left, Adeline erupted. She pounced on Yovan, flailing and trying to make him pay. Due to the angle of view, Yovan caught a glimpse of a sliver of snow-white cleavage. His nose tingled, and he almost had an urge to sneeze. Hey. Realizing that Adeline's movements on top of him would make him embarrass himself if continued, Yovan quickly grabbed her arms. He shifted his gaze away from the distracting sight and seriously looked at her. I was wondering, do you usually sleep naked? Hearing Jovan's words, Adeline paused in confusion. She then glanced down at herself, only wearing undergarments, before an even sharper scream echoed out of Jovan's room. In the courtyard, Winifred sat in her wheelchair, sorting through the vegetables Yovan had brought back yesterday. Thanks to the ginseng and celestial vegetables Yovan fed her every day, her health had greatly improved recently. Aside from being unable to move her legs, she could now perform many actions with her upper body. Upon hearing Adeline's scream from Jovan's room, Winifred couldn't help but shake her head while muttering with a smile. Young people these days sure have a lot of energy, but it's good. Maybe they'll give me a big chubby grandson soon. When Adeline finally came out of Jovan's room, her face was still flushed. She forgot about her habit of sleepwalking, so it really wasn't Jovan's fault last night. After checking herself over, she found no apparent differences from usual, yet somehow, a peculiar feeling lingered in her heart, even a hint of disappointment deep inside. After tidying up the bed and cleaning up the room, Yovan emerged. It was still early, just 7 in the morning. The competition wouldn't start for another 4 hours. The sedan Adeline parked at the village entrance only took an hour to drive from Qingsuan village to Qinghai City. So Yovan unhurriedly washed some rice, cooked porridge, and prepared a few dishes. They had breakfast together with Winifred before leaving with Adeline. Under Winifred's amused gaze, Adeline almost fled from Jovan's home. Even as she stepped out, Yovan heard her let out a long sigh of relief. Yovan understood. To others, Adeline was the strong female boss of Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant and might seem as cold and ruthless as a female demon to her subordinates. But those were merely the hard shell and armor she used to protect herself. Deep down, she was just a young woman in her 20s who had never been in love. On the way to Qinghai City, Adeline remained silent. Yovan fiddled with the celestial vegetables, eggplants, tomatoes, brought from home. Occasionally, their faint fragrance wafted through the air. He wasn't one for idle chatter either, so when Adeline quieted down, the entire car fell silent. An hour later, Adeline and Yovan arrived in Qinghai City. As they headed toward the final venue, Qinghai International Square, for some reason, traffic began to jam in the city center. Adeline opened the in-car radio in frustration, tuning to the Qinghai traffic station. Soon enough, the road they were on was mentioned. About an hour ago, a serious accident had occurred. According to the radio, 2 construction trucks turned from the adjacent slow lane into the fast lane simultaneously, crashing into a small car. The occupants of the car had been crushed like meat patties. It was gruesome. The police soon arrived. The drivers of the 2 trucks hadn't fled. Pulled from their vehicles, they kept burping, clearly drunk, and had inadvertently crashed into the small car. They set off at 8:30 in the morning. It was nearing 10 o'clock, just over an hour before the competition started. Given the severity of the accident, it would take time to clear up. By this time, cars had already backed up behind them. Adeline's car was stuck in the middle, immobile. After a moment's thought, Adeline abruptly opened the car door, got out of the driver's seat, and Yovan followed suit. There's no telling how long we'll be stuck here. Qinghai International Square is only a 30-minute walk from here. Let's get to where traffic isn't blocked and catch a cab. Adeline glanced at the endless line of backed-up cars ahead and decisively placed the car keys on the roof. Then she walked towards Qinghai International Square. Behind her, Yovan hurried to catch up, pointing at the red BMW still parked there. Hey, you're just leaving it? Not caring about the car. Hearing Jovan's words, Adeline turned around and stared straight at him with her beautiful eyes as if his face bloomed with flowers. When Yovan began to feel embarrassed under her gaze, she said ambiguously, "Sometimes you can be very smart, but other times, you don't get it. Between the car and winning the competition, which is more important compared to my entire Tianhong dumpling restaurant." Tianhong dumpling restaurant. While Adeline compared the restaurant to a car, Yovan sensed deeper meaning in her words. Before he could ponder further, Adeline was already far ahead, so Yovan rushed to follow. By the time they reached Qinghai International Square, it was 10:30, 30 minutes before the competition began. The place was already bustling with activity. Yovan had accumulated a fair bit of popularity from the previous rounds. Many people had tasted his steamed dumplings and specially came to cheer him on for the finals. Others were attracted by the banners outside the square. Seeing their unofficially crowned little culinary god, Yovan, arriving drenched in sweat, cheers erupted throughout the square. Yovan wiped the sweat from his forehead and made his way to his designated competition spot. The weather had turned hot, and after walking for half an hour, he was drenched in sweat. But when Yovan looked at Chef Patrick's position at Tianyi Dumpling Restaurant, it was still empty. He frowned. It was now 10:50, only 10 minutes until the competition started. Why hasn't the head chef from Tianyi Dumpling Restaurant arrived? A sense of unease began to settle in Jovan's heart. Chapter 92. Ruthless. Time quickly passed. At 10 minutes to 11, a supervisor from Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion received a phone call and hurriedly ran over to the judge's platform, whispering something into the judge's ear with an anxious expression. As it neared 11 and Chef Patrick of Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion had still not arrived, Jovan's ominous premonition grew stronger. Even Adeline, standing beside him, had a thoughtful look on her face. If Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion loses this final match, they will have to shut down for good. This means Changda Company's investment will be completely lost. If they don't follow the rules, their dumpling pavilion won't stay open long either. Yovan understood well the significant financial interests at stake in this competition, amounting to tens of millions. That was no small sum, even for Changda Company, affecting their capital flow significantly. And it was evident that the chef of Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion, Patrick, was far from being a match for Yovan. The probability of winning the last match was very low. Even if he did win, it would only result in a tie with Yovan. Therefore, for Changda Company backing Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion, this final match held no benefit but posed immense risk. While Yovan was deep in thought, Vice President Haywood of the Culinary Association stood up from his seat on the judge's platform, wearing a somber expression, and announced in a heavy tone. Just received some very tragic news. Chef Patrick of Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion was involved in a car accident while en route to the final match and had stopped breathing before the ambulance arrived. Bang! Upon hearing Haywood's words, the crowd in Qinghai International Square burst into commotion, filled with murmurs and discussions. Yovan and Adeline exchanged glances, both sensing a strong hint of conspiracy. How could such a coincidence happen on the day of the match? If it were just any other competition, it might seem less suspicious, but this cooking contest carried tens of millions of yuan in stakes, enough to make people take dangerous risks. Everyone, please calm down. Haywood's voice boomed through the microphone, silencing the crowd gradually. Once the scene quieted down, Haywood cleared his throat, tapped the microphone, and continued. Due to the unfortunate incident involving Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion chef, this competition will be temporarily suspended until they find a new chef and reapply to compete against Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion. Hearing this, staff from various self-media platforms and food channels were dumbfounded. With the suspension of the match, what would they shoot now? They had already used many resources to promote today's event, but suddenly canceling it meant significant losses for them as well. Excuse me, sir, a female reporter with short, curly hair and glasses asked, if Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion can't find a new chef for the competition, will the final match still go ahead? Her name was Juan Xiao, an editor from a culinary website in Qinghai City who had worked tirelessly for days, preparing to celebrate Jovan's anticipated victory. Now, with the competition suspended due to an accident, all her preparations went to waste, and she would likely face scolding from her boss upon returning, prompting her question. After listening to Juan Xiao, Haywood shook his head and said, the competition will only resume when Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion finds a new chef and officially reapplies. So, does that mean the match will remain indefinitely suspended if Tianyi Dumpling Pavilion doesn't apply again? Juan Xiao persisted, still somewhat unconvinced. Indeed it will, Haywood nodded. While he wished the competition could proceed, given the tragedy of Chef Patrick's death, the Culinary Association's rules required respect for the deceased chef, thus necessitating an indefinite suspension. Juan listening to the conversation between Haywood and the reporter, Yovan sighed, not saying anything further. Whether it was a conspiracy or sheer accident, with Patrick dead, the truth remained unclear for now, needing future investigation. On the side, One of Tiani Dumpling Pavilion's supervisors briefly showed a mysterious smile at Haywood's statement, which quickly vanished, reverting to a grieving demeanor. Seeing Adeline's disappointed look, Yovan moved away from the judging booth and came to her side, offering consolation. Actually, not having the competition may be a good thing. How so? Adeline looked at him curiously. Just think about it. Previously, Tiani Dumpling Pavilion thrived because of Chef Patrick's signature dishes. Now without their ace, your Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion, which has been established here for years, should easily surpass them. If you still couldn't beat them after that, you deserve to close down. Despite the lack of respect it implied towards the deceased Patrick, Yovan felt these words would comfort Adeline. His words indeed calmed her down. She realized that despite being on the brink, Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion had made its mark in the first 2 rounds. With Yovan occasionally lending a hand and Tiani losing their chef, they faced little threat now. Regaining her composure, Adeline began thinking more positively. Her resolve was naturally stronger than the average person's. After chatting a bit more with Yovan about the peculiar timing of the accident, she walked over to Haywood who was about to leave. Aaron Hua, I have a question, she asked affectionately, holding onto his arm playfully. It's Amira. What is it, dear? Do you need to ask me something? Haywood, evidently close to Adeline, laughed warmly. I wanted to ask how exactly Chef Patrick met his accident. Adeline asked curiously. Well, it seems he got caught between 2 trucks and died instantly, Haywood mused. Phew. Over at the distance, Yovan shuddered at Haywood's description, feeling a chill run down his spine. Changda Company had truly shown ruthless determination. Chapter 93, Half the Reward. He and Adeline were witnesses to that car accident. Although the 2 drivers of the dump trucks appeared drunk when they were pulled out, it seemed too much of a coincidence for 2 drunk drivers to be operating dump trucks at that very intersection simultaneously. After hearing Brandt's words, Yovan immediately realized that there was more to the incident than mere coincidence. If it weren't for his intervention, it would have been too obvious. It could have been him who suffered the accident today instead of the heavenly intent chef. Yovan, whatever happens, I still have to thank you. Adeline, after listening to Brandt, approached Yovan with a folder in hand despite her somber expression. She smiled and said, because of you, my Tianhong Dumpling House was able to come back to life. So this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Token? What kind of token? Is it a check? Yovan scratched his head. His mood wasn't great either because he wasn't sure if the Fairy Realm Taba shop would rule in his favor. Still, he took the folder handed over by Adeline. Upon opening the folder and seeing its contents, Yovan was utterly surprised. He hurriedly passed it back to Adeline. No way, this is far too precious. I merely helped as a friend. I really can't accept such a gift. It turned out that within the folder was 20% ownership of the Tianhong Dumpling House, along with annual dividends. This was no small fortune. Ignoring the multi-million-dollar value of the shares in Tianhong Dumpling House, even the yearly dividends alone amounted to several million. That meant Yovan would earn a few million every year without doing anything. Shocked by this enormous windfall, Yovan calmly pushed it away. Firstly, his participation in the competition had its selfish motivations. He mainly sought the reward of the 10,000-year-old ginseng root from the Fairy Realm Taba shop. Secondly, he didn't secure a decisive victory, so accepting shares felt like gaining without deserving it. What you've done far outweighs 20% of the shares. Without you, Tianhong Dumpling House might have shut down long ago. You deserve these shares. Seeing Yovan remain unmoved by immense wealth, even pushing it away, Adeline's eyes lit up even brighter. Not everyone would treat money with such disdain, especially someone from a prominent family like hers who had witnessed countless instances of family and friends falling out over financial disputes. She admired Jovan's firm stance greatly. Adeline also had her own considerations. Even though the competition seemed temporarily on hold, what if one day Heavenly Intent Dumpling House found an exceptional chef and challenged Tianhong Dumpling House again? Could she continue seeking help from Yovan indefinitely? People help others based on goodwill, but not forever. Friends are friends, business is business. She couldn't keep asking for favors while being stingy herself. Finding someone as talented as Yovan to Tianhong Dumpling House with a 20% share seemed like a wise investment to her. I'll pass. I truly can't accept these shares. Since the competition is over, I'll go back now. Yovan shook his head. At that moment, a notification from the Fairy Realm Taba shop popped up in his mind, though due to the noisy surroundings, he only caught the words reward halved and missed the rest. All Yovan wanted now was to find a quiet place to see which reward the Fairy Realm Taba shop had actually sent him, a master-level cooking skill or a seed of the 10,000-year-old ginseng root. Hehe. Since the authorization for the shares has already been changed to your name, you still have 20% of the shares whether you want them or not. The monthly dividends will be deposited into your account. Adeline smiled cunningly, apparently determined to bind Yovan to Tianhong Dumpling House. Yovan shook his head speechlessly. There were times he'd imagined such a scenario, but now it felt different, more like a heavy responsibility rather than sheer happiness. Fine, I'll take the shares, but let me clarify something. My mother's condition isn't fully recovered yet. She needs daily care. Therefore, unlike other chefs, I can only work part-time here, maybe even less than once a week. Can you accept that? Since Adeline insisted on giving him shares, Yovan saw no point in further refusal and laid out his concerns. That's all right. Adeline nodded, showing no issue with his request. For her, Yovan was Tianhong Dumpling House's ace. How could she let him go easily? Besides, she knew Melinda and felt fond of the elderly lady. Even if Xiang wanted to work every day, she'd probably encourage him to stay home. That's good then. Let's leave it at that. You probably have a lot to handle. No need to see me off. I'll get back home by myself. Seeing Adeline agree, Yovan nodded, feeling fortunate for such a high-paying job with flexible hours. Further refusal would have seemed pretentious. I'll still see you off. Today's events left me uneasy. It's not safe for you to travel alone. I'll drive you back to Qing Village. Seeing Yovan agree, Adeline happily grabbed his hand, insisting on sending him back. Recalling the day's events, Yovan nodded without protest. Back in the car to Qing Village, with Adeline driving and Yovan sitting in the back seat, he took out his phone and opened the Fairy Realm Taobao shop app. When he saw the have reward displayed on the personal client page, his expression became somewhat peculiar, neither particularly happy nor unhappy. There, lying silently on the screen, were the rewards. A 5,000-year-old ginseng seed and a fragment of master-level cooking skill. Chapter 94. Absolutely not. Looking at the rewards from the Heavenly Realm Taobao shop displayed on his phone, Yovan felt as if 10,000 grass-mud horses were galloping past him in an instant. This damn Heavenly Realm Taobao shop. I thought half of the rewards were randomly chosen from those two options. Who would have thought it would be like this? Yovan felt a bit melancholic. Master-level cooking skills weren't as necessary for him at the moment, but the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng was supposed to be used to treat his mother's illness. Now that it has become 5,000-year-old blood ginseng, its efficacy would definitely be reduced by a large margin. He wasn't sure if it could completely cure his mother's illness anymore. On the way, Yovan spent the entire journey wavering between hope and despair. His mother's illness had always been an insurmountable hurdle in his heart. If he could only heal his mother's legs, he would be willing to pay any price. However, he did not want the glimmer of hope that had arisen to fade away so easily. All right, we're here. At the entrance of Qing Village, Adeline stopped the car and spoke to Yovan, who had been silent the whole journey, seemingly lost in thought. Oh, okay. Yovan emerged from his daydreaming state. No matter what, things were moving in a positive direction. If there were competitions in the future, he would actively participate, and surely he would obtain something similar to the seeds of the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng. Taking a step back, even if he didn't get the seeds of the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng, having the seeds of the 5,000-year-old blood ginseng was still quite good. On this earth, it might not even be possible to find herbs with a history of 5,000 years. Once he came to this realization, Yovan saw Adeline about to leave and hurriedly walked up to her car window. There's something I forgot to mention. Can my monthly share dividends be exchanged entirely for antiques of equal value? Preferably those ancient ones, from before the Tang dynasty. Though he wasn't sure about the specific rules and requirements for exchanging heavenly coins, the shop seemed to especially favor items with a long history, whether they were antiques, 1,000-year-old wolf teeth, or strange fish. The longer they existed, the more heavenly coins they could be exchanged for. This was a rule Yovan had summarized. Why do you want to exchange money for antiques? Adeline looked at Yovan curiously, surprised that he had this interest. Well, coincidentally, my grandfather's small basement has plenty of genuine antiques. When the time comes, I can pick some out for you. If Adeline's grandfather were present, he'd likely be furious hearing this. Even before she married, she was already pouring water outside, distributing valuable antiques each worth millions. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Hearing Adeline's affirmative response, Jovan's mood greatly improved. While he could go to antique markets to try to find hidden gems, it was too time-consuming. Moreover, most antique dealers were extremely shrewd. Finding real bargains would be difficult, and even if he did, the value wouldn't be high enough to exchange for much heavenly currency. He might as well catch some strange fish in the valley instead. Getting help from Adeline, with her connections, ensured nearly 100% authentic antiques. Though they were more expensive, their value was higher, allowing for a significantly greater amount of heavenly coins compared to hunting for bargains at antique markets. I'm off. Next time, I'll bring the antiques to the shop, and when you come next, you can take them directly. After saying goodbye, Adeline drove off. Watching the red BMW disappear from sight, Yovan turned toward home. Along the way, seeing houses in the village that were much larger and spacious than his own, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Rebuilding his house. Tear down the old one and build new rooms. This way, the next time guests visited, they wouldn't encounter the same issue as last time when Adeline arrived, and there wasn't even a bed available. Moreover, a bright and spacious new house would benefit both his mother's mood and health. With roughly 500,000 yuan in his account, building a new house in the countryside was more than sufficient. The remaining money, Yovan planned to use for purchasing new furniture and vegetable seeds, fertilizers. Though the quantity of seeds he bought from the Heavenly Realm Taobao shop was significant, it still wasn't enough considering the vast area of the valley. Thus, he needed a substantial amount of vegetable seeds. Under the influence of his divine farmer formula, even ordinary vegetables would grow more vibrant and taste much better. As a farmer with great aspirations, how could he let such a vast land remain barren? Lost in these thoughts, Yovan arrived at his doorstep. As if sensing his arrival, Aiden's large donkey head poked out from the door, snorting slightly, expressing a proud welcome. Seeing Adon, who had grown taller than a horse, Yovan was hesitant to take him out for fear of people mistaking him for a monster or animal research organizations catching him for dissection studies. It was exactly noon when Yovan pushed open the door. As expected, his mother wasn't home, undoubtedly chatting with Wilfred's family. Yovan patted Aiden's neck and gave him some heavenly vegetables to eat. Then, after some thought, he took a few more vegetables and headed to Wilfred's home. Upon entering, the big black dog named Cohen wagged its tail and approached Yovan. He casually threw some leaves at Cohen, who sniffed and swallowed them. Unbeknownst to Yovan, Cohen's fur became even darker, though the change was so subtle it went unnoticed. Inside, his mother was indeed sitting and chatting with Wilfred's mother, laughing and talking. Yovan even overheard the word daughter-in-law, causing a twitch on his face. Yovan, why are you back? Surprised, Reba asked. Earlier in the morning, he had said he wouldn't return for lunch. Why didn't he spend more time with other girls to develop feelings? This is our home, mother. Why can't I come back? Seeing his mother's discontent, Yovan kept his retort to himself. He had important matters to discuss. Mother, I want to renovate the house. Yovan said hopefully, already searching for a village renovation team. No. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Jovan's words, Reba firmly opposed. Chapter 95. Blood Ginseng Soup. Why not? Yovan was taken aback by his mother's response. Renovating the house should be a good thing, shouldn't it? Why did she react so strongly and outright refuse? I said no means no. That money you have now is supposed to be saved for your future wife. If you spend it all on renovation, won't you end up a bachelor? Moreover, we've lived in this house for decades. Apart from occasional rain leaks, short walls, and slight deterioration, there's nothing major wrong with it. It's quite comfortable to live here. I might even be uncomfortable after renovation. Juinsening to his mother, Yovan finally understood. She was worried that he'd spend all his money on renovations and then not have enough for a dowry. Yet when she mentioned the only issues being the occasional leak and broken parts, he couldn't help but twitch slightly. Yovan felt further conversation might cause his face to cramp. Thus, better to leave than risk that. Moreover, if he told her right away about his millions in fixed assets and hundreds of thousands in monthly dividends, she would likely be terrified rather than happy. For the older, more conservative generation like his mother, having too much money wasn't a good thing. Beyond thieves eyeing him, so much wealth could corrupt a person. Renovation probably required Adeline's help. He couldn't persuade his mother alone. At noon, Yovan went into his room, opened the Immortal World Taba app, found the icons for 5,000-year-old blood ginseng and Master Chef skill, fragment, and tapped the withdraw button for the blood ginseng. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and white light surged into his hand, delivering a blood-red ginseng the size of an infant's arm. The Immortal World Taba description stated that blood ginseng, made from a mortal's blood, had miraculous effects on those deficient in chi and blood, even extending life and reviving the dying. Of course, that referred to 10,000-year-old ginseng. He wondered if this 5,000-year-old version would be as potent. Considering the potential side effects, Yovan cautiously sliced a small piece using a prepared wooden knife and added it to the soup brewing for his mother. Given her chronic weakness, too much potency might harm rather than heal. Next, he turned to the Master Chef skill fragment. After clicking the exchange button, no white light appeared, nor any informational flow. Yet, the button vanished. Did the system malfunction and take my reward? Suddenly, tenfold information poured through his mind, causing excruciating pain. His face paled instantly, sweat the size of soybeans dripped down his face, and he uncontrollably rolled on the ground in agony. Around 5 minutes later, the wave of pain finally subsided, replaced by a vast transmission of culinary knowledge. Gradually regaining consciousness, drenched in sweat, he groaned on the floor. This pain wasn't physical but mental, rapid yet vanishing without a trace. If not for his soaked shirt, Yovan would think everything was just an illusion. Resting briefly, he stood up, noticing a clear water trail on the floor. Seeing the soup still simmering and feeling sticky, he pushed open the kitchen door to the yard for a quick rinse. Noticing his sweaty appearance, Winifred asked curiously, "Enrique, why are you so sweaty? Is the kitchen that hot?" With a wry smile, Yovan shook his head, unsure how to respond. He didn't expect the Immortal World Taba to cause such pain, especially since it was just a fragment. Seeing he didn't reply, Winifred let it go. Reaching the well with cool water, Yovan quickly stripped down to his boxers, scooped water, and poured it over his sturdy body. Ah, refreshing. The icy water, 10 degrees cooler than the outside temperature, brought immediate relief, making him feel invigorated. After 2 rinses, he lathered himself with soap and thoroughly washed again before drying off with a towel. Finding clean clothes in his room, he dressed and returned to the kitchen. The aroma from the simmering soup filled the air, revitalizing anyone who breathed it in. Indeed worthy of Immortal World Taba quality, this blood ginseng. Even its scent has such an effect. What must it taste like? Yovan recovered the pot, reduced the heat, and let it simmer a few more minutes. Afterward, confirming the temperature, he carefully served the broth to his mother. "Krista, this soup is specially made for you. It's quite hot, so please sip slowly," Yovan advised, opening the lid and feeling a surge of rich, warm energy. Kasia ladled a spoonful and tasted it. Watching intently, Yovan felt anxious. He wasn't entirely sure how effective the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng would be for her condition. Chapter 96, A Small Step for Rebecca. Watching his mother sip the broth made from the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, Yovan could not help but hold his breath. Whether his mother's illness could be cured hinged on this very moment. However, just as Rebecca had consumed about half of the bowl of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng soup, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly grabbed Jovan's hand. Startled by his mother's reaction, Yovan wondered if the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng was too potent for her weakened constitution, causing internal discomfort due to excessive heat. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Dover hastily inquired about what was wrong. But at this moment, Rebecca froze for a second, then looked at Dover with disbelief. "Enrique, after drinking this soup you made, I feel like my legs are tingling." Yovan first stood there stunned, then his face lit up with surprise. For a chronic ailment like hers, it was more concerning when there was no sensation at all. "Krista, your legs are tingling? This means the blood vessels are starting to recover. That's great news." Rebecca initially did not react to Jovan's words, but soon realized what he meant, and her face lit up with joy. Though she had no idea where her son found such bizarre and strange ingredients, or what they were specifically, she knew her condition well. Ever since Father Zheng died, she overworked herself supporting the family, eventually developing severe rheumatism and becoming partially paralyzed. Not long ago, after drinking a concoction called zhuangzi grass that Jiang prepared, her legs regained some feeling after being numb for so long. While she still couldn't move her legs much now, compared to the excruciating pain caused by the coldness every night, this was a huge improvement. What she did not expect, however, was that after drinking that red-colored soup, a warm wave started from her stomach and spread throughout her body. Suddenly, her once numb legs began to tingle intensely, as if ants were crawling over them. This wasn't just effective, it was incredibly effective. Realizing this, Rebecca looked at the red soup differently. She put aside the spoon and started gulping down the broth directly from the bowl, not minding the heat. "Krista, slow down, There's still plenty left in the pot? Yovan reminded her urgently. But seeing his mother like this, his heart felt a mix of bittersweet emotions. No one understood the pain of paralysis better than someone who experienced it firsthand, and no one wanted to stand up again more than his mother. If just the root of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng could produce such strong effects, what would happen if she consumed the whole thing? Would it make her fully recover? Yovan felt an intense heat within him. The remaining half bowl of the blood ginseng soup was quickly consumed by Rebecca. Yovan took the bowl, refilled it for her, blowing on it carefully to cool it down before passing it over. He noticed her lips had turned red from drinking it too quickly earlier. Gulp, gulp. The second bowl was also quickly finished. As the tingling in her legs grew more intense, Rebecca passed the bowl back, looking eagerly at the remaining soup. At this point, overwhelmed with emotion, Rebecca could barely speak. Krista, there's just half a bowl left, but I have plenty more ingredients. I'll continue making it for you tonight. How do you feel? Yovan checked the pot, noticing only half a bowl remained. I feel wonderful. The sensations in my legs are getting stronger. My knees are especially itchy, and I feel like I'm being roasted. It's so warm. Rebecca replied while finishing the last of the broth. Itchy knees? Let me see. Standing next to his mother, Yovan could feel the intense warmth radiating from her. He knelt down and was stunned by what he saw. Around her knees, something peculiar had happened. Dampness had appeared. He touched the area and discovered it was extremely cold water formed by condensed cold energy, almost colder than ice. The water, emitted from her knees, carried a bone-chilling coldness, forming a thin layer of ice upon contact with the ground despite the approaching summer. No wonder her legs couldn't move with such intense cold lodged in her joints. However, the effects of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng root seemed limited to this extent. After expelling a small portion of the cold energy, her body temperature returned to normal. Still, the grayish-black frost on the ground, now melting into thin ice, was strikingly evident. Krista, how do you feel? Can you stand? Yovan asked hopefully, watching as his mother examined her legs. There's a stinging pain in my knees. I'm not sure if I can stand, Rebecca responded, clearly sensing the change in her legs. What was once numb now felt prickly, and her paralyzed legs were beginning to regain sensation. I'll push you outside. It's warmer there. Seeing his mother trying to stand, Yovan supported her and wheeled her out into the yard. In the yard, Amos, who was eating contentedly, came over and quietly stayed beside Rebecca's wheelchair, seemingly sensing her excitement and anticipation. It was midday, and the sun hung high in the sky, almost blinding. Krista, let me support you. Try standing up. Yovan encouraged, holding onto his mother's arm. All right, let me try. Rebecca nodded and, with Jovan's support, shakily stood up from the wheelchair. Seeing his mother stand, Yovan felt an immense sense of emotion. Finally, after all this time, she stood up. Now I'll let go. Krista, can you try walking a few steps? Yovan placed Rebecca on the ground. Let go, I'll try. Rebecca signaled for him to release her. Okay, on the count of 3, 3, 2, 1. With himself and Amos watching closely, Yovan wasn't worried about her falling and slowly let go. Then, under Jovan's eager gaze, Rebecca did not fall. Instead, she laboriously lifted her foot forward, taking her first step since her paralysis. For some reason, Yovan recalled a classic phrase. This is one small step for her, but a giant leap for our entire family. Chapter 97. Tale. After taking the first step, Margaret's eyes became slightly red. Over the years, she had been in an incredibly depressed state during her paralysis. For while other parents were busy helping their sons get married, she had become a significant burden to her son. Everywhere she went, she caused worry for her son. She wanted to be able to cook for her son and tidy up clothes. She had so many desires, but could not fulfill any of them. She could only watch as her sensible son kept the house in perfect order. She could only watch as his girlfriend came into the house, and yet was unable to even prepare a meal for her. She wasn't a qualified mother-in-law or mother. At many times, Margaret had wanted to drink rat poison to end it all, but she could not leave her son. She had not seen him get married nor held her grandson. However, living this way felt like torture to her. Therefore, seeing that she could actually stand up and take some steps, the feelings inside Margaret were beyond words. It was the feeling of a terminally ill patient who had found hope in darkness once again. Thinking about it, Margaret raised her leg again and was about to take another step. But just as she lifted her leg, a sudden weakness spread through her remaining right foot. Then her body leaned sideways and fell down. Yovan stood beside her and hurried forward to catch her before she hit the ground. He helped Margaret back into her wheelchair with soothing words on his lips. Krista, don't rush. You need to eat bit by bit. I will stew some better blood ginseng soup tonight. It will ensure you can walk more steps. Margaret nodded, not feeling particularly discouraged. She knew her own condition well, and being able to take those steps already meant she was doing far better than before. So, she felt quite satisfied. Well then, let's go back in and have our lunch now that the blood ginseng is all gone. Yovan pushed Margaret's wheelchair towards the house. After all the work he'd done, he felt quite hungry himself. Once lunch was finished, Margaret began feeling tired and started sleeping in bed. As her body gradually recovered, she became increasingly sleepy. After tidying up and washing all the dishes, Yovan rushed off to the village store. After he bought the weights from Dermot last time, he carefully reminded him to stock up on a few more weights. It had been several days, and there should be some weights in his store now. Walking up to Dermot's store, he found Dermot bare-chested and squatting outside its door. Seeing Yovan, he quickly greeted him. Yovan, the weights you asked for have arrived. It's been days since your last visit. I was wondering if you still needed them. After finishing his sentence, he offered Yovan a cigarette. Just as he was passing it over, he seemed to remember something and patted his head. Oops, you don't smoke? Yovan laughed along and followed Dermot into the store. Looking at the 4 shiny new weights on the floor, Yovan smiled even wider. He thought it had been days since he had fished in the pond with strange fish. Fish have short memories, so he would probably get quite a haul this time. To Yovan, they were nothing but moving coins. You've made good progress now, Yovan. I've seen several BMWs drop you off already. Wow, these cars must cost a few $100,000 each. That car owner must be filthy rich, said Dermot, whose belly looked like that of a 7-month pregnant woman. It shook with every word he spoke. Just working for others for food and shelter. Yovan picked up the weight, which was pretty heavy. Considering this, he added, do you still have sticky rice and white wine? I'll take a few pounds of white wine sticky rice too. Sure thing. Upon hearing Jovan's request, Dermot took out the white wine and sticky rice from the counter. He tied them together with the weight on a nylon rope and passed them over to Yovan. Quite heavy indeed. After paying, Yovan struggled under the load of items bound together with the nylon rope. By the time he returned home, he was gasping for breath. Seeing Adon lazing in the courtyard, looking like a mountain, Yovan regretted not bringing Adon along for his shopping trip. With the help of such a robust donkey, he wouldn't be this exhausted. But thinking about the strange fish in the valley, Yovan was immediately energized. Without wiping off the sweat from his head, he hastily began preparing his secret bait mix with white wine and sticky rice. Once the bait was ready and packed into bags, Yovan called over Adon, who was basking in the sun in the yard. He placed all sorts of packages onto Adon. Weights, bait, a spade for digging. Thanks to Aiden's excellent physical condition. If it were an ordinary donkey, it might have collapsed under the weight. Before leaving, Yovan stopped by his mother's room. She was sleeping soundly in bed, a smile playing on her lips as if dreaming of something beautiful. Relieved, Yovan left in high spirits, pulling Adon towards the green hills. What Yovan did not notice was a shadow following them from afar. The face bore a scar, none other than Chauncey, recently released from prison. Watching Yovan and Adon in front, his eyes burned with endless hatred. It was all because of Yovan that he was incarcerated, branded with a stain he could never wash away. His family had almost drained all their savings trying to free him, reaching out to people everywhere. However, the experience in prison was Chauncey's most unforgettable nightmare. The cell leader in his cell was a strong man who enjoyed homosexuality. The scar on Chauncey's face was inflicted when he resisted the leader's advances with a sharpened chopstick. Facing the choice between life and dignity, Chauncey submitted. What he didn't expect was that it wasn't due to the cell leader's orientation but the lack of even a sow to satisfy primal urges. So, that night, Chauncey was brutally violated by 6 inmates in the prison. For the next day, he could only sleep face down. This fueled Chauncey's twisted hatred for Yovan, completely oblivious that the root cause of everything was actually himself. Chapter 98, Gunshot. If it hadn't been for his constant targeting of Yovan and his eventual self-inflicted misery, he would never have ended up in prison or endured those inhumane treatments. However, in Chauncey's warped mindset, if you bully someone, they shouldn't fight back. If he slaps one's left cheek, one should offer the right cheek next. If hurting him leads to his hand aching, then it is your fault, and you should be condemned. You must kneel down and beg for mercy because it is an unpardonable offense that you deserve to die for. Undoubtedly, Chauncey, who had always bullied around in the village, developed such a twisted personality largely due to his father, the village chief's indulgence. The adage, if the main beam is crooked, so will be the minor ones, applies here aptly. Since encountering Yovan, he has faced nothing but continuous setbacks. This time, he bought something special from outside which was sure to give Yovan quite a surprise. Rushing off mysteriously into Green Mountain all day long. Let me see what secrets you harbor before burying both you and the donkey there forever, he. Chauncey stroked the gun hidden in his trouser pocket, watching Jovan's retreating back with a cruel smile. Meanwhile, Yovan was completely unaware that a malevolent stalker had joined them. Even though Adon had an acute sense of smell and intelligence, it couldn't yet detect human malice, and thus failed to notice Chauncey trailing behind them. When Yovan passed by the abandoned graveyard, Chauncey stealthily followed until they reached the bone-strewn area. This was Chauncey's first visit to this place, and he was inevitably startled by the bones scattered everywhere. Normally, he would flee in terror, but now, fueled by revenge, Chauncey felt no fear. He only wanted to use his gun to blow the heads off Yovan and the hateful donkey to assuage his hatred. Moreover, his curiosity about Jovan's secret was growing by the minute. Meanwhile, Yovan and Adon continued walking. Passing through the dark mountain cave, Yovan turned on the flashlight on his phone. He had a nagging feeling as if someone was following him. But when he turned around, no one was there, which made him feel uneasy. Could frequent visits here have aroused the displeasure of the dead? Chilled, Yovan dared not make a sound. Fortunately, Adon accompanied him, and its large body gave him a sense of security. Behind them, Chauncey emerged from the crevice where he was hiding. Seeing Yovan looking back puzzled, Chauncey hid again. He dared not make any noise because the surroundings were too quiet, and even the slightest disturbance could alert Yovan. As Chauncey followed deeper into the cave, the chill grew more intense. He was determined to see what was hidden here. His interest in Jovan's secret intensified, and the small pistol in his pocket emboldened him. The perpetually sunless cave felt damp and chilling to the bone. SSS. Occasionally, strange sounds filled the air, making the hair on one's neck stand. Just as Chauncey felt he could barely hold on, Yovan finally stopped ahead and turned left. Chauncey quickly followed suit. The light ahead captured his full attention. Yovan and the donkey vanished into the brightness. In the sudden illumination, Chauncey saw countless bones inside the cave. Despite fewer bones than in the graveyard, in the deep, enclosed cave, Chauncey was still terrified at the sight. Blinded by hate earlier, seeing so many bones underfoot now unnerved him. Quickly moving forward towards the glowing entrance, he found himself facing a breathtaking, beautiful valley much like an earthly paradise. If the pitch-black cave he traversed felt like a well, Chauncey was like a frog just emerging, marveling at the vast world beyond the narrow opening. After being overwhelmed, the envy mixed with hatred in Chauncey's gaze increased. Why was Yovan so lucky? How could he discover such fertile land? And as envy turned into joy, Chauncey imagined killing Yovan and the donkey here. No one would suspect him, and this entire expansive valley would belong to him. With so much land, he would discuss with his father selling it or transforming it into a scenic area, raking in huge profits. He, Chauncey, would no longer be looked at disdainfully. Not a penniless ex-convict, but wealthy Mr. Rocky. Excitement overcame Chauncey at the thought. Meanwhile, unaware of impending danger, Yovan arrived at the pond with strange fish. He threw some prepared bait, then removed the weight from Aiden's back. Prepared for a long wait, he brought a portable stool from home and placed it beside the pond. As the fish bait spread, a strong liquor fragrance wafted through the water. Under Jovan's expectant gaze, the strange fish gathered eagerly. With the fish clustered, Yovan secured the nylon rope firmly and lowered it into the water. A series of crisp sounds indicated the weight diminishing rapidly. Quickly, he pulled it up. Attached to the weight were 4 or 5 voracious goldfish, clinging fiercely. Just as the weight was hauled up, a gunshot rang out behind Yovan, accompanied by Aiden's agonized cry. Chapter 99. All yours. Upon hearing the cries and gunshots coming from behind him, Yovan immediately forgot about the scales and the strange fish in his hands and turned around. Behind him, Aiden's massive body had fallen to the ground with a loud thud. There was a bullet wound on Aiden's abdomen, now oozing fresh blood. The mastermind responsible for this was Chauncey, who stood not far away, wielding a dark pistol, sneering at him. He had aimed for Jovan's head, intending to kill Yovan first to settle an old score before dealing with the stubborn donkey. However, what Chauncey hadn't expected was that at the critical moment, Adon had sensed him and used its body to shield Yovan from the bullet, saving his life. Yet, it didn't matter much to Chauncey. The threatening donkey now lay on the ground, leaving Yovan as his only opponent, and he believed he could do anything to Yovan. Yovan glanced back just once. His eyes reddened. While he did not know when Chauncey was released or how he managed to follow them into this valley, all Yovan could think about at that moment was killing Chauncey to avenge Adon. Well, you look quite upset. Seeing Jovan's fiery red eyes and pained expression, Chauncey laughed, becoming more joyful by the minute. Your donkey is dead, and now you're suffering, right? Don't worry, the more you suffer, the happier I become. Chauncey, you're immature. Really immature. Yovan looked at Chauncey, who was laughing happily, with utter disdain, as if watching a piece of foul, hard feces. Do you really believe that holding a gun makes you invincible? A despicable coward like you, whose happiness depends on others' pain, remains nothing but trash even with a gun. What did you say? I'm trash? Upon hearing Jovan's words, Chauncey's expression changed drastically. Holding his gun wildly, he approached Yovan, pressing the pistol against his temple and said in a cold tone, "Repeat that?" Feeling the cold metal of the gun against his temple, strangely enough, Yovan wasn't scared at all. Looking at Chauncey's sinister face, he continued speaking. Heh, is it wrong to call you trash? What? Do you think having a father as the village chief makes you tough? Do you think bullying others makes you powerful? When you were thrown in jail, weren't you utterly helpless then? No one could save you because you were just a parasite and trash to this society. After his long tirade, Yovan felt a sense of clarity, while Chauncey was driven nearly insane with anger. His time in prison was a painful memory he did not wish to recall. When those men violated him in prison, despite the excruciating pain, he wanted to fight back but dared not, wishing only to survive. Because everything Yovan said was true, Chauncey became so furious, like a desperate man whose wounds had been exposed. Having no patience left to argue, he wanted to send Yovan down to join that stupid donkey directly. Unbeknownst to the enraged Chauncey, the supposedly wounded Adon lying on the ground had slowly risen again. The bleeding from the gunshot wound on its abdomen had stopped and started forming a scab. Though still slightly unsteady due to internal injuries, Adon began readjusting itself, readying for action. Facing Chauncey directly, Yovan saw Adon standing up behind him. Thinking it was the end for him, he suddenly found hope but lacked the previous reckless determination. He needed to buy Adon some time to attack. Wait, Chauncey, let me tell you a secret about why I bought so many weights. Just as Chauncey was about to pull the trigger, Yovan hastily spoke. A secret? About the weights? Chauncey finally perked up a little interest, loosening his finger from the trigger. Yes, do you know why I bought so many weights? Seeing Chauncey's interest piqued, Yovan felt relieved. By now, Adon behind Chauncey had readjusted and slowly raised its black hooves. Just hurry up, I still have to send you on your way. Impatient, Chauncey pressed the gun against Jovan's temple again. It's because of the fish in this deep pond. Let me tell you, these fish are called gold-eating fish, each containing precious metal crystals. So each fish, taken outside, fetches an astronomical price, like $500,000 at least. Raising 5 fingers, Yovan lied half-truthfully. The fish indeed ate metal, but only his Alibaba store on his phone would purchase them, making them valuable to him, but perhaps worthless to others. Chauncey clearly believed Yovan. Even if a single fish wasn't worth $500,000, it being worth $50,000 alone would make him rich, considering there were at least several dozen fish in the pond. Thinking this, Chauncey grew even more intent on killing Yovan. Such riches belonged to him, Chauncey, and no one else. With this thought, he increased pressure on the trigger, smirking triumphantly. I will develop this valley and sell all these fish. Rest assured, everything will be handled properly. Haha. Yes, everything belongs to you. The fish in the pond too, they belong to you. At this moment, Yovan smiled at Chauncey, saying something profoundly meaningful. Die. As Chauncey tightened his grip on the trigger, bang! The gunshot accompanied by Chauncey's scream echoed throughout the valley. Just as Chauncey pulled the trigger, Aiden's black hoof kicked fiercely upward. Then, the misdirected bullet ricocheted off a nearby rock, and Chauncey plummeted straight into the deep pond ahead. Chapter 100. The Fish King. Chauncey was kicked by Aiden's black donkey hoof and flew into the deep pool ahead. The strange fish originally gathered in the deep pool, which were eating the bait Yovan had thrown in, saw something falling into the water and swam towards Chauncey. Mistaken by inertia, the strange fish thought it was something delicious and surrounded Chauncey, opening their mouths filled with sharp teeth and fiercely biting into Chauncey's flesh. Ah, it hurts. Help me. Yovan, save me. In pain, Chauncey struggled continuously in the water. However, the strange fish surrounding him grew more numerous. The number was enough to give anyone goosebumps just by looking. Yovan was also startled by the quantity of strange fish. He had previously thought there were at most dozens of strange fish in this deep pool, but judging from the endless strange fish now appearing, even 200 to 300 might be an underestimate. One piece after another of Chauncey's flesh was torn off. Under this excruciating pain similar to being flayed alive, his screams sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Soon, fresh red blood spurted out from Chauncey's body like a fountain, turning this deep pool red. Stimulated by the scent of blood, all the strange fish in the pool went berserk. Some even leaped out onto the shore beside the pool, and they were not few in number either. Within this short period, Yovan saw 7 or 8 strange fish jumping out of the deep pool, and the number was rapidly increasing. Very soon, Chauncey's screaming became fainter because some strange fish started gnawing on his brain from inside his ears. In many places on Chauncey's body, only white bones could be seen. Looking at Chauncey, who was being gnawed by the strange fish in the deep pool, Yovan shook his head, feeling no sympathy for him. Everything that happened was due to Chauncey's own doing, and perhaps what he endured now was his rightful retribution. Just as Yovan was musing over this, behind him, Aiden's large donkey head extended over, rubbing against Jovan's shoulder repeatedly. At this point, the wound Chauncey inflicted on Adon had healed completely, except for a bullet still lodged inside its body, posing the risk of infection. Yovan patted Aiden's head. Before leaving, he intended to find Alton to remove the bullet. Initially, he wanted to take Adon to the city of Qinghai to remove the bullet, but because guns are strictly controlled, it would be easy to trace the origin of the bullet back to Chauncey. Yovan did not fear retaliation. After all, this was self-defense, and he bore no responsibility. He was merely concerned that Chauncey's father, the village elder, might act out of desperation and harm his mother. However, Chauncey probably never imagined that this secluded valley he deliberately chose turned out to be his final resting place, and furthermore, helped Yovan avoid much trouble. Just then, Jovan's mobile phone suddenly vibrated violently, startling him. Isn't there no signal in the mountains? Why is someone calling me? Confused, Yovan took out his phone, only to find that the vibration was not due to an incoming call, but because the taobao shop had discovered something unusual. A picture appeared on his phone showing a fish much larger than those strange fish, with a single horn on its head. Gold-eating fish king, valued at 2,000 immortal coins. Looking at the introduction about the strange fish below the picture, Jovan's breathing became heavy. This was the most valuable thing he had discovered so far, worth 5 times as much as the 1,000-year-old wolf fang he found. But when he looked at the deep pool, aside from Chauncey's corpse floating on top riddled with bites from the strange fish, there was no sign of the fish king. Just then, the swarm of strange fish scattered in panic as if they encountered a natural predator. Some of them rushed blindly onto the ground outside the pond. Yovan counted carefully, finding that 11 strange fish had already landed outside the pool, totaling 550 immortal coin points. It was indeed unfortunate for Chauncey that even after his death, he continued contributing to Yovan, and this might have infuriated him to the point of crawling out of the pond if he were aware. As the swarm of strange fish dispersed, Chauncey's body, devoid of support and almost entirely devoured, began to sink deeper into the pond. Where could there be any fish king? Yovan muttered, watching Chauncey sink into the water. Just then, sounds of water currents came from the depths of the pool. Standing beside the pond while collecting the strange fish, Yovan felt an ominous sensation, then ran away from the pond and focused his gaze on where the changes occurred. The sound of water currents grew louder, followed by a loud splash. Under Jovan's terrified stare, a huge mouth, more than a meter long, emerged from the pond, swallowing Chauncey's corpse whole along with several small strange fish who hadn't managed to escape. Then it plunged back into the water contentedly. While sinking into the pond, the fish king's 1-meter-long mouth chewed up and down, producing a bone-crushing sound. Now, there was no need for Yovan to deliberately dispose of the evidence. At this moment, Chauncey had vanished completely, and even experts would find it impossible to deduce such an outcome. With the sudden leap of the fish king, Jovan's phone vibrated intensely. It seemed that this fish king, with a mouth more than a meter long, was the gold-eating fish king mentioned in the Immortal World taobao shop. However, upon seeing the size of the fish, Jovan's originally excited mood cooled like being doused with cold water. Including its mouth, the fish king hidden in the pond must be 3 to 4 meters long. Even with himself, let alone catching it, stuffing himself entirely into the fish king's mouth wouldn't be enough to fill its gaps. Though the exchange price of 2,000 immortal coins seemed high, the difficulty was immense. Catching more small strange fish would offer better value for effort. With these thoughts, after the fish king sank, Yovan returned to exchange the small strange fish one by one. Due to the delay, one small strange fish jumped back into the pond, causing him heartache. By the time all the strange fish were exchanged, Jovan's phone already gained 500 immortal coins. Seeing the immortal coin balance on the Immortal World taobao app, Yovan felt like buying something again. Hashtag chapter 101. Accumulation. The 700 or so immortal coins he previously exchanged have been spent down to a little over 100. Now, with the latest 500 immortal coins added, Jovan's personal account on his mobile, Heavenly Taobao shop has a balance of just over 600. Looking at the vast array of goods in the Heavenly Taobao shop, everything good was exorbitantly priced, often ranging from 1 to 2,000 immortal coins, far beyond Jovan's current means. For instance, Yovan had his eye on a type of seed called the Mighty God fruit. Unlike the ginseng fruit, which extends life, or the peach of immortality, which purifies the marrow and veins. The mighty god fruit's primary effect, as described, grants a person enormous strength like that of the mighty god. Certainly, its effect is powerful, but its price isn't low either. It costs a full 1,500 immortal coins. There was also a pill called the second transmutation golden pill, which made Yovan drool. Its description mentioned that it came from the defective products used by Perry's disciples for refining pills. Even though it was considered waste in the heavenly realm, when taken to the human world, it could completely transform a person. The effects of the second transmutation golden pill are simple yet profound. It cleanses the marrow and veins while preserving the innate true chi in the dantian, offering countless benefits. However, it cost twice as much as the mighty god fruit, requiring a hefty 3,000 immortal coins. Seeing the prices of the mighty god fruit and the second transmutation golden pill, Yovan felt poor for the first time. He couldn't afford the best items, and the cheaper items like heavenly vegetables weren't what he wanted to buy. After all, he already had several types of ordinary heavenly vegetables. Too many varieties would be overwhelming, and with those types of vegetable seeds, he already had enough. At least, they were sufficient until he discovered or purchased more land for cultivation. Following Chauncey's incident, Yovan felt very insecure. A single gun had forced him into such a dire situation. Growing and selling vegetables was indeed a noble path, but he was still too weak. Before he grew stronger, he needed sufficient self-defense capabilities. At the very least, he didn't want to fear firearms again. Now, if Chauncey could make him this uncomfortable, what about Changda Corporation? Lurking behind the scenes, orchestrating tragic accidents and trying to control everything? If they focused their attention on him, wouldn't they crush him as easily as stepping on an ant? Yovan did not want to remain an insignificant ant. At the very least, he needed to become a venomous giant ant, ensuring Changda Corporation would feel intense pain if they dared to press down on him. After the garlic incident at Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion and the 2 culinary competitions with Destiny Dumpling Pavilion, Yovan had already antagonized Changda Corporation multiple times, disrupting their schemes and likely making it onto their blacklist. Retaliation from them was probably just a matter of time. Yovan did not want to passively wait for retaliation. He wanted to become stronger, to take the initiative against Changda Corporation, nipping danger in the bud. Reflecting on this, Yovan suppressed his desire to buy items from the Heavenly Taba shop. He needed to save money until he could afford things like the Mighty God Fruit or the second transmutation golden pill, which would significantly enhance his abilities. One more purchase will ruin me. Looking at the Heavenly Taba shop on his phone, Yovan steeled himself and closed the page. Coming back to his senses, it seemed Chauncey had been completely devoured by the monster fish king, leaving no trace of evidence. After the chaos caused by the fish king, no more monster fish appeared on the surface of the deep pond, not even a single one. Yovan tried scattering some rice, wine-laced fish bait on the water again, but the monster fish, perhaps frightened by their fearsome leader, didn't show up despite waiting for quite some time. Well, it seems today's harvest would only include the 10 monster fish that leaped out of the deep pond earlier. Yovan shook his head. Aaron lay behind him, now fully recovered except for some bloodstains on its belly and a bullet still lodged inside. It was playfully wagging its tail around Yovan, clearly happy and relieved. Apparently, Aaron had been terrified when Chauncey pointed the gun at Jovan's temple. Aaron genuinely loved its owner but had a naturally aloof temperament, much like a proud donkey. Having attained wisdom far surpassing an average human, it was natural for it to act a bit aloof. But right now, Aaron was acting like Wilfred's docile big black dog. Looks like I need to get the Alton to remove the bullet from Aaron's body, Yovan thought, examining the wound. The bullet's metallic tip could carry harmful bacteria, and while Aaron's constitution was strong, an internal infection could still be problematic. Since he was here, Yovan wasn't in a rush to leave immediately. First, he instructed Aaron to wait at the valley entrance, near the cave mouth, to prevent anyone else from sneaking in. Then Yovan sat cross-legged on the ground where he had planted vegetables the previous day and began reciting the spring chapter of the Divine Farmer Scripture. As the incantation imbued with celestial power flowed from his mouth, the various heavenly vegetables started growing at an astonishing speed. In just 5 minutes, the vegetable patch looked like it had matured for a whole year. Eggplants as thick as arms, watermelons larger than balloons, and aromatic green onions sprouted around Yovan, creating a vibrant scene that brought joy. Once the vegetables had fruited, Yovan called Aaron back and packed some into bags to take home. Because Aaron had been injured, Yovan carried fewer vegetables on its back and took a small bag himself. The weighing stone he brought was left on the ground for future use. After a busy period, Yovan checked the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. He needed to prepare blood ginseng soup for his mother in the evening. Since he planned to use the entire 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, it would take longer to cook, so he needed to return earlier than usual. Patting Aaron's neck, Yovan walked lightly into the cave. He was eager to see the effects of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Tonight would determine whether it could cure his mother's lower limb paralysis. Chapter 102. Anomaly. By the time he got home, the sun was still generously casting its last light. It was early evening. When Yovan pushed open the courtyard gate, he found his mother had already woken up. At some point, she was in the yard, sitting in her wheelchair, trying to stand up on her own. "Oh, Mom, don't move, that's too dangerous." Yovan saw his mother's trembling hands holding the wheelchair, attempting to stand up. His heart pounded with worry as he quickly went forward to steady her and helped her sit back down. "Hey, I managed to stand up and even took a couple of steps just now. Nothing wrong, you can relax," said Reba proudly. The ability to walk again, something she once never dreamed possible, filled her with hope. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. What if she fully recovered? "Krista, don't rush. Tonight, I'll prepare an even more potent broth for you, guaranteed to help you stand up completely." Seeing her positive spirits and mood, Yovan promised confidently. He had complete faith in the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng's efficacy. "Really? You're not just saying that to make me happy?" Melinda asked doubtfully. It was natural for people to harbor skepticism when faced with high hopes. It was a form of self-protection. Reba thought the midday broth's effects could already be considered divine medicine. She had never heard of any soup that could expel cold from the knees and condense it into water. If Yovan claimed the evening broth would be even better, what kind of miracle drug would that be? How could I just say that to make you happy, Mom? Yovan pushed his mother's wheelchair towards the house. He had one more thing to inquire about. Krista, do you know if the Alton can perform surgery on animals? Adon has a small tumor inside him, and I want to remove it. Yovan didn't mention the bullet inside Aiden's body, which would only cause unnecessary worry for his mother. You didn't know? Reba looked up at him curiously. Didn't know what? Yovan asked, puzzled. Our Alton used to be a vet for 20 years before getting his medical license. He handled everything from difficult sow births. His skills are amazing, so if you need surgery for Adon, he's your best bet. Having lived in this village for so many years, Reba knew every household's ins and outs. Mentioning the Alton opened a floodgate of stories, even revealing how the doctor's manhood was damaged by a catfish during childhood baths. Stop right there. Yovan waved his hands hastily as his mother's stories grew more absurd, then walked towards the kitchen. What a shy child. I've seen everything while bathing you as a kid, yet you're acting all bashful now. Watching Yovan walk towards the kitchen, Reba smiled and murmured under her breath. She spoke deliberately to prod her son into learning some basic knowledge, since he hadn't shown any signs of a relationship despite being old enough for one. Parents often held contradictory feelings like this. They strictly forbid love during school years but anxiously awaited grandchildren just a few years later. In the kitchen, Yovan mulled over his mother's words. Initially worried the Alton might leak information about the bullet, he recalled his mother mentioning that the doctor suffered an injury to his most private part as a young man. This traumatic event left him single for 40 years and was a source of deep pain, mentioning it could provoke immediate hostility from him. If using this as leverage, the Alton would likely keep silent as tightly as anyone else. However, Yovan wasn't planning to threaten him. Many villagers already knew this story. He felt like he was about to do a good deed, not out of altruism like Jeremiah, but ensuring the doctor kept the bullet secret. Few in the village might know Chauncey had a gun, but surely the Eddie did. Once news of Chauncey's disappearance spread, suspicions could easily fall on him based on the bullet. In this scenario, the Alton became critical. However, looking at the 50 immortal coins pure Marcel water in his phone from the heavenly treasure shop, Yovan smiled confidently. Taking the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng out of the wooden box, it remained fresh and intact except for a few missing roots. When removed, the strong bloody scent invigorated Yovan. Without delay, he placed it in a ceramic pot, added some mountain spring water, sealed the pot, and set it on the stove, using wood to slowly simmer it. While waiting, he brought in the vegetables from the valley, giving them a quick wash. The blood ginseng broth was for his mother, but he still needed dinner. Sizzling oil filled the kitchen with the aroma of cooking, spreading throughout. With master-level culinary skills, even in this incomplete version, every movement Yovan made looked perfectly timed and aesthetically pleasing, like a performance. Using precise quantities of ingredients, every dish was perfectly measured. Occasionally, flames licked the sides of the pan, creating a bustling atmosphere. Soon, a plate of tomato and egg stir-fry was ready. After cleaning the pan, Yovan began the second dish. By the time it was done, the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng broth, having simmered in the ceramic pot, was also ready. Placing the garlic eggplant stir-fry on a plate, Yovan approached the ceramic pot, opening the lid. A burst of pale red steam shot out, followed by a sight that left him stunned. Chapter 103, Transformation. As the pale red steam rose from the clay pot used for simmering soup, a rich and fragrant aroma gradually seeped out, making Yovan unable to resist sniffing it. This was an extraordinary fragrance. Despite its intensity, there wasn't a hint of greasiness. Even those who weren't hungry found their stomachs growling upon smelling it. This fragrance was far more intense than what Yovan had experienced when he cooked the blood ginseng whiskers. Night had already fallen, and it was dinner time. The smell made even Jovan's stomach rumble in anticipation. However, what greatly surprised Yovan was not just the rich aroma emitted by the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng soup. Since Yovan had lifted the lid of the clay pot, a layer of pale red mist began to rise above it. This mist did not dissipate, but instead coalesced above the pot. A cloud of blood-red mist hovered above the pot's mouth, presenting an exceptionally peculiar sight. As more mist continuously ascended from the pot and joined this blood mist, it began to churn and swirl. A scene that seemed like something out of myth appeared before his eyes, defying belief. Amidst the swirling blood mist, many thumb-sized yet lifelike creatures began to form. A blood phoenix, a blood dragon, a blood chelan. All kinds of auspicious beasts and mythical creatures appeared one by one. Some Yovan recognized, while many others were strange beasts he had never even seen. There was a bird with one leg, a three-legged ox, and a creature with a snake's head and a human body. Deep within the blood mist, it seemed as though there was also a figure clad in flowing robes, bearing a long sword on its back, but it was obscured by the blood mist, making it indistinct. Yovan opened his eyes wide, trying to see deeper into the blood mist, but because of its constant churning, he couldn't make anything out clearly. Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot straight out from the blood mist, slicing through the numerous thumb-sized creatures formed within it, startling Yovan, who had been intently observing the depths of the mist. Coming to his senses, Yovan nodded involuntarily. He had to admit that the Immortal World Taba store was quite reliable. But perhaps this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng hadn't been irrigated with immortal blood, but with the blood of various rare and mythical creatures seen earlier in the mist. Of course, these things were too distant from him now. His greatest wish was to use the goods from the Immortal World Taba store to cure his mother's illness and then live quietly and comfortably as a farmer. Yovan didn't know the principle behind what had just occurred, but if Adeline were here, she would have surely gasped in amazement. because the phenomenon that had just occurred had a specific name in the culinary world: extreme fragrance manifestation. Extreme fragrance manifestation was a legend that had long since disappeared. It was said that when the quality of ingredients reached an ultimate level, unusual phenomena would occur after the dish was prepared, with extreme fragrance manifestation being one of the 10 phenomena. When a dish made from top-grade ingredients was completed, the memory retained within the ingredients would be expressed in some way. The earliest recorded occurrence of extreme fragrance manifestation dates back to Bayard, the progenitor of chefs. Bayard, one of the forefathers of the culinary arts and a native of the state of Qi during the spring and autumn period, was renowned for his skill in finding the finest ingredients and categorizing them into 3 grades of premium ingredients and 10 classes of high-quality ingredients. Because his cooking skills were exceptional, dishes made from top-grade ingredients by him would exhibit unusual phenomena. The most famous of these phenomena were fragrance spreading for 10 miles and extreme fragrance manifestation. The tale of fragrance spreading for 10 miles originates from his dishes whose aroma could reach people up to 10 miles away. If compared, it would take about 2 hours of walking to reach the source of such a fragrance once you smelled it. Another famous story involved extreme fragrance manifestation. It was said that when Bayard prepared soup with premium ingredients, upon lifting the lid, the aroma would condense into mist, forming shapes without dispersing. One particularly famous instance was when Bayard captured a divine deer with the bloodline of a 5-colored spirit deer. When he prepared the deer meat, the mist formed a small deer that joyfully ran around above the pot, which is where the name extreme fragrance manifestation came from. Of course, legends remain legends, appearing only in stories passed down through the ages rather than in reality. But now, the legendary extreme fragrance manifestation had truly appeared. And the last time this phenomenon was witnessed was at the Chinese culinary competition, where it faintly appeared in the Buddha jumps over the wall dish prepared by a true culinary master. Joven's 1,000-year-old blood ginseng soup, however, displayed it much more clearly. Naturally, this was related to the fact that the ingredients Jovan used exceeded the highest grade available on Earth. After the initial shock, Jovan picked up the clay pot, now revealing the pale red blood ginseng soup beneath the dissipated mist, and walked towards his mother's room. Jovan didn't know about extreme fragrance manifestation or its significance. Even if he did, it wouldn't change anything, as his aspiration was simply to live peacefully as a farmer, with cooking merely a sideline. Pushing open the kitchen door, he saw his mother lying on the bed. Jovan first brought over the clay pot containing the blood ginseng soup and grabbed 2 small bowls. He needed to test the true effects of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng soup. If his mother's constitution couldn't handle the nourishment, it could lead to complications. Placing the bowls on the table, Jovan poured a little bit of the blood ginseng soup into a bowl and drank it in one gulp, consuming almost the same volume as a bottle of mineral water. As the blood ginseng soup entered his mouth, a massive wave of heat and qi rushed down his throat to his stomach, then spread throughout his body. Hot, hot, hot. This was Joven's first sensation. The effects of the blood ginseng soup seemed overwhelmingly potent. With the soup inside him, Jovan felt like he was inside a large furnace, covered in sweat from head to toe. Fortunately, the attributes of the blood ginseng soup were very mild. Though it was hot, there were no side effects, and his joints felt very comfortable. After about 2 minutes, the overwhelming heat subsided, and Jovan was like he had just undergone a sauna, covered in sweat from head to toe. It can be consumed? Jovan nodded. This was exactly the effect he needed. Only with enough heat could the coldness in his mother's body be thoroughly expelled. Jovan, is it ready? Can I drink it? His mother was getting anxious, her hope for recovery making her eager to try it. She had been patient up until now. It's ready. Jovan poured the blood ginseng soup into the bowl and handed it to his mother. Chapter 104, Recovery. The broth seems to be quite effective. Krista, remove the blanket covering you before you drink it. Jovan kindly reminded his mother, who was eagerly preparing to drink the blood ginseng soup. Heat isn't a problem. If it can heal my legs, I can endure any discomfort. Reba shook her head. In her mind, no matter how hot it gets, it's similar to being under extra blankets when feverish. As long as it expels the cold, she can bear any heat. Well, then drink slowly. Jovan knew what his mother thought and understood that only by drinking this genuine blood ginseng soup could one experience the sensation of being in a furnace. To prevent overheating while trying to cure his mother's legs, Jovan handed over the bowl of blood ginseng soup and hurried to the yard to draw some well water into a wooden tub. He planned to cool her down if anything went wrong. There was a large wooden tub at home, made by his father from a big poplar tree after cutting it down. It was about 1 meter high and wide, easily accommodating an adult. Jovan preferred bathing with well water all year round. Since his mother's paralysis, the wooden tub had been stored in the storeroom. After turning on his phone light, he managed to drag out the wooden tub with great effort. Because it had been in use for a long time, dust and spider webs now covered it. However, the quality remained solid thanks to its protective lacquer coating, preventing insect damage or decay. Inside the house, Reba finished the entire bowl of blood ginseng soup. Initially, due to the accumulated cold in her body, she felt a mild warmth. But as the soup started to digest in her stomach, a strong wave of heat erupted. The heat rushed toward her knees, which were the focal points of her paralyzed legs caused by excessive cold accumulation, leading to her loss of sensation. The feeling was much stronger than drinking the blood ginseng stem soup, as if someone were stirring her knee with a heated stick. The coldness entrenched in her knees began to rapidly melt and be expelled from her body upon meeting the warm current of the blood ginseng soup. However, with the expulsion of coldness, her body temperature quickly rose. Due to the powerful effects of the blood ginseng soup, it only took a small part of its strength to expel all the cold within her body, leaving the warm currents to wildly surge through her system. Too hot. The strength of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng soup was so intense that even Jovan felt it was hard to handle after just a sip. His mother had drunk a whole bowlful, raising her body temperature to 45 degrees Celsius, exacerbated by the blanket retaining the heat. Humming, Yovan brought in the large wooden tub just in time to see his mother drenched in sweat, nearly heat-stunned. He quickly carried her to the tub filled with cold well water. SSSHH. Perhaps due to her high body temperature, white steam rose immediately when she entered the tub. Her body temperature did not rise further but gradually cooled down, and she displayed a look of relief. After all, it was his mother, so Yovan guarded the tub all night, constantly adding fresh water to prevent overheating her body. By midnight, the effects of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng finally dissipated. Seeing his mother slowly open her eyes, Yovan let out a deep breath, relieved by how busy the night had been. "How do you feel, Krista?" Looking at his revived but still slightly dazed mother, Yovan asked anxiously and expectantly. "I feel pretty good, just a bit hot." Reba shook her head, realizing Yovan was right. Had she prepared earlier, she wouldn't have endured such extreme discomfort. "No, I mean, how do your legs feel?" Yovan couldn't help laughing. Clearly his mother was affected by the heat. "Yes, my legs." Reminded by Yovan, Reba stood up from the water. Upon standing, she realized with a start, then joy spread across her lined face. "I'm standing? And my legs are strong too." She tried walking a couple of steps in the bucket, tears streaming down her face. Only she knew how much pain, both physical and mental, her legs had caused her. Now, finally recovered, she could walk like a normal person and assist her son rather than be a burden. Seeing his mother overjoyed, Yovan also felt emotional. The biggest issue facing their family was resolved, and how could he not be happy? Once her legs improved, Reba couldn't stay idle. She immediately wanted to go to the yard to wash clothes and clean the house. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yovan didn't stop her but advised her to take care and avoid heavy tasks. Since lying for so long, her muscles had weakened. Exercising was beneficial, but overexertion might strain her muscles. Feeling her master's joy, Amos, the dog, bounced around the yard, barking occasionally. Chapter 105, Village Doctor. The next morning, Yovan was still fast asleep, dreaming that he was holding the daughter of Jareth's hand, predicting her fortune. Just as their eyes were meeting and it seemed things were about to get interesting, a voice calling him to wake up suddenly rang in his ears. "Yovan, get up." When Yovan finally opened his eyes groggily, his mother was standing beside the bed, just like she used to do when he was a child, urging him to get up for school. "Didn't you say you had something to do at the Alton's place today? Go early while he's still home. If you're late, he'll already be on his way to town." Holding a bunch of green onions, his mother was busy picking through them while giving instructions. "Oh, okay." Originally intending to stay in bed a little longer, Yovan immediately sat up after hearing his mother. He remembered that the Alton had a shop in town because he was skilled at treating hepatitis, so business was booming, and he went there every day. By the time Yovan got dressed, the pot in the kitchen was already simmering with porridge, the furniture neatly arranged, and his mother had finished sorting the green onions. After rinsing them under clean water, she grabbed a cloth and began wiping various corners of the room. There was no doubt that since she recovered from her illness, his mother had become very efficient, much more nimble than Yovan himself. "Krista, your health is still recovering. Don't overwork yourself. I need to go see the Alton now. Take care and rest." Grabbing a green onion and rolling up a steamed bun, Yovan ate while walking towards the courtyard. In the yard, Amos was already awake and kept rubbing against Yovan affectionately. "Let's go. Let me take you to get treated." Yovan patted Amos's neck and led him towards the Alton's house. The Alton's residence was second only in luxury to the two-story villa of the village chief. Because he made a lot of money treating hepatitis and had no children or wife to spend it on, he built a spacious two-story house that, though large enough for comfort, seemed rather empty with just him living there. Yovan arrived at a convenient time. As he reached the doctor's house, the Alton named Atlas was just about to leave with a bag slung over his shoulder. Yovan quickly intercepted him. "Hey, Garner, wait up." The Alton's name was Atlas. Although Yovan didn't understand why an old landlord would choose to be a Alton, Atlas was both older and of higher seniority, so calling him Brantley was appropriate. "Is this young Master Zheng? Is it about your mother's arthritis? I've told you before, the cold has entered her bones. Even if I were Hua Tu or reborn, I couldn't cure it." Seeing Yovan approach, Atlas looked somewhat helpless. This was because previously, Yovan had been persistent in asking Atlas to treat his mother's condition, but as a mere doctor, not a god, he could not work miracles. Even though he felt sorry for Yovan, such a chronic ailment was beyond his abilities. For a time, he was thoroughly annoyed by Jovan's insistence. "That's all right. My mom's legs are already healed. I came here today for another reason." Yovan guided Amos forward. "My donkey ate something bad and swallowed a gold ring we had at home, so I need your help to get it out." Hearing Jovan's words, Atlas couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Staring wide-eyed, he asked, "Your mother's legs are cured? By who? That can't be possible. I saw them, they were beyond help." His voice grew softer towards the end, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he had previously declared her condition untreatable, but now someone had apparently cured her. As for whether Yovan might be lying, young Master Zheng was known for his honesty in the village, so there was no chance of deceit. A traveling Taoist passing by treated her with a medicinal plaster. "He's a real immortal, Garner. Don't think too much about it." Seeing Atlas's embarrassment, Yovan understood what he was thinking. However, it was the heavenly items from the Taobao store that actually cured his mother, so he couldn't blame others for their medical skills. "A wandering Taoist? Is he still at your place? I must see him." Upon hearing this, Atlas grew eager. Who wouldn't want to meet a divine healer of such caliber? Moreover, Atlas had his own private ailments. If the old Taoist liked him and cured his condition, he might find a wife later on and continue the Wang family lineage. Imagining this, Atlas became even more excited. "Hey Garner, calm down. The Taoist wanders far and wide. Who knows where he is now, but..." Yovan cunningly dug a trap for Atlas, waiting for him to fall into it. But what? Hearing that the Taoist had left, Atlas's face showed undeniable disappointment. but he still clung to a sliver of hope. But the Taoist left me a treasure, saying it can nourish yin and replenish yang, especially beneficial for men, with unimaginable effects. Seeing Atlas jump into the trap, Yovan stopped teasing and spoke plainly. Come in, let's talk inside. At this point, all rationality and composure flew out the window. Hearing Jovan's words, Atlas's eyes turned almost red with excitement, insisting Yovan come inside. Garner, to be honest, I have a favor to ask. Yovan pointed at Amos without entering the house, speaking earnestly. Anything, as long as what you say works. Atlas responded seriously. I want you not to be surprised during the operation, regardless of what you see. And whatever anyone asks, keep this matter between us. With that, Yovan reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle containing light golden liquid, waving it in front of Atlas. Sure, I will only know that I did a surgery to retrieve the gold ring, nothing else. Gazing at the light golden liquid, Atlas's breathing grew heavy, restraining the urge to snatch it away and nodding eagerly. Great, Garner will handle it. Having achieved his goal, Jovan's hand moved, and the light golden bottle arced gracefully into Atlas's hands. Chapter 106, Extract. The small bottle filled with golden liquid accurately landed in Gavin's hands. The liquid inside shimmered enticingly under the sunlight, drawing Gavin's gaze intently. Garner, you can try it first to see the effect. We'll talk about the rest later. Seeing Gavin's entranced look, Yovan reminded him. He had obtained the pure Marcel water from the Immortal World Taba store, and its quantity was about the same as a bottle of ice red tea, with a deep golden color. Now, what Yovan gave Gavin was diluted pure Marcel water. Yovan now had blind faith in the products from the Immortal World Taba store, so even this diluted version would likely have excellent effects on Gavin. Can I try it first? Then I'll go back inside and test it out while you wait here. Pure Marcel water could be used both externally and internally, and it seemed that Gavin intended to use both methods at once. I'll wait for you outside. Come out when you're done. Yovan nodded. Although he couldn't fully understand how a man felt after being impotent for decades, he could sense the surging emotion beneath Gavin's trembling voice. Meanwhile, Gavin walked into the house with the pure Marcel water, while Dover stood outside watching him enter. After about 5 minutes, Gavin emerged with an excited expression, grabbing Jovan's hand and looking at him with gratitude. Clearly, the pure Marcel water had worked astonishingly well, almost beyond belief. Garner, save your thanks for later. I still have some of the liquid at home, and will bring more over eventually. Yovan reminded the excited Gavin. His main purpose today was to extract the bullet from Amos, not to be an anonymous Good Samaritan. Oh, right, come to my courtyard. It's spacious and has suitable water sources for the donkey's operation. Gavin had calmed down from his initial joy and instantly understood Dover's implication. He was treating this as a deposit, only giving the remaining golden liquid after the successful surgery and maintaining secrecy. If it were any other matter, Gavin might have objected, thinking Yovan didn't trust him. However, after trying the golden liquid, just a small sip made his atrophied parts begin to respond, better than the expensive medicine he spent thousands on. Led by Gavin, who was smiling nervously, Yovan pulled Amos into the courtyard. In one corner, there was a grapevine, and the southern wall was covered with ivy, making for a pleasant view. Eager to prepare for the surgery, Gavin couldn't wait to get his hands on the magical liquid. Yovan sat beside Amos, looking around idly. While the scenery was nice, it paled in comparison to the secluded valley. This thought brought back memories of the strange fish in the deep pool. Fortunately, Yovan didn't have to wait long. Soon, Gavin put on a white surgical gown and a mask to reassure Yovan. A 15-centimeter-long, sharp scalpel reflected menacingly in Gavin's hands, along with tweezers and other instruments placed on a white tray, all disinfected. Seeing Gavin approach with the scalpel, Amos brayed uneasily and started moving its hooves. Noticing Amos's agitation, Yovan hurried to soothe it, explaining that the operation was for its own good and urging it not to resist. Gavin watched, puzzled, as Yovan talked to the donkey. Could a donkey really understand? To Gavin's surprise, the donkey quickly calmed down, though it remained wary of the scalpel, visibly trembling but still obedient. Seeing Amos settle down, Gavin applied alcohol to disinfect the area and sterilized the scalpel with a lighter. Let's start. My donkey is durable. Knowing Amos's healing abilities, Yovan locked the door and urged Gavin to proceed. Gavin, having been a vet for decades, skillfully identified the incision site and minimized the cut size. Standing on a stool to reach Amos's abdomen, he was astonished at the donkey's immense size. When he began cutting, he was further amazed by the toughness of Amos's skin, which proved even tougher than old ox leather. Using full strength, he barely left a white mark. Despite the difficulty, Gavin eventually made a clean cut through Amos's hide. Thud. The sound of the blade slicing into muscle rang out. Amos became agitated, and Yovan comforted it continuously. Perhaps due to Amos's strong muscles, the incision was shallow, but Gavin soon discovered the deformed bullet lodged just 5 centimeters deep in Amos's abdomen. Chapter 107. Don't forget to bring the medicine. The deformed bullet had penetrated only 5 centimeters into Amos's body before it was stopped dead in its tracks by his tightly contracted yet resilient muscles. Only after seeing the deformed bullet inside Amos did Eric understand the true reason for Jovan's mysterious visit. After all, firearms were strictly prohibited in this area. Under normal circumstances, if a gunshot wound or the presence of a bullet was detected in a regular hospital, an immediate report would be made to the authorities. This explained why Yovan chose to have the surgery done at the Altons rather than taking Amos to a veterinarian in the city. Once Eric figured out this critical point, he operated even more diligently. He had previously worried that this arrangement might crumble like a castle in the air. But now that he knew the secret, his mind was at ease. Both sides had their secrets and needs, which only served to foster mutual trust. Yovan watched Eric's expressions change, but didn't say anything further. As long as Eric kept the secret, he could continue to provide diluted pure Marcel water. And since it was diluted, he wasn't afraid that Eric would blab about it. After Chauncey's disappearance calmed down, he would naturally give Eric the high-concentration pure Marcel water. It wasn't out of mistrust, just a means of self-protection. Plink. Just as Yovan was lost in thought, Eric used forceps to extract a yellow, deformed bullet and placed it on a dish. The operation went well. Now I just need to stitch and bandage it up. Because the bullet hadn't penetrated deeply, Eric easily plucked it out with forceps. Thank you, Garner. I'll bring the rest of the supplies over this afternoon, then once every 2 weeks, Yovan said gratefully, treating Amos like family and feeling relieved to see the bullet removed. Oh sure. Let me finish the bandaging then. Hearing Jovan's promise, Eric worked even harder, fetching white gauze and some biodegradable sutures from the room. These sutures were made from biological proteins and would be absorbed by the body. Donkey body, that is, thus eliminating the need for removal, and they were nearly invisible on the skin. After stitching up the bleeding wound, Eric tore off some gauze to bandage Amos's wound. Wait, no need to bandage, Yovan quickly stopped Eric. Yes, right? I got carried away. Eric realized that bandaging would expose what needed to remain hidden. After cleaning the stitched wound, he patted Amos's belly and lowered his head to check its gender. You've got a magnificent donkey here. By the way, my cousin has a female donkey. Why don't we breed yours with hers? While looking down, Eric saw Amos's gender, momentarily blinded by its size, yet still suggested something inappropriate. He couldn't know that Amos understood human speech. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Amos, who had been holding back, struck out with a black hoof. Ow! Before Eric could react, he was knocked to the ground, clutching his left eye in pain. When he finally let go, Yovan couldn't help but laugh. Eric's left eye now resembled a panda's. Though Eric's mistake led to the kick, Yovan promptly helped him up. As a donkey owner, he felt responsible. Luckily, Amos hadn't kicked with full force, just lightly punishing Eric for his impertinence. Being a divine donkey, Amos refused to mate without consent. It was an insult. Given the situation, Amos only gave a light kick, leaving a panda eye mark on Eric's face. Why is your donkey so aggressive? Completely turned on you. Eric, still dazed, hadn't seen such behavior from a donkey before. Yovan could only smile wryly. Could he really tell Eric that it was because he suggested breeding and thus received a kick? Better not say anything. It was just a minor injury, an unsightly panda eye. Seeing Jovan's silent amusement, Eric ceased complaining. His eye no longer hurt. Clearly, the donkey had held back. He simply shook his head, sighed, and treated himself with some anti-inflammatory ointment, also giving Yovan some medicine for Amos. Can it be given now? Yovan took the medication, though he doubted Amos needed it, given his recovery rate. 3 times a day, 2 tablets each time, mixed with food, Eric explained. Got it. We'll be going then. Pretend today's events never happened. Okay. Garner? Wait, Yovan. Eric's expression was strange. What's up? Anything else, Garner? Remember to bring that medicine over this afternoon. Chapter 108. A crowd of fish feasting. Yovan had already stepped over the threshold when he heard the fidgety voice of Humbert behind him, nearly slipping and falling to the ground. It was hard for him to imagine that a 50-year-old Alton could make such a fidgety sound. The image just made him dizzy with disbelief. Back home, his mother was giving the courtyard a thorough cleaning. When he walked in, Yovan was startled by the smoky atmosphere. Anyone would have thought there was a fire. Who would have guessed it was all due to her sweeping? The rats and cockroaches that used to nest in wall crevices seemed to sense an impending apocalypse and scurried out en masse from Jovan's home. In hot pursuit, Reba wielded a broom, insecticide, rat poison, and other tools, striking furiously. Noticing Yovan opening the door, Reba immediately called for his help. Krista, are you trying to tear the house down? Yovan asked, somewhat stunned as he watched his mother forcibly clearing out a rat hole in the corner, even pulling out a litter of baby rats. It's just too dirty here, she replied. If I were still bedridden, it might be fine, but now that I've recovered, I can't stand seeing this mess. Her response matched her current situation perfectly. After recovering from her serious illness and nourished by ginseng, her once gray hair shone black and lustrous, wrinkles vanished, and she was full of energy, feeling even better than before she fell ill. Okay, if you're happy. Seeing his mother's boundless enthusiasm, Yovan found it hard to persuade her otherwise. Older folks often can't keep still. Idleness might only make her gloomy. Well, labor is glorious indeed. As Reba busily cleared away household waste, clouds of dust engulfed the house. Coughing, Yovan escaped to Wilfred's home for refuge. Since Wilfred had brought his girlfriend home last time, Yovan hadn't seen him for quite some time. He also forgot to ask Cedric, who claimed to know everything in Qinghai City, to investigate Wilfred's girlfriend because he had been too busy. This visit was also a chance to see if Wilfred needed any help. After acquiring a 20% stake and dividends from Tianhong Dumpling House, tens of thousands didn't feel like much to Yovan anymore. They were more like a light drizzle, not overly challenging. Before reaching Wilfred's doorstep, the big black dog inside caught Jovan's scent and came running out, playfully circling around him. To his surprise, Wilfred wasn't at home. Upon asking Wilfred's mother, Yovan learned that he had been spending days with his girlfriend, Anastasia, though no one knew exactly where. They seemed to have gone to Qinghai City to handle something. He asked about their expected return. After thinking for a moment, Wilfred's mother said they should be back by tonight if nothing unexpected happened. Declining Wilfred's mother's invitation to lunch, Yovan returned home. His mother was still enthusiastically busy inside. Rather than disturb her, Yovan took Adon towards Green Mountain Valley. He still had his regular fishing and farming activities to complete. The valley was fertile soil stretching as far as the eye could see. Last time, Yovan only cultivated a small plot. Since he wanted to keep its existence a secret, he did the work alone. He spent half the time fishing and the other half plowing the land. While he wished he could spend all his time fishing, after all, immortal coins were always good to accumulate. The strange fish devoured sinkers at an alarming rate. At this pace, the sinkers he bought last time wouldn't last long. Continually buying sinkers from Dermot's store wasn't ideal either. With this in mind, Jovan called Adeline before entering the valley, instructing her to bring extra sinkers next time she delivered antiques. Since she drove, carrying extra supplies wouldn't be an issue. On the other end of the line, though puzzled by Jovan's request, Adeline agreed. Ending the call, Jovan entered the signal-poor Green Mountains with Adon. After about an hour, he reached his future cultivation base, the Green Mountain Valley. The valley looked unchanged from yesterday, with clear streams flowing nearby. On the 2 acres he had cultivated beside the stream, vegetables and watermelons thrived lushly. Jovan picked a large watermelon and cut it in half, sharing it with Adon. Washing his hands in the stream, Jovan ate the watermelon with his hands. The watermelons from the Immortal Taba shop had a cooling effect. 2 bites later, he felt refreshingly cool, an incredible comfort on this hot day. When Jovan's stomach began to swell from eating the watermelon, he had only finished half of his share while Adon had already finished and looked eagerly at the rest. Haha, you greedy Adon, what a glutton. Jovan handed the remaining watermelon to Adon, found the sinker he left behind yesterday, and went to the deep pool. Several strange fish were surfacing sporadically. Evidently, the scent of Chauncey's flesh from yesterday hadn't completely dissipated yet. Jovan had tried using pork to catch these fish, but for unknown reasons, they ignored it. So far, human flesh and sinkers were the only baits that attracted them. When Jovan cast his bait, he noticed the strange fish's interest had diminished significantly. Fewer fish appeared from the depths, probably just half the number from yesterday. Looks like today's catch will be much smaller. Given the reduced density, fewer fish would likely take the bait. Originally, he could catch 4 or 5 at once, but now it would likely be only 2 or 3, cutting his harvest in half. Just as Jovan felt a bit dejected, Adon, having finished the watermelon pulp, kicked the rind into the pond. Incredulously, Jovan watched as the water in the pond changed. Chapter 109. Golden Plant. The watermelon rind kicked into the deep pool by Big Hair immediately triggered a fierce competition and slaughter among the strange fish after it hit the water. For these fish, weights might be liked, human flesh they might love super much, but Jovan noticed that for the rind of a watermelon from the immortal world, these strange fish went crazy. Not only did they fight over it fiercely, but they also killed each other mercilessly, making Jovan's heart ache. These strange fish were his future immortal coins, each worth 50 immortal coins. Even one dead fish could make him feel sad for quite a while, not to mention that now the fish were fighting so viciously that large numbers were dying, with blood quickly turning the entire pool red. After about 5 minutes, the watermelon rind had been devoured by the fish, and the killing stopped soon after. Jovan then painfully realized that the surface of the deep pool was now covered with densely packed corpses of strange fish, numbering dozens. My immortal coins, my second transformation gold core. With a tearless cry, driven by a reluctance to waste, Jovan waited until the remaining strange fish dived deeper, and then he collected the floating corpses using his hands and a stick. He picked up one that was relatively intact and held it in his hand. What slightly comforted him was that even though the strange fish were dead, there was still a vibration response on the mobile Taba store, albeit weaker. Devouring goldfish, dead. Can be exchanged for 25 immortal coins. Seeing the price halved on the Immortal World Taba store for the already dead fish, Jovan felt pain again in his heart. But since things had gone this far, he no longer complained. He began to retrieve all the floating strange fish from the deep pool and exchange them one by one. Devouring goldfish, dead, damaged condition, can be exchanged for 10 immortal coins. Devouring goldfish, dead, severely damaged condition, can be exchanged for 5 immortal coins. With prices ranging from 20 to 3 coins, Jovan exchanged all the dead fish he retrieved. When he checked his balance of immortal coins, it gave him a pleasant surprise. Now on his personal client of the Immortal World Taba store, including the hundreds he previously had, his current balance reached 1352 coins. It seemed that while each dead strange fish was not individually valuable, accumulated together, they made for a considerable sum. He was getting closer to his second transformation gold core, and only needed the quantity of 3 more strange fish to reach the price of the huge spirit fruit worth 1500 coins. This thought filled Jovan with satisfaction and made him more engrossed in fishing than farming. Sitting by the pool, Jovan felt somewhat conflicted. He was thinking whether to throw more watermelon rinds to entice the strange fish into self-destruction, so he could reap the benefits afterward. But realizing the number of fish was limited and the value in immortal coins of a dead fish was just 1/10 of a living one, Jovan ultimately decided to proceed slowly, continuing to fish steadily. It was the wisest choice to maintain a steady income like fishermen releasing smaller fish. If he depleted all the resources at once, Jovan would have no further source of income except relying on antiques sent by Adeline. Even cunning rabbits had 3 dens. He needed to leave himself a backup plan. Thus, Jovan used nylon rope to drop the weight back down, adding a little watermelon juice to it, just enough for 2 or 3 fish. But probably due to tasting various delicacies over the past 2 days, the weight's attraction was now minimal. Only a couple of fish approached due to the trace amount of watermelon juice. When Jovan pulled up the weight, only one strange fish came with it. Approaching the obviously dim-witted strange fish, Jovan clicked the exchange button on the vibrating phone. A flash of white light later, the fish vanished, and his balance increased by 50 coins. Unfortunately, luck didn't follow as Jovan missed several catches. Some clever fish slipped away mid-reel, plunging back into the pool, frustrating Jovan immensely. Consuming nearly all the bait and weight, Jovan's balance had reached 1402 coins. Fishing today was done. He would return tomorrow to reach the 1500 coins required to exchange for the giant spirit fruit. Noticing it was still early, Jovan stripped off his shirt, took a spade and hoe, and started digging vigorously into the earth below. With improved strength from eating immortal world vegetables, Jovan could exert significant force. If the soft soil before him were a wall, he could likely dig it down with his shovel. Working next to the cultivated land, Jovan dug rapidly, occasionally stomping to compact the ground. The afternoon sun was scorching. As Jovan ate watermelon to cool down, working didn't tire him but rather left him refreshed. About 2 hours later, Jovan had reclaimed 2 acres of land. He watered it, spread fertilizer, and planted seeds obtained from the Immortal World Taba store. As he recited the spring section of the Divine Farmer Sutra softly, countless green shoots sprouted rapidly from the soil. Among the fast-growing green shoots, one golden shoot appeared, intriguing him. When he moved closer to examine the golden shoot, Jovan was taken aback. Having lived this long, he had never seen a plant that grew like a golden ingot. Chapter 110, Coma. Among a cluster of tender green vegetable sprouts, that golden hue shone like a firefly in the night or a gold beetle in a field, striking and immediately catching Jovan's attention. The seedling resembled a golden ingot, though ingot might be an exaggeration. At its tip was indeed a minuscule gold ingot-shaped object, looking incredibly surreal. When Jovan activated the Divine Farmer technique, the seedling with the gold ingot atop quickly grew. He touched it and felt a genuine gold-like texture. Out of curiosity, he hurriedly took out his phone and opened the Immortal World Taba store app. This app featured an image recognition function similar to the real-world Taba, which could identify objects for purchase by scanning them. If the item wasn't bought from the Immortal World Taba store, the scan wouldn't yield results. Thanks to the Divine Farmer technique stimulation, the plant, defying scientific logic, now had a gold ingot about the size of an egg on top. Jovan snapped a photo with his phone and scanned the plant. Soon, his phone buzzed softly. He rushed to open the app, where an introduction of the gold ingot-like plant appeared. Primordial gold ingot seed, priced at 100 immortal coins. It can absorb all available gold elements within a 100-mile radius and produce correspondingly sized gold ingots. As your accumulated immortal coins reached 1,500, one seed is specially gifted to you. Understanding the details, Jovan realized why this peculiar sprout had appeared. Due to reaching 1,500 coins, the Immortal World Taba store had gifted him this seed. Without receiving any notification, he planted it alongside other vegetables, leading to this outcome under the Divine Farmer technique's catalysis. Intrigued, Jovan focused on the gold ingot. According to the app, it absorbed surrounding gold elements. Although gold content in the Earth's crust is extremely low, at less than 0.00001%, the gift from the Immortal World Taba store implied a massive extraction area. Despite the unknown mechanics of this plant, seemingly bordering on advanced technology, Jovan didn't dwell much on it since the store itself already challenged many norms. Estimating the total gold extraction area as approximately 1/25th of a city's area, Jovan guessed the final gold ingot would weigh around 10 kilograms, a huge sum. With current market prices, 1 gram of gold cost 250 yuan, meaning 1 kilogram would be worth 250,000 yuan, making 10 kilograms valued at 2.5 million yuan. A plant worth 2.5 million? Jovan mused, realizing no plant on Earth could match this value. With motivation, Jovan accelerated the process. Despite being a gold-producing plant, its fundamental nature was still botanical, rendering the Divine Farmer technique highly effective. As he whispered the technique faster, the faint gold hue beneath the root became denser and absorbed surrounding gold elements quicker, emitting a dazzling golden glow. Qing Village, Frederick Stewart's home. Frederick Stewart hadn't seen Chauncey in days and wore a face of anxiety mixed with helplessness. In just 2 weeks since Chauncey's incarceration, Stewart's hair had turned completely gray and wrinkles covered his face. Though in his 50s, he now looked like a man in his 70s. Chauncey's mother died early, entrusting her son's care to Stewart, forbidding any mistreatment. Agreeing to her dying wish, Stewart let her rest in peace. Yet, sometimes Stewart wondered if he had made mistakes long ago. When Chauncey bullied villagers or Jovan, should he have intervened and taught him basic human values? But thinking of his late wife always brought hesitation. How could he defy her last wishes? Time passed. Stewart backed down each time, even spending all his savings to rescue Chauncey from prison. Now, Chauncey had disappeared for several days. Stewart knew what Chauncey was up to. Watching Chauncey follow Jovan into Green Mountain with a gun, Stewart hesitated, hoping revenge would settle his son's issues. 3 days later, his son remained missing while Jovan lived unscathed. Deep down, Stewart knew the outcome. Regardless, Chauncey was still his son. Jovan, couldn't you just die for Chauncey? He is my son. Couldn't you just let him kill you? With such thoughts, Stewart descended into his basement to retrieve his last stash, 10 kilograms of gold bars. He planned to use this gold to offer a bounty for Jovan's head through connections in Qinghai City's black market. But when he dug up the soil, the sight before him made him spit blood and collapse unconscious. Hashtag Chapter 111. The most expensive plant. Before Rocky Lair lost consciousness, his mind was still replaying what he had seen. His buried gold bars were still there when he began to dig up the soil covering them. But in an instant, the gold bars, originally as thick as wrists, had shrunk to finger width. Before he could react, even those finger-thin bars had vanished. It seemed like some machine underground was absorbing the gold, leaving nothing behind. With his heart pounding and blood surging, Rocky Lair's consciousness was slipping away. Meanwhile, in the Green Mountain Valley, as Jovan began reciting the Divine Farmer spell, the golden ingot started to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from the size of an egg to a goose egg. Then, like a magic treasure that grows with the wind, it transformed into the size of a pear before its growth finally slowed down. Is it almost at its limit? Jovan mused to himself, watching the ingot slow its growth after reaching the size of a pear. Because gold is incredibly dense, the ingot might now weigh close to 10 kilograms despite its relatively small size. Although its growth rate had slowed, it was still increasing gradually. Therefore, Jovan did not stop reciting the Divine Farmer spell. After about 5 minutes, the ingot had grown another circle larger than a pear. At this point, it seemed to have reached its limit and stopped growing. Just as Jovan thought the ingot had hit its maximum and was about to stop the spell, suddenly, A burst of intense gold color surged from the base of the stem into the ingot. Under Jovan's surprised gaze, the ingot grew one more size before completely stopping. Why did it suddenly grow so fast at the end? Jovan wondered, but did not hesitate. He reached out and carefully removed the ingot from the top. Damn heavy. As soon as he picked it up, Jovan felt the weight pull at his arms. The ingot was now twice its original size, probably weighing around 20 kilograms. That meant it was worth an astounding 5 million yuan. Even though Jovan wasn't short of money, the sight of the gleaming gold ingot made his heart race. Holding 5 million yuan in cash feels much more exhilarating than having it sitting in a bank account. However, Jovan's material desires weren't high. As long as he and his loved ones could live healthy and happy lives, he was content. Ultimately, wealth should be a tool for achieving both material and spiritual satisfaction, not a master that enslaves you. So, after the initial shock, Jovan looked at the large ingot with clear eyes once again. With the Immortal World Taobao shop, he wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. No matter how much or little money he had, as long as it didn't disrupt his life, he preferred living peacefully and abundantly. With that thought, Jovan found a spot, dug a hole with a shovel, and buried the massive ingot. Given its size, it would be impossible to sell through his usual channels. He'd wait until Adeline came next time, and let her handle it. What he needed to do now was to clear more land, and clear more land, and even more land. By the time the sun had shifted to the west and dusk began to settle, Jovan wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. After a day's hard work, he had cultivated roughly 1/8 of the land on the right side of the stream. The entire valley was divided roughly by the stream, excluding areas unsuitable for farming, leaving a total cultivable area of about 160 mu, or 80 mu on each side. This meant Jovan had turned over the surface soil of approximately 10 mu of land that afternoon, a tremendous workload. Fortunately, Quentin, pulling the plow like an ox, helped significantly. Otherwise, Jovan couldn't have managed it alone. Finally finishing the last corner, Jovan threw the shovel to the ground, packed some vegetables for Quentin to carry, and trudged back home, his body weary. True to form, Quentin showed no signs of fatigue after an afternoon of hard labor and moved briskly with the load, while Jovan struggled to keep up. Descending from Green Mountain, Jovan noticed the usually peaceful village had become unusually noisy. The sound of an ambulance, villagers chatting excitedly, and general commotion filled the air, making the village lively. As Jovan and Quentin approached village Frederick Rocky-Lair's house, they saw an ambulance parked outside, surrounded by a crowd. Clearly, this was the source of all the commotion. Could it be that Chauncey's disappearance has been discovered? But shouldn't it be a police car rather than an ambulance? Curious, Jovan squeezed through the crowd and pulled aside a middle-aged woman to ask, "Old Brittany, what happened at the village Frederick's place? Why such a fuss?" The woman, who often gossiped about village matters, quickly filled him in on the details. From her explanation, Jovan learned that Rocky-Lair hadn't collapsed due to Chauncey's disappearance. Instead, the village chief had been found unconscious in his cellar, unresponsive. The one who found him was none other than Red Brittany, who was currently talking to Jovan. She mentioned Rocky-Lair had been muttering about gold bars as he lay there. Listening to Red Brittany recount the incident, Jovan silently repeated, "Gold bars." He glanced at the stretcher in the ambulance, wondering if this was related to today's events. He didn't have much affection for Rocky-Lair, so if his actions caused the collapse, Jovan would simply say sorry and move on without guilt. After a moment of thought, Jovan thanked Red Brittany and left with Quentin, heading back home. Chapter 112. Wilfred gets into trouble. The house was brightly lit. Even the entrance had 2 red light bulbs hanging, creating a festive New Year atmosphere. Although the house was still the old dilapidated one, and the courtyard walls were still low, it felt different. The cement floor in the yard had been washed several times, and the windows in the house were spotless, making everything appear much brighter. Jovan pushed open the door and walked inside. The air was filled with the smell of laundry detergent mixed with disinfectant, a scent that was both fresh and slightly pungent. His mother was sitting at the table, sewing some torn clothes under the light. She sewed slowly but attentively. When Jovan approached her, she noticed he had returned. Back already. Reba stopped mending a gray-green sweater and sighed, though her smile didn't fade. "My hands are rusty now. Back in the day, I won first place in a sewing competition and got a porcelain vase." Jovan feigned surprise, which seemed to please his mother. After a moment, she continued, "There's food in the kitchen, dinner is almost ready. You can dish it out and eat." Jovan nodded, went to the kitchen, and as expected, the aroma of bone soup and stir-fried dishes greeted him, making him involuntarily take a deep breath. It was a familiar homely scent. Though not as good as what he cooked, this food never got old for satisfying hunger. From childhood to adulthood, Jovan grew up eating such meals. After his mother became paralyzed, he hadn't tasted such home-cooked food or his favorite bone soup again. At this moment, his eyes welled up with tears. Many things become precious only after they're lost. He only realized how hard life could be after his mother's paralysis. Shaking his head, Jovan put aside his sentimental thoughts and brought the food out from the kitchen. Dinner was enjoyed with warmth and happiness. Afterward, his mother wanted to visit the Sun family. Now that she could move around freely, she couldn't stay idle at home. Jovan had been looking for Wilfred during the day but couldn't find him. Planning to visit again tonight, he decided to go with his mother to Wilfred's place. Wilfred's big black dog wasn't at home today. Spring had arrived, and when Jovan reached Wilfred's gate, he found the big black dog outside the courtyard fence interacting with a white female dog. Upon entering the courtyard, Jovan immediately sensed something was off. Wilfred's father sat at the dining table drinking alone, sighing deeply. Wilfred's mother was sweeping the courtyard, her eyes red and swollen, as if she had been crying. Before Jovan could greet them, his mother stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Juantal sister, what happened? Did you have a fight with your husband?" Hearing Reba's voice, Wilfred's mother looked up. She appeared exhausted, but seeing Reba standing confidently before her, her face filled with shock. "Sister, did your legs recover? How did you get better?" Wilfred's mother, who saw Reba in a wheelchair just yesterday, stared in disbelief. She knew how severe Reba's rheumatism was. How could she recover so suddenly overnight? They've recovered. Jovan cured me. Reba patted her legs happily and looked at Jovan proudly. Her son had healed her, and now he had succeeded, which made her happiest. Jovan cured you? Wilfred's mother glanced at Jovan, seemingly disbelieving, but she didn't say more, remembering her own unambitious son, Wilfred, and sighed again. Seeing Wilfred's mother sigh quietly, Reba asked curiously, "What's wrong, little sister? You don't seem happy." "It's my worthless Alea." Wilfred's mother's eyes turned red again, her voice trembling. "What about Alea?" Reba asked, curious. She initially thought it might be an argument between Wilfred's parents, but didn't expect it to be about Wilfred. Despite being somewhat slow at times, Wilfred's honesty was well known in Qing village. "Remember that girlfriend Alea brought home last time?" Wilfred's mother sighed deeply, sounding helpless and angry. "I remember her. She looked decent and honest enough. Why would she?" Reba had even taken a special look when Wilfred brought his girlfriend home, never imagining trouble would arise so quickly. "Yes," Wilfred's mother nodded. "She looked fine, but turned out to be a deceitful person. Not only did she swindle us out of 15,000 saved for Alea's wedding, but also lured Alea to Qinghai City to sell his kidney to pay off her debts." Hearing this, Wilfred's father, who was drinking in the room, finished his glass and cursed, calling Wilfred a disgrace before returning to sleep. "How could you let Alea be deceived? Why didn't you call him back?" Reba was now anxious. If Alea really sold his kidney, the Sun family might indeed be childless in the future. She had watched Alea grow up and, hearing this, started scolding out of worry. "We called many times, but he hung up every time, saying he was fine. What should we do, sister?" Wilfred's mother burst into tears, overwhelmed as a simple rural woman dealing with this crisis. "Call the police no matter what." Jovan sighed and stood up. Actually, he felt responsible. If he had let Cedric investigate earlier, they would have exposed Anastasia's true colors sooner. Thinking this, Jovan took out his phone and began calling Cedric. Chapter 113. $1 million reward. "Hey, who is this? Calling me in the middle of the night?" After a few rings, Cedric's voice came through on the other end, somewhat irritable. In the background, one could faintly hear a woman's seductive laughter and heavy metal music. Jovan had never called Cedric before. He had merely saved Juanu's number without ever dialing it. Thus, Cedric didn't recognize Jovan on the caller ID. However, as the largest information broker and occasional enforcer in Qinghai City, anyone who knew this number were either regular customers or referred friends, so Cedric answered the call despite the lack of identification. "It's Jovan." Jovan's reply was brief. "Zhang, Marcel? Is this Chef Xing?" The moment Cedric heard the name, his tone immediately warmed up. "Chef Xing, where have you been these days? I went to Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion several times looking for you but couldn't find you. Not being able to eat your dumplings has left me with loss of appetite lately. I need your help with something and naturally, there will be compensation." Jovan interrupted Cedric, fearing that if he let him continue, Wilfred might already be harmed. Upon hearing Jovan's words, Cedric quickly responded. "Hey, anything for Chef Zhang. Mentioning payment feels too formal. If you could just cook some great dishes for me at Tianhong next time, I'd be more than happy." Jovan wasn't taken aback by Cedric's pleasantries. Dealing with an information broker, especially in such urgent circumstances, meant not stinting on payment. After all, it wasn't the time to be frugal. He thought for a moment and then quoted a price that left Cedric speechless. 500,000 to find someone. "And if you can find them within an hour, I'll add another 500,000 as a bonus." Cedric was stunned when he heard the figure. He chuckled bitterly. "Chef Zhang, are chefs now so rich? 500,000 just to find someone, and double that within an hour? At this price, people would think I'm ripping someone off. Normally, finding someone would cost only about 3 to 5,000 yuan. Someone willing to offer $1 million for such a task was unheard of." Cedric wasn't complaining about the low offer. Rather, he found it too high. Such a high price tag could affect his business if word got out. "This isn't about how much money it is. This person is my best friend, and he's in danger right now. Spread the news as soon as possible, the sooner the better." Jovan's tone turned serious. With Wilfred in a precarious situation, he couldn't afford to waste any more time joking around with Cedric. "Alright, send me the details of the person you're looking for, and I'll get the information out immediately." Hearing Jovan's urgency, Cedric understood and got straight to the point. Jovan provided all of Wilfred's information, even including his ID number. Knowing the channels involved, this would greatly aid in locating Wilfred. "Got it, I'll notify you the moment we find him." Upon receiving the details, Cedric hung up and started making calls, determined that whoever found Wilfred would get the $1 million reward. As Cedric dialed number after number, the seemingly tranquil Qinghai City began to stir. On numerous street barbecue stalls, young hooligans and thugs who received text messages from their phones stopped eating and started searching for a man named Wilfred based on the photos sent via their phones. In dark alleys, gangs preparing for fights scattered after receiving the message. Denny knives wrapped in newspapers and iron pipes littered the ground as both sides dispersed. A $1 million reward notice instantly electrified the entire city's night. After hanging up, Jovan still felt uneasy watching Wilfred's mother crying on the ground, comforted by his own mother. Thinking for a moment, he dialed Adeline's number. Adeline answered almost immediately, as if she had been waiting for Jovan's call. "What do you want from me at this hour?" Her voice carried a hint of surprise, since Jovan rarely initiated calls, especially at such a late hour. "I need your help, can't explain over the phone, come to Qingsuan and pick me up." Jovan wanted to go to Qinghai City himself, but lacked transportation. His tricycle motorcycle wouldn't do. Its headlights were broken, and driving in darkness posed risks. "Meet me at midnight, and you can't explain over the phone?" Hearing this, Adeline, in her bunny pajamas and face mask, paused, her cheeks reddening as if imagining something inappropriate. Hearing her tone, Jovan realized she had misunderstood and hurriedly clarified, "It's really important. A friend of mine is in trouble, and I need to go to Qinghai City, but I don't have a car. Okay, got it. Wait an hour. For some reason, Adeline felt a pang of disappointment. He just needed her as a driver, yet she didn't look that bad, did she? Ignoring Adeline's wandering thoughts, Yovan turned back to Wilfred's mother, who was sobbing on the ground. He consoled her. Brittany, don't cry. I've asked my friend to look for Wilfred, and they'll be here soon to take me to Qinghai City. I promise to bring him back safe and sound tomorrow. Hearing this, Wilfred's mother clung to Jovan's hand, as if holding onto her last hope. Enrique, you grew up with Alea. Please save him. He's our only son. If anything happens to him, I don't know what I'll do. Chapter 114. Can't be snatched. Listening to Wilfred's mother's hoarse and desperate voice, Yovan sighed in his heart. A parent's love for their child knows no bounds, but he kept his expression unchanged, assuring Wilfred's mother repeatedly. Looking at Wilfred's mother's distressed face, Yovan was genuinely afraid she might lose hope at that moment. At this point, giving her hope was the most crucial thing. So he continuously assured her they would find Wilfred. After listening to Jovan's promises and being comforted by Reba, Wilfred's mother calmed down a bit. She just sat there sobbing aimlessly, as if her entire world had crumbled. Seeing Wilfred's mother like this, Yovan could only sigh helplessly. He didn't have any better solutions right now. Only Wilfred could truly comfort her. Without bringing him back, no one could soothe her pain. Feeling the atmosphere in the yard was too oppressive, Yovan walked out. With his mother comforting Wilfred's mother, things should be fine. After pondering, Yovan headed toward the village entrance. It was around 10 o'clock at night, and the village roads were deserted. However, the moonlight was exceptionally bright, illuminating everything clearly. At the village entrance, Dermot's small store was still open, brightly lit, though the goods outside had all been moved inside. Getting closer, Yovan could hear the sounds of mahjong tiles clattering and gamblers shouting. Among them, Zeus's voice was the loudest, audible even through several fields of corn. Leaning against the counter outside Dermot's store, Yovan pulled out his phone and idly browsed through it, mostly checking the items on the Immortal World Taba store. Recently, the Immortal World Taba store seemed to be holding a grand celebration for its 10,000-year anniversary, with substantial discounts on all items. There were also flash sale events for just one immortal coin, though none of the items were particularly valuable. Still, for Yovan, they were quite attractive. For example, the seeds of the reviving herb were about to start a one immortal coin flash sale in 5 minutes. This herb had powerful effects. It could extend the life of someone on the brink of death by 3 days, regardless of the severity of their injuries or illnesses. They would be lively and active during those 3 days, but would inevitably die after that. Yovan had noticed these reviving herb seeds earlier. If bought normally, they would cost 1,500 immortal coins, equal to the price of the colossal spirit fruit. After waiting 5 minutes, at the exact moment the flash sale began, Yovan tapped the grab icon. The phone vibrated, making Yovan excited for a moment. Could his luck finally be good today? But when he saw the message, "Sorry, you did not grab it," he couldn't help feeling disheartened. However, there were many other flash sales ongoing. With some time before Adeline arrived, Yovan continued to wait for more opportunities. An hour later, after unsuccessfully attempting to grab dozens of items, Adeline's red BMW finally arrived. Still focused on his phone, Yovan was trying to grab the last item of the night. Adeline honked a few times, but Yovan remained unmoving. Curious, she got out of the car and approached him, looking puzzled. Didn't Yovan ask her to hurry up earlier? Why was he so engrossed in his phone now? Was there something fun on it? Thinking this, the curious Adeline came over and peered at Jovan's phone. "You're browsing Taobao for flash sales? I didn't think you'd have this hobby." The layout of the Immortal World Taobao store was nearly identical to regular Taobao, except for the main page, so Adeline assumed Yovan was using the ordinary Taobao. Startled by Adeline, Yovan looked up at the imminent flash sale and said irritably, "You scared me half to death. Hey, your attitude is completely different from before, and I haven't even finished helping yet." Adeline retorted, annoyed. "I honked multiple times, and you didn't hear me." Yovan felt a bit guilty after screaming just now, especially since Adeline had come to help him. He didn't know what to say next. Time passed quickly, barely a minute had gone by. Seeing Yovan yield and stay silent, Adeline felt triumphant but teased him by snatching the phone from his hand. "Why would a man play games like flash sales? Let me handle this last one." "Can you do it?" Yovan eyed her skeptically. This was the final flash sale item, and it was the much-needed colossal spirit fruit. If Adeline failed, he still trusted his own speed. How can women admit failure? Adeline huffed, then turned her attention to the item. Colossal spirit fruit? That's an interesting name. She muttered, not thinking much of it. Just as she said that, the flash sale began. She tapped the phone, which vibrated immediately. To prevent her from discovering the secret of his phone, Yovan hurriedly grabbed it back. "Hey, I didn't see the result yet," Adeline complained, unhappy that he had taken the phone away. "Don't bother. I've tried many times and never succeeded." Yovan shook his head. Chapter 115. Black Clinic. To bolster his credibility and make Adeline completely give up on the phone, Yovan deliberately handed the phone to her so she could check if she had indeed succeeded in the flash sale. She did succeed. Adeline stared at the phone with wide eyes, seemingly disbelieving that she could actually get it. Seeing that Adeline's expression was genuine, Yovan took back the phone. Upon seeing the confirmation message on the screen, he froze in place. Really? It worked? Yovan muttered to himself, never expecting that Adeline would casually manage to secure the giant spirit fruit. After all, the green fruit sitting inside his client terminal wasn't fake. Himph. When I personally take charge, a mere flash sale is nothing more than child's play. Adeline snorted, clearly displeased by Jovan's doubt. Yes, it's my mistake. I didn't recognize your abilities. Now, I have urgent matters and need to go to Qinghai City. I'll thank you properly later. Yovan quickly apologized, still astonished that Adeline managed to grab the flash sale item. Thinking about how he tried for dozens of times without even getting close, Yovan felt a pang of envy. Clearly, there was a natural difference between men and women in these kinds of activities. Get in the car. We can talk on the way. Adeline nodded approvingly, clearly enjoying the praise. Yovan opened the rear door and sat down. The car soon started moving toward Shanghai City. On the ride, Yovan studied the green fruit. It looked no different from a regular green apple, and if not for having just retrieved it from the client terminal, he might have doubted whether it was really the giant spirit fruit. Driving at night, Adeline focused on the road ahead. Yovan had already explained the situation, and knowing her limitations, Adeline remained quiet. After playing with the apple-like fruit for a while, Yovan finally couldn't resist and took a bite. The fruit was incredibly sweet, almost melting instantly into warm streams that flowed through his body, enhancing him. Feeling the transformation within his body, Yovan closed his eyes in enjoyment. In a dark clinic in Shanghai City, Wilfred sat restlessly on a long bench, comforted continuously by Joy beside him. Don't worry, Cleo. They use anesthesia, so you won't feel any pain. Once we pay off the high-interest loan, we can run away together to a place where no one knows us and live happily. Joy's soft words and big watery eyes rekindled Wilfred's courage. He couldn't back out. He was a man, and this surgery could earn him 100,000 yuan, double that if both kidneys were sold, enough to clear Joy's debt. Despite feeling nauseous at Wilfred's so-called affectionate gaze, Joy forced a smile to encourage him. In her line of work, each kidney donor brought her a 50,000 yuan commission. This was her 8th mark. In this underworld, victims like Wilfred were called meat chickens, and unlike what Joy had told him, the surgery involved removing both kidneys at once. The clinic's dim and eerie lighting barely illuminated the scattered groups awaiting surgery. Young attractive women accompanying older, ordinary-looking men who kept comforting them. At the entrance, 2 intimidating men guarded the clinic, weapons hidden but ready to prevent escapees. Remy, looks like business has been good lately, including this one brought by Joy. That makes 11 today. One guard, a stout fat man, lit a cigarette for the tall and muscular Denny, smiling contentedly. More surgeries meant more bonuses for them. Well, they've improved after some practice. More meat chickens now. Denny puffed on the cigarette, looking quite pleased. As the boss's brother-in-law, he knew far more about the operation. How about calling Joy and Wanli over tomorrow morning? The fat man leered at Joy and another woman in pink clothes. Joy for 500, Wanli for 300. Rates are doubled if you choose both at once. You know the rules. Denny glanced at the women, bored with them after too many sessions. He strictly followed his brother-in-law's rules to avoid trouble. I know. The fat man rubbed his hands, grinning lecherously. Denny, slightly disgusted by the fat man's look, turned away. Just then, a yellow-haired thug outside the clinic recognized someone inside and compared photos on his phone, finding a striking resemblance. Could this be my lucky break? With this thought, the thug entered the clinic. Chapter 116, Chilean Tint. The punk with yellow hair was named Juanajanshin. His father, likely immersed in cultivation-themed web novels at the time of his birth, bestowed upon him this whimsical name. Throughout his life, Juanajanshin faced countless chuckles due to his peculiar name. More importantly, it starkly contrasted with reality. Not only could he not slay immortals, but even as a mere punk, he wasn't particularly successful. With societal wealth increasing and legal systems becoming more robust, being a punk offered little future or financial prospects. When even the bigger pimps struggled to get by, what hope did lower-level punks like him have? So, Juanajanshin was very poor. So poor that he would consider picking up a fallen bun from the ground to eat it. It was true that nowadays, beggars under overpasses had more promising prospects than them, but Juanajanshin considered himself ambitious. He'd rather starve to death on the street than kneel and beg for food. Patting his growling stomach which had missed dinner, Juanajanshin walked towards the direction of the unlicensed clinic. Hey, what are you doing here? Seeing that Juanajanshin wasn't familiar, the short, fat guy standing guard stepped out, stopping him impatiently. I have a stomachache, and I need medical attention. Juanajanshin held his belly, mimicking pain with remarkable accuracy. This is a private clinic. We don't serve outsiders. The fat guy recited his rehearsed lines. But aren't there still other people inside? Why can't I enter now? Besides, shouldn't a private clinic be fancy like a grand hospital, not hidden in an unfinished building like yours? Hearing the fat guy's words, Juanajanshin grew more convinced that something was amiss. There was a high chance that the person inside was the one from the bounty list. Why are you so chatty? If I said no entry, then it's no entry. Give me 3 counts to leave, or I won't be so polite anymore. Dinich, who had been watching nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Showing off his muscles, he glared at Juanajanshin menacingly, ready to teach him a lesson if he didn't leave. Oh sir, calm down, I'm leaving really. Sensing they were about to act, Juanajanshin quickly waved his hands and fled. A wise man knows when to retreat. Since he had found the target, the knight's bounty was as good as his. The rest could be left to his boss. Glancing at his watch, less than half an hour had passed since receiving the message. Looks like the $1 million reward would soon be his. Heart racing with excitement, he dialed a number on his phone. What? You found him? Where? Yovan, who had been asleep in the backseat of his BMW after consuming the giant spirit fruit, woke up startled by the phone ringing. The first words made him alert. Yes, my subordinate found him. The person you're looking for is in an unlicensed clinic, and it seems like he's in a dire situation. Cedric's voice came through the line. You should gather more people to rescue him, call the police to arrest them, and I'll be right there. Concerned about Wilfred's safety, Yovan responded anxiously. Alright, I'll handle the situation first. The address is at the unfinished building near Blackberry Street. Apart from his mouth, Cedric was also decisive and direct, hanging up without further ado to mobilize the operation. Since Yovan had set his phone to speaker mode, Adeline overheard the location where Wilfred was found. As a native of Shanghai City, she was well acquainted with the abandoned construction site. According to rumors, the developer abandoned the project due to insufficient funds, and no investor had taken over for years, leaving the building derelict. Due to its seclusion, the place had even become infamous for ghost stories a few years back, deterring pedestrians especially at night. Imagining Wilfred trapped there, a strong sense of foreboding gnawed at her heart. Upon learning Wilfred's whereabouts, Jovan paradoxically felt a calm settle over him. He knew that circumstances could be influenced. After consuming the giant spirit fruit and feeling the surging power within him, Jovan became internally strong and enlightened. Inside the unlicensed clinic in the abandoned building, the patient ahead of Wilfred had already entered the operating room. Next in line, Wilfred felt increasingly uneasy. Seeing the hostile faces of the patrolling guards and the door blocked by the men at the entrance, Wilfred began to comprehend the severity of his predicament. At this moment, noticing Wilfred's dawning realization, Joy's smile stiffened, finally giving up the pretense. She turned her head away and ignored Wilfred completely, absorbed in playing on her phone. About 5 minutes later, the patient before Wilfred was carried out on a stretcher. Apparently, a severed artery during surgery led to excessive bleeding, and the patient died. Witnessing this, Wilfred truly awakened in terror. However, it was his turn now. Refusing to enter the operating room, Wilfred shook his head. Tiger Brother, who had been guarding the door, kicked him to the ground violently, rendering him motionless for some time. The chief doctor merely glanced coldly at the prone Wilfred before 2 men lifted him onto the operating table. Tisk, afraid now, huh? Where were you before? Watching Wilfred being dragged into the operating room while struggling, Tiger Brother spat on the ground in disgust. Regardless of the location, a death was a serious matter. With a dead patient in an unlicensed clinic, their monthly bonus was certainly lost, hence Tiger Brother's frustration. Poor Wilfred thus became his venting target, kicked and lying breathless on the ground. By the time he regained consciousness, he was already strapped to the operating table, beneath glaring surgical lights, surrounded by sharp instruments gleaming ominously. Chapter 117. Are you okay? The atmosphere in the operating room was oppressive. The attending surgeon, holding a scalpel as sharp as willow leaves, looked at Wilfred with no trace of emotion, as if he were merely observing livestock awaiting slaughter. The operating table was a rudimentary platform, covered in bloodstains that suggested it hadn't been sterilized in ages. The foul, iron-tainted odor filled the air. Before being laid on the operating table, Wilfred struggled and glanced around the large, empty operating room. Beneath the table, rows of black plastic bags containing various items were stacked. When Wilfred saw the contents of one of the bags, his heart nearly stopped. Inside were various human organs. Some of them still pulsed faintly, likely having been freshly harvested. At this point, Wilfred's body was already beyond his control. His legs and feet were bound to the operating table with coarse black nylon ropes to prevent him from struggling during the procedure, ensuring the kidney would be removed intact. Once the preparations were completed, the doctor offered a twisted smile to Wilfred, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. The anesthetic had already been prepared, an extremely harmful yet cheap variety. As the steel needle punctured Wilfred's arm, the anesthetic began to flow into his veins. Soon, drowsiness washed over him like a tidal wave, making his eyelids feel impossibly heavy. Before long, Wilfred entered a semi-conscious state where he could still perceive his surroundings but could not move. Everything before his eyes became blurry. He thought sarcastically that perhaps he was going to die after all. He felt stupid for falling into this trap so easily. Not only had he lost his family's money, but now he was about to lose a kidney. What difference would it make if he died? Outside the Black Clinic, a crowd of about 200 men armed with iron bars and other weapons gathered. The abandoned building had no streetlights, and the night was pitch black, allowing the goons watching the entrance, Cody and Earl, to remain unaware that the clinic was now surrounded. Boss, we've secured the perimeter. No one will escape. What should we do now? A tall man in black, brandishing an iron bar, approached Cedric with urgency. Despite being thugs, they detested such cruel acts. Under Cedric's leadership, they were transitioning towards security and private detective services, leaving behind their violent past. Organ traffickers were universally despised, having lost all semblance of humanity. We need to call the police first. I fear delays might result in complications. We'll storm in now to save him. Cedric decided firmly. Hey, buddy, can you light me up? A burly man in black approached Cody and Earl, who were dozing off, offering a cigarette. Earl, roused from his slumber, was about to yell but reconsidered upon seeing the man's imposing build. He accepted the cigarette grudgingly, pointing to the sign above the clinic. This is a hospital. No smoking here. Oh, sorry. The burly man suddenly drew out an iron bar and struck Earl squarely on the head. Bang! With a loud crack, Earl collapsed like a limp sack of potatoes. Enraged, Cody, somehow pulling out a cleaver, swung at the burly man. Though muscular himself, Cody knew his chances were better with reinforcements coming soon from inside the clinic. Swearing to personally extract the man's kidneys, Cody slashed wildly. However, the burly man sidestepped, and dozens more armed men emerged from the shadows, surrounding Cody menacingly. Clang! His cleaver clattered to the ground as he stared in disbelief. Inside the operating room, Wilfred felt the cold blade cut into his flesh. Anesthetized and helpless, he couldn't even close his eyes, a profound sense of helplessness creeping over him. Perhaps, he thought, dying this way might be a release. Suddenly, the steel door flew open, followed by shouting and the sounds of scuffling. The surgeon's screams filled the room before everything grew quiet again. Could someone be rescuing him? Wilfred's heart pounded furiously. Due to the angle, he couldn't see who had entered. But since these new arrivals seemed to be fighting the clinic staff, they must be allies. Straining against the pain and grogginess, Wilfred forced his eyes wide open. Familiar voices reached his ears, though the pain from his sliced abdomen made his vision blur. Then, a face appeared directly in his line of sight. Are you okay? It was Jovan, whose familiar face reassured Wilfred in that critical moment. Chapter 118. Descendant's Severing Kick. Looking at Jovan's familiar face, myriad emotions surged in Wilfred's heart. Wilfred felt a bit teary-eyed. He had so much to say, but due to the lingering effects of the anesthesia, he could only move his lips without uttering a word. Don't try to talk right now. I know what happened. You're exhausted. Take some rest first. Jovan said with a smile. Don't worry. I will take revenge for you. Beneath Jovan's smile simmered deep-seated anger. The organ traffickers who attempted to remove Wilfred's kidney and the woman who deceived him were already beaten up by Cedric's men and tied up in a room in this illegal clinic. Hearing Jovan's words, Wilfred tried to speak. Although no sound came out, Jovan guessed he was trying to say, thank you. Sleep for a while. Leave your revenge to me. Jovan patted him before walking out of the operating room. The ambulance and police cars were coming soon, and he needed to vent on behalf of Wilfred before the police arrived. Master Chef, don't worry. We just checked. Your friend only suffered some superficial injuries. Nothing serious. Besides, all the key members of this black clinic have been detained in the medical room outside. Cedric walked over, smiling. Considering both Jovan's generous reward and his ability to cure his anorexia, Cedric had become more obsequious towards him. Let's not be formal. This time, I should be the one thanking you. And here's the bonus. Password 666666. Withdraw the money and thank the brother who found Wilfred for me. Cedric proved reliable. Future collaboration might be possible. So Jovan did not hesitate and handed over the bank card with $1,000,000 yuan. The reward doubled to $1,000,000 because they found Wilfred within an hour. Jovan didn't have that much cash on hand, and it was Adeline who transferred the money to him en route. Haha, Master Chef truly lives up to your name. You're really straightforward. Cedric accepted the card immediately, without checking the balance. Don't you want to check the balance? Jovan asked in surprise as Cedric casually slipped the card into his pocket. Hey, someone with such poor cooking skills must have great character. Cedric gave Jovan a thumbs up. They walked to the medical room where the clinic staff were detained. Inside, it was a mess, various medicines scattered on the floor. Remy, Earl, and the chief doctor crouched on the ground, bruised and battered, holding their heads whimpering. As the main culprits, they suffered the most. Next to them were two nurses and Anastasia, who lured Wilfred there. They sustained minor injuries, but were pale with fear. Upon hearing someone enter, Anastasia looked up and saw Jovan standing at the door, his eyes filled with cold fury. She knew she wouldn't escape punishment from him. Terror overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse on the ground. Struggling to overcome her fear, she crawled over to Jovan, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Big brother, I know I've wronged you. Please, let this slip go. I'll do whatever you ask. Then, she lowered her shirt slightly, exposing her cleavage, thinking it would sway him. Seeing Anastasia's cheap attempts, Jovan felt nothing but disdain for Wilfred. She had a beautiful appearance, but her soul was filthy. Bang! Without hesitation, Jovan kicked Anastasia away, sending her sprawling. Master Chef, nice one. Cedric cheered upon seeing the kick. The police will be here in a few minutes. How should we deal with these people? Descendants severing kick or bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat? Cedric asked. What are these? Jovan was confused by Cedric's jargon. Hee. Descendants severing kick is a unique punishment we created. Our men will kick them in the waist area where the kidneys are located. There won't be visible marks, but in the next year or two, their kidneys will suffer significant damage. Huh, quite ruthless. Jovan couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Hee, old methods from the past. Nowadays, we're law-abiding citizens. Cedric replied earnestly. All right, I believe you. Time is running out, Master Chef. Do you want to hear about bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat? Jovan waved off, indicating he preferred the former method. Use the descendants severing kick. Be quick about it. Cedric instructed his men. As Jovan stepped out, muffled cries echoed from the medical room. ##### Chapter 119. A Denny Night. About 5 minutes later, the wailing of police sirens cut through the quiet night sky, reverberating through this cluster of unfinished buildings. At this moment, the anguished cries from inside the infirmary conveniently ceased. Cedric's right-hand man, a burly black-clad man named Emeric, stepped out from the infirmary, giving Cedric a smile that seemed to say, mission accomplished. Seeing their smooth cooperation, Jovan's eyebrows raised once more. The way they handled things with such proficiency suggested they must have done this sort of thing many times before. Less than a minute later, a squad of armed police Anwars burst in. Upon seeing the police Anwars enter, Cedric and his men quickly crouched down, pulling Jovan along with them. Get down. Hands on your heads. Cedric's actions indeed proved wise. As the door was forcefully kicked open, the Anwars wielding electric batons rushed in swiftly, gaining control of the situation within moments. Since Jovan and the others had already crouched down, the police simply glanced at them and continued advancing inward. In the infirmary, Remy, who had been kicked in the lower back, and his men were now gritting their teeth as they stood up, clutching their waists. Remy continued muttering curses. Today's humiliation would not go unaddressed. He would report everything to his brother-in-law and reclaim his dignity. Suddenly, the infirmary door was violently pushed open. Seeing the unexpected arrival of the police, Remy's face turned pale. His initial plan was a simple act of revenge, but he hadn't expected them to call the cops. If the secrets of this place were uncovered by the police, Remy froze, instinctively reaching for the machete lying on the ground. But his movement sparked a flurry of action, with 4 or 5 electric batons instantly jabbing into his waist. Intense currents jolted through Remy's body, causing him to convulse violently, effectively damaging his kidneys. The others who had managed to stand fared no better, quickly being subdued and knocked unconscious by the Anwars. Who reported the incident? Asked a Willis with a square face, stepping forward. Recognizing the familiar voice, Jovan instinctively looked up. To his surprise, the Willis addressing them was someone he had met before. It was none other than the lead Anwar who had responded to the tiger theft incident involving Chauncey. This time, however, the Anwar sported an additional star on his shoulder badge. It's me. I didn't expect Officer 1 to be leading the team personally. Cedric stood up hastily, waving his hand and smiling obsequiously at the Willis. Oh, you're Donkey Yuinjia? The middle-aged policeman almost made Yovan laugh with his first question. Officer Juan, it's Juanu, Cedric corrected, slightly embarrassed but polite. Close enough. All of you, get in the car for questioning. The Anwar waved his hand. It was late at night, and he wasn't in the mood for lengthy interrogations. Once everyone was at the station, even the most minor details would come to light. However, those who reported the incident received preferential treatment. They weren't jabbed with batons when getting into the cars and mostly rode in the front seats without handcuffs. Meanwhile, Remy and his men were herded like ducks into the back seats of the vehicles, under the watchful eyes of the police. When it was Jovan's turn to stand up and be taken to the police station, the Willis named one noticed him passing by and let out a surprised "hmm." During the infamous 4.21 Tiger incident, Jovan had been the one who called the police. Because of that case, Officer Juan had earned a promotion from Deputy Frederick to Frederick, adding another star to his rank. Thus, Jovan left a deep impression on the Willis. And now, this case, once fully investigated, would likely be a shocking nationwide organ trafficking scandal, exposing a vast criminal network. As the first Anwar to respond, he could add another accomplishment to his record, providing a solid foundation for further advancement in his career. Having encountered Jovan during two significant cases, Frederick I kept an eye on him, but didn't deem it appropriate to ask directly. So he merely voiced a slight "hmm" and said nothing more. However, this brief "hmm" caught the attention of a young Anwar who, upon noticing Jovan's departure, handed him a phone as he got into the vehicle, signaling for him to call home for peace of mind. All phones had been confiscated earlier, and though it might not have much effect, it was a gesture of goodwill from the grassroots level. The screeching sound of the police sirens began to fade away as Jovan watched Wilfred being loaded into an ambulance. Reassured, he started dialing Wilfred's mother's number. It was around 1:30 a.m., but the call connected quickly, clearly indicating that Wilfred's mother had been anxiously waiting for news all night. A parent's love is truly boundless. Jovan sighed internally before composing himself. Brittany, I found Wilfred. He drank a bit too much and is now sleeping it off. On the other end, Jovan heard Wilfred's mother breathe a sigh of relief. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Jovan, I watched you grow up. Thank you so much. From now on, you are a benefactor of our family. Don't mention it, Brittany. It's late. You should rest. We can talk more when I return tomorrow. Concerned about making Wilfred's mother worry further, Jovan kept the conversation brief and hung up, returning the phone to the Anwar driving the car. Thanks a lot. Jovan thanked him and closed his eyes to rest, knowing this night would still drag on a while longer. Chapter 120. Villa. The severity of the incident surpassed not only Jovan's expectations but also Director Juan's. Shortly after the case was reported, its investigation authority was transferred from the police station under Director Juan to the city's criminal investigation department. Therefore, as a whistleblower, what was supposed to be a routine questioning dragged on until the early hours of the morning. By the time Jovan emerged from the police station, red-eyed and yawning, the sky had started to lighten. At that moment, Jovan felt a bit envious of Wilfred, who wasn't seriously hurt and could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep in the hospital. Beep. A sharp honk rang out from outside the police station. Jovan lifted his head dazedly and saw a red BMW parked in front of him. Adeline, with noticeable dark circles under her eyes, leaned out of the lowered window and greeted Jovan listlessly. Get in. I've been waiting for you all night, and I'm absolutely exhausted. Adeline yawned repeatedly, clearly having stayed up all night waiting outside the police station. Seeing this side of Adeline, Jovan felt somewhat moved. Not only did she volunteer to wait for him without complaint, but she also seemed genuinely concerned. Despite their friendship being rather casual, he felt obligated to repay her kindness by helping out at Tianhong Dumpling Building for a week. With these random thoughts, Jovan opened the passenger door and climbed inside. He figured Wilfred was probably still in the hospital, whether awake or asleep. If Wilfred was conscious, he would likely inform his family first, so there was no immediate need to rush over. Should we get breakfast first, or go straight to my house to sleep? Adeline asked once Jovan was seated. She inserted the car key into the ignition and tried starting the engine a few times before asking. Have breakfast first? Wait, go to your house to sleep. Jovan was puzzled. He thought she intended to drive him back to Qingsuan, not expecting to be taken to her home. Meeting her parents this soon? It was both exciting and slightly nerve-wracking. Or what? Driving home will take more than an hour, and I'm exhausted. Do you really want me to drop you off now? Adeline's tone was tinged with displeasure. Did she really come across as terrifying? Her irritation grew seeing Jovan's hesitant reaction. Okay then. Realizing Adeline was upset, Jovan quickly nodded. Reflecting on it, he had never been to her home and wondered what kind of place it might be for such a strong-willed woman. In that case, let's head to my place. For breakfast, we can order takeout once we arrive. It's convenient anyway. Adeline appeared genuinely tired. After receiving Jovan's reply, she slammed her foot down on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. The car, which was actually a modified BMW capable of twice the usual top speed, raced along at breakneck pace. The rapid journey frightened Jovan, whose face turned pale and eyes shut tightly. He truly feared one wrong move from Adeline could end his life prematurely. Fortunately, the roads weren't too busy at that time, and the police station wasn't far from Adeline's home, given that Qinghai City wasn't a large metropolis. After running through 3 red lights and driving at high speed for around 10 minutes, they finally reached a lush upscale neighborhood located along a river flowing through Qinghai City. Named Blue Sky Community, it was picturesque and often referred to as an urban oasis. Jovan vaguely recalled that 2 years ago, property prices here were approximately 30,000 yuan per square meter, making it one of the premium residential areas in the city. The community had excellent security and property management. An entrance gate required a pass card for access, preventing unauthorized entry and enhancing safety. Apparently, the guards recognized Adeline's car and allowed them entry without checking the pass card. The vehicle drove slowly along the cobblestone roads, winding around several times before stopping in front of a small villa of about 500 square meters. These were individual detached villas, each worth roughly 15 million yuan based on local property prices, with limited availability on the market. Do you live alone in this house? Isn't it a bit too spacious? Yovan remarked, looking at the two-story villa that felt vast and somewhat empty due to its size. It's just me living here. Do you find it too spacious? Adeline tossed the car keys onto a table, grabbed 2 pairs of slippers from the foyer, one for herself and one for Yovan, and continued, I've already ordered takeout. The security guard will help deliver it. I'm going to bed. If you're hungry, help yourself but don't wake me. With that, Adeline ascended to the upper floor. Left standing there, utterly exhausted but unable to sleep until the food arrived, Yovan felt helpless. Unsure where he should sleep, he noticed a sofa in the living room that was even larger than his own bed. Given how overwhelmingly sleepy he was, any place to rest was perfect. Wearing women's slippers one size smaller than his feet, he awkwardly made his way to the sofa and sprawled out fully. Undoubtedly, Adeline's sofa felt like lying on soft velvet, plush and fragrant. Yovan yawned again and quickly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 121. Mountain Rain. Yovan slept deeply, so deep that he didn't even hear the security guard's doorbell outside. It was probably because he was too exhausted from yesterday, not only physically but also mentally from worrying about Allison's safety. Or it might have been due to the extremely comfortable sofa. When he woke up, the sunset had already turned orange. Ugh. Yovan slowly sat up from the sofa, still a little groggy. From the angle and color of the sunlight, he could tell it was probably quite late. He reached into his pocket for his phone to check the time, but found it unexpectedly turned off. Yovan remembered it was fully charged last night. Perhaps his phone's battery had started aging, causing rapid power drain while in standby. Shaking his head, Yovan got off the sofa and began walking around Adeline's villa living room. Feeling hungry, he wanted to find something to eat. Soon, he found a single-door refrigerator, but upon opening it, he saw it was completely empty. His stomach growled loudly as Yovan felt hungrier. He thought of checking the kitchen. However, except for the circular hall, there were no other rooms on the first floor, let alone a kitchen. Was it on the second floor? Yovan raised his head, looking at the second floor where Adeline went to sleep. He saw several rooms there. If the villa had a kitchen, it would be on the second floor. The staircase was an elegant spiral wooden one, adorned with carvings Yovan couldn't understand, giving it an intimidating yet beautiful appearance. Walking up the spiral stairs, Yovan glanced at the carvings, finding them less appealing than the window decorations at home. He couldn't quite comprehend the taste of the wealthy. Creak. Just as Yovan was about to reach the second floor, the front door downstairs opened suddenly. Yovan, you really slept like a log. I left my takeout outside the door this morning, and it's nearly spoiled. Adeline walked in holding a takeaway box, complaining as she saw Yovan on the stairs. Speak of the devil. Seeing the plastic bag in Adeline's hand, Jovan's eyes lit up. This was just what he needed. He quickly descended the stairs, took the takeaway from Adeline, and placed it on the table. 2 steamed buns with crab roe filling and 2 bowls of sweet soy milk were inside. Without bothering with chopsticks, Yovan grabbed them and slurped up the soy milk, leaving Adeline speechless. Since Adeline had woken up early and already eaten, watching Yovan savor his food was almost enjoyable. Oh right, did you see today's headline news in Shanghai City? Adeline suddenly remembered and pulled out her pink iPhone, showing it to Yovan. Huh? What headline? With his mouth full of bowsy, Yovan glanced at the time, 5:10 p.m., and then looked down at the red banner on the phone screen. A large-scale pufferfish poisoning incident occurred in Shanghai City's seafood market, and it was discovered that part of the head chef's culinary certification was forged. Yovan was momentarily stunned. Pufferfish is known for its delicious, but highly toxic flesh. While pufferfish can be safe if properly prepared, if handled incorrectly by an inexperienced chef, the poison can be deadly. Due to the high mortality rate, pufferfish were banned for years, causing thousands of deaths annually. A culinary genius in China later researched pufferfish toxicity extensively, validating scientific methods for detoxification, which led to pufferfish dishes achieving significant acclaim in competitions. Following this, detailed regulations were set for consuming pufferfish, including mandatory qualifications for chefs who handle them. Clearly, the chef mentioned in the news lacked proper certification, leading to widespread poisoning. Seeing Yovan finish reading, Adeline sighed worriedly. According to the latest information, nearly 60 victims have been affected, and 8 have already passed away before reaching a hospital. So severe? Yovan stuffed the last bun into his mouth, realizing that double-digit casualties in peacetime constitute a national shock, especially concerning food safety issues everyone cares about. I'm worried about the aftermath, said Adeline, thinking ahead. Though competitors might be rivals, many restaurants collectively draw greater customer interest. A storm is brewing, Yovan nodded, knowing severe food safety issues would cause a significant impact, not just in terms of personnel accountability but also for local eateries and the food industry in Shanghai City. Not brewing, Adeline corrected him, her face grim. The storm has already arrived. Chapter 122. A taste of Juanf. Regardless of the situation, the poisoning incident was still brewing and hadn't reached its peak yet. After consoling Adeline a few moments, Yovan borrowed her phone to call Wilfred's mother. On the call, Wilfred's mom said he had already returned home, which reassured Yovan and alleviated his urgency to return. The divine ginseng seed that had produced the golden ingot was still buried in Green Mountain Valley. Currently, Yovan owed Adeline 1 million yuan, although she kept insisting there was no need to pay it back. However, after the significant help she provided him last night, not paying would be disrespectful. Therefore, selling the gold ingot and converting it into cash became a priority. The channel offered by Adeline would fetch 90% of the market price for gold, but such a large ingot might attract attention and possibly make local news. After all, a 20-kilogram gold ingot is quite newsworthy. Cedric's network offered 80% of the market price and melted down the ingot before recasting it for resale on the black market in smaller chunks, ensuring zero risk and untraceability. Considering this, Yovan first recharged his phone and dialed Cedric's number from his contacts. Ring ring. After 2 rings, the call connected. Hello, what does Divine Chef want? Cedric's voice sounded slightly sleepy. There's something, but it can't be discussed over the phone. Let's meet at Tianheng Dumpling House tomorrow. Yovan thought showing the ingot in person would be more convincing. Otherwise, nobody would believe he had such a massive ingot just by words. Okay, I'll be at Tianheng Dumpling House promptly at 3 tomorrow afternoon. Cedric seemed to perk up upon hearing Jovan's proposal, realizing this was likely another grand gesture following last night's event. Yeah, see you at Tianheng Dumpling House tomorrow. Yovan nodded and hung up. Adeline, observing Yovan on the call, assumed it related to last night's events and didn't press further. Going home tonight? Adeline picked up the leftover soy milk and began drinking it, feeling somewhat hungry seeing how much Yovan enjoyed his meal. Yeah, I guess. No more buses now, so I'll need your help. Yovan needed to ask Wilfred some details and check on his mother, though her leg had healed. Old habits die hard. Sure, no problem. Adeline finished the soy milk in one go, feeling more like Jovan's personal chauffeur these days. As they got into the car, Adeline brought up an urgent matter, buying a car. Buy a car. Taken aback by the suggestion, Yovan agreed that having a car would indeed be convenient for future trips to Qinghai City. Yes, don't you think you should buy a car? Our dumpling house is booming, even running low on garlic. And if you have other vegetables, we can use them as fillings. What kind of car do you think would be good? Sitting in the passenger seat, Yovan felt owning a car would be great, especially for traveling with his now recovered mother. Well, BMW offers high value for money but isn't very comfortable. Mercedes is comfy but more suited to older, composed gentlemen. Audi is similar, while Ferrari is too pricey. Cough, you seem to misunderstand, Yovan chuckled awkwardly. I'm not thinking of those types. What then? Maybe a Volkswagen or Skoda. They're fine options. A car reflects one's status, and you certainly can afford a better one. No, you really misunderstood. Yovan waved his hands. I was thinking of a Wuling Hongguang minivan, plenty of space. Adeline. After a few awkward minutes, Adeline sighed, realizing her efforts were wasted. Aren't you missing out on how amazing Wuling Hongguang is? Even the legendary Autumn Hill racing god couldn't catch it. Yovan continued without noticing Adeline's growing irritation. Out. Adeline couldn't hold back any longer. Okay. Yovan stepped out quietly, believing only a man's true romance lies within the Wuling Hongguang. In silence, Han Xia drove to the entrance of Qingsuan village, opening the passenger door and pushing Yovan out. Thud. His phone was thrown out next, which he caught clumsily. Remember to come to the store tomorrow? Her voice echoed through the car, followed by a trail of dust as her red BMW drove away. Back home, Amos greeted him with a snort of welcome. Back already, Jiong? Rebecca emerged from the house, wielding a feather duster. The cobwebs must have met their demise. Yes, did Wilfred return? Yovan felt relaxed in the familiar environment, finding comfort despite its simplicity compared to Adeline's cold villa. To sum it up, his home had a taste of life. Chapter 123, Trouble Strikes Again. The essence of a home is something quite intangible, difficult to define, but undeniably real. If forced to describe it, Yovan would say it's the clucking of the old hen, the munching sounds of Quentin, and the sweeping of dust and spider webs by his mother with a feather duster. Adeline's villa was large and expensive, but if Yovan were asked to live there, he definitely wouldn't go. Maybe deep down, I'm just a simple farmer. He shook his head, thinking to himself with a self-deprecating smile. Are you daydreaming? Don't you see how tired your mother is? Come help now. His mother's voice thundered from inside the house. Coming. Yovan responded, grabbing a mop from the yard and heading inside. That evening, after cooking dinner and eating with his mother, Yovan visited Wilfred's home. Unlike usual, only one light was on in Wilfred's house, casting a dim glow. The big black dog didn't rush out as it usually did when the gate opened, probably locked up in the chicken coop. Inside, everything was eerily quiet. In the courtyard, Yovan saw Wilfred sitting with his head down, looking dejected. Across from him sat his parents, their expressions stern. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Yovan decided to leave and return another day. Unfortunately, Wilfred's mother had already noticed him. Ah, Yovan, you're here. Come in, have a seat. I haven't thanked you yet. She greeted with a smile that seemed less severe than moments before. Thanks for having me, Brittany. I just wanted to check in. Yovan entered and sat beside Wilfred. Yovan, you're here. Wilfred's father looked up, his face showing a hint of genuine kindness. Yeah, Brantley, don't be so worried. Alea isn't a kid anymore. Although what he did might not be right, he can make his own decisions, Yovan reassured, picking up on the look Wilfred gave him. True, we understand that. But the dowry money saved for Alea is gone. Without it, especially in our village, who will want an older man like him? Wilfred's father sighed heavily, voicing his true concern. Outside, hearing this, Wilfred's mother sighed as well, and Wilfred lowered his head even further. Yovan finally understood why the mood was so somber. In rural areas, the dowry was indispensable for marriage, a tradition deeply rooted despite some reduction due to economic improvements. Poorer regions often demanded higher dowries, sometimes leading families to sell daughters to ensure they could marry off their sons. Thus, Wilfred's father's worry was valid. Listening to him, Yovan also sighed. Wilfred's family had always been kind to him. He felt an urge to simply hand over 15,000 yuan, but he feared this might backfire. How to offer the money without making things worse is a serious issue, Yovan mused. Brantley, money can be earned slowly. What matters is Alea's well-being, Yovan comforted, nudging Wilfred's leg. Why are you looking so down? Though I could give you money, I fear Alea might lose hope. Money won't save him if he can't move past this. Brother Jiong, I'm fine. Just feeling a bit frustrated, Wilfred said, forcing a smile though his eyes betrayed lingering pain. Alright, I'll find you a job in the city tomorrow to get some training. Your personality might not suit farming life. Yovan wasn't entirely sure Alea was truly okay, but he planned to find him work at Tianheng Dumpling House for experience. Yovan, you've been a true friend. It's Alea's good fortune. Wilfred's mother smiled genuinely, appreciating Jovan's efforts for her son's future. Don't mention it. You've always been kind to me. Alea will be taken care of, Yovan assured, preparing to discuss Alea's employment with Adeline the next day. Returning home, he found his mother already asleep, exhausted from cleaning. Quentin hadn't yet slept but lay dozing in the yard. Seeing Yovan return, it resumed its nap. Indeed, since getting Quentin, no village dog dared come within 500 meters of Jovan's home, and mosquitoes seemed to avoid them entirely during summer. Quentin was indeed indispensable for home protection. After washing up with well water, Yovan went to bed. The night passed uneventfully. Yovan woke to the aroma of porridge. Opening his eyes, he saw the pot bubbling with steam. Just as he got up to eat, his phone rang. He quickly answered, and Adeline's anxious voice came through. Yovan, something happened at the dumpling house again. Hashtag chapter 124, culinary certification. Something happened? What is it? Upon hearing Adeline's words, Yovan snapped out of his daze and hurriedly asked. Faint memories of the previous fugu poisoning incident resurfaced in his mind. After all, he now owned 20% of Tianheng Dumpling House. He couldn't just sit by and do nothing. It's still because of that fugu poisoning incident. I'll fill you in on the details when you get here. On the other end of the phone, the sound of a car engine starting could be heard. It seemed that Adeline was preparing to drive over to pick him up. All right, wait for me at home, all clean and tidy. Driving isn't convenient for talking right now, so I'll hang up first. After saying this, Adeline hung up. Because Yovan had been using speakerphone, only when he ended the call did he notice that his mother was standing beside him, looking at him with piercing eyes. Wait for her at home, all clean and tidy? Melinda repeated Adeline's words, a teasing smile playing on her lips as if she was saying, you claim there's nothing between you two. But those words came right out. Not really, Krista. When did you come in? Yovan said somewhat embarrassedly, you probably only heard the last part. Adeline really called me for. Don't worry, I understand. I totally get it. Melinda waved her hand to interrupt him and then walked out the door, muttering under her breath. It's quite inconvenient at home, but hotels in the city are pretty expensive. When will I be able to hold a grandchild? Thanks to the giant spirit fruit, Jovan's hearing had improved greatly. Every word his mother said reached his ears, making his face twitch involuntarily. After having congee for breakfast, Yovan squatted by the door waiting for Adeline. Amos also sat beside him in a similar pose, attracting several admiring glances from passing female donkeys. Of course, Amos paid no heed to them. After playing on his phone for a while, browsing the Immortal Realm Taba, Yovan was drooling over a 2-transformation golden pill worth 3,000 immortal coins. If he took this pill, it would grant him the effect of copper skin and iron bones. Apart from large caliber bullets, most handguns wouldn't do more than a light drizzle against him. Coupled with his immense strength, this would at least ensure his safety in any confrontation with Changda Company. Beep. Just as Yovan was engrossed in Taba, a honking sound rang by his ear. Adeline had driven her red BMW straight to his doorstep. Feeling slightly guilty, Yovan glanced back at the house. His mother was in the kitchen washing dishes and hadn't noticed the red BMW or Adeline sitting inside. He quickly opened the passenger door and urged Adeline to start driving. I'm not even anxious yet, but you're already urging me. Clearly, Adeline was indeed worried. Blisters were forming on her lips from stress, but seeing Dover calmed her down a bit. You mentioned something happening on the phone. What exactly is going on? Yovan changed the subject. He didn't know how to explain the historical issue, that he was pushing her to leave quickly because he feared his mother discovering that Adeline might be his suspected benefactor. Jovan's tactic worked. After listening to him, Adeline gave some somber statistics. From yesterday to today, there have been over 60 cases of poisoning, and the death toll has already reached 43. Hearing this, Yovan fell silent for a long moment. 43 lives might seem insignificant in numbers, but if you imagine 43 people standing before you, including your loved ones, you'd realize how devastating it truly was. The silence in the car lasted for a few minutes before Adeline broke it. Due to the severe impact of this incident, it has escalated from food poisoning to a public order and societal stability event. According to my grandfather, the Provincial Public Security Department has listed this as a typical case of food safety. Her tone wasn't optimistic, and she seemed hesitant to continue. And then, although Yovan didn't fully understand, he sensed the gravity of what Adeline was saying. He was curious about the specific effects on the dumpling house. Officially, since our dumpling house meets the highest fire and safety standards, we won't have many problems. However, there's one significant challenge we need to address. Adeline spoke with pride when mentioning her restaurant. She had built it based on her ideals for the diners, putting profit third. That was why her place stood firm in this crisis. Without needing to ask, Adeline continued. The root cause of this incident lies with the head chef of the seafood city, who lacked skill. Under the guidance of the Culinary Association, only 3 certified culinary certificates will be issued to restaurants in Haitian City. Adeline frowned as she got to the crux of the problem. Only 3 culinary certificates? Yovan quickly grasped the core issue. There were thousands of restaurants of all sizes in Qinghai City, and perhaps hundreds that could rival Tianheng Dumpling House. With only 3 certificates, the competition would be fierce. If they could obtain the Culinary Association certification, it would be like hanging a gold plaque in their store, a testament to their culinary skills and a massive draw for customers. If managed well, gaining this certification could turn the restaurant into one of the top establishments in Qinghai City. So, what's the process for obtaining the culinary certification? Yovan became interested. If Tianheng Dumpling House failed to secure this certificate, being a well-known restaurant in Qinghai City, they might face skepticism and a sharp decline in business, possibly leading to closure due to poor management. This time, there's only one way to earn the culinary certificate. Adeline paused for a moment and then continued. You must place among the top 3 in the Qinghai culinary competition, which the Culinary Association will host in a week. Chapter 125, a formality. There's going to be a culinary competition in a week, and only those who secure a top 3 ranking can receive the certificate? Yovan was momentarily taken aback after listening to Adeline's explanation. It wasn't hard to imagine that this food contest would see a record-breaking number of participating restaurants and eateries. The chefs entering the competition would also likely exceed everyone's expectations. This time, the certification being issued by the Culinary Association was akin to the top 3 ranks in imperial examinations. The Zhuanggyuan, top rank, Jiayuan, second rank, and Tanhua, third rank. For smaller restaurants, securing this certification would equate to a golden opportunity to elevate their status. For larger establishments, it was a testament to their prowess, allowing them to firmly stand at the pinnacle of Qinghai City's culinary scene. Given the stakes, it was inevitable that restaurants of all sizes would participate. Adeline had clearly anticipated this, which was why she rushed to find Yovan as soon as possible, to prepare ahead and vie for one of the top 3 spots in the upcoming culinary competition. By the time Adeline finished speaking and Yovan had processed her words, they had arrived at the entrance of Tianhong Dumpling Building. Getting out of the car, Yovan immediately understood why Adeline had urgently summoned him. The culinary competition hosted by the association did not have any entry restrictions. Any local restaurant in Qinghai City could enter. However, each restaurant could only send one representative, and if any other individual from the same restaurant was found to have secretly registered or cheated, the establishment would be disqualified. Even with these rules, preliminary estimates suggested over 30,000 chefs would sign up. To prevent talented but less fortunate eateries from being prematurely eliminated, such as 2 strong competitors facing off in the early rounds, the Culinary Association would select some direct entries before the competition began. Of course, there were no free lunches. Gaining a direct entry also came with conditions, and Yovan had an inkling what those might be. Turning his gaze towards Zach, who was enjoying his morning tea inside Tianhong Dumpling Building, Yovan felt more assured. Aaron Hua, our head chef is here. When can we begin the assessment? As soon as she entered, Adeline latched onto Zach's arm and started swaying back and forth. Exine, stop it. You're shaking me apart. Despite his protest, Zach's upturned white beard betrayed his fondness. Hemph, I won't let go until you tell me when the assessment starts. Adeline didn't loosen her grip, but swayed even more vigorously. Knowing Joven's skill level, this visit was purely procedural, hence she wanted to avoid wasting time. All right, let's start now, immediately. Faced with Adeline's insistence, Zach couldn't help but relent, his tone affectionate yet indulgent. At this moment, he noticed Yovan standing unobtrusively beside them. You're the head chef? Recalling Joven's earlier statement about helping a friend and knowing about the defection of Tianhong Dumpling Building's previous chef, Zach hadn't expected Yovan to be the new head chef. Given what he knew of Adeline's character, it wasn't surprising, though still unexpected. Hello, Zach. Yovan greeted promptly, respecting the fair-minded elder deeply. Zach nodded without much else, remembering how Yovan had repeatedly turned down his offer of discipleship, wounding his pride as a renowned chef. Thus, his current stance was one of appreciation but limited interaction, fearing another potential affront to his dignity. The assessment has begun. Yovan, head to the kitchen upstairs and prepare something substantial. Once you pass Aaron Hua's test, we'll be done. Adeline instructed confidently. Compared to the upcoming competition, this was merely a formality. Having tasted Joven's cooking and once attempted to take him as a disciple, Zach already had high regard for Joven's skills. Since it was a simple assessment, Yovan opted for a straightforward dish, cucumber with garlic instead of anything more complex like soup or steamed rice dumplings. He went straight for a cucumber from the kitchen and began preparing it with a cleaver. Both the cucumbers and garlic in the kitchen were sourced by Adeline, so quality wasn't a concern. Thanks to his master-level cooking technique, he knew precisely how to prepare smashed cucumber. Within minutes, Yovan returned with a plate of exquisitely prepared cucumber draped in translucent garlic dressing, a visual delight that made Zach hesitant to break the beautiful presentation. Finally tasting the dish, Zach closed his eyes savoring it. Another breakthrough, and yet another. Opening his eyes abruptly, he stared intently at Yovan. In just a few days, his skills seemed to have advanced again, defying the term genius. To Zach, Yovan was nothing short of a prodigy, an unparalleled talent in the culinary world. Is it good, Aaron Hua? Watching Zach's amazed expression, Adeline felt reassured but asked cautiously. Delicious, Exion. Finding such a skilled chef is truly your luck. Zach glanced meaningfully at Yovan, thinking that if not for verifying Joven's humble background, he would have assumed Yovan came from a line of culinary legends. He's lucky too, having me as such a gracious boss. Adeline smiled widely, unconcerned with modesty. Well then, congratulations on earning a direct entry. Here's the token. Keep it safe and may your dumpling house make it to the top 3. I must be off. Zach devoured the cucumber completely, handed over a silver badge engraved with a number, wiped his mouth, and left. Yovan and Adeline exchanged glances. Regardless, they had passed this necessary formality. Hashtag chapter 126, large pot dish. After Brandt left, he left behind a token representing the recommendation for enrollment, a small silver disc engraved with the words, Qinghai Culinary Association. Yovan examined the disc, which was about 5 centimeters in diameter, then bit it gently. Pure silver. Seeing Joven's puzzled expression, Adeline rolled her eyes and snatched the silver disc from his hand. She carefully placed it in her pocket. If this recommendation were to disappear, they would be in real trouble. At this point, Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant had already become quite bustling. Although it wasn't yet lunchtime, the occupancy rate had already reached 90%. Across the street, Tianyi Dumpling Restaurant, however, was nearly empty, starkly contrasting with the liveliness of Tianhong. It seemed that despite surviving the last competition, Tiani Dumpling Restaurant had been severely weakened and no longer posed a threat to Tianhong. Since it was still early, Yovan felt that as the second in command of Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant, with Adeline holding 80% ownership, leaving immediately might not look good. So, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to go upstairs to the kitchen to show off his cooking skills. Seeing Yovan roll up his sleeves, Adeline quickly followed him upstairs. She hadn't tasted his cooking in a long time and was now extremely hungry. Upstairs in the kitchen, chefs and apprentices were busy working hard. The large stove sizzled as chefs flipped their pans, and apprentices chopped ingredients rhythmically, creating an energetic atmosphere. Because many chefs had been taken away by Patrick during the last competition, most of the current kitchen staff were new hires, many of whom hadn't seen Jovan's performances before. Therefore, when they saw Adeline accompanying Yovan, they paused in their work and began whispering among themselves. The whispers grew louder when Adeline gestured for one of the chefs who had just finished a dish to step aside for Yovan. This chef was a head chef Adeline had recruited from a small restaurant after Jovan's culinary competition. He specialized in Sichuan and Hunan cuisines and was known for his gentle and affable demeanor. After hearing Adeline's whispered instructions, he nodded at Yovan with a smile and moved aside. Yovan returned the smile, slightly embarrassed since there were no other stoves available due to the restaurant's high volume. Thus, he had to take over the spot from the smiling head chef who looked like a laughing Buddha. Perhaps influenced by the fragments of master-level culinary skills in his mind, as soon as he entered the kitchen and smelled the hot oil and saw the dancing flames, Yovan felt an immense comfort wash over him. It was like a traveler returning home after a long absence, or a fish back in water after being out too long, or a flock of geese flying home, familiar and comforting. Smiling, Yovan cleared his mind of distractions, grabbed the iron wok handle, heated the oil, and performed the entire process fluidly, impressing even the skeptical chefs around him. Recalling the master-level culinary skills in his mind, he realized that many dishes only had names without detailed methods, and complex recipes were often half-finished, likely a drawback of having fragmented knowledge. Shaking his head, considering the recent lighter flavors he had enjoyed, Yovan decided to make a heavier, more hearty dish. However, given the many diners at Tianhong, he opted for a large pot dish. He asked an apprentice nearby for the largest wok available. Clang! Two strong men struggled to place the enormous wok next to Yovan. The heavy weight made a loud sound when it hit the ground. Examining the wok, which was over a meter in diameter, Jovan's face twitched. If it weren't for the increased strength from the giant spirit fruit, he probably couldn't have lifted it alone. Ignoring the young chefs watching him coldly, waiting for him to embarrass himself, Yovan didn't bother with the wok on the ground. Instead, he pretended to struggle as he combined several gas stoves together, making exaggerated breathing sounds as if it were difficult. These new chefs were all hired by Adeline. As he held some shares in the restaurant, Yovan wanted to assess their character. Seeing Jovan's efforts, the surrounding young chefs smirked more broadly, openly mocking him. Is this guy, who knows where he popped up, going to be our head chef? Yeah, he probably got the job through connections. Or maybe, he's even being kept by our boss. Regardless, looking at his youthful face, I'm the first to object to him being our head chef. A few chefs who had seen Jovan's previous competitions defended him, but being lower-ranked apprentices and helpers, they dared not speak after being sternly rebuked by senior chefs. Just as Yovan finished arranging the gas stoves and was about to lift the large wok, he deliberately hesitated, creating an impression of someone struggling to maintain dignity while facing doubts. As the whispers grew bolder, Yovan smiled, grasped both handles of the wok, and exerted force. Juenft. Juanka Ari lifting a tripod cauldron. The 40 to 50 kilogram wok was effortlessly raised by Yovan, and the room fell silent instantly. Those who had been mocking him most fiercely now wished they could find a hole to hide in. Satisfied with the effect, Yovan placed the wok on the stoves and twisted the knob with his left hand. A blue flame surged upward with a whoosh. Chapter 127. Accept me as your apprentice. As the blue flames rose, Yovan, brought in by Adeline, seemed to be truly preparing to cook a large pot of vegetables. The other young chefs stared with wide eyes, their mouths agape and unable to close. Although they were astonished by Jovan's strength, being a chef was ultimately about culinary skills. If it was just about brute strength, everyone might as well work on construction sites instead. What really surprised them was that Yovan dared to use a large pot to stir-fry dishes. After all, large pots usually yielded simple flavors, most often seen in school canteens and worker camps. Its advantage was quantity and satiety, but mentioning a large pot dish would never evoke thoughts of fine dining, merely something to stave off hunger. Tianhong Dumpling House, as the largest dumpling house in the area, would surely have an entertaining spectacle if it served ordinary large pot dishes to the guests downstairs. Yovan wasn't oblivious to these concerns. As someone who possessed superhuman strength and master-level cooking skills, he believed that his power could transform even the most mundane into something magical. Even this large pot dish could potentially taste better than those made in smaller pans if cooked thoroughly and evenly. He poured several bowls of cooking oil into the large pot over 3 gas burners. Before the oil heated up, he retrieved the ingredients Adeline had prepared from under the counter. The tofu was genuine tender tofu from Baogong Mountain. It was so delicate that a gentle touch might make water drip from it. Yovan swiftly cut the tofu into small pieces, minced pork into a paste, sliced scallions into sections, and finally chopped the green leaves into scallion greens. Garlic was also minced. Apart from the tofu and pork, the scallions and garlic were grown by Yovan using celestial vegetables bought from the Heavenly Realm Taba store. When he added the minced garlic and scallions to the hot oil, a unique aroma filled the entire kitchen, overshadowing the scents from other dishes. At this moment, the chefs, initially gathering to watch, exchanged glances and obediently returned to their stations, focusing on their tasks while casting admiring glances at Yovan. The visual appeal, fragrance, and taste, all demonstrated by Yovan, far surpassed their own skills. Moreover, Adeline was still watching closely. With the restaurant packed with guests, they couldn't simply stand idly. After frying the scallions in garlic and hot oil, Yovan poured several bottles of purified water into the pot and gently simmered the tofu for a while before removing it and setting it aside. The neatly cubed tofu trembled in the rising heat. The head chef specializing in Sichuan cuisine observed Jovan's ingredients and technique and deduced what he was going to make. Mapo tofu, the Dante murmured to himself, noting that the tofu cubes in the pot were uniformly sized without a single discrepancy. Jovan's knife skills alone already far surpassed him. Even a seasoned helper who specialized only in knife work for decades couldn't achieve such precision in cutting tofu cubes. After some time, Yovan fished out the tofu and found the characteristic Sichuan spice, Sichuan peppercorns, under the stove used by the Dante. He poured a whole small bag of green Sichuan peppercorns directly into the pot, causing the Dante beside him to stare in shock. These green peppercorns, known as tangjiao, had a more intense fragrance and less numbing sensation, making them top-tier seasonings. This small bag of wild tangjiao was harvested annually by the Dante from a tree atop a cliff back home, boasting a flavor far superior to regular tangjiao due to its limited production. Seeing Yovan dump them all in at once, the chef's heart ached sharply. Due to the large pot size, Yovan asked Adeline for a custom iron shovel matching the pot. He then added minced pork and began stir-frying vigorously. Similar to the transformation realm in martial arts, when culinary skills reach a certain level, anything can serve as a spatula. With his immense strength, wielding the heavy iron shovel was effortless. Efficiency was key for large pot dishes, so Jovan's vigorous strokes quickly turned the pork white. He added specially made dobanjiang sauce and tofu, covered the pot, and waited for the mapo tofu to finish cooking. Juantal brother, may I ask your name? The Dante, now solemn, approached Yovan after observing the entire process. Well, Yovan. Yovan responded straightforwardly, having a favorable impression of the Dante. Whom did you learn Sichuan cuisine from? The chef looked puzzled, knowing all famous Dantes by name and technique, but Jovan's powerful yet precise style was unfamiliar. Why does everyone ask me this? Yovan shook his head seriously. Cooking is just my interest and side gig, and I don't intend to apprentice myself right now. He thought the Dante, like old Hua, wanted him to commit fully to culinary arts. No, brother Zhang, you misunderstand. Your skills show masterful touches but lack experience. How can a mere Dante be your teacher? The chef waved his hands and earnestly looked at Yovan. I mean, do you accept apprentices? And how about me? Chapter 128, Young Fool. You look average, but most great chefs look this way. Don't be too disheartened. Looking at the Sichuan cuisine head chef who resembled a laughing Buddha both in appearance and demeanor, Yovan shook his head and suddenly remembered a classic line from one of Vance's skits, face red and neck thick. Either a great chef or a butcher. After hearing Jovan's words, several black lines appeared above the Dante's head as he replied with a bitter smile, Brother Zhang, let me be straightforward. Your culinary skills are superb. I wonder if I could become your disciple. At these words, the surrounding young chefs, who were listening to their conversation while cooking, all paused in shock. Some accidentally burnt the food in their pots, others got splashed by hot oil, causing a scene of frantic confusion. Become my disciple? Yovan was uncovering the lid of the large iron pot, simmering mapo tofu when he heard the chef's words. He looked at the serious face of the chef, then seemed to realize something and froze. Jovan's culinary skills were directly transmitted from the immortal world Taba shop. While he could easily use them, teaching someone would be impossible for him. It was like asking a child who can speak to write. They likely wouldn't be able to manage it. Of course, if the Dante asked Yovan to teach farming, Yovan would certainly agree without hesitation. After some thought, Yovan shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't have much time now. I need to prepare for the upcoming Gansui City food competition, so I'm not considering taking on disciples at the moment. Alright, I just hope that after the competition, Brother Zhang can exchange culinary knowledge and provide some guidance. Hearing Jovan's words, the Dante nodded somewhat disappointedly. He himself was participating in the Gansui City food competition and understood that preparation before such a major event was crucial. He couldn't afford to distract Yovan, lest boss Adeline hold him accountable. Guidance? Let's just say we'll exchange knowledge if there's time. Yovan casually added cornstarch into the big iron pot, his tone slightly dismissive. Although the Dante's culinary skills might be lacking, his character was good, and they had chatted happily together. If given the chance, Yovan wouldn't mind teaching him. But what made him feel helpless was that he lacked even basic cooking knowledge and could only cook by following the instructions in his mind step by step. He couldn't teach anyone effectively. The Dante, oblivious to Jovan's dismissive tone, excitedly grabbed Jovan's hand and thanked him profusely. Yovan forcibly withdrew his hand, then turned to lift the lid of the iron pot again. Inside, the distinctive red oil color of mapo tofu stirred appetite, sizzling over the gas stove. As the aroma of mapo tofu spread, it wasn't long before not only the second-floor kitchen but also the first-floor dining area filled with guests who smelled the mixture of spices and peppercorns. What is that smell? Cedric had met Yovan today to make a dish, so as soon as Yovan went into the kitchen, he arrived at Tianhong Dumpling Building. His anorexia had worsened recently. A once sturdy man had now become visibly thin and listless. If it weren't for Yovan being close to boss Adeline, Cedric might have wanted to kidnap Yovan to cook exclusively for him. Usually, eating Jovan's dishes kept his appetite for a week, but after that, the lack of appetite returned painfully. Now, the appetizing scent of Sichuan cuisine wafted through the air and entered Cedric's nose, prompting him to think. Does Tianhong Dumpling Building have a chef who can create dishes that stimulate appetite just by their aroma? Or could it be Yovan cooking right now? With growing hunger, Cedric couldn't resist walking toward the second-floor kitchen. Meanwhile, the finished mapo tofu was being served by helper chefs, pouring it carefully into plates and carrying it downstairs. Because Yovan rarely cooked here, and because mapo tofu used relatively inexpensive ingredients, Adeline decided to offer it free to every diner at Tianhong Dumpling Building. Naturally, the moment the mapo tofu was dished out, Adeline took her own plate to enjoy it leisurely in her office, murmuring delighted sounds as she ate, thankfully out of sight of any curious eyes. Yovan also picked up a pair of chopsticks. Since he had prepared the mapo tofu for himself, he got a separate portion and a bowl of rice, ready to find a place to eat quietly. Even smelling the authentic mapo tofu flavor, the Dante couldn't resist swallowing several times. Every competent chef is a seasoned food lover, driven by an insatiable pursuit of delicious food, which kept them standing beside stoves year after year. So, no sooner had the mapo tofu come out, the Dante eagerly placed a piece of the tender, savory tofu in his mouth. As the spicy and fragrant flavors exploded in his mouth, a familiar hometown taste left him speechless. In front of his incredulous apprentice, the usually smiling Buddha-like chef had tears welling in his eyes. Just then, Yovan was about to take his plate of mapo tofu to Adeline's office for enjoyment, when someone rushed in from the kitchen door, colliding with him. "Oh no, my mapo tofu!" Yovan exclaimed. "Which young fool walks so carelessly?" came a clear, angry female voice. Chapter 129. Ryan Eileen. Then, Yovan lifted his head. As he saw the girl standing before him, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The girl appeared to be about 18 or 19 years old with a short, neat haircut that made her look like a cute boy. At this moment, she was wiping the sauce of the mapo tofu off her clothes while looking at Yovan with angry eyes. From what she had said earlier, it was clear that this girl wasn't easy to get along with. Her fiery temper suited her name. She really was like a little chili pepper. "It's you who bumped into me first." Faced with the blazing gaze of Ryan Eileen, Yovan was not in the least afraid. In fact, he should have demanded compensation from her, since it was her rush and clumsiness that caused his mapo tofu to land on the floor. "How can you be like this? It was clearly you who bumped into me first." Looking at Yovan, who showed no sign of gentlemanly manners, her eyes widened in surprise, as if she could not believe such a person existed. "If you hadn't rushed in so hurriedly, there would have been no way for me to bump into you first." Yovan squatted down to pick up the broken pieces of the plate. He planned to make another serving of mapo tofu. As for this unreasonable Ryan Eileen, people around were already casting curious glances. Yovan did not plan to bicker like a shrew. However, just as Yovan picked up all the broken pieces and prepared to leave, Ryan Eileen grabbed his arm. "No, you can't go. You've stained my clothes, so you have to compensate me." Actually, Ryan Eileen had never thought of making Yovan compensate her, but as Yovan was about to leave, the idea occurred to her suddenly as her mind was not yet set. "What? Are you trying to extort me? Let me go." When Jovan's arm was grabbed by Ryan Eileen, who asked for compensation, his face darkened. He didn't expect to encounter an extortionist here today. This beautiful young lady was such a waste. "Never. Either apologize to me today, or compensate me for my clothes, otherwise, I will not let you go." Seeing Jovan's stern expression, Ryan Eileen became angry too. She had never been treated like this by men before. After hearing Ryan Eileen's words, Yovan looked at her amusingly, shook his head and said, "Firstly, I am not at fault in this matter, so I won't apologize. Secondly, I won't give a penny to a fraudster like you." After saying these words, Yovan felt that he had made a good example for society. The red scarf on his chest seemed more vibrant. Upon hearing Jovan's words, Ryan Eileen was so enraged that her chest kept rising and falling sharply. Yet, from Jovan's perspective, Ryan Eileen was indeed very voluptuous, which made him glance at her a few times despite himself. "What are you staring at, pervert?" Staring unashamedly, Yovan made Ryan Eileen's cheeks turn completely red. She knew this man was deliberately teasing her. At this point, arguments would be meaningless. Thinking this way, Ryan Eileen suddenly tightened her grip on Jovan's arm, then turned around and leaned against him to throw him over her shoulder. According to her life experience, violence may not be the best way to solve problems, but it was indeed the fastest and most effective. With the black belt strength in Taekwondo, Ryan Eileen was confident that she could give this man a memorable lesson. Even her coach might fall for this trick unintentionally, not to mention this clueless man in front of her. Yovan was indeed startled by Ryan Eileen's sudden move. He couldn't imagine how explosive the temperament of this Sichuan girl could be. All he did was look at her a few times. Why did things escalate to physical fighting? Facing Ryan Eileen's shoulder throw, Yovan didn't react quickly enough. Soon, Ryan Eileen pulled Jovan's hands in front of her and leaned against him, preparing to toss him out. Bang! Ryan Eileen's back suddenly slammed into Jovan's body, her face revealing a confident smile. If the other party did not respond when she took action, they were done for. Then, using both her waist and arms, Ryan Eileen almost unbelievably found that Yovan behind her was still rooted to the ground without moving. Due to the recoil force, she stumbled backward and ended up being hugged by Yovan from behind. What infuriated Ryan Eileen more was that due to her initial action of pulling Jovan's hand toward her chest, after failing to throw Yovan away, his hand inadvertently landed firmly on her softness. She could even feel those hands pinching inward, quite boldly. "Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean to?" Withdrawing his hand reluctantly from the softness, Yovan looked seriously at the nearly fuming Ryan Eileen. "Ah, I'll fight you to the death." Ryan Eileen, who had never suffered such embarrassment before, exploded, starting to punch and kick at Yovan. However, Yovan didn't give in either. Since it was not his fault and this chaos happened because of Ryan Eileen's fussing, he moved his body backward, tightly grabbed her hand and stopped her from going wild. Winston, someone is bullying me, wah." At this moment, a Jonas came out from the kitchen. Seeing this chef, Ryan Eileen's eyes lit up, and she immediately cried out pitifully as if Yovan had done something terrible to her. This Jonas was none other than the Sichuan cuisine chef who wanted to learn from Yovan, Royce, who was also Ryan Eileen's father. Seeing that Yovan was involved in a standoff with his daughter at the door, he froze, then his eyes turned somewhat disapproving. He knew his daughter's personality well. No one would dare bully her unless they provoked her first, and from their brief interaction, He doubted that a chef capable of cooking delicious dishes would be arrogant and domineering. So, this scene must have been instigated by his daughter. Given so many people watching now, he needed to defuse the situation, especially since their behavior in public was causing a bad impression. Thinking this way, Royce put on a stern face and shouted at Ryan Eileen, "Lydia, have you had enough of this farce? There are so many people watching. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Let go now." Chapter 130. Can it be gold? Julianne? Christine? After hearing the Sichuan cuisine head chef call out the name, Yovan could hardly suppress his laughter. The name suited the girl's fiery personality perfectly. Upon hearing her father's words, Christine looked at him in disbelief. She didn't expect that he would side with a stranger against her, which made her eyes well up. "Don't let go. Are you still my old man? You must be a fake one." After hearing Christine's words, the Sichuan cuisine head chef was also stunned. He too had a short temper and felt an urge to slap his disobedient and rebellious daughter right then and there. However, seeing Christine's pitiful appearance softened his heart. After all, she was his daughter who chose to live with him after his divorce from her mother. Her character developing this way was partly his responsibility. "Yovan, I spoiled my daughter since childhood. Though her temperament is a bit sharp, her nature isn't bad. So many people are gathered around here. Can we just let it go for now?" The Sichuan cuisine head chef spoke with a pleading tone. Looking at the head chef's state, Jovan's heart softened as well. He thought about how his own mother would beg relatives for money on his behalf. Unconsciously, his grip on Christine loosened. In fact, he hadn't suffered any real loss in this matter. It was mainly because of Christine's aggressive attitude that annoyed him. After some thought, Yovan finally said, "This matter ends here. I won't compensate you for your dirty clothes." As Christine's eyebrows raised again, Yovan quickly added, "But I can wash your clothes and return them to you." Christine's eyebrows relaxed after hearing Jovan's words. She couldn't gain any advantage over him either verbally or physically, and now Yovan gave her a chance to back down. Though Christine was fiery-tempered, she wasn't stupid. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped off her jacket and pushed it into Jovan's arms, angrily adding Yovan on WeChat before stomping back into the kitchen. Holding Christine's pink jacket, Yovan sighed, feeling quite unlucky. After this incident, he lost his appetite for mapo tofu and walked towards the dining hall, somewhat depressed. Master Chef, I'm over here." In the hall, Cedric was eating mapo tofu when he saw Yovan come down, waving to greet him. Following the sound, Yovan turned and walked toward where Cedric was sitting. "Come, Master Chef, sit down. I saw you arguing with a girl earlier, so I didn't interrupt." Cedric's gaze made Yovan feel uneasy. If not for knowing Cedric's sexual orientation, Yovan might have lost control and thrown a punch. Sitting opposite Cedric, Yovan noticed that Cedric's subordinates wearing black sunglasses were seated around. They promptly made room for him upon his arrival. Seeing Yovan sit down, Cedric stopped eating and enthusiastically continued talking. "Master Chef, tasting this mapo tofu, I guessed it must be you. Only you can make such delicious food." Saying this, he loudly slurped a mouthful of tofu. "Right, Master Chef, you wanted to discuss something with me today. What's it?" Despite Cedric's flattery, Yovan remained unperturbed but inwardly appreciated it. However, hearing Cedric mention the matter reminded him that he hadn't brought the gold ingot from Qingshan Valley due to the rush this morning. "Cedric, did you drive here today?" After some thought, Yovan asked an odd question. "Yes, I drove here. Is there something you find inconvenient about speaking here?" "Don't worry, my brothers are all here." Cedric patted his chest, thinking Yovan was concerned about safety. "It's not a security issue. The matter I need to discuss can't be done here. We need to go somewhere else." Yovan was worried that if the gold ingot was revealed in front of so many diners at Tianheng Dumpling House, it might cause a sensation, leading to unwanted fame. "I see, no problem. I drove here. But Master Chef," Cedric looked at Yovan pleadingly, "can I have a few more plates of mapo tofu first?" His black-suited subordinates also nodded in agreement. They too wanted more mapo tofu. "Haha, sure." Yovan laughed and nodded. A black Land Rover stopped at the entrance of Qing Village, and Yovan got off. Inside the car, Cedric and his subordinates waited for Yovan to bring the item. Waving goodbye, Yovan walked home. Amos, his dog, was strolling outside, likely digesting after a hearty meal. Upon seeing Yovan, it bounded over excitedly. With the strength Yovan gained from consuming giant spirit fruit, he barely managed to withstand Amos's forceful charge, gaining a new appreciation for the dog's power. No wonder it intimidated tigers like they were mere toys. Krista wasn't home, probably visiting Wilfred. Yovan found a large woven bag for carrying the gold and patted Amos's neck before heading towards Qingshan Valley. It took over an hour for the round trip. By the time Yovan returned with Amos, a large, heavy woven bag rested on Amos's back. Due to its opaque material, the contents weren't visible. At the village entrance, Cedric's Land Rover was still waiting. Walking over with Amos, Yovan unloaded the heavy woven bag onto the ground, making a dull thud. "Wow, this woven bag contains what you wanted to discuss?" Cedric got out of the car and tested the bag's weight. "Let's get it into the car first, then talk." Yovan knew it was better not to reveal wealth publicly. "Why so mysterious?" Feeling the hardness inside the bag, Cedric joked, "This won't be full of gold, will it?" Chapter 131. The sound of an argument. After hearing Cedric's words, Yovan looked at him with a somewhat amused expression. "Do you believe me if I say it's gold?" Cedric, after feeling the weight of the jute bag, naturally did not believe it. So much gold certainly existed, but most of it was stored in bank vaults. For an individual to privately own this much gold was still quite rare. Seeing that Cedric didn't respond, Yovan gestured for him to open the jute bag. They were already inside the vehicle and didn't have to worry about others seeing. "All right, let me open it and see what such a heavy object could be." Cedric nodded and began to untie the rope on the jute bag. As the jute bag was opened, a dazzling golden light revealed the contents to everyone. Looking at the ingot in the jute bag, larger than a human head, Cedric's mouth gaped open in shock. His eyes reflected both astonishment and excitement. This felt just like the difference between having 5 million yuan in a bank card and having a pile of 5 million yuan right in front of you. This divine chef is indeed divine chef. What a different style. Last time, someone was directly offered 1 million for a favor. This time, you've come up with a huge gold ingot like this. Amazing. Cedric looked at the large gold ingot and then at Yovan, who remained unperturbed, speaking half flatteringly and half sincerely. By the way, what happened to that 1 million? I heard you were generous and didn't keep a single penny, distributing all of it as rewards. Yeah, divine chef was generous and I, Cedric, couldn't be stingy either. That 1 million was all rewarded to the person. With the reward, he bought a house in the city and brought his parents over. Now he's living comfortably, Cedric replied with a hint of pride. Buying goodwill was worth every penny. Oh, that's great. Yovan nodded approvingly. When someone helped him significantly, being able to give them sufficient returns made everything complete. At this moment, Cedric was using his teeth to bite into the large gold ingot. While it clearly looked like gold, for something so valuable, a simple check was necessary. Seeing a clear tooth mark left on the ingot, Cedric clicked his tongue. It was undoubtedly genuine 24-karat gold, purer and more precious than 999.9 fine gold. Such a large ingot probably exceeded 5 million in value. Divine Chef wants to sell this gold ingot? I have the channels, but as you know, the price you would get is only 80% of the market rate. The remaining 20%, well, 15% goes for fees, and I can only take 5%. Thinking for a moment, Cedric added, if you wish, I can forego my 5%, so you get 85% of the gold's value. To curry favor with Yovan, Cedric even waived his share, believing Jovan's good will far outweigh the money. I understand your generosity, but doing business needs profit too. Yovan was surprised by Cedric's magnanimity. Since he had received so much help, he wanted to reciprocate. Here's what we'll do. You take 10%, and I'll take 75%. This? How can I accept that? Cedric shook his head. He genuinely wanted to cultivate a relationship with Yovan. Fine, let's leave it like this. I still haven't thanked you for your help last time, and we'll collaborate more in the future. If you insist on this, I might not seek your help again. Yovan was firm. Owing people favors was hard to repay, and he didn't lack money. Where money could settle matters, he preferred not to owe favors. Well, all right. Cedric agreed reluctantly, laughing bitterly. Unlike Yovan, he had a large team to support and needed to consider future collaborations. How could he always work for free? I have some other matters, so I'll go back now. Just transfer the money to my bank account. See you. Seeing Cedric agree, Yovan patted him on the shoulder, left his bank details, and got out of the car. Hey, Divine Chef, take care. You'll receive the money within a week. Cedric called out to Yovan. Yovan waved goodbye. In a week, it would be the food competition, but right now, he just wanted to quietly fish in the Green Hill Valley and earn some celestial coins to spend extravagantly at the Immortal Realm Taba store. His mother hadn't returned home yet, so Yovan called at dawn and headed toward the Green Hill Valley. Accumulating small steps led to 1,000 miles, and water dripping on stone eventually wore it away. So he needed to slowly accumulate celestial coins to exchange for the golden core pill for the second transformation. That evening, Yovan walked home, rather displeased. Even pebbles seemed to obstruct his path, which he kicked away, rolling far off. The harvest wasn't good today. Either the strange fish in the pond had become smarter, or their numbers had decreased. After working hard all day, Yovan managed to catch only 2 strange fish, earning just 100 celestial coins. He couldn't be happy about that. It seemed that going forward, acquiring celestial coins would mainly rely on antiques from Adeline. He wondered how her antique collecting was progressing. Unlike catching strange fish, each antique was worth hundreds of celestial coins, so this was a process that required patience. Yovan thought that if he could collect an exchangeable antique each month, over time, less than a year, he'd be able to exchange for the golden core pill. With this in mind, Yovan arrived home, only to find the house dark. He called out twice, receiving no response, confirming that his mother was truly not home. Just as Yovan wondered where she could be, a sudden burst of loud and harsh arguing voices erupted from Wilfred's direction. Chapter 132, Causing Trouble. The homes of Wilfred and Yovan were not far apart, so the sounds of quarreling were somewhat clear. Yovan could vaguely hear words like, slut, and they were coming from Wilfred's mother. Wilfred's mother had such a mild temper that she wouldn't even step on an ant. How could she be this angry? With this question in mind, Yovan hurriedly walked towards Wilfred's house. It wasn't completely dark yet, and villagers ate dinner early, so when Yovan arrived at Wilfred's home, there was already a circle of onlookers gathered at his doorstep. At that moment, from within the crowd, Wilfred's mother's shouting voice sounded again, cheater! You deceived not only Alea's feelings but also swindled our entire family's savings. Now you have the nerve to return thinking of reconciling with my son? Don't you feel you've harmed us enough? I'll beat you to death. Following Wilfred's mother's words came Winifred's attempt to pull her away, reminding everyone it was a society ruled by law now, and assaulting someone randomly would lead to trouble. Given the current state of Wilfred's mother, Winifred genuinely feared she might seriously injure someone. When Yovan finally squeezed into the crowd and understood the situation clearly, he realized why Wilfred's mother was so furious. Now, Wilfred's mother was red-eyed from anger while Winifred held her back, preventing any harm from happening. In front of Wilfred's mother stood Anastasia, the person who not only swindled money but also planned to sell one of Wilfred's kidneys for profit. Hatred flared upon meeting her nemesis. If anyone else were in her shoes, they might have brought out a spade long ago, given how soft-natured Wilfred's mother was, but even she reached this level of rage. Anastasia knelt on the ground. Just a few days ago, she appeared plump with some charm. Now, she looked gaunt and pale as if she'd come straight out of a detention center. Faced with Wilfred's mother's accusations, Anastasia kept sobbing and banging her head violently on the ground. Brittany, I really had no other choice, so I did those things to Alea in confusion. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Seeing Anastasia in that state, Yovan shook his head, feeling no sympathy. People like her didn't deserve any pity. She probably returned because she knew the Sun family was too gentle to take serious action against her, leading to this scene. Sure enough, though Wilfred's mother remained infuriated, the intensity of her anger lessened. At least, she didn't try to hit Anastasia anymore. Observing Wilfred's slightly calmer mother, Anastasia kept her head low. Her eyes, hidden behind her hair, flashed a hint of success. Tears flowed more abundantly under the irritation of mustard rubbed onto her eyes, and her tone became even more pitiful. Brittany, Alea and I loved each other genuinely. I know I've done many wrong things, and you won't forgive me. I don't beg for your forgiveness either, but the child in my belly is innocent. What child? Wilfred's mother's face changed upon hearing this. She was an honest farmer and couldn't fathom people setting traps for others like this. Upon hearing Anastasia's claim, she softened a little. Is what you said about the child and my son true? Hearing this, Anastasia's triumphant look grew stronger, but she hid it well. She slowly stood up, gently patted her swollen belly, and spoke despairingly. I know you won't forgive me, nor will Alea. After apologizing to you all, I plan to find a well and jump in, taking my child with me. Jovan snorted inwardly. Cedric had informed him of Anastasia's background beforehand. Anastasia's real name was Sayergiu, far from her alias. Originally, she worked at a KTV bar, not a legitimate place, and later became a mistress to an old man after the KTV was shut down. Eventually, caught by the old man's family, she endured a beating. Unsure of how she met Wilfred, knowing their relationship lasted barely 2 months made it suspicious how she could be so pregnant so soon. Moreover, according to Cedric's investigation, Sayergiu dabbled in drugs, connecting her to that illicit clinic and a drug addict named Remy. The cost of maintaining her addiction was astronomical, explaining why she constantly needed money despite having scammed plenty. Watching quietly among the crowd, Jovan wondered what mischief Anastasia intended next. Seeing Anastasia's slightly swollen belly, Wilfred's mother's heart softened. It was hot, and Anastasia had been kneeling since afternoon. Despite hating Anastasia deeply, she couldn't ignore the baby's innocence. With this thought, Wilfred's mother stopped cursing and went to help Anastasia stand. As for Wilfred, he had locked himself inside ever since Anastasia arrived, embarrassed to show his face after the village learned about his misfortune. Watching everything unfold as she had planned, Anastasia struggled to conceal her triumph. When Wilfred's mother helped her up, Anastasia suddenly went berserk, pulling a fruit knife from her bosom and aiming it at her slightly protruding belly. Chapter 133, Insanity. Nobody come any closer. I, Anastasia, declare here and now that if Wilfred doesn't come out today, I will die along with my child. If the creator of the 36 stratagems saw Anastasia so fluidly employ the bitter flesh strategy, he would be so infuriated in his grave that he might rise up just to be driven back into the ground again by sheer exasperation. To Jovan, Anastasia's use of the bitter flesh ploy was riddled with flaws. Any perceptive person could see through her stiff expression and wooden dialogue. It was evident she hadn't even rehearsed beforehand. But Wilfred's mother, who had seen little of the world, began to panic when she saw Anastasia pressing a sharp knife against her abdomen. She quickly tried to calm the visibly distressed Anastasia. The more Wilfred's mother reacted this way, the more Anastasia fell into the trap she had laid out. Indeed, seeing Wilfred's mother's reaction only made Anastasia bolder. With cold determination, she began to slowly cut into her abdomen, a trickle of dark red blood seeping out from the wound. Anastasia didn't feel much pain. Compared to the deep cuts she sometimes inflicted on herself with a razor blade during drug cravings, this barely registered. But Wilfred's mother had never seen anything like this before. Upon witnessing the blood trickling from Anastasia's belly, she screamed and rushed inside, preparing to call out Wilfred. However, before she could turn around, someone grabbed her arm. Brittany, stop right there. There's no need to rush Wilfred out. Jovan understood Anastasia's tactics and stepped forward, stopping Wilfred's mother, who had been about to enter the house to summon her son. Recognizing Jovan, Wilfred's mother calmed down somewhat. Meanwhile, Melinda watched him disapprovingly, having seen him in the crowd but waiting until now to intervene, causing her great worry earlier. Jovan gave his mother a helpless smile before turning his attention back to Anastasia, who was still cutting into her abdomen with the knife. Anastasia knew Jovan, and upon seeing him, fear flickered across her face. However, as she recalled the torment of withdrawal symptoms and the unbearable craving for drugs, that fear melted away, replaced by an almost fearless madness. Jovan seemed unfazed by Anastasia's grotesque expression. He approached her, gently grasping the handle of the knife in her hand. Despite her attempts to resist, Jovan's grip was unyielding, rendering her powerless. Sayergiu, is that your real name? Jovan left the knife where it was, even pressing it deeper into Anastasia's side near her kidneys. I know you want to die. That's fine. Right where you're holding the knife is above your kidney. A single stab followed by 2 twists will do the job, and you can join your doll in death. Sayergiu, disguised as Anastasia, was shocked. The bravado she had felt moments ago melted away like snow under the sun, vanishing rapidly. How did he know her original name? How did he know about the doll in her stomach? These were secrets she guarded jealously, and if her hometown found out what she did, she'd have nowhere to go. Her family would be disgraced. So when Jovan revealed her true identity, all her resolve crumbled. Seeing the dazed Anastasia, Jovan sneered. How could Wilfred possibly meet such a woman, cursed with such misfortune? He recalled a statement. Many women claim they want to settle down with a good man once they grow tired of playing games. But Jovan thought to ask on behalf of men like Wilfred. Why must these jaded women choose them, making them emotional or physical scapegoats? Some fared even worse, finding themselves married for mere months before discovering their partner's infidelity, green-eyed and humiliated. The villagers, overhearing Jovan's words, were also surprised. Anastasia had been deceiving the Sun family all along with her fabricated pregnancy, truly going too far. This is pointless. Let's call the police and get this woman arrested. Yes, Qing village has always been peaceful and honest. This woman has tainted it. Some villagers were enraged, wanting to assault the defenseless Anastasia, but Yovan held them back. Noticing the needle marks on her arms, he knew she was already a fragile shell, easily killed by even a minor blow. While their intentions were good, they couldn't risk killing her. Let's call the police and send her to a rehab center. Cut all ties with her. Yovan pulled out his phone. Sayerju embodied all the worst traits and emotions, lying effortlessly. Many addicts are like this. Drugs destroy their morals and sense of right and wrong. They often lose control of their emotions, leading to compulsive lies. Worse, when they lie, they do so convincingly, showing no signs of dishonesty, a terrifying trait. With the police call made, Anastasia was soon to be taken away. Yovan felt uneasy for Wilfred and dismissed the villagers to avoid further spectacle. After the crowd dispersed, Anastasia finally seemed to regain some awareness. She stared blankly at Yovan, asking, "Did you call the police? Did you call the police?" This woman is insane. Yovan shook his head without answering. As he and Melinda turned to leave, Anastasia suddenly screamed and lunged at Yovan with the fruit knife. Chapter 134. Arranging work. Ah, it's all your fault. I was going to have my way, but now I'll kill you. Anastasia, her hair disheveled and wild like a banshee, lunged at Yovan with a gleaming fruit knife. Caught off guard by her sudden lunacy, Yovan barely managed to twist his body slightly in response, leaving no time for evasion. With a SSSSH, the sharp blade only penetrated 2 to 3 centimeters into Jovan's body before being stopped by his tightly packed muscles. It couldn't advance any further. This might have been partly due to Anastasia's weakened strength from drug use, but more importantly, it was thanks to the giant spirit fruit Yovan had consumed earlier. Unexpectedly, beyond enhancing his immense strength, the fruit also improved his physical constitution. Looking at the knife lodged in his muscle and feeling the sharp pain, a surge of anger rose within Yovan. Without holding back, he slapped Anastasia heavily on the head. The force behind Jovan's slap was formidable. Anastasia didn't even have time to scream before she fainted and collapsed on the ground. Yovan didn't bother checking if she was dead or not. If it weren't for his exceptionally toughened muscles, he could have been severely injured. Moreover, his actions were self-defense, and there were witnesses nearby. Even if he had killed Anastasia, it would have been her own fault. Fortunately, after a moment, Anastasia groaned on the floor, clearly just knocked unconscious by Yovan. As Yovan applied iodine to disinfect the wound, he was surprised to find that the several centimeter deep gash was almost healed, comparable to Aiden's recovery rate. This too was one of the effects of the giant spirit fruit. Actually, thinking about it logically, if someone only grew stronger without improving their basic physical condition, then eventually, when they punched others, their own bones wouldn't be able to withstand the immense power, leading to fractures before even hitting the target. Therefore, it made sense that the giant spirit fruit first improved Jovan's overall physique before boosting his strength. But if the giant spirit fruit, worth 1,500 immortal coins, had such powerful effects, what kind of potent benefits did the 2 transformations golden pill, which cost twice as much, offer? Before long, the sirens of the police cars arrived, responding quickly to the report of an addict attempting to stab someone. After briefly understanding the situation, Anastasia was taken away in the siren-wailing police car. Given the villagers' testimony and the lack of severe injuries, Yovan didn't need to go to the police station for questioning. Once the police took Anastasia away, Yovan looked at Wilfred's house but didn't enter. Wilfred needed peace and quiet right now. Staying in the village longer would likely lead to gossip among the villagers. Yovan planned to change his environment, and fortunately, his position at Tianhong Dumpling House made arranging a job for Wilfred relatively simple. The next day, Yovan woke up early and went to Wilfred's house. Without explaining, he dragged Wilfred out and took him to the Tianhong Dumpling House in Qinghai City. This time, Yovan drove a tricycle motorcycle, with Wilfred and some garlic vegetables riding in the back. The morning air was cool and damp, refreshing Wilfred's face as the wind blew against them. At least, he no longer looked lifeless as he had at home. Though unsure why Yovan was bringing him to Qinghai City so early, Wilfred didn't ask. He trusted Yovan more than himself. Before long, the golden signs of Tianhong Dumpling House appeared in front of Yovan and Wilfred. Yovan parked the tricycle by the side entrance. A security guard ran over, greeted Yovan with a smile, and respectfully drove the tricycle to the designated parking area. Everyone at Tianhong Dumpling House knew about the head chef Yovan who single-handedly saved the restaurant. The security guard, having tasted Jovan's mapo tofu yesterday, admired him deeply. Wilfred knew that Yovan had business dealings with this top-tier Qinghai City restaurant, but he hadn't expected the security guard to greet Yovan so respectfully and obediently park the tricycle. It seemed Yovan held a high status at the dumpling house. Wilfred, unable to figure out the reason, followed Yovan into the restaurant, receiving smiles from the security guards. Though he felt awkward being treated like an esteemed guest, he returned their smiles, growing increasingly curious about Jovan's identity. This curiosity deepened as Yovan walked through the dumpling house, greeted by servers and diners who recognized him. Even the owner of Tianhong Dumpling House might not enjoy such universal admiration. Ignoring Wilfred's puzzled expression, Yovan led him into the kitchen and approached the Sichuanese head chef, Royce. Recognizing Jovan's arrival, Royce paused his work and smiled at him. Yovan returned the smile and pulled Wilfred to Royce, extending 2 fingers with a calm tone. 2 dishes. Which 2 dishes? Are you teaching me how to cook? Royce looked at Yovan, confused. Sort of, but not exactly. Yovan shook his head, pointing at Wilfred. I've brought you an apprentice. Teach him 2 dishes, and I'll teach you 2. Chapter 135. Strange posture. As expected, after hearing Jovan's words, Royce hurriedly nodded in agreement. He then, as if fearing that Yovan might change his mind, immediately pulled Wilfred, who was still unaware of what was happening, to his side. After examining Wilfred's eyes and demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, Royce's face showed satisfaction. He believed that the most important aspect of taking on an apprentice was character, while culinary skills and talent were secondary considerations. Seeing Royce satisfied with Wilfred, Yovan did not say anything further. After patting Wilfred on the shoulder and telling him to work hard, he left the kitchen and headed towards Adeline's office. Although he knew Adeline wouldn't object to his decision to bring in a new staff member, out of respect for her, he felt it was better to inform her. Adeline's office was in the farthest room on the 3rd floor. Jovan arrived at the door, knocked, but received no response from inside. After knocking again without any reply, he took out a key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock, slowly turning it. This key had been specially given to Jovan by Adeline when he became a shareholder. She had said that as the second owner of Ross Dumpling House, how could he not have a key to the office? Hence, she provided him with one. Click. The door opened under the rotation of the key. Jovan entered, intending to leave a note for Adeline and then go back to the kitchen to brief Wilfred. However, as he stepped into the office, he suddenly froze. Adeline was sitting behind her desk, her face flushed, looking somewhat pained. Startled by the opening door, Adeline quickly straightened up, appearing flustered. She distinctly remembered locking the door earlier. When she saw it was Jovan entering, her face flushed even more intensely. Portia, are you alright? Do you have a fever? Your face is so red. Looking at Adeline peeking from behind her desk, Jovan asked anxiously, stepping forward to touch her forehead to check for a fever. Don't come closer. I'm fine. Adeline's voice trembled, her face beet red, her eyes showing a hint of shyness, which made Jovan momentarily pause. Without doubt, at this moment, Adeline exuded a unique charm. Moreover, Jovan caught a whiff of a strange fragrance amidst Adeline's natural scent, which inexplicably stirred his heart. Hearing the firmness in Adeline's voice, Jovan waved his hands. All right, I won't come closer. I came here for something. What is it? Talk later. Please close the door as you leave now. Adeline's voice was even more shaky, and the peculiar fragrance in the air grew stronger. Are you really okay? Jovan felt that Adeline might have a fever. Considering how much she had helped him and their friendship, he couldn't just sit by idly. Thus, while talking, he moved forward, intending to take the sick Adeline to the hospital. Smack! A thick reference book flew towards Jovan, narrowly missing him, followed by Adeline's sharp voice. Didn't I tell you not to come closer? Get out now. Did your period start? You're being so irritable. Seeing the heavy Oxford dictionary on the floor, Jovan shrunk back. Adeline wasn't someone who would act tough. Clearly, she wasn't ill but merely feeling uncomfortable. Thinking for a moment, Jovan still said cautiously, if you have stomach pain, remember to see a doctor and drink some brown sugar water. If you really don't feel well, make sure to get medical attention. Smack. Without replying, Adeline threw a thick Chinese dictionary at him. Okay, I'm leaving. I'll talk to you later. Seeing that Adeline seemed genuinely upset, Jovan didn't stay longer and quickly retreated, closing the door behind him. Outside the door, Jovan didn't go far. He quietly squatted nearby, scrolling through Immortal World Taba store on his phone. Although puzzled by why women tended to be irritable when unwell, he decided to wait outside the office, ready to help if needed. Unbeknownst to Jovan, shortly after he closed the door, a buzzing sound emerged from under Adeline's desk, causing her to collapse completely. Just as Jovan was browsing a high-priced Denny fruit seed on Immortal World Taba store, the door creaked open. Adeline, whose complexion had returned to normal but still slightly flushed, appeared and looked surprised to find Jovan still squatting nearby. Hey, what did you want earlier? Her weak voice brought Jovan back from his shopping spree. However, Jovan didn't notice the unusual tone in her voice. Seeing that Adeline looked better and not in pain anymore, he stood up happily saying, I wanted to tell you that I arranged for my childhood friend Wilfred to join as an apprentice to learn some skills. Adeline had thought it would be something more significant, but it turned out to be a simple matter. She responded almost matter-of-factly, you're the second owner of Ross Dumpling House. Why do you need to tell me about such trivial matters? Jovan scratched his head. True, but I didn't want to place personnel without informing you since my friend isn't someone who shirks responsibility. Adeline replied irritably, after all you've done for me, arranging one person or even 10 wouldn't bother me at all. She then added, alright, enough talk. I need to catch up on sleep. For some reason, Jovan noticed that Adeline's walking posture seemed strangely off. Chapter 136, Scam. Adeline went back to the office for a nap, slamming the door shut as she entered. Jovan scratched his head, unsure why Adeline was in such a foul mood today. But since he had delivered his message, he didn't linger and started walking towards the kitchen. The kitchen was bustling with activity because Tianhong Dumpling House's business had started to pick up. When Jovan reached the kitchen entrance, he saw Wilfred cutting ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic under the guidance of the Sichuan cuisine head chef, Royce. Despite being relatively inexperienced, Wilfred's serious expression showed his dedication. Deciding not to disturb him, Jovan descended to the second floor and walked out of Tianhong Dumpling House. The security guard at the door bowed deeply and helped push out Jovan's electric tricycle before watching him leave. Instead of heading home, Jovan drove toward the city center of Qinghai City. He had been here many times but never really took the time to explore properly. Previously, most of his visits were due to emergencies involving Adeline, and after resolving them, he would immediately return to Qingsuan village, worrying about his bedridden mother. Now that her health had improved and her personality became more cheerful, she had taken over the vegetable garden and planted soybeans, eggplants, cucumbers, and other crops. With the Green Mountain Valley providing resources, Jovan didn't interfere, knowing the elderly always found joy in staying busy. With these thoughts, he headed to the commercial fashion district in Qinghai City. Having studied there for 3 years of high school, he knew the area well. After passing 3 traffic lights, he parked outside a women's clothing store, intending to buy some new clothes for his mother. Due to their past financial struggles, her clothes were old and worn out, some even patched due to rat bites. Feeling somewhat guilty, Jovan realized he no longer lacked money. Just as he got off his tricycle, an elderly man with graying hair suddenly darted out from a corner and, with surprising speed for his age, lay down beneath Jovan's tricycle. Oh my goodness, you broke my leg. Everyone, come look, It's almost fatal. The old man dramatically shouted. Yovan grimaced at the exaggerated performance. What kind of scam is this? Forced scamming? Or awkwardly staged? Fortunately, recent public awareness and media exposure of such scams made the onlookers largely indifferent or cautious, staying far away to avoid trouble. Seeing the old man trying to use public pressure to extort money, Yovan chuckled and calmly said, "What part did I hit? Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." Initially nodding, the old man now shook his head vehemently, unwilling to go. He knew very well he wasn't injured. If he went to the hospital, he'd lose his chance at compensation. If you won't go to the hospital, then I'll leave. Seeing the old man's reaction, Yovan smirked and walked into the clothing store. The old man hesitated, lying next to the tricycle, not believing Yovan would abandon it. As a seasoned scammer, he knew this strategy well. Inside the store, Yovan began browsing through the clothes. The store covered around 500 square meters with a wide variety of styles. Although Yovan wasn't familiar with fashion, the choices made shopping more enjoyable. Each store has sales associates, and this one had 4 or 5. 2 female salespeople, seeing the crowd thinning, watched Yovan pick clothes. "Mimi, I'm playing the game. Why don't you help him?" The taller girl was engrossed in her mobile game, having glanced at Yovan and concluded his low-budget attire meant little purchasing power. She was also mid-game, reluctant to pause. The shorter girl, newer and less experienced, handled customers like Yovan who brought minimal commissions. Yovan yawned as the short-haired saleswoman explained. Knowing he wasn't lacking money, he interrupted her stammering introduction and pointed to all the outfits she had shown. "These and those. I'll take all of them, just pack them up." Stunned, the salesgirl hesitated, but her professionalism kicked in as she gathered the chosen items. Continuing to browse, Yovan thought of his mother and Wilfred's mother, planning to buy them plenty of new clothes now that he could afford it. Chapter 137, Sky High Membership Card. By the time Yovan had swept through 4 large bags of clothes, and the Regina could no longer carry any more, he finally stopped. Meanwhile, the Holly had just finished her game of Honor of Kings. To her annoyance, she had lost in her diamond promotion match. What infuriated her even more was that the customer she initially deemed as having little potential had just swept through over 100 pieces of clothing from the store. It was almost laughable. She still trusted her judgment. This man was dressed head to toe in cheap market goods, with his entire outfit not exceeding 3 digits. How could he possibly afford so many clothes? Moreover, if this man decided to back out and leave all these clothes lying around, it would be quite a task to put everything back, enough to keep her busy for the whole afternoon. The Holly, already upset about losing her game, could no longer hold back and approached Yovan, who was still sweeping through the store. "Excuse me, sir. Do you have our store's membership card? Could you please show your membership card?" The Holly gave the short girl a look, signaling her not to speak. What is a membership card used for? Yovan didn't understand why the Holly suddenly asked this question. He had always paid directly when buying clothes, never needing to present any membership card. "I'm sorry, but one of our store's policies is that customers without a membership card can only select up to 10 items. If you want to buy more clothes, you can apply for a membership card here," the Holly said impatiently, clearly unimpressed by this provincial customer who didn't even know what a membership card was. For someone who was obviously making things difficult and increasing their workload, the Holly felt justified in being firm. Next to her, the shorter girl wanted to say something but kept quiet after glancing at the Holly. "Do you need to show a membership card to buy clothes? And there's a limit? Are there really stores with such requirements?" Yovan was taken aback. He had never encountered a clothing store with purchase limits. Stores usually welcomed business, not push it away. However, he did like the styles in this store. Thinking it might indeed be their policy, Yovan nodded and asked the Holly, "Okay then, how much does it cost to get a membership card?" Hearing Jovan's words, the Holly's satisfaction grew. Without hesitation, she replied, "An ordinary membership card costs 18,888 yuan. A gold card costs 68,888 yuan. Which one would you like?" In truth, this store had no such rule requiring a membership card to make purchases. It was a self-imposed condition by the Holly. Membership cards were usually free. What the Holly mentioned as costing 18,888 yuan was more like a prepaid shopping voucher that offered discounts but could only be used within the store. Ordinary card for 18,888 yuan. Gold card for 68,888 yuan. Hearing the sales associate's answer and seeing her disdainful expression, Yovan sensed something was off. If any store charged such fees, it would go out of business long ago. "Yes." Seeing Yovan hesitate, the Holly became increasingly convinced he was here to cause trouble, likely sent by the competing store across the street to disrupt their operations. Her attitude towards Yovan became even less friendly. Well, since they weren't welcoming him, Yovan figured it was best not to stay where he wasn't appreciated. He wasn't confrontational by nature. Snobs like this were common, and fighting each one would exhaust him. With that thought, Yovan glanced at the Holly and turned to leave. There were plenty of other stores on the pedestrian street, and money in his pocket. He could shop elsewhere. The short sales associate watched Yovan prepare to leave, then looked at the Holly's sour face. Secretly, she felt vindicated. She had seen the peony gold card in this man's pocket, which indicated he had at least $1 million in savings. Chasing away a customer who was willing to spend tens of thousands would likely result in consequences for the Holly, whether she was fired or reprimanded. Seeing the Holly grab Yovan, the short sales associate's heart skipped a beat. Had the Holly realized the customer was wealthy and was trying to make amends? But the next moment calmed her down again. The Holly, looking acidly at Yovan, said harshly, "You picked out so many clothes and now you think you can just walk away? Oh, what do you suggest I do then?" Even the meekest person has their limits. Faced with the Holly's repeated provocations, Yovan felt his temper rising. "You have 2 choices. Either put all the clothes back in their original places, or pay us 500 yuan as compensation for our lost time." The Holly scoffed. To her, Yovan was just a troublemaker hired by a rival store. "And if I choose neither?" Looking at the sharp-tongued Holly, Yovan felt less angry. Getting upset over such short-sightedness wasn't worth it. We'll call the police. The Holly spoke firmly, confident that mentioning the police would scare the man into compliance. Seeing the situation escalating, the short girl panicked. If the Holly called the police, everyone would be implicated. She hurriedly stood between them, trying to mediate. She suggested they would take care of the mess later, urging the Holly not to argue with the customer further. Unexpectedly, the short girl's intervention only made matters worse. Drunka a drop of water on hot oil, the Holly erupted, pointing at Yovan and blurting out, "Is he even a customer? Dressed in market stall junk, trying to act tough here. Just say, if he pulls out 10,000 yuan right now, I'd apologize immediately." Chapter 138, Dismissed. Yovan, hearing the tall sales assistant's words, touched the gold card in his pocket and couldn't help but find it both amusing and pitiful how some people always spread negativity wherever they went. Always nitpicking over insignificant matters. He was rather curious about the expression on this salesperson's face when he showed her the gold card. However, by now the argument had already caught the attention of the store manager, a short-haired middle-aged woman who briskly came over to inquire what had happened. The quick-witted shorter sales assistant stood beside the manager, quickly narrating the events and highlighting the discovery of Jovan's gold card in his pocket. As for the terrible attitude the taller sales assistant had shown towards Yovan, she did not exaggerate, merely stating the facts, yet the manager frowned more deeply as she listened, her gaze growing increasingly displeased towards the taller employee. "Wanda, let me tell you it was like this." The tall sales assistant failed to notice the manager's change in expression, still wearing an air of self-satisfaction as she attempted to recount the incident and emphasize her sharp perceptiveness. "Wan, you be quiet." The manager rudely interrupted her before smiling again and offering Yovan a discount membership card. "Sir, may I know your surname?" "Not at all, my surname is Zhang." Seeing the manager come with such a smile, Yovan didn't say much further but refused to accept the offered membership card, not caring much for the small discount. Seeing Yovan not reach out for the card, the manager showed no embarrassment, naturally withdrawing it and continuing to smile at him. "Apologies for the inconvenience. We will certainly punish the employee responsible. Titus, if there's anything else you need, just let me know. On my authority, I can offer you a 20% discount for this shopping experience." Seeing the manager's obsequious smile and listening to her words, Wan's heart sank. Could she have misjudged this customer? Perhaps this man dressed in street market clothes was actually wealthy, indulging in a peculiar whim? These thoughts erased the self-satisfied look from Wan's face. Imagining if this customer bought everything as intended made her feel worse. "In that case, let me see how you handle such disrespectful employees first." Yovan pointed at Wan, his tone laced with amusement. He knew such internal punishments were often light, usually just a reprimand. Still, Wan's earlier behavior irritated him deeply, so he wanted to make sure she faced consequences too. By now, the surrounding shoppers gathered around like spectators. They, having been in the shop and witnessing Wan's poor treatment of customers, joined in with comments. "He should be fired, this bad apple. If all the sales assistants here are like this, I'll never come back, and I'll tell my friends not to come either." "That's right. We're all human beings. Why treat anyone differently?" Hearing these comments and seeing Jovan's determined gaze, the manager began to sweat. She initially planned to have an internal meeting and withhold Wan's full attendance bonus as punishment, but the customer's dissatisfaction was putting significant pressure on her. "Why? Am I right in assuming you want to protect your employee?" Yovan watched the manager with amusement, then pulled out his gold card. "I assure you, if you handle this to my satisfaction, I will buy every piece of clothing I picked out just now." Seeing Yovan produce the gold card and his confident demeanor, the manager realized her assumptions were correct. Looking at the pale-faced Wan, the gravity of the situation became clear. Moreover, failing to act now would severely damage the store's reputation. A store without a good reputation wouldn't last long. "Wan, submit your resignation letter later, and I'll transfer your salary." The manager, maintaining her cold composure, spoke harshly to the bewildered Wan. "Does this mean you're firing me?" Wan asked, pointing at herself, hardly believing what she heard. "Yes, you are dismissed." The manager's decision solidified, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Himph, firing me so easily." Despite her reluctance to leave a high-commission job, Wan wasn't one to beg. She gave Yovan a venomous glance, memorizing his features, before marching out of the store. "Packing up all those clothes and putting them on my tricycle outside." Satisfied with the manager's handling, Yovan nodded for them to proceed. "Of course, please wait a moment." The manager instructed 2 other assistants to start moving the clothes for Yovan. The clothes were categorized and priced individually. After calculating the total, the neatly folded items were packed into a large plastic bag and placed on Jovan's tricycle outside. "Titus, your order has been loaded onto your tricycle. Your total comes to 38,000 renminbi, with the discount applied, it's 30,400 renminbi. Let's round it off to 30,000 renminbi. Will you be paying by card or cash?" Holding a POS machine, the manager approached Yovan with a smile. "Card." Yovan took out the gold card and swiped it through the machine. After confirming the payment, the manager escorted Yovan to the door. What amused him was finding the old man still lying under his tricycle. Chapter 139 Suggestion. The old man lying under the tricycle was a professional scammer. From his posture under the tricycle's wheels, it was clear that any movement of the vehicle would inevitably cause contact with his body. If Abdur were to move the tricycle, he might indeed run over the old man, making it impossible for him to explain himself no matter how many mouths he had. He would have to compensate quietly. Admittedly, although rural schemes are profound, urban scams can be slick too. Seeing Abdur walk out of the clothing store, the old man's eyes lit up and he began to cry out loudly. "Oh my, what injustice! My leg is broken, and no one cares." Abdur, who had just argued with the tall sales clerk, looked at the crying old man and felt puzzled. Had he not checked his calendar today? Why was he encountering these troublesome matters one after another? After some thought, he directly called Cedric, deciding to meet here instead. Coincidentally, the matter regarding the gold ingot was also nearing its time, and he was quite curious about the value of such a large piece of gold. Cedric's phone was always available. According to him, if someone in their line of work couldn't maintain smooth communication, how could they expect others to trust them as information sellers? If one day his phone was off or unreachable, there could only be two reasons. Either he was dead, or he was dead. However, perhaps it was true that Abdur hadn't checked his fortune that day. Even Cedric's call, which used to be answered instantly, was busy. Abdur waited about 5 minutes, ready to call again when Cedric's call came through. Hey, is this Era? Sorry, I was discussing an important business deal. Cedric's loud voice rang out from the phone, prompting Abdur to quickly hold the phone 20 centimeters away from his ear. I need you for something. For the verbose and talkative Cedric, Abdur always gets straight to the point. What does Era need? As long as it's within Qinghai City, I guarantee I'll arrive within 5 minutes. Hearing Abdur's words, Cedric perked up. The last 2 times Abdur needed him were substantial, so this time wouldn't be far off. Moreover, Abdur had brought him significant benefits both professionally and personally, so Cedric's tone unwittingly carried a hint of sycophancy. I've encountered some trouble. The address is... Abdur gave Cedric the address of the clothing store, then hung up, playing a staring game with the old man. What? Era has run into trouble? On the other end, Cedric hurriedly asked, but Abdur had already hung up, leaving only a beeping sound. F***K. Has the situation deteriorated to this extent? Cedric didn't know what happened, only that Abdur seemed rushed. Thinking it must be serious, he urgently gathered people and sped towards Abdur's location in his minivan. Juantal did Cedric know that Abdur simply found him too chatty and didn't want to talk. A beautiful misunderstanding indeed. Meanwhile, at the clothing store, seeing Abdur make calls, the old man on the ground stopped moaning, sat up, took out his phone, made a call, and began rallying support as well. After finishing his call, the old man glared at Abdur. His son, daughter-in-law, and friends were all in Qinghai City, and when they arrived, they would definitely extort a good amount from this young man. He noticed that the young man had bought tens of thousands of yuan worth of clothes without hesitation. Abdur ignored the old man's phone calls. He just sat in the tricycle driver's seat, not starting it, but taking out his phone to browse Immortal World Taba. If the old man liked lying on the ground, so be it. Abdur was too lazy to argue with him. About 10 minutes later, 4 motorcycles pulled up beside Abdur's tricycle, each loaded with about 4 people, totaling around a dozen surrounding Abdur. Then, as Abdur curiously watched what they would do, a bald, shirtless man, seemingly older, pointed at the old man on the ground and roughly said to Abdur, "You're the little **T who hit my dad?" Abdur glanced up at him, then almost dismissively lowered his head, continuing to browse Immortal World Taba. This was a bustling area, and he didn't want any conflict here. Besides, Cedric's people would arrive soon, and he trusted their professionalism. Angered by Abdur's indifference, before the bald fat man could speak, a youth with dyed green hair started swearing, ready to grab Abdur's neck and demand why he dared act so arrogantly. Gray, don't lose your temper. This is a busy area. The bald fat man stopped Gray. Beneath his pig-like appearance lay a sharp and cautious heart. Hearing the bald fat man's words, Gray hesitated, knowing conflict in a crowded place would get him nowhere. By now, Abdur had finished browsing today's Immortal World Taba recommendations, none of which he could afford, making him slightly irritable. When irritable, he wanted to find a few punching bags to vent. With that thought, Abdur lifted his head, narrowed his eyes at the crowd, and calmly said, "There are too many people here to resolve our issue. How about we chat somewhere else? You pick the spot." Hearing this, the bald fat man chuckled, slapping his head. Who knew the world had so many fools, right in front of him? He had been pondering how to handle Abdur in this crowded place. But now Abdur proposed an irresistible suggestion. Chapter 140, the van. Hee, that's exactly what I thought. Come on, get in the car. At this moment, to the bald fat man, Yovan was nothing but a complete fool. The bald fat man had already decided. He would soon make this fool thoroughly experience the dangers of the world. Of course, the compensation he should give wouldn't just be a single cent less, it would even multiply several times over. Yovan put his phone into his pocket, nodded, and calmly sat on the back of the bald fat man's motorcycle. Then, behind him, 2 more people got on to prevent him from escaping halfway. Although the calm appearance of Yovan made the bald fat man feel a bit odd, the greed in his heart had already overshadowed all reason. At this time, all he wanted was to take Yovan to a secluded place, then force him to reveal everything. The room. These 4 motorcycles came and went quickly. The old man who was lying on the ground earlier was left ignored. He watched as his son, who had ridden off on the motorcycle with Yovan without even looking at him, opened his mouth, cursing at his unfilial child. A crooked top beam makes for crooked bottom beams. This old man did many bad deeds when he was young and continued to do so in his old age. Now meeting such a disobedient son, it could be considered karma coming full circle. Strangely enough, or maybe by coincidence, the 4 motorcycles didn't leave the city. After winding their way around, they actually arrived at the abandoned building in the West District. Yovan was somewhat familiar with this abandoned building. The black clinic where Wilfred was tricked into having his kidney removed was right at the end of this abandoned building. However, this time when he passed by the end of the abandoned building, the black clinic was no longer there. Not only was the main door tightly shut, even the sign on the door frame had been torn down and smashed to pieces. Jovan's actions of looking around while sitting on the motorcycle caught the attention of Juanumo sitting behind him. Such behavior easily made people think he was afraid, giving Juanumo a feeling of great satisfaction. "What? You thought you were brave a moment ago, but now you're scared?" Juanumo said to Yovan with a hint of smugness. "Don't worry, it's rumored that this abandoned building used to be haunted, so no one will come within miles around here. When the time comes, we will properly entertain you." Upon hearing Juanumo's words, the people on the surrounding motorcycles laughed without restraint. It was easy to imagine that this foolish person they encountered today would become a topic of conversation among them for the next few months. Listening to the laughter of the people around him, Yovan smiled. As a result, those around him laughed even harder. This fool really is a fool. If there were passers-by nearby, they might have mistaken them for a group of close-knit brothers enjoying each other's company. Very soon, the motorcycle stopped in the deepest part of the abandoned building, where there was a structure similar to an abandoned factory. Bang! The door of the abandoned factory was kicked open, and without anyone pushing him, Yovan almost couldn't wait to enter the factory himself. Turning around, he looked at the dozen or so people surrounding him and showed a smile on his face. Often, what wears sheep's clothing may not just be a sheep, it could also be a wolf. Back at the pedestrian street clothing store, the old man, who was originally lying on the ground, stood up when Yovan and the others left. Brushing the dust off his pants and muttering a few words, he was ready to leave. But when he saw the large bag of clothes Yovan had left on the tricycle as he stood up, his legs refused to move. Although he didn't understand the price of clothes, he knew the value of the clothes on this tricycle, 30,000 yuan, not a penny less. This time the act of extortion had failed, not only gaining no money, but also lying on the ground for half a day. The old man felt extremely unbalanced. So when he saw the large bag of clothes on the tricycle, he suddenly thought it would be good to take these clothes back and sell them. In any case, his cautious son would probably have to stay in the hospital for 3 to 5 months after falling into the hands of these men. No one wanted these clothes left here, and no one would know if he took them back. Thinking like this, the old man approached the canopy of the motorcycle tricycle and lifted the large bag of clothes onto his back, preparing to slip away quietly. Just then, accompanied by a horn sound, a van parked next to the old man. Cedric jumped out first, followed by 2 more people who surrounded the old man. Cedric recognized Jovan's motorcycle tricycle, and since Yovan was nowhere to be seen now, leaving only the tricycle and this sneaky old man moving the clothes on it, Cedric immediately surrounded the old man. "Tell me, what's going on here?" Cedric stared at the old man with ill intent. He didn't have any thoughts of respecting the elderly. Given how hastily Yovan had called, something must have happened, making Cedric increasingly anxious. They had encountered a traffic jam on the way here, which caused the delay in their arrival. By the time they got there, Yovan was already gone. So if this old man couldn't provide a reasonable explanation today, Cedric would not let him leave intact. "Well, what do you mean by what's going on? Who are you? How is it my business if I'm moving my own clothes?" Clearly experienced in the art of extortion, the old man's psychological fortitude and acting skills were on par with professional actors. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been deceived. What the old man didn't realize was that Cedric recognized Jovan's motorcycle tricycle and that Yovan had specifically called him. Seeing the seemingly wronged and angry expression on the old man's face, Cedric didn't waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, the 3 of them directly sandwiched the old man into the van. Because the 3 people had the old man sandwiched between them and the van was right against the wall forming a dead angle, no one noticed the old man being forced into the van. What are you going to do, in broad daylight?" The old man's mouth was tightly covered, and as he tried to struggle, a sharp object pressed against his back, instantly making him obediently get into the van. The van was widened and lengthened with the seats removed specifically to increase capacity, allowing it to carry more people at once. Seeing 20 people directly getting out of a van would likely intimidate others on the spot. Regardless of whether others reacted this way or not, the old man, who was originally trying to escape, saw the dark mass of people in the van and his face changed instantly. Chapter 141. Shock. 1, 2, 20. By the time the old man counted to 20, his facial expression was indescribable. Including Cedric and the 2 men who had helped him get into the van, there were actually 23 people crammed inside this minibus. "Winston, what are you staring at? Let me ask you one last time. Where's my brother, the owner of the tricycle?" Cedric cracked his knuckles, having already decided that if the old man didn't speak up, he would really have to use force. Beside Cedric, 2 burly men in black glared menacingly at the old man while slowly bending thick steel bars with their hands. The old man trembled, but still held his head high defiantly. "I won't tell you. How could I betray my own son?" "Oh, is that so?" Cedric stared at the old man, and his men understood, surrounding the old man tightly. Half an hour later, a minivan stopped in front of the abandoned factory within the unfinished building complex. Squeak. The van came to a screeching halt. The door opened, and Cedric, followed by his black-clad subordinates, stepped out. The old man was also dragged out, but was in no good shape. Bruised and swollen-faced, he walked oddly, holding his bottom and looking mortified, as if he had suffered the most severe humiliation. "Caden, we're here to save you." As soon as they got out of the van, Cedric shouted loudly, worry and urgency clear on his face. Upon seeing the deliberately damaged gate of the abandoned factory, Juana Yuanji's eyes lit up. He led his men rushing inside. Inside, it was dim due to years of disuse and covered in dust. Cedric's entrance stirred up clouds of dust, making him cough incessantly. However, the deep footprints were clearly visible through the dust. Cedric followed them deeper into the factory. When Cedric rounded an old grain processing machine and saw blood stains on the ground, his face turned grave, and he began jogging. "Caden, please don't be hurt." At this moment, agonized screams kept coming from inside the factory, stimulating Cedric's heart. In his line of work, reputation and trust were paramount. Caden had already called for help earlier. Although traffic had delayed him, the fact remained that Caden had been captured. If something happened to Caden this time, Cedric knew he would be filled with guilt and his existing eating disorder would worsen. So, rescuing Caden was crucial. The structure of the abandoned factory consisted of 2 buildings and a courtyard. The main hall was at the front, followed by a small courtyard, and then a smaller building used for rest or administrative offices. As Cedric entered the courtyard, the screams from the small building grew clearer, leaving him puzzled. It doesn't sound like Caden? Cedric had known Yovan long enough not to confuse his voice. However, Time for puzzlement was over as the door to the small building was right in front of them. Bang! Seeing the door and hearing the cries inside, Cedric hardened his heart and kicked the iron door fiercely. Ow, my foot! Despite his full-strength kick, the iron door barely moved, causing Cedric excruciating pain. Click! A black-clad subordinate stepped forward, easily twisting the iron door open. Boss, there was a lock on the door, the subordinate pointed out bluntly. Get lost. Do you think I didn't know there was a lock? Cedric felt his pride injured, but now wasn't the time for such petty concerns. With the door open, he rushed inside first. Inside, the lighting was poor, making everything look hazy initially. However, when Cedric finally saw the scene, he froze in shock. His subordinates and even the old man, now unconscious on the floor, mirrored his stunned expression. In Cedric's view, the factory looked like it had been through a major brawl. Over a dozen people lay scattered on the ground, mostly bruised and bleeding but still groaning weakly. They all watched the only standing figure like he was some kind of deity or devil. Standing was, of course, Jovan. He looked relaxed, as if he had just enjoyed a series of unmentionable services, all traces of his previous discomfort gone. He exuded a sense of exhilaration. Facing Jovan, the bald, fat man lay motionless on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Unexpectedly, the green-haired man behind the fat man, though knocked down multiple times and losing a few teeth, still tried to stand shakily. Not bad willpower. Jovan patted the green-haired man's shoulder and walked towards Cedric, asking curiously, how did you find this place? Since Cedric started shouting outside the factory, Jovan knew they were there but was too busy loosening up to come out. He was surprised that Cedric could find this secluded spot, indeed proving he was the top informant and private detective in Qinghai City. Jovan listened as Cedric pointed to the old man on the ground, who might have been feigning unconsciousness. I went to the place, but you weren't there. Instead, this old man was stealing your stuff. He wouldn't talk until I applied a bit of pressure. Then, he brought us here. Hearing this, the old man, pretending to be unconscious, felt a sharp, burning sensation rise alongside humiliation, which finally caused him to faint for real. Chapter 142. How could it be you? Trick. Seeing Cedric's mischievous smile, Jovan knew this trick was probably nothing good, but he didn't ask further. The old man had done countless mischief. None of them were seriously evil or villainous, but doing such petty bad things constantly truly made him detestable. Suffering some punishment was justified for him. God chef, you not only cook so deliciously, how can you also be so formidable in combat? Cedric, looking at Jovan with some bloodstains on him and emitting a fierce aura, asked out of curiosity and admiration. If the previous Jovan gave him a sense of reliability and generosity, then now, under the backdrop of those dozen people lying on the ground, Jovan exuded a raw ferocity. Cedric's attitude had changed from merely admiring his abilities to fully acknowledging his prowess both intellectually and physically. Now, in Cedric's mind, Jovan had become the type of person one shouldn't provoke, someone who excelled both in intellect and physical prowess. Although Jovan was currently just in the small pond of Qinghai City, once he left it, he would transform into a dragon upon encountering the right circumstances. Jovan was well aware of Cedric's talkative nature. So, when faced with Cedric's question, he simply nodded and pointed at the group of people lying on the ground. Call an ambulance. Actually, there was no need for Jovan to say anything. Cedric and his men used to be thugs who fought daily before transitioning into intelligence work. Handling such scenes was something they were well versed in. At that moment, one of the black-clothed men had already taken out a phone to call their specially associated small hospital. These small hospitals and clinics had intricate relationships with local thugs, specializing in treating wounds caused by fights to avoid drawing attention if many injured people flooded large hospitals simultaneously. Frankly speaking, these small hospitals and clinics were more efficient than some major hospitals when it came to treating soft tissue injuries and stab wounds. After all, thugs weren't as delicate as regular patients. Straightforward and rough disinfection and bandaging were enough. Seeing Cedric's men handling the aftermath, Jovan didn't stay any longer and turned to leave the factory. The minivan was overcrowded. Looking at the minivan stuffed with 24 people, Jovan's eyes twitched. He looked ahead to check the brand. It was indeed the Wuling Hongguang, favored by car gods. This reinforced his determination either not to buy or to purchase only the Wuling Hongguang. God chef, where are we going now? Cedric's head emerged from the crowd, making space for Jovan, with the people inside forming a human pyramid. Let's go back to the clothing store first. My tricycle is still there. Looking at the relatively spacious area cleared out, Jovan felt that the Wuling Hongguang could accommodate more than 24 people. However, since the topic was vehicles, he asked another question. Cedric, where did you get this minivan? The Qinghai Car Wholesale Market. There's a special place for selling secondhand and new vans. Cedric mentioned a place that sounded impressive. Can cars be sold wholesale? Jovan silently remembered the location name. Just hearing the name, it seemed suitable for someone like him. Yes, why not? It's an amazing place. You'll see when we get there. Despite being squeezed nearly breathless, Cedric wore a strange smile when mentioning the place. Jovan recognized that smile. Back when Wilfred came out of the Red Mansion in Qinghai City, he described the charming young women and comfortable services inside with a similar expression. Of course, Jovan had always kept mum about how Wilfred spent the family's fertilizer money for a night of pleasure. Nonetheless, Wilfred got thrashed upon returning home because he wore perfume, an uncharacteristic move for a man. Recalling the past, Jovan asked again about the Qinghai City wholesale market. Cedric had a mysterious look and wouldn't speak much more, only insisting that Jovan would understand once he went there. The Wuling Hongguang sped fast. As they chatted, the minivan stopped in front of the clothing store. Exiting the vehicle, Jovan found a black-clothed man standing beside his tricycle, the same one Cedric left behind to watch his clothes. After exchanging greetings, the man got back into the van. With a groan indicating its heavy load, the Wuling Hongguang returned with Cedric and his men. To cover the bloodstains on his original clothes, Jovan wore a black suit over them, along with shorts and flip-flops. His quirky yet striking outfit naturally drew numerous curious glances as he rode his motorized tricycle, but the 100 Baifun Hal Huito rate did not affect his calm demeanor in the least. Note, Huito should be replaced with turnaround, or rephrased for better fluency in English. Here's an improved version. To cover the bloodstains on his original clothes, Yovan wore a black suit over them, along with shorts and flip-flops. His quirky yet striking outfit naturally drew numerous curious glances as he rode his motorized tricycle, but the 100% turnaround rate did not affect his calm demeanor in the least. As Yovan leisurely rode out of Qinghai City, a young man suddenly darted out of a nearby alley with a bag in hand. Reacting instinctively, Yovan swerved to avoid a collision. Due to the blind spot between the alley and his tricycle, the man couldn't see the tricycle and could have easily crashed into it. However, Jovan's timely reaction allowed the young man to narrowly escape, even looking up to thank him. "Thank you." Before Yovan finished responding, a female figure emerged from the alley, screaming loudly. "Help! My bag has been stolen. That guy is running." The young man glanced back at the chasing girl and resumed his flight. "He is a thief?" Realizing what happened, Yovan understood that the man was a thief. Before he could get off to chase, the girl, in her haste, crashed straight into Jovan's tricycle. Bang! Ouch, that hurts. With the tricycle shaking violently, Yovan quickly dismounted and approached the girl who lay on the ground, slightly dazed, and asked concernedly, "Are you okay?" "Do you think I'm okay? You fool, why did you park your tricycle right here? Ouch, that really hurts." Speaking in pure Sichuanese, the girl sat up. Then, their gazes met. "How could it be you? How could it be you?" Both exclaimed simultaneously. Chapter 143, Narrow Path, Unfortunate Meeting. Looking at Yovan before her, Lainey's temper flared. She pointed at him, chest heaving, too angry to speak. Lainey wondered if she was just not compatible with this person. In the morning, when they first met, he had ruined the new outfit that she liked best with sauce. Now in the afternoon, feeling upset, she had planned to shop to lift her spirits, but she unexpectedly encountered a street thief trying to snatch her bag. With Lainey's fiery temperament, she naturally wouldn't let her bag be snatched. She chased after the thief for 8 streets straight, just when the thief seemed about to be caught. She didn't expect to be stopped by Jovan's tricycle colliding into them. Watching the thief get further away, Lainey felt more and more wronged. Despite her fierce personality, she was still a girl. Looking at Jovan's hateful face, she burst into tears right there. To say Yovan wasn't afraid of anything except crying girls, seeing Lainey sobbing, he realized it wasn't time for explanations. He promised to chase after the thief, and sprinted off in the direction the thief had fled. "Can you catch him?" That thief ran faster than a rabbit. "Wah, my bag has so many bank cards and an ID card to replace. Do you know how much trouble that is?" Lainey cried as if covered in rain-soaked pear blossoms, but her thoughts differed from others. When most people lost their bags, they'd first think of their wallet or phone. But Lainey worried about the trouble of replacing bank cards and ID, suggesting she wasn't short of money. Yovan couldn't hear Lainey's sobs as he was already quite far away, running with such speed and endurance that chasing down a petty thief was like playtime. 5 minutes later, under Lainey's incredulous gaze, Yovan returned with the bag. That little thief was quite pitiful, of course. I don't mean pity justifies theft. Rather, there's a gang controlling him. Catching him would be pointless. Yovan handed back the bag. "Check it, see if anything's missing. If something is gone, I'll help you find it." During his high school years in Qinghai City, Yovan had deep experience with rampant thieves. Police efforts only temporarily reduced them, like bamboo shoots after spring rain. They'd soon sprout again. Many urban legends suggested a deeply hidden gang supplied children from various regions, training them to be thieves or beggars. Of course, such rumors were exaggerated. But despite everything, Qinghai City still had many thieves. Chasing this one to the police station would only complicate matters. Instead of fruitless effort, Yovan planned to address the gangs when the opportunity arose. For now, it was late, and he wanted to go home. After receiving the bag, Lainey stopped crying, hurriedly checking its contents. Finding her phone, wallet, cards, even her favorite snacks, she finally sighed in relief. Yovan also curiously peeked inside, curious about what girls kept in their bags. When he saw Lainey's snack brand, Chidu Space, his jaw tingled in pain. Even with relatives coming, she could run so fast. Truly a fiery Sichuan girl, standing at the top of the food chain. He gained another layer of respect for Lainey's toughness. Still, Yovan preferred gentle, intellectual girls. Lainey was undeniably beautiful, fair-skinned, young, and well-endowed. If her temper were better, Yovan wouldn't mind staying to chat and build a foundation for deeper conversation. However, her fiery demeanor wasn't his type. So after handing over the bag, he patted his bottom, hopped on his motorized tricycle, and prepared to head home. "Oh, remember to wash my dress." Hearing Lainey behind him made Yovan nearly fall off his vehicle. Despite helping her so much, no thank you. She still remembered the morning incident. Shaking his head, Yovan decided not to contact her anymore after returning the dress. Unknown to Yovan, Lainey mumbled behind him. Although he doesn't look impressive, he does have a good heart. Back at Qingsuan village, it was already dusk when Yovan arrived. First, he went to Wilfred's house, reassuring his mother about arranging work for Wilfred at Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion. Due to the long distance between Qingsuan and Qinghai City, Wilfred would live in employee dorms. Wilfred's mother was grateful, praising Jovan's growth. After leaving, Yovan returned home. Adon, his dog, welcomed him weakly. Seeing Aiden's lackluster spirit troubled Yovan. Deciding to take Adon to Kieran tomorrow, he also had the last batch of Marcel water to give. Kieran hadn't disclosed Aiden's gunshot injury. Yovan, not stingy, always gave him Marcel water as promised. Inside, Jovan's mother was cooking sweet potato congee. The fragrant aroma made Jovan's mouth water. Seeing him return on time, his mother tasted the congee with a chopstick, nodding contentedly at the flavor. "You've been like this since childhood, always coming home right when dinner starts." Post-recovery, his mother smiled more. She used to avoid discussing his past, fearing sorrow, but now, after so much hardship, her mindset broadened. A positive change. Seeing his mother's radiant smile warmed Jovan's heart. Chapter 144, Stuffed. During dinner, Margaret took out 2 fist-sized pickled garlic bulbs from the jar and began peeling them to serve as a side dish. There was no need to describe the taste of the celestial garlic grown by Jovan. It was simply delicious after being pickled, pairing exquisitely with the sweet potato congee, making for an absolutely heavenly meal. At least, Jovan alone ate 3 large bowls of sweet potato congee, while Margaret had 2 bowls. The large pot of sweet potato congee was almost empty except for a thin layer at the bottom. Jovan carried the pot outside and fetched another pickled garlic bulb to take to Adon in the yard. What worried him was that Adon wasn't in good spirits and even had a poor appetite. Despite his usual insatiable hunger, today, he didn't even glance at the sweet potato congee and garlic he loved most. Instead, he lay there like a donkey suffering from depression. Adon, eat something. I'll take you to see a doctor tomorrow. Jovan squatted down, stroking Aiden's head, trying to coax him into eating something. Winnie, Winnie, Winnie. Adon understood what Jovan was saying, but Jovan couldn't understand Aiden's braying. Watching Adon try to communicate, Jovan shook his head in confusion, then asked cautiously, Adon, you don't want to eat garlic anymore? Do you want to try some 1,000-year-old lingji grass? Winnie. Adon shook his head, indicating Jovan's guess was wrong. Then did you eat something bad that made your stomach uncomfortable? Jovan continued questioning. He recalled how his own symptoms when he had stomach trouble were similar to Aiden's now. Winnie, Winnie. Adon shook his head again, his eyes expressing human-like helplessness. It's none of these things, so what exactly is wrong? Jovan grew more puzzled, seeing Adon shaking his head repeatedly. What was wrong with Adon today? Adon stopped talking, lying on the ground and looking up at the moon with a bewildered expression. All right, I'll take you to the Alton tomorrow. Seeing that he couldn't get any answers, Jovan patted Aiden's head, then got up and walked toward his room. He had been busy all day, and it was late now. He felt a bit sleepy. After checking his Immortal World Taba shop as usual before bed, Jovan yawned a few times, placed his phone under his pillow, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jovan woke up early. It was still dim light when he woke Adon and started walking toward the Alton's home. This was because the Alton often left early for the town clinic, and Jovan was afraid of arriving too late and finding the door locked. Sure enough, when he brought Adon to Dr. Alaric's house, the doctor was already brushing his teeth in the yard. Hearing noises from outside, he saw Jovan through the door and immediately threw his toothbrush onto the ground, rinsed his mouth, and rushed over. Jovan, come in quickly and sit down. Dr. Alaric's face lit up with joy. After continuously consuming the pure young water Jovan gave him, not only did he regain some feeling in that area, but he even experimented and found it much better than before, though the duration was shorter. Jovan had also mentioned that the next time he visited, he would bring something to directly cure this embarrassing illness, which greatly boosted Dr. Wong's confidence. Lately, he had been walking with his head held high. Dr. Wong had already made plans. Once he was cured, he might find a wife while he was still not too old and have a chubby baby, ensuring an heir for the old Wong family. Besides, he'd have someone to rely on when he got older. People can be peculiar. When there seemed no hope, Alaric resigned himself to living out his life. But now that there was hope, his heart rekindled. Jovan's delay caused him immense worry, preventing him from sleeping well and making mistakes at work. However, since they were regular patients, nothing serious happened. So, seeing Jovan arrive, Dr. Alaric was overjoyed and treated Jovan with utmost respect and politeness. Jovan felt uncomfortable with the deferential treatment from someone older, so he promptly presented Adon to Dr. Alaric, saying directly, My donkey Adon has been acting strange lately, listless and not eating. Could you please take a look at him, Garner? Listening to Jovan, Dr. Alaric shifted his attention to Adon. He carefully questioned and examined Aiden's condition with a level of dedication and seriousness that many outside doctors could learn from. Of course, most doctors were dedicated, and one shouldn't be biased against them. It's unfair to blame them for everything. Expecting perfection from doctors is extreme. Getting back to the matter at hand, Dr. Alaric used a stethoscope and flashlight to thoroughly examine Adon. Thanks to Jovan's calming presence beside him, Adon remained relatively calm and didn't move around much during the checkup. Soon, Dr. Alaric inspected between Aiden's hooves and discovered something envied by countless men, a length and thickness surpassing most African men. When he noticed this object was swollen and purplish at the tip due to prolonged engorgement, he realized the problem. Tentatively touching it, he provoked an immediate reaction from Adon, a loud and high-pitched bray. Having identified the cause, Dr. Alaric came out from under Adon and looked at Jovan with a strange expression, unsure how to explain. Seeing Dr. Wong's odd demeanor, Jovan assumed something seriously wrong with Adon. Grabbing Dr. Wong's shoulders anxiously, he asked, Garner, what's wrong with Adon? Alaric shook his head, making Jovan even more tense, but then the next words left him puzzled. Stuffed? Jovan repeated, puzzled. What had stuffed me? Chapter 145, Promise. The Alton did not directly answer Jovan's question, but pointed to the half-meter-long object below Aiden's groin and repeated the 2 words, it's blocked. At that moment, following the direction the Alton pointed, Jovan looked at the engorged part on Adon, and when he heard the words blocked, he immediately knew what was wrong. You are so picky even with female donkeys. Jovan let out a breath of relief and patted Aiden's neck, feeling both exasperated and amused. After all this time, it turned out that Adon wasn't sick, it was just a physiological issue. However, Adon had high standards. There were plenty of female donkeys frequently wandering near his home, almost rubbing against him, but after Adon gained wisdom, he no longer showed interest in other females. But if this condition continued, it might eventually lead to health problems. Dr. Alaric, the village vet, had encountered such situations before. There were many solutions, but only one proved most effective. After some thought, Dr. Alaric tentatively asked Yovan, how about we perform a sterilization surgery on this donkey named Adon? Sterilization, by definition, is a method to prevent cats and dogs from having too many offspring. It's also sometimes used for domestic livestock. The typical procedure for castrating a male donkey involves removing its testicles. This operation is fairly simple. Just make an incision and extract them. If it were an ordinary donkey, Yovan would have gone ahead with the sterilization without hesitation. However, to Yovan, Adon was like family, so before deciding, he explained the concept of sterilization in detail to Adon in a low voice. Although Adon understood human speech, he didn't know what sterilization meant until Yovan explained it. Upon hearing the word removal, Adon felt a chill down below. Ignoring his lethargy, he let out a cry and bolted out of Dr. Alaric's house. Yovan didn't chase after him. He shrugged helplessly at Dr. Alaric and said, Garner, is there any other solution? Watching Adon run off, Dr. Alaric replied somewhat helplessly, there are solutions, but they're only temporary fixes. I can give you some herbal medicine to take back and feed your donkey, which will temporarily suppress the inflammation. To fix it completely, there's only one way. What's that? Yovan had no leverage over Adon. If he refused the surgery, even 10 strong men couldn't restrain him. Find a suitable female donkey for breeding. That will release the buildup. Dr. Alaric's response was firm. At that moment, he started picking herbs for Adon to reduce the inflammation. Alright, Yovan felt the problem had come full circle, but with the Alton's herbal medicine, Adon should be able to hold out for a while. During this period, he needed to find a female donkey that Adon could approve of. A short while later, Dr. Alaric emerged from his house and handed Yovan several packages of herbs, giving instructions. The herbs should suppress Aiden's condition for a month. After that, they won't work anymore. If the swelling persists, it might affect his fertility and function. By then, even without sterilization, that part won't be useful. Yovan nodded, took the herbs, and handed the undiluted pure Marcel water to the Alton. Garner, thank you. This should cure your illness. I hope you regain your vigor soon, haha. After handing over the items, Yovan left Dr. Alaric's house, carrying the packages of herbs. Holding the pure Marcel water tightly, Dr. Alaric was filled with nervous excitement as he rushed back to his house, eager to try and feel like a man again. Adon didn't run far. When Yovan returned home, Adon was lying listlessly in the yard, looking pitiful. Now knowing the reason for Aiden's condition, Yovan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight. Come here, Adon. Eat these herbs. They'll help you get back to normal for a while. I'll go out tomorrow and find you a suitable female donkey. Yovan placed the herbs in front of Adon, making Aiden's eyes light up instantly. Nay, nay. Adon called twice. Having spent much time together, Yovan understood his calls well. Adon asked if he was serious and wouldn't deceive him. Yovan patted his head and assured him firmly, would I ever lie to you? In a few days, I promise to bring back a female donkey that you'll be satisfied with. Hearing Jovan's words, Adon happily called twice and began eating the herbs. Changda Company's experimental base. This was a vast area of fertile land where various vegetables grew abundantly. At the center stood a building made of steel and concrete, well sealed and seemingly small from the outside. However, once inside, one would find that the underground space was approximately 10 times larger than its surface area. This was Changda Company's research base, dedicated to vegetable studies. In the deepest laboratory, Rocky High, the vice president of Changda Company, sat upright, barely daring to speak loudly. Before him stood the true owner of Changda Company, inspecting the lab's progress. We've studied the S-grade garlic found at Ross Dumpling House. We discovered that its growth cannot be replicated. It loses its unique flavor upon second planting, said an elderly man who resembled an old farmer, holding a garlic bulb larger than a fist. Later, we shifted our focus to the effects of this garlic on animals, and had an astonishing discovery. After testing 128 samples, we found that this type of garlic has an almost miraculous evolutionary effect on one particular animal. He approached a black cloth-covered cage and lifted the cloth. Inside the iron cage, an unusually large and majestic female donkey, bigger than a horse, paced restlessly, calling out uneasily. Chapter 146, Preliminary Contest. The preliminary contest of the Qinghai City Food Competition has begun. Although Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant had a direct entry qualification, Adeline still insisted on being prepared, using the reason of scouting all potential threats ahead of time to drive over to Qinghai International Square. Even though the preliminary was held 3 days before the main event, the preheat efforts were well done. By the time Dover arrived at Qinghai International Square, the organizers were already setting up stoves and judges' chairs, while food websites reporters jockeyed for position, adjusting cameras. According to yesterday's registration deadline, the number of participants had reached an astonishing figure of over 32,000 people, surpassing the previous highest record of 9,000 contestants in food competitions by far. This result was even with the Culinary Association limiting each restaurant to 1 contestant. Without this limit, reaching 100,000 contestants would not be unrealistic. The world bustles for profit, and this competition was no exception. Previous food competitions offered only tens of thousands in prize money and reputation boosts. However, this competition was significantly more lucrative. It ranked Qinghai City's restaurants. First place meant winning the title of Qinghai City's top restaurant. Where literature can't have firsts, and martial arts always ranks its competitors, prior to this there was no official ranking among restaurants, mostly private rankings made by food lovers. But following the fugu poisoning incident, the Culinary Association had to host this competition as both a challenge and a massive opportunity for every restaurant. Some restaurant owners secretly promised cash rewards. A chef making the top 10 would get a direct reward of 1 million yuan, and if they got into the top 3, 2 million yuan plus a storefront would be awarded. For first place, the bosses hadn't even dared to think about it amidst the tens of thousands of chefs, and some invited celebrity chefs from afar. Securing first place seemed nearly impossible. While waiting, Adeline left for a while and returned carrying a small steamer basket of dumplings intended for Yovan. Hungry? Eat while they're hot. Adeline handed the dumplings to Yovan, who sat on the edge of a flower bed scrolling through the heavenly realm Taba. With thin skin and plenty of filling, this must be goobly dumplings, right? Yovan praised them immediately after taking his first bite, swallowing it whole, then moved on to the second one. Hey, how did you know these were goobly dumplings? Adeline sat down beside him. They're famous. Any delicious dumplings make me think of goobly. Yovan answered matter-of-factly. His eyes briefly flickered with an indiscernible shade of sorrow, the expression that surfaces when someone recalls painful memories. It felt like ages ago, when he and that girl planned to attend university together in that city, eating the most authentic goobly dumplings. But he didn't get in, while she did. Their paths diverged from that point on. This isn't a funny joke at all. Sensing Joven's shift in mood, Adeline pouted and stopped discussing it. Oh right, what about the antique I asked you to find for me? Yovan suddenly remembered. These past few days he hadn't been fishing in the valley, and his immortal coins remained at just over 1,000, still far from the target of 3,000. There is something, but... Adeline hesitated. But what? Yovan asked, thinking maybe she had received fake antiques. It was understandable given how rare genuine pieces were on the market now. But I'm kidding. Haha, I just received a real antique yesterday. It's in the car. Seeing Joven's stunned face, Adeline laughed gleefully, seemingly pleased to have fooled him. Looking at her cheerful self, Yovan shook his head. Adeline probably didn't realize that spending too much time with Yovan had softened her once cold president demeanor, revealing a mischievous teenage girl. At just over 20 years old, it fit her true character. When Yovan finished the dumplings, Adeline approached with a black briefcase. Here, look here or at home? She passed him the case without mentioning that the antique inside came from her grandfather's collection in his basement. Her grandfather wouldn't notice one piece missing, nor could he do anything if he did. If Adeline's grandfather knew her thoughts, he'd lament, daughters are lost to others, and bemoan how she was already favoring outsiders before marriage. Yovan opened the briefcase eagerly. Inside, an ancient bronze mirror lay in the corner. As soon as Yovan touched it, the female voice from the heavenly realm Taba began. The bronze mirror used by Zinnia during her imitation holds historical significance, dating back far. It can be exchanged for 2,000 immortal coins, plus a free lottery chance. Zinnia imitating Teresa was a well-known story. During the spring and autumn period, a beautiful woman named Teresa cringed due to illness. Her neighbor, seeing her beauty even in pain, mimicked her but looked uglier as a result. Zinnia became a metaphor for blind imitation. Hearing the voice, immense joy filled Yovan. This was the most valuable antique he traded so far, comparable in value to the Fish King, offering not only 2,000 immortal coins but also a free lottery draw. Chapter 147. Win a Cristant. Oh right, there's also the chance to win a prize. Wonder what good things could come out of it. Feeling his phone vibrate, Yovan quickly pulled it out. He didn't hide from Adeline and directly opened the Immortal World Taba store interface. After all, apart from the goods, everything else in this store was identical to the actual Taba store. If someone unaware came across it, they wouldn't imagine that these items were actually genuine artifacts from the Immortal Realm. Opening the Immortal World Taba store's interface, a lottery page shaped like a disc popped up. The disc was divided into 6 parts of varying sizes. Above the disc was a virtual needle. One could imagine that when the disc spun later, the position the needle pointed to would be the prize received. Yovan focused carefully on the disc. There were 6 prizes on the disc. The largest area belonged to consoling garlic seeds, followed by a reward of 100 immortal coins. The next best item was a zither worth 400 immortal coins. With decreasing size, the value of the prizes naturally increased. The third rank prize was dragon blood fruit seeds, worth 1,000 immortal coins, capable of enhancing human bone strength. The second prize was even more straightforward, 2,000 immortal coins, but its area was probably less than 1/10 of the disc. When Yovan saw the highest valued prize, his breathing suddenly became heavy. In an area less than 1/20th of the disc, the Bodhi tree seed worth 5,000 immortal coins stood out prominently. This wasn't an ordinary Bodhi tree from Earth, but the genuine Bodhi tree from the immortal realm, the very tree under which Shakyamuni attained enlightenment. It was likely of the same tier as this one. The effect of the Bodhi fruit was quite simple. It enhanced one's wisdom root. To put it more simply, it unlocked potential within the brain, making one smarter with faster reactions. The mere fact that it could unlock potential in the brain already made it invaluable. And note that this was a tree, not a single fruit. Although a Bodhi tree only produces 1 seed at a time, with the divine farmer formula at his disposal, Yovan could increase the fruit production after some time. Go for broke. A motorcycle becomes a tricycle. Take a gamble. A car turns into a Land Rover. In the middle of the lottery disc, there was a start button. Without hesitation, Yovan tapped the start button. Then, the lottery disc on his phone started spinning wildly. Yovan couldn't discern anything from this speed. After a while, the spinning began to slow down. Yovan could now see where the needle had moved to, no longer just a blur on the screen. 100 immortal coins passed. 2,000 immortal coins passed. The needle slowed down, causing Joven's eyes to fixate, heart racing. Bodhi fruit, 2,000 immortal coins will do if nothing else. Just as Yovan muttered to himself, the needle had already swept past the tiny section of the Bodhi fruit and landed on the immortal garlic zone. Can't be. I don't want immortal garlic. This is a huge loss. Seeing the needle slowly moving over the immortal garlic area, seemingly losing momentum, Yovan almost wished he could reach into the phone and push the needle. Ultimately, the needle just managed to pass the garlic area and landed in the 100 immortal coins region. The phone vibrated, and a notification of successful prize distribution popped up. On Joven's personal client, adding the previous 2,000 immortal coins, there were now 2,100 more, totaling 3,800 immortal coins. Phew, finally enough to buy second transformation golden pellet. Although he hadn't won the 2,000 immortal coins or the Bodhi tree seed, getting 100 immortal coins through the lottery was still pretty good. Yovan was always a practical person. Success cannot merely rely on luck alone. He had accumulated enough immortal coins to redeem the second transformation golden pellet. However, rare opportunities like exchanging multiple antiques for so many immortal coins might not come again soon. So when Yovan had enough coins to buy the second transformation golden pellet, he hesitated, as above that was the third transformation golden pellet worth 5,000 immortal coins. People often have such thoughts when shopping, but now wasn't the time for Yovan to make a choice because the crowd around him was growing. Moreover, Adeline was beside him. If he suddenly held a glowing pill in his hand, how could he explain it? After some thought, Yovan exited the Taba interface and checked the time. It was 10 o'clock, and the competition was starting in half an hour. As Yovan came back from his absorbed state, the clamor of voices and the throngs of people immediately engulfed him, pulling him into the preliminary round of the competition. The preliminary round lasted 3 days, with the 30,000 participants evenly distributed over these days, meaning nearly 10,000 people competed each day. Although the competition was split into morning and afternoon sessions, effectively Funleu ing the crowd. Even so, the number of chefs participating had already reached around 5,000. Edits made. 1. Changed was already around. 2. Had already reached around, for better fluency and accuracy in expressing the accumulation of participants over time. 2. Removed effective before Funleu ing, as it seems to be a leftover Chinese character. Funleu means Funleu in Chinese, and should not be in the English text. The word effectively is already used earlier in the sentence, making this addition redundant. Revised sentence. Although the competition was split into morning and afternoon sessions, effectively Funleu ing the crowd. Even so, the number of chefs participating had already reached around 5,000. Note, there still remains a Chinese character Funleu ing, which should be replaced with its proper English equivalent. The correct sentence should read, although the competition was split into morning and afternoon sessions, effectively dividing the crowd. Even so, the number of chefs participating had already reached around 5,000. For safety reasons, the Qinghai International Square, where the competition was held, allowed entry only to Culinary Association staff, judges, and contestants. No one else was permitted inside. Many restaurant owners and food website reporters were barred outside. Only a few journalists from websites cooperating with the Culinary Association were allowed in. At the entrance, crowds gathered around, but no matter who they were, none were allowed to enter. Naturally, Yovan and Adeline were no exception. Safety comes first. Although Adeline was unhappy, she couldn't force her way in for personal reasons. If there was a stampede incident due to overcrowding, the Qinghai City Culinary Association and her grandfather would suffer serious consequences. But just as the dejected Adeline tugged Yovan to leave, a thin worker noticed the silver badge hanging around Jovan's neck. Hey, wait a moment. Hashtag chapter 148. Begin. What? You guys weren't letting us in earlier. Why are you coming now? Adeline said to the approaching staff member with a hint of irritation, though she understood. Having waited here since early morning and still not being allowed entry made her somewhat resentful. Sorry, can I take a look at what you have hanging around your neck? The slender staff member walked directly to Yovan, pointing at the small silver pendant hanging from his neck. Oh, this? Here, take a look. Yovan took off the small silver plaque and handed it to the staff member. After receiving the plaque, the staff member examined it closely before suddenly becoming much more enthusiastic. I'm truly sorry. We didn't realize you were part of a sponsored team. For teams with sponsorship, we've reserved several prime viewing spots for the competition. Allow me to escort you inside. Apparently, chefs with sponsorship were regarded as highly potential candidates by the Food Association, likely to be absorbed directly into the association in the future. Hence, the slender staff member was being exceptionally courteous. Who knew Yovan might become his superior someday? If he were given preferential treatment because of this incident, it could lead to trouble later on. If the staff member knew that Yovan had even turned down an offer from the vice president of the Food Association to be his apprentice, he might be even more enthusiastic. Under the guidance of the slender staff member, Yovan entered the competition venue amidst envious glances from those who couldn't enter. The inner area of the competition was divided into 8 zones, like a cake cut into 8 pieces. The judges' seats were situated right in the center of these 8 areas. Not only did many participating chefs come today, but the Food Association also mobilized extensively, with all except their elusive president showing up. The other 3 vice presidents and some revered elders also attended as judges. As seed candidates endorsed by the Food Association, Jovan's team was led by the staff to a spot just below the judges' platform. This position wasn't conspicuous, yet it offered a clear view of almost every chef's cooking actions, reflecting the association's well-thought-out arrangements. Once Yovan and company were settled, the slender staff member bid them farewell and returned to his duties. There were 2 rows of seats, accommodating around 20 people who had obtained endorsement from the Food Association. These seats were fully occupied, indicating that they, like Adeline, were determined to know their competitors thoroughly to win. What struck Yovan as odd was that most of these seed candidates were middle-aged or elderly men, some seemingly old enough to be his grandparents. Noticing Jovan's confusion, Adeline leaned over and whispered in his ear, explaining, some of these contestants became famous chefs years ago. Some were specially invited from other regions for this competition, while others are practically retired but were brought back due to strong capital backing. Since there's no age limit for this competition, they were invited to participate. Yovan nodded thoughtfully after hearing Adeline's explanation. He had initially wondered if it was unfair to have so many older contestants, considering that greater age often meant richer experience and better culinary skills. However, thinking about it, the competition was hastily organized due to unforeseen circumstances, so some loopholes being exploited was understandable. Of course, as long as one's culinary skills were outstanding enough, the competition would remain fair. Yovan and Adeline chose a seat near the edge. Their arrival sparked a small buzz of discussion, as young seed candidates like Yovan were quite rare. He faintly heard comments suggesting he hadn't even grown any hair yet, but to him, such remarks were mere whispers of the wind. With his master-level cooking skills, even if incomplete, he should be more than competent in a regional competition. Securing a top 3 spot was assured, and winning first place wasn't out of the question. Perhaps infected by Joven's confidence, Adeline, who had initially been upset by the surrounding murmurs, calmed down. She thought to herself that letting them talk now was fine, but during the formal competition, she'd make sure their dentures fell out in shock. Although there was still some time before the competition started, all chefs participating in the preliminary rounds were already present. To prevent resource wastage and reduce the workload of the judges, contestants in the preliminaries were allowed to bring their own materials and freely express their creativity. In short, as long as they prepared their best dish and impressed the judges' taste buds, that was all that mattered. The judges had veto power and approval rights over the dishes presented during the preliminaries. Although this might seem abrupt, it was the only feasible solution. Following a formal scoring system would likely exhaust the judges before the competition ended. However, for controversial dishes, multiple judges would cross-comment and decide the final outcome. Furthermore, the judges present were respected elders and genuine food connoisseurs, minimizing the chances of misjudgment or favoritism, ensuring overall fairness. Even if someone tried to influence the judges during the preliminaries, the official scoring system used in the main competition would expose any foul play. Unless someone could bribe all the judges, an unlikely scenario, it wouldn't be worth the effort for anyone to cheat in this competition. Finally, with the sound of drum beats echoing, the competition officially began. The competition lasted for 1 hour, sufficient even for those who specialized in slow-cooked dishes. Within this hour, any contestant who finished their dish would immediately submit it via staff members, and shortly afterward, the judges would announce their verdict along with comments like, too salty, or insufficient deodorization. Chefs who passed would receive a formal competition qualification plaque, while those who failed would be escorted out through designated exit routes. Chapter 149. The Devon. Joven's seat allowed him to clearly observe the movements of all the chefs in the field. With the sound of the drumbeat, almost all the chefs began their work. Some were cutting vegetables on chopping boards, others took out pre-prepared soups from yesterday, and one chef pulled out a pack of instant noodles from his pocket and dropped it into a pot. The man cooking the instant noodles was a young fellow with a well-proportioned appearance. Coincidentally, his name also happened to be Joe. He came from a restaurant attached to an internet cafe near a university town. His specialty was cooking instant noodles for university students who spent nights at the internet cafe. Since he dropped out of school to manage the cafe, he had been cooking these instant noodles for 5 years. Since the rules of the competition did not specify restrictions on ingredients and required the chefs to cook dishes they were most skilled at, Joe's boss pushed him forward to participate without much pressure. So he simply used instant noodles as his dish for the competition. As the contest was broadcast live, many reporters from gourmet portals noticed this conspicuous chef using instant noodles, which stood out like fireflies in the night sky. Soon, the live stream focused its cameras on him. In the live streaming room, there were quite a few food enthusiasts, and many more who could not make it to the scene, so the number of people watching the live stream was considerable, roughly about 10,000. This was the highest viewership for a live food event in the history of the website, which made the site executives very happy. Cooking instant noodles in a culinary competition was certainly unique, and soon enough, Joe earned himself the nickname, Devon. Watching the calm and composed Devon adding seasonings, Jovan couldn't help but smack his lips. Using instant noodles in a gourmet contest for the judges to taste, this guy was truly bold. In the judges panel, some noticed the young man making instant noodles. Some judges directly rebuked him for being frivolous, but after discussion, since the competition rules allowed any type of ingredients, his choice wasn't against the rules. Therefore, the staff did not stop him. Undeniably, this food competition was indeed mixed with both talent and mediocrity. Apart from the Devon, Jovan also noticed a middle-aged male chef nearby who was working on foshiakiang, a famous Chinese dish. The aroma from the long-simmered broth spread through the air as he placed it over the flame. It wafted clearly into Jovan's nostrils despite the overwhelming smells from the thousands of dishes being prepared simultaneously. The scent of foshiakiang was light but distinct amidst the chaotic blend of scents, reminiscent of a fresh stream. This chef had never appeared in previous competitions, confirming that this event indeed harbored hidden talents. Who knew? The final round might even see shocking underdogs emerge. Of course, Jovan didn't realize that he would end up being the biggest surprise of all. Besides the middle-aged man, there were other outstanding chefs on the field, but they were too far away for Jovan to pay much attention to. Meanwhile, the Devon had finished his dish. Under several camera lenses, he took out a blackish seasoning from his pocket and sprinkled it onto the cooked noodles. On staff instructions, he transferred the noodles from the cup packaging into small bowls provided by the organizers. The Kang Shui Fu branded noodle cup was prominently visible and comical. Next to Jovan, Adeline laughed uncontrollably. When the judges saw the bowl of Kang Shui Fu noodles brought by the staff, their eyes twitched involuntarily. Clearly, no one wanted to be the first to taste the strongly flavored Lao Tan Swan Kai noodles. After a lottery draw, an unfortunate Che got picked. Initially, he wanted to reject it outright, but as it was being live-streamed, as a judge, tasting it before rejecting was necessary to avoid criticism. Just one bite. With eyes closed, the Che used chopsticks to pick up some noodles and, frowning, forced them into his mouth. At another venue where the live-streamed food competition was watched, a large screen was set up at Tang Dynasty Internet Cafe broadcasting Devon's cooking. As Tang Dynasty's top chef, famously known for serving the best noodles around Urxiankyo, Joe was well known among the students of nearby universities who frequented the cafe for his nocturnal sessions and delicious noodles. So, beneath the big screen showing Joe's noodle preparation, crowds gathered, mostly netizens. When they saw the noodles served to the judges, the previously quiet cafe turned noisy. I've eaten the Devon's noodles, and the flavor is top-notch. Indeed, there was a senior student who spent an entire semester at this cafe just to have his noodles every day. Yeah, I know that senior. He's now living luxuriously, being fed in bed daily, not mentioning these outside happenings. When the Che tasted the noodles, his eyebrows raised, revealing disbelief. He continued eating the remaining portion, then eagerly sipped the broth. Surrounded by astonished looks from fellow judges, he sighed contentedly. TSK, Kang Shui Fa Lao Tin Swan Kai noodles, so refreshing. Chapter 150, that fast? If they weren't familiar with the Che's character, the surrounding judges couldn't help but suspect whether the man who cooked the instant noodles was his own son. As food critics, what kinds of delicacies hadn't they eaten? Even if it were a gourmet dish, none of them would be as unruly and praising as the Che now. It was just a bowl of instant noodles, wasn't it? The ingredients determined the taste, so it only manifested itself in color and aroma. It smelled good but tasted like any other ordinary instant noodle. No matter how delicious it is, can it be that tasty? Seeing the surrounding judges' disbelieving expressions, the Che was not worried. He merely scored everyone with a bit, then handed it to their faces before continuing slurping down his bowl of noodles. Is it really that delicious? Watching the judge slurp up his noodles, the surrounding judges wavered. Finally, one judge couldn't resist curiosity, picked up the chopsticks, and grabbed just a few strands of the instant noodles, putting them into his mouth. His eyes widened, looking at the noodle guy differently. Even instant noodles could be made this delicious, so what about other dishes? Is there really such a prodigy in the world? People have a herd mentality. At this moment, most of the judges had already tasted the noodle guy's instant noodles, and their reactions didn't differ much from the previous ones. In the end, among the countless pairs of glasses hitting the floor from people waiting for the joke, the noodle guy emerged outstanding from all the chefs who participated in the preliminary rounds and secured his qualification for the next round. Not mentioning the college students in Tang Dynasty Internet Cafe cheering for the noodle guy, Yovan himself was stunned. To be able to move the judges with instant noodles, that guy was definitely a genius. With the noodle guy in this competition, it felt completely worth it. The final round was relatively uneventful. By 11, out of the more than 5,000 chefs who entered the competition, only a little over 500 made it through the preliminary rounds, a ratio of roughly 10 to 1. Just for the preliminary rounds, the elimination rate was high, which led many to reassess the weight of this contest. After the competition ended, Yovan returned to Heavenly Swallow Dumpling House with Adeline. According to her, they still had to watch the selection match in the afternoon, but Yovan declined. What, going car shopping in the afternoon? Upon hearing Jovan's words, Adeline looked at him confusedly. Why are you in such a hurry to buy a car? Is there something wrong with my car? In her urgency, Adeline failed to notice the ambiguity in her words. As an experienced driver, Yovan, after listening to Adeline, glanced at her tall figure, beautiful face, and the curves she couldn't hide in her professional attire, swallowed hard and nodded. Your car is quite comfy. Since my car is comfortable, why are you in such a rush to buy another car? Adeline didn't know why she said these things. Perhaps it was because she had become accustomed to the feeling of sitting in the same car with Yovan. I will need to travel to Qinghai City frequently. It wouldn't be convenient to always ride with you. Also, after this competition, your dumpling shop will surely see a boost in business, which means higher demand for vegetables. Having a car would be convenient, Yovan explained. All right then. Adeline nodded. She was a decisive person. Since Yovan wanted to buy a car, she directly took him to her car and headed to a dealership. Wait, why are you taking me to a dealership? Seeing the car stop at the entrance of a dealership, Yovan asked puzzledly. If you want to buy a car, where else would we go besides a dealership? Did you actually think you were buying a minivan? Without giving Yovan a chance to protest, Adeline pulled him into the bright dealership. Hey, isn't there the large market in Qinghai City? I wanted to buy a Wuling Hongguang. While whining, Yovan was dragged into the gleaming dealership by Adeline. The entire dealership was around 1,000 square meters, displaying various new cars. As soon as Yovan and Adeline walked in, a female sales associate approached and addressed Adeline. Madam, may I assist you with anything? We have recently added several new imported models. Would you like me to show them to you? As a salesperson, having sharp eyes was essential. From the moment Yovan and Adeline entered, she scanned them and quickly identified the real buyer. Compared to Adeline's demeanor, Yovan looked like a migrant worker entering the city. Regardless of purchasing motive or capability, he did not seem like the potential buyer. So, the saleswoman immediately greeted Adeline and inadvertently overlooked Yovan. We do need a car, but it's not for me. It's for this gentleman beside me. Adeline pointed to Yovan, pushing him towards the saleswoman. Oh, the saleswoman's expression changed slightly, surprised that the seemingly insignificant man beside Adeline was the actual buyer. But it was not too late to rectify the situation. Her smile returned as she repeated her earlier statement to Yovan, replacing lady with sir. Let's take a look first. Realizing the effort required, Yovan, being open-minded, figured since they were here, he could consider getting a BMW X6 now and buy the Wuling Hongguang later. After the staff introduced the options, Yovan instantly fell for a BMW X6 within his budget. After deducting miscellaneous fees, the bare car cost about 1 million. Earlier today, Cedric transferred 2.13 million from selling the gold ingots into Jovan's bank account. From selecting the car to finally deciding on the BMW X6, Yovan spent less than 10 minutes, astonishing even the saleswoman. One doesn't pick cabbages in a market in under 10 minutes. Yet, Yovan bought a car worth over 1 million even faster. This must be a genuine tycoon. Facing her most capricious customer and the quickest car purchase in her career, the saleswoman maintained a smile as she saw them off. Leaving the dealership, Adeline turned to Yovan, saying a sentence that nearly made him splutter. Isn't that too fast? Chapter 151. A new notice. How can you describe a man with fast? Yovan was very unhappy with Adeline's comment, but of course, he only grumbled inwardly. Since there were still some configurations to be installed, the car's pickup time was set for 3 days later. This coincided with the official competition day of the Qinghai City Food Contest. This made Yovan feel that Wuling Hongguang was still better since it could be driven away immediately upon purchase. Are you really not going to watch the afternoon preliminary contest? While driving, Adeline asked Yovan expectantly. I won't go. I have something else in the afternoon. Let's go back to Qing Village. Yovan kept his head down, scrolling through his Immortal Realm Taba shop without looking up as he replied. Now, his Immortal Realm Taba shop had over 3,000 immortal coins. After so many years, he had finally become a little tycoon. Of course, when it came to things like Bodhi trees or 9 turns golden pills that cost thousands of immortal coins each, he was still dirt poor. I'll pick you up for tomorrow's preliminaries. Please don't miss it. Hearing Jovan's words, Adeline felt a bit disappointed, but she quickly scheduled Jovan for the next day. Sure, the preliminaries tomorrow are fine. Let's go back to Qing Village first. Jovan nodded. There was enough time today for him to redeem and use the items from his shop. He was also quite interested in the preliminaries. It would be great if some interesting contestants like York appeared again. With Jovan's affirmative reply, Adeline nodded contentedly before driving him back towards Qing Village. At the entrance of Qing Village, the red BMW slowed to a stop. That's good. Let's stop here. Seeing they had arrived at the village entrance, Jovan hurriedly reminded her. Aren't you coming in for a while? Adeline asked in an oddly familiar tone, which surprised Jovan. Shouldn't he be the one saying that? As if sensing Jovan's gaze, Adeline realized her question sounded wrong. However, after so much interaction, she had become thicker-skinned and more comfortable around Jovan. She calmly opened the car door and got out with Jovan. Really going to my place? Jovan thought of how his mother looked at him after seeing Adeline and felt uneasy. We're already here. Anyway, I have nothing to do today. Might as well visit Brittany. Adeline walked toward Jovan's home. Seeing Adeline walk confidently ahead, Jovan didn't say anything more. He touched his nose and followed her inside. When they reached his home, Amos, who had returned to normal, greeted them from the yard, sneezing repeatedly at Jovan as if asking where his little female donkey was. Jovan patted Amos's head and said with a smile, Amos, no worries, we'll find a female donkey for you soon. Adeline glanced at Jovan curiously. Who talks about breeding with a donkey? Can it understand? However, when Amos jumped happily, clearly satisfied with Jovan's words, Adeline was even more surprised. Just then, hearing the conversation outside, Reba emerged and saw Adeline standing at the door. Her face lit up immediately as she welcomed her warmly. Daughter has come. Why are you standing outside? Come on in. Upon seeing Melinda, Adeline smiled obediently, making Jovan marvel at how fast women could change their expressions. But watching Adeline enter with his mother, Jovan smiled too and followed along. In the evening, Jovan transformed into Chef Zhang, preparing a sumptuous homemade meal using freshly picked vegetables from the Immortal Realm for Adeline and his mother. Adeline's face glowed red as she praised his cooking. It was then that Jovan realized Adeline's true purpose for visiting. She wanted to try the delicious food he prepared. After dinner, despite Melinda's insistence, Adeline decided to leave. Since her car was parked at the village entrance, she could return anytime. Under his mother's knife-like gaze, Jovan reluctantly put down his chopsticks. Eating slowly and having a large appetite, he had just eaten halfway when Adeline finished and decided to leave. Under his mother's scrutiny, he could only stand up to see her off. Well, I'm leaving now. Adeline started the car engine, buckled up, and waved goodbye to Jovan. All right. Jovan rubbed his half-full belly and stopped to point out, oh, you've got leeks stuck between your teeth. Ah. Shocked, Adeline hurriedly checked the rearview mirror, finding nothing. She suddenly remembered they hadn't even had leeks tonight. Haha, bye. Jovan laughed as he waved back, heading home. Die. In the car, Adeline slammed the accelerator, shocking Dermot, who was gazing at the red BMW enviously at the village entrance. The next morning, Adeline arrived punctually to pick up Jovan. With Melinda smiling approvingly, they headed to the second preliminary round of the food contest. The crowd in Qinghai International Square had increased dramatically, thanks to word-of-mouth promotion and live broadcast from the previous day. Some had come to satisfy their curiosity after watching the live stream, while others had heard tales about the aroma-filled square during the contest or stories of chefs performing extraordinary feats due to their exceptional skills. Rumors spread rapidly, naturally drawing a larger crowd. When Jovan and Adeline arrived at the same time as the previous day, the entire international square was packed, with social media influencers occasionally appearing, capturing photos. Clearly, the contest reputation had soared, becoming a significant event in Qinghai City and its surroundings. Considering it inevitable, such high-quality food contests naturally drew huge crowds. Besides, after yesterday's wastage of uneaten dishes by judges, today's notice on the bulletin board announced a new policy. Chapter 152, 5 Fingers. The notice basically stated that after the competition ended, any remaining clean food would be distributed to the onlookers around Qinghai International Square. This announcement naturally caused a cheer among the surrounding crowd. Some people even started calling their friends and family, leading to an even greater influx of people at the International Square. Seeing the crowded Qinghai City International Square, the organizers from the Food Association were taken aback. They now wondered if posting that notice was a bit counterproductive. Seeing the situation start to get out of control, they began requesting police assistance to manage and guide the flow of people. To help manage the crowd, the competition was delayed by 15 minutes, but it did not cause much disruption. Jovan and Adeline sat in the relatively spacious and quiet inner venue compared to the bustling outer competition area. They watched the packed International Square with some lingering shock, more crowded than the subway. Thankfully, Jovan was strong. Otherwise, they might not have been able to push their way in. Today's competition was rather ordinary, lacking the chefs who caught Jovan's attention like yesterday. However, there was a small incident during the event. A 6-fingered middle-aged man sitting beside Jovan, also a nominated contestant, seemed hostile towards Jovan. After asking about Jovan's profession and learning he used to be a farmer, this 6-fingered man started mocking Jovan. But after being fiercely retorted by Adeline, who behaved like a little tigress, he fell silent. Still, his gaze toward Jovan remained fierce, as if he blamed Jovan for getting scolded by Adeline. Jovan didn't care about such glares that wouldn't hurt him physically or financially, but Adeline was unhappy and directly glared back at the 6-fingered man. The one who backed down first was still the 6-fingered man. It was bad optics arguing with a young girl in public. Seeing the cowering six-fingered man, Adeline happily whispered to Yovan. That guy who looked at you unfavorably was once a culinary genius. Because he had 6 fingers, he had quite a name in the culinary world. Although puzzled by Adeline's sudden introduction, Yovan still asked, what name? A famous one? Hehe, not exactly famous nationwide, but in Shanghai City, the Bob is well known, especially for Fujian dishes like foshiakiang. Wealthy people often invite him to be their chef for grand banquets. But what does this have to do with him looking at me unfavorably? Yovan was even more puzzled. His circle was so small, and he hadn't even heard of any 6 or 7-fingered culinary demons. Why would he be disliked? Of course it does, and it's a big deal. Adeline, having run a restaurant in Shanghai City for so long, knew many stories about renowned chefs. She boasted, did you know, the Bob once offended someone younger but more talented in culinary arts due to his arrogance? I don't know. Yovan shook his head, still lost. In a competition, he bet with that young chef that if either lost, they would cut off a finger. He lost, completely and utterly. From that day on, he has despised young and talented chefs, that's why he dislikes you. Wait. Yovan glanced at the 6-fingered demon's fingers, interrupting Adeline. Are you saying he cut off a finger after losing the competition? Yes, let me tell you, this guy is really tough on himself. After losing, he chopped off a finger right in front of everyone. As she spoke, Adeline's face showed fear, as if she had witnessed it herself. No, I wasn't asking about that. I meant, did this Bob have a nickname before? Yes, definitely. Adeline nodded. He was previously known as the 7-fingered culinary demon. Yovan realized that having extra fingers had its unexpected benefits when making bets. Now he understood why the 6-fingered man had stared at him with such animosity. Out of about 20 nominees, he was the youngest by far, only just 20 years old, unlike the others who were mostly over 40. Seeing Yovan reminded the 6-fingered man of his past humiliation, transferring his hatred for his former rival onto Yovan. This explained his hostility. After the competition, the 6-fingered man came up to Yovan, pointing at him and said, Kip, in 2 days, the official competition will start. Then, I'll show you who the real master chef is. Embarrassment. This was Jovan's current expression. Who could explain why anyone would call him Kip when his name was clearly Yovan? The 6-fingered man was beaten and made to cut off a finger by someone named Kip in the past. Now, whenever he wants to challenge someone in cooking, he calls them Kip, Adeline whispered into Jovan's ear. Yovan was stunned. Such a peculiar person existed in the world. He understood now that under these special circumstances, the Bob mistook him for the chef who defeated him. Imagining how terrible his defeat must have been, left a deep psychological scar by Kip, possibly overshadowed by the fact that his skills never surpassed Kip. Kip might have retired or passed away, leaving the Bob unable to seek revenge, resulting in this twisted behavior. However, if a dog bites Yovan, he typically fights back. Facing the aggressive Bob, Yovan didn't hold back. Approaching him with a smirk, he loudly said, You're the 7-fingered, no Bob, right? Rest assured, I Kip will let you experience the feeling of cooking with 5 fingers tomorrow. Chapter 153. Unexpected. Yovan spoke loudly. Although he had been complaining about Cedric's hoarse voice, his own volume was not small either. When Yovan finished speaking, the air around them grew slightly quiet as everyone looked over in surprise. Even the 6-fingered cooking demon seemed caught off guard. His first reaction wasn't anger but disbelief. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him like that, yet now, this youngster who still had a hint of innocence about him dared to do so. Most of the seed candidates who were still there knew of the 6-fingered cooking demon's reputation. They all stared at Yovan in amazement. This young man's arrogance was truly extraordinary. Seeing the 6-fingered cooking demon visibly upset, Yovan felt a wave of satisfaction and comfort. Without waiting for the demon to regain composure, Yovan pulled Adeline into the crowd and vanished from sight. The feeling of leaving an impression and then running away was indeed quite satisfying. Haha, what you said just now was really gratifying. You should have seen how that 6-fingered cooking demon's face turned green with anger. But, Adeline laughed, tilting her head to look at Yovan. Why did I never notice how vicious your words can be before? That's because you didn't know me back then. Due to the crowd dispersing, it was extremely crowded, and Yovan was tightly protecting Adeline to prevent her belongings from being stolen or worse, molested by perverts. Because of his immense strength far beyond ordinary people, Yovan managed to create a relatively safe space for Adeline. However, with so many people around, the two of them were inevitably pressed together closely. As they jostled through the crowd, Yovan would occasionally bump into Adeline, feeling the softness of her body and smelling the sweat-induced scent emanating from her. Inadvertently, Jovan's body began to react physiologically. Of course, this was partly due to the effects of the giant spirit fruit. After consuming it, Jovan's strength increased significantly, and his internal blood flow also surged. He had passed the innocent stage of adolescence and entered a phase of strong desire for the opposite sex. Without realizing it, Jovan's bulging pants repeatedly touched Adeline's backside. They soon exited the inner competition area and joined the larger crowds outside, much like after a superstar concert ends, with men, women, elderly ladies, and children everywhere. Instinctively, Yovan stayed closer to Adeline. Sometimes his protruding pants would press against her due to the crowd's movement, a sensation that Yovan found hard to resist. Adeline could feel the unusual hardness beneath her, but this situation was unintentional on Jovan's part. If Yovan didn't protect her, she might have been molested multiple times trying to squeeze out of the crowd. Better for her own person to benefit than others. However, being continually pressed against her backside made Adeline's face flush and tingling sensations spread through her body, similar to tiny currents passing through her. Not uncomfortable, but oddly pleasurable. Yovan did not notice Adeline's discomfort, for he was both agonized and enjoying himself. Yet, this situation was uncontrollable, blamed only on the excessive number of spectators. Yovan decided that if tomorrow's preliminary round had as many viewers, he would certainly bring Adeline along again. Just then, a commotion arose nearby, followed by what sounded like fighting. The crowd was packed tightly like sardines, so when the disturbance and fight noises spread, Yovan tensed up, ready to pull Adeline away from the chaos. Just as Yovan started moving, a massive force surged through the crowd. Dwanka, a snowslide that no one can resist, the sudden surge involving thousands of people overwhelmed even Jovan's considerable strength. All he could do was hastily shield Adeline and sway along with the crowd, unable to control his body. This ordeal lasted for 3 minutes. By the time the stampede caused by the argument ended, 4 or 5 children appeared beside Yovan, whom he had saved spontaneously while deflecting the force. They seemed to have become separated from their parents during the chaos. Adeline, still somewhat shaken, patted her chest. Around them, people lay scattered across the international square, cries and screams echoing everywhere. Fortunately, the organizers' foresight in requesting police support proved crucial. Although the stampede happened suddenly and covered a wide area, thanks to the timely evacuation and redirection efforts of the police, the crowd quickly dispersed, effectively preventing further casualties. Once the crowd cleared, ambulances rushed in to assist the injured. With the help of those unharmed or lightly injured, the dozen or so wounded individuals were swiftly loaded into the ambulance. Some were even placed in police cars due to lack of space. Due to the prompt rescue efforts, there were no severe injuries or fatalities. The most serious case involved a broken thigh bone, which should heal within a few months of hospitalization. Yovan and Adeline also lent a hand. Parents frequently came looking for their children, expressing regret, for they should not have brought their kids to such potentially dangerous events. When the parents saw the children beside Yovan, they approached gratefully, confirmed their identities, took their children, and thanked him earnestly, reminding themselves to keep their children safe in the future. The parents who found their children couldn't thank Yovan enough. Chapter 154, Partnership. I didn't realize you have such a good heart. Adeline seemed to be in high spirits. Evidently, helping others made her incredibly happy. When have I ever been bad? Yovan rolled his eyes, silently protesting against Adeline's doubt of his character. True, when have you ever been good? Recently, Adeline appeared to take pleasure in bickering with Yovan. It made her especially happy whenever she saw him looking exasperated or speechless. Arguing with women was the most foolish thing one could do. With this thought in mind, Yovan wisely shut his mouth and then opened the passenger door of Adeline's car, climbing inside. Come on, let me show you something interesting. Adeline's happiness seemed almost exaggerated as she floored the gas pedal, driving the car out with the might of a tank before speeding forward. At Tianhong Dumpling House, Yovan and Adeline entered one after the other. It was now mealtime, and the dumpling house was bustling with activity. Yovan even spotted a few familiar faces, including Cedric and his men in black, who were always so conspicuous. Thanks to the garlic seasoning and some vegetables supplied by Yovan, even dishes not prepared by him tasted almost as good, satisfying the picky eater, Cedric. This also explained why Tianhong Dumpling House did such brisk business. Cedric had apparently seen Yovan as well, and was waving enthusiastically at him. After nodding to Cedric, Yovan followed Adeline upstairs to her office. Bang! Click! Adeline tightly closed the solid wooden door of her office and locked it from the inside. You're making it all mysterious. Now I'm really curious about what good thing you're talking about. Seeing Adeline close even the blinds on the windows, Yovan asked curiously. Adeline didn't answer immediately, but instead opened the middle drawer of her desk, took out a file folder, and placed it in front of Yovan. Here, take a look. That's the surprise I told you about. Just from the cover of the file, there was nothing to be seen. Yovan, somewhat curious, took the contract Adeline handed over, untied the string wrapped around the clasp, and retrieved the documents inside. It's a purchase contract for the agricultural produce warehouse in Chengnan. Staring at the bold black letters on the contracts, Yovan stared blankly at Adeline. Is the warehouse the surprise? And why are you buying a warehouse? I plan to start a premium agricultural produce company for high-end clients. Adeline replied matter-of-factly. While starting a company had become quite easy nowadays, it was still an improvement over the past decade where anyone carrying a leather bag claimed to be a CEO. Yovan remembered that starting a food company required a minimum registered capital of 5 million yuan. From the expression on Adeline's face, it seemed like 5 million was merely a disposable resource for her, just as if she put pocket money aside for vegetable shopping. How did you suddenly think of starting an agricultural produce company? Moreover, isn't Qinghai City's agricultural market monopolized by Changda Corporation? Not to mention, they have a grudge against us. From any angle, Changda Corporation would never let your agricultural company survive. Yovan bombarded her with questions. Although Adeline had plenty of money, it could be better used elsewhere rather than throwing it into a hopeless bottomless pit. Thinking about it, Yovan continued, the biggest issue is, where will you get your supplies for the agricultural company? Adeline had anticipated Jovan's reaction, but seeing how, despite his harsh tone, he was genuinely concerned for her, she didn't argue back right away. Instead, she looked at him with bright eyes and said gently, getting agricultural supplies is easy. Don't you have a lot of vegetables? Sell them to me. Yovan was taken aback by Adeline's words. Previously, he only considered the difficulties she would face due to Changda Corporation's deliberate suppression. However, he clearly hadn't realized that with nearly 200 acres of valley land and his divine farmer's technique, supplying enough produce wouldn't be an issue. Seeing Jovan's stunned expression, Adeline chuckled and then extended her slender hand, smiling, let's partner up and aim to dominate the Qinghai City premium vegetable market. Hold on. Yovan hesitated to reach out, still having many doubts. Running a company wasn't so simple. While celestial vegetables would certainly ensure booming business, he needed more details. Can you tell me more about the positioning of the premium agricultural market? Hearing Jovan's question, Adeline unobtrusively withdrew her hand. Their relationship had grown increasingly comfortable, so there was no awkwardness. She calmly explained, the idea of the premium agricultural market is to build our reputation first, and then sell these vegetables at high prices to those with sufficient economic and purchasing power. But wouldn't that define too narrow a customer base? After all, the true strength lies in the masses. The ordinary people are the main consumers of vegetables. Yovan raised his concern. He didn't intend to sell celestial vegetables exclusively to the elite. He hoped that one day, common folk could also enjoy his celestial vegetables at affordable prices. Listening to Yovan, Adeline smiled wryly and continued, I understand that too, but our current biggest issue is, we don't have enough production to meet that demand. Production issues? If production increases, can we expand our target market to include ordinary people? That depends on the actual output. If we can increase the volume of vegetables you provide to Tianheng Dumpling House by 50 to 100 times, we can consider targeting the general population. After a moment's thought, Adeline felt she might be underestimating Jovan's vegetables since their flavor far surpassed any similar varieties available in the market. Thus, the growth of the agricultural company was inevitable. Chapter 155, Untitled. Despite the possible suppression from Changda Company, in today's market where quality reigns supreme and consumers determine the market, petty underhanded tactics are of no use against the overwhelming superiority in ingredients. They are merely dying struggles at best. Thus, Adeline conservatively estimated that the demand for vegetables would expand to about 200 times its current level, or even more. What if it's 300 times? Could we then directly target the average person? Yovan held up 3 fingers. His immortal world vegetables were much larger than those of other kinds. When the valley was entirely planted with vegetables, he could buy a loudspeaker to broadcast the Chun chapter of the Shinong spell daily, watching everything grow. Just thinking about this scene made him excited. 300 times? Adeline repeated, surprised. She had her doubts but, seeing Jovan's confident gaze, she nodded involuntarily. If you can provide vegetables of such superior quality at 300 times the amount, you can absolutely target the general populace and even sell around Qinghai City. Yes, that would be best. Yovan nodded, then picked up the contract to read carefully. Because 5 million yuan had been paid as registered capital, Adeline's name was written as the legal representative, with her holding 51% of the shares while Yovan held 49%. This shareholding arrangement had its significance. Although it appeared the difference between their shares was only 2%, this extra 2% gave Adeline absolute say in company matters, whereas Yovan only enjoyed the dividends of agricultural produce without having a voice in company decisions. Placing the contract on the table, Yovan was not interested in a company where he had no say. Though he trusted Adeline's character, in the future, if other capital flowed into Ross Agricultural Products Company, he, without any say, would likely be the first to be targeted. And as the sole possessor of immortal world vegetables, his position should be in a seller's market. Even if Adeline did not open this agricultural products company, he could start one himself. Of course, Jovan's network was far inferior to Adeline's. And personally, he could not abandon Adeline and go solo. Doing so would mean he wasn't the principal Yovan anymore. Do you have any objections to the contract? Feel free to say anything. If your supply is indeed sufficient, my previous share allocation was too low. Adeline asked when she saw Yovan lost in thought. I have no issues with the contract terms but, Yovan gestured with 8 fingers, saying, I want 80% of the company shares and absolute decision-making power. Agreed. Adeline nodded resolutely. If Yovan could really provide that much in vegetables, then even 20% of the shares would earn far more than the previous 51%. Regarding decision-making power, Adeline was used to being dominant. With anyone else, she would rather negotiations break down than give up any control. But looking at Jovan's firm face, she inexplicably nodded. Great, a pleasant cooperation. Yovan finally took the contract and signed his name on it. Pleasant cooperation. Seeing Jovan's signature on the contract, Adeline felt a surge of emotion. This agricultural products company had already stood on the shoulders of giants. Soon, a storm named Ross Vegetables would sweep through all of Qinghai City. Thinking of this, Adeline couldn't help but rise onto her tiptoes and lightly peck Jovan's cheek. This is the real surprise for you. Hee hee. After saying this, Adeline tried to run out of the office, but at some point, her hands were tightly grabbed by 2 powerful hands. Before she could react, a manly mouth firmly pressed against hers. Adeline let out a startled sound, then she couldn't make another sound. Exiting the office, Yovan smacked his lips. He kissed her once, twice, a few times. It felt pretty good. 2 days later, after the preliminary selection, over 30,000 chefs, rigorously tested, dwindled down to just over 3,000. Due to fewer participants and the Culinary Association's high regard for this competition, it was held indoors. The indoor environment was better than outdoors, somewhat like an enlarged university cafeteria. The kitchen was round, surrounded by crystal glass panels, forming a dome-like structure without a ceiling, expanding outward like a crystal palace. Inside were various cooking tools and special cooking utensils. Around the kitchen were spacious areas, and the ingredient racks circled around it. Dover and Adeline arrived early, but what surprised Dover was that Julianne, who turned out to be Adeline's close friend, accompanied them inside the venue to watch his competition. Though they didn't get along well, they refrained from obvious conflict due to the occasion and Adeline's presence. They occasionally exchanged glances quickly or rolled their eyes behind Adeline's back whenever they crossed paths. Adeline noticed the tension between them, but when she asked, both smiled as if they were old friends, which reassured her. Knowing Julianne's personality, Adeline was concerned they might quarrel. Another reason for bringing Julianne was that she had an extensive understanding of almost every chef present, thanks to her father's friendly nature. Julianne could analyze any in-circle chef's specialties, character, and memorable achievements thoroughly. Chapter 156, Ingredients. Adeline's thinking was that only by knowing both oneself and one's opponent thoroughly could one remain undefeated in 100 battles. With Laney Jiao's pre-match coaching, Adeline felt Yovan would win more easily. In fact, Yovan himself had reservations. He was genuinely worried about being infuriated by Laney Jiao during the competition, to the point where he might not even place in the top 3. However, when he saw Adeline happily chatting with Lainey Jiao, he swallowed his concerns. After all, who made him kiss her? She's just a little firecracker. Men need to be more magnanimous. Comforting himself with these thoughts, Yovan followed the staff's guidance into the competition arena. The venue was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people, so this time, entry and exit were unrestricted. A lesson learned from previous stampede incidents. An orderly crowd is less prone to accidents, so it's better to plan things from the start. Without restrictions on entry and exit, although the number of participating chefs had decreased, the spectators filled the entire venue, making it look more like a celebrity concert than a food competition. Quiet everyone. Quiet down. The competition will begin shortly. I won't say much but hope everyone can give their best and achieve good results. Additionally, we ask all spectators to maintain silence in the venue and refrain from making loud noises. 1 minute before the competition began, an Enos stepped forward and spoke into the microphone with a powerful voice. His words instantly silenced the previously noisy audience as they eagerly awaited the next stage. Bang, bang. With the drum beats echoing, the elder glanced at the time and continued into the microphone. The competition officially begins now. Contestants may proceed to select your ingredients. As this competition allows free reign, you can use materials prepared by yourself. There's no strict time limit, but please try to finish before dark. Otherwise, the judging committee might make things difficult for you. The elder's final joke sparked laughter and set the tone for the competition. Yovan donned a white chef's hat and apron, and his demeanor shifted as if embodying a master chef. This transformation left Adeline mesmerized. Whether coincidentally or intentionally placed by the organizers, Yovan found himself next to the Etienne he clashed with yesterday. When the judge announced the start, the Etienne calmly retrieved his ingredients and shot a cold sneer at Yovan. Be careful, you'd better concede early. You're too young and overconfident. Are you crazy, or are you in the final stages of rabies? Yovan retorted without hesitation, leaving the Etienne red-faced. Don't boast now. Let's see how you and your boss laugh when you lose. The Etienne ceased arguing, fearing Yovan would affect his mental state, which could hamper his performance. A positive mindset is essential for a chef. Yovan wanted to tell the Etienne that he was the boss, but thought it sounded too pretentious, so he remained silent and focused on preparing his dish. Meanwhile, Adeline and Lainey Jiao watched intently from outside, noticing the tension between Yovan and the Etienne, evident even from a distance. Adeline, full of confidence in Jovan's culinary skills, reassured Lainey Jiao. Han sister, do you have faith in Yovan? This Etienne comes from a family of renowned chefs, has been exposed to various ingredients since childhood, and received training from masters. Even the Qinghai City Culinary Association invited him to be their vice president, which he declined. Adeline smiled lightly. Don't worry. I trust Jovan's skills. Once you taste his dishes, you'll understand. Lainey Jiao, observing Adeline's confidence, wondered if this scoundrel really made such delicious food. Inside, the chefs started selecting their ingredients, preparing their signature dishes. Some had already begun cooking enthusiastically. The Etienne quickly gathered luxurious ingredients like shark fins, abalone, sea cucumbers, scallops, turtle shells, fish lips, and other delicacies. He paired them with various seasonings, old hen, duck, ham, pigeon, ribs, scallops, and poured everything into a pre-prepared casserole. When Yovan chose farm-raised eggs and rice, materials unexpected by the audience, they voiced doubts. Lainey Jiao exclaimed, "What is he doing? Using these two ingredients in a formal competition?" Compared to the Etienne's lavish selection, Jovan's simple ingredients seemed inferior. If both had similar skills, their dishes would differ greatly in taste. However, at the level of culinary masters who could turn ordinary into extraordinary, the choice of ingredients mattered less. Seeing Yovan choose cooked rice further perplexed the audience. Was he planning to make fried rice? While better than instant noodles, using such basic ingredients put him at a disadvantage, especially common farm eggs and rice. Chapter 157. Golden Egg Fried Rice. Everyone knows the name of this dish, made from these two ingredients, egg fried rice. While it's a humble dish that can fill one's stomach, in gourmet competitions, such dishes have long been forgotten by people. Even though it's considered cuisine, people yearn more for sophisticated and diversified ingredients and dishes. Every chef aspires to have their unique recipes and explore unknown ingredients, leaving simple dishes like egg fried rice so disregarded that even village store chefs disdain making it. Ignoring the gazes and murmurs around him, Yovan entered the kitchen. The judge beside him couldn't help but feel intrigued when he saw Jovan's ingredients. He watched Yovan and the six-fingered middle-aged man enter the competition counter and muttered to himself, "Interesting, very interesting." The six-fingered middle-aged man moved swiftly. After cleaning his ingredients, he chose a small sharp knife, lifted a large domestic yellow-billed duck with one hand, and with a twist of his wrist and a swift motion of the knife, a thin layer of duck skin was peeled off. After a few rotations, a bald yellow-billed duck lay on the cutting board, showcasing impressive knife skills. He then placed the yellow-billed duck and other ingredients into a pot of water to begin cooking. He prepared the abalone and other seafood, arranged the seasonings and auxiliary ingredients, cut the ham and onions into small pieces, and set them aside. He also scooped up some flour. Watching the skilled and quick preparation by the six-fingered middle-aged man, the judge nodded repeatedly. I didn't expect this chef to have such solid basics. From these preparations, it seems he intends to blend all these ingredients into the most authentic foshiakiang. Another judge interjected, but we don't know what the young man plans to do. I'm afraid if he loses, he'll face much ridicule. Look quickly, he seems to be making egg fried rice. Rocky Yemen exclaimed, watching closely. Egg fried rice is one of the most basic Chinese dishes. Almost everyone who cooks can whip up a plate. Of course, even if you can't cook, you can still muddle through a serving. Each person has a different method. Egg fried rice has various derivative dishes, such as Marceljo fried rice, sunset fried rice, ham fried rice, chicken diced fried rice, etc. A fundamental requirement for egg fried rice is that the eggs should be tender, the rice moderately soft yet firm, and the aroma of both should intertwine harmoniously. In the TV drama, Chef Zhang Dongguan, each 3 to 5 grains of rice were supposed to be coated with egg liquid. In Chinese gourmet, it was even more exaggerated, turning directly into golden fried rice that sparkled. Now, although the system rewarded divine-level egg fried rice cannot sparkle like gold, there are techniques involved, from the selection of rice grains, the water used for cooking, the heat control, and even matching the size of the eggs to the quantity of rice. After receiving the culinary master skills from the Immortal World Taobao shop, Jovan's understanding and approach to egg fried rice became crystal clear, just like Marlon Zhu acquiring decades of martial prowess from Immortal Z, gaining countless years of experience in making egg fried rice instantly. Because the memories about culinary mastery in his mind could only produce simple dishes and couldn't handle complex ones, Jovan chose egg fried rice. Of course, Jovan wasn't entirely unprepared. Before the competition, he spent 50 immortal coins at the Immortal World Taobao shop to exchange for several immortal eggs and 10 kilograms of Immortal World rice worth 10 immortal coins. Thus, although the ingredients Jovan took out looked ordinary, they were inherently superior to expensive ingredients like abalone or sea cucumber. If judges stood close enough, they would see that Jovan's eggs were completely white, their shells resembling jade, almost impossible to break accidentally. The handful of immortal rice he held was noticeably larger than ordinary rice, and the faint fragrance wafting from it refreshed one's senses upon inhalation. The rice had been cooked last night. There was no concern over its quality deteriorating. When Jovan took out the cold rice, he tasted a bit. It remained fragrantly refreshing, as if drinking sweet mountain spring water. Satisfied, Jovan approved of the Immortal World rice from the Immortal World Taobao shop. He first cleaned the pan with purified water, heated it on the gas stove, added fragrant oil, and began heating it. While the oil heated, Jovan didn't idle. He took out the already cooked immortal rice and poured it into the hot oil. The rice gleamed brightly, each grain full and uniformly sized, exuding a clean rice fragrance that made one want to taste it immediately. As the immortal rice hit the hot oil, pleasant sizzling sounds emerged from the pan, accompanied by a rich aroma of rice. Due to the high quality of the Immortal World rice, the grains separated perfectly when fried in oil, an ideal state for making egg fried rice. Taking a deep breath, Jovan cracked open 2 immortal eggs, which revealed golden yolks and clear whites, carrying a subtle, delightful aroma instead of any fishy smell. Neither the rice nor the eggs were ordinary. Clattering sounds filled the air. At that moment, inspired by the spirit of a master chef, Jovan's movements flowed seamlessly, each action precise and textbook perfect, adding a serious charm to his mature face. How long does it take to prepare a bowl of egg fried rice? Under West's intense focus, it took only 3 minutes before steaming hot egg fried rice was neatly served in a white plate. Not a single grain wasted, forming a golden spread. In front of the livestream cameras of various food websites, Jovan's egg fried rice appeared strikingly golden, each grain evenly coated with eggs. Viewers, drooling profusely, wished they could break through the screen to taste Jovan's creation. The combined aroma of the heated rice and the eggs mingled beautifully. Each grain of rice was distinctively coated with gold, loosely stacked like autumn's bountiful harvest. Is this the highest realm of egg fried rice, the golden fried rice? Watching Jovan's masterpiece, Lainey Zhao widened her eyes and murmured, apart from not sparkling, this looks no different from Xiao Dongjia's golden fried rice. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Chapter 158, Anticipation. In the livestream, many viewers were quickly leaving comments on the forum below. The rice in egg fried rice is different from ordinary rice. It's actually loose. The rice and egg are poured into the pan at the same time. This egg fried rice is indeed extraordinary. I really want to have a bite of such egg fried rice. On the forum, there was a flurry of comments about everything. Jovan was unaware that he had now become the center of attention on the forum, with his post remaining pinned at the top. This is getting interesting. The elder who announced the start of the competition nodded with a smile. Regardless of how Jovan's egg fried rice would taste in the end, just its appearance and color already made it mouthwatering. Its final flavor was bound to be excellent as well. He glanced at Jovan, who remained calm down below, recalling that before the competition began, his friend, Zach, mentioned that a culinary genius named Jovan would participate this time. Could this young man making egg fried rice be the super genius Zach spoke of? Jovan prepared the egg fried rice very quickly, finishing within 3.5 minutes. As he did the day before, he served it once ready, and the staff divided it into 20 small portions for the judges. This culinary competition was scored by points, so each judge had to taste Jovan's egg fried rice. Since today's competition did not have a time limit, most chefs chose to prepare dishes that required complex techniques and significant preparation time but tasted delicious. There were chefs like Jovan who prepared simple dishes, but none finished their dish in just 3 minutes and immediately submitted it to the judges. If this were an exam, Jovan would be the first to hand in his paper, naturally drawing everyone's attention. Seeing Jovan submit his dish so hastily, Nicholas almost burst out laughing. Since he was busy simmering soup, he had the leisure to mock Jovan. What? You know you can't win, so you just gave up? Don't worry, I won't surpass you too much. At most, I'll take 3rd place. Jovan ignored the smirking Nicholas and turned away, treating him like a buzzing fly. After the egg fried rice was taken up, he couldn't leave yet. Just like in an exam, to show respect for the competition and the judges, chefs could only leave 30 minutes after submitting their dish. Therefore, Jovan decided to observe the other contestants with the detachment of a spectator. The Jonas whom Jovan saw during the preliminaries had, unsurprisingly, advanced. He was preparing dompa pork, using pre-prepared ingredients. Dompa pork is a representative dish of Hangzhou cuisine, one of the main branches of Zhejiang cuisine, which is part of China's 8 great cuisines. Hangzhou cuisine emphasizes preserving the original flavors of the ingredients, selecting them carefully according to season, cooking methodically, and creating dishes that are both visually appealing and aromatic. Hangzhou cuisine is known for being light, fresh, precise in selection, and innovative. This emphasis on lightness is an important characteristic of Hangzhou dishes. Hangzhou cuisine is a vital part of Han Chinese dietary culture and belongs to one of the major schools of Zhejiang cuisine. It has developed alongside Ningbo cuisine and Shaoxing cuisine, collectively forming the traditional Zhejiang cuisine system. Recently, the Hangzhou dining scene has seen rapid growth, producing many dishes recognized nationwide. These new dishes incorporate diverse influences and meticulous craftsmanship, excelling in preparation and presentation, thus becoming one of the new pillars among the 8 great cuisines. The middle-aged bearded chef demonstrated impressive skill. Given the 10-to-1 acceptance ratio, his ability was remarkable. The judges praised him, stating that anyone capable of winning a sub-competition was no less talented than those directly accepted, and sometimes even stronger. While those accepted had reputations, some were not as skilled as the sub-competition winners. The man's dumpa pork was also frequently mentioned in the live stream, with some questioning the sufficiency of preparation time, whether the semi-finished ingredients were his own work, and if he, as a restaurant owner, truly prepared it himself. However, Yovan believed this man advancing today was inevitable, and as long as nothing went wrong tomorrow, he would advance through the 2 preliminary rounds and enter the top 10 of the 3rd round. Whether he could make it to the finals would depend on his performance and luck. Today's competition saw 3,000 participants whittled down to 300, a 1 in 10 success rate, which was significantly more challenging than the preliminaries due to the refined pool of skilled chefs. Tomorrow, these 300 would compete again under a 10-to-1 elimination rule, ultimately narrowing it down to 30 semi-finalists. Thus, after 2 days of competition, only 30 would remain, the strong survivors. Moreover, the finals would be live-streamed by a popular local TV station, though not a satellite channel. The semi-finals would have only 30 slots, and knowing the rules, the crucial thing was to advance to the final because only then could one gain recognition and fame. Failing to reach the final meant all efforts were futile. At this moment, Jovan's egg fried rice was brought to the judges' table. The grains of plump, glossy rice sourced from the immortal realm lay loosely, coated with a thin layer of egg yolk. Jovan's egg fried rice looked somewhat unique, but the aroma was rich and appetizing due to the ingredients sourced from the immortal realm Taobao store. Smelling the rich fragrance and admiring the golden hue of the egg fried rice, the 20 judges exchanged glances and each scooped up a spoonful, savoring it carefully. For some reason, they felt a tinge of anticipation before tasting. Some judges knew about Yovan, while others did not. Yet, with just 1 dish of egg fried rice, he was soon to leave a mark at the Culinary Association, an association he had never visited before. Chapter 159. Perfect Score. With these thoughts, the Nevin already signaled the staff to divide his Buddha jumps over the wall into 20 small portions and serve them to the judges. It must be said that under normal circumstances, there's absolutely no way to find fault with the Nevin's Buddha jumps over the wall. Buddha jumps over the wall, also known as full vat of fragrance or abundance of fortune and denievity, is the top dish of Fuzhou, belonging to the Min cuisine style. With over 100 years of history, it was created by Elmo, the owner of Jukian Garden Restaurant. Over a century has passed, after several generations of famous chefs improved it. Today's Buddha jumps over the wall features premium ingredients such as shark fins, abalone, sea cucumber, large dried scallops, turtle plastron, fish maw, fish lips, deer tendons, pigeon eggs, flower mushrooms, pig stomach tips, duck kidneys, etc. It encompasses all kinds of delicacies, terrestrial animals, aquatic creatures, and mountain specialties. Combined with various seasonings and home-raised aged hens, yellowmouth ducks, Jinhua ham, pigeons, pork ribs, scallops, and dozens of other carefully selected ingredients, they are meticulously stewed. In 1965 and 1980, dishes centered on Buddha jumps over the wall at Nanyuan in Guangzhou and Hong Kong caused a sensation, leading to a global craze for this dish. Many overseas Chinese restaurants use their so-called authentic versions of Buddha jumps over the wall to attract customers. The dish has even served distinguished guests such as Prince Sihanouk, President Ronald Reagan, Queen Elizabeth II, among other world leaders. Buddha jumps over the wall is also renowned for its health benefits, especially for replenishing vital energy and improving malnutrition. Firstly, the Nevin used 18 primary ingredients for his dish: sea cucumber, abalone, shark fins, dried scallops, fish lips, fish maw, clams, ham, pig stomach, lamb knuckles, hooves, tendon, chicken breast, chicken gizzards, duck gizzards, winter mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and so on. The preparation process for Buddha jumps over the wall is also very intricate. Before the competition, the head chef had individually cooked each of the 18 ingredients using various methods like frying, stir-frying, braising, and deep frying to achieve unique flavors. These ingredients were then layered inside a large Shaoxing wine jar, filled with an appropriate amount of rich broth and Shaoxing wine to ensure perfect fusion. The jar's mouth was sealed with lotus leaves and placed over a fire. The cooking process requires white charcoal, a dense, non-smoky wood, for best results. Initially, the mixture is brought to a boil over high heat before simmering gently over low heat for about 5 to 6 hours to fully cook through. To ensure success in this competition, the Nevin used the finest available ingredients. For the abalone, he chose the highest quality single-head abalone. There is a common misconception that more heads mean better quality, but this is not true. A key criterion for evaluating abalone quality is its size per weight unit, called heads. For instance, one gene, approximately 0.6 kilograms, might contain 2 heads, 3 heads, 5 heads, 10 heads, or 20 heads. Fewer heads indicate larger abalone sizes, hence higher prices. Extremely rare and expensive, 1 or 2 head abalones are considered the best. Among the varieties, Japanese mesh abalone has the fewest heads, while Japanese geoduck has the most. Fish lips are cut from the most elastic part of the shark's tail. In culinary literature, terms like fish mouth or fish lips often cause confusion, leading many, even professionals, to believe they are the same ingredient. However, this is incorrect. Fish mouth refers to the mouth area of freshwater fish like carp, grass carp, and silver carp, commonly available and suitable for quick cooking. On the other hand, fish lips specifically refer to the skin of a shark's tail, not its mouth, which, after processing with alum, lye water, and sulfur, becomes a golden yellow delicacy. Before use, dry fish lips must be soaked overnight in water to soften. They need to be heated in a pot with water until boiling, then removed, cleaned thoroughly to remove sand, black skin, and decayed parts, rinsed for 2 hours, and finally steamed until soft and moist for optimal texture. For the main ingredients in Buddha jumps over the wall, both the fish lips and abalone were of the highest quality. As for sea cucumber, the best variety comes from Changdao in Bohai Bay. Bohai Bay, located at 39 degrees north latitude, is world-renowned for producing the finest sea cucumbers. Within this latitude are some of the world's best regions for wines and ginseng. The Juanening sea cucumber reigns supreme here. Beyond choosing premium ingredients, the Nevin had great confidence in his preparation method. To prepare for the contest flavor, he meticulously processed the water-soaked shark fins by removing sand, cleaning them thoroughly, and aligning them on bamboo baskets. After boiling with spring onions, ginger slices, and Shaoxing wine for 10 minutes to reduce fishy odors, he removed them, discarded the spring onions and ginger, and transferred them to bowls with fatty pork belly for a 2-hour steam over high heat. Afterward, he picked out the fatty meat and strained off the liquid. This meticulous preparation alone took him 3 months, which made him quite confident about his Buddha jumps over the wall. As the second chef to submit his dish, he garnered considerable attention. Watching proudly as his dish was presented to the judges, he waited eagerly for their verdict. Some judges hesitated because Miles's previous dish left a lingering refreshing taste that they did not want to spoil. However, duty-bound to taste every dish, the judges reluctantly scooped up a spoonful of the Buddha jumps over the wall. Then, something unexpected happened. A judge who tasted it suddenly clamped a hand over their mouth, unable to hold back a spurt of vomit. By contrast, Miles's egg fried rice looked exceptional and tasted even better. Firm, tender, refreshing, leaving a lasting aroma. Compared to store-bought egg fried rice, which tends to be hard and fishy, Miles's creation stood in stark contrast. The judges could only nod silently after just one bite, unusually refraining from comparing notes. Instead, they all buried themselves in the meal, as if the egg fried rice made them hungrier with every bite. Juanca, a captivating and beautiful poppy flower, it was addictive, making them unable to stop eating. Chapter 160, Conquering the Judges. The judges had no idea that the ingredients Yovan used to make his egg fried rice were special forms of rice and eggs from the immortal realm. When consumed, they did not provide energy but instead improved human physical qualities. Of course, the small quantity prepared by Dover wasn't enough to change their physiques, but it made them feel very comfortable and extremely hungry. Among them, Adon felt this effect most strongly. After tasting Joven's egg fried rice, he felt a wave of warmth rising from his stomach, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. This intense feeling even surpassed what carnal pleasure could offer. Naturally, it had been a long time since he had experienced such. However, the old judge was certain that this bowl of egg fried rice was the best food he had ever eaten, without any doubt. The superb culinary skills combined with top-tier ingredients had completely conquered all the judges present. Within a minute, the small bowl of egg fried rice was entirely devoured by the judges. Then, all the judges raised their heads simultaneously, gazing at the empty bowls with a hint of loss. Some judges, ignoring decorum, licked every last grain of golden egg fried rice off their plates. Others looked at Yovan with a wistful expression, as if it wasn't just egg fried rice. It wasn't just delicious. It transcended taste, reaching straight into the soul. If Joven's dishes always tasted this way, it would be like having a cheat code enabled. This was the simultaneous thought in the minds of all the judges. Such a dish didn't need scoring. If full marks weren't 10 points, some judges would have given 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 points. No matter how absurdly high, it wouldn't matter because the flavor of this egg fried rice was already absurdly exceptional. This delicacy should only exist in the heavens, rarely tasted by mortals. The 20 judges quickly exchanged opinions before beginning to score. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Scores flashed rapidly on the big screen, and without surprise, all judges gave perfect scores of 10 points. Some even lamented why the highest score was only 10 points because it couldn't fully express their inner feelings. Moreover, in previous rounds, no contestant had received a perfect score. The highest score was 9.3 points, which was the peak score, not an average. Seeing the perfect score of 10 points, Yovan himself was momentarily stunned. A perfect score meant that all judges found his egg fried rice flawless, providing the greatest affirmation for a dish. Even Yovan hadn't expected such an effect from his incomplete master-level cooking skills. What about a complete master-level or even grandmaster-level technique? What Yovan didn't know was that the immortal realm Taba shop set the standards for culinary arts according to the highest benchmarks, selecting chefs from thousands of years across history. Additionally, Yovan hadn't noticed that the dishes he now prepared increasingly resembled medicinal cuisine. It was said that every top chef, while perfectly developing the flavors of food, also utilized its nutritional value to replace medicine. Each top chef was a top physician, and each top traditional Chinese doctor was a master of culinary arts. Of course, these were legends. Neither Yovan nor the widely traveled Adeline had encountered such figures. Even if following the competition rules, removing the highest and lowest scores, Jovan's final score remained 10.0 points. Submitting the first dish with a perfect score caused some media and chefs to question whether the competition's difficulty was low or if earlier submissions gained flavor advantages. Regardless of how much the judges endorsed Jovan's cooking, many felt that egg fried rice, compared to other main dishes, might be at a disadvantage. Egg fried rice often brought up associations with greasy flavors from roadside eateries, affecting appetites. Given this context, achieving such high scores with egg fried rice, what if he used higher quality ingredients? Not every chef was immersed in the art of cooking. They too had human emotions and desires. Most participating chefs aimed for the top 3 spots, earning certificates from the Culinary Association and advancing to the pinnacle of Qinghai City's culinary world. Thus, some chefs began plotting, notably the Dwayne beside Yovan. When he saw Yovan receive a perfect score, his face paled. Receiving nothing but tins was something he dared not dream of. Earlier, he had arrogantly lectured Yovan on life lessons. Now, Yovan silenced him in just 3 minutes with a simple egg fried rice, metaphorically slapping him with not just hands but fly swatters. The Dwayne's face burned with humiliation, and he began contemplating if early submission, when the judges' palates were fresh, could indeed earn high scores, even perfect ones. Confident that his braised shark fin and abalone far surpassed Jovan's efforts, he reasoned that if Jovan's egg fried rice could get a perfect score, submitting his dish now might also earn a perfect score while the judges were still in high spirits. Driven by these thoughts, the Dwayne could no longer contain himself. Looking around, he saw several other chefs thinking along similar lines. Since the ingredients for braised shark fin and abalone were already pre-cooked, adding more time for better integration wouldn't hurt, nor would reducing it significantly impact flavor. With this mindset, the Dwayne made his move. Chapter 161. Threw up. The entire audience fell silent as they watched a judge who couldn't help but vomit after tasting the fo tiao chong. No one expected that any dish could cause such a reaction from the judges. Did it contain poison? Chef Juanuji was stunned on the spot. He knew for sure that all the ingredients he had prepared were of top quality. Some were even flown in fresh by air, so there was no question of poor or fake ingredients. As a renowned fo tiao chong chef in Qinghai City, he had participated in numerous competitions and lavish feasts for dignitaries. Even if he didn't always secure first place, his fo tiao chong always earned unanimous praise. Why did this happen now? There were around 10,000 spectators, but due to the distance between the audience and judges' seats, many didn't see the vomiting episode clearly. Those who did merely assumed the judges were spitting out fish bones or other debris. However, given the contest's significant influence, several food web portals and live streaming cameras focused on Chef Juanuji's fo tiao chong when he served it. Initially, it looked appetizing with its rich color and ingredients, so the reporter hosting the live stream praised it highly, introducing Chef Juanuji's past accomplishments to the viewers, creating an impression of excellence. Such excellent ingredients, coupled with an experienced chef, surely meant his fo tiao chong would be delicious, right? But before the roughly 10,000 online viewers could marvel, they saw in high definition the judge taste the dish, then cover their mouth in nausea before ultimately throwing up. All clear for everyone to see. Instantly, the lively chat room fell silent, only to erupt into a flood of comments bombarding the screen. Damn, wasn't this chef's fo tiao chong supposed to be amazing? How come it made the judge throw up? 666, I really can't believe it. This chef made the judge vomit with his skills. Why shouldn't he get 0 points? The reporters who had been lavishly praising Chef Juanuji laughed awkwardly, cursing him internally. At the judge's table, the judge who vomited looked embarrassed and bewildered. He knew Chef Juanuji well. Both belonged to the same culinary circle in Qinghai City. By all accounts, today's fo tiao chong was indeed first class. However, ever since tasting Jovan's egg fried rice, a lingering freshness and sweetness remained in his mouth. This faint sensation made the foetid odor in Juanuji's fo tiao chong seem amplified. Usually, Chef Juanuji was adept at handling the smell of seafood, using not only common deodorizers like ginger and scallions, but also special spices he formulated himself to suppress fishy smells to almost undetectable levels. Of course, as a competition judge, he could still detect the faint odor. However, it wouldn't affect eating or scoring and stayed within tolerable limits. Yet, unexpectedly, when savoring that faint aroma left from the egg fried rice, the judge found that just a small sip of the fo tiao chong broth tasted unbearably fishy and astringent. It felt as nauseating as eating a raw, unwashed eel. Despite covering his mouth, he couldn't hold back the vomit. Tony, so many people are watching. Even if it's terrible, you shouldn't vomit in front of everyone. The eldest judge, who was speaking earlier, approached him and whispered sternly. Hyder, I didn't mean to vomit. It's hard to explain. Try a spoonful and you'll know. The Che refused to take the blame, noticing Juanuji's darkened face glaring at him. Both being from the culinary world of Qinghai City, he didn't want unnecessary enmity. After hearing this, Juanuji, somewhat losing composure, walked over to the fo tiao chong, picked up chopsticks, ate a bit of sea cucumber, and drank a large spoonful of broth. Now, more than the competition, his reputation mattered. If news spread that his fo tiao chong caused a judge to vomit, his name would be ruined. To prove the dish was fine, after tasting it, Juanuji glared angrily at the Che. Juanuji wondered if he had offended this judge earlier, leading to this public revenge. Seeing Juanuji eat without reacting, public opinion shifted slightly, with viewers suspecting foul play. The Enos also turned to the Che with an accusatory look. Feeling unfairly treated, the Che believed that compared to Jovan's egg fried rice, fo tiao chong was trash. Without saying much, he asked other judges to try the dish first. The next to taste was Adon. Confident about its flavor, he took a spoonful of the broth. In the presence of 10,000 spectators, both live and online, Adon's expression changed upon swallowing the broth. Covering his mouth, he too threw up. Chapter 162. Make another dish. A cold wind swept across the entire judging panel, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Cheats, you're all cheats. Did you take bribes before the competition to come here and sabotage me? Seeing the old judge vomit, Nevin could no longer suppress his rage. After this incident, his reputation was utterly ruined. In front of over 100,000 spectators, his signature dish made the judges vomit. In the future, no restaurant or noble would dare invite him in Qinghai City. Nevin knew that his name would become a laughingstock in the culinary world of Qinghai City. He was already finished without Jovan's intervention, so at this moment, he had nothing to lose. His bad temper finally erupted. Do you know what you're saying? Bo retorted angrily in response to Nevin's accusation. The other judges glared at Nevin with fury. They represented not only themselves but also the gourmet association behind them. By accusing them of taking bribes, Nevin indirectly accused the association of being corrupt. This was live-streamed, with thousands watching, so his words completely offended all the judges. Heh, I know exactly what I'm saying. Barefoot and unafraid. Nevin felt like a gambler who had lost everything. After this competition, he couldn't stay in Qinghai City anyway, so he no longer feared the city's gourmet association. Facing the judge's question, he smirked coldly. I know my dishes inside and out. How could they make someone vomit? Who would believe you didn't take bribes? To prove his credibility, Nevin found a reporter on site holding a live streaming device and asked him to taste the broth of his Fo Tiao Chong, Buddha, jumping over the wall. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the reporter, a junior who had just passed his probation, felt nervous. But professional instincts kicked in, and he took a small sip of the Fo Tiao Chong broth, nodding in front of the live camera. The taste is still good. After speaking, the reporter glanced at the judge's grim faces. He had more to say, like how the Fo Tiao Chong was one of the best things he'd ever tasted, but given the close ties between their food website and the gourmet association, he chose his words carefully, then stopped. But Nevin needed just that sentence. Hearing it, he sneered at the judges. Did you hear what the reporter said? Very good. Don't think that just because your gourmet association runs this competition, you can manipulate it and cover up everything. The judges were furious after hearing Nevin's words. They understood why they had vomited. It was because the previous fried rice had surpassed any culinary boundary. Its lingering fragrance had raised their taste standards so high that unless something equaled or surpassed the fried rice, nothing else could satisfy their palate. This explained why the Fo Tiao Chong caused vomiting. The difference between the two dishes was too great. If the fried rice were heavenly grass, the Fo Tiao Chong was merely earthly herb. However, the fried rice by Yovan was now gone, and the situation was unbelievable, leaving the judges at a loss for words. If they didn't explain, the accusation of bribery would tarnish both their reputation and the association's. This competition was initiated to restore Qinghai City's dining image following the mass fugu poisoning incident. If rumors of bribery surfaced now, the gourmet association would fall into disrepute and decline. Recognizing the severity, Adon stood up from his seat, ignoring Nevin's mocking looks, and walked straight toward Yovan, the chef who had made the fried rice. What? You want another serving of fried rice? Wasn't mine good enough? Yovan, aimlessly scrolling through Immortal World Taobao store on his phone, looked surprised as Adon approached him. No, your fried rice was excellent. We just need you to make another serving for certain reasons, Adon explained briefly and somewhat helplessly. Yovan listened to the explanation and realized what had transpired. He had been engrossed in the Immortal World Taobao store, oblivious to what happened earlier. Surprised by how delicious his dish turned out to be, Yovan nodded, went to the stove, cleaned the pan, and started cooking again. He used the leftover ingredients, which was enough for another serving. Within minutes, another batch of golden fried rice was ready, as appealing as before, with an inviting aroma that made everyone hungry. When Yovan signaled the staff to bring the dish up, Adon took the plate, nodded to Yovan, and headed back to the judging panel. On the way, smelling the fried rice, saliva dripped uncontrollably from his mouth, but he resisted the urge to eat until he reached the judge's table. Handing the dish to Nevin, he felt immense relief. Smelling but not tasting was too torturous. Seeing Adon place the fried rice in front of him, Nevin frowned. He had an ominous feeling. Note, Qinghai City is translated directly, assuming it's a proper noun for a specific location. If it should be translated differently or needs localization, please let me know. Chapter 163. The Xander throws up. It wasn't due to anything else but the fried rice in front of him that looked too appetizing, with a golden hue and an aroma that made one's mouth water. This left the Xander in disbelief. When had a simple fried rice ever become so charming? What do you mean by putting this fried rice in front of me? Looking at the fried rice before him, the Xander felt an increasing sense of unease. A barely conceivable thought surfaced in his mind, only to be dismissed. There could not possibly be food better than his Buddha jumps over the wall. Only something overwhelmingly superior would cause the reaction of not being able to eat it and throwing up. If it were the champion of the Chinese culinary competition using premium ingredients, perhaps such an effect might occur. But how could a little-known chef from the small place like Qinghai City produce such a dish? The Xander glanced at Joven's young face, shaking his head unconsciously. In response to the Xander's questioning, Adon gave a cold snort, and then lifted the fried rice, speaking into the camera for the live broadcast. To prove that our judging panel and organizers are fair and just, to put everyone's mind at ease, I have a suggestion. Having said that, Adon placed the fried rice in front of the Xander, continuing in an unfriendly tone. You say our judges are corrupt? Fine. Now try this bowl of fried rice, then take a sip of your Buddha jumps over the wall. The rest will leave to the audience for judgment. Hearing Adon's words, the Xander was surprised. Eat his own dish and make a judgment? Though he did need to taste the fried rice first, he still couldn't believe he would end up vomiting his creation. Despite the strong confidence in the judge's words, the Xander was also confident in his culinary skills. With this thought, he used his chopsticks to pick up some of the fried rice and put it in his mouth. When the fried rice entered his mouth, the Xander's expression froze. He never imagined such delicious food existed. But under everyone's watchful eyes, if he showed any signs of disturbance, wouldn't it be an indirect praise for Yovan? With a composed face, he finished the bite of fried rice. On camera, the Xander's expression remained unchanged, but no one knew that internally, he was already in turmoil. Now, try your own Buddha jumps over the wall. Watching the Xander take a bite of the fried rice, although his facial expression hadn't changed, Adon noticed the subtle change when he tasted the fried rice. Taking advantage of the moment right after the Xander finished eating, he pushed the Buddha jumps over the wall forward. Realizing he couldn't delay much longer, the Xander scooped up a large piece of sea cucumber with a spoon and put it in his mouth. Though proud of his culinary skills and aware it might be slightly inferior to the fried rice he just tasted, the Xander didn't think the gap was so vast. However, as he chewed the sea cucumber, his expression started to change. An unbearable fishy flavor seeped out of the sea cucumber, spreading in his mouth. His face paled repeatedly. In contrast to the egg fried rice he had just tasted, the originally faint fishy taste of the sea cucumber was magnified 100 or even 1,000 times over. As the fishy taste spread, discomfort arose in his throat, turning into a strong urge to vomit, growing stronger by the second. I can't throw up. With this thought, the Xander regretted having taken a big bite of the sea cucumber. Perhaps drinking a mouthful of soup might have been more tolerable. Stimulated by the intense fishy taste, the sea cucumber couldn't be swallowed. Yet under so many watchful eyes, he couldn't spit it out either, so it stayed in his mouth. These events unfolded in a matter of less than 2 minutes. Unbeknownst to the Xander, his expression had visibly changed on the live broadcast. As time passed, the fishy taste of the sea cucumber became more pronounced as the broth diminished. The irritation in his throat worsened, a vicious cycle. Unable to spit out the sea cucumber, he could only hold it in his mouth, but its fishy taste continued to assault his taste buds until he couldn't help but vomit. By this point, the Xander's face had turned purplish red. The situation remained deadlocked when suddenly the fried rice beside him emitted a light fragrance that wafted into his nose. That wisp of fragrance acted as the last straw. After inhaling it, the Xander finally couldn't hold back. He opened his mouth and vomited with a loud retch. The journalist from the food website stood directly in front of the Xander, filming him. He never expected such a violent reaction. A large blob of yellow-white substance erupted from the Xander's mouth like a fountain. Not only did it fill the camera lens, but a soft, black object hit the reporter's face, sticking firmly to it. Startled, the reporter took a few moments before reaching up to remove the offending item. Seeing that it was a large piece of sea cucumber that had been in the Xander's mouth, the journalist felt a surge of nausea. Glaring at the bent-over, vomiting Xander, he resolved not to say another word in favor of him in his news report. Staff rushed over, helping the nearly exhausted Xander out of the competition area to prevent further disruption. By now, the truth was fully revealed to the audience. The Xander had fallen completely. Regardless, his reputation in Qinghai City and its surrounding areas was now utterly ruined. Chapter 164. Ruined Reputation. The Gavriel watched as the six-fingered cooking demon was carried away like a dead dog, his face cold. Following this competition, the Culinary Association would carry out a comprehensive blacklist against him and notify other city associations to issue warnings and join in the complete boycott. At this moment, Yovan quietly browsed through the Immortal World Taba shop from his seat. He had already made up his mind to exchange for the second transformation Golden Core once today's competition ended. The second transformation Golden Core, which could purify one's body, had been something he lusted after for a long time. Though there were items with better effects, Yovan had other steady sources of immortal coins income at present. After taking the second transformation Golden Core and growing stronger, he planned to enter that deep pond to see if he could deal with the strange Fish King, worth 2,000 immortal coins. Previously, due to his own weakness, he hadn't thought much about it, but now after the second transformation Golden Core, Yovan felt confident enough to give it a try. Even if he couldn't defeat the Fish King, catching a few other strange fish would still bring in a considerable amount of immortal coins. No one could understand how appealing the diverse range of goods on the Immortal World Taba shop was to mortals. Completely immersed, Yovan didn't even notice the drama that unfolded just moments ago. Seeing that half an hour had passed since the competition began, Yovan stood up from his seat. Due to the rules requiring competitors to stay until 30 minutes into the competition, he had waited patiently until now. By this time, many chefs had already submitted their dishes. Their names, sorted by score from highest to lowest, appeared on a large LED screen. Yovan casually glanced at it, and saw he was ranked first with a perfect score of 10 points. Second place was taken by the Jonas who prepared Dompa pork, scoring 9.3 points. Beyond that, no one else scored above 9. Since the scoring criteria were much stricter compared to the preliminaries, even scores over 8 were rare. After a quick look, Yovan lost interest. Regardless, his advancement was a certainty. With the next round scheduled for tomorrow, there wasn't much point in staying any longer. Glancing at Adeline and Ryan waiting outside, he noticed they were smiling and waving at him enthusiastically. Adeline approached Yovan with a beaming smile as he exited the competition venue. Yovan, you're incredible. A perfect score in every aspect, something unheard of in Qinghai City's culinary competitions. Adeline looked at Yovan as if he were an alien. Though she knew he cooked exceptionally well, obtaining full marks in such a formal competition turned Yovan into a legendary figure in Qinghai City's culinary world. Not too shabby, I'm third in the world, Yovan replied with a grin, though he was genuinely surprised by his own score. Tisk, boasting. Ryan retorted with a sneer. Although amazed by Jovan's perfect score, she disliked his current demeanor and provocatively added, if you can achieve full marks in the finals, then I'll really be impressed. Yovan acted as if he hadn't heard her, inwardly thinking that impressing a little kid meant nothing to him. Ignoring Yovan, Ryan huffed, feeling somewhat aggrieved. But Yovan paid no attention to her, leaving her speechless and frustrated, eventually causing her to kick a nearby table. Unfortunately, she kicked too hard and hurt herself, while Yovan watched with amusement. Do you two really not know each other? Adeline asked curiously, looking back and forth between them. She had this inexplicable feeling that they must have met before, yet thought it unlikely given their current contentious interaction. Never met, never met. Sensing Adeline's suspicion, both Yovan and Ryan responded in unison. They had indeed only met by chance twice, with Yovan disliking Ryan's explosive temper and thus preferring minimal contact. Ryan, on the other hand, considered their encounters embarrassingly awkward and wanted no one else to know about them, not even her best friend. Just don't bully her, Jiao Jiao is young. Seeing their synchronized response, Adeline grew more puzzled. Considering Ryan's presence at Tianhong Dumpling Tower and Jovan's frequent visits, their acquaintance seemed plausible. Therefore, she simply shot Yovan a warning glance, reminding him not to bully the younger girl. Bully her? Lady, she's already doing me a favor by not bullying me. Looking at the smug Ryan, Yovan felt even more wrong than Doi. Given that Ryan was Adeline's close friend, Yovan anticipated many future meetings and foresaw being tormented by her, a thought that left him wanting to vent blood. As they exited the competition venue, the trio encountered the six-fingered cooking demon, who was being escorted out by security, leaning against the wall and utterly exhausted from vomiting. Seeing the state of the six-fingered cooking demon, Jovan, unaware of what transpired, was filled with questions. Seeming to perceive Jovan's confusion, Adeline approached and vividly recounted the events. Disliking the six-fingered cooking demon, she spoke loudly beside him, recounting the story in detail. Adeline's voice clearly drew the six-fingered cooking demon's attention. Turning his head, upon seeing Jovan, he paused, his eyes revealing endless regret. He never imagined Jovan hadn't even directly confronted him, just preparing a simple fried rice dish during the competition, yet managed to push him to this state. Though it was his own doing, Jovan's culinary skills far exceeded his own. Most importantly, Jovan was still very young, bringing to mind another youthful prodigy he once competed against when he himself was young. Chapter 165, Best Friend's Boyfriend. The events of several decades ago seemed to play out like a black and white film in front of the Bob. The vibrant figure in his memory had reduced him from 7 fingers to the Bob. Present-day Jovan bore an uncanny resemblance to the genius who defeated him back then. Seeing the Bob suddenly freeze, Jovan had no interest in saying anything more to him. All this was self-inflicted. He hadn't even specifically targeted him, yet things escalated to this point, truly illustrating the saying that evil deeds will inevitably lead to one's downfall. Let's go. This man is about to lose it. Adeline glanced at the Bob, who was now crying and laughing hysterically, shook her head, and thought that people who are pitiful have their detestable aspects. Jovan nodded, and they quickly left, got into Adeline's car, and headed toward the 4S store in the south of the city. Today was the official competition day, and also the time for Jovan to pick up the car he previously bought. Soon, Adeline's BMW stopped in front of the 4S store. Christine jumped out from the passenger seat first, hopping around as if she were going shopping. Jiao has always wanted an SUV, so every time she comes to the 4S store, her mood always brightens up, Adeline said with a smile, stepping out of the driver's seat and watching Christine hop around. She won't fancy the car I bought and try to snatch it, right? Jovan replied, half jokingly after hearing Adeline. Shut up. Adeline shot him a glare before following Christine into the 4S store. The business inside the store seemed quite quiet, possibly due to the season. Typically, spring and autumn are the peak seasons for car sales, while summer and winter are off seasons. Due to poor business, a bored female attendant initially in the dealership perked up upon seeing Jovan, approaching him eagerly. She remembered clearly the true wealthy patron who bought a car in just a few minutes last time. Titus, your car is ready. You can take it anytime. Seeing Jovan arrive with 2 girls, the female attendant's eyes lit up even more. Men customers who bring women with purchasing potential tend to impulsively buy cars for their companions, making them prime prospects in the eyes of car salespeople. Okay, take me to get my car. Hearing the saleswoman's words, Jovan felt a bit excited. While buying the car didn't feel special at the time, the prospect of truly owning a four-wheeler stirred excitement within him. Certainly, Titus, please follow me, the saleswoman said, glancing at Christine, who was touching everything around her. To her, if another sale could be made today, it would depend on this girl with the wealthy patron. Thinking this, the saleswoman pointed at Christine and continued. Titus, is that lady with you? Following the saleswoman's gaze, Jovan saw Christine touching everything, intending to deny knowing her, but Adeline interrupted, yes, she's our friend. Sorry, she really loves cars, which is why she couldn't resist touching everything. Evidently, Adeline also felt a bit embarrassed by Christine's behavior. No sir, you misunderstood. Our cars can be freely touched as long as there's no deliberate damage. The saleswoman explained hastily, seeing Jovan and Adeline misunderstood. I wanted to ask if that lady wants to buy a car. I can offer her a very good discount. How much of a discount? A voice from behind Jovan startled him. He turned around to see Christine, who had been wandering around, now standing behind him with an expectant look at the saleswoman. It was clear Christine was highly interested in owning a car. Understandably so. For someone like her, having a big toy like a car was incredibly appealing. Are you a ghost or something? With drifting moves. Jovan grumbled. Why should you care, HMPF sister? You haven't told me how much the discount is yet. Christine shot Jovan a glare before asking the saleswoman again. Well, my maximum authority is an 85% price, but since I feel we're getting along well today, I can offer an 80% price. Looking at Christine's face, the saleswoman replied with a smile, but this time she glanced only briefly at Christine before shifting her focus back to Jovan. To the saleswoman, Jovan would ultimately make the final decision on buying a car. She nearly offended this valuable customer due to her previous attitude. Fortunately, he was magnanimous enough not to pursue the matter. Knowing Jovan was the real valuable customer, the saleswoman decided to focus entirely on him, convincing him would secure the deal. Titus, may I know what relation this young lady is to you? Before trying to persuade him, the saleswoman wanted to understand their relationship better to tailor her approach, wary of saying something inappropriate. We're not friends, not even ordinary ones. We're not friends at all. I only know Sister Portia. Jovan hadn't answered when Christine stomped on his foot hard from behind and chimed in. Right, Jovan. Jovan winced, gritting his teeth. Christine sure stomped hard. If it weren't for his tough skin, anyone else might have been crippled by such a stomp. Haha. Hearing Christine, the saleswoman chuckled, noticing the scene of Christine stomping Jovan. She looked at the oblivious Adeline and... Chapter 166. Picking up the car. After listening to the female saleswoman, Jovan was utterly confused. The mutual animosity he shared with Abigail could be misunderstood by her, which undeniably revealed that despite her apparent intelligence, her perceptiveness left much to be desired. Upon this thought, Jovan lost interest in conversing with her. He hummed a couple of times in response to her remarks and then drove off with Adeline and Abigail after collecting his BMW. Inside Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant, the cooking competition did not affect the restaurant's business but instead boosted its popularity exponentially. By now, Tianhong had an unspoken aura of being the leading culinary establishment in Shanghai City. With Yovan occasionally overseeing or even working as a chef, diners at Tianhong felt like they were buying lottery tickets. Only those exceptionally lucky would experience Jovan's personal cooking. On such days, the food prepared by Yovan would be given away free of charge to diners. Yovan didn't cook very often at Tianhong. It could be considered a productive week if he managed to cook once every few weeks. This was because the cooking skills imprinted on his mind by the Fairy Realm Taobao shop were not something he painstakingly learned step by step. They were directly instilled into him, requiring recall only during the act of cooking. Thus, Yovan frequently lacked a sense of accomplishment when cooking. At least, compared to returning home to tend to the ground where he watched the fairy vegetables grow under the influence of the divine farmer incantation, cooking was far less appealing. After dropping Adeline and Abigail back at Tianhong, Yovan visited Wilfred, who was apprenticing in the kitchen. Wilfred appeared more reserved now, though somewhat dejected. He seemed quieter yet shrewder. According to the Sichuan cuisine head chef, while Wilfred's talent was average, his diligence astounded all the regular chefs. He rose early and slept late, always working diligently, thus winning favor with the head chef. Seeing the changes in Wilfred, Yovan couldn't decide whether it was good or bad. Perhaps dramatic life events truly transformed a person's character significantly. Some people turned gray overnight, others jumped off buildings out of despair. Compared to these individuals, Wilfred channeled all his energy into improving his culinary skills, which wasn't too bad, at least providing a mental outlet. Briefly advising Wilfred to be less gloomy and interact more with other apprentices, Yovan then headed toward Qingtsuan village in his car. Following the signing of shares for the agricultural company with Adeline, Yovan needed to develop the valley land promptly. Thankfully, the gargantuan spirit fruit bestowed him immense physical strength. With Amos pulling the plow diligently in front, progress would indeed be faster. Having something to do also distracted Amos from constantly thinking about female donkeys. While Yovan had ideas about finding a female donkey, his notification to Cedric over the phone caused Juanu to misinterpret things. Judging by the bizarre tone, had Yovan been present, he would have definitely disciplined Juanu for spreading rumors. Returning to the village entrance, some children expressed curiosity and slight fear towards his new white vehicle, trailing behind Jovan's car at a distance. Opening the trunk upon exiting the car, Yovan unexpectedly discovered a few small gifts from the 4S store, mostly teacups, tea sets, and tea leaves, possibly mistaking him for a refined individual. However, most wealthy people enjoyed such activities, bringing along tea sets and spending the afternoon leisurely in an open-air bar, posting on social media while calling it a quality lifestyle, a notion Yovan scoffed at. Compared to so-called quality living, he preferred the serene valley, communing spiritually with nature. Humans originated from nature and would eventually return to it. As Yovan rummaged through the trunk, he found a small bag of candies hidden in the corner. Although modest, it brought him a bit of joy as he took it out. The nearby children, familiar with Yovan despite his new vehicle, unconsciously gulped at the sight of the candy in his hands, approaching him uncontrollably. Yovan distributed the candies evenly among the children, who happily ran off upon receiving them. Turning around, Yovan pushed open the courtyard gate. In the yard, Amos lay listlessly on the ground. Despite appearing healthier than before, age and loneliness were taking their toll. Previously, Amos would eagerly welcome Yovan whenever he returned home. Now, Amos barely lifted an eyelid, displaying visible disappointment upon realizing no pretty female donkey accompanied Yovan, then lowering his eyes again. One might say that Amos had become a waste of a donkey. With his mother not at home, noticing fewer tools like shovels and fertilizers around, Yovan recalled that she mentioned a few days ago how weeds had started growing in their fields. She must have gone to clear the weeds in the vegetable garden. Since the village chief was no longer around, the land previously purchased from Dermot belonged to Wilfred now. But Wilfred likely didn't want to farm anymore, so Jovan's mother not only cleared her own vegetable garden but also helped Wilfred clear weeds, increasing her workload substantially. Deciding not to wait at home, Yovan took the remaining farming tools, forcibly dragged the reluctant Amos, and headed towards the valley. Chapter 167. The Loudspeaker. Spring passed, and summer arrived. The vegetation in the valley began to flourish luxuriantly. Compared to the scorching heat outside, one could feel a refreshing coolness within the valley. If this valley were discovered and developed, it would undoubtedly be the ultimate summer retreat, and whoever developed this valley would surely earn an immense fortune. However, Yovan had no interest in sharing this valley with others. He only wanted to work peacefully on the land, providing enough vegetables for everyone to enjoy, while also making some money on the side. After arriving at the valley, Yovan wasted no time in having Amos pull the plow, beginning the vigorous development of the valley. With his significantly increased strength, although he still couldn't match Amos, he could easily push the iron plow from behind. The efficiency of one man and one donkey far exceeded that of tenfold their number. Large patches of fertile soil were overturned, and Yovan then sprinkled seeds and fertilizer. In just one afternoon, half of the entire valley had been plowed and fertilized by Yovan and Amos. However, both Amos and Yovan were utterly exhausted. They sat on the ground, cutting open a watermelon with a diameter of half a meter, sitting face to face, with the watermelon between them. This watermelon emitted a natural cold aura. Yovan named it Ice Frost Watermelon, a product of the Immortal Realm Taobao store. The Ice Frost Watermelon was so sweet it made one question life itself, and its naturally chilled effect was thoroughly enjoyable for both Yovan and Amos. After such labor, Amos finally vented its abundant energy and no longer seemed listless. It ate the sweet, icy watermelon contentedly, grunting in satisfaction. Yovan didn't idle either. As he ate the watermelon, he pondered how to transport these agricultural products out of the valley. If he relied solely on Amos and himself, they would hardly manage to transport much even if they worked themselves to the bone. But the terrain was steep, and they had to pass through a chilling and eerie cave. Ordinary vehicles couldn't access the area. Everything had to be carried out step by step. This gave Yovan a headache. He thought of Adeline and her helicopter. If a helicopter were used to airlift the produce, the carrying capacity would be significant, and the distance from the foot of Green Mountain to the drop-off point would be short, minimizing the helicopter's fuel consumption. Nowadays, many items were transported by air, so using a helicopter to transport vegetables wasn't too outlandish. Instinctively, however, Yovan didn't want anyone to know about the valley's existence. This feeling was like discovering a secret. Instinctively, he wouldn't want to share it. Currently, Yovan felt exactly this way. But after some consideration, he realized that since he was collaborating with Adeline, both parties should be transparent. Integrity was the most crucial quality in business or otherwise. Moreover, without Adeline's helicopter, his vegetables couldn't leave the valley efficiently, and even if they did, it would barely meet the demand of the entire agricultural company. Satisfied with this conclusion, Yovan knew the transportation problem would be solved with Adeline's helicopter. Next, now that the seeds were sown, all Yovan needed to do was use the divine farmer formula to accelerate their growth. Looking at the roughly 100 acres of land, he didn't fret. He had anticipated this scenario and prepared accordingly. Yovan calmly took a large loudspeaker off Amos's back. It was the kind sold for $10, typically hung on bicycles for vendors who cried, "By hair braids," with amplified volume. This loudspeaker gave him an idea. What if he recorded the divine farmer formula on it? Would it produce any special results? The loudspeaker had two simple yet practical functions, recording and playback, easy and straightforward. Yovan pressed the record button and recited the spring chapter of the divine farmer formula aloud. Uncertain of the outcome, he hoped that since the formula's sounds possessed mystical power, whether recited by him or played through the speaker, the effect wouldn't differ too much. At least, ripening the vegetable seeds shouldn't be a problem. After recording the entire spring chapter into the loudspeaker, Yovan turned up the volume to its maximum and pointed it at the land where the seeds were buried. "By hair braids, cheap hair braids." Hearing the unexpected message, Yovan turned off the speaker with a frustrated expression. He hadn't reset the device before recording, so it played back the previous owner's message. When purchasing the loudspeaker, Dermot from the convenience store had assured him it was brand new and unused. Now it seemed Dermot had sold him a refurbished second-hand item. Shaking his head, Yovan sighed. He wasn't one to hold grudges over such matters. After resetting the loudspeaker, he recited the divine farmer formula once again. This time, nothing went wrong. Listening to the spring chapter being broadcasted, Yovan nodded approvingly. Despite some background noise, the sound quality was clear, maintaining the original intonation without distortion. Yet, the seeds in the ground showed no signs of change. Doesn't the loudspeaker have any effect? Yovan was baffled. Since the divine farmer formula operated through its mysterious recitation, why wouldn't the nearly identical sound from the loudspeaker have any effect? Chapter 168, Second Transformation Golden Pill. Why isn't there any effect? Could it be that the time is not enough yet? Staring at the still unresponsive soil, Yovan became slightly anxious. The loudspeaker was continuously looping the spring chapter of the Shinong scripture, but the seeds in the large plot of land before him showed no signs of sprouting. This was already the third loop, and normally, when Yovan recited the spring chapter of the Shinong scripture, plants would quickly take root and sprout within less than one recitation cycle, growing at a visible rate. Unable to help it, Yovan grew anxious. If this experiment with the loudspeaker failed, he'd have his work cut out for him. Even less optimistically, even if he used the Shinong scripture to accelerate vegetable growth every moment inside the valley, it might not be enough for the agricultural product company's consumption. Though Yovan was very interested in farming, humans needed to eat, drink, relieve themselves, and sleep. Even if a robot were to guard here every moment, maintenance would still be necessary. Thinking about this, Yovan couldn't sit still anymore. He prepared to go into the field to check, intending to dig up the seeds underground to determine whether the loudspeaker was truly ineffective. However, just as Yovan was about to step into the seed-filled field, his foot suddenly paused mid-air, a look of surprise spreading across his face. Originally, a small green sprout had emerged beneath his feet at some point. These were from the seeds buried closest to the loudspeaker, so they sprouted fastest. With the appearance of this green sprout, other areas also started showing tender green shoots gradually. Although the speed compared to when Yovan personally recited the Shinong scripture was much slower, it was far faster than natural germination speeds by 10 or even 100 times. It seemed the loudspeaker was quite effective after all. Watching the continuous emergence of new sprouts, Yovan nodded in satisfaction. Though the loudspeaker's effect on plants was smaller and slower compared to himself, it should be noted that Jovan's own chanting could only affect a very small area around him. With over 100 acres now, having Yovan manually hasten everything would likely exhaust him. Moreover, apart from this, using the loudspeaker, which charged in 5 minutes for 2 hours of use, effectively freed Yovan from this tedious labor. Currently, it was only 100 acres. But once the agricultural products company expanded its market, the acreage might increase to 1,000 or even 10,000. By then, human power alone would be insufficient. At that point, sound equipment might be required to play the spring chapter of the Shinong scripture continuously in plant seed greenhouses. However, that would need some cover-up. Otherwise, if competitors got hold of these devices, though they wouldn't critically harm Tianhong Agricultural Products Company, they could cause some nuisances. If such items capable of accelerating plant growth fell into government hands, Yovan feared he might end up being dissected like a specimen. Occasionally, Yovan did consider handing it over to the state, but for the currently prosperous China, its practical value was limited. Instead, it might fall into the hands of monopolistic families controlling the agricultural market. Looking at the slowly growing plants, Yovan thought deeply. It was getting late, and with the loudspeaker left here to nurture the crops, Yovan felt assured. And tomorrow, there was the cooking competition hosted by the Culinary Association. Despite his confidence, attending the competition with panda eyes due to lack of sleep would be disrespectful to the organizers and a significant blow to the dedicated chefs. Thus, after checking the 2 Duracell batteries behind the loudspeaker, finding no issues, Yovan pulled Adon and headed home. After dinner, Yovan briefly washed up in the yard, then returned to his room, firmly locking the door from the inside. Nervously, he fished his phone out of his pocket and opened an app page. Instantly, colorful items appeared before Yovan. The Immortal World Taobao store hadn't released new items recently, like Chang'e's intimate clothing or images of Zixia Fairy, so Yovan didn't browse extensively. He found the second transformation golden pill in his cart. Upon seeing its price of 2,000 immortal coins, Yovan hesitated noticeably. However, reading the item description below, his breathing became noticeably heavy. Yovan had read plenty of online novels in high school. Apart from plots involving Saintess collections, a popular trope, what he admired most was how the protagonist, protected by a main character aura, survived great calamities and obtained the privilege of purifying body and soul. That sensation intrigued Yovan immensely. The expulsion of bodily toxins, widening of meridians, and the feeling of being inside a warm furnace where medicinal effects forged and purified the human body back to the purity and clarity of fetal stage. Deciding thus, Yovan no longer hesitated and pressed the purchase button. His phone vibrated slightly, and Yovan promptly opened the client interface. Sure enough, a golden pill about the size of a longan lay quietly among his purchased items. With a thought, the longan-sized golden pill appeared magically in Jovan's hand, radiating a somewhat dazzling light. The feel of the second transformation golden pill was surprisingly good. It wasn't as hard and cold as Yovan imagined. It felt more like a small, warm golden orb, slightly warmer than body temperature, as if freshly refined from a cauldron and directly placed into Jovan's hands. A breeze blew in through his slightly ajar window, carrying indescribable scents, like the fragrance of blooming flowers or the freshness of water vapor under a waterfall. This blend of delightful smells filled Jovan's nostrils. Just smelling it, Yovan felt refreshingly clear and completely rejuvenated. Chapter 169, Mythical Beast. Yovan held the two-stage golden core, the size of a longan fruit, in his hand. Ever since he caught its aroma, drool kept gushing out uncontrollably. Although Yovan had just finished dinner not long ago, that smell made every cell in his body yearn for it, a substance capable of causing an evolution in their very essence. A surge of hunger enveloped Jovan's body. This was an indescribable hunger, as if surging directly from the depths of Jovan's soul. Under the stimulation of this intense hunger, Yovan could no longer hold back. He grabbed the two-stage golden core and stuffed it into his mouth. Similar to the fleshy giant spirit fruit, the fleshy two-stage golden core immediately transformed into a large stream of air that alternated between refreshing coolness and warm warmth once it entered Jovan's mouth. The flow started from Jovan's throat and spread throughout his entire body. Prepared beforehand, Yovan leaped off the bed and dived into a large wooden tub already filled with water. From previous novels, Yovan knew that those who underwent the process of bone washing and marrow refining would emit all sorts of foul-smelling substances. Imagining that sticky sensation made Yovan feel nauseous, so before consuming the two-stage golden core, he had already prepared a wooden bucket for bathing. The alternating icy cold and warm air currents in his body made Yovan feel incredibly comfortable. Undoubtedly, the feeling of ice and fire coexisting was quite exhilarating. Soon, Jovan's mind sank into a deep state of emptiness and tranquility. Unbeknownst to Yovan, because his window wasn't fully closed, the aroma of the two-stage golden core had already seeped out through the crack while he was taking it out from the Immortal World Taobao shop and until the moment he consumed it. Quentin was the first to catch the scent. Although it found the thing emitting this aroma undoubtedly delicious, it had already completed its evolution. Thus, to Quentin, the two-stage golden core was merely like a unique flavored candy. However, when the fragrance of the two-stage golden core spread outside, the originally tranquil village suddenly became restless. The first ones to react were the domesticated earth dogs with their sensitive noses. This thing that could bring about massive evolution felt like a poison, instantly depriving them of most of their rationality. With bloodshot eyes, they ran toward the source of the aroma, which was Jovan's house. Since this was the countryside, every household raised dogs, more than one each. It was also dusk, so the village's dogs were roaming outside. Within a short time after the two-stage golden core emitted its fragrance, hundreds of dogs of various sizes surrounded Jovan's home. Apart from the dogs, other animals such as cats, chickens, ducks, geese, and the like began to gather toward Jovan's house under the lure of the aroma. No animal could resist that fragrance. The genes flowing within them and their active cells told them that it was something that could cause a leap in their life's hierarchy. As time passed, almost 1,000 different types of animals surrounded Jovan's home. From big pigs to tiny mice, predators and prey now coexisted peacefully, quietly surrounding Jovan's house, but none dared to cross any boundaries. They could feel an overwhelming aura emanating from the courtyard, almost forcing them to prostrate themselves in submission. If not for the loss of rationality caused by the aroma, some animals would have likely fled due to the intense pressure. Quentin, who was guarding the yard, sensed the commotion outside. It displayed a thoughtful expression before slowly pacing outwards. When Quentin saw the dense congregation of various animals, it let out an enraged bray. In its territory, these foolish creatures dared to come and try to snatch its master's belongings. The prideful Quentin couldn't tolerate it. Smack! Seeing the foremost wild dog of robust build, Quentin's form vanished from its spot only to reappear, delivering a swift kick with its hind leg right on the dog's head. Yovan had tested the power of Quentin's hind legs before. Even tigers couldn't withstand a single blow, let alone this wild dog far inferior to a tiger. When Quentin's hind leg struck, the wild dog couldn't even react, being sent flying 4 to 5 meters away, rolling several times before lying still on the ground. Though there were no visible wounds on the wild dog's exterior, its brain inside the skull had been turned into mush by Quentin's powerful kick. It was certainly dead beyond doubt. This display served as a warning, and many of the frenzied animals were now visibly less agitated. The previously bold coalition of animals had lost much of its momentum. Some of the clearer-headed animals shook their heads, turning around to flee. Meow! Just as the coalition's morale started to wane, a giant white cat emerged from the crowd. This cat was dog-sized, with heterochromatic eyes, one a deep blue like the ocean and the other fiery red. It stood fearlessly in front of Quentin, growling lowly. With the emergence of this peculiar cat, the coalition regained its earlier composure. All animals hoped that this unusual cat could break through the donkey's guard and enter the yard exuding that strange aroma. Looking at the peculiar cat before him, Quentin's gaze grew slightly serious. From the cat's eyes, it detected traces of kindred spirit. For some reason, this cat had developed intelligence. However, Quentin remained unafraid. The innate racial disparity dictated that this cat wouldn't be a match for it, just a minor nuisance at most. But then, among the thousands of animals, a one-eyed yellow weasel and a nearly 10-meter-long python appeared beside the peculiar cat, their auras comparable to the cat's. Standing together, they formed a formidable opposition to Quentin. Moreover, from the distant Green Mountains, a loud howl echoed, traveling far and wide. Chapter 170. Battle. If Yovan had heard that howl, he would have immediately realized that the wolf emitting that howl was the legendary Wolf King from Green Mountain. Seeing the giant python, the exotic cat, and the one-eyed yellow weasel appear before him, and hearing the bright howl coming from far away on Green Mountain, Aiden's heart grew heavy. He couldn't help but look back at the house where Yovan was inside. Since it was very young, it had been adopted by its owner. Back then, both the owner and Adon were young. Even though it didn't understand the owner's words, it could feel the kindness in his heart. The owner was a kind person. In Aiden's eyes, its current owner was also vulnerable, someone who needed protection. It finally gained intelligence today, and could understand its owner's speech. Nobody knew just how happy it was. Although it couldn't speak, which was slightly regrettable, being able to stay by its owner's side and understand what they said made it incredibly content. But now, due to a strange aroma, countless animals and livestock had gathered outside the owner's house. From their eyes, Adon could sense their malicious intent. Adon wouldn't tolerate any animal intruding on its territory, any creature that could threaten its owner. Aouuu. Just as the situation became tense, giant silver wolf finally ran down from Green Mountain. Along the way, an unknown number of blocking animals and livestock were trampled or killed. When the Wolf King stood in line with the three exotic beasts, its body and mouth were covered in terrifying crimson blood. The arrival of the Wolf King acted like a fuse. The originally stagnant situation began to change. The first exotic beast to emerge, a cat, let out a non-cat-like cry. Then, under its soft paw pads, several cold glowing claws suddenly shot out. Each cat claw was over 10 centimeters long, curved like hooks, appearing incredibly sharp. It was precisely because of these claws that this exotic cat lived so arrogantly in this area. Its most glorious feat was using these claws to kill a large water buffalo. At that time, this incident caused quite a stir in Qing village. No villager believed those terrible claw marks were made by a cat. They even thought a monster had entered the village, creating a big ruckus with drums and gongs. For a long time afterward, no one dared go out at night. If it weren't for the imperial decree that animals are not allowed to become spirits after the founding of the nation, this cat would have surely become a spirit long ago. Seeing the exotic cat pounce at it, Adon got into an offensive stance. It didn't dodge the claw aiming at its throat, and instead kicked the exotic cat viciously with its hind leg. Aiden's strength was great, and its skin was tough. It wasn't afraid of the exotic cat's claws, which were only the weakest among the four exotic beasts. Adon aimed to end the fight quickly. Otherwise, if all four exotic beasts surrounded and attacked it, things would get complicated. If Yovan knew what Adon was thinking, he would have shouted in surprise, calling it a monster more intelligent than humans. The exotic cat, seeing Adon neither dodging nor hiding, panicked. But since it was already mid-air, there was nowhere to gain leverage. Facing forward was still a chance for survival, while retreating would definitely mean death. After scratching Aiden's throat fiercely, Aiden's black donkey hoof hit the exotic cat solidly. Meow. Feeling intense pain throughout its body, the exotic cat flew backward in despair. Its invincible claws only left a shallow wound on Aiden's throat, causing no fatal damage. However, Aiden's single kick shattered its internal organs and bones. Smack. The exotic cat fell heavily to the ground. Numerous other carnivorous animals waiting nearby rushed over, surrounding the heavily injured and immobile exotic cat. Accompanied by tearing sounds and the exotic cat's pitiful cries emanating from the circle of carnivorous animals, it sent shivers down the spine. Because the exotic cat's flesh possessed a unique allure to ordinary carnivores, although not as strong as the aroma from the house, it attracted them. Knowing they had lost hope against the exotic beasts, the common animals considered the failed exotic cat the tastiest prey. The exotic cat's piercing cries did not last long, quickly fading away. The remaining three exotic beasts showed no fear, looking at the tall donkey with icy, lethal gazes. Their intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary animals. Realizing Aiden's power, they understood that relying solely on one of their strengths would be futile. If each were defeated individually, they would lose the evolution-inducing object and possibly their lives. Thus, the three exotic beasts exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. The one-eyed yellow weasel let out a shrill scream, sending an invisible mental shockwave toward Adon. The giant python coiled its massive body around Adon. Meanwhile, the silver wolf king watched coldly from a distance, ready to deliver the final blow. Seeing the python winding around it, Adon could have easily dodged. However, after the weasel's scream, it felt dizzy. In this dazed moment, the python had already entangled it, making it impossible to break free. Everyone knows the python's constriction force is enormous. Once, in an experiment, a python wrapped an iron armored suit into a tangled mess. Despite Aiden's natural strength, being wrapped by the python rendered it immobile. Given more time, Adon might have escaped. However, the Silver Wolf King seized the opportunity. With Adon now immobilized and defenseless, the Wolf King leaped toward it, its blood-red mouth revealing menacing teeth, gleaming with a sharp, icy light. Chapter 171. Flee. As the Thomas lunged towards its throat, Big Meow's eyes flashed with anxiety. Though its skin was incredibly tough, compared to the sharp teeth of the Thomas, Big Meow had no confidence that its fragile throat could withstand being bitten through. However, it was tightly bound by the python, so tightly that even a slight movement seemed impossible. Although the giant python's muscles strained and creaked under Big Meow's immense strength, emitting painful hisses, it did not loosen its grip. It knew that if Big Meow escaped, its fate would be worse than that of the mutant cat. At this moment, the Thomas was within 5 meters of Big Meow. With its mouth wide open, it was about to sink its fangs into Big Meow's neck, severing its throat. Just then, a shovel flew out from behind Big Meow, striking the Thomas midair with a loud thud. The wolf let out a mournful cry as it tumbled to the side. This interruption bought Big Meow crucial time. Roaring in anger, it first shrank inward, then expanded outward violently. Under this overwhelming force, the python felt as though it were being torn apart. Unable to maintain its constricting position any longer, it let out a pained hiss and quickly loosened its grip on Big Meow, retreating into the group of beasts. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the python's body trembled slightly, blood seeping through its scales. Pythons lack venom, relying instead on their constricting power. This struggle had severely injured the python, its bones dislocated and flesh torn. To put it bluntly, it had lost its basic fighting ability and posed no further threat to Big Meow. Now, only 2 of the 4 beasts remained, the Thomas and the single-eyed yellow weasel capable of emitting psychic waves. Behind Big Meow, Joven jumped down from the wall, picked up the shovel he had thrown, and stood beside Big Meow. At this moment, Joven's face glowed with health. After detoxification by the second-stage golden pill, his physique became more balanced, with a set of 8-pack abs forming around his abdomen. If seen by some fangirls, they would surely scream in admiration and envy. The Thomas shook its head, standing up, a gash on its ear oozed blood, but wolves are known for their hard skulls and iron bones. Despite the damage, it wasn't seriously hurt, lying half-sprawled while growling at Jovan. However, Jovan wasn't focused on the wolf. His gaze was fixed on the white-furred one-eyed weasel. When jumping over the wall, he clearly saw that this weasel had made Big Meow dazed just by calling out. In folklore, weasels have the power to bewitch people. If Jovan's guess was correct, the weasel's call must have contained a psychic shock, causing Big Meow to stand frozen. Jovan didn't know why so many animals had gathered outside his home, but now that a battle had begun, it couldn't end well. The key to this fight was likely the one-eyed white weasel. While the wolf and the python excelled in physical power and didn't pose a fatal threat, the white weasel's psychic abilities complicated matters. While Jovan was pondering, the weasel began to inhale deeply, preparing to emit another screech. Frustrated, Jovan hurled the shovel directly at the weasel. Ordinarily, the weasel might have evaded it, but Jovan's coordination had greatly improved after consuming the second-stage golden pill, making his aim incredibly accurate. With enough speed and precision, the shovel sliced through the weasel's abdomen and pinned it to the ground like an arrow, rendering it immobile. The weasel let out a series of shrill cries, but was effectively immobilized. Jovan acted decisively because everyone knew how vengeful weasels could be. This one, nearly immortal, possessed a terrifyingly strong desire for revenge. Jovan wasn't worried about himself but feared the weasel might target his mother. He couldn't risk her safety. Thus, he eliminated the weasel mercilessly. Later, Jovan and Big Meow would destroy the weasel's den, leaving no survivors. Anything that threatened his family would be eliminated without hesitation. From the time Jovan threw the shovel until the weasel was pinned, mere seconds passed. Seeing its last ally defeated, the Thomas whimpered, tail between its legs, fleeing back toward Green Mountain. Watching the wolf retreat, Jovan didn't chase. He would personally visit the Thomas on Green Mountain in due time. Chapter 172. Taking photos. As for the giant python, it had long lain on the ground, its body cold, clearly dead for a while. In truth, the python hadn't expected its injuries to be so severe. Ever since it became a python, any prey ensnared by it would invariably die from broken bones and asphyxiation. How could it have imagined that a donkey possessed such innate strength, snapping its muscle fibers and even causing some of its skull bones to shatter? Just then, its shattered bones moved within its body and entered its skull, turning its brain into mush, hastening its death. With the final beast, the Thomas, fleeing, and with Jovan consuming the second transformation golden elixir, the peculiar fragrance had vanished. The originally frenzied chickens, ducks, pigs, and other animals began scrambling away in confusion. Once they were all gone, the area, once crowded with livestock, now appeared quite empty. However, what made Jovan's expression somewhat grim was that where those livestock stood, piles of smelly chicken and duck droppings were left behind. There were also several animals that had been trampled to death during the chaos. Jovan frowned deeply at the sight. Without much thought, one could imagine that the same situation likely occurred in the other 3 areas, littered with animal feces, especially since creatures like chickens and ducks tend to defecate as they run when frightened. Thinking about this, Jovan shook his head, patted Aiden's shoulder, and first went to the side of the white-furred weasel. From Jovan's perspective, the white-furred weasel with its abdominal organs severed by the shovel was surely beyond saving. Yet, just to be sure, Jovan pulled the shovel out from the weasel's belly and raised it high, intending to sever the old mixed-breed weasel's head. Regardless of the species, being decapitated should certainly ensure complete death. But, just as Jovan lifted the shovel, the seemingly lifeless white-furred weasel suddenly sprang up from the ground and dashed towards a nearby hole with surprising speed. It had been feigning death all along. This weasel, which had lived for who knows how many years, might have become a spirit before the founding of the country. However, this act of feigning death was quite clever. If an ordinary person encountered this, they might indeed be caught off guard, allowing the weasel to escape into the hole and vanish. But Jovan's reaction time was fast. Before the weasel took more than a few steps, a shovel flew over again. This time, Jovan aimed directly at the weasel's head, not its belly. Snap! A sharp sound rang out. The weasel's body was still in a sprinting posture, but its head was already severed by the shovel. Soon after, the weasel's body fell to the ground, this time truly dead. Finally, the chaos caused by the second transformation golden elixir was thoroughly quelled. Whether it was the 10-meter-long giant python or the white-furred weasel, if discovered in broad daylight, they would certainly cause panic and investigations by relevant authorities. Fortunately, it was night, with no streetlights in the countryside, so no one would find these creatures just yet. After some thought, Jovan returned home to fetch various cleaning tools, brooms, mops, shovels, and started tidying up the mess in every corner of his home before daybreak. Such a hard fate. Jovan felt that he truly had a laborious destiny. He had been busy all day, and now, he couldn't rest even at night. Given the workload, it seemed he wouldn't finish cleaning until dawn and would still have to participate in the cooking competition the next day. Truly, he was destined for endless toil. When the sky turned slightly white, Jovan stood at his front door with a basin for washing his face and a towel draped around his neck. After a night of effort, he finally cleaned up all the blood and corpses around his home. He buried the giant python's body and some livestock carcasses under Green Mountain in a large pit. Before burying them, Jovan cut off some white python meat and the snake's gallbladder. In his memory, there were recipes for preparing python meat and snake bile. Jovan stored these items in the refrigerator and prepared to drive to the competition. Jovan's BMW caused a stir in the village because only a few children saw him return yesterday evening. So everyone speculated who owned the BMW. Some villagers boldly leaned against the BMW, taking photos of its distinctive license plate to show off later. When Jovan approached the BMW, a few curious villagers, including Dermot from the village store, were already gathered around it. Hey Enrique, do you want to take a photo? It's not expensive, $2 each. Dermot held an old camera and grinned widely at Jovan. Yesterday, when Jovan drove back, Dermot was playing mahjong in the room behind the store. Otherwise, he would have known the car belonged to Jovan. What $2 each? Jovan asked irritably. He still had unresolved issues with Dermot regarding the loudspeaker incident. Now this guy was causing trouble around his car again. Taking photos. You lean against the BMW, showing the logo, and I'll take your picture for $2 each. Dermot paid little attention to Jovan's tone. In his view, having a good temper was necessary for business. Listening to Dermot, Jovan understood. He was using the BMW as a backdrop to make money by offering photo shoots, much like taking pictures with a camel in a park for $15 each. Dermot's idea to earn money was indeed clever. However, Dermot shouldn't use someone else's car to make a profit. With this thought, Jovan shook his head and prepared to open the car door. He had a competition today and couldn't afford to be late. Seeing Jovan about to get into the car, Dermot hurriedly stopped him. Hey, come in order. There are already a few people in line. Wait till I finish their photos, why rush? Translation continues from here. Hashtag chapter 173, drowsiness. Jovan couldn't help but be amused by Dermot's reaction. I'm getting into my own car, why would I need a photo? Jovan said in a rush to get to the competition in Qinghai City. Dermot had stopped him, and Jovan naturally explained his urgency. To his surprise, after Jovan finished speaking, Dermot hesitated for a moment, then burst out laughing. The surrounding villagers also joined in the laughter. Hey Enrique, are you still half asleep? I know you've made some money outside, but do you know how much this kind of car costs? Dermot patted the hood of the BMW excitedly. More than $1 million. Just for this hunk of metal, with standard configuration, it costs over $1 million. Dermot had always dreamed of saving up enough money to buy a good car to show off back home, so he knew more about car prices than Jovan did. He thought Jovan was joking, just boasting as people sometimes do, saying something was his when it clearly wasn't. So, when he mentioned the astronomical price, the villagers around him played along with his exclamations. But to Dermot's surprise, Jovan simply nodded calmly, then pulled out a set of car keys from his pocket and pressed a button. Beep. A crisp sound came from inside the BMW. Under the bewildered gazes of Dermot and the other villagers, the car door opened, Jovan got in, waved at them, and started the engine. Watching the BMW drive off, Dermot and the villagers were left stunned. Are really his? Dermot muttered to himself. He knew Jovan had made some money, but he never imagined it was that much. The Qinghai City culinary competition, where 300 chefs would vie for 30 spots, commenced at the same venue as the previous day. When Jovan got out of his car, the effects of a sleepless night and exhaustion finally caught up with him. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, making him wistfully think how convenient it would be if there were pills that could keep one awake. Then he could have twice as much time as everyone else. When Jovan arrived at the competition site, yawning widely, he noticed a significant decrease in the number of chefs compared to the previous day. Out of the initial 30,000 chefs, only 300 remained after 2 rounds. This brutal elimination process meant that those left were truly the elite of the culinary world. If one were to rank the chefs present, they would all fall within the top 300 in Qinghai City. Even without considering apprentices, Qinghai City boasted over 10,000 chefs. To rank among the top 300 out of 10,000 was indeed a remarkable achievement. For example, in college entrance exams, ranking within the top 300 out of 10,000 would guarantee admission to any prestigious university except Tsinghua University and Beida University. Therefore, the chefs here were undoubtedly the true cream of the culinary crop. These words were echoed by Adon during the opening remarks. Since this round would select the semi-finalists, the competition rules were relatively lenient, allowing ample time for each contestant. To ensure a quiet atmosphere conducive to cooking, the audience numbers had been drastically reduced, and spectators were strictly forbidden from making noise during the competition. Thus, when Jovan arrived at the venue, Adeline and Roxana only gave him brief words of encouragement, trying to ease the tension before letting him enter his cooking station. Although Adeline and Roxana appeared calm, Jovan could hear the tremor in their voices, knowing they were likely more nervous than he was. As for Roxana, her carefree nature seemed immune to worry. Nothing could make her anxious. Given that each chef had their unique style, The Culinary Association did not impose strict regulations on what dishes should be prepared. Instead, chefs were free to showcase their best skills and create signature dishes to impress the judges. With the ignition of a stove, the competition officially began. The previously quiet venue was soon filled with the sounds of oil sizzling and pots clanging as hundreds of chefs cooked simultaneously. A grand spectacle indeed. Although fewer spectators were present, most had gathered online, with the live stream reaching over 15,000 viewers, a record high for the culinary channel. As the competition started, Jovan felt even drowsier, the urge to sleep growing stronger like waves crashing over him. Unbeknownst to him, this was a side effect of consuming the second stage golden pill. Last night, after taking the pill, some residual energy hadn't fully absorbed when he rushed out to save Amos. Combined with the lack of sleep, this unabsorbed energy now overwhelmed him with intense drowsiness. Jovan struggled to keep his heavy eyelids open, but it was no use. His upper and lower eyelids kept fighting, until finally, overcome by the sensation, Jovan slumped onto the stove, falling into a deep sleep. At that moment, the camera hanging above the arena was sweeping around, capturing shots of every chef. The amount of screen time each chef received varied. Ordinary chefs barely got a glimpse, while unique chefs like Devin received prolonged close-ups due to audience preferences. Before the live broadcast, the Culinary Channel conducted a poll on favorite chefs, with Devin ranking second. Thus, he received extensive coverage purely because viewers loved watching him. Chapter 174 Punishment. The staff of the Food Association's live streaming channel were somewhat surprised to find that the most popular chef turned out to be Jovan, who had earned a perfect score but remained very low-key. However, since this was selected by viewers, and they had strictly monitored the data's authenticity, it could be said that the ranking for the most popular chef was indeed high in credibility. After giving Ramen Brother about 10 minutes on camera, the lens finally began to slowly turn, leading to the next main event, the top-ranked, most popular chef Jovan. The staff controlling the live stream even thought, no way would they move the camera for at least half an hour. While the competition time was unrestricted, the average duration of the entire competition was around 2 hours, a kind of unwritten rule. Because if you submitted your dish last, by then the judges might have already eaten their fill. A full stomach makes everything less delicious. What might originally rate 8 points could very well drop to 7 if served when the judges are already satiated. 1 point difference could easily decide whether you advance or fail. Therefore, each chef tried to speed up cooking without affecting the quality of the dish. Some chefs prepared ingredients in advance, while others relied on exceptional knife skills. Everyone used whatever means they could. So theoretically, this competition would not exceed 2 hours. Allocating Jovan 30 minutes alone in a 2-hour live stream was a significant tilt in resource allocation. As such, the camera passed over some lesser-known chefs quickly before landing on Jovan's stove. But upon seeing the scene clearly, not only did the operator of a live camera, but also countless viewers watching the live stream instinctively rub their eyes. Someone can sleep during such a competition? This is incredible. I'm old but I bow only to this chef. Isn't he a divine cook? How can he fall asleep during a competition? Is he developing a new dish called Drunken Juanth and Death Shrimp? After rubbing their eyes, the reporter operating the live camera confirmed that the potentially championship-worthy chef, Jovan, was indeed sleeping soundly. Seeing this, using the journalist's sharp instincts, the reporter felt an overwhelming joy rise within. A potentially championship-worthy chef falling asleep during the competition would certainly sell many papers. Imagining this, the slightly chubby reporter's face flushed with excitement. Thus, not only did the live feed linger on Jovan, the journalist even adjusted the angle to clearly display Jovan's sleeping form in the live stream. At this point, the food contest staff saw the sleeping Jovan as well. They couldn't help but notice, given his loud snoring that almost pierced the sky. However, looking at the peacefully sleeping Jovan, the staff member was momentarily at a loss, unsure how to proceed or react. After all, since the start of Qinghai City's culinary competition, no chef had ever slept during the event, and so soundly at that. With these thoughts, the staff member didn't dare linger more and hurriedly ran to the judges' table, seeking higher authority as they couldn't make this decision themselves. What? He's sleeping? The Gabrielle's surprise wasn't much less than that of the staff member. The judges' booth was quite far from the competition area, and with 300 people gathered together, they hadn't noticed any chef actually fell asleep. Following the staff member's finger direction, the Gabrielle finally noticed Jovan sleeping soundly at the table, his face darkening slightly. Nonsense. This is complete nonsense. The Gabrielle's beard trembled in anger. He had high hopes for Jovan but now felt deeply disappointed by his actions. Seeing the Gabrielle's fury, the surrounding judges and staff members dared not speak, afraid of offending him at such a moment. When the Gabrielle calmed down a little, Ache spoke up. Although it looks like he's sleeping, maybe he's meditating to conserve energy, waiting for inspiration to strike and think of a new dish. Jovan's fried rice had already won over all the judges yesterday, so this Che held a favorable view of Jovan and stood up for him even at this moment. What dish needs dreaming to prepare? Drunken shrimp? Or drunken duck? Hearing the Che's words, the Gabrielle, looking at the snoring Jovan, felt an itch in his gums. His snores so loud they could be faintly heard even here. To say he was cooking instead of taking a nap, even Jovan wouldn't believe it himself. Why don't we send someone to wake him up? Another Che spoke up. If it were another chef, they probably would have been disqualified and removed from the competition. But because it was Jovan, the judge's tone was full of leniency. This logic was similar to, if a good student falls asleep with a book, the teacher would say, look at this good student, even in sleep he's reading. But if it were a bad student, the teacher would say, look at this student, reading puts him to sleep. Obviously not study material. Human nature and social interactions often follow this pattern. Due to their fondness for Jovan, even the Gabrielle, despite looking the angriest, only worried about Jovan's performance being affected, never considering disqualifying him from the competition. Fine you, go wake that guy up. Listening to the Che's suggestion, the Gabrielle reluctantly nodded. Time for the competition was still plentiful, and he hoped it wouldn't affect Jovan's subsequent performance. He was also eager to see what delicious dishes Yovan would create today. Wait, since he's sleeping during the competition, there should be a punishment. Upon hearing the Gavriel's words, the staff member's expression turned serious. Maintaining order at the competition site was part of their duty. But what the Gavriel proposed next almost made the staff member burst into laughter. Well, let's punish him by not allowing him to prepare egg fried rice in this round. The Gavriel stroked his beard, nodding at what he considered a reasonable penalty. Chapter 175. Hard dish. Don't make egg fried rice. What kind of punishment is this? This was the first thought in the staff member's mind. Of course, he just complained inwardly and then respectfully nodded and went off stage. Seeing the departing staff member, the other cheese finally realized what had happened. Mr. Zhou, brilliant. Not only do we have a punishment, but most importantly, this time we can also taste other flavors of delicious food. Old ginger is indeed spicier. I admire it, I really do. The Che who spoke up for Yovan earlier said with a smile pointing at Adon. The Enos merely nodded indifferently to the Che's words, but his smile revealed all his thoughts. It seemed that the Che guessed correctly. Adon indeed thought so. In the audience, Adeline and Ryan watched the sleeping Yovan, almost crying out of anxiety. From the start of the competition until now, an hour had already passed, yet Yovan slept soundly without any sign of waking up. Although Adeline was well prepared for Jovan's unreliability due to his chronic tardiness, she never expected that he could sleep so deeply in such an important competition. How carefree could someone be? Adeline wanted to go with Ryan to wake up Yovan, but the staff informed them that audience members were not allowed into the competition area. Adeline was so anxious that she considered calling her grandfather for help. Yet, thinking about it, she clenched her phone until her fingers turned white but still didn't make the call. With all this back and forth fuss, more than an hour had passed since the competition began. By this time, Yovan had finally absorbed the remaining 2 turns of the golden pill's potency within him. However, under the warm sensation spreading through his body, he continued to linger in sleep. It was as if he was enjoying a sweet dream and was dazedly unwilling to wake up. But in his dream, it felt like someone was calling his name by his ear, followed by a shaking sensation, which finally brought Jovan's eyes open. Who are you? Why are you pushing me? No one likes being disturbed from a pleasant dream. Looking at the person pushing him, Yovan asked directly. Before the person could answer, Yovan raised his head and took in the surrounding chefs and scenery, immediately recalling everything. He never thought he would fall asleep during a culinary competition and sleep so deeply. Sorry. Yovan stood up from his seat in front of the staff member. Fortunately, there were still other chefs cooking, and the competition wasn't over yet, so he still had a chance. If he had woken up to find the competition finished, Adeline would definitely kill him. Thinking he had narrowly escaped death, Yovan calmed down. Seeing Yovan stand up and prepare to cook, the staff member didn't know what to say. They reminded Yovan to pay attention to the competition time and mentioned the punishment prohibiting him from making egg fried rice before stepping aside. As soon as Yovan woke up, the live stream's camera immediately focused on him. Now, he was walking traffic, drawing massive attention wherever his image appeared. After this incident, Jovan's popularity in the culinary channel's most popular chef list not only did not decrease but increased dramatically, far surpassing the second place, becoming the true top chef. The scene of Yovan starting to cook with sleepy eyes caused an uproar in the live stream. In addition to Noodle Guy, Yovan earned the title of sleep deity among netizens. Buddy, you're amazing. I used to think sleeping in class or during exams was impressive, but falling asleep in a high-stakes event watched by tens of thousands. Perry, third brother, admits defeat. If it weren't for the spirit of the sleep deity possessing you, no one could achieve this level. Incredible. Sleep deity? The sleep deity must have developed a new dish. Just watch. The chat messages in the live stream filled the screen. By now, the number of viewers had reached 20,000, mostly drawn by the curiosity of watching someone sleep during a culinary competition, especially the previous champion. Yovan slept soundly and comfortably. Although puzzled by the prohibition against making egg fried rice, it didn't matter much since he hadn't planned to make it anyway. He took out a piece of translucent, crystal white meat from his ingredient box, precisely what he had cut from the strange beast python last night. Ordinarily, python meat is coarser than common snake meat. However, the python he killed might have eaten something special in its past, making its meat look snowy white, incredibly delicate, and emitting a faint medicinal aroma, intoxicatingly fragrant. Though not comparable to items from the Immortal World Taba shop, this python meat surpassed so-called top-tier ingredients. It was less about meat and more like a type of medicated food. Compared to low-effect medicated foods, Jovan's mother consumed more potent ones like blood ginseng and millennium lingji grass. Therefore, the python meat merely satisfied his palate. This was why Yovan generously brought the python meat for this competition. Along with it, he took out another ingredient, an old hen raised at home. Of course, his hens feasted on immortal vegetables, looking vibrant with bright red combs larger than those of ordinary roosters. The hen was alive. Yovan took out a knife, demonstrating impeccable knife skills worthy of a master chef, even leaving the live stream camera lagging slightly. In just a few swift moves, the hen was expertly slaughtered, drained of blood, gutted, and prepped smoothly, providing a pleasing visual experience. This is going to be a hard dish. Watching Yovan handling the hen, the judges in the live stream were nearly drooling. Yesterday's egg fried rice was excellent. Today would undoubtedly be a hearty dish. After preparing the hen, Yovan placed the python meat inside it, added some other seasonings, and sewed the hen's belly shut using unique fish line. He then placed it into boiling water. Hashtag chapter 176, Dragon and Phoenix Delight. Among the 12 zodiac animals, the snake represents a small dragon, and the rooster represents a phoenix. Therefore, the dish Yovan prepared had a very beautiful name in his mind, Dragon and Phoenix Delight. Usually, when making Dragon and Phoenix Delight, carp is used to represent the dragon because it symbolizes ascending from fish to dragon, with golden carp being the premium choice. Yovan didn't have carp, let alone golden carp, so he used python meat as a substitute. The chicken, already processed, was placed into the pressure cooker by Yovan. Chicken meat is neutral, while python meat is yin in nature. By placing the python meat inside the whole chicken, it symbolized the harmonious fusion of yin and yang, an unceasing vitality. It couldn't be denied that Yovan admired the knowledge imparted by the immortal world Taba store's memories. Cooking could be studied to such a refined level, perhaps it bordered on the way of Tao. As he thought this, Jovan's hand holding the pressure cooker suddenly moved, and a rich, fragrant aroma slowly permeated from within, causing everyone present to involuntarily sniff the air. This fragrance was more potent than any dish Yovan had previously made, even more concentrated. Soups naturally tend to release aromas easily. Even ordinary bone or chicken soups would emit a lingering fragrance if simmered for long periods. How much more so now that Yovan was using exotic python and a hen fed with immortal world vegetables to prepare the dragon and phoenix delight. It was almost noon, and many people's stomachs began to rumble upon smelling the enticing aroma. Is this the aroma of chicken soup? An Enos asked in surprise. Previously, Jovan's fried rice had also exuded a similar fragrance, but since fried rice was oily, its aroma remained confined within a certain range, only detectable when served and placed before them. But now, this unnamed soup was still cooking, yet it emitted such an enchanting aroma. The judges all looked at Yovan, unable to fathom what kind of ingredient could produce such a rich scent once boiled. Of course, if this was Jovan's dish, then such a fragrance wasn't unusual. Thinking this, Adon felt smug about the penalty he imposed on Yovan earlier. Without that prohibition on fried rice, with Jovan's lazy nature, would they ever have tasted something so aromatic? 10 minutes later, Yovan lifted the lid of the pressure cooker, and the intense aroma could no longer be contained, spreading throughout the venue. Everyone, including judges, reporters, and all attendees, stood up, leaning forward to savor the inviting fragrance. May I ask, why is your chicken soup so fragrant? Is it due to special seasonings, or the quality of the chicken? Seeing Yovan finish preparing the dish and have it delivered by staff, an observant reporter aimed the live broadcast camera at him, curiously asking. The reporter's question reflected everyone's thoughts. What was this smell, and why was it so intoxicating? It was a fragrance they had never experienced before. Though intensely aromatic, it lacked any greasy sensation. Even those who weren't hungry began to feel their stomachs grumble. Facing the camera, Yovan remained unfazed. The flavor of the chicken soup comes from the unique breed of chicken I raise. Conventional methods can't reproduce it. It requires special feeding methods. It's market unique. Yovan explained. Actually, the chickens he raised hadn't been fed immortal world vegetables from birth, so the quality might not surpass the python meat stuffed inside. However, elaborating further would be futile, so he kept it simple. Yet, his statement wasn't incorrect. Although not comparable to exotic python meat, his chickens were far superior to regular free-range chickens on the market, with finer and more tender meat that carried a subtle, faint fragrance when tasted carefully. Regarding uniqueness, no one else could buy such chickens unless they possessed immortal world vegetables and the divine farmer's formula to accelerate plant growth. The dragon and phoenix delight was already being carried to the stage by staff, while the thick fog continued to linger above the pressure cooker, releasing continuous waves of fragrance. Since the entire venue wasn't fully enclosed, the wind carried Jovan's soup aroma out of the competition area. How fragrant! What is this? Why does it smell so good? I don't know, but there seems to be some chef competition happening nearby, and this fragrance is coming from there. I just had lunch, but I'm getting hungry again just from smelling this. So fragrant. Whatever it is, I have to taste it. Even if I can't, posting a picture on social media would be impressive. Outside the competition venue, many passers-by stopped, craning their necks to inhale the floating aroma. Their eyes conveyed a mix of intoxication and anticipation. Even those who had eaten recently felt hungry under the stimulation of the aroma. However, blocked by staff, they could only gather at the entrance of the venue. Yet, no one wanted to leave under the attraction of the fragrance. Soon, a large crowd gathered at the entrance. People are naturally curious and drawn to where others congregate. More pedestrians were attracted, increasing the crowd at the entrance. Staff members had already placed bowls in front of the judges, 20 small bowls for 20 judges. Yovan poured only half a bowl into each, containing 2 pieces of chicken, with the python meat having been fully cooked down into the broth, turning it a snowy white, resembling fish soup. Now that the soup temperature had cooled slightly, the fragrance had mellowed, but a faint, dew-like aroma continuously invaded the judges' nostrils, making them feel like their hearts were being scratched by cat claws. Gentlemen and ladies, please taste it. As the most senior here, I will lead. The Enos, unable to resist the fragrance, gestured courteously and was the first to pick up a bowl, deeply inhaling the aroma before looking completely mesmerized. He was the eldest among the judges, with a dulled sense of taste, which made his pursuit of culinary delights even higher. However, before drinking, he restrained his impulse and commented on the chicken soup, fearing that once he indulged, he'd be too absorbed in its deliciousness to comment properly. Just by smelling this bowl of chicken soup, my taste buds seem awakened. Very likely, this dish will be today's champion. Below the stage, Yovan was momentarily stunned by Adon's comment. He had clearly prepared dragon and phoenix delight, so why did it become known as chicken soup? Chapter 177. The finals reward. However, upon seeing that the python meat in the chicken stew had already melted into the rich, white broth, Brecken finally realized his dragon-phoenix combination had indeed been reduced to a chicken soup. At this point, Adon, after offering his comments, didn't use a spoon but drank a mouthful of the clear soup directly from the bowl. The warm and soothing broth, with its rich flavor, slid down from the tip of his tongue to his throat. Instantly, the whole cavity of his throat was filled with this fragrance. The Enos, who originally intended to savor it carefully, couldn't resist and opened his mouth to take another big gulp. This time he even bit into a piece of chicken. Compared to any chicken he had ever tasted before, this one far exceeded all in terms of taste. and if he savored it carefully, he found an unusual aroma hidden within the chicken, though no matter how hard he thought, he could not recall from what food this flavor came from. Since the python meat had cooked down and dissolved into the broth, the Gavriel could only taste a comfortable, refreshing flavor that made his pores relax, without discovering where this deliciousness originated from. In just 3 or 4 swallows, the small bowl of Dragon Phoenix combination soup, along with the meat, was devoured by the Gavriel. Even the last drop at the bottom of the bowl was tipped up by him and consumed. After eating, the Gavriel entered a state of reminiscence. He did not want to speak or move, merely sitting quietly, letting the fragrance of the soup linger as long as possible in his mouth. Apart from the Gavriel, when the Che, who had spoken on Brecken's behalf, took a sip of the clear soup, his face was filled with amazement. However, it did not hinder his movements. In just a few gulps, a small bowl of soup was emptied. Then he fell into the same state as the Gavriel. The taste is too good, it's just the quantity is too little. After some time, the Gavriel said. Hearing this, the nearby staff member's face twitched. Inwardly he complained. At least there's something to drink for a small amount. I can smell this wonderful aroma but cannot taste it. How torturous is that? Seeing that aside from the soups served to the judges, there was still more than half a pot of Dragon Phoenix combination soup left, Brecken did not hesitate. Whether staff or reporters, everyone got a share. Of course, Adeline and Ryan received the most. Each got a large bowl slowly filled with both broth and meat, even surpassing what the judges received. After drinking Brecken's soup, Ryan's eyes sparkled, vowing that if Brecken made her this soup every day, she might just forgive him and be friends again. Wanting to live a few more years, Brecken rejected this suggestion, making Ryan stomp her feet in anger. Over there, Adeline, after tasting Brecken's soup, had a look of admiration in her eyes, which made Brecken feel somewhat embarrassed. Touching his nose, he said, "Don't look at me like that. It makes me think there are flowers on my face." Upon hearing Brecken's words, Adeline unusually did not roll her eyes but told him that if he really won first place, the prize offered by the organizers would absolutely make him feel generous. Brecken, after hearing Adeline's words, wasn't overly impressed. No matter how generous the prize is, it's probably just money or some recipes. I remember you seem to have failed the college entrance exam and didn't get admitted to university? Adeline shook her head, suddenly asking a question unrelated to Brecken. Isn't that redundant? If I were admitted to university, would I still be here fooling around now? Those female freshmen and seniors would likely be waiting for me already, replied Brecken somewhat irritably, thinking Adeline was rubbing salt in the wound. Unbothered by Brecken's attitude, Adeline continued, although the specific details of the competition prizes haven't been finalized, I know there is one prize you desire and need the most. Now Adeline could clearly sense Brecken's lack of seriousness and disregard for the competition, hence why he could fall asleep at the contest site today. So she needed to instill enough hope in him for him to give everything for this match. Adeline wasn't worried about Brecken's culinary skills. She was just afraid he would slack due to insufficient motivation and repeat today's fiasco. Sure enough, after hearing Adeline's words, Brecken's interest was visibly piqued. Something I desperately need? What is it? Brecken asked curiously. Apart from sufficient immortal coins being what he currently desired the most, there wasn't much else he truly needed. Could such a competition reward immortal coins? Yet the fairy market hadn't assigned any tasks this time. Think harder, ponder over what I asked just now. Adeline, looking at Brecken now, playfully teased him, infuriating Brecken but leaving him powerless against her antics. But soon, a flash of inspiration struck Brecken's mind. He remembered a possibility, making his breathing heavy. Is the first place reward of the final related to going to university? Adeline did not answer Brecken's question, simply giving an ambiguous smile without nodding or shaking her head. But often, such an ambiguous response already said much. Looking at Adeline's expression, Brecken instantly understood. More likely than not, the final's reward was related to attending university. Thinking about it, he felt instantly spirited, eager to host the final immediately, cook the most complicated dish in his mind, win the victory, and earn the opportunity to go to university. Indeed, many people might say that going to university isn't a big deal, they have graduates working under them, while they themselves are bosses. Perhaps university doesn't guarantee employment, and a diploma means nothing. But for Brecken, attending university held significant importance. Turning 20 this year, if he didn't attend university, it would be a considerable regret in his long future life. Moreover, his mother always hoped he would enter university. Though she didn't say much when he initially failed the exam, Brecken sensed a deep disappointment in her eyes. Thus, upon hearing Adeline's words, Brecken's spirit and vigor transformed completely. Right at this moment, Brecken's evaluation results were announced. Chapter 178, I Lost. Without any suspense, Joven's Phoenix and Dragon pairing dish this time received unanimous recognition from all the judges, scoring a perfect 10 points. Upon seeing Joven's score, both the audience on-site and those in the live stream couldn't help but cheer. For Jovan, participating in the 2 competitions was an honor, but for the audience, it was a joy to witness miracles unfold. Adeline and Ryan had already grown numb to Joven's continuous creation of miracles. Now they were more interested in when he would make something delicious for them. This competition reduced the field from 300 to 30. After Joven's score was announced, most chefs had also completed their entries. Compared to previous rounds, the scores this time were generally higher, with none below 8 points. Therefore, at the end, several contestants ended up with identical scores and required additional trials. Of course, whether there were additional trials or not made no difference to Jovan. His perfect score of 10 could not be challenged. The second place contestant, who prepared dompa pork, scored 9.7 points. The Jonas who cooked the dompa pork was actually quite dejected. He was originally a renowned chef from Zhejiang, Hangzhou, well known among culinary professionals despite having a lower profile among the general public. At his peak, he had received an invitation to the Chinese culinary competition. Although he did not place in the top 300, merely receiving an invitation was considered a significant honor in the culinary world. Unlike regular competitions, the Chinese culinary competition operated on an invitation-only basis. Before the once-a-decade event, there were no application channels. However, 1,000 famous chefs within China would be invited to participate. The criteria for these invitations were very strict, usually targeting chefs over 40 years old with both reputation and notable works. Among millions of chefs nationwide, earning one of these invitations was arguably much harder than the difficulty of this competition. The Jonas came to this small city due to an old friend's invitation. Initially, he didn't take this local competition seriously because his culinary skills were far superior to those of local chefs. Even the president of the Qinghai City Culinary Association probably wasn't as skilled as him. But what he hadn't expected was that before the final round, someone had already surpassed him twice, achieving perfect scores of 10 points. Initially, he suspected foul play since giving a perfect 10 was typically rare, just like getting a full 100 points in a language exam. In culinary competitions, a score of 10 meant the food was perfect and flawless. However, tastes varied widely among people, so no judge dared give a perfect 10 easily. They often reserved a bit of room, symbolically deducting 0.1 points even for excellent dishes. Yet here, no judge did that. The string of perfect 10s nearly stung the eyes of the Jonas. His dompa pork only got 9.7 points. The gap of 0.3 might look small, but it was an unbridgeable chasm. Feeling uneasy, the Jonas decided to taste Joven's dish himself. Though the dish was indeed fragrant, perhaps some chemical flavor enhancers were used. So, he picked up a small bowl and approached the pressure cooker containing Joven's phoenix and dragon pairing. "Juantal brother, can I taste a little of your soup?" The Jonas stood up from his seat, walked over to Jovan, and asked quietly. He had to personally taste this dish that earned a perfect score to determine if he truly was inferior to this overly young chef, or if there was foul play involved. If this competition was rigged, he wasn't without connections and wouldn't need to continue participating. Moreover, he would expose the issue for fairness among the contestants. Sure. Jovan readily agreed. There was still plenty of chicken broth left in the pot, enough for a large portion since today's preparation had been excessive. Although the meat was eaten, there was still half a pot of broth remaining. He poured a serving similar to the judge's portions into the bowl the Jonas held. As the aroma grew stronger, the Jonas remained silent, drinking the warm broth directly from the bowl without a spoon. The clear, warm broth slid smoothly from his tongue down his throat, instantly filling his entire palate with its freshness. Regretting his decision to drink it all in one gulp, he wished he had savored each sip. The first sip revealed a profound umami flavor that spread throughout his body. Fresh, aromatic, and beautifully flavorful, the chicken broth lacked any fishy taste. Not suppressed but naturally absent. What kind of chicken had such incredible quality? Even the best wild mountain chickens or free-range village chickens he tasted could not match this. The cooking technique was exquisite, turning the broth almost milky white like fish stock. With just one sip, the Jonas knew he lost. Completely, undeniably, and convincingly. This was not just a small gap. It was a chasm between heaven and earth. "I lost. You've won." After finishing Joven's dish, the Jonas paused for a moment before patting Joven's shoulder heavily. "The future belongs to you younger generations. With talents like you in the culinary world, we have much to look forward to." Hearing this, Jovan wanted to tell the Jonas that he never intended to develop his culinary skills, preferring to remain a farmer content with eating and waiting for death. But looking at the chef's face, he feared the man would react as violently as old Master Hua did. Thus, Jovan kept his thoughts to himself. Chapter 179, Family Matters. The semi-finalists have been decided. It's a bit regrettable that Ramen Man was eliminated outside the top 30 and didn't secure a spot in the semi-finals. This greatly disappointed many of his grassroots fans. But the competition must go on, with the semi-finals scheduled for the afternoon after tomorrow. The specific location is yet to be announced, but it won't be as open a venue as today's. It should be a more refined and quieter place. Jovan left the competition grounds with Adeline and Abigail, then drove towards Green Village. Over the next 2 days, he planned to address the lingering issue from last time, eradicating the white-furred yellow weasel's den to prevent its baby weasels from seeking revenge. On the following day, he intended to check on the vegetables in the Green Mountain Valley and find that Silver Wolf King. After sparing its life once, this time he couldn't let it off. After the appearance of the Silver Wolf King, Jovan's phone began to vibrate violently. Checking it, he found out that the Silver Wolf King's fangs were worth 500 immortal coins, and its fur was valued at 400 immortal coins, totaling an astonishing 900 immortal coins. Although this amount might not match the Monster Fish King's value, it was still a huge sum considering Jovan's current lack of sources of immortal coins. Upon arriving at Green Village, Dermot, who owned the village store, saw Jovan's car approaching and his face lit up with a broad smile, greeting him obsequiously at the shop entrance, a stark contrast to his previously casual attitude. Though they weren't in any superior-subordinate relationship, Dermot was afraid that Jovan would come looking for trouble over the photo incident. After all, it had been his fault for using Jovan's car to make money without identifying its owner. Now, seeing how wealthy Jovan seemed, Dermot genuinely feared potential trouble. Watching Dermot's smiling face, Jovan couldn't help but reflect on the nature of society. No matter one's accomplishments, everything eventually boils down to one standard measurement: money earned. One might claim to do something great, but if they don't earn or barely earn a penny, nobody will respect them. They'll be seen as failures. Conversely, if one earns a lot of money, even as a beggar dressed impeccably moving through high-end neighborhoods, people will bow and scrape, viewing them as successful. Despite these thoughts, Jovan was now enjoying the benefits of wealth and could only sigh inwardly about it. Soon, Jovan's car stopped in front of his house. "Who parked here, blocking our gate?" Jovan's mother emerged from the courtyard, speaking aloud while approaching. Her surprise was evident when she saw Jovan step out of the car. "Krista, this is my friend's car. I just borrowed it." Jovan didn't want to lie to his mother, but sometimes white lies made elders feel more at ease. This car looks so nice. Your friend must be pretty wealthy. By the way, is your friend male or female?" After hearing Jovan's explanation, his mother smiled, glad her son had such wealthy friends. Male, definitely male. Jovan replied hurriedly, picturing Cedric's face. Okay, you're doing legitimate business, right? Yes, legitimate business. I'm doing wholesale of agricultural products, quite stable, Jovan reassured her by downplaying his actual company as mere wholesaling to dispel her concerns. Hearing Jovan's explanation, Winifred felt reassured. She looked at her tan son with some pity. I'm just a farmer, can't help you much. I don't ask for much, just work honestly. Parents universally hope their children excel, but safety and stability always come first. Seeing her slightly discouraged look, Jovan quickly said, Krista, you'll help me a lot by taking care of the grandchildren later. Winifred laughed heartily. Nowadays, young people didn't know how to raise kids much, but Jovan, whom she had raised herself, was so smart now. Mentioning grandchildren brought immense joy to Winifred, but realizing Jovan was still single, she asked anxiously, Jovan, what happened with that girl you brought home? Remember, the early bird catches the worm. If you're too slow, someone else might snatch her, and you'll really cry yourself hoarse. Jovan chuckled awkwardly. He and Adeline weren't that close yet, so he could only say evasively that he understood and walked into the yard. In the courtyard, Aiden's spirits were a bit better. Intense exertion did seem to help manage certain urges. It's common sense. When exhausted, no one thinks about those matters. Similarly, after yesterday's exhaustive day, Adon had expended much energy and wasn't as fixated on the female donkey, even greeting Jovan with its tongue. Jovan avoided Aiden's head and tongue, patting its neck. Adon, I need to talk to you. Adon quieted down upon hearing Jovan's words. Chapter 180, A Nest Raid. After hearing Jovan's words, Big Fluff knew that its master needed something from it. It immediately calmed down, pricked up its ears, and fixed its gaze on Jovan. Come, take a sniff of this first. Jovan took out a small clump of white fur from his pocket and placed it next to Big Fluff's nose. The small tuft was snipped off the stray yellow weasel from last night. If they wanted to find the weasel's lair, they truly depended on this clump of fur and Big Fluff's keen sense of smell. Jovan had absolute confidence in Big Fluff's sense of smell. Last time, he managed to locate Chauncey only because of Big Fluff. Otherwise, if the tiger stayed in his vegetable garden, even if there was no real trouble, it would still have been a disaster waiting to happen. Sure enough, after smelling the scent on the fur, though Big Fluff sneezed several times due to the pungent odor, it started walking out of the yard at Jovan's prompting. It seemed to have made a discovery in just a short while. Seeing Big Fluff stride out of the yard, Jovan smiled and followed closely behind. The sky wasn't dark yet. Glancing at the clock, it was just past 5 in the afternoon. The sunset still cast warmth over the village roads where people were sparse. However, as Big Fluff moved forward, the sky gradually grew darker, and a chill wind brought an unusually eerie feeling. Jovan shivered from the cold wind. But when Big Fluff stopped at a certain place, Jovan's expression turned to one of surprise. Because Big Fluff was leading him towards the village Frederick's home, the direction of Chauncey's house. When Big Fluff stopped at the entrance of the abandoned house, Jovan pushed open the unlocked door. Looking at the overgrown weeds in the yard, he felt a tinge of melancholy. What used to be a thriving family had been ruined due to Chauncey's malicious intentions, resulting in their own downfall. Although Jovan played a role in this affair, even without him, given Chauncey's character, he would undoubtedly encounter others he couldn't provoke like Juan Marcel, leading to the same tragic outcome. In fact, it was the village Frederick who bore the most responsibility despite seeming the least culpable. If Chauncey was a calamity, then the village Frederick, Rocky Lauer, was the source of that disaster. Due to his indulgence and spoiling, Chauncey became so arrogant and vicious, and thus Rocky Lauer's sudden heart attack could be seen as his just deserts. As Jovan thought, he followed Big Fluff into the yard of the village Frederick's house. Weeds had taken over the courtyard, growing alarmingly tall. In the brief period since the village Frederick's incident, these weeds had already grown knee-high, making it look quite terrifying. Essentially, the abandonment led to such decay. This phenomenon is common in many ancient residences and abandoned places. Without human activity, plants, animals, and rodents move in, giving the whole place a chilly and eerie vibe. Despite his enhanced abilities, Jovan, essentially a superstitious peasant, might have turned around and left had he not come with Big Fluff. Later, he could have set fire to the house during the night, burning everything inside, including the yellow weasels. With the village Frederick already in a vegetative state in the hospital, the house now abandoned, burning it down might be better. However, Big Fluff sniffed the air and began moving toward the back of the yard. Jovan quickly followed. Creak. A dusty wooden door creaked open, sending a puff of dust toward Jovan's face. Big Fluff had already reached a bed inside and started braying loudly at Jovan. Do you mean there's something under this bed? The bed was bare of linens, just a wooden frame. After inspecting it thoroughly, Jovan saw nothing unusual. At that moment, faint sounds came from under the bed, startling him, and Big Fluff barked even louder. It seemed there was indeed something beneath the bed, but how to get in was still unclear. Deciding to investigate further, Jovan lay flat on the bed, disregarding the dust, and carefully felt every corner with his hands. Just as he was about to give up in frustration after finding nothing, he felt a piece of wood beneath his foot that seemed slightly loose. This discovery startled Jovan. He hurriedly located the spot where he had touched before. A small horizontal board at the foot of the bed, seemingly normal. When he touched it again, it indeed felt loose. To avoid any accidents, Jovan climbed off the bed and pushed hard on the loose board. Suddenly, a faint mechanical sound occurred, and the bed frame retracted into the wall, revealing a trapdoor of about the same size as the bed. By now, it was completely dark. Jovan took out his flashlight and shone it into the hole. Inside, dozens of yellow weasels lifted their heads, their green eyes staring eerily at the intruders. They probably didn't know their ancestor outside had already caused them deadly trouble. But if they did, given their vengeful nature, they would certainly retaliate against Jovan. That was precisely why Yovan wouldn't tolerate this nest of potential threats to his mother's life. Determined, he told Big Fluff to guard the entrance to the hole, preventing any escapees, then jumped down with a sickle he had brought from home. The yellow weasel's fighting prowess was weak. Even their patriarch was no match for Yovan. This was a one-sided slaughter. Yet, Jovan's heart remained unmoved. Non-kin posed potential threats, and now wasn't the time for compassion. Some weasels tried to escape into the darkness above, but Big Fluff, being stronger than Yovan in combat, quickly trampled them to death. ##### Chapter 181. The outcome. When it comes to weasels, you either leave them alone or, if you provoke them, you mustn't show any mercy. It's a matter of life and death. Either you die, or they survive. If you manage to escape their clutches, they will come after your family, your children, your wife, everyone. Facing this entire den of weasels, Yovan did not let a single one go, big or small. The only problem was that the weasel's flatulence during combat was incredibly pungent, nearly driving Yovan to distraction. Even Amos, who had been waiting outside the cellar, couldn't escape the smell and kept sneezing, inadvertently crushing a few escaping weasels into pulp underfoot. After about 10 minutes, Yovan emerged from the cellar, pinching his nose due to the overwhelming stench. The cellar reeked so badly that it was almost unbearable. By now, the weasel nest had been completely cleared out. A few large weasels that had tried to escape were also crushed by Amos. The bed in the room lay in disarray, soaked with the foul odor and blood of the weasels. If someone unaware of what had happened walked in, they might have been frightened enough to wet their pants. Yovan and Amos left the house one after another, having resolved the danger posed by the weasels. Although Yovan wished he could be as heroic as the warriors on TV and burn down this contaminated place, using fire as a backdrop before walking away dramatically, setting fire to civilian property was a serious crime. The village chief was still in a vegetative state but alive, meaning the house still belonged to him. After some thought, Yovan abandoned the idea. He planned to head to Green Mountain with Amos tomorrow since it was already quite late, and his body was smeared with weasel blood and that foul stench. Back home, Yovan rushed to the well. He stripped off his clothes and used well water with soap to scrub himself clean, finally feeling refreshed. Amos, though reluctant, also had to wash off the weasel blood and odor from its fur. Once Amos was cleaned up, Yovan, thinking of all the tasks ahead, returned to his room with his phone. After browsing Heavenly Realm Taba for a while, drowsiness began to overtake him. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Yovan got up early, only to find his mother had risen even earlier. "Krista, why are you up so early?" Yovan asked while brushing his teeth as his mother chopped pig feet. Since his mother's health improved, the number of livestock at home had increased significantly. Chickens, ducks, and geese roamed around, fattened up by her care. In the backyard, the previously abandoned pig pen now housed a new occupant, a black pig she had somehow acquired. This pig, a crossbreed of wild and domestic pigs, was being pampered daily. According to Krista, it came from Wilfred's mother and was supposedly very flavorful when cooked. She also intended to sell it later to save up for her son's wedding dowry. Following Jovan's suggestion, the poultry now ate vegetables from the Heavenly Realm garden. Despite feeling a bit wasteful about giving such valuable leaves to the animals, his mother took pride in raising them for the family. "With more livestock, I have to wake up early to take care of them," his mother replied confidently. "All right, you take your time. I've got things to do." Yovan, finished washing up, left the house with Amos. Yovan had been thinking about the magical vegetables in the valley and the speaker that served as a catalyst. This was a critical moment, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. The success or failure rested on this one attempt. Although it was midsummer, the morning breeze in the village was refreshingly cool. Few people were on the road at dawn, and as Yovan approached Green Mountain, the path became deserted. There were wolves on Green Mountain, and with the Silver Wolf King's call echoing loudly that night, villagers were surely even more fearful of the mountain now. But Yovan wasn't afraid. His mission today was to explore the valley first, and then look for the Silver Wolf King specifically. To Yovan, the Silver Wolf King was like walking heavenly coins, worth 900 coins, enough to catch many strange fish. However, searching Green Mountain wouldn't be easy. Even with Amos's keen sense of smell, it would take considerable time. So, he headed towards the valley first. Standing at the entrance to the valley, Yovan marveled at the lush fields inside. Using the speaker to play the Spring of Divine Farmer technique was indeed effective. Though slow, it worked non-stop 24/7, covering a vast area far exceeding his efficiency. Seeing the vegetable patches sprawling before him, Yovan felt a mix of awe and immense joy. The heavenly vegetables were much larger than ordinary ones, creating a breathtaking sight. As he had mixed the seeds together, different crops grew side by side. White garlic intermingled with ginger, red tomatoes beside green melons, providing a striking visual impact. Amos ran around happily, munching on tomatoes and garlic. It seemed that regardless of the circumstances, garlic remained Amos's favorite. Satisfied with the vegetable growth, Yovan checked the speaker playing Spring of Divine Farmer. He replaced the batteries and left the valley, tugging at Amos who reluctantly followed. Behind them, the valley teemed with abundant food, causing Amos's eyes to brim with reluctance. Still, seeing Yovan walking ahead, Amos hurried along quickly. Chapter 182. The Wolf's Den. Adon, do you still remember the scent of that Wolf King from that day? After bringing Adon out of the valley, Yovan stroked Aiden's neck while asking him. Although he knew Adon had a keen sense of smell, Yovan was unsure just how sharp it was. Could Adon detect the Wolf King's location by relying solely on memory without the scent source? Thinking of this, Yovan looked at Adon with anticipation. At first, Adon shook his head, seemingly not understanding what Yovan meant. But after realizing what Yovan wanted to ask, he nodded vigorously. Initially disappointed when Adon shook his head, Yovan felt as if his mood was on a roller coaster ride as his heart soared once more when Adon nodded. Patting Aiden's neck, Yovan spoke. Adon, let's go. Take me to find that Silver Wolf King who attacked you. and we will get revenge. Upon hearing Jovan's words, Adon remembered the Silver Wolf King who nearly bit its throat that day. Emitting a few donkey brays, it walked deeper into Mount Qing. Jovan hurriedly followed. Mount Qing resembled a half-gourd, vertically cut in half. The front side appeared broad, but as Adon and Jovan ventured forward, both the paths and mountain body gradually narrowed. Reaching deep inside, they found no traces of human activity. The trees grew densely intertwined, blocking the sky, and the entire forest became dimmer and cooler. If it were a regular person, walking on such mountain paths would be fraught with difficulties. However, Adon emitted an animalistic aura that only other animals could sense, so they encountered no venomous insects or ferocious beasts along the way. Jovan's physical strength far exceeded that of an average person, so the duo moved swiftly. Occasionally, Adon would pause to sniff the lingering scents in the air, adjust their direction, and continue advancing. After crossing the narrowest part of the gourd-shaped central area, Jovan and Adon arrived at the rear of Mount Qing, where no one dared to tread. This desolate place teemed with wild beasts. Even birds became scarce. A babbling brook sounded nearby. Feeling thirsty, Jovan and Adon intended to quench their thirst by the stream. But unexpectedly, they met an unexpected visitor beside the stream. A wild boar weighing nearly 300 kilograms, covered in thick mud, sporting 2 long tusks. As Jovan noticed the boar also spotted Jovan and Adon hidden in the forest. Humph! The boar grunted, then, swinging its hooves, leaped across the stream and charged towards Jovan and Adon. In this forest, it was the king at the top of the food chain. Nothing could threaten it, which was why it charged upon seeing Jovan and Adon immediately. However, neither Jovan nor Adon feared the charging boar. Their eyes sparkled with excitement instead. Adon, wait don't use too much force. Originally intending to deliver a lethal blow, Jovan thought about the old sow back home and glanced at the boar's anatomy. Yep, it's a male wild boar. Such a boar could be taken back for breeding purposes, making his mother happy. Killing it might not even provide meat better than his vegetables. Listening to Jovan, Adon slightly relaxed its tensed hooves. By then, the boar had already rushed over, tusks aimed at Adon. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. The boar let out a heaven-shaking, earth-moving scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. When it charged, Adon had kicked off one of its tusks, loosening the other. In a single blow, the boar realized that neither the man nor the donkey could be provoked. Emitting a wailing cry, it prepared to run away. But Jovan wouldn't let it escape. Regardless, this boar was destined to be brought back for breeding. With many pigs wanting to perform such a task, now it was your turn. Why are you thinking of running? With this thought, Jovan quickly caught up to the fleeing boar, stood before it, and tightly grabbed its tusk with both hands. Looking at the seemingly insignificant human before it, the boar didn't stop but lowered its head, attempting to tear open the human with its remaining tusk. Yet, the tremendous force from Jovan's hands immediately shattered its unrealistic hopes. Under that overwhelming force, the boar couldn't control its rapid charge. Its body swerved and heavily crashed sideways, sliding on the ground until colliding with a tree, stopping its movement. Humph! In agony, the boar cried out. Only then did Jovan fully realize the effects of the giant Zhuangzi fruit and the second transformation golden pill. He hadn't even warmed up, yet this boar was already struggling. How fierce would he be in real combat? Could he withstand small caliber bullets? With these thoughts, Jovan used nylon ropes from his gear to bind the boar tightly around a giant tree behind it, planning to bring it back later. After tying the rope securely, Jovan continued deeper into Mount Qing with Adon, heading toward the Silver Wolf King's den. Continuing about 2 kilometers further, Adon stopped near a cliff. It repeatedly looked upward and turned to look at Jovan. You're saying that the Silver Wolf King's den is actually built on top of the cliff? Jovan asked, somewhat disbelievingly. Adon nodded. Jovan looked up at the towering 100-meter-high cliff, seriously doubting if the Silver Wolf King could fly. Otherwise, how did it get up there and build a den on such a high spot? Moreover, shouldn't wolf dens typically be in caves or hollows between tree roots? Building a den so high up, isn't there a risk of falling down and dying accidentally? While criticizing this fact, Jovan began circling the cliff, searching for a path to ascend. Chapter 183 Consideration. Just as Jovan was searching for a way up the cliff, an angry wolf howl suddenly erupted from behind him. Accompanying the howl were Aiden's cries and the sounds of a scuffle. When Jovan turned around, Adon was already engaged in combat with the Thomas. Of course, this was one-sided, as the Thomas couldn't last more than 3 rounds before being kicked away by Adon. Seeing Aiden's fierce form, Jovan abandoned any thoughts of assisting, instead watching with interest from where he stood. However, what surprised Jovan was that the usually cunning Thomas now seemed to be behaving like a madman. Despite being continuously kicked away by Adon, it kept attacking, as if harboring some deep-seated grudge. Observing the deranged Thomas, Jovan curiously looked towards the top of the cliff. There had to be a reason for the Thomas's frenzied behavior. Could it be related to its den atop the cliff? The intelligent Thomas seemed to realize that Jovan was onto something, becoming even more frantic. Yet, Adon remained an insurmountable barrier before it, each of its attacks being repelled with brutal kicks. Meanwhile, Jovan had discovered a shortcut leading to the cliff's summit, concealed amongst some weeds. Without proper climbing gear, it wasn't easy, but with his formidable physical condition, Jovan started ascending. The Thomas watched as Jovan climbed higher, eyes red with rage. It let out a loud howl and soon, several gray wolves appeared beside it. Under the Thomas's command, these gray wolves recklessly engaged Adon. Although they were all swiftly kicked away, their actions bought time for the Thomas, allowing it to break free from Aiden's blockade. Jovan noticed the pursuing Thomas but stayed calm, increasing his pace. The injured Thomas leaped quickly after him. Since Jovan had a head start, he reached the top first. Atop the cliff was a platform about 100 square meters wide, scattered with large rocks in no particular order. Disappointed by the sight, Jovan thought there couldn't possibly be nothing here. As he paused, a gust of wind and a foul smell approached from behind. Jovan easily sidestepped to the left, evading the pouncing Thomas. The Thomas circled around to 2 stacked boulders and faced Jovan with snarling teeth, as if driving him away. Originally I didn't know the secret, but you're so cooperative. Jovan smiled, moving closer to the Thomas. Aware of this human strength, the Thomas only growled softly. For every step Jovan took forward, it retreated one, until it could retreat no further. Determined, the Thomas lunged at Jovan. Jovan easily dodged, not wanting a deadly confrontation without seeing any treasure. Each failed attack by the Thomas brought Jovan closer to the boulders. Soon, he slipped behind them, discovering 3 silver-white wolf pups, each thumb-sized, likely born not long ago. The pups, eyes still closed, made sucking noises, mistaking the commotion for their mother's return, looking incredibly cute. This, Jovan was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, he and the Thomas hadn't shared deep-seated enmity. His motive was mere retribution for past grievances. Moreover, creatures like weasels pose significant threats due to their ruthless nature and ability to infiltrate human society stealthily, while a large Thomas would attract too much attention. Reflecting on this, Jovan realized the futility of continuing. He glanced at the Thomas and the pups, then turned and climbed down the cliff. Adon, having defeated several gray wolves, followed suit upon seeing Jovan leave. Unexpectedly, just as Jovan was about to leave Mount Ching, the Thomas trailed behind him. Chapter 184, Lionel. Oh whoa. The Thomas howled behind Jovan. Curious, Jovan turned around and saw that the Thomas had come within only 5 meters of him. Moreover, there was a small wolf in the mouth of the Thomas. Seeing Jovan turn back, the Thomas gently placed the small wolf on the ground. You mean to give this little wolf to me? Jovan looked at the silver-gray small wolf on the ground with curiosity. The Thomas reluctantly glanced at the small wolf before giving Jovan an almost human-like, pleading look. Then it turned around and disappeared into the dense forest. Although curious, Jovan went over to the silver-gray little wolf on the ground and examined it carefully. Upon close examination, he found that the little wolf's breathing seemed very weak. Thinking back, it was much weaker compared to its 2 brothers. However, if Jovan were asked what exactly was wrong with this little wolf, he would probably be unable to pinpoint it. Thinking so, Jovan carefully placed the small wolf in his chest. He remembered that Alton Alaric was supposed to be home today. Each person has their area of expertise, and for things he didn't understand, perhaps the old Alton could figure it out in one glance. Where did you get this little wolf? Did you raid a wolf den? The Alton Alaric was rarely at home, but today he was, and it appeared this little wolf was destined not to die. Seeing the little wolf Jovan handed over, Alaric instantly recognized it as a wolf and not a puppy. Indeed, his skills weren't wasted. Wolf pups and dog pups can look quite similar. Impressed, Jovan placed the little wolf directly into Alaric's hands and explained. I just raided a wolf den, but this little wolf looked rather adorable. Do you think we can save it? Alaric thoroughly examined the little wolf, and then somehow produced some rice porridge and a soft tube, which he inserted into the small wolf's mouth. Originally looking like it was near death, the little wolf, driven by the instinct to survive, began drinking the rice porridge through the tube. Watching this scene, the Alton sighed deeply, which made Jovan's heart tighten. What's wrong, Garner? Is it a terminal illness that can't be cured? Or some other problem? Jovan quickly asked. There's no other issue, it's just starved. The Alton made his final diagnosis. Just that simple? It shouldn't be, right? From the looks of the mother wolf, she doesn't seem like she'd starve her cub. Jovan was flabbergasted. Looking at how protective the mother wolf was of her cubs, how could she possibly let them starve? Why not? The Alton, hearing Jovan's doubt, didn't get upset. He adjusted the tube and said, let me ask you, apart from this small wolf, weren't there several bigger wolf cubs in that den? Yes, how did you know that, Garner? Jovan felt like becoming a veterinarian. He was as good as a fortune teller. I've been a vet for years, seen lots of cases like this. Animals don't have brotherly affection. To live and become strong, they all fight for food. Whoever grabs it first gets it. Not only malnutrition, but many litters of puppies starve to death. Hearing this, Jovan understood. It made sense. Even the Thomas had given him this little wolf out of necessity. He thought it was an act of gratitude. All right, feed it with rice porridge or find a lactating animal to feed it. The Alton Alaric handed back the small wolf, advising. After receiving the little wolf, it appeared to be sleeping after getting full. Even in sleep, its mouth moved unconsciously, making it utterly adorable, a sight any girl would love. Thank you, Garner. I'll head back now. With the little wolf fine, Jovan started walking home with Adon. On the way, Adon often tried to get close to the little wolf, as if trying to show affection. For some reason, Jovan felt Adon really liked this little wolf. Recalling Aiden's situation, Jovan quickly flipped the little wolf over and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this too was a male wolf. Otherwise, if it were a female, looking at Aiden's massive size compared to the little wolf, Jovan had to admit, his thoughts had taken a twisted turn. Adon still attempted to nuzzle closer, and watching it, Jovan feared it might harm the small wolf, so he pushed its head away. This frustrated Adon, who finally got to see the little wolf once. The originally restless Adon, after seeing the small wolf, suddenly calmed down, revealing a gentle, almost human-like expression. Jovan mischievously thought about the future. If this little wolf grew up knowing Adon had brutally beaten its mother, the Thomas, would it try to challenge Adon? Honestly, Jovan looked forward to that day. If Adon knew what Jovan was thinking, it would definitely kick him. Soon, Jovan and Adon returned home, with Jovan carrying the little wolf. His mother was washing clothes in the courtyard when Jovan approached. Krista, do you know which household has a nursing dog that recently gave birth? Why are you asking? Hearing Jovan's question, his mother paused her work, puzzled. On the way, I picked up a little dog. Where else can I take care of it? I'm looking for a nursing dog to feed it. Jovan lifted the small wolf. He didn't dare say it was a wolf pup. Otherwise, he would surely get a scolding from his mother. No matter how capable he was, daring to raid a wolf den for a wolf pup. If his mother found out, she'd likely kill him. The old female dog at Dermot's house seems to have recently given birth. Go check it out. Indeed, asking his mother always led to useful information. After a moment's thought, she pointed Yovan in the right direction. At Dermot's place, the little wolf eagerly sucked at the milk. The nursing dog treated it just like its own puppies. Seeing this, Yovan relaxed. In the future, you'll be called Lionel. Yovan looked at the little wolf and named it. Chapter 185. Burying his father. Yovan had given the little wolf cub the name Lionel, to which the cub showed no particular reaction, only sucking its lips vigorously. It seemed to enjoy this warm liquid food. Yovan smiled and stood up. Dermot was standing next to him, and seeing Yovan smile, he chuckled along. Enrique, you don't have to worry about your puppy here. I'll make sure it's well fed. As if trying to prove his words, Dermot squatted down, moved one of his own puppies aside, and placed the little wolf in that spot. Thanks. Yovan watched Dermot's overly eager demeanor and wasn't quite sure what to say. Oh, don't mention it. If you have anything else, just let me know. It seemed Dermot really wanted to build a relationship with Yovan. Despite being decades older, he spoke as if they were equals. Thanks again, but I have some things to attend to, so I'll be going back, Yovan replied, feeling slightly uncomfortable with this sudden warmth and wanting to leave. But at that moment, Dermot pulled Yovan into the house mysteriously, closing the doors and windows. It appeared he had something important to discuss. Seeing Dermot set up this scene, Yovan was a bit curious. Since it was still early, he decided to see what Dermot had in mind. Once the doors and windows were tightly shut, Dermot's smile disappeared. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, took large puffs, and sighed deeply. Yovan watched Dermot, puzzled, waiting for him to continue. Seeing Yovan remain silent, Dermot finally couldn't hold back. He pressed the cigarette, but on the glass counter and suddenly said loudly, "What a sin." Although Dermot finally spoke, Yovan still didn't respond, only staring at him, continuing to wait. Unable to bear Jovan's gaze, or perhaps unable to contain what he had been holding inside, Dermot continued without Yovan prompting him. "Do you know my brother, Rocky Sango?" Upon hearing this, Yovan nodded and responded, "Yes, I do." Earlier, he and Wilfred had bought a vegetable plot from Rocky Sango's family. They had worried about the exorbitant prices from Rocky Sango, known for drinking and gambling, but thankfully, Chauncey had managed to save them several $1,000s. Later, the plot approval failed due to the village chief's obstruction. Then, the village chief suffered a heart attack and became a vegetable. The plot issue would likely remain unresolved until a new chief was appointed. Now that Yovan had land in the valley, he didn't care much about that small plot anymore. Hearing Jovan's affirmation, Dermot patted his leg and delivered shocking news. Rocky Sango is dead. Jovan's first reaction was disbelief. In such a small village, even a pig giving birth would be common knowledge. How could someone's death not be known? Seeing Jovan's incredulous expression, Dermot explained anxiously, "Do you think I'd lie about something like this? He drank counterfeit alcohol and was hospitalized 2 days ago. I only found out yesterday." "Why hasn't anyone else heard?" Yovan asked. "Well, families keep their misfortunes quiet. Think about it, dying from fake alcohol. It's too humiliating. They plan to take him directly to the crematorium," Dermot said, somewhat saddened by his brother's fate. Over the years, he had helped Rocky Sango often, yet now he was gone. Seeing Dermot's grieving face, Yovan nodded. This news would soon spread. Dermot wouldn't lie about his own brother. However, Yovan grew more puzzled. Why was Dermot telling him all this? What did Rocky Sango's death have to do with him? People can't come back from the dead. Why are you so upset? And why are you telling me this? Just get to the point. Yovan asked straightforwardly. He sensed Dermot's sly nature, suitable for business but not friendship. "My brother's daughter, Taya, have you met her?" Dermot avoided answering, instead posing an unrelated question. "Yes, I've met her. What about Taya?" Yovan nodded, continuing. The name Taya brought to mind the pure and frost-like girl who appeared under the moonlight, just as her name suggested. "Well, we were going to cremate my brother, but she insisted her father feared fire most in life. She vowed not to allow cremation and declared whoever could give her father a grand funeral, she'd marry him." Mentioning Taya, Dermot's expression differed from Jovan's. Though appearing frail, his niece was stubborn and determined, giving Dermot real headaches. Despite Dermot's shrewdness towards outsiders, he treated family members exceptionally well. Other elders would have simply cremated him without hesitation. Just ignore her tantrum. Yovan, hearing this, prepared to leave, finding the conversation a waste of time. "No, we thought so initially." Dermot quickly held onto Yovan and fished out his phone, opening a social media app named Weibo. Yovan was surprised. The elderly Dermot was surprisingly tech-savvy. Then Dermot navigated to the trending page and showed Yovan the top-ranked story. Holy shit. Usually, the top trend would have hundreds of millions of views. When Yovan saw the title and image of the top news, he couldn't help but swear. Beautiful girl offers herself to bury her father. Chapter 186, The Green Hat Man. Looking at the headline on Weibo, even the usually composed Yovan couldn't help but swear under his breath. He had seen Zeus's daughter, Taya, and it was hard to imagine that a man like Zeus could produce such a graceful daughter. Although Zeus's wife had passed away, Yovan could easily picture her as someone who must have been quite beautiful. The top-posted Weibo was soon deleted by administrators due to its negative influence, but Taya had already left her contact information and the address of Qing Village. Soon, many people looking to buy from her would come looking. This was what worried Dermot. Though he wasn't a great person, he genuinely cared for Zeus and his niece. With college entrance exams approaching, Dermot didn't want these incidents to affect his niece. Qing Village was clearly no place for Taya to stay anymore. If not, there might be middle-aged uncles with ill intentions coming here. Worse, if they managed to kidnap Taya, finding her would be nearly impossible. Dermot thought about sending Taya away, preferably to Qinghai City. Whether renting a house or staying temporarily somewhere else, he wanted her to take the exam in peace and fulfill his duty as an uncle. However, Taya attended high school in Qinghai City, where the dormitories were currently under repair and unavailable. This gave Dermot another headache. While he had done business in Qing Village, he barely knew anyone in Qinghai City. After some deliberation, Dermot thought of Yovan. He trusted Jovan's character since he had watched him grow up. Therefore, he hoped Yovan could help find a quiet neighborhood in Qinghai City, rent a house for Taya to stay in, and perhaps assist her when needed. Of course, Dermot wouldn't ask Yovan to do this for free. All expenses related to finding the house would be covered by him. Upon hearing Dermot's words, Yovan felt oddly disappointed. Originally, thinking it involved helping Taya sell herself to bury her father, he now found out that all this fuss was about finding her a rental house in Qinghai City to study and take the exams peacefully. It was entirely different from the storylines he imagined. It wasn't about living together in the same house, helping each other, occasionally showing off his cooking skills, winning over the rebellious girl, and everyone living happily ever after. Of course, Yovan only entertained these thoughts privately. No problem, Brantley Rocky, leave it to me. I'll have the rented house ready by tomorrow. Yovan patted Dermot's shoulder, signaling his commitment to handle the task. Then he went into the courtyard to check on Ermau. At that moment, the well-fed Ermau was lying in the doghouse with other puppies, sound asleep. Yovan thought about feeding Ermau celestial vegetables once it grew bigger. But if a wolf didn't eat meat and ate vegetables instead, would it still be considered a wolf? As he left Dermot's home, Yovan was still pondering this philosophical question when Alexei blocked him at the courtyard gate. Alexei looked at him with a serious expression, as if facing the most significant issue of his life. His eyes conveyed the melancholy and depth one might expect from Renaissance philosophers like Freud. From a donkey's perspective, Alexei certainly exuded a charm like Wu Yanzu at that moment. Corrected part, Wu Yanzu, is corrected to Wu Yanzu to maintain consistency in using English and ensure it reads naturally. Alexei looked at him with a serious expression, as if facing the most significant issue of his life. His eyes conveyed the melancholy and depth one might expect from Renaissance philosophers like Freud. From a donkey's perspective, Alexei certainly exuded a charm like Wu Yanzu at that moment. Alexei, what's wrong? Yovan patted Alexei's neck, puzzled. The last time Alexei showed this state was when his physiological needs weren't met, and he lay quietly in the yard. But hadn't the Alton given him herbal medicine? Thinking this, Yovan glanced down at the iron-hard thing between Alexei's legs and seemed to understand something. You honor. Embarrassed, Alexei clamped his legs and grumbled discontentedly before leaving the courtyard, heading toward the entrance of Qing Village. Hey, Alexei, wait for me. Seeing Alexei running ahead urgently, Yovan hurriedly followed. Ordinarily, Alexei wouldn't act so out of sorts. Today was truly unusual. Under a locust tree at the village entrance, a Wuling Hongguang minivan had stopped. Inside the van were 3 people and a donkey. The donkey was a female, confined in a thumb-thick steel cage, looking around and at the 3 humans with almost human-like eyes. Are you sure this plan is reliable? And really, can our donkey not defeat even an underground boxing champion? The speaker was a thin, Hirsch named Isaiah. Isaiah looked frail, giving the impression of a nocturnal convenience store-eating shut-in, far from his real identity as a core researcher at Changda Company. Brother Song, even if we lied to you, would old Master Chai lie to you? You didn't see the scene. Our little female donkey kicked the underground boxing champion and never let him get back up. The speaker was a muscular bald man, with both hair and eyebrows completely absent, giving off an intimidating vibe. However, his respect for Isaiah was evident in how he addressed him, reflecting the lower status of enforcers compared to researchers at Changda Company. Despite the bald man being confident enough to single-handedly take on 10 Isaiahs, if he wanted to keep his job, he had to obey Isaiah without question. In terms of both status and salary, the gap between researchers and enforcers at Changda Company was vast, which resolved the bald man's decision to ensure his children would study hard and avoid following his path of martial arts training and working for intellectuals. Boss, why are we using this godly donkey against that arrogant kid? Does he not know what death means, daring to oppose Changda Company? The speaker, smaller than the bald man but still muscular compared to average people, was a blonde foreigner wearing a glaring green hat. Hashtag chapter 187. A donkey's braying? The blonde man wearing a green cap was named Carson. He clearly didn't understand the deep-rooted culture of Huagua, where in his own country, green hats carried no special connotations and simply represented a color. Although he often felt puzzled by the odd looks he received from people on the street because of his green hat. However, after Carson couldn't contain his curiosity anymore and questioned a chubby boy who laughed at him, he finally understood that in this country, a green hat symbolized marital harmony and love for one's wife. Carson loved his wife dearly, so from that day on, green hats became his favorite. His greatest hobby now was collecting them. When Carson posed his question, Hanson, the eyebrowless man, and Isaiah noticed his bright green hat atop his golden hair, immediately. The eyebrowless man stifled a laugh and began to explain. This guy has been ruining many of our plans before, and now we have a solid reason to take him out. Upon hearing this, Carson's expression changed noticeably, especially when Hanson casually mentioned killing someone. Carson's face turned pale as he began to protest indignantly. I am a law-abiding citizen, here with genuine intentions for cultural exchange. What did you just say? You want to kill someone? No, my conscience and faith won't allow me to do such a thing. After hearing Carson's words, an eerie smile spread across Hanson's face as he looked at Carson with amusement. Carson, C-rank mercenary of the Alondra mercenary group, with capabilities rivaling those of top-tier special forces soldiers. Later, due to torturing captives who were supposed to be protected during missions, you were hunted by the entire mercenary community. We at Changda Corporation spent millions to bring you here, not to listen to your pointless chatter. Before Hanson could finish, a blood-stained combat knife was already pressed against his neck. while the harmless-looking Carson now wore a cold, grim expression. Before the fight even begins, you two are already fighting amongst yourselves? Come, let me apologize on Hansen's behalf. First, let's complete the mission, then you can fight all you want afterward. When gods quarrel, mortals suffer. The space in this vehicle was limited, and if they truly started fighting, Isaiah, a tech specialist, wasn't sure his frail body could handle it. Moreover, as the commander of this operation, he knew some of its secrets. While there was indeed some similarity between what Hansen had said and the truth, even if Yovan had angered Changda Corporation, they wouldn't have mobilized such a large-scale operation unless absolutely necessary. At minimum, the market value of that female donkey in the black market had already reached hundreds of millions, and it kept rising. Most importantly, the cause was closely tied to Jovan's participation in the food competition organized by the Qinghai City Food Association. Changda Corporation had secretly placed bets in an underground casino, which up until now amounted to over 10 billion yuan. This was a staggering sum. If they lost, Changda would be severely weakened. But if they won, with such a massive influx of funds, Changda Corporation would successfully list on Nasdaq. Of course, they were confident in the outcome of this competition. Unbeknownst to others, a hidden master chef hired by Changda Corporation at great expense would serve as their dark horse to secure victory in the gambling ring. This chef's skills were enough to reassure everyone at Changda. In the previous Chinese culinary competition, he ranked 14th, a terrifying achievement that surpassed all contestants in this current event. What Changda hadn't expected was that someone, Yovan, managed to slip out of their control. In the first 2 rounds, Yovan scored perfect marks, placing immense pressure on Changda Corporation. Even the hidden master chef admitted that, even if he went all out, he might not win first place. This was why this mission was initiated. With tens of billions at stake and a promising future, Changda couldn't allow Yovan to participate in the semifinals. And the semifinals and finals were held on the same day. If they didn't act today, it would be too late once Yovan entered tomorrow's competition. Isaiah's words proved effective. After hearing him, Carson released the combat knife from Hansen's throat. Feeling threatened, Hansen huffed and looked out the car window to save face. The target is approaching. Hansen compared Yovan walking behind a horse-like creature with the photo he had pulled from his pocket. By chance, because Adon never left Qinsuan village and maintained a low profile during conflicts with Chauncey, there were no records of Yovan owning a donkey in Changda's database. Now, Adon, tall and purebred, resembled more of a horse than a donkey, leading Hansen to misidentify him. Target confirmed. Get ready to move. Carson, being a former mercenary, saw Yovan appear and instinctively gripped his dagger tightly. This blade had already claimed 6 lives. In Carson's mind, Yovan would undoubtedly be the 7th. What are you up to, Adon? Following behind Adon, Yovan also noticed the van under the locust tree but dismissed it as unimportant since this type of vehicle was common in rural areas. However, Adon was heading straight for the van. You honor. Adon stood outside the van, repeatedly calling inside with emotions Yovan couldn't fully understand. Why does this horse bray like a donkey? Has it mutated? Isaiah thought inside the van. Outside, Yovan watched Adon bray with bewilderment, unsure of what was happening. But soon, Yovan realized why. Because from inside the van, a similar donkey's bray echoed back. Chapter 188, A Farmer's Punch. How could a donkey come here to cause trouble? Isaiah frowned as he watched Adon, who was calling outside, through the one-way glass. However, since Yovan had already appeared, Isaiah no longer hesitated and signaled to Carson and the eyebrowless giant. The van began to open. Due to its tinted windows, it was pitch black inside, making it hard to see the specifics. However, perhaps it was just an illusion, but an uncomfortable aura emanated from the van, giving Yovan goosebumps all over his body. After consuming the second-rank golden pill, Jovan's awareness had become extraordinarily sharp. Previously, he would have walked up to the van unconsciously to see why there was a female donkey inside that caught Aiden's interest. But under this instinctive warning, Yovan stood 50 meters away from the van, neither approaching nor retreating. Seeing that Yovan wasn't falling for their trap, the few people hiding behind the van doors shook their heads and came out. You're Yovan, right? Isaiah sized up their target. Yovan looked rather handsome, more like a student than a farmer. With just one glance, Isaiah classified Yovan as harmless. Naturally, remembering Jovan's past achievements, he discreetly raised Jovan's threat level by 2 notches in his mind. Yet, even so, Yovan was far from being a match for the battle-hardened Carson and the eyebrowless man. Relaxed now, Isaiah kept his tone non-derogatory. There was no need to waste emotion on a dead man. Who are you? I'm Wilfred. Are you mistaken? Seeing the aggressive stance of the 3 men opposite him, Yovan decided to test them and unceremoniously sold out his best friend Wilfred. Working diligently at Ross Dumpling House, Wilfred sneezed uncontrollably. Haha, really think we can't recognize you. Let's go. Finish this quickly while no one's around. Isaiah glanced at Yovan, checking a photo in his pocket, then waved with interest. Carson and the eyebrowless man exchanged glances and simultaneously lunged at Yovan, brandishing their weapons. The eyebrowless man wielded a mini mace made entirely of silver alloy, far superior to any iron mace, both in power and weight. Using it was quite convenient. Watching the two rush at him without a word, Yovan paused, not because of fear but due to the extreme focus caused by his heightened senses. The 2 men charging at him seemed slow. It was like watching a movie in slow motion. Yovan watched as the 2 men approached sluggishly, losing all interest in dodging. Running like snails? Could they really hit me? From Carson and the eyebrowless man's perspective, Yovan appeared paralyzed by the threatening aura they exuded. Their task seemed easier with him stunned, preventing unnecessary noise that might attract others, a potential inconvenience. Though the location was secluded, this country had plenty of people. To ensure speed, Carson increased his pace while the eyebrowless man slowed down. The reason was simple. The mace could crush Jovan's skull into pieces like a smashed watermelon if it hit its target. In this relatively stable era, such a violent death would draw more attention than a stabbing incident. A stabbing could be attributed to a momentary loss of control, but crushing someone's head like that would be classified as a heinous crime. Such an investigation could link them to Changda Corporation, which would be disastrous. Thus, the eyebrowless man moved slower, while Carson was confident in his superior skills. Approaching Jovan, Carson flashed a smirk, holding a dagger backward and striking swiftly and accurately toward Jovan's heart. In Carson's mind, the terrified target would surely die today, but as a merciful person, this quick strike would spare Jovan undue pain. However, Carson was baffled when Jovan slightly shifted left, easily dodging the dagger. Luck? Is he having incredible luck as they say in the East? Without pulling back, Carson struck thrice within a second, the dagger darting venomously at Jovan's chest. Watching the seemingly slow-motion dagger approach, Jovan felt no anxiety, even amusement. He hadn't expected the second-rank golden pill to boost his reflexes so dramatically. Money well spent, those 3,000 immortal coins. Carson's mind was now filled with shock and fear. Initially attributing the dodge to luck, he realized after several missed strikes that Jovan was far stronger than anticipated. Realizing this, Carson rapidly retreated, cursing Changda Corporation's intelligence. A farmer? This is clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Having tested his true strength, Jovan lost interest in playing further. Seeing the foreigner attempt to flee, Jovan merely punched lightly. Bang! Carson flew backward, spitting blood in midair, his green hat flying off. Note: in translating the names, I've retained their pinyin forms. Changda Corporation has been translated directly as it appears to be a proper name. Isaiah, Jovan, Wilfred, Carson, and Adon are used as provided. #### Chapter 189. Inquiry. How can this be? The burly man without eyebrows looked astonished at Carson flying away. Clearly, he hadn't expected that a single punch could send the seemingly powerful Carson flying. As Carson's teammate for this mission, the burly man had reviewed Carson's dossier. Carson's displayed strength in terms of burst power and endurance far surpassed those so-called underground champions. Not to mention, the meticulously honed killing techniques concealed within this green hat-wearing man were formidable. If it came to a life-or-death fight, the eyebrowless giant would likely last no more than 3 seconds against Carson. But now, Carson was felled by a single punch from a peasant farmer and couldn't get up? This was even more shocking to the burly man than if Marcel Mee's feet weren't smelly anymore. Alan, what are you standing around for? Get over here. On the side, Isaiah was also stunned by the power of Jovan's punch, but he reacted much faster than Alan, and he did come prepared. Even if Carson lost, Isaiah still had ways to kill Jovan. Upon hearing Isaiah's words, the burly man hesitated as he glanced at Jovan. He then thought about the bounty for this mission and the consequences of failing, before roaring loudly and charging towards Jovan. At this moment, Carson slowly rose from the ground. He knew that with Jovan's strength, running would do no good, and Changda Company wouldn't let him off. He was already a fugitive abroad. If he became a fugitive domestically too? Thinking this, a ferocious gleam appeared in Carson's eyes, and he raised his bayonet, rushing over together with Alan. Watching the two charge together, Jovan didn't even need both hands. Using just one hand, he easily slammed both Alan and the burly man flying away. Thanks to consuming the gigantic spirit fruit, Jovan's strength was immense. A full-strength punch sent Carson flying several meters. As for the burly man, he slowed down when charging and tried to be clever. When Jovan attacked, the burly man had already retreated backward but was still swept by the edge of Jovan's fist. Even so, when he fell to the ground, he felt that several ribs were broken. If it had been a full-strength hit, the burly man looked at Jovan, not daring to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't used his cleverness. He probably would have ended up like Carson. Unlike the clever burly man, Carson charged straight in and took Jovan's full force. Naturally, his fate was far worse than the burly man's. Carson lay on his back on the ground, a deep dent in his chest where Jovan's fist struck. Blood seeped from the indentation, creating a terrifying sight. In his own perception, Carson knew his injuries were much worse than they appeared. Broken rib fragments had pierced his lungs, causing a distinct metallic taste with each breath. As a mercenary who lived on the edge, Carson calculated that without immediate medical attention, he would die from suffocation, oxygen deprivation, or blood loss within 27 minutes. Jovan walked over to the burly man first, mainly because the blonde foreigner might not speak Chinese. He feared a language barrier might lead to an awkward situation. Hey, wake up, stop pretending to sleep. I know my punches missed you, but give me 3 seconds. Jovan slapped the burly man's face hard, making it swell immediately, yet the burly man still didn't open his eyes. Jovan couldn't help admiring the burly man's resilience. He had quite the ability to take hits. For this situation, there was only one solution. Jovan clenched his fist and punched the burly man's stomach hard. Ugh. Dwanka, a spring launching him upward. The burly man shot up from the ground, convulsing in pain and vomiting uncontrollably, determined to expel everything from his stomach. Jovan wouldn't allow any delay, grabbing the burly man by his hair, except he grabbed air as the man was bald. Jovan clamped his neck instead, lifting his head with an unfriendly gaze. What's your name? Why did you attack me? Who is that green hat-wearing foreigner? Why did he try to kill me? His tone grew colder. If not for his physical prowess surpassing limits, Jovan might have been killed by these two. Spit. Hairless kid. Acting tough? Today, whether I live or die, you won't get a word out of me. The burly man's unexpected steadfastness surprised Jovan. He spat out a bloodied tooth and glared defiantly. Despite the defiance, Jovan saw fear in the burly man's eyes. Clearly, their backers were formidable, and failure was worse than death, explaining the burly man's expression. I didn't expect such resolve. I respect your bravery. Jovan remained unperturbed, while the burly man sneered, trying to speak again. Snap. A crisp sound came from the burly man's finger, followed by a piercing scream. Yovan had just broken one of his fingers, bending it to a 180-degree angle. One more time. What do you do, and who sent you? Jovan's expression unchanged. He smiled demonically and continued questioning the bald man. ##### Chapter 190. The Angry Adon. Ah. Even with the tough nerves of the bald, eyebrowless man, he could not help but scream in pain as Yovan snapped one of his fingers. Sweat began to pour from his forehead, forming large droplets that trickled down his cheeks and pooled on the ground, soon creating a small puddle. In this moment of intense pain, the eyebrowless man nearly cracked, but thoughts of Changda Corporation's retribution made him clench his mouth shut tightly, refusing to reveal a single word. Crack. With a calm expression, Yovan broke another finger of the eyebrowless man. There was no visible emotion on his face. Unable to bear the continuous pain, the eyebrowless man fainted, his eyes rolling back. Heh, it doesn't matter if you don't speak. I already know who sent you. Looking at the unconscious eyebrowless man, Yovan felt a surge of anger welling up inside him, like a volcano about to erupt. He thought of Chef Patrick, who had been, accidentally, hit by a car. If his suspicions were correct, it must have been Changda Corporation's doing. He never expected his fears to come true, and now they had found their way to him. Staring at the unconscious eyebrowless man, Yovan felt no pity. These people had brought so much suffering and misery to others, causing countless families to fall apart. It was because of these men that Changda Corporation had risen so quickly, clearing obstacles from the shadows. Thinking this, Yovan stood up and kicked the thigh of the now unconscious eyebrowless man, resulting in a crisp sound of bone breaking. Ah! The eyebrowless man, who had just passed out, woke up instantly from the excruciating pain. He looked at Yovan in sheer terror, never expecting their target, a mere farmer, to be so ruthless. Looking down at the conscious but groaning eyebrowless man, Jovan's face showed a mocking smile as he crouched beside him and said, I know you're silent because you fear retaliation from your masters, but you're not afraid of me retaliating. In other words, you think they're more ruthless than me. Or perhaps you believe I'm good enough to not kill you in this situation. Right. Hearing Jovan's words, a chill ran down the eyebrowless man's spine. He didn't know why Yovan said that, but it felt as though his innermost fears were being exposed, making him truly terrified of Yovan. You can't be a simple farmer with skills like these. At this point, Isaiah, who had been watching in shock, stammered. Running away now seemed futile. Even Egon and the eyebrowless man were beaten so badly. As a tech geek, he doubted he could get far before Yovan caught him. Still, he had his trump card and wasn't too panicked yet. I'm just me. But none of you who came here today will be going back, Yovan replied, looking at Isaiah, whose legs were trembling as he tried to appear calm. A cold glint flashed in Jovan's eyes. These people came here to take his life. Killing them would be self-defense. Moreover, they had chosen such an isolated location, which suited his plan perfectly. Tossing their bodies into the deep pond to feed the strange fish would leave no trace. Seeing the coldness in Jovan's eyes, Isaiah shivered as if doused in icy water. This kind of gaze made him want to flee immediately, but Isaiah forced himself to stay calm. If he could reach the van and release the sacred donkey, the tide would turn. Isaiah knew the strength of the sacred donkey. Even if Yovan was powerful, with the sacred donkey around, Yovan wouldn't stand a chance today. Watching Isaiah move toward the van unnoticed, Yovan smirked, wondering what would happen if Adon, currently busy with something else, were disturbed. Isaiah hadn't noticed, but the van was shaking oddly. Most men would immediately recognize the motion and have a certain knowing look on their faces. But for two donkeys, it felt surreal. Yovan could hardly imagine how bizarre the scene was. Indeed, not even the boldest Japanese directors would dare film something this shocking. Feeling triumphant as he reached the van, Isaiah was confident that once he opened the door and released the sacred donkey, it would tear Yovan to pieces. They had installed a control chip in the donkey's brain, which would emit a mild electric shock if it disobeyed orders. Isaiah held the remote in his hand. As he pulled open the van door and rushed in faster than ever, he couldn't wait to devise ways to deal with Yovan. What met his eyes next was a sight that would haunt him forever, if he had any future left. Sometime during his distraction, the iron cage holding the sacred donkey had been opened. Inside the small van, the donkey named Adon was straddling the so-called sacred donkey, moving vigorously. Isaiah's eyes nearly bulged out at the size and movement. So big. Before Isaiah could react in anger, a massive black hoof was already coming at his face, growing larger and larger. Bang! Dronka a cannonball, Isaiah flew out of the van. Under Aiden's furious kick, blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and he lay still on the ground, either dead or unconscious. ##### Chapter 191. Cedric's perverse tendencies. But whether he was dead or just unconscious, Isaiah's breathing was now so faint that it seemed he wouldn't survive. With this, the Changda Company's plan had utterly failed. Of the three who came, two were severely injured, and Isaiah's condition was uncertain. Yovan knew that even he couldn't withstand Aiden's kick, and could only pity the spectacled 4 eyes. As the tremors in the van suddenly intensified, Yovan knew Adon had entered the final phase. However, he wasn't idle. He began to move the three lying on the ground closer together, preparing to bring them into the valley for interrogation. These people must have handled their trails carefully before coming here, making Jovan's job easier. But when he thought of interrogation, Yovan pulled out his phone, recalling a professional interrogator. After dialing the number, within seconds, Cedric's raspy voice echoed through the line. Without needing to turn on the speaker, Yovan spoke to Cedric directly. There are a few stubborn individuals here, and I need to get some information from them. Could you spare a moment? Yovan was right not to use the speaker. Cedric's voice was naturally amplified. Era, you're too formal. There's no question of convenience. Give me your location, and I'll be there with the team immediately. Let me tell you, Era, once they're in my hands, I can get them to confess even their childhood bedwetting incidents. Yovan quickly relayed the address and hung up. His ears nearly buzzed from Cedric's loudness. He thought, With such a booming voice, Cedric would waste his talent if he didn't learn Lion's roar kung fu. Cristance after hanging up, the violent shaking in the van turned into 2 simultaneous brays, followed by a sudden calm. The brays forced Yovan to cover his ears. Adon was indeed too much for both ears and eyes. Seeing Adon and the smaller female donkey emerge from the van, Yovan decided not to keep them near the village. The noise was too disruptive. If they ever brayed again in the courtyard, everyone would hear it, and his mother might turn Adon into a donkey meat pie. Adon approached Yovan awkwardly, looking slightly embarrassed. It had momentarily forgotten its loyalty during its encounter. Thankfully, Yovan was powerful enough to handle it. Otherwise, after its escapade, Jovan's mother would have been in grave danger. The female donkey from Changda Company was clearly a trump card, using the beautiful donkey strategy to lure away Adon. However, they underestimated Jovan's strength. If Changda Company's leader knew Jovan's thoughts, he'd surely spit blood. Originally, the plan was for the female donkey to finish off Yovan. Instead, it got finished by a male donkey. Though this spot under the locust tree was secluded, pedestrians occasionally passed the village entrance. To avoid discovery, Yovan moved the 3 unconscious men into the van. But upon entering, he was hit by an unbearable stench of love gone wrong, barely suppressing his urge to vomit. Looking at Adon tangled with the female donkey, Yovan seriously pondered how best to cook donkey meat. Exiting the van, Yovan squatted under the locust tree, suddenly craving a cigarette. Despite the coolness of squatting and playing with his phone, he reached into his pocket and started browsing the Immortal World Taba store. An hour later, as Yovan waited impatiently, Cedric arrived in another van. "You're here. Arrange for someone to transport this van and the people inside back." Yovan stood up as Cedric alighted. "Sure thing, Listenera. Among our crew, we have a professional race car driver who once raced on Mount Akina." Cedric's chatter was cut short by Yovan. "First, get them transported back. By the way, the smell in the van is peculiar. Tell your men to air it out, or wear masks before entering." Recalling the pungent odor, Yovan winced. It was truly revolting. To compare it crudely, it smelled like a summer-cooked bamboo mat left unwashed in water, or licking an armpit of a man who hadn't showered in over a decade. The sheer acridity made him lose interest in staying. Surveying the area, Yovan found that the culprits, Adon and the small donkey, had vanished. It seemed even that level of activity couldn't satisfy Adon, a donkey that forgot friends for sex. "No problem, our team is battle-hardened. They've cleaned toilets when work was scarce." Cedric chuckled, having developed blind admiration for Yovan after witnessing his power. Even in his heart, Cedric felt an urge to follow Yovan, a genius skilled in both martial arts and intellect, worth holding onto tightly. However, Cedric's words weren't finished when the 2 black-clad men, entering the affected van, couldn't resist gagging and vomiting due to the overwhelming stench. "Tisk, TSK, I did warn you." "Oh, interrogate these people thoroughly, especially the 4 eyes." Yovan pointed at the prone Isaiah. "He seems knowledgeable and less resilient. You should be able to extract a lot from him." Cedric followed Jovan's gaze to the unconscious Isaiah, noting his delicate appearance. A flicker of unsettling light shone in Cedric's eyes as he licked his lips. "Hee, rest assured, I'll take good care of him." Translation completed. Chapter 192 Bamboo Tube Rice. Seeing Cedric's strange gaze, Yovan felt a slight chill around his anus. He truly hadn't thought that Cedric, who appeared tall and handsome, would have such preferences. Feeling as if his eyes were about to be blinded by the spiciness today, Yovan felt like he couldn't stay for another second. After making brief greetings, he went home. The semifinals were scheduled for the next day. Yovan needed some preparation. He came to the kitchen, then opened his phone's Immortal World Taba store, browsing through its variety of products and selecting ingredients for tomorrow's competition. At 10:30 in the morning, the semifinals started on time. The venue looked unremarkable, but those in the know understood it was the headquarters of the Qinghai City Food Association. There were only 30 slots for the semifinals. 20 contestants would be eliminated here, leaving just 10 chefs to compete in the finals for the top 3 spots. However, chefs who made it to the semifinals were already famous enough in Qinghai City. After this competition, the top 30 chefs would see a significant increase in value, becoming hot commodities sought after by restaurants. When Yovan arrived at the scene in his car, there were already quite a few reporters from food websites waiting. Most of the participating chefs had also come to their positions, preparing the ingredients they would need for today's contest. Adeline and Ryan were naturally there as well. Seeing Yovan unusually carrying a wooden box, their eyes lit up, and they walked over together. "Oh my, our god Chef Zhang is here so early." Ryan checked her watch playfully and said teasingly to Yovan. It seemed she knew about his habit of being late for previous competitions. Who told her? Yovan ignored Ryan's tease and looked at Adeline, who was giggling beside him. "Hey, why are you looking at me? You can't think I'm the one who told Ryan about your habit of being late because you like sleeping during contests, right?" Adeline widened her eyes. Facing Adeline's question, Yovan nodded with a slow smile. "Oh right, what's in that wooden box? Is it something tasty?" Ryan's attention shifted again as she asked curiously about the wooden box Yovan was carrying. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Yovan showed a sly smile to Ryan, then entered the competition area with the wooden box. In the competition area, 2 rows of long countertops faced each other, with judges' seats placed around them. 30 chefs had all arrived before the competition began, and they were assigned positions along the countertops. After the Gavriel delivered a standard opening speech, the competition officially began. As it was a semi-final round, the pace slowed down, but the tension on the field suddenly became much more intense. Even some Food Channel reporters felt an inexplicable atmosphere enveloping the competition site, making everyone feel incredibly nervous. But Yovan remained calm as usual. From the wooden box he brought, he took out one green bamboo tube after another, placing them on the countertop. For this competition, he intended to prepare bamboo tube rice. Bamboo tube rice, also known as fragrant bamboo rice, is a dish where rice and seasonings are cooked inside fresh bamboo tubes, typically made in mountainous or wild areas or at home over charcoal. Authentic bamboo tube rice uses aromatic rice, milled from mountain rice, a type of upland rice, paired with meat. The ingredients are placed inside fresh young bamboo or mountain bamboo, sawed into sections, with water added. The top is sealed with banana leaves, then roasted over charcoal until the bamboo is charred. Preparing bamboo tube rice has a distinctive outdoor cooking style. Just cut a section of bamboo, add rice and water, roast it in the fire until done, then break open the bamboo to enjoy the famous fragrant bamboo rice. If ingredients like lean pork are mixed with glutinous rice and salt and roasted in the bamboo, the result is an aromatic and savory delicacy used by the Dai people to entertain distinguished guests. Bamboo tube rice can also be steamed instead of roasted, producing different flavors. Considering reusability, restaurants usually steam bamboo tube rice. Roasted bamboo tube rice not only carries the aroma of bamboo, but also has a light smoky flavor. Inside the bamboo, a crispy layer forms, which many find delightful. The bamboo Yovan brought back was not ordinary. It supposedly came from the purple bamboo in the Nanhai Daochang, as described on the Immortal World Taobao store. It cost Yovan 50 immortal coins, so it should be genuine. The bamboo taken out of the small wooden box was roughly the size of an adult's arm, with sections at both ends, though one end had been slit open by Yovan with a knife. After scalding the inside of the bamboo with boiling water, Yovan mixed soaked rice with diced chicken thighs, bamboo shoots, rehydrated black fungus, and homemade sausages, along with appropriate seasonings. Once the rice and ingredients were mixed with water and stuffed into the bamboo tube, Yovan sealed the opening with a freshly made bamboo plug. Having finished this, he dug 5 appropriately sized holes in a plum blossom pattern on the nearby stove, inserting the bamboo sections vertically, half buried. Only after completing these tasks did Yovan take a moment to observe the other chefs. The competition continued. Most dishes were still in progress. The Jonas Yovan had previously noted was now preparing a Buddhist monk leaping over the wall stew similar to Six-Finger Kitchen Demon's dish. Even Six-Finger Kitchen Demon's version didn't win against Yovan, so even if the Jonas's dish were better, it would likely be challenging to beat Yovan. Since the incident with Six-Finger Kitchen Demon, Jovan's dishes were tasted last to avoid affecting the flavors of other dishes or covering the judges' taste buds. However, the intention behind the Jonas making this dish was clear. Having tasted Jovan's creations, he no longer aimed to win but hoped to advance to the final round. Unnoticed by Yovan, while he observed the other chefs, a staff member sneakily entered the competition area. Chapter 193, Demon Oil. The staff member was partially hiding his head under his cap. Wearing a food competition ID badge and being present at a mere cooking contest, rather than some secret affair, left no room for suspicion. He was an incredibly slender young man with shifty eyes, but nobody could have guessed that this person was actually the legendary Jack who had prowled Qinghai City Railway Station for decades. Recalling the task he had received before entering, the staff member first scanned the chef's competition area. His eyes lit up as they landed on Yovan, and he walked over. Since Isaiah and his group hadn't returned after yesterday's events, Changda Corporation had already realized their initial plan had failed. Given the enormous stakes involved, Changda would not give up easily and quickly hatched a second scheme. Simultaneously, there was a third contingency. A low-profile young man they had invited to blend into the ranks of chefs, who was finally set to reveal his true abilities during this competition. With these dual safeguards in place, Changda Corporation felt confident about winning the contest. As the Jack identified Yovan, he instinctively touched the demon oil in his pocket. This special spice, when applied to Jovan's dishes, ensured that no matter what explanations were given, the food would be rendered inedible. Concerned about possible exposure, the Jack thought back to how he had managed to steal from over 1,000 people without being caught. He couldn't help but smile confidently as he approached Yovan. At this moment, Yovan watched with curiosity as a young chef on the field, who had a full head of white hair, grabbed his attention. Previously, this chef had been unremarkable, almost forgettable, yet managed to just barely qualify for each subsequent round, always finishing just within the top qualifiers. After multiple rounds, Yovan began to suspect this chef was holding back. The turning point came when the once inconspicuous young man suddenly exuded a unique presence while cooking, reminding Yovan of the master-level techniques stored in his mind. Is there really someone else here whose culinary skills match mine? Yovan wondered curiously, keeping a close eye on the young white-haired chef preparing his dish. What startled Yovan the most was the fact that the young chef chose to prepare fried rice, a dish Yovan had also made earlier. Cooking fried rice during the semi-final showed immense confidence, if not recklessness, compared to Yovan. From Jovan's viewpoint, the young man moved so swiftly that even standing so close, Yovan found his movements a blur. This left him in awe. Is this the legendary golden fingers capable of driving women wild with just their fingertips? Quick, cut the camera to contestant number 13. The livestream reporter noticed something different about the young white-haired chef and immediately directed the camera back to him. Soon, the rapid stir-frying movements of the young chef were displayed to all watching the live stream. How can his hand speed be so fast? How many years did he spend single-handedly honing this skill? When I saw his hands moving, I thought my phone screen was cracked. Unbelievable. Has Juantal Chef from the anime come to life? Did anyone notice he dared to cook fried rice in this final? Juan stream viewers were stunned, remembering Yovan but having no prior impression of this formerly low-key young white-haired chef. How did he suddenly become so impressive? Outside the venue, spectators watching on television included many chefs who observed more keenly and thoroughly. While amazed by the young chef's dexterity, they admired his composure even more. 3 minutes later, the young chef presented a fragrant bowl of fried rice on a large, elongated platter. Under the bright lights, the golden hue of the egg-covered rice glistened like pearls embedded with gold. It looked absolutely stunning. For the final evaluation, judges would consider far more than color, aroma, and taste. They'd also assess shape, concept, and nutritional value. Shape referred to appearance, which was more refined than color alone. the artistically shaped fried rice would certainly score high. Concept transcended both color and shape, embodying deeper cultural significance and emotional impact. The dish we have prepared is called Golden Dragon Soaring Sky, the young chef smiled, placing the elongated platter of fried rice on the table before the judges. At this moment, Yovan sensed an unusual movement nearby. Instinctively, he reached out and, with eagle-like precision, grabbed a slender hand. The hand belonged to a staff member. What enraged Yovan was seeing a small black bottle, tightly held by this hand. Droplets from the bottle fell into the pot where he was preparing bamboo rice, releasing a strange, discomforting fragrance as steam rose. The peculiar smell instantly altered Jovan's expression. Such a scent was taboo for any professional chef. Known as demon fragrance, it was reputedly made from poppy husks, producing a seductive aroma and inducing addictive side effects. Regardless, the demon fragrance had already dripped into Jovan's dish, rendering it inedible. Chapter 194. No denier wanting to cook. Large chapter. Who are you? Why did you drip devil's fragrance into my dish? Yovan tightly gripped the hand of the staff member who was trying to run away, shouting loudly. Due to Jovan's anger, he exerted more force in his grip. The thief winced as he felt the bones in his captured hand creak under the pressure. He was in excruciating pain and started to black out. There was no way he could speak at all. Seeing the staffer didn't respond, Yovan tightened his grip even further. At this moment, he could not let this person run away, or else it would be impossible to explain things clearly later, even if he had 100 mouths. And once such an infraction in the competition was discovered, just like using performance-enhancing drugs in the Olympics, it wasn't just a rule violation but also a criminal act because of the huge stakes involved. Thinking of this, Yovan felt a deep hatred toward the person in front of him. This was not only an attempt to make him lose the competition but also aimed to ruin his reputation and land him in prison. Whoever was behind this had crossed Jovan's line. So Yovan used all his strength. A grating sound of bones rubbing against each other emerged. The thief's hand was definitely ruined. Of course, at such a moment, with him being caught red-handed and the black bottle still in the staffer's hand, which undoubtedly contained devil's fragrance, there were both witnesses and evidence. And since it was live-streamed, as long as he could prove himself innocent, nothing much would happen to Yovan. Even though this dish was now unusable, the competition had no time limit, so after proving his innocence, Yovan could always prepare another dish. At this point, the commotion on Jovan's side already drew the attention of everyone present. The camera shifted from the white-haired youth to Yovan. Regardless, reporters thrive on drama rather than monotony. Seeing that something unexpected happened to Yovan, although they didn't know what it was, they knew they had material for today's report. Thus, all the live broadcast lenses focused on Yovan and the Food Association staffer he was holding. Seeing that something seemed amiss with Yovan and that he was in conflict with someone dressed in the Food Association staff attire, Adon hurried over. What's happening? This is a live competition. Many people are watching. Young man, release our staff member first. With such an incident involving a staffer and Yovan during the competition, Adon was startled and quickly moved to mediate. Since he hadn't clearly seen the staffer's face, and even if he did, there were so many staffers in the Food Association, how could he recognize everyone as a vice president? Moreover, his attention had been drawn to the white-haired youth just before, so he hadn't noticed what had transpired here. Huh? Your staff member? Are you sure this is one of your staff? After hearing Adon, Yovan looked somewhat displeased but did not loosen his grip on the staffer. Although he could be certain that Changda Company was behind this, he couldn't determine if they had bribed the Food Association or if someone from Changda had disguised themselves and put the devil's fragrance into his dish. But in either case, he couldn't let go of the staffer. If he did, this slippery individual would certainly escape. What do you mean? He's wearing our staff uniform, so he must be our staff. Now is the competition time, and there are many viewers. Let him go first, then we can talk about it slowly, alright? The Enos was also somewhat unhappy after hearing Yovan. Although he admired Jovan's cooking skills, doing this in front of so many people would smear the reputation of the Food Association. Didn't you understand me? Confirm whether this person is really your staff first, then we can talk about the rest. At such a moment, even if the president of the Food Association came, Yovan wouldn't let go of the staffer until everything was investigated clearly. Everyone in the association now seemed untrustworthy to him. Given the significant benefits Changda Company stood to gain, they might resort to desperate measures. Yovan needed to fully guard himself. Seemingly sensing Jovan's determination and intimidated by his intimidating aura, Adon finally took the situation seriously. He patted his leg and instructed the assistant following him to investigate whether the staffer belonged to their association. After giving the instruction, Adon approached Yovan again and continued speaking. Alright, I've sent someone to investigate. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Yovan didn't speak immediately upon hearing Adon's words, but turned his head, aiming the black bottle in the staffer's hand at the camera with a solemn tone. Viewers, this person impersonated a Food Association staff member and disrupted my competition. The black bottle in his hand contains devil's fragrance, a substance that enhances food aroma but is toxic to humans. By this point, Jovan's tone had become exceptionally stern, filled with fury as he stared at the person. Pity the thief, who was being tightly held by Yovan, unable to speak due to the pain, only managing a grimace in front of the camera, a look interpreted by the live audience as regretful. Actually, Yovan was careful in his wording. He only said that the person impersonated a Food Association staffer, not that he was definitely or suspected to be a staffer. In doing so, he had already cleared the Food Association of suspicion to some extent. Therefore, after hearing Jovan's explanation, Adon regarded him with gratitude, his previous anger melting into warmth. Is there such a thing? Devil's fragrance in your dish? The Enos reciprocated Jovan's cooperation by quickly inspecting Jovan's dish and the black bottle in the staffer's hand. In about 5 seconds, he identified the identical scent between the black bottle and Jovan's dish. As a seasoned food expert, he could instantly recognize the devil's fragrance, leading to an immediate change in his expression. Using such tactics to frame a competitor in a competition, if this staffer really belonged to the Food Association, The Qinghai City Food Association would surely become a laughingstock among other city associations, and Adon himself wouldn't be immune. Thinking of this, Adon viewed Yovan with even more gratitude. Such an intelligent young man with such excellent culinary skills was truly rare. He even felt an urge to introduce his granddaughter to Yovan. However, it was obviously not the time for such thoughts. At that moment, Yovan and Adon remained silent, awaiting the investigation results. But inside the Food Channel's live stream, chaos had erupted. What exactly is Devil's Fragrance? It sounds pretty powerful. Can it be eaten? Why would this staff member put Devil's Fragrance into Chef's dish? Was he instructed by another contestant? Sorry, I'm a conspiracy theorist. Seeing how angry Chef is, I just know that this staff member looks suspicious and can't be up to any good. After about 10 minutes, the assistant who had left with Adon returned and whispered something urgently into his ear. The Enos's expression turned from calm to furious as he looked at the suspicious staff member. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. I need a clear shot of this on camera. Seeing the chaos unfolding, Adon began shouting into the microphone. Then, facing the livestream cameras, Adon said angrily, after my assistant investigated, this person is not actually a staff member of our culinary association. While we don't yet know how he managed to get in here, I assure you that after the competition, a thorough investigation will take place. For now, please allow the chefs a peaceful environment to continue the competition. Thank you. After his speech, the scene gradually calmed down, though there was still some whispering among the audience. Most were convinced by Adon's explanation. After all, the Culinary Association wouldn't risk its reputation by doing something like this, especially when Chef had already mentioned it was an imposter. The Enos then looked at Yovan with a mixture of embarrassment and gratitude. He felt there were far too few young people like Yovan who understood and respected the rules. This is a mistake on our part, and we will provide compensation after the competition. However, you understand that dishes tainted with Devil's Fragrance cannot be effectively scored, and no bonus points can be awarded because it would be unfair to the other contestants. Though Adon felt apologetic, he knew that rules were rules. If they gave Yovan extra points, it would indeed be unfair to others. But creating a new dish after expending so much energy could lead to a drop in quality, which would also be unfair to Yovan. Thinking this, Adon glared angrily at the imposter. He vowed to ensure that this person who almost ruined the association would spend several years in jail, even if he had to use his personal connections. Hearing Adon's words, Yovan nodded. Making another dish wasn't too difficult for him now, but after what happened, he suddenly lost interest in cooking. But this was a competition, and not making a dish wasn't an option. He still wanted to win the final and attend university to fulfill his dream. Plus, there was the future prosperity of Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant depending on him. With these thoughts in mind, Yovan sat down and started browsing the Immortal World Taobao store on his phone. How about I just serve them some ready-made Immortal World food? Looking at the affordable prices of the cooked items like braised pig trotters and other delicious ingredients, the idea kept nagging at Yovan. What should he choose? He pondered over the options, looking at the relatively inexpensive pre-cooked foods, roughly equivalent to 10 immortal coins for various ingredients, and eventually narrowed it down. 3 choices appeared on Jovan's screen. 1. Immortal World Braised Pig Trotter, made with Egbert's secret recipe using water from the Ganges River, made from demon-grade immortal pigs. Price, 10 immortal coins per pound. 2. Immortal World Roast Chicken, prepared with the 3 Pure Realms fire, using immortal chickens. Price, 25 immortal coins. 3. Immortal World Quail Eggs, specially braised, sold by Egbert's ready-made food shop. Price, 10 immortal coins. Chapter 195. The Immortal World's Braised Pig Trotters. Big Sister Portia, look at Yovan over there. Why is he just sitting there in a daze? Outside the competition area, Ryan clung to Adeline's hand, her gaze on Yovan, who remained motionless on his chair, filled with concern. Though she and Yovan were often quarreling, at moments like this, she couldn't help but be drawn into the atmosphere of the match. She knew deep down that despite their squabbles, Yovan wasn't a bad person. His years-old temper, however, made it hard for Ryan to admit her mistakes easily, and for them to truly reconcile, they needed a proper opportunity. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Adeline also looked at Yovan with worry. However, compared to Ryan, she had more faith in Yovan. Yet, given how important this competition was, she tried to comfort both herself and Ryan. Yovan is probably thinking about what dish to make next. He will know how to prioritize. Fortunately, just as Adeline finished speaking, Yovan started moving. He reached under the stove to a cabinet as if fetching ingredients. Only Yovan knew that he wasn't really grabbing any ingredients. This move was merely to cover up retrieving items from the Immortal World's Taobao store. After all, with so many spectators and judges watching, including live stream cameras, producing items out of thin air from his phone would likely get him dissected before the competition even ended. After placing his hand under the stove, Yovan began browsing the dishes available at the Immortal World's Taobao store. Eventually, he chose braised pig trotters priced at 10 immortal coins per pound. As for the issue of whether Egbert, the pharmacist, should be making braised pig trotters instead of a chef, Yovan instinctively brushed it aside. Seeing Yovan finally move, Adeline and even the Gavriel breathed a sigh of relief. The Gavriel understood every chef has pride, and the taste of a dish greatly depended on the chef's state of mind. If the earlier incident had ruined this top contender's mood, his performance might not meet the qualification standards for advancing. Watching Jovan's composed demeanor now, the Gavriel felt relieved and eased his concerns. Soon, Yovan chose the braised pig trotters option, and without hesitation spent 10 immortal coins for 1 pound. To him, 10 coins weren't much at this point. After selecting the exchange option on his personal client, Jovan's hand emitted a white glow, and then a medium-sized pig trotter appeared in his palm. A pound of pig trotters may sound like a lot, but since bones made up a significant part of its weight, the trotter wasn't very large. Still, it looked appealing. The golden hue resembled a thick layer of honey coating, and upon smelling it, Jovan's eyes lit up. It was delicious. One word, fragrant. 2 words, extremely fragrant. Just the scent stirred one's appetite, tempting them to dig in. Jovan couldn't help but shake his head. If only he'd known earlier how delectable the ready-made food from the Immortal World's Taobao store was. Why go through such effort in the cooking competition? Exchanging for some ready-made food could have earned him the championship. But reflecting on it, Jovan realized this approach wouldn't fly. Constantly presenting pre-cooked meals would raise suspicions about his culinary skills. Prepared foods could easily be made beforehand and brought into the competition. Deciding against second-guessing himself, Jovan brought out the honey-colored pig trotter and placed it on a plate, signaling a nearby staff member to cut it into pieces for the judges to sample. So fast? The staff member, who hadn't spoken previously, was taken aback by Jovan's speed. He bent down and prepared the dish right away. It's my backup plan, Jovan explained patiently. The staff member nodded, starting to slice the beautiful trotter into 20 precise pieces before presenting it to the judges on stage. During the slicing process, he felt reluctant to damage such an exquisite piece that resembled art. The pig trotter looked too good. He hesitated at first, almost unable to bring the knife down. Fortunately, Jovan divided the trotter in half for him, allowing the staff member to complete the task smoothly. These are braised pig trotters for the second dish? When the staff member served Jovan's Immortal World braised pig trotters to the judges, the Gavriel, who had been eagerly anticipating, felt a sinking heart. His worst fear came true. Preparing braised pig trotters this quickly surely meant Jovan had done the preparation beforehand. Freshness and immediate serving are crucial in culinary competitions. Although braised dishes are a summer delicacy in daily life, in a culinary contest, they are somewhat low class. Adding various ingredients can easily overshadow the natural flavor of the food, contradicting the essence of the competition and leading to lower scores and elimination. In the Gavriel's memory, no chef had ever advanced to the finals with braised dishes in the many competitions he'd overseen. Most were eliminated in the first round. Hearing the Gavriel's comments, Jovan inwardly retorted, "These aren't ordinary braised pig trotters. They're from the Immortal World." But he kept these thoughts to himself. There was little doubt about the competition outcome. Products from the Immortal World's Taobao store were top-notch. In a sense, Jovan was like a player using cheats in a game. With his Immortal World's braised pig trotters, he felt pretty smug. With this thought, Jovan felt less pressured and began tidying up the stove, preparing to leave. On stage, the Gavriel watched Jovan's actions, frowning even deeper. Was he losing confidence already? Or did he intend to leave without waiting for the score? Before anyone could speak, an impatient Che picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of the Immortal World's braised pig trotter. By luck, he got the tip part. As he chewed, his expression froze, like a paused frame, except for his mouth moving faster and faster. This dish had completely captivated him. Hashtag chapter 196. I'm not lying to you. Delicious. So freaking delicious. The Che, after completely swallowing the braised pig trotter whose bones had softened from the preparation, was so moved that he let out a coarse exclamation. His face was filled with an almost blissful satisfaction as he muttered in amazement. The Enos nearby, noticing the Che's expression seemed genuine, hesitantly picked up a piece of the trotter and put it in his mouth, slowly chewing a few times. Almost immediately, Adon's expression mirrored that of the Che. This was a flavor that defied words, an aroma that made one feel like they were basking in warm spring breezes, or the comforting relaxation after stepping out of a hot bath in winter. In all his years of tasting gourmet dishes, Adon had never experienced anything quite like this. The profound sensation penetrated his soul, making him momentarily believe this dish could only exist in heaven, not on earth. Of course, if Jovan knew what Adon was thinking, he would definitely give the judge a thumbs up because these braised pig trotters were indeed not from Earth, but from the Immortal World Taobao shop. Even if he wasn't sure whether everything in the shop was sourced from the Immortal World, the quality far exceeded anything available on Earth. While Adon was lost in ecstasy, the other judges began to taste the dish one by one. Soon, the entire judging panel fell into a long silence, broken only by the rhythmic sounds of chewing. By the time the judges emerged from their awe-inspired state, Jovan had already left the competition venue with Adeline and Ryan. Various judges looked at each other, puzzled. Though the chef had already left, that didn't hinder their scoring process. Shortly afterward, the total score appeared on the scoreboard at the venue. Jovan, why did you leave in such a hurry? I didn't even get to see your score yet. How annoying. Ryan, seeing Jovan walking briskly ahead, wrinkled her cute nose and ran up to complain. She had come today specifically to see how many points Jovan would score, but just when his score was about to be announced, he took her away from the venue. Her fiery temper couldn't help but burst out. There's no need to look at the score. My dishes will definitely earn full marks. Jovan walked side by side with Adeline, never looking back as he said confidently. You're just bragging. What will you do when you're caught bluffing? Watching Jovan walking with Adeline, although they were facing away, Ryan could clearly sense the romantic atmosphere around them. Seeing their nearly intertwined hands, she felt like a single dog suffering 10,000 points of damage. She quickly walked up and squeezed between the two. Looking at Ryan who suddenly squeezed in, Jovan felt extremely frustrated. He was about to hold Adeline's hand, and it seemed she wasn't resisting either. Just as the moment felt perfect and the air was filled with sweetness, it was rudely interrupted by Ryan. Adeline patted Ryan on the head and smiled. Okay, Ryan. Trust Jovan. You know his culinary skills. Even if he doesn't get a perfect score, he's qualified to advance. Although Adeline trusted Jovan blindly in her heart, getting a perfect score in the semifinals was still incredibly difficult. Achieving such perfection previously might have been due to his exceptional skills, but if he could get a perfect score in the semifinals, it would mean Jovan's abilities had transcended ordinary limits and reached a divine level. Of course, a culinary god appeared once every few decades in China. Adeline hadn't deluded herself into believing that among millions of people, she'd randomly encounter one, especially since Jovan's primary occupation was farming, with cooking as a sideline. Mastering both simultaneously at peak levels was too challenging. However, right after Adeline finished speaking, cheers erupted from the venue behind them. This made her pause, a sense of disbelief creeping in. They had just left the venue, and considering the timing, it should be when Jovan's braised pig trotter scores were being announced. Could Jovan really have scored a perfect mark in the semifinals? Shaking her head, Adeline dismissed the improbable thought. Meanwhile, hearing the cheers from the venue, Ryan, who was already curious about Jovan's performance, became even more anxious. Impulsively, she pulled out her phone from her pocket and opened a live-streaming app. Thankfully, Ryan thought of this method. Since the competition was being live-streamed and given its popularity, finding the stream wouldn't be hard. Sure enough, as soon as she opened the app, she saw Shanghai City Culinary Competition semifinals prominently on the first page. The room had over 1 million viewers, which surprised her. Even considering the typical 10 to 1 inflation rate for live-stream viewership, the room still had over 100,000 actual viewers, a substantial number. Ryan was slightly disappointed when she opened the live stream and missed the moment Jovan's score was announced. Fortunately, the app had a playback feature for a small fee. After paying, she turned on the playback function and rewound to the point after they left the venue. Soon, Jovan's clear score appeared on her phone screen. Clunk! Ryan's newly bought pink iPhone 7 fell to the ground, snapping her out of her daze. Ignoring the dropped phone, she darted forward and blocked Jovan, loudly asking, "Jovan, do you know how many points you scored?" Seeing the breathless, flushed Ryan and the peaks of agitation before her, Jovan wondered if chili peppers had that effect. How had someone so young grown so much already? But regarding Ryan's question, Jovan responded without hesitation, confident and straightforward. "I told you, I'm not lying. It's a perfect score." To Adeline's surprise, after hearing Jovan, Ryan unusually didn't argue back but stood there in a trance, repeating, "A perfect score. Really a perfect score." Chapter 197. The car is moving. Watching Ryan's current state, Adeline couldn't help but mumble, "Can it really be a perfect score?" However, soon when Ryan placed the video of the replay in front of her, her eyes widened significantly, mirroring Ryan's expression. Only Jovan silently got into his car, bringing the still-shocked Ryan and Adeline to Tianhong Dumpling House. Since the food competition finals were scheduled for the afternoon, Jovan decided not to return to Qing Village. He would rest at Adeline's office in Tianhong Dumpling House to conserve energy before returning to Qing Village after the finals. Upon arriving at Tianhong Dumpling House, Cedric called. Due to overcrowding and noise inside Tianhong Dumpling House, and because Jovan knew what Cedric wanted to discuss, he went to the underground parking lot instead. The cool air in the parking lot refreshed him as he lowered the phone's volume to its minimum before accepting the call. "Jovan, those few guys you had me interrogate yesterday were tight-lipped, but under some of my special methods, that pretty boy was the first to crack. He even confessed about peeping on a widow taking a bath when he was 5. Jovan's wise decision to lower the volume paid off as Cedric's booming voice transmitted through the line. Fortunately, it was now at an acceptable level for Jovan. Hearing Cedric's words, Jovan couldn't help but blurt out, "Peeping on a widow at 5? Not just that. Look, that's not the point. Don't you want to know who's pulling the strings?" Cedric chuckled arrogantly before lowering his tone and whispering into the phone. It was evident that this organization made even Cedric uneasy. From Cedric's tone, Jovan could almost visualize his cautious demeanor. As the grandfather of private investigators with the most obvious information channels in Shanghai City, there was only one organization capable of instilling fear in Cedric, Changda Corporation. "It's Changda Corporation, right?" Jovan directly revealed the answer. "AI, you are indeed the divine chef. You figured out which power it was even before I said anything." Cedric's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Then, he lowered his voice further, carefully cautioning Jovan. "Divine Chef, Changda Corporation has deep roots in Shanghai City. Though they appear to be a company on the surface, their foundation isn't virtuous. During their rise, no less than 4 or 5 competitors died under mysterious circumstances, suicides and traffic accidents, all labeled as accidental deaths." As Cedric spoke, his hesitation showed how much more he feared Changda Corporation due to his access to more information. Changda Corporation, now visible only as the tip of the iceberg, was rumored to have connections with a large foreign organization. Although these were rumors, Cedric had his sources, explaining why he was afraid despite his influential status. Jovan remained silent, digesting the information conveyed by Cedric. After some thought, Cedric added earnestly, "Divine Chef, life requires flexibility. Although I, Old Juanu, am merely a big rat in Shanghai City, I do have some influence. Despite not knowing your conflict with Changda Corporation, I know the vice president. Perhaps a banquet can resolve the grievances over drinks." Jovan understood that despite Cedric's evident fear of Changda Corporation, he was still siding with him, even willing to lose face to invite the vice president. However, Jovan knew that he and Changda Corporation were now enemies for life. After contemplation, Jovan replied, "Cedric, thank you for your concern, but the conflict between Changda Corporation and me is irreconcilable. Let it be. You can release those people back." Cedric initially assumed Jovan couldn't swallow his pride, but he knew Changda Corporation's ruthless methods. The incident yesterday was just a probe, followed surely by endless misfortunes. Worried, he urged Jovan. "What did you do to anger Changda Corporation? In society, there shouldn't be unresolvable conflicts." Despite Cedric's harsh tone, Jovan sensed genuine concern. Shaking his head, Jovan explained, "If Changda Corporation can't stop me from competing tomorrow, by this time, they will face the risk of bankruptcy. Can such a conflict be reconciled?" Cedric's usual loud voice faltered, leaving a prolonged silence on the other end. Changda Corporation was a huge enterprise requiring billions to drive it into bankruptcy. Yet, listening to Jovan's tone and recalling yesterday's attempted murder, Cedric shivered, immediately going to where the 3 men were detained. He had planned to release them but reconsidered. If word leaked out, Cedric knew his own insignificance compared to Changda Corporation's immense power. Listening to the dead tone on the phone, Jovan knew Cedric believed him. Whether he believed or not mattered little. Placing the phone in his pocket, Jovan stood up from the corner. Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention, a sound reminiscent of a woman crying, accompanied by the rhythmic trembling of a nearby parked car. As an experienced driver, Jovan naturally recognized what this meant. Squatting in a secluded corner behind a pillar, Jovan was unseen but could observe the car's movements clearly. It was perfectly quiet in the underground parking lot, providing the perfect moment for the occupants inside the car. Due to the silence, Jovan could distinctly hear the woman sobbing from within the car. As he was preparing to slip away along the wall, the car's trembling increased both in amplitude and speed. Hashtag chapter 198. The knocker. No way, that fast? Jovan's eyes widened as the car suddenly began to shake more violently. It had only been 30 seconds since the vehicle started trembling. Is this the legendary true man in 30 seconds? Initially intending to leave, Jovan instead decided to stay and watch, fascinated by the unfolding drama. This real-life spectacle was far more engaging than virtual pig slaughtering or one-click leveling up in games. Under Jovan's intrigued gaze, the car shook intensely once more before falling silent again. The sobbing female voice within also calmed down, but Jovan could detect a lingering sense of dissatisfaction in her final cry. He knew all too well that achieving such an experience in just 30 seconds would likely require legendary techniques. Soon, the car door opened. However, when Jovan saw the man and woman emerging from the vehicle, his pupils visibly constricted. He hadn't expected to witness such an intimate scene while simply taking a call in the underground parking lot. What astonished him even more was recognizing the 32nd true man, as none other than Rocky, the vice president of Changda Company, whom he had met on a few occasions. As for the woman, she looked vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a waitress from Tianhong Dumpling House. No way, they're bold enough to do it right here beneath Tianhong Dumpling House? In such an environment, it must have been extra stimulating. Watching the two people exit the car, Jovan couldn't help but think maliciously. Ironically, his suspicions were spot on. Early in his marriage, Vice President Rocky had been under strict control by his wife, a domineering woman who stifled their intimate life, gradually sapping his interest in such matters. Only in specific settings, like inside a car or near a reservoir, did his interest resurface. Today, in the parking garage below his competitor's restaurant, Rocky's desires had been rekindled. Overpowered by his urges, he proceeded without hesitation. Afterward, Rocky remembered he had tasks to assign to the waitress and hurriedly left after giving her instructions, leaving her alone in the parking lot to avoid suspicion. Rocky didn't realize that Jovan had inadvertently uncovered his secret, revealing how deeply Changda Company's influence reached. In today's money-driven society, many women would do anything for cash. Looking at Rocky's pot-bellied figure departing and the young, pretty waitress remaining, Jovan sighed inwardly about the declining morals of the world. Only after the waitress left did Jovan emerge from his hiding place. He didn't want to alarm anyone yet, especially since Rocky's secretive demeanor suggested he wasn't there for good reasons. There was a strong possibility Rocky's visit was related to something against him. Demons smile when they harm you, but humans keep a straight face. You'd think they were discussing state affairs. The finals were set for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jovan went directly to the 3rd floor of Tianhong Dumpling House. To his surprise, Adeline and Roxana weren't in Han's office. Upon asking a staff member, he learned they had left right after receiving a call, missing each other by chance. Their faces, however, showed no significant emotion. Without overthinking, Jovan prepared a few dishes in the kitchen to satisfy his hunger and demonstrated some cooking skills to Wilfred, providing him with a clear direction. Due to his diligence, Wilfred had progressed from helper to senior assistant, gaining favor from the Dante, who now seemed inclined to take him as a disciple. How much of this progress owed to Jovan's influence was unknown. Sated, Jovan patted his belly contentedly and strolled into the office. Snap. He closed the door behind him and excitedly pulled out his phone, not to view inappropriate content, as Jovan was unfamiliar with things like song, Maria, or military terms. Seated in Adeline's chair, he sniffed the faint fragrance left behind and opened the Immortal Realm Taobao store on his phone to browse as usual. It was only noon, and after a while, drowsiness began to creep over him. Setting an alarm for 2:30, he intended to nap in the aromatic chair. Just as he closed his eyes, steady knocking came from the office door. Is it Roxana returning? No, she usually bangs on the door. It must be Adeline. Anticipating her return, Jovan stood up eagerly. For some reason, after witnessing the earlier scene in the parking lot, he felt a peculiar excitement at the thought of being alone with Adeline. When would he decide between behaving like a beast or a beast or a beast? With this in mind, Jovan stood impatiently, grabbing a red carnation from a decorative vase and placing it sideways in his mouth. The knocking intensified. Following the rhythm, Jovan's heart raced. He strode to the door and flung it open. As soon as he did, a wave of cheap perfume hit his senses, followed by someone lunging towards him. Quickly dodging, Jovan watched the person miss and land with a yelp. Only then did he recognize the visitor as the same waitress from the underground parking lot. Chapter 199. Throwing up? How could it be her? Staring at the pretty young waitress who fell on the ground, Jovan muttered in puzzlement. The current situation had the young waitress lying pitifully on the floor. Thanks to the thick carpet that lined the office floors, even though she did fall, she was not substantially injured. However, due to the warm weather, the waitress wore rather revealing clothes, and the originally decent outfit now appeared very loose. Lying down like this, Jovan got a clear view from his elevated position. What made Jovan even more uncomfortable was that the waitress wasn't wearing anything underneath. If Jovan hadn't witnessed that scene in the underground parking lot just now, he might have spared another glance, but thinking of that scene in the garage, Jovan felt his throat itch as nausea overwhelmed him. The idea that Rocky General Wanda's progeny could still be inside this waitress made him feel sick. Slap. Whether intentional or not, a mouthful of phlegm from Jovan landed directly on the fair-skinned face of the waitress. Jovan and the waitress both froze. Surprisingly, no scream occurred. Instead, The waitress, as if recalling something, wiped her face with a napkin, suppressing her disgust, then forced a smile and looked at Yovan, licking her red lipstick-coated lips. Watching the grotesque yet self-assured expression on the waitress's face, Yovan almost couldn't bear it. He felt that even exchanging a word with her would ruin his entire day. Was Changda Company sending this woman to deliberately upset him? If so, they had succeeded. Observing Jovan's changing expression, the waitress assumed he was conflicted about something. She adjusted her clothes to expose more skin and kindly closed the office door. Slap. The sound of the closing door woke Yovan from his disgust. Irritably, he opened the door and said, "Speak your piece. Why close the door?" Hearing Jovan's words, the waitress paused. She knew she wasn't an absolute beauty compared to her boss Adeline, but had some allure relative to most women. Significantly, she knew how to draw men's attention. In such a closed environment, an improperly dressed, pitiful-looking woman easily aroused male desires. More importantly, despite her innocent and youthful appearance, her physical assets were considerable, fitting the stereotype of young face, large chest, which was precisely why she caught Rocky General Wanda's eye. Although she approached Rocky willingly, if she lacked appeal, she wouldn't have caught his attention. Surprisingly, the man before her remained completely unaffected by her charm. This thought made her put on a pitiful act once more. I wanted to find GM Han. I didn't expect to encounter you." At this point, the waitress abandoned all dignity and crawled towards Yovan, reaching for his zipper. Crawling over, she lowered her head, eyes gleaming with malice. Today, Rocky General Wanda gave her a simple task: create an opportunity to prevent Yovan from participating in the afternoon competition. The reward was 5 million, a sum the waitress could never earn in her lifetime. She admitted being a materialistic woman. She needed the money to adorn her decaying insides with a glamorous exterior. The first 2 million was already in her bank account. As long as she bit off this man's, what shall we say, thing, the remaining 3 million would follow. Regarding legality concerns, Rocky assured her Changda would handle any consequences. Knowing Rocky's influence, she believed in his guarantee. Moreover, such an act would embarrass Yovan immensely. Biting halfway would suffice to keep him from competing. If he insisted on pressing charges, she would accuse him of forcing her. Women are usually considered the weaker party in such incidents. Undeniably, the waitress had planned meticulously, but her scheme failed from the outset. Seeing the hand reaching for his zipper, extreme nausea filled Yovan. His stomach churned, pushing bile into his esophagus. Ugh. Yovan lost control and began vomiting uncontrollably. The waitress, perfectly positioned beneath him, received the full impact, akin to a soaking wet mess. Indeed, it was stickier and fresher than a drenched rat. The waitress, planning her next move, was suddenly showered from head to toe in vomit. Accompanying the smell of vomit was a sour odor from fermented vegetables. Ah! The waitress screamed, running out of the office. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the third floor, but those present covered their noses and mouths instinctively. It was too pungent and in large quantity. Meanwhile, Adeline and Abigail had just returned and saw the dirty waitress on the stairs. Initially wanting to ask what happened, the smell of pickled cabbage from the waitress changed her mind. However, she still called security. Being lunchtime, allowing the waitress to wander could affect diners' experience negatively. Security, albeit reluctantly, restrained the waitress and escorted her to the bathroom for cleaning. Given the waitress's agitated state, questioning her was unlikely, but going to the third floor might yield answers. Adeline and Abigail headed to the third floor, finding Yovan hunched over and continuously retching in the open office. Looking at Yovan, then imagining the waitress's condition, they instantly understood what happened. Huh! Abigail burst into laughter at Jovan's disheveled state, earning a glare from Adeline before sticking her tongue out and staring at Yovan. It felt like someone was glaring back at Yovan. However, Yovan couldn't reciprocate, for he was still throwing up, acid water spilling from his mouth. Looking at Yovan, who was still vomiting, Adeline adjusted her tone and asked lightly, "Tell me what happened." Chapter 200. The Decapitation Plan. Do you believe me if I say that the waitress is sent by Changda Company to deal with me? At this moment, Yovan finally recovered from his disgust when he smelled the faint fragrance emanating from Adeline. Sent by Changda Company? That waitress has been working in our Tianhong dumpling building for several years and can be considered a veteran employee. Is there any misunderstanding between you two? Adeline was instinctively stunned after hearing Jovan's words. That waitress could be considered one of her trusted staff, whom she was about to promote as the supervisor of the entire dumpling building. After listening to Adeline, Yovan recounted everything he saw and heard in the underground parking lot, without missing any details, even the phrase, 30 seconds real man. Yovan did not hold back while talking with Adeline, so when Ryan heard Jovan's recount, her face turned red, and steam seemed ready to come out of her head. "Ryan, what's wrong with you? Are you too hot? But isn't the air conditioner on in this office?" Seeing Ryan's expression, Yovan maliciously teased. "Yovan, you're a scoundrel." After hearing Jovan's words, Ryan fiercely kicked him and hurriedly left. Even though she had a tough personality, she was still essentially a girl, so she felt quite embarrassed after hearing Jovan's words. Looking at the departing Ryan, Yovan covered the area where she kicked and silently drew a deep breath. Even with his current physique, he still felt some pain from the kick. If it were someone else, they would have probably been kicked away. "You guy, Ryan is still a child. You should be more careful." Adeline's mood also improved because of the commotion caused by these two. She instinctively trusted Yovan completely, especially since Yovan had narrated the situation meticulously, creating a vivid picture. Although Adeline was slightly blushing from his story, she was more mature than Ryan, so it wasn't as noticeable. After pondering over Jovan's words carefully, and realizing how deep Changda's influence extended, Adeline's originally calm expression began to show signs of worry. "Yovan, you have your competition in the afternoon. I'll immediately investigate this matter. Rest for a while now. I'll take care of this right away." Considering this, Adeline, who was decisive by nature, walked out of the office directly. Oh. Looking at the walking out Adeline, Yovan wanted to suggest going together but, considering the final match in the afternoon, decided against it and returned to rest. Yovan dozed off for a while, but today's midday incident kept him from sleeping. He couldn't shake off an uneasy feeling. He believed that Changda Company would certainly pull some tricks during the finals in the afternoon, and this calmness before the storm made him restless. At this time, Adeline returned, and Yovan decided to give up sleeping, standing up to go to Adeline. Yovan, why are you not sleeping? Seeing Yovan getting up, Adeline asked curiously. I can't sleep. How about the investigation results? Watching Adeline's slightly haggard look, Yovan had already guessed the outcome. Sure enough, Adeline rubbed her temples painfully and then said dejectedly, the result is out. Although Shawan refused to admit, we found a check worth 2 million yuan on her. 2 million? Hearing this, Yovan was slightly startled. It was evident that Changda Company was desperate. Yovan firmly believed that Changda Company would definitely create trouble during the final match in the afternoon. Just then, Adeline's phone rang. Originally intending not to pick up, she quickly answered upon seeing the caller ID. Yovan looked curiously, and he heard Adeline whisper, Grandfather. Yovan nodded, wondering what Adeline's grandfather could be calling about at such a critical juncture. What? The competition venue is being temporarily changed to a resort villa outside Shanghai City? As Yovan wondered, Adeline's amplified voice made his heart drop. If his suspicions were correct, Changda Company had already begun its operation. Soon, Adeline hung up the phone and looked worriedly at Yovan. She was not stupid either. Changing the venue just before the competition suggested some dark force was manipulating events, causing her considerable unease. Did you hear that? Adeline looked at Yovan, saying in a serious tone. Yes, it must be Changda Company playing tricks. Yovan nodded, remaining silent. They stared at each other as the office fell into silence. In the underground base of Changda Company, compared to Adeline's office, it was much busier here, with people coming and going in orderly rows, and security measures noticeably strengthened. In the deepest part of the underground base, in the CEO's office, an urgent meeting was underway. After investing 200 million yuan, the food competition venue has been changed to a resort villa outside Shanghai City, and the timing has shifted from this afternoon to tomorrow. A bald, middle-aged man reported cautiously until the boss, seated at the head of the table, gave an imperceptible nod, allowing him to relax. How about tomorrow's decapitation plan? What preparations have been made? After listening to the bald man, the boss slowly tapped on the table, asking in a low voice. The decapitation plan is fully prepared. Alpha team will sneak in from the southern border tonight, and weapons are all set up. No matter how powerful the person is, they won't escape tomorrow. The middle-aged man with triangular eyes replied with venomous resolve. Very good, you have done well. I hope the mission is completed flawlessly tomorrow. Our company's future depends on the success of tomorrow's action. After the report, the boss's previously cold expression finally showed a hint of a smile, which also spread across everyone else's faces. Behind the boss, on the projector hanging in the conference room, a large red cross appeared over Joven's image. ####Chapter 201. Stealing a half day of leisure. The match time has been changed to 10 a.m. tomorrow. And, why don't you stay at my place tonight and go back home after the finals tomorrow? After a long silence, Adeline broke the quietness in the office. That works. Having known each other for so long, Yovan nodded without refusing. His mother had recovered well enough that she didn't need his care anymore. Plus, if she knew he was spending the night at Adeline's place, she'd probably be even more reluctant for him to come back home. Tomorrow's final was a bit unpredictable, and Yovan needed some preparation tonight. Staying at Adeline's could spare him from the trouble of commuting back and forth. Why does your tone sound like you're not happy about it? Hearing Joven's words, Adeline looked at him askance, her mood souring. How can that be? Staying overnight at a beautiful woman's house is a dream many men have. Now that this dream has come true, I almost want to run a few laps outside to release my excitement. Seeing Adeline's displeased expression, Yovan exaggerated his tone. Ha, just you with your sweet talk. Well, I'm in a good mood today, let's go shopping, and I'll buy you a couple of clothes. Adeline burst into laughter at Joven's exaggerated mannerisms, but it was clear she appreciated his words. She waved her hand and wanted to take Yovan shopping. Are you going to pamper me, or something? For some reason, these words slipped out of Joven's mouth before he realized it. Regretting it immediately, he hastily watched Adeline's reaction. Sure, I've got plenty of money to pamper you. After a brief moment of surprise, Adeline replied as if it were a matter of fact. Yovan didn't know what to say, and could only laugh awkwardly. Fool, you're such a wooden block. Looking at Yovan who was still grinning foolishly, Adeline muttered under her breath and walked out of the office door. Come on, let's drive around. Seeing Adeline wasn't joking, Yovan quickly followed her. Initially, it hadn't occurred to Yovan, but now that Adeline mentioned it, he did think he should get some new clothes. His sweatshirt had been worn since his freshman year in high school, several years already. Not only were the styles outdated, but after washing for so many years, it had become somewhat transparent. Wearing it any longer would likely make him embarrassingly exposed. Shanghai City, pedestrian street. The scorching summer sun couldn't dampen people's enthusiasm for shopping. The bright sunshine made everyone squint slightly, but thankfully, the shops on both sides of the street had powerful air conditioning that provided comfort each time one stepped inside. However, despite the heat outside, Yovan couldn't help feeling that this weather offered a unique benefit when he saw pairs of white, tender legs and bouncing breasts through light clothing. In this pedestrian street, the girls seemed to wear barely anything, making Yovan thoroughly enjoy the view. He thought maybe he should accompany Adeline here more often. Thinking about it, Yovan suddenly grinned mischievously and glanced at Adeline walking beside him. Her jet black hair, delicate features, and slender, fair neck made her look like a proud swan, evoking a sense of conquest. let alone the alluring outlines beneath her white t-shirt and those white, soft, and long legs which made anyone nosebleed at first sight. It was undeniable that Adeline, who drew glances and admiration from passersby, had every right to be proud. Just thinking about staying at her place tonight stirred up excitement within Yovan. His blood seemed to quicken its pace, and his body felt hotter. Are you okay? Too hot? Let's stay in a shop for a while to cool down before heading out. Seeing Yovan sweating, Adeline sat down directly, crossing her legs gracefully. However, unbeknownst to her, due to the loose clothing she wore, Yovan caught a clear view of her inner attire as she sat. Pink. Looking at the unexpected scene, Yovan whispered to himself. His heart raced even faster, and his body remained heated. Due to Jovan's low voice, Adeline didn't quite catch what he said, but as she stood in high heels, her feet had started hurting. She bent down, took off her high heels, revealing her silky stocking feet, and began massaging them gently. Initially, Yovan marveled at how lucky he was when he saw Adeline bend over, showing the hemispherical shapes under her blouse. But now, watching her rub her feet without hesitation in front of him, he felt almost overwhelmed. All right, my feet hurt from the friction. Hey, Yovan, what are you daydreaming about? Let's continue to the next store and see if we find any suitable clothes. Putting on her high heels again, Adeline picked up her bag and headed out. Seeing Jovan's dazed expression, she knew very well what he had seen and what thoughts he was harboring. Yet, Adeline didn't comment. Instead, she pondered whether her lack of defense indicated her trust or an underlying anticipation. Thinking about it, Adeline glanced at Yovan, realizing she shouldn't dwell further. Her heart also felt unusually warm. It must be because of the heat. Yes, just the heat. After almost completing their tour of the pedestrian street, Yovan now held several bags of clothes. Once they finished shopping for him, Adeline's shopping desire was ignited, though she was far more frugal than Yovan, mostly just browsing without buying much. Qinghai City isn't large, nor is the pedestrian street. Walking through it completely resulted in no dramatic encounters or service attitude issues. Adeline's presence alone deterred any unfriendly behavior, and most items sold there were reasonably priced. Finally returning, Adeline drove Yovan through winding streets until they reached a wealthy residential area. Yovan had been here once before, but this time, his heart harbored a faint anticipation. Would something thrilling happen tonight? Chapter 202. Sleepwalking Ryan. Even though it was his second visit to Adeline's house, Yovan still felt a bit uncomfortable with the vast emptiness and coldness of her home. Since no one usually lives here, it's just me. Oh, what kind of drink do you want? Returning inside, Adeline turned on the central air conditioning and then approached the refrigerator, turning her head to ask. Mineral water would be fine. Yovan didn't often drink beverages because most were made from food coloring and flavoring agents. If they actually used real fruit juice, he'd be broke. By the way, why are you living alone? Where are the others? Taking the bottle of mineral water from Adeline, Yovan looked around the empty room curiously. I live alone, but I invited Ryan over today. She should be here in about an hour. Adeline didn't directly answer Jovan's question, but mentioned something he didn't want to hear. Pfft, Ryan is coming? Hearing Adeline's words, Yovan nearly spat out the mineral water he had just sipped. That troublemaker who always caused chaos and never got along with him. How could he have a peaceful time if she came? The key point was that they were supposed to spend some quality time together alone, but now with Ryan joining them as a bright light bulb, suddenly life seemed dull. I'm going to take a shower. I stink all over from today's events. Remember to open the door for Ryan when she arrives. If Adeline knew what Yovan was thinking, she'd surely spit at him. Oh, okay. Yovan nodded half-heartedly, acknowledging her request. Adeline went upstairs, and soon Yovan heard the sound of running water from above, which somewhat distracted him. In his mind, influenced by the sound of water, two tiny figures began arguing. Should we go check it out? One little Yovan spoke, wearing devil horns and holding a pitchfork. You're a virtuous and ambitious peasant. How can you do such things? The other, more upright Yovan argued. Just a quick peek. No one will know. The devilish Yovan tried to tempt him. No, absolutely not. That's crossing the line. The righteous Yovan insisted passionately. Ding dong. As Yovan wrestled with these conflicting thoughts, the doorbell startled him back to reality, and the two imaginary figures vanished. How did Ryan arrive so quickly? She said she'd come in an hour. Yovan stood up moodily. Peering through the peephole, he saw Ryan standing outside the door, confirming that she had indeed arrived early. Creak. Opening the door, both of them stood awkwardly staring at each other. Ryan circled around Yovan, feeling the odd vibe in the air. Hadn't Adeline always hated men and never invited them into her home? Why are you here at Portia's place? And where is she? Ryan, never one to hold back, blurted out her questions. Adeline is taking a shower upstairs. As for why I'm here, don't you get it already? Responding to Ryan's first question, Jovan's half-smile made her feel slightly embarrassed. Humph, I'll go find Sister Portia. Sensing she might be there as a third wheel, Ryan huffed and went upstairs to find Adeline. Left alone in the living room, Yovan turned on the TV idly and watched a story about two bears. About an hour later, Adeline, with damp hair, and Ryan descended the stairs together, both in their pajamas. Seeing Adeline and Ryan in pajamas, Yovan couldn't help but notice Adeline's pink Winnie the Pooh pajamas accentuating her tall figure. He felt like touching the bear's head. Meanwhile, Ryan wore panda pajamas, revealing curves that were surprisingly well endowed, even surpassing Adeline's. Thankfully, the air conditioning kept Yovan cool. Otherwise, he'd be sweating again. Yovan, where are we having dinner tonight? Ryan wiped her hair while approaching Yovan casually. Looking at Ryan's impressive form straining against the pajamas, Yovan maintained his composure. This was his moment to shine. Where else? Isn't my cooking the best? Why don't you buy some ingredients? We'll eat here tonight. Yovan said confidently. There's no need to buy anything. I've prepared everything already. Adeline walked over, remembering his exceptional cooking skills. Fine, I'll give you a couple of dishes then. Jovan shook his head, realizing it was all part of her plan. After dinner, with Ryan as the third wheel, Jovan's anticipated evening activities fell through. After eating, he returned to the guest room Adeline had prepared for him, tossed around a bit, and eventually fell asleep. The night passed uneventfully. When Jovan woke up, it was still early, thanks to his habit of early mornings. Not finding the bathroom downstairs, Jovan headed upstairs. Passing by Adeline's and Ryan's rooms, their doors were closed, indicating they were still asleep. Finally, he found the bathroom at the end of the hallway. This spacious bathroom had a sink area in the front and a large bathtub at the back. It was likely where Adeline had bathed yesterday. At the sink, Jovan picked up a new toothbrush and started brushing. Just as he squeezed the toothpaste, someone wobbled into the bathroom. "Ryan, why are you up so early?" Recognizing Ryan, Jovan greeted her, but then noticed her eyes were closed. Her posture suggested she was sleepwalking. Chapter 203. The Final. Jovan had once heard that a sleepwalker should not be awakened, but allowed to wake up on their own, otherwise it could have adverse effects. He didn't know exactly what these adverse effects were, but they likely had something to do with the nervous system and could worsen the sleepwalking condition. So when Ryan wandered in while sleepwalking, Jovan continued his routine. Sleepwalkers, except for their inability to open their eyes, behave just like normal people. They can see obstacles and move around them even with their eyes closed, which is a significant proof of the existence of human seventh sense. However, Jovan soon couldn't continue brushing his teeth because Ryan swayed over to the toilet and then squatted down. Seriously? Such a fresh and stimulating morning. Looking at Ryan squatting down, Jovan froze. He wanted to leave, but his legs felt like lead, immobilized. Before Jovan could react, Ryan took off her pajamas and squatted over the toilet. Jovan saw everything, white skin and an inviting black line between. If Ryan knew about this, she would probably chase him with a kitchen knife down 8 streets. But thankfully, Ryan was still sleepwalking, unaware of being fully seen by Jovan. A steady stream of water started flowing, reminiscent of pearls dropping on jade or a slowly meandering stream, distinctly clear in the quiet bathroom. Jovan felt a physical reaction and had to bend backward to avoid discomfort from his jeans pressing against him. What made Jovan suffer was the prolonged sound of water, indicating that Ryan had been holding it in for a long time. This also made Jovan feel excruciatingly tortured. Finally, when Jovan thought he might lose control, the water stopped. Ryan stood up, pulled up her pajamas, and began swaying out of the bathroom, still in her sleepwalking state. But what made Jovan's heart tremble was when Ryan suddenly paused right in front of him, as if about to wake up. According to Murphy's Law, whatever you least want to happen will always happen. And here was Jovan. When he least wanted Ryan to wake up, she mumbled some unclear words and abruptly opened her eyes. "Jovan, why are you here? Wait, why am I here?" Fortunately for Jovan, Ryan still wore her pajamas. Upon recognizing the surroundings as the bathroom, she only wondered why she was there. She clearly remembered sleeping in the room with Adeline. "You were sleepwalking?" Jovan told the truth. A sleepwalker wouldn't remember what happened while sleepwalking, so Ryan shouldn't blame him. "Oh, that makes sense." Ryan nodded, seemingly aware of her sleepwalking problem. "I'll go downstairs now. You two should hurry up and get ready. The competition is about to start." Jovan felt a bit guilty after having seen everything, so he hurriedly found an excuse to leave. Ryan, seeing Jovan's uneasy demeanor, suspected something but knew about her sleepwalking, so she simply nodded and went back to the room. Soon, both Adeline and Ryan got up and washed up. The originally quiet house buzzed with activity, as today was the day of Jovan's final round. After enjoying Jovan's delicious breakfast, the three of them headed out in Adeline's car, driven by her to the final venue, a resort located outside Shanghai City. In the car, Adeline talked about stories of the resort. It was said that the buildings there were constructed decades ago, attracting many wealthy vacationers each summer, forming a resort-like industrial chain. Naturally, the consumption there wasn't cheap, with supplies often delivered by helicopter due to inconvenient transportation. For the rich, however, happiness outweighed any expense. Adeline parked at the foot of a mountain. Due to the competition, the road to the resort was closed. The organizers provided several helicopters at the base, ready to airlift participants directly to the venue. Contestants could bring companions after negotiation, though a 10,000 yuan deposit per person was required to prevent disorder at the venue. The deposit would be refunded upon exit. Adeline and Ryan, being well off, paid the deposit without hesitation and boarded the helicopter with Jovan. While driving a car might take hours to reach the resort, the helicopter brought Jovan to it within minutes. The resort truly demonstrated the indulgence of the rich, sprawling over a vast area nestled among mountains and forests. Outside, large grasslands were set aside for golfing and horse racing. One could imagine how delightful summers must be here. Not only cool but full of entertainment. The resort had its own helipad. Upon landing, Culinary Association staff promptly greeted them, verified Jovan's credentials, and led him to the competition area. Adeline and Ryan followed, eager to witness the event. From the helicopter, the resort already appeared massive. Following the staff, Jovan realized it was even larger. After nearly half an hour of walking, they arrived at a hall-like building. With 1 hour left before the competition, the venue was already bustling. Chapter 204. The Wolf Enters the Flock. The grand auditorium buzzed with excitement as participants prepared for the live broadcast of the competition. Culinary website reporters scurried about, adding to the lively atmosphere. As a seated finalist, Brecken naturally attracted many gazes upon his entrance, and the camera lenses turned towards him. A total of 10 contestants would compete in the finals for the top 3 spots. To Brecken's unsurprise, among the 10 finalists was that white-haired young man who had given him an unusual vibe. Most of the remaining 8 were seeded competitors previously reserved by the Culinary Association. Only 2 could be considered true dark horses. However, it was no doubt that the majority of those qualified for the finals were already renowned chefs. Dwanka the Jonas from Hangzhou who also made it into the final round. The rules for the final remained unchanged. No time limit, and contestants could choose their own dishes. However, several new judges had been added, none of whom Brecken recognized. Fortunately, Adeline was there to explain things. One of them, an elder with red hair, was Adeline's grandfather and the president of the Culinary Association. His name was Montague. In his younger days, he was known for his fiery temper and fiery dishes. He had calmed down considerably in old age, but still harbored a strong sense of justice. Montague glanced warmly at his granddaughter when she entered. Next to him sat some of this event's sponsors, Changda Corporation's executives and board members. They had sponsored an astronomical amount for this final, thus changing the venue. Of course, they were only guests and couldn't serve as judges. However, under the influence of substantial capital, one couldn't be sure if any judges had been bought off. With money making the devil push the millstone, Brecken couldn't be certain how many of the 20 judges on stage might have been compromised. Still, he believed in facing each challenge head-on. With his culinary skills, unless Changda bought off all the judges, he was confident he would win. The thought of another chance at university stirred excitement in him. As the competition hour approached, Brecken sat at his designated spot, closing his eyes to conserve energy. Outside the competition venue, within the surrounding forest of the summer retreat, a snail slowly moved across a leaf. Suddenly, the leaf shook violently, and the snail fell off. Crack! A large boot clad in hiking shoes crushed the snail on the ground. Instants later, a group of camouflaged mercenaries appeared in what was previously an empty jungle. Hey, Gregory, boss said the pay for this mission will ensure us a carefree life. After this, I'm planning to go home and open a small tavern, said a muscular black man, chewing gum as he spoke to a nearby white man. I swear, this is going to be our easiest mission yet. Killing just one person gets us $200 million. My God, even some country presidents are worth less than this. The white man's eyes gleamed with greed and bloodlust. If successful, he wouldn't need to be a mercenary anymore or struggle through life and death battles. Gregory, Fabio, what are you two talking about? How's the layout of the security forces around the target location? Asked a burly man with a scar resembling a centipede across his face. He walked over, his presence imposing like a grizzly bear. Clearly, he held considerable authority within the team. Heh, boss, that villa is virtually defenseless against our alpha team. Apart from the initial guards being ex-special forces, the rest are no threat at all, replied the man named Fabio respectfully. Great, after this job, I'll take you all to Las Vegas Beach, where we can enjoy fine wine and curvy beauties. With cash, you're kings there. The captain's words had a powerful effect. Soon, the six-man squad, armed with submachine guns and heavy weapons, stormed directly through the front gate of the summer retreat. Confident in their capabilities, these battle-hardened mercenaries had a keen tactical sense and overwhelming firepower compared to the retired military guards stationed domestically. Hey brother, can I borrow a light? The white captain called out in broken Chinese. Surprisingly, he spoke Chinese fluently enough. The guard, about to fetch a lighter, noticed something odd. Hold on, why don't I recall seeing your name on the invitation? Maybe you're mistaken. My invite is right here. Gregory froze for a moment before smiling and pretending to pull out an invitation. Snap! Before the guard could react, a bullet fired from a silenced gun penetrated his forehead. What Gregory pulled from his pocket was not an invitation but a silenced pistol. At the entrance of the summer retreat, four guards saw one of their colleagues fall dead. Reacting quickly, the other three tried to draw their weapons. However, nearby, Gregory's teammates were already aiming at them. Splat! 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 3 bullets hit their marks precisely. The guards' faces frozen in disbelief, they collapsed despairingly. Heh, let's have fun after completing this task. No one here can stand against us. Let's go in. Gregory smirked, leading the way into the villa like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Chapter 205, A Grand Scheme. At this moment, there were still quite a few loiterers at the summer resort. Security guards, support staff, and some wealthy individuals. However, when Alpha Team encountered them, to prevent any leaks, they all received a single bullet that was fired precisely into their skulls. Wait, Gregory, I just had an idea. Just as Gregory was about to shoot a trembling, terrified millionaire with his silenced pistol, Alpha Team's captain stopped him. What is it, Darcy? Haha, look how these pigs have wet their pants out of fear. This mission is really simple. Gregory cocked the gun but didn't shoot. Instead, he shouted the word bomb, which frightened the chubby millionaire so much that he fainted. Aren't you aware that these people are all rich? And as we all know, this place seems to be where the rich come for parties. If we could capture all these rich people and extort them for huge sums, wouldn't we make more money than from our pay, maybe even more? To be the leader of this team, the white man with the scar not only possessed extraordinary combat skills, but also had cunning like a fox. Sure enough, after hearing the white captain's suggestion, the other 5 members' eyes lit up. No one complained about too much money, and no mercenary would refuse money. Thinking this way, Gregory looked at the now unconscious chubby millionaire with bright eyes. Report to the captain, the radio waves within and around this estate have been completely blocked. No one can transmit information from this estate until we complete the mission. If someone tries to contact anyone inside, they will receive a poor signal error message. While Gregory and the white captain were discussing, a red-haired woman wearing tight jeans and leather armor walked up and whispered in the captain's ear. She revealed her full figure that seemed about to burst out of her clothes. Seeing the red-haired woman's revealing outfit, Gregory and Fabio stared open-mouthed, nearly drooling. Leighton, and you stupid wolf, if you keep looking at me like that, I'll make sure you end up like the cat next door at Kristen's house. Feeling the heated gazes, the red-haired woman pulled out a dagger and narrowed her eyes in anger. The cat next door at Kristen's house? What does that mean? The black mercenary named Leighton asked Gregory quietly, confused. It was a male cat who tried to misbehave with Annalise's female cat. When Annalise found out, she snapped its thing off right away. Gregory demonstrated with his hands, causing Leighton to retract his neck, and his gaze toward Annalise became less daring. This hot-tempered woman obeyed only the leader, while others considered her a deadly beautiful snake. mesmerizing yet fatally poisonous. Alright, Annalise, don't scare them. Argue after we complete the mission. Let's spread out in a fan formation and search. If we encounter a rich person, keep them. Otherwise, kill everyone else. The white captain kicked the feigning sleeping millionaire and knocked him out completely with a punch. Boss, how do we tell who's rich? You know, rich people don't write rich on their faces. A muscle-bound man, resembling a walking black bear, approached the captain and asked hesitantly. His nickname matched his appearance. Domenico? This is simple. Keep the fat ones and kill the thin ones. Gregory interjected. The white captain stared deeply at him until Gregory felt uneasy, then slowly nodded. Actually, this idea isn't bad. Good. Everyone spread out in different directions. With our firepower and information suppression, this mission will be perfectly completed. Alpha Team, let's win. After a brief pep talk, the 6-member mercenary squad spread out in a fan formation across the entire estate. Walking towards Jovan's direction was Alpha Team's Fabio, a black mercenary chewing betel nut. A silent massacre took place throughout the estate, spreading an ominous bloody scent. Meanwhile, the vacationing millionaires hadn't noticed their phones were without signal, nor did they realize that all forms of communication had failed. They were isolated from the outside world, like a lone boat surrounded by sharks. At the competition venue, before the contest started, Jovan was browsing the Heavenly Realm Taobao shop on his phone, a daily pastime like eating and drinking. However, just as he clicked on a product description, his phone flashed once, then the screen froze. After a moment, 4 large characters appeared, no signal. Luckily, the Heavenly Realm Taobao shop link didn't require a phone signal. Despite the earlier glitch, Jovan successfully opened the product description. What a lousy place, not even a basic mobile signal. Once I have money, I'll never come back to this broken resort. Jovan grumbled, unaware that he was already a millionaire. But with the Heavenly Realm Taobao shop, he valued it over wealth. Zhuanf continued as usual for him. As Jovan complained, the Food Association president's opening remarks for the finals caught his attention. Jovan listened carefully as the Food Association president introduced the rewards for the finals. There were 3 prizes. The first was the 5-year usage rights to 3 commercial properties located in Qinghai City's bustling downtown area. Just hearing this reward stirred excitement among the reporters present. Although Qinghai City was only a 3rd-tier city, renting 3 storefronts in its downtown area for a year could earn 1 million yuan. Over 5 years, that would total 5 million yuan. Without a doubt, the Food Association had really made a grand gesture. Hashtag chapter 206, become a teacher? The first reward announced is often the least desirable or the cheapest. The Chinese have a long-standing habit of creating suspense and leaving the best for last. Thus, when the president of the Gourmet Association on stage revealed the first reward, it immediately captured the attention of almost everyone present. Even Jovan, who had been idly scrolling through Taobao on his phone, was momentarily stunned by the reward. Though money wasn't his primary interest, he understood the relationship between currency, antiques, and immortal coins. Jovan had always lamented not having enough immortal coins. With 5 million yuan, he could easily exchange for over 1,000 immortal coins. With this in mind, the president didn't prolong the suspense and quickly announced the second reward. It was the coveted award for the top 3 chefs, recognized by the Gourmet Association of Qinghai City. This was the real reason that nearly 30,000 chefs from Qinghai City were drawn to this competition. Possessing these awards would ensure any restaurant's rapid rise to prominence, becoming one of the top dining spots in the city. Compared to the second reward, the first reward paled significantly. Over the next few decades, the economic value brought by these awards could be counted in hundreds of millions. But if the second reward was already so tempting, what could possibly be more valuable than that? This question led everyone's eyes to focus sharply on the president of the Gourmet Association, including Jovan. The third reward was revealed, instantly setting off a buzz among the audience. Hushed whispers filled the competition venue. The third reward, a teacher? Jovan muttered to himself, taken aback by the announcement. He had initially thought the reward would involve attending a university as a student. Never did he imagine he would be asked to teach at one. Moreover, it was a university he had long admired during high school but never dared dream of entering due to its stringent academic requirements. According to the president, the university had just launched a new elective course in culinary arts. Knowing the university's chancellor personally, he decided to send the champion chef from this competition for a 2-year training program at the prestigious institution. Unlike the second reward, the third reward directly benefited the chef. Teaching at a renowned university would confer lifetime bragging rights, far more prestigious than mere monetary gain. Many chefs here were well off or even restaurant owners, so obtaining such an esteemed title was infinitely more honorable. People spend their first half of life chasing wealth, only to spend the latter half buying honor with it. This explained why the third reward was even more precious. Although it seemed tailor-made for Jovan, his initial dream was to be a student. How could he suddenly become a teacher after less than a year? Zhuanf sure was unpredictable. But as he surveyed the other contestants, Jovan felt reassured. Aside from the white-haired young man, most of the finalists were middle-aged or older, even including an elderly man. Sending them back to school would make them seem like grandfathers to their students, an awkward situation indeed. Sure enough, several previously composed elderly chefs began breathing heavily upon hearing the third reward. At their age, they had experienced everything materialistic. All they craved now was prestige. The opportunity to teach at a prestigious university certainly intrigued them. Satisfied with the audience's reactions, the president nodded. Some of the elder chefs below were contemporaries and perhaps even rivals in culinary prowess. Montague, who watched this unfold, was eagerly anticipating the competition's outcome. His gaze then turned to Jovan. Apart from the contestants' flawless record leading up to the finals, Jovan had been mentioned countless times by his beloved granddaughter, Adeline. He could practically feel calluses forming in his ears from her chatter. As a grandfather, Montague couldn't help but notice his granddaughter's obvious infatuation with Jovan. Meeting Jovan in person for the first time, Montague found him quite satisfactory. Yovan didn't appear devious, though his height was somewhat lacking. Reflecting on Adeline's towering stature, he felt more accepting. Each generation has its own destiny, and Montague had worried about his granddaughter's marriage prospects for years. Now that she had found someone she liked, he felt oddly picky but couldn't help warming up to Yovan. At that moment, however, Yovan was oblivious to the president's scrutiny. Focused on the finals, he considered using immortal coins to procure some ingredients from the immortal world's Taba store, or even ready-made dishes. No matter how exquisite earthly food was, it couldn't compare to celestial cuisine. Naturally, he still needed to prepare properly, lest pulling out steaming hot food mid-competition be mistaken for magic. With glass-paneled cooking stations and live cameras focused on him, Yovan feigned preparation diligently. What? You think Yovan was cheating? Using his skills to exchange immortal coins for food hardly qualified as cheating. As Yovan washed vegetables and contemplated which dishes to prepare, outside the competition venue, a brown dog stained with blood arrived at the entrance. Unable to open the locked iron door, it left a mark and circled around. Its mind was preoccupied with wealthy targets and colorful stacks of cash. As for the mission objectives, with the entire estate sealed off, where could they escape to? Note: I've translated the text into English while preserving the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Chapter 207. Let him die. With this thought, Fabio temporarily lost interest in the house and merely made a simple mark on it. He planned to wait until the team converged and then conduct a final sweep inspection. After whistling, Fabio eagerly rushed to the next location. Inside the competition venue, the matches were fiercely ongoing, oblivious that death had just narrowly passed by them. The live broadcast of the match continued. Jovan's phone, with the Immortal Realm Taba shop open, was placed on the glass stove. After making his choice, Yovan selected a relatively simple immortal dish, the Immortal Stir-Fried Pork. This dish came from Egbert's chain store in the Immortal Realm. The price was cheap, costing only 15 immortal coins for a large serving. However, Yovan couldn't make it too obvious. After selecting the dish, he started preparing stir-fried pork himself, planning to swap it at the right moment. Unlike Jovan's relaxed demeanor, Adeline clenched her fists, watching Yovan cook nervously. Even Ryan beside her wasn't as relaxed, silently cheering for Yovan in her heart. Hee Rocco, who do you think has the highest chance of winning this competition? This time, there were 10 judges, most of whom were influential figures in the Culinary Association. Both the president and vice president of the Culinary Association were present. At that moment, Adon, who served as the vice president in the previous round, leaned close to Montague and asked quietly. Being old acquaintances, they spoke without reservation. I feel that the young man with white hair exudes a grandmaster aura. I've seen the videos of his previous competitions, and it seems he hasn't revealed all his skills. Of course, the perfect score prodigy chef also stands a high chance of winning. After listening to the Gavriel, Rocco observed the field and made his evaluation. I'm more inclined towards that white-haired young man. His culinary skills definitely come from a godly chef family. Otherwise, it's impossible for someone so young to have such proficiency. The Enos looked at the white-haired young man, his expression somewhat serious. From a godly chef family? Indeed, after hearing Adon's words, Rocco glanced several times at the white-haired young man. Such an origin must be extraordinary. No wonder he possessed such remarkable skills despite his young age. Compared to this white-haired young man, Jovan's culinary skills, though decent, lacked systematic training and had a rough, unrefined feel. Ultimately, the dish would still rely on its flavor, so the outcome remained uncertain. Here, Yovan had finished preparing the stir-fried pork. When he poured it onto the plate, he discreetly swapped it with the immortal stir-fried pork from the Immortal Realm Taba shop on his phone. The stir-fried pork in Jovan's pot remained the same, and since the quantity didn't change significantly, considering he had prepared a lot while the immortal version was less, it appeared like a flawless magic trick, undetectable by anyone. To prevent any mishaps, Yovan sampled a piece of the immortal stir-fried pork. Egbert's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, probably already surpassing the realm of a godly chef. Yovan could barely describe the indescribable deliciousness spreading in his mouth. If not for the fact that this was meant for the judges to taste, he might have devoured the entire plate by himself. For the sake of winning the competition and fulfilling his dream of college, Yovan endured his craving and called over the staff to serve the stir-fried pork. Coincidentally or not, just as Jovan's stir-fried pork was served, the white-haired young man's dish was also ready and served simultaneously. Moreover, the white-haired young man cast a contemptuous glance at Yovan. At this point, he saw no need to remain low-profile or conceal his true abilities. He believed that with his culinary prowess, if he gave it his all, he would surely outshine Yovan. When the white-haired young man's dish was served, the special guests from Changda Corporation began whispering among themselves, their faces beaming with joy. However, if their conversation content were revealed, it would surely cause an uproar on the scene. Boss, our alpha plan has been activated. The mercenaries have entered the resort compound, but haven't found us yet. Once they take control of the situation and disrupt the competition, we'll win this bet. A bald middle-aged man whispered into the ear of the boss from Changda Corporation. Excellent, you did well. Once the company goes public, you'll get credit, the boss replied, smiling. But as he looked down at the specially designed satellite phone capable of sending messages even in signal-jammed areas, his expression turned grave. Why hadn't those unruly mercenaries responded to his messages? They should have located the place long ago. If the competition ended with Yovan winning, they would truly lose. Thinking of this, the usually composed boss involuntarily tightened his grip on the phone. Outside the competition venue, within the estate, servants' bodies lay scattered across the ground. In a large enclosed room, wealthy residents of the estate had been herded inside like pigs. Darcy, our employer sent a message asking why we haven't acted yet, and warning us not to mess things up here, or else he'd call the police to handle us. Wild Dog handed a communication device to the leaf at the doorway. Also, the employer is currently inside the estate, Wild Dog added. Oh, our employer is inside the estate? The captain squeezed the communication device until it creaked, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Snap! The communication device was thrown to the ground, emitting sparks. Let him die then. Chapter 208 Suspense. Inside the competition arena, Joven's dish from the Immortal World Taba shop was served up alongside the young man with white hair's creation. The young man with white hair prepared sweet and sour pork loin this time, a quite renowned home-style dish among China's 10 most famous dishes. The characteristics of sweet and sour pork loin are its bright color, crispy skin, tender meat, and sweet-sour outer layer, all complemented by the rich aroma of the pork inside. It is one of the classic Han Chinese dishes found in Zhejiang cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, and Huaiyang cuisine. Among these, the Shandong style is the most well-known. Made primarily from pork loin, along with flour, starch, vinegar, and other ingredients, it has an appealing sweet and sour taste that greatly stimulates the appetite. To prepare excellent pork loin, the meat must be fried multiple times to achieve the desired crispy outside and tender inside texture. The young man with white hair's version was colored a beautiful brownish yellow with a red glaze slowly dripping over it, instantly stimulating anyone's appetite. In comparison, Joven's plate of stir-fried pork looked far less presentable. However, stir-fried pork places more emphasis on flavor rather than appearance, and with godly items hiding their true nature, Joven's dish did not look nearly as good as the young man's sweet and sour pork loin. For food, appearance and presentation come first. So, the judges exchanged glances and decided to taste the young man's sweet and sour pork loin first. Montague, the president of the Gastronomy Association, took the first bite. His originally casual expression suddenly turned serious. Undeniably, the taste lived up to its appearance, and it even tasted much better than it looked. The rest of the judges also began tasting the sweet and sour pork loin, each displaying varied expressions. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly the best sweet and sour pork loin they had ever tasted. Some judges, after eating this dish, declared they would never eat sweet and sour pork loin again. Scoring for the final was done cautiously and slowly. Before giving scores, the judges engaged in a 5-minute discussion to prevent significant score disparities, which could lead to unbalanced results. After 5 minutes, Montague was the first to raise his score, followed by other judges revealing theirs one by one. 9.8 points. 9.9 points. 10.0 points. In the end, the young man's total score quickly came to 9.95 points, the highest score in the current competition. Achieving such a high score in the finals virtually secured the championship throne. Seeing his score, the young man didn't seem surprised at all, but instead gave Jovan a triumphant look, raising his middle finger in a mocking gesture. Blow. Reacting to this, Jovan spat a mouthful of saliva on the ground, pointed at the young man, then at the saliva, and stomped on it with his foot. Seeing Jovan's crude actions, the young man's face turned red with anger, but he had no way to retaliate. However, upon seeing his score again, his smile returned. He felt certain he would win with such a high score. In the audience seats were several guests from Changda Company, including the boss who could not reach the Alpha mercenary group. They appeared pleased but not overly ecstatic when they saw the young man's score. If only we knew you were this good. Why would we have gone through the trouble to hire those ruthless mercenaries? The situation now was subtly getting out of control, especially with the silence from the communication device casting a shadow over the boss's mind, making him feel like someone who had dropped a rock onto his own foot. Fortunately, the worst scenario hadn't happened yet. Jovan definitely wouldn't win the championship this time. Even if he had achieved perfect scores previously, such a high score was impossible in the finals. Thus, the young man was unbeatable, and the boss of Changda Company envisioned the company going public and his own wealth soaring. Then, after scoring the young man, the judges waited for the president to taste Jovan's dish before assessing the stir-fried pork. Montague nodded at the waiting judges, picked up his chopsticks, and put a piece of stir-fried pork into his mouth. Seeing Montague take a bite, the other judges eagerly tried it too. Although Jovan's stir-fried pork didn't look impressive, given his previous outstanding performances, the judges were still very much looking forward to tasting it. Indeed, everyone anticipating Jovan's performance wasn't just the judges. Reporters below the stage focused their cameras on the judges' faces, as Jovan was a major draw for audiences and web traffic, blessing them with increased popularity. Since the start of the competition, reporters broadcasting the event received several times their usual overtime pay and bonuses. Naturally, they adored Jovan. However, what astonished Adeline and worried the live-streaming reporters was the sudden stiffened expressions on the judges' faces after trying Jovan's stir-fried pork. Soon, tears started streaming down the face of a younger judge, startling both Adeline and the reporters further. Is Jovan's dish so terrible that it made the judges cry? This thought popped into Adeline's mind upon seeing the judges' reactions. The reporters also looked uneasy. Before the competition, they hyped up this chef as almost a modern-day culinary god because the audience loved it. But if Jovan failed miserably now, their video would remain online, and when exposed, their food channel would lose face. Considering this, the reporter's complexion changed. Sis Portia, it can't be that bad. Even Christine, normally oblivious to tension, felt something was amiss, sticking out her tongue and whispering. Don't say nonsense. I trust Jovan, said Adeline, clenching her fist as she glanced at Jovan on stage. At that moment, the young judge who shed tears finally spoke. Hashtag chapter 209, power outage. Too delicious. After the slightly younger judge said this, the entire competition venue began to buzz with excitement again. Although the white-haired young man's dish was tasty, it didn't cause such a commotion among the judges. Jovan's home-style stir-fried pork had actually made the judges tear up, clearly demonstrating the superior quality. In the audience, Adeline, seeing this scene, slowly unclenched her fists. Ryan also patted her ample chest, dressed lightly. The motion caused quite a stir, making people nearly lose their focus. Viewers in the live stream were also discussing enthusiastically. Hey, I told you our kitchen god's cooking can't be bad. Hey, What about that person who said if kitchen god wins, they'd eat instant noodles? Come out. I'll make sure you get your fill. Yeah, it's really good, unbelievably good. After eating this dish, I feel like I've been living as a dog my whole life. The previous commenter acts like they've really tasted it. On the judges' platform, after the initial silence and shock, President Montague finally spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, please start scoring. This time, the judges did not confer or discuss. There was no doubt about how many points this dish deserved. One could say that this dish was nothing short of destructive. It thoroughly wrecked the judges' taste buds for days, making ordinary food unbearable. 10 points. 10 points. A perfect score of 10 points. From the beginning of the competition to now, Yovan had consistently received full marks, advancing strongly and unexpectedly achieving a perfect score in both the semifinals and finals. Genius. Dark horse. Master chef. Online, his reputation had already spread. Shanghai City, once a small, obscure place, started gaining some fame because of Yovan. At this moment, scores from other contestants were also revealed. Without surprise, Yovan won first place with a perfect 10, while the white-haired young man took second place with 9.95 points. The third place went to the middle-aged man who prepared dompa pork, scoring 9.1, significantly lower than the top two. Why must there be someone as talented as me born in the same era? One judge sighed after seeing the top two scores. Honestly, with the white-haired young man's high score of 9.95, he would have been a deserving champion in any other competition. However, under Jovan's perfect 10, the 9.95 seemed less brilliant, relegating him to second place. People only remember the first place, so all the live streaming channels focused on Yovan. Fans cheered joyfully, excited to witness history being made. Adeline embraced Yovan impulsively, leaving him flustered but secretly thrilled. Since Adeline appeared slim but well endowed, hugging her tightly felt like being surrounded by soft, heavenly flesh. Ryan, watching Adeline hug Yovan tightly, pouted. She also felt excited and wanted to embrace them, naturally embracing Sister Portia. If it weren't for Sister Portia, she would definitely kick over this bowl of dog food. The competition venue erupted in cheers, signaling the end of the contest. Specific awards would be distributed within 3 days since procedures needed to be followed for items like housing. Of course, since the association president had made a public promise, there was no doubt the prizes would be awarded. Outside the venue, the 6 members of Alpha Team had gathered. All A zone searches completed. Captured 13 targets, but found no target individual. All B zone searches completed. Captured 7 targets, but found no target individual. All C zone searches completed. Captured 11 targets, but found no target individual. Listening to the reports, the Leaf fixed an intimidating gaze on his black mercenary subordinate. Boss, I haven't found the target yet, but I haven't checked this house. If the target is in the estate, they must be inside. Feeling somewhat guilty, Fabio quickly responded. He hadn't searched the sealed-off house earlier because he was looting the wealthy and harboring a Jiaoxing Xinli. Jiaoxing Xinli means Jiaoxing psychology, but in English, we might say, taking a chance or Jiaoxing Xinli, more naturally as a lucky guess, but unexpectedly found the target inside. Edit for natural fluency. Feeling somewhat guilty, Fabio quickly responded. He hadn't searched the sealed-off house earlier because he was busy looting the wealthy residence, taking a chance that the target wouldn't be there. But unexpectedly, the target was indeed inside. Greed will be your undoing, Leighton. Alondra, chewing gum, walked over and glanced at Fabio disdainfully before sticking the chewed gum on the sealed door. Cut the power inside first. Alondra said respectfully to a Brent, treating him much better than Fabio. The Brent held a significant position in the team, second only to the Leaf. His expertise in information technology and advanced weapons made countless missions successful through his support. Embarrassedly nodding, the Brent acknowledged her words. Everyone knew he had a maternal fetish, explaining his special feelings toward the well-endowed Alondra. Everyone back off. As red light emerged from the gum, the Leaf barked orders, and the Alpha team members quickly retreated. Why did the power go out? Since the venue was entirely dependent on internal lighting, it became pitch black. Luckily, Adeline was still hugging Yovan, and Ryan remained close. Following memory, Yovan reached out and indeed touched something. To his surprise, it felt soft and invitingly bouncy, like a freshly steamed bun. But no. Just as Yovan realized something and tried to pull back his hand, it was pinned down by 2 hands. Then came Ryan's slightly enraged voice. Yovan, have you touched enough? Chapter 210. He who adapts to the times is a hero. Yovan finally realized what his hand had touched after listening to Ryan Eileen. He retracted his hand, slightly embarrassed, and explained. It was too dark. I was afraid something would happen to you. So I? Just as Yovan was halfway through his sentence, an explosive sound that pierced the eardrums came from outside the door accompanied by flames. People near the entrance were thrown away by the shockwave. Others were screaming and crying. Though Yovan and the others were further inside the room, the heat from the blast rushed towards their faces, carrying with it the smell of burning and blood. Hush, get down. Not knowing what had happened outside, Yovan still quickly used his body to shield Adeline and Ryan Eileen. Given his current physical condition, he wouldn't be significantly harmed unless he was right at the epicenter of such an explosion. With the glow of the fire, light streamed into the previously pitch-black room, revealing 6 mercenaries holding submachine guns swaggering in. You? Who are you? Why are you here? The Enos stood up, asking the 6 intruders sternly. Seeing these fierce-looking men with weapons, everyone's hearts sank. Were they filming a movie? Since when could one casually walk around with machine guns in this country? Only Yovan, crouching on the ground, began to understand. This was Changda Group's method. But weren't they insane? Didn't they know the severe consequences this would bring? Winston, are you the spokesman or the boss here? The brown dog whistled, coming forward to Adon, laughing in broken Mandarin. What kind of spokesman? Your behavior is illegal. If you don't leave now, I will call the police. The Enos, gathering courage despite the Ford smirk, replied rather feebly. "Heh, boss, he says he'll call the police." The Ford thought it was the funniest thing ever, turning to laugh at his 5 teammates. However, none of them laughed back, all looking at him as if he were an idiot. Quick and efficient. The Leaf gave orders. "Winston, I thought you were interesting and wanted to chat more, but our boss said we should hurry." At this point, the Ford lifted his submachine gun, aiming at the old man's head. "I'm asking you one last time, who's in charge here?" Feeling the cold, hard barrel against his forehead, even the old judge began to panic, just as he was about to submit. Bang! A gunshot rang out, a bullet drilling precisely into the elder's forehead and out his skull, spewing red and white matter. Murder! Sharp screams began to echo. Everyone present had grown up in a stable domestic environment. No one had seen such a scene. In an instant, shrill female screams filled the room. Chaos ensued. Jovan looked at the 6 ferocious-looking people standing at the door and pulled Adeline and Ryan Eileen down, moving them as close as possible to the corner. Many others followed suit, considering self-preservation the only wise move. Yet some had been overwhelmed by fear, including a couple attempting to sneak out. Bang! Another gunshot sounded. The couple trying to escape already dead on the ground. "Be quiet. Anyone who doesn't want to die, squat down and put your hands on your heads." The Ford whistled and fired several rounds into the air. Perhaps frightened by the gory scene, the room gradually quieted down as everyone squatted, hands on their heads. At this moment, Changda Group CEO, sitting in the VIP seats, saw the ruthless mercenary squad already kill 3 people. He knew things had completely spun out of control. Even if he escaped unscathed this time, state agencies would surely investigate and find out his and Changda Group's involvement once outside. In other words, regardless, Changda Group and he were doomed. Thinking this, the CEO felt a surge of rage. An unknown source of courage made him stand up abruptly. "Wait, mercenary sir, I have something to say." Seeing the person who suddenly stood up, the Leaf knew it was his employer, the billionaire who paid an advance of $100 million. Thinking of this, he waved him over. The Changda CEO came beside the Leaf and whispered angrily, "Mercenary sir, didn't we agree beforehand to only kill the target? Be aware, everyone here is influential. By doing this, you're digging your own grave." After hearing the CEO's words, the Leaf wasn't angry. He simply beckoned someone behind him, who brought a POS machine from a box and handed it to the captain. "I know the consequences. We mercenaries just want money. If they cooperate and pay the ransom, we will certainly let them go." The captain patted the Changda CEO on the shoulder, smiling. "Now, can you settle the remaining $200 million for the mission? But didn't we agree to settle after killing the target? Besides, the next payment was supposed to be $100 million, wasn't it?" The CEO asked, surprised. "But you're in our hands now, honorable employer. Don't you Easterners say he who adapts to the times is a hero? Now, transfer the money. My patience isn't as good as you think." Ansel's smile had faded, his tone impatient. Chapter 211, Perversion? No, Darian, you can't do this. We are partners, aren't we? Also, are you not even adhering to the most basic code of a mercenary? After hearing Ansel's words, the Alvin shook his head rapidly. Although their company's market value had reached nearly $2 billion, the entire company's liquid capital was probably only over $1 billion yuan. $200 million plus the previous $100 million would amount to $300 million. If he handed over $300 million at once, it would undoubtedly cause a cash shortage for the entire Changda Corporation. A fatal blow for any company, especially for the soon-to-be listed Changda Corporation. Ansel seemed to have anticipated the CEO's reaction. He casually pointed his submachine gun at the CEO's forehead. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a predatory ferocity. "I will give you 5 minutes to consider. If you don't respond, I'll kill 1 person every minute." Ansel knew what this employer was thinking. He didn't want the situation to escalate. A few deaths were manageable, but if dozens or even hundreds died, it would become uncontrollable. The mercenaries could always escape from this country and never set foot here again. However, the employer, as a native citizen, wouldn't have such an easy way out. Indeed, upon hearing Ansel's words, the Alvin showed signs of extreme hesitation. He felt like he had picked up a rock only to drop it on his own foot. But now that the wolf had tasted the meat, how could it easily let go? Since there were still 5 minutes left, Ansel did not rush him. Instead, he wore a satisfied expression. Without the cooperation of the local employer, bringing weapons into this country would be impossible. With the employer's assistance, however, they entered the country and infiltrated this villa effortlessly. Meanwhile, Fuiz and Fabio were going around with a bag, plundering valuables from the guests. If a man dared to resist, he'd receive a merciless rifle but smash until blood flowed. As for the women, especially the beautiful ones, even without resistance, Fuiz and Fabio wouldn't let them off easily. They cursed while forcefully groping them, causing painful cries from the women. There were some men who couldn't bear it and tried to fight back, but they became cold corpses on the ground. After that, no one dared to resist anymore. Everyone handed over all valuables they possessed. Jovan had hidden Adeline and Abigail in a corner of the room, which wasn't well lit. The 2 mercenaries hadn't noticed them yet, but they were moving closer. It wouldn't be long before they found them. What do we do? What do we do? Jovan glanced at the beautiful faces of Adeline and Abigail. If they were discovered by those disgusting mercenaries, they would surely be subjected to humiliation, something Jovan couldn't tolerate. Forget humiliation. If that black mercenary touched Adeline, even just once, Jovan would chop off his hand. But the mercenaries were armed with submachine guns. Even though Jovan felt powerful, he wasn't sure he could withstand gunfire. With these thoughts, Jovan dimmed his phone screen and opened the Heavenly Realm Tabas store. He needed to find some protective gear that could at least withstand gunfire. You can't be serious. Brushing your phone at a time like this. How cool must you be? Originally nervous to the point her heart felt like it would burst, Abigail widened her eyes in disbelief when she saw Jovan browsing on his phone. Jovan ignored her. Time was crucial, and explaining about the Heavenly Realm Taba store wouldn't help. It would be better to make preparations quickly. On the side of the White Captain, the 5 minutes were up. Gideon looked at his watch and gestured to his men. Presley sauntered forward, quickly selecting a very attractive woman, who seemed to be a second-tier actress invited from within the country. Unfortunately, driven by the same gender repulsion, she chose the actress. Upon seeing Presley approach, the frail woman felt a sense of impending doom. She struggled fiercely as Presley dragged her toward the door. Since she wore a high-legged slit cheapao, much of her dress was torn off during her struggle, exposing large areas of well-maintained, snowy skin, revealing parts that shouldn't be seen as she thrashed about. Looking at the dragged woman, the 2 male mercenaries behind Gideon simultaneously swallowed, especially the island nation boy with a mother fixation. His eyes glinted with evil intentions upon seeing the torn cheapao. Presley saw the wicked light in the boy's eyes and shook her head. For some reason, she believed men from that ethnicity had some level of perversion. For instance, this island nation boy, whose mother was a low-status geisha, similar to KTV princesses. Eventually, this boy supposedly killed his mother after witnessing her intimate acts with other men, leading him down a dark path of obsession. Chapter 212. Hope. Of course, if it were only that particular quirk, Joan wouldn't have thought much of it. After all, they, as mercenaries, walked a tightrope with death every day. They could die in the next mission. Under such immense pressure, everyone developed some peculiar habits to alleviate the ever-present stress. Take Joan herself for instance. After each mission, she would always do her makeup and head to a bustling bar. There, she was always the center of attention, having plenty of options among the many captivated men. Usually, during these times, Joan would choose the most handsome ones. It was then that her true face, like a femme fatale, emerged. She would remove her mask and hang the man up with ropes. To Joan, this experience was more delicious and precious than truffles or caviar. Of course, she would always be wanted by local authorities afterward, but by then, she would have flown away without a trace. So in Joan's eyes, it wasn't really a big deal. What truly chilled her was the Ezra's claim that it was the best thing in the world. Although it didn't taste good, it was the gentlest and best, and he would swallow it no matter how hard. The Ezra had clearly taken a fancy to this second-tier actress. Boss, can I have this woman? The Ezra approached Ansel expectantly. Oh, you're interested in her? Ansel glanced at the Ezra with interest. If Fabio or Gregory had made this request, he would have kicked them away. But the Ezra was too valuable to their team, especially in this information age where obtaining early intelligence significantly boosted mission success rates. For example, in this mission, without the Ezra's signal coverage of the estate, they would probably already be surrounded by police. After hearing the Ezra's words, Ansel, a white man, pondered for a moment before pointing at the second-tier actress lying on the ground with blank eyes. There's a small enclosed room nearby. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you're not out by then, you won't get a single cent from this mission. Overjoyed, the Ezra's eyes sparkled behind his glasses as he dragged the second-tier actress into the adjacent small room. At Ansel's gesture, Joan dragged a trembling Mediterranean fat man out of the crowd. He offered no resistance, only frightened pleas about his wealth and pleas not to kill him. Mr. Employer, it seems I should expedite your decision. Seeing the fat man, Ansel aimed his gun at him. Bang! The gunshot echoed as the fat man collapsed, his face filled with regret. Changda Company's CEO felt a pang of terror. If the mercenaries continued slaughtering people, things would spiral out of control. Even if Changda had vast wealth, it wouldn't save him. Handing over the liquid funds seemed the best option to temporarily satiate the mercenaries' greed. With a heavy sigh, Changda's CEO inwardly vowed revenge against these greedy mercenaries through dark web hit orders later. But now, his face full of forced smiles, he looked at Ansel sincerely. Mercenary sir, we don't have that much money right now. Could we pay according to our initial agreement, $100 million? Now, humbled by circumstances, the CEO promised internally to exact revenge regardless of cost once free. Presently, he inputted an astronomical sum into the POS machine placed before him. It seems you still don't fully understand my point, sighed Ansel, then pivoted his gun, firing past the CEO's cheek to explode the skull of a young tycoon behind him. Blowing off the smoke from his submachine gun, Ansel watched the nearly soiling his pants CEO with a smile. You should feel my sincerity now, shouldn't you? Without a word, the CEO silently transacted the massive sum on the POS machine. Meanwhile, Fabio and Gregory were close to Jovan, fortunately distracted by 2 female journalists who had caught their attention. With less hesitation, they held guns to the journalists' heads while thrusting their weapons into their mouths. The journalists whimpered, repulsed by the smell but submitting under threat. At this moment, Jovan, secretly browsing Fairyland Taba, saw something that lit up his hope. This item would not only help him escape, but also let these scum experience real fear. Chapter 213. Invisibility Cloak. At this moment, on Jovan's phone at the Immortal World Taba shop, under the miscellaneous items page, the item he had his eyes on appeared on the screen. Invisibility Cloak can block the sight of beings below the immortal rank, providing absolute invisibility. Price: 1,000 immortal coins. In the Immortal World Taba shop, offensive weapons or items like Legenzi were outrageously priced, easily costing 5-digit immortal coins, making Jovan feel they were way out of his reach. With his current financial situation, Jovan could only afford some auxiliary items. Therefore, this invisibility cloak was a very cost-effective choice for him right now. Jovan carefully considered the cloak's description. It could block the sight of beings up to immortal rank. While he didn't know exactly what that meant, it must be very powerful. Regardless, those mercenaries definitely wouldn't be able to see him. Of course, this cloak likely worked by manipulating light or principles Jovan didn't yet understand, making him disappear from human perception, but his physical presence would still exist. That is, if he wore the cloak and a bullet hit him, he would still get injured. Thinking this through, Jovan saw that the 2 mercenaries had finished what they were doing and were walking towards them. Without hesitation, he quickly exchanged for the invisibility cloak. As his phone vibrated, Jovan's hand was filled with a faint white glow. Once the glow faded, in his hand lay a piece of clothing similar to gray gauze with a hood on top. Without any delay, Jovan put on the cloak. To test its effectiveness, he walked over to Adeline and asked softly, "Adeline, can you see me?" Adeline heard Jovan's voice behind her, but turned around to find nothing there, shocking her. The realization that Jovan, who had been their pillar of courage, had vanished without her noticing made her heart sink even further. "Ryan, do you know where Jovan went?" Adeline anxiously asked Ryan as the mercenaries approached, feeling increasingly panicked. "I have no idea. He was just here a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear?" Ryan looked around but found no sign of Jovan. Clearly, she too noticed the approaching mercenaries with ill intentions, nearly crying in fear. She had seen what those two mercenaries did to women, especially beautiful ones. If they were violated, it would undoubtedly leave a lifelong scar. What Adeline and Ryan didn't know was that Jovan was standing right in front of them, watching their frightened expressions and smirking. "It seems they really can't see me. With this, things will be much easier," Jovan thought, grabbing a boning knife from the stove and hiding it under the cloak before boldly walking towards the two mercenaries. A gentle breeze blew, and Jovan arrived behind one of the black mercenaries. Raising the boning knife, he stabbed it into the black mercenary's back with great force. "Hamilton, I have to say, the women in this country are incredibly flavorful. I love their sobbing, which always stirs my desires." While walking side by side, Gregory continued rambling, completely oblivious that Hamilton had stopped beside him. "Praise the Lord, it's unbelievable. Hamilton, I think I found two perfect specimens. They are absolutely the most beautiful women I've seen since coming to this country. I swear they're even prettier than the farmer's daughter next door." Seeing Adeline and Ryan huddled in the corner, Gregory's breathing grew heavy, his eyes filled with intense desire. He wasn't sure he could control himself around so many people. However, his missing teammate finally drew his attention. Gregory turned back to find Hamilton had vanished. Shocked, Gregory looked back sharply and saw Hamilton lying on the ground, a large pool of blood beneath him. How could this happen? Who could silently take out Hamilton? Is it an Eastern ghost? Gregory felt his hair stand on end. He quickly ran towards the door to report this eerie situation to their leader. But Gregory didn't run far. A stabbing pain surged from his back, although he had no idea how the enemy got behind him, dealing a fatal blow. Still, Gregory knew he was dead. "Boss, watch out." Just as Gregory was about to close his eyes, he managed to shout these words. The pain struck again, and then everything went dark. Jovan's hand trembled slightly under the invisibility cloak. He regretted not ending the mercenary's life with the first strike, allowing him to make a sound. However, the second strike was accurate, making up for his mistake. But Gregory's cry had already attracted the three mercenaries at the door. Led by Ansel, they quickly came to where Gregory and Hamilton lay dead. The alarming thing was that both Gregory and Hamilton had been attacked from behind without realizing it. While neither Gregory nor Hamilton were particularly liked in the team, their strength was undeniable. To approach them unnoticed and kill them with a single swift strike required formidable power. "Now we'll stick together to prevent being picked off one by one. Since the killer hasn't shown himself, it means he can't overpower us directly. We'll wait for him to appear and then focus our fire on him." Ansel gave orders, instinctively touching his submachine gun, as if it provided him immense reassurance. Meanwhile, Jovan had already circled behind Joan. Chapter 2:14. Only 3 left. Under the invisibility cloak, seeing the 3 people huddled together, back-to-back facing in 3 directions, Jovan became less anxious. When he used his bone-stripping knife, it would momentarily pop out of the cloak's range, revealing a gleaming blade tip. If he killed one person opposite him, bullets would rain down on his position. Given that these mercenaries were not easy targets and were already skittish, Jovan had no intention of testing the power of micro SMG bullets with his flesh and bones. He preferred to approach quietly and avoid drawing gunfire. Since he was hidden while the enemy was exposed, and they could not maintain this formation indefinitely, as soon as anyone separated, Jovan would use his bone-stripping knife to strike at the lone individual's back. "Conan, restore all the power that we cut earlier. In this situation, we cannot fully utilize our weapon advantages." Observing the dimly lit room, Ansel made what seemed like a sound decision under the circumstances. Conan was a hefty but agile fat man, whose deadly skill involved crushing enemies like a python, using his strength to strangle them until their bones cracked. "Sure, boss." Conan nodded and started raising the circuit breaker that he had tripped earlier. Snap! The room instantly lit up, revealing everyone hiding under tables or in corners. "Heh, boss, do you think the attacker could be among these people?" Alondra observed the layout of the room and noted there were no exits besides the door. "It's very possible." Ansel agreed, then pointed his gun at an elderly couple tightly embracing. Bam! Bam! 2 shots caused renewed panic in the room, everyone instinctively glancing at Gideon. Seeing his point made, Gideon holstered his gun and commanded, "Now, everyone hands behind your head, stay in the center." Everyone complied without hesitation after witnessing what happened to the elderly couple, squatting in the middle of the room with hands on their heads. Meanwhile, Jovan had left the room, remembering the Brandon dragging a B-list actress by her hair somewhere. Judging by the young man's urgency, he probably hadn't gone far. The room situation was relatively stable. He decided to tackle the youth first before things got complicated once they regrouped. Listening for the cries coming from a nearby room, Jovan realized nobody would come to her rescue except for him. True enough, the spectacled youth was impatient. Following the sounds, Jovan found the door only half closed and slipped inside easily. This was a small lounge-like area complete with a miniature swimming pool and a circular waterbed, with translucent glass ceilings allowing soft lighting in. The B-list actress lay tied at the extremities to the bedposts in a crucifix pose. Her cheapao was torn, exposing inappropriate areas while maintaining some modesty. For some sick satisfaction, the youth had not removed her dress completely but had savaged it, leaving much to the imagination. He was enjoying the moment rather than any physical action. Unbeknownst to others, the Ezra lacked a certain ability. During a mission, he sustained damage to his reproductive organ from a bullet, and despite surgery, he could never regain normal function. This led to his twisted behavior. With his tongue slathering over the actress, especially focusing on sensitive areas, she trembled uncontrollably, approaching a state of ecstasy. Yovan realized her cries came from pleasure rather than distress. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared behind the glasses. Unbeknownst to Yovan, the youth wielded a sharp Nepalese army knife. Intimately caressing the knife, the youth moved, aiming at the actress's breasts before cutting into them. He experienced an indescribable satisfaction each time. Just as he prepared to cut deeper, a guttural noise behind him indicated a rib bone-stripping knife piercing through his back, emerging from his chest. Yovan struck hard, finishing off the youth swiftly. Reflecting on his bizarre behavior, Yovan could only conclude that people from this island nation indeed had a twisted nature, as evidenced by various peculiar practices. The youth collapsed unconscious, dying amidst his perverse gratification. Time was of the essence for Yovan, who might have otherwise inflicted additional wounds. Looking at the tied-up actress still moaning in ecstasy, Yovan spat on the ground. He had no personal biases against her profession, but knew the film industry wasn't far removed from the chaotic world of mercenaries. Only 3 left. Yovan thought, walking out. Chapter 2:15. Backfiring. A gentle breeze wafted by, and Yovan walked past the 3 mercenaries who were on high alert without attracting any attention. It had to be said, this feeling was simply marvelous. When he bought the invisibility cloak, it cost him 1,000 immortal coins, turning his 4-digit piggy bank into a 3-digit one, which made Yovan quite heartbroken. But it had to be admitted, you get what you pay for. With this godly invisibility cloak, many things that were once impossible became possible, like peeking at the women's bathhouse. Cough cough, Jovan's old face flushed slightly. As a man with principles, he would definitely not do such things. Lost in his wandering thoughts, the 3 mercenaries finally began to relax. The previously flawless formation of them standing back to back began to show some cracks. Of course, Yovan now held an inherent advantage. He also feared that after killing one mercenary, the other 2 might become desperate and start shooting wildly at everyone present. He didn't care about the others, but Adeline and Ryan were still among the crowd. If they were hit by stray bullets, he would be riddled with guilt. Therefore, Yovan was not in a hurry. He strolled leisurely in front of the 3 mercenaries, waiting for the right opportunity. Seeing the well-endowed red-haired female mercenary, a mischievous idea flashed across Jovan's mind. He reached out under the invisibility cloak and pinched her buttocks hard. Who is it? Buck, was it you who just touched my butt? Feeling the sensation, Suellen turned around, glaring fiercely at Buck. What are you talking about, Suellen? Do you think I'm some lecherous animal like Brocap or Wolf? And don't you know my preferences? Facing Suellen's fierce gaze, Buck stood firm, meeting her eyes. While others might fear Suellen's temper, he did not. He vowed that if she kept looking at him like that, he would snap her neck. Right, Buck likes men. Could it have been Incel? Suellen had not fully realized it initially, mainly because the pinch was too strong. Her butt now felt painfully sore, likely swollen. Except for Buck, there wasn't anyone else with such strength. That's why she suspected him instinctively. But since Buck disliked women, could it be Incel? Suellen looked doubtfully at Incel and shook her head. She knew Incel well. While his orientation was normal, he would never act like that. What happened? Suellen? At this moment, Incel, hearing their quarrel, turned back and asked worriedly. Nothing. Maybe I was just hallucinating from being too tense. Suellen managed a stiff smile. Behind her were Gideon and Buck, so she couldn't believe anyone could touch her without them knowing. However, the lingering pain reminded her that it wasn't a hallucination. It's good then. Our enemy might be skilled in stealth, but not very strong, so we must stay together. After listening to Suellen, Incel deduced slowly, but suddenly, his expression changed. Where's Alaire? It's been 10 minutes, why hasn't he returned? The Alaire Incel mentioned was naturally the young Japanese guy, who was already dead at this point, unable to return. Should I go look for him? Buck's face darkened. They, as mercenaries, worked for money. If Alaire hadn't returned, something terrible must have happened. No need, we're down to 3. Stay together no matter what. Incel shook his head. He thought similarly to Buck. At this point, Alaire was probably dead. Just then, the small movements of Changda Corporation's president caught the mercenaries' attention. The president was bowing his head, fiddling with his phone, trying to send information outside. His phone was specially modified, with a satellite dedicated to his number, allowing him to send messages despite signal interference. What are you doing, old man? Buck walked up like a mountain and punched the Changda president to the ground, knocking out several teeth. He snatched the phone and quickly handed it to Incel. Due to the speed of events and the cover of the 2 men behind Buck, Yovan found no good chance to make his move. Incel understood Chinese, so when he saw the recipient of the message was the police chief, he angrily cursed and pointed his submachine gun at the Changda president. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I have money, I'm sorry, I won't dare anymore. Facing the submachine gun and Incel's menacing appearance, the once cold and serious Changda president lost composure, begging for mercy. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Despite his wealth and social status, in the face of life and death, he was merely trying to cling onto his last breaths. Watching the Changda president, Yovan shook his head. Not only would he not help, even if he intervened, it wouldn't save this reckless person. Leaving personal grudges aside, with himself hidden in the shadows, this situation could be easily resolved, with those 3 mercenaries ending up dead. But now that the police were alerted, things would get more complicated once they arrived. The previously calm mercenaries would become anxious, seeking maximum gain in the shortest time. During this process, they wouldn't remain as gentle as before, significantly increasing the hostage fatality rate. As Yovan silently cursed, sudden gunshots rang out. Chapter 2:16. beaten to death. The gunshot echoed, and the chairman of Changda Corporation, an enterprise boasting assets worth several billion and a tycoon who topped the wealth charts in Qinghai City, fell with a heart full of unwillingness and regret. After staying too long in a peaceful world, he had never imagined that mercenaries could be so vicious. He also hadn't anticipated how his insatiable desire to take his company public and become one of the world's wealthiest would lead him step by step toward his own demise. The chairman of Changda Corporation was full of resentment. He still harbored so many grand ambitions. Men like these mercenaries should all be dead once an arrest warrant was issued after he got out. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. But now, just a few bullets ended his life so easily. Watching the fallen Changda chairman, Yovan found it hard to believe that his top enemy had been killed by the mercenaries he hired. Zhuanf is unpredictable, but as the old saying goes, self-inflicted disasters cannot be lived down. After killing the chairman of Changda Corporation, the three mercenaries pulled out a loudspeaker from somewhere. They demanded that the dozens of hostages present contact their families immediately. Each person needed to prepare $5 million for their freedom. Because time was short, the mercenaries set a half-hour deadline. If the ransom wasn't collected within this period, the only outcome would be death. Due to the chairman reporting the police earlier, the mercenaries violated the code of conduct and knew their overseas accounts would be sealed and monitored quickly. Hence, the $5 million had to be in cash. Thinking about this made even Incel, known for his composure, somewhat angry. He shot several bullets at the deceased Changda chairman's body. Most people present were wealthy and began rapidly contacting their families to save themselves. This incident then started gaining widespread media coverage. Their movements having been exposed, the mercenary team turned off the jamming devices around the villa, allowing the hostages to make phone calls. Yovan stood beside the three mercenaries, cursing the Changda chairman inwardly as the situation turned chaotic among the hostages. His plan was disrupted, and the mercenaries weren't as kind as he'd hoped. Because of his proximity, Yovan overheard the true intentions of the mercenaries. They would kill all the hostages after collecting enough money. The ransom was merely a ruse to reassure the incoming police, showing they sought financial gain, thus giving the police a sense of predictability which would facilitate their escape. At that moment, the sound of helicopters and familiar sirens of police cars began to surround the villa. As soon as the rescue calls went out, shockwaves akin to a 10-level earthquake spread through Qinghai City's upper echelons. All the people here were either tycoons or influential officials or their relatives. The police station phones were ringing non-stop, and many directly called the commissioner's internal line. This event was far beyond what a municipal police commissioner could handle, so while the current arrivals were police, special forces, and bomb squad personnel from the provincial capital were expected soon. Hearing the sounds outside, a hint of panic flickered on the face of Incel, the Caucasian leader. They had relied heavily on technical support from the Ezra in previous operations. But now, the status of that youth was unknown. Half of Alpha Team was lost, and there was a hidden killer lurking inside the room, eyeing them like prey. Faced with both internal strife and external threats, Incel doubted if coming to this mysterious land was a wise choice. Soon, the fastest-acting police force in history used infrared positioning to find this house. Police cars drove in one by one, swiftly surrounding the building. Those inside, surrender and lay down your arms. An iconic phrase, regardless of the years. The speaker was the head of a local division, whose station was closest to the villa, hence they arrived first. Behind them, the municipal bureau, provincial bureau, and special forces would soon take over the operation. While this case stunned the entire province and possibly the nation, it also presented a significant opportunity. If he could persuade the captors to surrender, it would be a monumental achievement, boosting his career significantly. Driven by this potential, the local police chief held a loudspeaker shouting instructions. Incel, what is that man outside saying? Through the windows, Joan looked puzzledly at Gideon. Her Chinese was passable, but not perfect. Haha, the man outside told us to throw down our weapons and come out with our hands up, Gideon smiled and translated for her. K him. Hearing Gideon's words, Joan cursed, then drew her pistol and shot accurately at the loudspeaker outside. Oh my god. Watching the sparks fly as a bullet struck the loudspeaker, the police chief, who'd attempted to persuade, hastily threw it away and hid behind a patrol car. To those outside, get us a fully fueled helicopter. Gideon glanced at the time and continued shouting into the loudspeaker. I give you 10 minutes. If we don't have that helicopter within 20 minutes, we will kill a hostage every 30 seconds starting now. Time starts now. The negotiation expert. Get the negotiation expert to talk to him and buy more time. The nearly frightened to death police chief wiped sweat from his forehead, still shaky. Chapter 217. Heartless Parents. Report, Frederick, the negotiation expert is on the way. We just talked with him over the phone. He will arrive with the city police convoy in 5 minutes. Upon hearing their chief's words, a gem hurriedly stepped forward to explain in a low voice. Good. Once the city police arrive, hand this mess over to them. We'll assist to ensure the rescue mission goes smoothly. The chief nodded quickly after hearing the gem's report. These kidnappers were exceptionally dangerous. He no longer sought glory, only hoping to extricate himself and maintain prudence for safety. Of course, the show of effort was necessary. The chief signaled the gem to use a loudspeaker for persuasion. Despite the earlier destroyed loudspeaker still smoking, under the fierce gaze of the chief, the gem steeled himself and began using a new one, incessantly persuading the kidnappers. Heart ya sister. It seems like the police are here to save us. Listening to the external broadcast, the previously frightened people inside gradually calmed down. Christine whispered into Adeline's ear. Note, Heart ya is changed to Heart ya for better readability in English, assuming Heart ya is a name or nickname. But where has that big villain Yovan gone? This room isn't that big. Where could he hide? Adeline sighed after hearing Christine's question. However, being much older, she merely smiled, stroking Christine's head gently, then said softly, Don't worry. Yovan will be fine. He's probably waiting for an opportunity to rescue us. By the time he saves us, will probably be history. Christine mumbled and fell silent. At this moment, the police from the city had already arrived at the villa, taking full control from the local police. A negotiation expert also came along, immediately starting discussions with the mercenaries using the loudspeaker. Alright, Aviv, we're handling it here now. Tell me about the previous negotiation in detail. The Tom patted the Wesley on the shoulder and, without unnecessary pleasantries, got straight to business. The kidnappers demanded a fully fueled helicopter within 20 minutes, or they would harm the hostages. The Wesley bypassed mentioning the destroyed loudspeaker and directly stated the critical points. The city chief indeed showed more decisiveness. After listening, he frowned deeply, then started giving orders to his assistant. Old boss, what are you doing? Seeing the actions of the city chief, the Wesley asked, puzzled. Though they aimed to secure hostage safety in such situations, completely fulfilling the kidnappers' demands was rare. Generally, negotiations were used until the snipers were ready. The most important thing now is the hostages' safety. We should meet all the kidnappers' demands as much as possible. If they want money, give them money. If they want anything else, provide it. Also, do you know who these hostages inside are? Seeming to notice the confusion in the Wesley's eyes, the city chief mentioned a few names in his ear, making the Wesley's expression turn grim. If something happened to those individuals inside, he might not escape responsibility either, and the entire Qinghai city situation could face unprecedented unrest. Within less than 5 minutes, a fully fueled helicopter landed outside the house. People inside, the helicopter you requested has arrived. Now, release the hostages according to the terms. Along with the helicopter came some relatives with money to rescue the hostages. They weren't lacking funds and quickly prepared millions in dollars after receiving calls. Very good. I hope you can keep your word next. $5 million per hostage. Let's exchange. Ansel stood at the door, beginning conversations with the money-laden relatives. Soon, a little girl named Annie was traded for $5 million, sobbing and hugging her mother, before being escorted by policemen to a safe location. Gradually, more hostages were exchanged, and Adeline and her grandfather Montague began moving with the flow of people. Aaron, did you call my parents? Looking at Montague approaching slowly, Adeline asked in a small voice. No, they won't come. Montague shook his head. He knew his son and daughter-in-law too well. Forget spending $5 million to redeem him. They likely hoped he'd be killed by the kidnappers so that all his wealth would fall into their unworthy hands. As for Adeline, since birth, they never treated her properly, a selfish couple. Sometimes, Montague even thought he should have strangled that ungrateful child when he was small. Hearing Darren Montague's words, Adeline laughed sadly. She still harbored some hope for her parents. Even tigers don't eat their own cubs, and $5 million wasn't much to them in this situation. But Darren Montague's words shattered her last bit of hope. At this point, the intervals between appearances of the hostages' relatives became increasingly long until, finally, no family members came at all. Inside the house, aside from reporters, only Adeline, Montague, and Christine remained. Of course, Yovan was still inside, but unseen by anyone. At that moment, the three mercenaries gazed at the mountain of US dollars with gleaming eyes. Boss, it looks like no one else will come. What do we do with the remaining hostages? Joan kissed the colorful bills, then looked up and asked. Just kill them all. Stay far, and shoot them down directly. Oh, leave one hostage for use during our escape. Make her come up with us in the helicopter. After listening to Joan, Ansel scanned around, pointing to Christine who looked weak and young. Just her. Joan, bring her out carefully. Remember, the hidden person might be among them. Nodding at Ansel's words, Joan cautiously approached Christine. Chapter 218. Only 2 left. Watching the female mercenary walk toward Ryan, Yovan, who had been waiting for an opportunity, could no longer hold back. With Joan's departure, the previously flawless trio now presented a large gap. However, Yovan felt that once he made his move, it had to be lethal, offering no chance of retaliation to the remaining 2 mercenaries. Indeed, Jovan's target was these 2 remaining mercenaries. To this end, he stealthily retrieved another boning knife from another stove. Now, both his left and right hands concealed a boning knife each. He would soon need to simultaneously and precisely drive these knives into the bodies of the 2 male mercenaries. Hey, let go of me, you stinky woman. Over there, Ryan had already been grabbed by Joan and was struggling continuously. Heh, what a fiery little oriental girl. Once we're on the helicopter, I want to be the first to enjoy this eastern beauty. Eyeing Ryan's curvy figure, Buck licked his lips and said with an evil gleam in his eyes. But aren't you only interested in men? Seeing Buck like this, Ansel asked curiously. Occasionally, I can't indulge in the taste of women. You know, unless something truly interesting happens, I usually stick to men. Buck looked at Ryan, whose short hair made her appear almost mannish, but those large, jiggling assets were tempting him to carefully toy with her on the plane, lest he accidentally killed the girl with too much force. This is a disgusting bisexual, but make sure you leave the back of that girl for me. Ansel glanced disdainfully at Buck before revealing his true preferences. Haha, boss, after all these years, you're still interested in that place full of shit. Hearing Ansel, Buck laughed heartily, feeling as if he finally found kindred spirits. No, watch your words. I'm only interested in that part on women. Also, if you rub your ass against me again, I swear I'll shove my gun up your ass and blow it apart. Ansel clenched his teeth as he smelled the overpowering body odor emanating from Buck. Meanwhile, Yovan was also trying hard to suppress his nausea while meticulously choosing where to stab the knives. Since Buck kept laughing and moving around, and their bodies were so massive, Yovan had to accurately find the position of their hearts for a one-hit kill. At this point, Joan had already subdued Ryan. Given that they were about to leave with a large sum of US dollars, Joan was in a fairly good mood despite Ryan's struggles. Seeing the female mercenary about to return, Yovan knew the moment was fleeting. Without further ado, he thrust the 2 boning knives forward, deeply piercing the hearts of the 2 mercenaries in front of him. With a grim expression, Yovan was about to twist the knives when an intense sense of danger flashed through his mind. Yovan didn't have time to think much. He rolled sideways to avoid the impending danger. Bang bang bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted, covering the area where Yovan had been standing. The mercenary pierced through the heart with one knife. The one looking like a captain fell unwillingly, but the other fat mercenary turned around in a roar, wielding a submachine gun. That fierce firepower had come from his hand. From his hiding spot, Yovan shuddered as he looked at the dense cluster of bullet holes where he had stood. Had he stayed there, he would surely have been riddled like a sieve. But that fat man was incredibly vicious. Even with Jovan's boning knife still lodged in his back, he seemed enraged and was spraying bullets wildly. Fuck, are you crazy, Buck? You nearly hit me. Stop. Joan's angry voice echoed. Buck's wild shots had almost killed her. Hearing Joan, Buck stopped firing. The constant pain in his back reminded him that if not for his misaligned heart, he'd be dead like Incel. What happened? Why is Incel lying on the ground? Oh my god, why isn't Incel breathing? Joan, seeing Buck stop, dragged Ryan over to check Gideon's breathing, hardly believing her own words. If judged purely by strength as a former Navy SEAL, Incel was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Even the bulliest Buck wouldn't last 3 minutes in a life-or-death battle with him. Yet, in that brief moment, Incel had been killed by an unseen enemy. Joan began to understand Buck's madness. Uncertainty drives people to extremes. Regardless, Alpha Team had suffered severe casualties and the mission had failed. Even if they reformed, without Incel, Alpha Team would become one of the weakest mercenary groups. The enemy seems like ninjas from the island nation, but we've never had direct conflict with ninjas. Buck looked at Joan, his tone heavy. Let's get out of here. Take the hostage and the money. This place is too dangerous. Hearing Buck's words, Joan, thoroughly scared, led Ryan towards the helicopter outside. Behind her, Buck carried several bags of money, quickly following. His huge frame bore minimal damage from the boning knife, except that if his heart hadn't been misaligned, he'd be dead by now. The police, watching the 2 mercenaries emerge with a hostage, were puzzled yet dared not act. Since 3 mercenaries were inside and only 2 came out, the other 2 must still be inside. They didn't dare move rashly. Hashtag chapter 219. Save the wrong person? Sniper Carlos in position, awaiting orders. Sniper Blue Juanked in position, awaiting orders. At this moment, on a high tower to the southeast of the building, 2 Special Forces soldiers lay prone with their sniper rifles. In their scopes, Joan and Thunran's heads were moving restlessly. Note: for better readability, it would be preferable if Thunran is translated to its English equivalent or a name that fits within the context of the story. Could you provide more details on this character's name in English? Improved version. At this moment, on a high tower to the southeast of the building, 2 Special Forces soldiers lay prone with their sniper rifles. In their scopes, Joan and Viper's heads were moving restlessly. Listening to the voices in his earpiece, the city police Frederick watched the mercenaries still inside the house inside. Let's wait and see. He wanted to eliminate these 2 robbers, but the situation inside was unclear, and there were hostages, so he could only watch as they continuously moved between the house and the helicopter, loading large sums of cash onto the chopper. Soon, all the money from the house had been transferred to the helicopter by Joan and Sun-Ra. Since Eileen was still in Joan's control, Yovan continued to wait. However, he did retrieve another filleting knife from the kitchen and followed Thunran from behind. Note: Thunran is a name and should remain unchanged unless specified otherwise. If you have the English names for these characters, please provide them for consistency. This injured mercenary had made it onto Joven's kill list. Bear, can you operate a helicopter? Joan hit Eileen near the helicopter entrance and asked Bear. Note: I've changed Thunran to Bear in the translation to maintain consistency with what seems to be a character name, ensuring it reads naturally in English. Fighting and killing are my strong points, but I've never operated a helicopter before. But if you don't mind, I can give it a try, Buck said, struggling as he pulled out the filleting knife from his back. Seeing Sunran's bulky figure, Joan shook her head. Among the mercenaries, Ansel had been the most versatile, but he had already been killed. Thankfully, Joan had learned some basics about piloting an aircraft and could Manchang make the helicopter airborne. Note: Thunran is a character name and should not be changed or omitted. Manchang Nungo Bajrsungji Fei Chilai is translated to could barely manage to get the helicopter off the ground, or more succinctly could Manchang make the helicopter airborne. Rumble. Goodbye, and make sure your helicopters don't follow us, or I can't guarantee what might happen to the hostage. Joan shouted into a megaphone as she started flying the helicopter. Frederick, should we just let them go? There's still a hostage on the plane. One of the assistants, watching the helicopter depart, asked anxiously. What else can we do? The city police Frederick's eyes burned with anger. These bandits were incredibly cunning, but the fuel in that helicopter was mostly waste fuel, which meant they couldn't fly far. They would have to stop eventually. With this thought, the Frederick's mood improved slightly. As the rotor blades whirled, Joan's helicopter lifted off. Yovan, hidden beside Eileen, went unnoticed. Bear had managed to pull the filleting knife from his back end, having no bandages to stop the bleeding, cauterized the wound with a lighter until the smell of seared flesh filled the air before putting it away. Sweat pouring down his face, he muttered incomprehensibly, then saw Eileen tied to the helicopter door. Joan, what do we do with the hostage? Bear scratched his bald head, eyeing Eileen maliciously. Yovan couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Just after pulling out the knife and burning the wound, this guy was already thinking about something else. Are foreigners really this tough? Though Yovan usually didn't get along with Eileen, seeing her panic was amusing. Of course, if Bear really intended to act, Yovan wouldn't stand by idly. If Eileen knew Yovan was nearby, laughing at her plight, she would surely attack him. That woman is useless now. Toss her overboard after you're done. Joan, operating the helicopter, said coldly without turning her head. Hee hee, no problem. Oh, do you mind if I do it right in front of you? Or would you like to join in? Bear's thoughts were consumed by lust as he realized Joan's physique and appearance weren't bad either. If you want to die in a crash, be my guest. Joan replied icily. This brute had nothing but raw strength. Hee, forgot about that. Bear chuckled awkwardly and walked toward Eileen. Seeing Bear approach with a twisted smile, Eileen finally broke down, bursting into tears. No, stay away, bad guy. Stay away. She struggled against her restraints, almost at her breaking point. Yovan couldn't remain idle. Eileen was not only a maiden, but also Adeline's close friend. If she were violated by this fat mercenary, the consequences could be severe, and Yovan would feel guilty. Noticing the fat mercenary's position near the helicopter's door, Yovan raised his foot. With one swift kick, a flying wild goose kick, the fat mercenary, who was leaning forward, was sent tumbling backward with a scream. The helicopter hadn't flown far yet, still within the resort area but already hundreds of meters above the ground. A fall from this height would shatter even the toughest body. Smack! Police Anwars below, looking up, saw something fall from the sky and quickly scattered, their hearts sinking. Did the robbers drop the hostage already? Fortunately, rescue equipment had been prepared and placed where the dark figure fell. Bang! The fat mercenary slammed into the rescue net, bounced several meters, and continued falling. When the police realized it was a robber who fell, they paused. Had they saved the wrong person? Hashtag chapter 220. Just take off your jacket. Even though there was a soft cushion to catch the fat mercenary when he fell, the sheer height from which he dropped caused him to lose consciousness and enter a critical condition. Quickly, send this robber to the hospital. The city police Frederick, seeing the fallen mercenary, quickly directed the ambulance to lift the injured man and transport him to the hospital. The chief had been worried about how to report this situation to his superiors, but now that they had the culprit, it would be easier to close this case with a satisfactory conclusion. As for the hostage on the helicopter, the chief lifted his gaze to the nearly vanished helicopter, silently hoping for their safety, before turning to brief the provincial authorities who had arrived. Inside the helicopter, an eerie silence had settled over the atmosphere. Joan had already set the helicopter on autopilot and turned her head, looking at the empty interior. Her heart sank as her legs began to tremble slightly. She hadn't known what happened while she was controlling the helicopter, but she clearly heard Abdullah's scream. With his skills, it was impossible for him to fall accidentally. Thus, there could only be one reason why Abdullah fell from the helicopter. He was pushed. However, inside the helicopter, only Ryan remained tied to the door. Joan had personally secured her with ropes and knots that made it impossible for the hostage to free her hands or feet and kick Abdullah down. Could we have encountered ghosts or evil spirits? Reflecting on the strange events of this mission, the sudden deaths of Gregory and Fabio, the best skilled leader Gideon being killed, and now Abdullah being kicked off the helicopter. Everything felt overwhelmingly bizarre. Joan was certain that no one could kill people right under their noses without being noticed. So, it could only mean that this was not done by a human. Only evil spirits or devils could have caused this. At this thought, Joan felt as if she were frozen in an icy tomb. The entire helicopter seemed to grow more sinister, and beside her, she imagined an unseen spirit ready to kill her. Don't move, drop your gun. A voice suddenly emerged from nowhere, startling Joan. Simultaneously, a sharp skinning knife appeared out of thin air and pressed against her neck. Facing such supernatural phenomena, recalling the grisly deaths of Alpha team members, Joan lost all courage to resist and immediately dropped the gun she held. Seeing the red-haired female mercenary obediently throw down her weapon, Yovan, who had intended to kill her outright, paused, then continued speaking. Very good, very obedient. Now, take off your clothes. Jovan's request wasn't driven by lewd intentions, but rather a fear that the mercenary might be hiding weapons like grenades within her clothes. If she went mad and detonated a grenade to take everyone down with her, it could destroy the helicopter. At several thousand meters above the ground, even if Yovan survived the grenade blast, he would certainly die upon impact with the ground. Upon hearing Jovan's words, Joan hesitated, recognizing it as a male voice. The command to undress led her to wonder if this was a lustful demon. Despite her doubts, she began to remove her jacket. No one wanted to die. Joan was in her prime, still inexperienced with men, and couldn't bear to meet a quiet death. Seeing Joan compliantly undressing, Yovan nodded and picked up the submachine gun from the ground, involuntarily weighing it in his hand. He quite liked this gun, and if he had it earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so much effort dealing with the small-time robbers. When Yovan lifted the submachine gun without covering it with his invisibility cloak, it appeared suspended mid-air to Ryan, flipping around as if someone was playing with it. But there was nothing visible, and the unnatural sight terrified her. Ghosts. Despite her usual bravery, the bright sky and sunlight couldn't dispel her chill. She cried out involuntarily. Watching Ryan's panic, Yovan felt a mischievous urge. Since the female mercenary was thoroughly scared and disarmed, she posed no threat. He placed the submachine gun back under his cloak, moved unnoticed to Ryan's ear, and whispered in a fearful, ominous tone, "Guess who I am? F*****off. Is that you, Yovan? Don't think I can't recognize your voice. Stop trying to scare me with ghost stories." Yovan froze, surprised that Ryan recognized his voice even in this altered tone. Seeing that his trick didn't work, he sighed, removed his cloak, and appeared from thin air. Ryan, still cursing Yovan moments ago, was momentarily stunned by his sudden appearance. "Yovan, are you doing magic tricks?" Yovan ignored her and turned towards the female mercenary. Upon turning, he saw something that left him speechless for a moment. "I told you to take off your jacket, not everything," he said with a mix of laughter and frustration. Chapter 221. The cunningly tied rope. Of course, he might as well take a quick peek at Joan, whose body was completely exposed to the air. Following the adage that a fool never takes an opportunity, Yovan sneaked a glance, or perhaps it was several glances. At the sudden appearance of Yovan in midair, Joan was somewhat surprised but not as shocked as one might expect. To prevent herself from breaking down emotionally, she had resorted to self-hypnosis. In her eyes, Yovan was now a manifestation of the devil. However, she didn't have the energy to ponder why this devil had the appearance of a yellow-skinned human. She simply submitted to the irresistible force before her. Hearing Jovan's words, Joan shook her head with confusion. She could understand simple Chinese, but longer sentences like the one Yovan just said were beyond her immediate grasp. Ryan Eileen, after hearing Yovan, then looked at the bewildered female mercenary and kindly translated Jovan's words into English for her. Hearing Ryan Eileen's translation, Joan nodded in understanding and quickly dressed herself. For some reason, when Joan put on her clothes, Yovan felt another nosebleed coming on. She wore only some simple undergarments, revealing large areas of her wheat-colored skin. More importantly, her figure was better than Ryan Eileen's, exuding a fiery and wild allure that stirred a sense of conquest in him. However, Yovan only cast a few glances and lost interest. He wasn't fond of such foreign women with their rough pores. Compared to Joan, he preferred Adeline's smooth, fair skin. Come to think of it, Ryan Eileen wasn't bad either. At this thought, Ryan Eileen's faint voice reached his ears. Yovan, can you help untie the ropes on me? Turning back, Yovan noticed what he hadn't paid much attention to earlier. Indeed, Joan was a master in the art of tying ropes. With Ryan Eileen's naturally curvaceous figure now bound by rope, some parts seemed to bulge out from the tightness. Coupled with her still somewhat youthful face, this contrast made for quite a feast for the eyes. Thinking this, Yovan moved to Ryan Eileen's side, squatted down, and began cutting the nylon ropes around her with a bone-handled knife. However, the quality of the ropes was astonishingly good, making it challenging for Yovan to cut through them. What made him even more uncomfortable was how tightly the ropes were tied around Ryan Eileen, causing his knife to occasionally brush against her soft, sensitive areas. Can you become invisible, Yovan? Asked Ryan Eileen, her face slightly flushed, as she tried to hide her embarrassment by initiating conversation. This question had been her biggest doubt all along. If Yovan could indeed turn invisible, everything made sense. From rescuing her from that black mercenary moments ago to saving her from the fat mercenary on the plane. Ryan Eileen knew Yovan had saved her twice now. Regardless of her usual irritable temper, she softened her tone towards her savior. Listening to her gentle tone, Yovan, who had initially planned to deny it, nodded and showed her the semi-transparent invisibility cloak. It's a high-tech product using light refraction. It's not exactly invisibility, just a little trick. Yovan avoided mentioning the Immortal Realm Taobao store and instead offered a scientific explanation that Ryan Eileen could accept. Mentioning an item bought from the Immortal Realm wouldn't be believable, but attributing it to advanced technology might work. Is the technology really that advanced now? Ryan Eileen gazed at the cloak in Jovan's hand, her eyes wide with amazement. She seemed to have completely ignored Jovan's hand, which was now fully inside her top, trying to cut the embedded ropes. Feeling the sensations transmitted through his hand, Yovan was taken aback. He had to admit his previous assessment of Ryan Eileen was completely off. Ryan Eileen turned out to be much more generously endowed than her outward appearance suggested. Yovan estimated she was at least a D-cup. How Ryan Eileen managed to grow so much while Adeline remained her benchmark unit for size left him puzzled. If Adeline ever found out Yovan used her as a standard measuring unit, she'd surely fight him tooth and nail. Technology has always been this advanced. Yovan continued cutting the ropes while feeding Ryan Eileen the narrative. Think about it. We already have stealth aircraft. An invisibility cloak is nothing compared to that, right? Oh. Stealth planes use materials that absorb radar waves. But what material do you use for your light reflective cloak? Ryan Eileen asked, though she wasn't entirely eager to know. Sensing Jovan's warm hands constantly moving over her body, she felt tingles mixed with a slight itch, a sensation that wasn't unpleasant but rather subtly anticipated. If she didn't speak up, Ryan Eileen feared she might involuntarily moan under these sensations. Even with the helicopter's rotor blades drowning out most sounds, Yovan would still hear her given their proximity. By this time, Yovan had cut all the ropes binding Ryan Eileen's upper body. It was fortunate he was adept. Anyone else might struggle with the resilient ropes, especially since they were deeply embedded in her flesh. Care had to be taken to avoid hurting her, while simultaneously exerting enough force to cut through. Yovan glanced back at the female mercenary. Thanks to Ryan Eileen's translation, he knew her name was Joan. She was currently facing away, piloting the helicopter. The ropes on Ryan Eileen's body were divided into upper and lower sections. Even though Yovan had cut the upper part, the lower section remained stubbornly binding her. Testing it, Yovan found it extremely tight and intricately tied, looping around sensitive areas before securing her legs. In summary, Jovan's interaction with Joan and Ryan Eileen involved both tension and subtle hints of attraction, set amidst the urgency of freeing Ryan Eileen from her bonds. Hashtag Chapter 222. Return to the valley. The only way to untie this type of knot was to cut it at its core. After scrutinizing for a while, Yovan finally located the center where all the ropes intertwined. However, when he found the right spot, his expression turned rather strange. Yovan, why does your face look so odd? Quickly untie me. I feel like I'm about to be strangled. Watching Yovan pause, feeling the numbness and tingling sensation from the ropes around her body mixed with the tickling sensations caused by Jovan's touches, Ryan didn't actually want him to untie her too quickly. Yet, what she said came out differently. Hearing Ryan's words, Jovan's expression became even stranger. He asked in an uncertain tone, "Are you sure you want me to untie you?" "Of course. What kind of man are you, wasting time like this?" After the initial panic, Ryan had regained her usual demeanor, mainly because subconsciously she felt very familiar with Yovan, leading her to speak casually with him. "Well, then let's do it." Seeing how the rope had perfectly passed through Ryan's sensitive areas and deeply indented into her skin, Yovan swallowed hard before extending his hand. 10 minutes later, Ryan's face had taken on an unusual red hue. She hadn't expected that the place where the rope constricted would be so close to her most private area. When Yovan untied the rope, he inevitably touched her there, even slipping his fingers inside. It couldn't be helped. Who knew how the nylon rope had sunk in so perfectly? Yovan had to put in considerable effort to pull the rope out. Done. Done already. Ryan lowered her head, unsure of how to look at Yovan. Though she had a fiery personality, her heart still harbored a sense of shyness since no one, especially not a man, had touched her in those years, except now Yovan had been the first. It's done. But since you've been tied up for too long, I suggest you wait a moment before standing up slowly. Yovan carried Ryan back into the helicopter and closed the door behind them. Meanwhile, Joan, who had been piloting the helicopter, furrowed her brow. She noticed something odd about the fuel gauge, wondering why the helicopter had consumed half its fuel just minutes after takeoff. No matter what, this level of fuel consumption was far too excessive. Noticing Joan's worried expression, Yovan asked Ryan to translate and inquire what happened. What? We're out of fuel? Yovan exclaimed upon hearing the translation. Initially, Yovan thought they should turn back immediately. The life and death of the red-haired mercenary woman had nothing to do with him. Today's events made him realize he wasn't an ordinary farmer anymore, but the constant violence wasn't what he enjoyed. Compared to such a life, he preferred being a humble farmer. Especially now that his biggest competitor, Changda Corporation, was nearly finished, no one could threaten him anymore. If he could stay by his mother's side and be a simple farmer, it wouldn't be so bad. With this thought, Yovan ordered Joan to return immediately, flying as far as the remaining fuel allowed. Soon, as the helicopter's fuel neared depletion, Yovan saw a valley surrounded by mountains below. It looked like the same valley he had in Qingshan. Thinking this, Yovan hurriedly instructed Joan to land in that valley. Woo woo woo. The helicopter landed smoothly, crushing some vegetables Yovan had planted, causing him great distress. Wow, this place is beautiful, and look at all these huge vegetables. Recovered, Ryan rushed off the helicopter the moment it landed, marveling at the oversized vegetables growing in the valley. Yovan also stepped off the helicopter. Reflecting on everything he had experienced, despite going through what most people might never experience in their lifetimes, he had somehow ended up back in this valley. Perhaps this was fate. Some people were suited for business, others for scholarship. Yovan believed he was meant to be a quiet farmer. To him, being a farmer didn't just mean farming. It represented a longing and desire for a peaceful life. Compared to the scheming and violence of city life, Yovan preferred the pastoral idyll of sowing seeds in spring, eating chilled watermelon under a grape trellis in summer, strolling through golden fields in autumn, and cozying up in bed covered in snow during winter, watching snow-covered rivers and mountains from his window. Or perhaps row a small boat, warming a pot of wine, sitting alone at the prow fishing in the cold river, provided there was money. If he were truly living hand-to-mouth as a poor farmer like before, few would choose such a hard life. Even Yovan himself didn't want to relive that oppressive existence. But seeing the colorful stack of US dollars lying in the helicopter, even someone uninterested in money felt like a big pie had fallen from the sky directly onto his head. A rough estimate put the mountain-like stack of cash at around $100 million, which translated to several hundred million yuan. This was an unimaginable sum for the previous Yovan. Luckily, with his new life and the heavenly Taoist store, he didn't need to be obsessed with material wealth. Had this been the old Yovan, he would have lunged at the money immediately. However, having this much money would certainly help with collecting antiques, exchanging fairy coins, and starting a new agricultural products company. At this moment, Ryan was by the deep pool, while Joan remained in the helicopter, checking for any tracking devices. Shaking his head, Yovan walked toward a patch of watermelons, eager to eat one to quench his thirst. But at that moment, Ryan slipped and fell from the edge of the deep pool. Chapter 223. The Strange Fish Afraid of Eileen. Watching Kathleen fall from the edge of the deep pond, Jovan's heart tightened as he hurriedly ran over. Others might not know, but how could Yovan not be aware? This deep pond was home to strange fish that devoured metal and corroded bones. Though many had been caught by Yovan, quite a few still remained. He still remembered vividly how Chauncey had met his end. Due to the distance, when Yovan reached the edge of the pond, Kathleen was still floating up and down in the water. Around her, several strange fish had begun to surface. Normally, these strange fish stayed at the bottom of the pond, but they must have sensed Kathleen's scent. Having tasted human flesh before, they knew how delicious it was, so naturally, they were now eagerly reacting to this familiar scent. Finished. This time, I'm definitely done for. Looking at the increasing number of strange fish surrounding Kathleen, Yovan couldn't help but close his eyes with some reluctance. He knew the power of those fish mouths. Even if he jumped in now, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. However, after 5 minutes passed without hearing Kathleen's screams, Yovan opened his eyes out of curiosity and was momentarily stunned by what he saw. Kathleen was surrounded by a dense cluster of strange fish. Jovan's scalp tingled just looking at them. Yet, what puzzled him was that the fish weren't attacking. They only formed a tight circle around Kathleen, keeping a safe distance as though they feared something. Yovan, why are you still daydreaming? Hurry up and save me. Seeing the strange fish surrounding her, Kathleen could clearly see their menacing teeth glittering with cold light. Just because they hadn't attacked yet didn't mean they wouldn't later. If bitten, she would certainly not survive this ordeal. Upon hearing Kathleen's words, Yovan hurriedly found a bamboo pole. Fortunately, this valley was well stocked, and the bamboo poles meant for grape trellises came in handy. He extended the pole towards Kathleen, who had fallen into the pond. Kathleen had been unable to climb out earlier because the edge of the pond was too smooth. But now, with Jovan's bamboo pole, she grabbed hold of it and was quickly pulled out of the pond. As Yovan pulled her out, he noticed that the fish were actively avoiding Kathleen's movements, further confirming that there was something about her that intimidated them. Not long after Kathleen emerged from the pond, the leader of the strange fish finally appeared, as dramatically as before. Yovan had seen its ferocious appearance before, so he wasn't particularly startled. However, Kathleen, who had never seen it, was frightened nearly to the point of falling backward. A wave of fear washed over her, realizing how perilous the situation could have been. If Jovan hadn't pulled her out, she would have been in grave danger. While the smaller strange fish might fear whatever she carried, the massive fish leader would surely tear her apart. This marked the third time Jovan had saved her. Being a bold Sichuanese girl, Kathleen couldn't help but look at Jovan differently. Unaware of Kathleen's changed gaze, Jovan was more curious about what exactly Kathleen possessed that could make those fearless fish wary. Even things like watermelons and iron weights didn't faze these fish. What was it? The fish leader was worth 2,000 immortal coins, which Jovan had long coveted. He always held the strange fish's formidable bite in high regard. Even with his body strengthened by the second transformation golden core, facing those sharp teeth meant only a matter of being chewed up faster or slower. To deal with the fish leader, Jovan first needed to understand what the fish feared. With the stakes being 2,000 immortal coins. Kathleen, what do you have on you? Take it out and let me see. Jovan asked, noting it was midsummer, hot and scorching, so Kathleen's wet clothes would dry soon enough just by sitting under the sun. After hearing Jovan's words, Kathleen began emptying her pockets, biscuits, a mobile phone, a wallet, lipstick. Jovan marveled at how much she managed to fit into such limited space. Looking at the pile of items on the ground, Jovan wondered what exactly frightened the strange fish. Fortunately, the fish were still floating on the surface, seemingly waiting for more to drop in. Sitting by the pond, Jovan started tossing each item one by one into the water. A wooden comb was eaten. A leather wallet was eaten. A Givenchy lipstick was eaten. Eventually, all the items were thrown into the pond and consumed by the fish, proving once again their indiscriminate appetite. Left on the ground were a mobile phone and a small bag of pepper. Jovan couldn't help but think, the fish shouldn't be afraid of the phone, so there's only one option. Would the fish be afraid of the pepper? Opening the small bag, Jovan tossed the entire contents into the pond. Both he and Kathleen were left wide-eyed by what followed. The fish, which had been hovering above the pond, reacted as if encountering a deadly poison. Some swam away swiftly, while others, upon contact with the pepper, flipped belly up, floating lifelessly on the surface. Chapter 223. The Strange Fish Afraid of Sichuan Eileen Corns. As Ryan fell from the edge of the deep pool, Jovan's heart tightened and he hurried over. Others might not know, but how could Jovan be unaware? This deep pool harbored strange fish that could corrode bones and swallow gold. Although he had caught many, quite a few still remained. He remembered all too well how Chauncey had died. Because of the distance, when Jovan reached the edge of the deep pool, Ryan was still bobbing up and down. Around her, numerous strange fish began to emerge. Ordinarily, these strange fish stayed at the bottom of the deep pool. Now, sensing the smell of Ryan, they seemed to recall the delicious taste of human flesh. Hence, their eagerness upon detecting this scent again. Damn, she's dead for sure. Watching the increasing number of strange fish around Ryan, Jovan shut his eyes in pity. He knew the power of those fish mouths. Even he would be no match if he jumped in now. However, after 5 minutes with his eyes closed, there was still no scream from Ryan. Curious, Jovan opened his eyes and froze at the scene before him. Ryan was surrounded by densely packed strange fish. Jovan's scalp tingled, yet strangely, these fish hadn't attacked. They tightly encircled Ryan while keeping some distance, as if fearing something. Jovan, stop daydreaming and come save me. Seeing the strange fish around her with their sharp, gleaming teeth, Ryan realized that if they attacked, it would be the end of her. Hearing this, Jovan quickly found a bamboo pole. Fortunately, materials were abundant in this valley, and he grabbed one meant for grape trellises, extending it toward Ryan in the deep pool. The reason Ryan couldn't climb out was the smooth edge of the deep pool. It was easy to fall in but hard to get out. Now, with Jovan's bamboo pole, Ryan grabbed it and was pulled out of the deep pool. While pulling her out, Jovan observed the fish scattering from Ryan's movement, further confirming that she possessed something the strange fish feared. Shortly after Ryan climbed out, the king of strange fish finally appeared, just as dramatically as before. Jovan, having seen its fearsome appearance, wasn't particularly scared, but Ryan hadn't seen it before and was startled nearly out of her wits. She felt a wave of fear wash over her. If Jovan hadn't pulled her out, she'd likely have been in real danger. Though the smaller fish might fear whatever she carried, the massive king would tear her to shreds. Counting this, Jovan had saved her 3 times. As a Sichuanese girl known for boldness, Ryan looked at Jovan differently now. Jovan, oblivious to the change in her gaze, was more curious about what she had on her that made even such ferocious fish wary. He coveted the king of strange fish, worth 2,000 immortal coins. Despite his enhanced body from the golden core transformation, he still feared the fish's sharp teeth. To deal with the king, he first needed to overcome the swarm of strange fish. If he could discover what scared them, perhaps he'd find a way. Ryan, what do you have on you? Show me. The sun was fierce, so Ryan didn't need to remove her wet clothes. She could just sit in the sun to dry off. She emptied her pockets, biscuits, phone, wallet, lipstick, and laid everything out, making Jovan marvel at how much fit into such small spaces. Looking at the pile, Jovan wasn't sure what scared the fish. Luckily, the fish still floated, waiting for more prey. Sitting at the edge, Jovan began tossing Ryan's items into the pool. Wooden comb, eaten. Leather wallet, eaten. Chanel lipstick, still eaten. Eventually, all items were consumed by the fish, proving their indiscriminate appetite. Seeing only the phone and a small bag of Sichuan peppercorns left, Jovan thought, fish probably don't fear phones. Could they fear Sichuan peppercorns? Unsure, Jovan opened the bag and scattered its contents into the pool. Immediately, the strange fish reacted as though encountering poison. Those hit by the peppercorns instantly flipped over, floating belly up on the surface. Hashtag chapter 224. Choice. Staring at the large patches of dead, poisonous fish floating to the surface, Jovan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. If he had known Sichuan pepper was so lethal to these strange fish, why had he been struggling to catch them with iron weights? He could have just thrown a handful of Sichuan pepper into the water and killed them all instantly. Of course, this realization came too late and held no practical significance. Instead of lamenting his oversight, Jovan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the floating fish. These were far more valuable than any $100 million. They stirred his heart more deeply. To Jovan, each of these strange fish was like a living piece of immortal currency. At the Immortal World Taobao store, one fish could be exchanged for 50 immortal coins. Given the number of fish now floating on the surface, which likely exceeded 50, this was undoubtedly a windfall for him. With this thought in mind, Jovan didn't stop. He began collecting the dead fish from the surface of the deep pool. The entire surface was devoid of any live fish, so without hesitation, he jumped into the pool with a splash. Soon, one by one, the dead fish were thrown onto the ground outside the pool. Once he had gathered all the floating fish, Jovan climbed out, dusting off his hands. Thanks to his strength, he could easily climb out of the pool, unlike Christine who couldn't manage it. While throwing the fish earlier, Jovan had been counting. If he hadn't miscounted, there were about 56 fish, equating to 2,800 immortal coins. Undoubtedly, this was an enormous and unexpected gain. Having spent 1,000 immortal coins on the invisibility cloak, Jovan had been worried about earning more, but now he found himself with such a significant windfall. The biggest contributor to this outcome was Christine. Without her dropping into the pool and having Sichuan pepper with her, Jovan would never have considered using it. Moreover, knowing this method, Jovan could coat himself with Sichuan pepper oil and dive into the pool again, taking on the Fish King without worrying about being surrounded by other smaller fish. Still, given his current strength, he might not yet be a match for the Fish King. And if these strange fish reproduce like ants, with the queen being the sole reproducer among the fish, killing the king for those 2,000 coins would be like killing the golden goose. It would be far better to let the Fish King keep breeding, than harvest the smaller fish periodically, raking in even more coins. After all, 40 small fish could match the value of one large one, and Jovan's current haul already exceeded 2,000 coins. Thinking this, Jovan continued his work. He picked up the fish on the ground, exchanging them for immortal coins at the Immortal World Taobao store. He did this discreetly, ensuring Christine wasn't privy to his secret store. It took some time to exchange all the fish, but when he finished, he checked his phone. His balance had reached exactly 3,000 immortal coins, a sight that filled him with more joy than seeing 8 digits in his bank account. Of course, his bank account currently had no 8-digit balance, not even 7 digits. After Jovan finished exchanging the fish, Presley approached with a black metal block about the size of a matchbox in her hand. This is the locator device installed on the helicopter? Looking at the expression on Presley's face and the object she held, Jovan knew it must be the locator. Presley nodded, smiling awkwardly. I wonder what you plan to do with me next? Christine was translating their conversation. Her English skills were impressive, at least for now. What should I do with you? Jovan pondered, feeling a headache coming on. Killing her outright didn't appeal to him. He'd already taken enough lives today and felt no urge to kill further. Besides, he wasn't a professional killer. His actions earlier had been driven by necessity. But letting her go seemed too risky. This mercenary posed a serious threat, and Jovan feared she might ambush him later. In my opinion, keeping her alive will only bring trouble. Just kill her. Christine huffed, still harboring resentment over her kidnapping. She seemed eager to get rid of Presley. Hating to her, Jovan simply loaded his submachine gun and handed it to her. If you're so eager to kill her, here's your chance. The safety is off. Just pull the trigger. Looking at the gun, Christine hesitated. Despite her tough words, she couldn't bring herself to pull the trigger. She was, after all, still a child. Talking about killing was one thing, but actually doing it was another matter entirely. Eventually, Christine threw the gun back at Jovan and stomped off, sulking. She was frustrated with her own weakness. Seeing the gun back in his hands, Jovan waited briefly before pointing the barrel at Presley's heart. While he didn't want to kill her, too many of his secrets were now known to this mercenary. He trusted Christine, but this woman left him uneasy. Chapter 225, Ice and Fire. Alondra didn't resist as the submachine gun was pointed at her heart. She just slowly closed her eyes. To her, Jovan was now an irresistible force. The deaths of Ansel and the Green Conan were proof enough of that. Moreover, with a submachine gun in his hand, Jovan's dominance was absolute. So Alondra simply stood still, closing her eyes to await her fate. Seeing Alondra, who didn't even attempt to fight back, Jovan suddenly felt disinterested. He wasn't someone inherently inclined towards killing. However, he knew that leaving this female mercenary uncontrolled would leave him unsettled. Just as Jovan was hesitating, a sudden flash of inspiration hit him. He remembered seeing something called an Ice and Fire charm when browsing through the Immortal World Taobao store. Its function was specifically to control people with disloyal intentions. With that thought, Jovan lowered the submachine gun and pulled out his phone from his pocket to access the Immortal World Taobao store, a move that felt oddly out of place in the situation. After a brief search, Jovan found the item he was looking for and his eyes lit up. Ice and Fire charm. A small trinket crafted by Lord Zhuang during one of his idle moments. It comes in 2 parts, the child charm, 9 in number, and the mother charm 1. The child charms cannot disobey the mother charm, or they'll suffer unbearable ice and fire torment. Price, 500 immortal coins. If it had been before, seeing the price, Jovan would have probably turned away immediately. But having recently earned nearly 3,000 immortal coins, he found the price now acceptable. Plus, with 9 child charms available, the average cost to control one person came down to just over 50 immortal coins. Deciding to buy it, Jovan clicked the purchase button. His phone vibrated, and a faint white light began emanating from his hand. Due to the intense sunlight, this glow was barely noticeable, even to Jovan himself. When the white light dissipated, Jovan held a large jade leaf and 9 miniature versions of it in his hand. This is the Ice and Fire charm? Jovan couldn't help but feel as if he'd bought a fake on Taobao. How was anyone supposed to eat such a thin jade leaf? Would it cause digestive issues? Despite his doubts, Yovan trusted the Immortal World Taba store. He picked out the larger jade leaf and swallowed it. Surprisingly, it melted in his mouth instantly, leaving a cool, minty aftertaste before fully dissolving. Expectantly, Yovan handed over one of the smaller jade leaves to Alondra, indicating she should swallow it too. Unlike Jovan's experience, however, Alondra felt a bone-chilling cold followed by intense heat as she ingested the charm. An unsettling thought crept into her mind. This thing didn't vanish. It had instead embedded itself like a ticking time bomb within her body. Should she entertain any harmful thoughts towards Yovan or defy his orders, that hidden bomb would unleash unbearable torment through ice and fire. This realization solidified her fear and respect for Yovan. Looking at him, all she felt was obedience. If Yovan had wanted to do anything to her, she would have complied without a second thought. Of course, aesthetic differences played a role here. While Alondra might be considered a world-class beauty by Western standards, Yovan didn't appreciate that type. In fact, he preferred someone like Christine over her. Satisfied with Alondra's submissive gaze, Yovan nodded. After she swallowed the charm, Yovan sensed a connection between what was inside him and what was inside her. He could absolutely control her with this newfound power. With a mere thought, the ice and fire charm in her body could unleash freezing ice or scorching fire. Modern technology wouldn't detect the charm hidden within her body since it was obtained from the Immortal World Taba store. Yovan was confident about this. However, what to do with Alondra temporarily became a problem. There was definitely a widespread manhunt for this mercenary outside. Letting her walk out would only lead to her arrest within a day, potentially exposing Jovan's secrets. Surveying the valley, Yovan decided to give Alondra a chance to atone for her sins. No matter what, she had blood on her hands. Punishment was unavoidable. After some consideration, Yovan concluded that letting Alondra live in this secluded valley was a good choice. First, the valley was very hidden and hard to discover unless by helicopter. Second, Alondra clearly still harbored violent tendencies. Farming and gardening here, though monotonous, would serve as a form of character building. Third, venturing outside would be too dangerous. Alondra would likely be captured quickly. Hearing Jovan's words, Alondra nodded solemnly. The fall of Alpha Team had hit her hard. Though she knew this man before her was responsible, she couldn't muster any vengeful thoughts against him. Unaware of her feelings, Yovan, assured by the ice and fire charm, ordered her not to step out of the valley under any circumstances or face fiery torment. Finally, Yovan glanced at the helicopter parked in the valley and realized it was still too conspicuous. Chapter 226. Non-human. If one were to observe the valley from above at this moment, the helicopter parked in it would be quite conspicuous. After all, its size and color easily caught people's attention. It was a bright red. Yovan was unsure if helicopters would be deployed for search operations later on. However, to be on the safe side, he felt it better to hide the helicopter with something. If Adon were there, Yovan, and he might have been able to move the helicopter. After all, Yovan had taken the giant Zhuang pill and was already stronger than before. Adon, being an ass originally, probably had even greater strength after eating the heavenly vegetables. But now, Yovan couldn't return home. The uproar over the robbery must have already spread widely. Even though he never appeared in front of the police thanks to the invisibility cloak, as a missing champion, he would surely attract extra attention. While this wouldn't harm him directly, providing statements and answering how he disappeared and where he went would be too troublesome. Therefore, Yovan and Joan needed to wait until the situation calmed down before they could go out. As for Ryan, she couldn't appear either, as she was among those who had been kidnapped. This event was massive, with several notable figures from Qinghai's upper-class society dead. The city bureau chief would aim to minimize the impact and close the case as quickly as possible. Still, Yovan estimated that it would take at least a week. That meant they had to wait another week before going out. Luckily, the valley had plenty of crops. Vegetables like watermelon and tomatoes could be eaten right away. If they got hungry, they could find some wild game outside the valley. However, the most urgent task was still hiding the red helicopter. Although Yovan could think of many ways to cover it up, such as using a tarpaulin, he lacked the proper tools and materials. Finally, out of desperation, Yovan picked up a shovel left behind from his previous visits and started digging trenches around the helicopter to cover it up. Yes, he was digging dirt. The shovels were left over from his previous visits. There were 2 of them, and they came in handy now. He gave one to Joan, and both started digging under the helicopter to bury it. Ryan also joined them during the process. She had a short temper but was quick to forgive. Although she didn't understand why Yovan didn't kill the mercenary, she brushed it off and complained about wanting to go back to reassure her parents. Yovan explained to Ryan about his concerns. If she went out now, it would draw too much attention, especially media attention. That might take more than a month to resolve. Staying in the valley for a week was acceptable to Yovan, but staying for a month, even with Joan's company, was not. Also, he hadn't claimed his rewards yet, the money and university admission qualification. Delay might lead to changes, so he wanted to handle things himself, despite Adeline's help. After listening to Yovan, she agreed upon his promise to contact her parents within 3 days. Accompanied by 2 people, she didn't feel scared or lonely anymore. However, Ryan still treated Joan rudely. Her resentment remained from what happened earlier, and seeing Joan made her irritable. Joan sensed the girl's hostility but knew she was Jovan's friend. Moreover, she acknowledged that she had been wrong before, so she tolerated it. If Yovan knew Joan's thoughts, he might have pointed out that she misunderstood his relationship with Ryan. At the moment, Yovan was still digging furiously. Though small relative to other planes, the helicopter was still enormous compared to a person. Therefore, the pit had to be very large, making it a huge workload. But Yovan was physically strong and adept at digging, working tirelessly and effortlessly, scooping up piles of dirt with each stroke. Joan, although less powerful than Yovan, was once a top-notch mercenary and was no slouch in terms of strength. Soon, the outline of a large pit began forming beside the helicopter. Feeling a bit bored, Ryan wandered to admire the unusual vegetables around. She marveled at the thick eggplants and cold-emitting watermelons, hopping joyfully like a monkey in an orchard. After eating half of an ice-cold and incredibly sweet watermelon, she returned to Yovan. Wiping the juice from her lips, she marveled at the taste, which exceeded any watermelon she had ever tasted. In such hot weather, enjoying this cool, sweet treat was delightful. By then, Yovan and Joan were invisible inside the deep pit. Only when Ryan approached did she see them 2 meters below ground level. Really non-human? Seeing Yovan and Joan still digging energetically, Ryan muttered in amazement. Chapter 227. Big Shot. After digging the hole to nearly 3 meters deep and almost 5 meters long, Yovan and Joan finally tossed their shovels aside and sat down with labored breaths. Yovan was still in relatively good shape, only slightly out of breath, but Joan sat directly on the ground, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. After a brief rest, Yovan and Joan climbed up. The massive pit they dug was right beside the helicopter, so all they had to do was push it from the opposite side into the hole. Yovan beckoned Abigail to join them, and together they pushed the helicopter with all their might. Bang! With a slight rumble, the helicopter plunged into the pit, sending clouds of dust flying everywhere. Cough, cough. This dust is killing me. Yovan emerged from the dust cloud, looking rather disheveled, followed by Abigail and Joan, who were equally dusty. Seeing the dirt on Jovan's face, Abigail couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the similarly dust-covered Abigail, Yovan suppressed his laughter and started filling the hole with dirt using his shovel. Compared to digging, filling the hole was much simpler, and before long, Yovan managed to fill the hole alone. Now, there was no sign of the helicopter from any direction in the valley. Just as Yovan put down the shovel, suddenly the sound of helicopter rotors echoed from the sky. Shocked, he pulled Abigail and Joan behind a large rock for cover. Shortly after, the search helicopter flew away without finding anything. Listening to the fading rotor sounds, Yovan slowly led Abigail and Joan out from their hiding spot. Why am I hiding like a criminal when I've done nothing wrong? Yovan thought to himself, turning his gaze towards Joan. Since she had decided to work under him and reform herself, it wasn't too much to give her a little leniency. Yovan decided that Joan would not be allowed to leave this valley for the next 5 years. It was both a punishment for her past actions and a test of her sincerity. The valley had everything needed to survive, so there was no risk of her starving. Over the short afternoon, nearly 5 helicopters circled over the valley because it was the last known location where the signal vanished. Although the exact area was unknown, some preliminary search efforts were still being made. Searching for someone in these vast mountains was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but since all media were now focusing on this incident, numerous police forces were already combing the mountain outside the valley with search dogs. However, due to the valley's remote location and the need to pass through the dark cave, it remained undiscovered for the time being. To ensure absolute safety, Yovan specially traversed the cave, reaching its entrance. Using the divine farmer technique, he caused vines to grow rapidly, blocking the entire cave entrance tightly. No one would ever suspect a passage leading to the valley hidden behind those dense vines. By the time Yovan finished, dusk was setting in. Given the heavy dew in the valley, Yovan brought Abigail and Joan into the cave for the night. The dry air inside kept them safe from rain or other dangers. As Abigail and Joan fell asleep from exhaustion, Yovan found himself unable to sleep. He didn't know if his mother had already learned about this incident, and whether she was worried at home. Unable to rest, he got up and walked straight to the cave entrance. Looking at the vine-covered exit, Yovan began reciting the winter chapter of the divine farmer technique. Soon, a cold and desolate aura spread, and the once lush vines quickly turned yellow and withered. With one pull, Yovan tore a large opening in the dense vines, stepped out, and returned home under the bright moonlight. The night was still early. Summer nights are long. When Yovan reached his house, the lights were still on inside, indicating his mother was home. If she went out, given her thrifty nature, she would have turned off the lights. In the courtyard, Amos sensed his master's presence and dashed out, rubbing its head against Yovan affectionately, clearly missing him. Amos, go back. I have some things to do, and will return in a few days. Yovan patted Amos's head, signaling for it to return. He hadn't planned to stay at home but just wanted to check on things. Amos understood Jovan's words, albeit reluctantly returning to the yard. Watching Amos return, Yovan prepared to leave, but stopped upon hearing his mother and Wilfred's mom talking inside. Juantal sister, what did all those police Anwars come here for today? This was Melinda speaking, showing how the arrival of many police had disturbed the tranquility of the small village. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing, but it seems a group of foreign mercenaries kidnapped a big shot and fled here. Regardless, we should avoid going out these next few days, said Wilfred's mom, repeating what she heard from the fish vendor in a way that added a sense of mystery. What kind of big shot? Judging by the number of police Anwars, about 100, they must be really important, far more influential than our village chief. Reba responded. Yes, definitely more powerful than the village chief. Anyway, it's best not to go out at night these days. Oh, okay. If they're more powerful than the village chief, then they must indeed be big shots. Outside the house, Yovan couldn't help but smile and sigh. If his mother knew that the big shot in question was actually her son, she'd be quite surprised. Wilfred's mom gave a few more warnings before leaving the house. Chapter 228, Trouble Caused by Sleepwalking. Hearing the footsteps of Wilfred's mother walking out, Yovan didn't stay any longer and quickly returned towards Mount Ching. Since his mother didn't know her son was involved in this matter, Yovan felt relieved, finally able to have a peaceful sleep. Today's events were also exhausting for Yovan, and now with the weight off his mind, waves of fatigue surged up as he kept yawning, returning to the cave. Upon entering the cave, he resisted his drowsiness and sealed the entire entrance using the divine farmer's art before heading deeper into the cave. Judy and Joan were lying deep in sleep on the cave floor. The weather was hot, so they didn't need to worry about catching a chill. Yovan lay down nearby, with some soft dry grass scattered on the ground. Feeling incredibly tired, Yovan was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable wave of drowsiness and fell asleep immediately upon touching the ground. One night passed quietly. As Yovan gradually regained consciousness, he suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. There was something soft and warm in his arms. Could it be that Joan snuck into my arms unnoticed last night? Thinking this, Yovan couldn't help but shudder and opened his eyes hurriedly. Seeing Judy clinging to him like an octopus, he suddenly remembered her habit of sleepwalking. Despite the vast cave and having chosen such a remote location, Judy still managed to sleepwalk all the way here. A coincidence indeed. Feeling the warmth in his embrace and experiencing the usual morning reactions men have, Yovan felt stimulated. He was not made of stone. His body naturally responded with hardness. And because Judy was tightly embracing him like an octopus, when Yovan felt something soft pressing against him, he involuntarily shuddered from comfort. It felt too good. However, Yovan knew it was wrong to take advantage of someone while they slept. So, he bent slightly, attempting to free himself without waking Judy, aware that if she woke up and saw this scene, it would be hard to explain. Perhaps sensing Jovan's movements, Judy mumbled in her sleep, holding him even tighter. Don't leave me. Hearing Judy's words, Yovan stopped moving, gently stroking her head. Despite her fiery personality, she was still just a teenager, probably haunted by yesterday's events, resulting in nightmares. Even though Yovan had ceased moving, Judy kept squirming unconsciously. His extinguished arousal flared up once more under her unconscious movements. Moreover, Yovan dared not move randomly since Judy held him tightly. Any sudden movement might wake her up. Helplessly, Yovan endured Judy's torture, hoping her nightmare would end soon. From Judy's movements, Yovan inferred that she was reliving yesterday's struggle against Joan. It was summer, and people wore light clothing. Judy wore only a thin one-piece dress, making the encounter more intimate during her struggle in her dreams. In the outside world, Yovan struggled with his inner demons, feeling an incredible softness and smoothness against him. Should he be an animal or worse than an animal? Yovan had no answer to that question. For at that moment, Judy's nightmare reached its climax. Yovan recalled that at the end, when Joan clutched her arm, Judy's body likely made a significant twist. Checking their positions, Jovan's face changed, and he hurriedly moved backward. Given the actions Judy had taken during her dream and her current embrace of him, a potentially unpleasant incident might occur. Unfortunately, Jovan's movement was a bit slow, and Judy's sudden action came unexpectedly. Yovan felt a bump as Judy's body collided with his. With everything already aligned, Yovan seemed to enter somewhere forcefully amidst the collision. The thin dress offered no resistance to Judy's unconscious push, sinking deeply. This place was incredibly peculiar, beyond description. Amidst the intense pain, Judy finally woke up from her nightmare, staring shockingly at the scene before letting out a high-pitched scream that echoed through the valley. Do you believe me if I say you sleepwalked into me? Lying there, Yovan innocently asked Judy. Today's events were not his fault. He had been sleeping soundly when he found Judy in his arms upon waking. He had intended to pull away, but the struggling Judy clung tightly to him, immobilizing him. In essence, he was passive and innocent. However, Judy didn't believe Jovan's explanation. Juanving 19 years, preserving what she considered most precious, losing it due to sleepwalking was unacceptable. Feeling the intense pain beneath her, Judy felt lost, not knowing how to proceed, bursting into tears. Seeing Judy cry, Yovan didn't know how to handle the situation. Reflecting on the matter, he realized he should have firmly pushed her away initially. Now, the error had occurred without him enjoying anything. He truly felt like he had lost significantly. Judy's cries awakened Joan from her sleep. Not knowing what to do, Yovan signaled Joan to console Judy. Although Judy didn't favor Joan, being women, she could offer consolation less awkwardly. The cave atmosphere made Yovan feel stifled. Fearful of crying women, he walked out of the cave, breathing fresh air. Chapter 229. Embracing the world. Whatever Joan said to Ryan, it had worked because when Yovan returned to the cave, Ryan had stopped crying. Yovan had also come to a realization. Despite not initiating what happened, he acknowledged that he was the reason for Ryan losing her innocence. If she demanded responsibility, he felt he should shoulder it. In the cave, Ryan raised her puffy eyes to meet Jovan's gaze, her expression calm. After Joan's consolation, Ryan understood that Yovan was not such a person. He may have had a bad temper, but in truth, he had a strong sense of justice. Losing her precious maidenhood and experiencing immense pain had clouded her thinking. Now, regaining her composure, she no longer blamed Yovan. However, what was lost could not be regained. For an entire day, Ryan did not utter a word to Yovan and instead quickly grew closer with Joan, confirming the adage about female friendship blossoming over a common enemy. After 3 days of aimless wandering in the valley, Yovan finally called Adeline. Of course, he didn't use his own SIM card but stole one from Dermot's store at night. Though it was theft, he left money on the counter. To Jovan's disappointment, Adeline hung up after a few rings. It dawned on him that this unfamiliar number would naturally go unanswered by her. Uncertain if his number was monitored, he dialed again and again. On the 6th attempt, just as Yovan was losing hope, Adeline answered. It's me. Ryan is with me. To prevent Adeline hanging up, Yovan rushed his words. Sure enough, after a momentary silence, Adeline's voice, tinged with relief and joy, came through the line. Where are you? I'm coming right now. Hearing her joyful voice, Yovan felt warmth in his heart. He briefly explained his position and situation, excluding the Immortal World Taba shop and mentioned subduing the mercenary woman. Through the phone, along with Adeline's hurried conversation, there were sounds of fast footsteps and a car engine revving up. Clearly, she couldn't wait to meet him. Answering Jovan's questions while driving, Adeline's replies gave him a clear understanding of the past 3 days' events. Summarizing the recent happenings, there were 3 major events. First, the bankruptcy and auction of Changda Company due to its CEO's connection with mercenaries. Despite his death, undeniable evidence led to the company's collapse under public pressure. Second, regarding Yovan. When Gideon and the Conan were killed by Yovan using a bone-flaying knife, their final barrage scattered the Gourmet Association's judges, sparing Stevie but leading to the association's decline. Third, the citywide curfew and stricter scrutiny of foreigners, signaling a growing seriousness of the situation. Yovan speculated some high-profile figures had shown interest. Over the phone, Adeline didn't mind Yovan subduing the mercenary, only instructing him to keep her out of sight for a month. Will the final prize still be awarded? Yovan asked, voicing his main concern. Of course it will be, don't worry. You're a victim too. Though you vanished, the true instigators have been found, so you're safe. Adeline sounded relaxed. Both Yovan and Ryan were victims. She had been worried about them until now. This outcome couldn't be better. Adeline chattered incessantly, reluctant to hang up. She hadn't slept well in days, feeling relieved hearing Jovan's voice. Yovan even let Ryan take the call. Initially calm, Ryan became emotional upon hearing Adeline's voice, tearfully speaking but thankfully not mentioning that morning's incident. After nearly an hour, Adeline arrived at Green Mountain. Yovan led Ryan down to the foot of the mountain where Adeline's BMW was parked, and she appeared tired yet eagerly gazing at the mountains. Seeing each other, they had much to say but remained speechless in front of Ryan. Ryan ran towards Adeline and embraced her tightly. All's well that ends well. Adeline affectionately stroked Ryan's head and smiled at Yovan. Approaching Yovan, Adeline gave him a tight embrace. Savoring the faint scent, Yovan closed his eyes contentedly, feeling as if he were embracing the whole world. Chapter 230, planting trees for others to rest under. To avoid attracting attention, Adeline quickly left. Before she went, Adeline repeatedly reminded Yovan to take good care of Ryan and not to bully her. After hearing Adeline's words, Yovan rubbed his nose and nodded in agreement. In his heart, he thought about the fiery-tempered young lady. If she didn't bully him, that would be enough. He certainly wouldn't dare to bully her. However, when Yovan thought about what had happened this morning, he still felt a bit guilty. Although it wasn't intentional on his part, if Ryan reported to Adeline, he would still face some trouble. Fortunately, Ryan only gave Yovan several side-eye glances while Adeline wasn't paying attention. She didn't mention the morning incident, but instead told Adeline about how Yovan saved her. After hearing Ryan's explanation, Adeline finally understood and nodded. Though she had previously trusted that Yovan wouldn't abandon them, there was still a nod in her heart. After hearing Ryan's account, Adeline realized that Yovan hadn't left them but had been invisibly protecting them all along. Before leaving, Yovan couldn't help but bring out the cloak that could turn him invisible and demonstrated it right in front of Ryan and Adeline, causing both girls to marvel at the high-tech item which could refract light. The tough Ryan even warned Dover not to wear the cloak to sneak and peep on them while they were showering. Yovan naturally denied it and professed his principles firmly before taking an oath, eventually persuading the two girls to let him off the hook. Once Adeline left, Yovan started leading Ryan back to the valley within the mountain cave. What Yovan didn't notice was the mischievous glint in Ryan's eyes as she looked at the cloak in his hand. They quickly returned to the valley. The situation outside was becoming more intense, but staying in the valley for no more than a week would suffice. Yovan, knowing that Adeline had already notified their family, noticed that his mother nearly beamed with joy upon learning that Yovan was with Adeline. His mother sighed with relief, expressing hope that Yovan might stay away for a whole month, seeing his stubbornness finally melting away. As for Ryan, there were no issues since her father worked as a Dante at Adeline's restaurant. With Adeline's cover story, combined with it being summer break and Ryan having just graduated from high school, there were no problems. For Joan, the female mercenary, there was even less to worry about. Orphaned from a young age, the only familiar people she had known, the Alpha team members, were killed by Yovan. Now, apart from the policemen who were hunting her, no one else seemed concerned. Back in the valley, Yovan took a spade, as did Joan, and they began plowing the land. Despite idleness, Yovan discovered that Joan was remarkably skilled at farming. As she wielded the spade, large patches of soil were neatly cultivated into loose earth. With Ryan translating, Yovan learned that Joan had once spent almost 3 months working on an African farm as part of an infiltration mission, eventually managing to approach a major diamond mine owner and beheading him. In Africa, where diamonds are plentiful, large mine owners often held sway like warlords, employing private armies of ex-military personnel armed with modern weapons. Joan recounted how after decapitating the major mine owner, she faced pursuit by 3 squads, making it one of the most dangerous missions she'd ever undertaken. The scar on her back served as a reminder of that harrowing experience. While plowing, listening to Joan's stories of her mercenary adventures, Yovan found the experience quite enjoyable. Of course, ignoring Ryan's continuous side-eye glances would make it even better. Both Yovan and Joan, physically robust, worked much faster than ordinary people. By midday, the remaining uncultivated land had been almost entirely plowed. Looking at the fully developed valley, Yovan heaved a long sigh of relief and then thought, if they planted fruit trees around the valley, wouldn't it be even nicer? After all, while the valley was picturesque with its meandering stream, Yovan envisioned transforming it into an idyllic rural paradise. He had only visited the valley alone before and never slept here. Now, with 3 people residing here, it was time to make improvements. Last night, due to the late hour and helicopter searches overhead, Yovan had just made do with sleeping in the cave. Tonight, he planned to buy saplings and bamboo from the Immortal World Taba store, plant them, and use the Divine Farmer Decree to accelerate their growth to build a simple wooden hut, ensuring Joan had somewhere to stay. Lost in thought, Yovan pulled out his phone and started browsing the Immortal World Taba store. For a heavy smartphone user like Yovan, Ryan expressed strong disapproval. She hadn't been this engrossed in Taba shopping herself, yet Yovan could be absorbed for hours. Fortunately, the variety of vegetables in the valley kept everyone well fed. Otherwise, Ryan feared she would starve. Joan calmly ate while sitting on the ground. Ever since Yovan implanted the ice fire seal in her, her temperament had become noticeably calmer. If the Alpha team members saw her now, they would likely rise from their graves in disbelief. Time lost track as Yovan browsed, eventually selecting tree saplings with high cost effectiveness, including fruit trees and premium sandalwood trees for building materials. After confirming his choices, Yovan clicked Buy. Chapter 231. The Twisted Neck Peach Tree. As the phone vibrated, the two types of saplings and one type of bamboo that Yovan had purchased lay quietly in his personal client. The two types of saplings were Supreme Sandalwood and Immortal Peach Tree. Since they were all saplings, these trees did not cost much, averaging about 20 immortal coins per plant. Yovan examined the valley's perimeter and gritted his teeth, directly buying 50 immortal peach trees and 10 supreme sandalwoods. The bamboo he bought was the Thunder Sound purple bamboo. According to legends, this kind of bamboo was said to grow in front of Guanin's sanctuary at South Sea. It emitted thunderous sounds as the wind blew through it. Each of these bamboos sold for 5 immortal coins. Given that Yovan already bought 50 immortal peach trees previously, he was no longer hesitant and directly purchased 200 of this type of bamboo. By now, the points earned from catching strange fish from the deep pond had returned to 3 digits from 4. Yovan could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, one does not know the value of money until one manages a household. Money just doesn't last long. Moreover, Yovan exchanged some other crop seeds like yard-long beans and peas, which were never seen before. After spending all the immortal coins, Yovan finally finished this slightly crazy shopping spree. Yovan, the vegetables here are so delicious. As Yovan concluded his purchases, Ryan, who originally scowled at him, completely forgot about her Cold War after tasting the vegetables and kept praising how delicious Jovan's vegetables were. Previously, even though Yovan collaborated with Ross Dumpling Building, their variety of vegetables wasn't as rich as what was found in the valley, and those were picked a while ago. In contrast, the vegetables here were fresh off the vine, thus having an even more elevated flavor. Watching Ryan chew on cucumber and widen her eyes in delight, Yovan smiled but remained silent. The vegetables were originally purchased from the Immortal World Taobao store. It would be odd if they tasted bad. Seeing that Yovan did not answer her question, Ryan suddenly remembered they were still in a Cold War. She then pouted and ran over to Alondra to share her surprise. Seeing that Ryan had moved far away, Yovan took out his phone, opened the Immortal World Taobao app, and found a secluded spot to start purchasing. A large cluster of faint white light appeared, and then dissipated. Several dozen saplings and bamboos appeared before Yovan. What surprised Yovan was that the sapling of the Immortal Peach Tree was actually a peach pit the size of a fist, not an ordinary sapling. Meanwhile, the Thunder Sound purple bamboo looked normal, except that it resembled a miniature bamboo with purple cloud patterns. Seeing a pile of peach pits the size of fists, Yovan wasted no time. He grabbed a shovel and began planting the immortal peach seeds along the stream in the valley, burying one every 10 steps. Influenced by Peach Blossom Spring, Yovan planned to cultivate a peach grove along this stream. Furthermore, seeing the peach pits that were nearly the size of fists, Yovan wondered just how big the immortal peaches would be. Typically, ordinary peach pits are the size of quail eggs, and the peaches they bear are the size of fists. If an immortal peach pit is already as big as a fist, would the resulting fruit be as large as a person's head? Yovan was very much looking forward to it. Planting and burying peach pits was simple. Yovan dug holes vigorously and efficiently. Within an hour, he had buried all 50 peach pits. After burying the last peach pit, Yovan wiped sweat from his forehead and glanced at Ryan. She was chatting happily with Alondra, occasionally turning to look at Yovan. Their gazes met. Ryan glared at him and quickly turned her head away. Shaking his head, Yovan ladled some clear water and squatted down at the place where he planted the first peach seed. He prepared to use the Nongshin formula to expedite its growth. Fruit trees differ from crops. Their growing cycle is much longer, and they can live much longer than average crops. Thus, Yovan estimated that even using the Nongshin formula, the growth speed would be significantly slower. Thinking this, Yovan poured the water onto the ground and began reciting the Nongshin formula's spring chapter. Time slowly ticked by. As Yovan chanted, changes began underground. Yovan could feel the soil becoming softer. After about half an hour, a tender green sprout emerged from the soil. The tender green sprout looked fresh and dewy, with 2 large drops of dew resting on top, reflecting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. A sign that this was no ordinary thing. Yovan couldn't resist touching the young sprout, then continued chanting the Nongshin formula's spring chapter. Just as expected, compared to regular crops, the growth rate of the sapling was slow. Of course, if someone unfamiliar with this saw the whole process, they would call it nothing short of a miracle. The young tree grew slowly yet steadily. Some old cells fell off, and the sapling became thicker, transitioning from a bright green to a deeper hue. A fresh fragrance began to spread. Yovan would have struggled to imagine a peach sapling emitting a fragrance comparable to sandalwood. But thinking about it, since this was an immortal peach tree, it definitely had its unique qualities. After about 2 hours, the thumb-thick sprout, under Jovan's continuous recitation of the Nongshin formula, had grown into a baby arm-sized sapling, approximately 1 meter high. However, Yovan was a bit concerned that this sapling had 2 forks and was bending outward somewhat like a bull's horn, but extending outward rather than inward. This led Yovan to worry whether he made a mistake while chanting the Nongshin formula, causing this peach tree to become a twisted neck tree, not just any twisted neck tree but one with 2 bends. Shaking his head, Yovan moved to the spot where he planted the second peach tree seed and repeated the previous steps, pouring water and beginning the recitation of the Nongshin formula's spring chapter. Chapter 232. Mosquito-repelling bamboo. The second batch of peach tree seedlings reassured Yovan. Drunka the previous ones, this peach tree sapling also had a crooked neck, and in terms of its curvature, it was even more severe than the previous one. It seemed that this shape was characteristic of the immortal peach trees. Otherwise, how could 2 saplings grow in the same way? A single instance might have been due to the Shinnon decree, but it couldn't be wrong every time. Yovan stopped reciting the Shinnon decree once he had nurtured the second sapling to a similar size as the first one. He didn't dare push any further. In the valley, he trusted Joan completely. She wouldn't speak rashly no matter what she saw, but Abigail's big mouth was another story. If she saw a row of immortal peach trees suddenly sprouting on flat ground, she'd probably go blabbering to Adeline. Everyone has their own privacy and personal space. Yovan did not want his secrets exposed. There were too many unexplainable things about him, beyond scientific understanding. If they all came to light, just being dissected for study would probably kill him several times over. Worse still, those research labs wouldn't slice him up or treat him like a lab rat. They would simply imprison him somewhere secluded, making him use the Shinnon decree daily to cultivate plants without freedom, like a stud pig. Just imagining such a life chilled him to the bone. Thus, he only spurred the growth of the saplings slightly, waiting a while before continuing. This way, it wouldn't seem so abrupt. With so many saplings needing cultivation, Yovan calculated that he could nurture about 5 peach tree saplings a day. Bamboo should grow much faster since it already grows rapidly by nature. As for the premium sandalwood, it would likely take longer than peach trees. However, there were few premium sandalwoods, so their cultivation times would be similar. Yovan estimated it would take at least a month to fully catalyze all the saplings and bamboo. By then, Abigail should have left the valley. After her departure, he could work freely on catalyzing them. By the time Yovan had catalyzed the 5th peach tree sapling, night had fallen. Abigail ran over, looking at the oddly deformed saplings with curiosity. She asked what kind of variety they were. Yovan truthfully answered that they were immortal peachwood. Abigail pursed her lips, clearly disbelieving. Yovan laughed but said nothing more. Ordinary people wouldn't believe anything beyond science, and even Yovan wouldn't have believed it before owning the Immortal World Taba store. Sometimes, Yovan whimsically thought that if the Shinnon decree were to spread widely, the fertilizer industry would face a huge upheaval. But this concept was too vast and might touch on the interests of major players, possibly leading to unknown consequences for him. However, thinking about widespread loudspeakers near rice fields broadcasting the Shinnon decree to accelerate crop growth felt rather out of place. Thus, Yovan figured such thoughts were best kept as mere imagination, not taken seriously. Of course, if famine struck, Yovan would still step forward. The saying when successful, help all under heaven. When poor, perfect your own character, still held true for him. Since the premium sandalwood hadn't yet matured, it couldn't be used for building. However, crafting a bamboo bed shouldn't take long. With the weather being damp and sultry inside the cave, sleeping on the ground wasn't comfortable. Thinking this, Yovan went to where the bamboo was stored. Technically, these were closer to bamboo shoots. Selecting a few sturdy shoots, Yovan randomly found spots to plant them, then began chanting the Shinnon decree. Bamboo naturally grows quickly, known for its rapid vertical growth. Under the Shinnon decree's influence, the bamboo grew exceptionally well, almost shooting upwards. Within 5 minutes, the tiny bamboo shoots grew into 5-meter-tall purple bamboo as thick as an adult's arm. As the bamboo grew larger, its cloud patterns became more pronounced, moving fluidly in the breeze. The air filled with a pleasant, faint electric current, while mosquitoes surrounding Yovan started falling down in droves, seemingly electrocuted. Seeing the purple thunder sound bamboo which both zapped mosquitoes and emitted a comforting electrical field, Yovan realized he had made the right choice in purchasing this type of bamboo. Whether it was due to his blood attracting them or something else, swarms of mosquitoes surrounded him during hot nights, though his toughened skin now resisted mosquito bites. Nonetheless, having this natural mosquito attractor made evenings easier for Abigail and Joan. Though the buzzing was annoying, the purple thunder sound bamboo finally allowed Yovan a good night's sleep. He wondered if a bed made from such bamboo would retain the mosquito-repelling effect. So, Yovan continued nurturing a second bamboo shoot. He had bought 200 of these, intending to plant them in front of the wooden hut to form a dense forest of legendary purple thunder sound bamboo. Behind this forest, it would be just him, Yovan, and Joan. As each new bamboo shoot was planted and grew, Yovan discovered another surprising fact. Chapter 233. Only one bed. The originally faint electric current in the thunderous purple bamboo became stronger after more trees were added. A few thunderous purple bamboos seemed to have a linking effect, intensifying the weak electrical charge and the resulting comfort it provided. Does this actually amplify the electrical charge? Savoring the slightly intensified electrical currents in the air, Yovan closed his eyes in contentment. The omnipresent electricity felt like gentle hands giving him an all-over massage, making him extremely comfortable. While Yovan was enjoying himself, the mosquitoes that had been buzzing around him, already scattered by the earlier electric charge, now faced annihilation. The intensified current made small sparks appear around Yovan, creating an unusual beauty. By this time, Yovan had planted about 10 thunderous purple bamboos. Ryan, watching from afar, saw the continuous sparks and walked over curiously. But when Ryan saw Jovan's appearance, she burst into uncontrollable laughter. Haha, did you get struck by lightning, Yovan? Or are you exploding, haha? Yovan, seeing Ryan's exaggerated laughter, was puzzled. He didn't understand why she was laughing so hard. Ryan, perhaps thinking she hadn't seen clearly from a distance, continued to walk towards Yovan, laughing as she came. When Ryan reached the range of the thunderous purple bamboo grove and saw Yovan up close, her laughter only increased. Her whole body shook with laughter. Though he didn't know why Ryan was laughing, Yovan wasn't at a disadvantage. It was summer, so Ryan wore a loose t-shirt. With her youthful face and large bust, her laughter revealed much to Jovan's gaze. Not to take advantage would be foolish. Moreover, seeing how Ryan laughed so carefree in front of him, Yovan knew she wasn't trying to provoke him. Still laughing, Ryan stepped into the range of the thunderous purple bamboo. Instantly, a faint electric current surged across her skin, startling her. However, Ryan was surprised because there was no discomfort, only an incredibly soothing sensation. Seeing Ryan's shocked expression, Yovan knew exactly what had surprised her. His own face had shown similar astonishment when he first experienced the current. But soon, as Ryan's hair began to stand on end, resembling a porcupine's quills, Yovan first gaped in shock, then couldn't help but laugh out loud too. Ryan was immersed in the strange, pleasurable sensation, not paying attention to Jovan's laughter. Then Yovan suddenly stopped laughing, remembering how Ryan had laughed at him. This weak electric current is somewhat like static electricity. Since Ryan had entered the area for such a short time, and her hair looked like that, what about him? Realizing this, Yovan ceased laughing and quickly touched his hair. It was indeed puffed up, and without looking in a mirror, he knew he must look ridiculous. Seeing Ryan still engrossed in the soothing sensation, Yovan decided they couldn't continue planting bamboos for now. But these thunderous purple bamboos were already thick enough to use, and even a bit more than necessary. Yovan called Joan over to help make the bamboo bed, knowing it would go faster with 2 people. Without an axe, Yovan used a shovel to cut down the thunderous purple bamboo. Unexpectedly, it was incredibly hard, taking all his effort to barely chop one down. Joan struggled even more, having barely managed to dig halfway through one bamboo stalk. With no better solution, Yovan could only use the shovel to slowly cut each bamboo piece. He estimated that by the time they finished the bed, the shovels would be ruined. These thunderous purple bamboos were as strong as steel yet surprisingly light, about half the weight of ordinary bamboo. If the tips could be sharpened, they would make excellent self-defense weapons. Although Yovan had no enemies now, it was wise to prepare ahead. After finishing the bed, he planned to craft one for both himself and Joan. As night fell and stars filled the sky, Yovan and Joan finally chopped down all the bamboos. Yovan was breathless, having put all his strength into every strike, while Joan fared no better, also exhausted. Ryan felt a bit embarrassed watching them struggle, so she joined in to strip the leaves and smaller branches off the bamboos. The next part was simpler. Given the hardness of the bamboos, splitting them open would take too long, so Yovan found some iron wire and tied the trimmed bamboos together. Yes, Yovan used the same method as building a raft, first crafting the bed frame. Tonight, they'd make do with 4 bamboo segments as legs. Tomorrow, they'd refine it further. This method sped things up considerably. Without Joan's help, Yovan spent just 30 minutes completing a king-sized bed. They had used almost all the bamboo, only scraps remained. Once the bed was done, Yovan lay down on it first to experience sleeping on a bed made of thunderous purple bamboo. There's only one bed? Ryan looked around and asked, wide-eyed. Chapter 234, Strange Dream. As soon as Yovan lay down on the bed made of purple thunder bamboo, he felt an extremely comfortable coolness seeping into his body from behind, instantly cooling him down from his previous overheated state. And to Jovan's pleasant surprise, even though it had been cut and made into a bamboo bed, the purple thunder bamboo still possessed the effect of repelling mosquitoes. Though it no longer produced the crackling sparks, the cut ends of the bamboo began emitting a peculiar odor that acted as a mosquito repellent. It was somewhat similar to mosquito coils, but far more effective with no side effects on humans. Without even opening his eyes, Yovan grunted in acknowledgement from under the covers upon hearing Alanis' query. This bed was after all crafted for himself, spacious enough to fit 3 people comfortably. Seeing Jovan's lazy demeanor, Alanis huffed. Despite her fiery personality, she couldn't bring herself to ask Yovan to get off so she could sleep there. After all, this bed was made by Yovan and Joan together. If Adeline were around, Alanis might have complained about Yovan teasing and touching her, but now she only had Joan as an ally, who was completely obedient to Yovan. However, Alanis definitely didn't want to spend another night in the damp and chilly cave which gave her great discomfort last night, causing her sleepwalking and subsequent morning mishaps. Besides, she appeared bold but secretly feared darkness and ghosts. Legends of spirits abounded in Sichuan due to its complex terrain, thus making her wary of such occurrences. Tonight, Joan would surely be sleeping next to Yovan. Although she didn't know what they would do, she was certain that she would be sleeping alone in the cave and likely terrified out of her wits. No matter how she looked at it, Alanis wasn't willing to return to the dark, cold, and humid cave. But if she were to climb onto the bamboo bed right now, considering Jovan's earlier laziness, Alanis wouldn't be able to bring herself to do it. As a young lady, climbing into bed with a man late at night just seemed inappropriate. However, when her wandering eyes spotted Joan standing beside her, a perfect excuse popped into her head. Sister Joan, it's quite late. Aren't you going to bed? Alanis said to Joan with apparent concern in her eyes. Well, that might not be appropriate. Zhang is a good man. According to local customs here, it's not very respectful for a man and woman to share a bed. Joan glanced at the almost asleep Yovan, shook her head firmly. Good man? Alanis snorted inwardly at Joan's words, but continued to smile as she kept persuading Joan. Sister Joan, you don't know everything. According to our culture, if 2 women share a bed with a man, others won't say much. Moreover, we are out here where no one will know. Joan seemed convinced and asked hesitantly, is that really a custom here? Definitely. Alanis nodded affirmatively, then looked guiltily at the sleeping Yovan before breathing a sigh of relief. All right, I'll sleep in the middle. You sleep over there, Joan agreed, nodding, showing she was slightly more straightforward than Alanis. I sleep in the middle? Nah, let me take the middle spot. Alanis thought of her best friend Adeline. She needed to watch over Yovan for Adeline, despite knowing he had no interest in Western faces like Joan. Yes, she'd sleep next to Yovan for Adeline's sake. That was the reason. Alanis hadn't realized her hidden feelings yet. If Yovan knew, he would have sighed, beware of thieves, fire, and girlfriends. Since Joan mostly feared Yovan, she nodded silently and gestured for Alanis to go up first. In the darkness, Alanis climbed onto the high bamboo bed, slowly inching closer to Yovan. Upon touching his cool skin, her body froze in place, neither moving closer nor farther away, staying rigid. Fortunately, the bed's exceptional coolness helped rapidly lower Alanis' initially hot temperature, preventing any awkward situations. From the other side, faint sounds came, indicating Joan had also climbed up. In this cooling atmosphere, drowsiness crept over Alanis, finally understanding why Yovan fell asleep so early. Before she could think further, she drifted into a mixed-up dream. Alanis had a strange dream. She seemed to have returned to elementary school days when she would carry her backpack and trek 3 hours to school. But in the dream, she encountered a stranger wearing a black mask who followed her daily to school. One day, he dragged her into the woods, treated her cruelly, and then did unspeakable things. Strangely, she felt no pain, only a bizarre comfort. Finally, when the stranger removed his mask, the face revealed was none other than Jovan's. In the real world, Jovan watched helplessly as Alanis lay curled on the bamboo bed, her flushed face muttering no, no, repeatedly. The experienced Jovan immediately understood what kind of dream she was having. This was common as many girls experience intense urges during their periods. Hey, wake up. Jovan patted Alanis' face, trying to wake her. Chapter 235 Beggar's Chicken. When Ryan woke up groggily, Jovan gave her a smile and then proceeded with the day's tasks. These days were going to be busy because a large portion of the saplings and bamboo still hadn't been planted. Jovan planned to stay in the valley for a week. By the time he left, the saplings, bamboo, and vegetables should all be well tended. Bamboo would ideally be planted in front of the house to create a certain ambience. Of course, the cabin in the valley was yet to be built since it was no small task and wouldn't be completed by Jovan and Joan alone within a month. Peach trees were planted along both sides of the stream, which looked neat and tidy. As for the supreme sandalwood, it could be planted anywhere because Jovan bought them primarily for constructing the house. If outside collectors knew about Jovan's idea to use the highly valuable supreme sandalwood for building materials, they would surely criticize him as wasteful and extravagant. Today's task was to plant the peach trees first, stopping when young seedlings sprouted to save time. Jovan intended to plant all these trees. Otherwise, leaving them piled up for too long wasn't ideal. Time flew by quickly as they worked. By the time Jovan finished planting the last peach sapling, it was already getting dark. He clapped his hands, finishing another day's labor. Ryan and Joan had run outside the cave to go hunting. Police searches had ended, so Jovan didn't stop them, just reminding them to be safe. After all, in terms of true combat skills, he definitely couldn't match Joan, who carried a gun. Safety wasn't a concern. With this thought, Jovan took a cold bath by the stream and then lay on the anti-mosquito laying bamboo bed, enjoying a peaceful rest. Though simple, life here felt very fulfilling. However, just as Jovan approached the stream to undress, Ryan and Joan appeared at the cave entrance. Jovan hurriedly put back on the clothes he was preparing to take off. How embarrassing if he was caught like that. Hey Jovan, look what we brought back. Ryan exclaimed once they entered the valley, waving a colorful wild pheasant and a silly sika deer. Great job. Jovan replied half-heartedly and then examined their catch. The pheasant looked plump, but the sika deer was rather scrawny. It was summer. Such deer only tasted rich during winter. Now it probably contained barely any meat aside from bones. We'll eat the pheasant tonight. Let's release the deer, said Jovan, taking the pheasant while releasing the skinny deer. Why did you release our prey without my or Sister Joan's consent? Ryan objected unhappily, watching the deer dart away. Did you shoot that deer? Jovan asked, shifting the focus to Joan. Hearing this, Joan nodded. She'd been learning Chinese from Ryan and understood Jovan. Would you agree if I released it now? Jovan asked further. Joan, obedient to Jovan, nodded rapidly again. Hee, see? Even the person who shot it agrees, Jovan smiled at Ryan. Humph, you're bullying Sister Joan. Annoyed, Ryan couldn't argue with the tough-skinned Jovan, muttered an accusation, and stomped off to lie on the bamboo bed. Carrying the pheasant, Jovan cleaned and defeathered it by the stream. He avoided the deep pond fearing the bloody scent might attract dangerous creatures. Jovan was quick and soon cleaned the pheasant. Then he started a fire, found some clean clay, and began to cover the entire bird evenly with it. Yes, he planned to prepare beggar's chicken. There weren't many seasonings available. While chicken meat is delicate, wild pheasant meat is coarser. Clay contains minerals that can eliminate fishiness during high-temperature cooking, making it smell irresistibly delicious. Once the chicken was thoroughly covered, Jovan built a blazing fire. Joan kept adding dry wood to the flames. Jovan buried the whole pheasant beneath the embers and waited quietly. A gentle night breeze blew comfortably. Flames crackled, illuminating the area and casting Joan's face into flickering light and shadow. Jovan wondered what she was thinking, probably past memories from Alpha Team or her mercenary days. Everyone has their own history. For Joan, surviving in this secluded valley was possibly one of the better endings. Ryan, initially lying on the bamboo bed, returned to join the group. They naturally enjoyed playful banter with Jovan whenever they met. Sometimes, Ryan wondered what life would be like if Jovan ever stopped teasing her. Waiting always felt long, but the valley's scenic beauty, starlit skies and fragrant fruits, made waiting pleasant. Time seemed irrelevant. Finally, the campfire dimmed, and Jovan began digging out the buried beggar's chicken. The once soft clay was now baked hard. Fearless of the heat, Jovan cracked open the outer layer of hardened clay. The aroma spread as white, tender chicken emerged, filling the air with mouth-watering fragrance. Chapter 236, Fire Resistance. Wow, it smells so good. Ryan fanned the air with her nose, savoring the aroma. Being from Sichuan province, her resistance to delicious food was practically non-existent. The smell of roasted chicken made her almost instinctively reach out to grab a piece. Slap. Jovan mercilessly slapped her fair hand, leaving a red mark on her tender skin. Go fetch some stream water to cool down. Who'd have thought you'd dare grab freshly baked beggar's chicken with bare hands? Jovan wasn't afraid of heat due to his thickened skin, a side effect after taking the second stage golden pill. His body had undergone many subtle yet remarkable changes since then. He needed time to gradually understand them all, like his newfound resistance to extreme temperatures, be it scalding or freezing cold. Freshly baked beggar's chicken was around 100 degrees Celsius, but felt only slightly warm to him, not burning at all. Earlier, Jovan tested his new abilities by placing his finger over a lighter, which could reach up to 600 degrees Celsius. Initially, it felt slightly hot. Then, as the heat intensified, he held out until about 10 minutes later when he finally couldn't take it anymore. Even so, His endurance was impressive enough to leave others amazed. Sometimes, Yovan wondered if this counted as a superpower, but considering that other people's abilities usually involved controlling fire, water, or creating massive fireballs in the thousands of degrees, his own seemed modest. He might endure high temperatures for longer than most, but not nearly as much as what those with superpowers could do. There were Guinness World Record holders who could withstand intense heat and cold too. Scientifically speaking, perhaps humans have dormant genes for heat tolerance, which the golden pill activated or even enhanced, boosting resistance against flames. In mythology, wasn't that monkey son Wukong able to withstand the high temperatures inside Perry's furnace after eating the 9-turn golden pill? The pill gave him the ability to resist extreme heat and granted him the eyes of fire and water. Therefore, science and myth aren't too far apart. Of course, such unique abilities appeared only in Yovan, allowing him to pull the mud-covered beggar's chicken directly from the embers without burning himself. If Ryan had reached in, she would have certainly suffered painful blisters. Taking Jovan's advice, Ryan pouted but obediently fetched some stream water. After all, Alondra caught the wild chicken, and Yovan prepared it. She was merely enjoying the meal. Once Ryan cooled the chicken with stream water, they began feasting eagerly. During the meal, Yovan gathered more vegetables, relishing both the immortal world cucumbers and beggar's chicken. It was truly an indulgent feast. Mountain chickens were leaner compared to domesticated fattened hens, yielding less meat despite their robust build. By the time Yovan was half satisfied, only empty bones remained of the whole chicken. To satiate his appetite, he supplemented with more vegetables. Meanwhile, Ryan and Alondra, having smaller appetites, were already lying on bamboo beds, gazing at the starry sky, contemplating life. Indeed, when lying down under the vast expanse of stars, one can't help but ponder deeper thoughts, and Yovan was no exception. The vastness of space often made him realize how insignificant human life is. In those moments, an extraordinary feeling arose, transcending mundane daily routines. Lately, with cooking competitions and various events, Yovan felt somewhat distant from his simple farmer roots. This stay in the valley allowed him a period of quiet cultivation. Yet, he knew that once outside, life would resume as usual, its trajectory unaffected by personal will. If the finals prize required it, he would still pursue his dream of attending university, even accepting a teaching position if necessary. Of course, it would be ideal if the Culinary Association considered his situation and allowed him to enjoy university life as a student rather than as a teacher, given his young age. It would seem strange and awkward otherwise, especially if his students turned out older than him. Moreover, being a student meant he could mingle freely with seniors and juniors, unlike teachers mingling with middle-aged staff. Thinking of this, Yovan shuddered involuntarily. As night deepened, Jovan's scattered thoughts dissipated with the night breeze. Next to him, Ryan was already snoring softly. The night passed quietly. Upon dawn, it was the third day in the valley. Yesterday, Yovan completed planting all the immortal peach trees. Today's task involved planting purple thunder bamboo and premium sandalwood. Once these were planted, materials would be available to construct wooden houses, transforming the valley into a habitable place. The speed at which the purple thunder bamboo grew was astonishingly fast, drawing attention. To avoid arousing suspicion in Ryan, Yovan sent her and Alondra off to hunt. After tasting the delectable beggar's chicken last night, Ryan was eager to go hunting. When Alondra suggested going out, she happily agreed. Only after Ryan left did Yovan start planting the bamboo, one by one, incredibly swiftly. Despite its rapid growth, there were too many bamboo shoots, and he only finished planting by mid-afternoon. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the large bamboo grove to shimmer with faint lightning, presenting a mesmerizing sight. Chapter 237. A clear world. Around the purple thunder bamboo, there was a faint sensation of electric current. As the number of purple thunder bamboos increased, this faint electrical sensation correspondingly intensified, becoming somewhat stronger. Certainly, this faint electrical sensation was healthy and gentle for the human body. Unlike the electrostatic therapy scams outside, the current released by the purple thunder bamboo truly had a therapeutic effect on the human body. Yovan did a preliminary count, finding that it currently offered effects like calming the mind and full body massage to promote blood circulation. Don't underestimate these two effects. With modern society's immense pressure, insomnia and depression are rampant. Entering this purple thunder bamboo grove wouldn't immediately cure everything, but it could significantly alleviate insomnia and prevent depression from worsening. Thinking further, Yovan believed that if one could reside long-term in the purple thunder bamboo grove, insomnia and depression might very well be cured. With this thought in mind, as he observed the visible faint current amidst the increasing numbers of purple thunder bamboos, tiny purple lightning threads as thin as hair zipping around, Yovan had the urge to go inside and experience it. Previously, just 10 purple thunder bamboos produced an enhanced current that felt like a full body massage. What would nearly 200 purple thunder bamboos feel like? Just looking at the hair-thin purple lightning threads gave one an exhilarating feeling. Of course, there was still some danger, but only for ordinary people. For Jovan's current physique, even a lightning strike couldn't instantly kill him, let alone such a small current. Yovan began to walk slowly into the grove. After all, since he had planted the purple thunder bamboos himself, he wanted to be the first to experience them. However, upon entering the grove and feeling the power of the hair-thin purple lightning threads, he instantly regretted his decision. Contrary to his expectations, these purple lightning threads carried a very intense numbing effect. As soon as Yovan stepped into the grove, the purple lightning coursing through his body numbed him completely, causing him to lose control and collapse stiffly to the ground. Fortunately, the purple lightning only caused intense numbness without conventional electrical damage. This seemed to be a special effect brought about by the quality transformation due to the quantity of purple thunder bamboos. As Yovan felt the purple lightning coursing through his body like warm currents, he wondered what additional effects would occur if millions of purple thunder bamboos were planted in Guanin's Bottomanda in the South Sea. Unlike how the second stage golden pill transformed the body, the purple thunder bamboo primarily affected the brain. Hair-thin purple lightning started racing through Jovan's body, eventually converging in his mind like tributaries merging into a river. Jovan felt a light rumbling in his mind, followed by the sound of thunder. A strange sensation arose, with clear energy rising and murky energy descending. This change happened slowly, consuming numerous hair-thin purple lightning threads each second. Daring not to move, nor could he, given his paralyzed state, Jovan realized that such a transformation was rare and invaluable. While physical enhancements can be achieved scientifically, enhancing mental abilities remained beyond current scientific capabilities. The transformation continued, with the sensation of clear energy rising and murky energy descending persisting in Jovan's mind. He felt as though his body was breaking free from a cage, and the world he once saw now appeared before him in an entirely new form. Transformations don't happen overnight, but fortunately, there was no shortage of the purple lightning required for the transformation. Hundreds of threads entered Jovan's body every second, enough to fuel the transformation. Jovan's eyelids grew heavy, almost as if they weighed a ton. Gradually, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep driven by his body's instinct. When Jovan woke up, the moon was high in the sky, signaling the middle of the night. Staring at the bright moon and stars above, Jovan was momentarily stunned. He thought only a short time had passed, but the sky was now dark. He must have been unconscious during the afternoon. The moonlight was brilliant, and everything around him was clearly reflected in front of Jovan, yet something felt different. Jovan frowned. He could clearly feel the wind of nature, see the legs of an ant 100 meters away, and hear the distant low howls of wolves. The world before him became incredibly vivid and sharp, as if a veil had been lifted or a black and white picture had suddenly turned into a colorful oil painting. Jovan couldn't describe his current feeling. It wasn't just about heightened reflexes, it felt like he was closer to the essence of the world. Reflexes were merely derivatives of this state. While Jovan wouldn't dare say much else, he was certain that if someone aimed a gun at him now, he could twist their neck before they pulled the trigger. Of course, in his usual state, Jovan was just a law-abiding peasant farmer who found plowing the land far more satisfying than fighting. Had he been in this state during the kidnapping incident at the resort villa, he wouldn't have needed any invisibility cloak. The mercenaries would have stood no chance. Stretching his slightly numb neck, Jovan regained control of his body. He was now immune to the purple lightning. However, as he took a step forward, he stepped back because Ryan and Joan were lying sprawled out next to him in a big character shape. Note: the term Da shape is directly translated as big character shape, referring to the Chinese character Da. It implies they were lying in a spread eagle position. For more natural English, it could be described as lying sprawled out like a starfish. Choose based on preferred style. Chapter 238. The result of sandalwood. Looking at the two women's appearance, Jovan guessed that they must have returned and found him lying on the ground, uncertain whether he was dead or alive. So, they stepped into the bamboo grove and were also paralyzed by the purple Juangning, just like him, lying down to undergo the transformation from the purple Juangning. This cause and effect are not hard to understand. Seeing the hair-thin purple lightning constantly entering their bodies, Jovan nodded, considering it a stroke of luck for them. However, different from Jovan, about 30 small purple lightnings were surging into Joan's body at the same time, while only about 10 were surging into Abigail's body. This should be directly proportional to each person's physical condition. After all, there is an old saying: the flesh is like a boat, carrying the soul across the vast sea of suffering. The strength of every person's soul varies with the strength of their physical body, mostly in direct proportion. Jovan didn't know why these thoughts crossed his mind. If it were before, he definitely wouldn't have pondered so deeply, mostly exclaiming things like, damn, how powerful, or wow, such big chests. But now, as his thoughts flowed, there was an exceptional clarity. Sigh, if I had this brain earlier, how could I have failed? I bet Tsinghua and Peking universities would have been easy. Jovan shook his head and walked out of the purple Juangning bamboo grove. As for the Abigail and Joan lying on the ground, this was their fortune and destiny. They couldn't be disturbed in that state, and with the protection of the purple Juangning bamboo grove, they were safe, requiring no dedicated caregiver. Although it was already late at night, Jovan felt not a trace of sleepiness. After being purified by the purple Juangning, Jovan felt energized. Unable to sleep, he got up from the bamboo bed and came to where the premium sandalwood was stored. Jovan decided to plant the sandalwood without delay. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, and Abigail and the others were still deep in slumber within the purple Juangning bamboo grove, no one would disturb him. The purple Juangning bamboo had such peculiar effects. So, this premium sandalwood must also have its unique properties, and planting it sooner would allow him to rebuild the wooden house faster. Digging holes, watering, and then burying the trees, Jovan methodically planted the first premium sandalwood sapling and started chanting the divine farmer's decree. The sapling, barely as thick as a pinky finger, began to slowly grow. Since he had only bought 10 premium sandalwood saplings, Jovan continued chanting the divine farmer's decree, directly accelerating the sapling to its mature tree form. This process took about an hour. As the sapling grew thicker and taller, a pleasant fragrance began spreading from the premium sandalwood, making Jovan inhale involuntarily. This smell contained active components. Unlike the tranquilizing effect of the purple Juangning bamboo grove, the fragrance of premium sandalwood felt invigorating, similar to mint candy, instantly refreshing. Unlike ordinary stimulating substances, this exhilarating scent appeared to have no side effects. Looking at the nearly 10-meter-high, human-hug-thick premium sandalwood tree, Jovan inhaled again, finding it difficult to fall asleep under this uplifting aroma. It seemed like tonight would be another sleepless night. What surprised Jovan even more was that some fist-sized fruits were growing on the branches of the premium sandalwood tree, appearing invitingly red. But when did sandalwood start bearing fruit? Jovan felt his worldview shatter. However, items from the Immortal World Taobao shop naturally shouldn't be judged by normal standards. Have you ever seen electrically charged bamboo or immortal peach trees that are crookeder than twisted neck trees? Having been conditioned to handle surprises, Jovan adjusted his mindset and approached the premium sandalwood tree. Since the premium sandalwood bore fruit, he naturally intended to taste the fruit and check its effects. Climbing trees was something Jovan excelled at. Of course, many rural children were good at climbing trees to get bird nests. Jovan was among the best, though compared to Wilfred, he admitted he was second best. That guy could climb any tree, no matter how challenging, to snatch any bird's nest. But now Wilfred was likely learning culinary skills at Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant. Shaking off these random thoughts, Jovan started climbing the tree. He moved swiftly like a nimble monkey, reaching the top of the sandalwood tree in moments. Reaching out, he plucked a fruit and put it in his mouth, ready to taste it before deciding whether to pick more. For a fruit, taste was its primary function. No matter how beneficial it might be, if it didn't taste good, it wasn't very useful, at most for emergencies. But if it tasted great and had benefits, Jovan's future menu would gain a magical new addition. The sandalwood fruit was about the size of a fist, resembling a reddish persimmon but slightly larger, perfectly round, and clearly thin-skinned with plenty of juice. Crunch. Taking a small bite, Jovan felt an extremely cool sensation shoot from his tongue to his brain. This cooling effect was much stronger than mint oil, making Jovan seriously suspect the fruit was filled not with juice but super-strength mint oil. Just one bite made Jovan hesitate, but after the initial intense coolness, the true flavor emerged, widening his eyes. Surprisingly, once adapted to the coolness, the flavor of the fruit was uniquely distinct, giving a cold winter moonlight feeling. Eating such a fruit in summer would be far better than drinking chilled Sprite. Indeed, it was thoroughly cool, liberating the heart. After finishing the fruit in his hand, Jovan ate 2 more before stopping and picked a few more fruits. Only then did he climb back down. Tonight, with 9 more premium sandalwood trees left, it promised to be a long night. Chapter 239. The Mysterious Man. By the time the sky started to turn faintly bright, Jovan had finally finished planting the 10 supreme-grade sandalwood trees. After calculating the time, Jovan headed to the Purple Thunder Bamboo Grove and strode in. Due to having already undergone the transformation by the Purple Thunder, he was now resistant to its numbing effects. Ryan and Joan were still lying flat on the ground, resembling a large T. This posture is said to be one of the most relaxed sleeping positions. Last night, Jovan hadn't really paid attention, but with the light strengthening now, Ryan's revealing attire made Jovan involuntarily swallow his saliva. Due to wearing thin summer clothes without much chance to change since arriving at the valley, her white t-shirt hung loosely over her chest, exposing generous swaths of fair skin before Jovan. Moreover, after undergoing the transformation from the Purple Thunder last night, his eyesight became especially sharp. He could clearly see that Ryan wasn't wearing a bra. It might have been due to the hot weather or perhaps because she was so well developed that she didn't want to be constrained. Anyway, the 2 pink cherries right before Jovan looked particularly prominent and inviting. As a man who hadn't tasted love yet, Jovan couldn't help but act disgracefully. But this was inevitable. Many heroes had succumbed to the allure of beauty. If Jovan didn't take advantage of this view, or even just glanced at it less, he'd likely have another sleepless night ahead. Thus, driven by a deeper study of the shape and color of the cherries, Jovan sat beside Ryan. Getting closer, the strong scent of baby bath soap filled his nostrils, deepening his understanding of how women could remain fragrant for days without showering. Time ticked away minute by minute, and Jovan's exploration of the cherries advanced rapidly. Just as he prepared to further examine their firmness and texture, a muffled grunt sounded behind him. Joan slowly opened her eyes. Her constitution being superior to Ryan's, she was the first to wake up. Groggy and looking around, Joan felt almost exactly like Jovan did when he first woke up. "How do you feel?" Jovan asked curiously. While he could guess that Joan had changed, he wanted to know more specifically how she differed from himself. "I can see the legs of ants nearly 50 meters away and hear insects flapping their wings," Joan explained honestly. Jovan nodded. It appeared Joan's enhancements were only about half complete, which made sense. Physical strength dictated spiritual strength, and Joan's body was naturally weaker than his. About half an hour after Joan woke up, Ryan finally emerged from her unconscious state. Unlike Joan, Ryan screamed upon waking. "There's electricity. What kind of bamboo is this, to actually shock me into passing out?" Jovan and Joan stifled their laughter without speaking. "You're laughing? Jovan, if I hadn't saved you, why would I get shocked? You ungrateful." Suddenly, Ryan froze as she too discovered the changes in her body. "Hey, wasn't I nearsighted? Why can I see so far? And my hearing, how has it improved so much?" Ryan pulled out a pair of contact lenses from her eyes. In high school, her diligent studying led to myopia, and even with contacts, her vision never compared to her youth. Yet now, not only had her sight returned, it was better than ever. This discovery left her stunned, but before joy could set in, she noticed something else. Her hearing had also dramatically improved. She could distinctly hear faint rustles of wind in the grass from afar. After a moment, Ryan recovered, her eyes brimming with tears. Those who don't suffer from myopia cannot understand its pain, whether with glasses or contacts. Now, her vision surpassed pre-myopia levels, making her ecstatic. But seeing Jovan's smirk nearby, Ryan realized he must have known about her transformation. He was waiting for her questions. However, the experience was too strange. Though reluctant to speak with Jovan, Ryan couldn't help but ask, "Hey, fool, what happened here?" Jovan's expression turned serious, as if ready to answer. "Well, I do know." Upon hearing this, Ryan's eyes lit up. Discovering the cure for myopia could benefit all humanity. A breakthrough that, though she wasn't seeking fame or fortune, would certainly satisfy her curiosity. However, Jovan's next words made her face fall. But it's a secret that shouldn't be revealed. Before Ryan could retaliate, Jovan slipped away. Arg. So infuriating. Watching Jovan escape, Ryan found him becoming more mysterious. His chef facade hid so much she couldn't grasp. Putting aside his culinary masterpieces that dazzled judges, Jovan possessed high-tech or black tech, like the cloak. Moreover, his physical prowess alone was enough to defeat martial arts masters effortlessly. Chapter 240. Expensive Fertilizer. On the 6th day in this valley, Adeline's call finally came through. Jovan's phone, a knockoff Phelps waterproof model, supposedly had a battery life of up to 48 days on a single charge. Of course, as the user of this phone, Jovan had never known its exact standby time because apart from manually shutting it down, he had never seen it automatically power off due to a dead battery. Adeline was very clear over the phone. The aftermath of the last robbery incident had begun to settle down. Although the pursuit of the escaped female robber, Joan, would never cease, Abigail, as the hostage, could now leave. If Abigail could go out, Jovan naturally could too. Moreover, Adeline brought good news. The rewards for the finals of the Qinghai City food competition had been distributed. Once Jovan left the valley, the reward would be given to him. What made Jovan happiest was that after considering his age, the teaching position at a prestigious university offered as a reward had been changed to a student spot with any major of his choice. Most of this success was due to the efforts of Adeline's grandfather, Montague. If anyone else tried, the school principal might not have shown such favor, but when Darren Hahn personally intervened, the matter was easily resolved. After all, they were still living in a society governed by relationships. Hearing one piece of good news after another from Adeline, Jovan felt his long-stilled heart begin to pound. After all, who could resist dreaming of what had once slipped away? That university had always been his dream. People often yearn for what they can't have, and Jovan was no exception. However, Jovan decided to stay in the valley for one more day, inviting Adeline over for a farewell dinner to express his gratitude. This time, Adeline had done him an enormous favor, and he needed to show his appreciation. Material wealth like cash or jewelry wasn't something Adeline lacked, so after some thought, Jovan's eyes lit up as he saw a row of peach trees growing by the stream. An idea struck him. Since Adeline still had to drive over, which would take some time, Jovan sent Abigail and Joan to meet her at the foot of the mountain while he headed to the peach trees by the stream. The peach trees were about the thickness of an arm, thriving and lush, but the only thing that irked Jovan was their twisted and crooked growth, even worse than a hunchback tree. The first two plants gave Jovan a pleasant surprise. The purple thunder bamboo could cleanse the spirit and calm the mind, while the premium sandalwood could excite without any side effects. He wondered if giving these fruits to athletes before national Olympic competitions might help them achieve breakthrough performances, but those were just fleeting thoughts. If he truly wanted gold medals, Jovan could simply participate himself. Long-distance running, short-distance sprints, all the gold medals would be his. Shaking his head, Jovan cleared his mind and began chanting the divine farmer's incantation beside a peach tree. For reasons unknown, the usual potent incantation had minimal effect on this fairy peach tree, growing very slowly. Nevertheless, Jovan was patient, chanting the spring chapter of the incantation slowly. The fairy peach tree grew gradually, its leaves changing from light green to dark green. The branches grew faster, and flower buds started to appear on the branches. Yet seeing the increasingly crooked branches, Jovan couldn't help feeling frustrated. He had never seen a tree twist as if split in half, and then rotated 270 degrees. How could such a hunchback tree bear quality fruit? Despite his doubts, Jovan continued chanting the incantation patiently, but his hands were busy. The peach tree was growing too slowly, and Adeline would arrive in about an hour. If the peach tree continued at this rate, it wouldn't be ready in time. Thinking this, Jovan opened the Immortal Realm Taba shop on his phone. To his relief, there were fertilizers for rapid plant growth available, but the price tag made his face darken. What a ripoff. This fertilizer costs several times more than the sapling. Jovan complained inwardly. A small bag of fertilizer cost 100 immortal coins, an exorbitant price even for him. Though he could afford it, being used to frugality, he hesitated. However, thinking of Adeline's imminent arrival, he gritted his teeth and exchanged 100 immortal coins for a small bag of rapid growth fertilizer. A flash of white light appeared, and Jovan found himself holding a small bag of fertilizer. The packaging material felt substantial, with no text or patterns except for a young man's portrait. No matter how long he stared, Jovan couldn't identify this elegant, strikingly handsome young deity. Beside the bag was a serrated edge. Using his teeth, Jovan tore open the edge and poured the white powder around the roots of the peach tree. Surprisingly, the powder melted into the ground almost instantly like summer snow. Not wanting to waste his hard-earned 100 immortal coins, Jovan immediately began chanting the divine farmer's incantation again. As expected, you get what you pay for. With the help of the Immortal Realm fertilizer and Jovan's incantations, the fairy peach tree started growing at an astonishing speed. Pink flower buds bloomed rapidly on the tree, which also grew thicker and taller. Finally, under Jovan's watchful eye, one flower bud unfurled and fell, replaced by a small green fruit no bigger than a thumb. This was the first fruit of the peach tree, followed by more and more green fruits appearing on the fairy peach tree. Chapter 241. A simplified version of the Immortal Peach Feast. The exorbitantly priced fertilizer truly justifies its cost, but it would be better if it were a bit cheaper. Looking at the rapidly growing, thickening, and enlarging peach tree, Jovan finally smiled. It had only been a few minutes since he spread the fertilizer, yet this immortal peach tree was already growing much faster than when he had labored over it for so long previously. At this moment, the peaches, originally about the size of thumbs, began to quickly grow larger. After the 9th immortal peach appeared on the tree, no more peaches grew. Jovan wasn't sure of the specific reason, but 9 being an extreme number, this type of immortal peach tree probably could not bear more than 9 peaches. To ensure he didn't waste the fertilizer's power, Jovan continuously recited the Jason spell without pause. By now, the immortal peaches had grown to roughly the size of a fist. However, what worried Jovan slightly was that even at this size, the peaches remained fuzzy and green, showing no sign of turning red. Are all varieties of immortal peaches green? Jovan's worry didn't last long because the fist-sized peaches continued to grow. When they reached about twice the size of a fist, a hint of pale red finally appeared on their green surfaces. Seeing the pale red, Yovan finally felt relieved. However, watching the already 3 times larger than normal peaches continue to grow, he couldn't help but pause in surprise. They are this big and still growing? Jovan's concern was quite reasonable because he didn't know that the peach trees he bought from the Fairy Realm Taba store were all varieties of the large, juicy immortal peaches. When the peaches finally grew as big as a human head, they stopped their astonishing growth. The air, now filled with a sweet peach fragrance as the peaches gradually ripened, only evoked an irresistible urge to eat them without any special effects on humans. The scent was so rich and enticing that Yovan found himself swallowing saliva repeatedly. Just smelling it made him feel like every cell in his body was rejoicing. It was a temptation that came from deep within his soul, making it almost impossible for him to control himself. Much like how a soldier who had been away for 5 years might react when faced with a beautiful woman appearing before him unclothed. However, Adeline and the others hadn't arrived yet, so Yovan forced himself to suppress his longing for the peaches. He stood up and walked towards the cave to avoid the sight, leaving the valley where the peach fragrance permeated the air. After some time, Yovan returned to the valley, where the fragrance had started to diminish, becoming tolerable for him. He then climbed the premium sandalwood tree and picked some fruits in preparation for the simplified version of Shi Wangmu's peach banquet, ensuring he had various fruits ready. Without modern kitchen appliances in the valley, Yovan planned to prepare some cold dishes, which seemed perfect for the hot summer weather. For the ingredients needed for the cold dishes, like vinegar and sesame oil, he had already instructed Adeline over the phone to bring them along. When Adeline, led by Abigail and Joan, stepped into the valley, it was her first time seeing the lush vegetables and the serene, almost utopian environment. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise, just like Abigail had done earlier. Looking at Adeline's astonished expression, Yovan smiled. There were 2 reasons he brought her here. One was to express his gratitude, and the other was to let her see the valley's abundant vegetables, instilling more confidence in the soon-to-be-launched vegetable company. Adeline did have some concerns about the upcoming vegetable company. Even if the quality of the produce was excellent, insufficient quantity could hinder its development and expansion. Despite Changda Company's downfall, Qinghai City's agricultural market had become increasingly complex and unpredictable, with smaller companies, once suppressed by Changda, now fiercely competing to fill the void left by the fallen giant. It was a chaotic era, but also one full of opportunities. If their agricultural company emerged during this time, it could stand out in Qinghai City's market with Jovan's delicious vegetables, possibly even becoming a leading company. Seeing the valley filled with fresh vegetables, Adeline finally felt reassured and had greater expectations for the company's future. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a delightful peach aroma, causing her to sniff the air. Following Jovan's cue, she saw the 9 enormous peaches on the tree, each larger than a human head, and was momentarily stunned. She had never seen such large peaches before. Though she was somewhat immune to Jovan's surprises, from the unique garlic to his exquisite culinary skills, Adeline quickly composed herself. As the peach fragrance became more intense, her stomach began to rumble. Yovan had called her to prepare a meal, so she had come on an empty stomach. The aroma made her hunger even more unbearable. Fortunately, Yovan began picking the immortal peaches upon their arrival. The previously picked fruits and cold dishes were already laid out on the bamboo bed. Due to her extreme hunger, Adeline grabbed one of the fruits from the premium sandalwood tree and popped it into her mouth. Yovan had lost count of how many times he had swallowed saliva. The intense aroma was too enticing, making him feel like his entire body was rejoicing. It was almost as if this attraction came from the depths of his soul, making him unable to control himself. Just like after serving nearly 5 years in the army, suddenly seeing a beautiful woman appear before him unclothed. Such moments often brought uncontrollable urges. But Adeline and others hadn't arrived yet, so Yovan forcibly suppressed his inner desire for the immortal peaches. He stood up from where he was and walked towards the cave direction, escaping the view to cleanse his mind. As the entire valley was permeated with peach scent, Yovan could only leave the valley helplessly. After some time, Yovan returned to the valley, finding that the fragrance had started to fade within tolerable limits. He headed to the finest sandalwood tree and quickly climbed it, picking some fruits down. Deciding to host a simplified version of Queen Mother Shi Wangmu's immortal peach feast, Yovan naturally needed to prepare some fruit platters. Since there were no liquefied gas stoves or kitchen utensils in the valley, Yovan planned to make cold dishes suitable for the hot summer weather. Ingredients like vinegar and sesame oil were arranged to be brought by Adeline via phone. By the time Yovan finished preparing, Adeline, guided by Abigail and Joan, entered the valley. This was Adeline's first visit to this place. Seeing the lush vegetables and idyllic surroundings, she let out a surprised exclamation, just as Abigail had done before. Looking at the astonished Adeline, Yovan smiled. There were 2 reasons he brought her here: to express his gratitude and to show her the vegetables of the valley, giving her more confidence in the vegetable company soon to open. Jovan's thoughts were justified. Despite the high-quality produce, concerns lingered in Adeline's mind about whether sufficient quantities could be maintained for business expansion. With Changda Company's collapse, Qinghai City's agricultural market had become chaotic and unpredictable. Small and medium-sized agricultural companies previously suppressed by Changda were now vying fiercely for market share. It was a turbulent era, but also one full of opportunities. If their company emerged now, relying on Jovan's delicious vegetables, they could stand out in Qinghai City's agricultural market. They might even become the leading company. So, seeing the abundant vegetables in the valley, Adeline finally put her worries to rest, feeling more hopeful about the future prospects of the company. Suddenly smelling a pleasant peach fragrance, Adeline sniffed. Following Jovan's guidance, she saw the 9 enormous immortal peaches on the peach tree, each bigger than a human head. She paused, having never seen such large peaches before. Although Adeline had somewhat gotten used to Jovan's marvels, from the uniquely flavored garlic to his extraordinary culinary skills, she soon calmed herself down. However, as the peach fragrance intensified, her stomach began to rumble. Yovan had called to cook for her specifically, so she came with an empty stomach. Under this tantalizing aroma, hunger became unbearable. Fortunately, upon their arrival, Yovan began picking the immortal peaches. Previously picked fruits and cold dishes were already arranged on bamboo beds. Due to overwhelming hunger, Adeline grabbed a fruit from the finest sandalwood tree and ate it immediately. Chapter 242. Come to my place for a bath. The moment she stuffed the premium sandalwood fruit into her mouth, Adeline's eyes bulged wide open. First, a refreshing mint flavor burst forth in her mouth, immediately giving her a sense of mental clarity. The mint taste gradually faded, and before Adeline could take a few more bites, she had already finished all the fruit in her hand. Delicious. It's really delicious. Beside Adeline, Abigail also picked up a fruit and started munching away, her eyes half closed in enjoyment. Suellen ate more gracefully, picking up a fruit and eating it slowly and elegantly, looking far more ladylike compared to the noisy Abigail who was chomping loudly. These are delicious. Damn, that one is too. By the time Yovan brought over the basket full of peaches he had picked, the three women had already started feasting. Honestly, do you have to be this impatient? The main course hasn't even been served yet, and you're already digging in? Yovan placed a peach as big as a human head on the bamboo bed. Tempted by its rich peach aroma, he swallowed hard, then joined the women without further ado. He sliced the peach on the bamboo bed into 4 parts, handing out a slice to each of them, and they began feasting heartily. As the juicy peach was cut open, the rosy flesh inside revealed itself, making it look incredibly appetizing. The sweet aroma became more intense, and Yovan couldn't resist taking a hearty bite. The succulent peach meat instantly melted in his mouth, turning into a sweet nectar that flowed into his body, warming him and giving him a sense of increased strength. Could these peaches increase one's strength? Since Yovan was already very strong, the change wasn't noticeable to him. He only faintly felt a slight increase in power. Among the 3 women, Adeline showed the most obvious changes. She ate the peach the fastest and consumed the most. After devouring a large portion, a thick, aromatic juice made her close her eyes in bliss. After a while, when Adeline opened her eyes again, she noticed something strange. Black substances were seeping from her skin. Her eyes were also noticeably brighter. Yovan, this peach feels so good after eating it. Adeline exclaimed with surprise at Dover. She had a small stomach ailment, but after eating the peach, her stomach felt warmly enveloped, and her condition seemed almost cured. If it makes you feel better, eat more. I'll go pick another peach. After hearing Adeline's words, Yovan wiped his mouth, got off the bamboo bed, and walked toward the peach tree. There were still 8 more peaches left on the tree, enough for all 4 of them. They continued their improvised peach feast from noon until late afternoon. When the sun was about to set, Adeline lay on the bamboo bed with a bloated stomach, looking like she was nearly dead but still clinging on. What is that smell? Why does it smell so foul? Adeline, lying on the bamboo bed, suddenly sat up halfway, sniffing curiously. She smelled a strong, unpleasant odor but couldn't pinpoint its source. Yovan hesitated, noticing the black substance oozing from Adeline's skin. Abigail and Suellen had already moved far away, pinching their noses. Realizing something was amiss, Adeline looked at her own body and saw the black substance. Shocked, she leaned in and sniffed it. So foul. What is this stuff? Adeline cried out in disbelief. Even she found it hard to bear the smell from her own body. Hey, don't jump into that pond. Seeing Adeline panic and wanting to jump into the deep pond, Yovan hurriedly blocked her path. The pond contained strange fish that would likely devour her bones, and all if she jumped in. I need to find a place to bathe right now, immediately. Seeing Yovan blocking her way, Adeline was anxious. The foul smell was getting stronger, making her feel nauseous. Wanna bathe? Come to my place. Without hesitation, Yovan blurted out. Are you sure? Let me come to your place to bathe? Adeline gave Yovan a peculiar look. After hearing his words, she didn't seem as urgent anymore, almost ignoring her own foul smell. Sensing her odd tone, Yovan paused, then nodded. Of course, it's just a bath, nothing more. All right, let's go now. Adeline nodded seriously and turned to leave the valley. Yovan didn't expect her to be so decisive and followed quickly. Abigail tagged along. Suellen wanted to go too, but remembering Jovan's order not to leave the valley, she hesitantly returned to the bamboo bed, feeling somewhat melancholic. Abigail was eager to get home and thought it inappropriate to visit Jovan's house, given how small the village was. If 2 attractive girls were seen entering Jovan's house at night, rumors might spread. Yovan didn't mind the gossip, but he knew his mother wouldn't appreciate it either. Well, enjoy the evening. Abigail drove Adeline's car, sticking her head out the window and waving at Yovan and Adeline with a mischievous smile. Let's go. Yovan led Adeline towards his home. Chapter 243. Good news and bad news. Yovan walked home with Adeline, both of them mostly silent on the way. It wasn't due to any particular reason. It was mainly because Adeline's body smell was quite strong. As a tidy person, Adeline hadn't been able to relax her brows since coming out from the valley. Yovan could see Adeline's unease and understood her thoughts, so he didn't say much either. When they were almost home, Amos, the donkey in the courtyard, smelled Yovan outside. At first, it seemed incredulous, then it trotted excitedly out of the house, greeting him joyfully. The door was half opened. Amos used its head to push it wide open, and a massive donkey head appeared in front of Yovan. Amos kept making sounds, as if expressing its longing. By now, Yovan had been away from home for a full week, and Amos missed him dearly. Good boy, Amos, did you miss me? This is your Brittany Portia. She's going to take a bath inside. Don't block the door. Yovan petted Amos's head lovingly. Hearing Jovan's words, Amos pulled its head back. Its huge size made it look like a small mountain wherever it stood. Yovan led Adeline into the house, and his mother heard the commotion outside and hurried out. Seeing Yovan bring Adeline home, she laughed warmly, her wrinkles smoothing out slightly. Portia, You've come. Come in, daughter. Adeline greeted Reba quickly, explaining why she came today. Melinda didn't mind Adeline's body odor, leading her straight into the inner room. This is truly favoring daughters-in-law over sons. Ignoring Jovan throughout this exchange, he shook his head and went silently to prepare bathing water for Adeline. There was a large wooden tub at home, and it being summer, the hot weather allowed for direct use of well water. After filling the tub with water, Jovan added some floral essence and scattered petals before calling Adeline out of the inner room. Seeing the large tub of clear water, the uncomfortable Adeline's eyes lit up. She jumped directly into the wooden tub without undressing, having felt quite disgusted with herself all day. Only after jumping into the wooden tub did Adeline let out a sigh of relief. She started preparing to take off her clothes, but suddenly remembered that Jovan was still there. Why? How long do you plan to watch? Adeline asked irritably at Jovan, who was just standing there dumbfounded. Sorry, I'll go now. Hearing Adeline's words, Jovan scratched his head, especially after seeing Adeline jump into the water, creating an enticing scene. He couldn't help but linger. Pretentious. Adeline spat, though seemingly thinking of something. She blushed and lowered her head shyly. Jovan chatted idly with Amos in the yard. Sometimes, having a donkey like Amos that could understand human speech wasn't bad. It was like the best listener in the world, one that could understand but not speak back. Melinda also came out, glanced at her son in the yard, then returned inside. Despite saying she didn't want anything, she was always concerned about her son. However, her son had grown, with wings of his own and a broader horizon. As a mother, all she could do was learn to let go. Seemingly thinking of something, Jovan went into the inner room, ready to share the good news about returning to university with his mother. The news was too sudden, and he needed to gather his words carefully. Krista, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Jovan approached his mother, who was mending clothes, with a grin. His question indeed captured her attention. The bad news first? Melinda thought for a moment and said, all right. The bad news is your son will leave Qinghai City for Huadu in some time and stay there for a whole year. To Huadu, are you looking for work? What about the land here? Indeed, hearing the bad news, Melinda's face changed. Her concerns weren't real reasons. She simply couldn't bear her son moving too far away, fearing no one would care for him if he starved or froze. Not looking for work, actually. I'm going to university. Jovan dropped the bombshell, leaving Melinda dizzy and dazed. University, you? As expected, Melinda didn't believe him at first. In her view, getting into university was incredibly difficult. Besides, there had been no college entrance exam yet. Though her son was capable, skipping the exam to attend university seemed unreliable. Yes, it's me. Jovan gave a bitter smile, recounting the culinary competition briefly, skipping parts about bandits to prevent worry. After listening to Jovan's explanation, Melinda finally believed him but still felt it was too surreal. Her son was a good cook, sure, but winning the food contest title and going to university didn't logically connect unless he was attending a culinary school. Seeing his mother still doubtful, Jovan knew the situation seemed too unbelievable from her perspective. But mere words wouldn't suffice now. The acceptance letter should arrive soon. Once his mother saw it, she believed. Reflecting on this, Jovan thanked Adeline's grandfather for arranging everything. If he'd insisted Jovan be a teacher, his mother might not have believed him at all, even fearing he was being scammed and trying to stop him from going. Thinking about this, Jovan bid farewell to his mother and headed towards his room. Adeline was still bathing inside, and Jovan planned to ask her through the door if she needed anything. Chapter 244, Power Outage. Coinciding to the splashing water from inside, Jovan had originally intended to knock on the door but reconsidered and did not put his hand up. Jovan, can you get me a towel? However, just as Jovan was about to leave, Adeline's voice suddenly came from inside. Okay. Do you need anything else? Jovan nodded, not sure why he felt distracted upon thinking of Adeline taking a bath inside. No, just a towel. Oh, also, get me some clean water. I didn't wash myself thoroughly. Adeline's voice continued to emerge from the room. By the sound of the water splashes, Jovan could imagine her getting out of the large wooden tub. Ouch! Suddenly, Adeline's scream shattered Jovan's thoughts, startling him. Adeline, are you okay? Do you need me to come in? Hearing her pained scream, Jovan asked anxiously. No, nothing. I fell down. It hurts. Adeline replied painfully, having slipped from the high edge of the wet and slippery wooden tub. Upon hearing this, Jovan stood outside the door, torn between entering or not. Should he go in or not? He mulled over it repeatedly. An elder once said, dying under the peony tree is blissful even for ghosts. Another one taught us that, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will catch a chill if she stays prone on the ground. Moreover, Adeline was his female boss. Rescuing her was humane. Not rescuing her was inhumane. After hesitating at the door, Jovan bravely knocked. Adeline, I'm coming in. If he asked permission, given Adeline's shy and stubborn nature, especially now naked and on the ground, she wouldn't allow it. Insisting on entering might be better. Saying this sentence was to give her a chance to prepare mentally. Don't, Jovan. I haven't put on clothes yet, Adeline said, blushing and anxious. It's because you're not dressed that I must come in. Muttering silently, Jovan disregarded her words, grabbing the bathroom door handle and turning it counterclockwise. It wouldn't budge. The door was locked from the inside. A miscalculation. He slapped his head and fished out a keyring from his pocket. This was his place. He definitely had the key. With a click, the door opened. Adeline, clad in thick clothing, sat on the floor. Seeing Jovan enter, she lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed red along with her neck. When did you get dressed? No, never mind. Are you alright? Let me see. Seeing Adeline wrapped tightly in his clothes, Jovan was momentarily stunned. These were his clothes, and she had dressed so quickly that it left him caught off guard. Squatting down, Jovan lifted her leg, revealing bruised knees. Concerned, he asked, does it hurt? Yes, very much. Adeline nodded obediently, moved by Jovan's caring expression. Can you move? Jovan, mistaking her dazed eyes for tears from pain, asked. I can. It hurts standing to dress. Adeline tried moving, wincing in pain. Don't move. I'll carry you to bed. There should be some bruise medication at home. In 2 days, you should be fine. Will there be scars? Adeline worriedly asked. Probably not. Let me carry you to bed first. The floor is cold. Don't catch a chill. Seeing Adeline nod slightly, Jovan scooped her up, lifting her from the ground. Though they had known each other for a while, this intimate contact was their first time. Except for the previous occasion when Jovan had embraced her passively in sleep without any consciousness. Even though Adeline was wearing his clothes, Jovan could still feel her smooth skin. More excitingly, due to her haste, she hadn't worn undergarments. His oversized clothes made her look smaller, causing her body to appear loose and exposed. Jovan couldn't help but be dazzled by the white and prominent curves before him. Hold it together, no distractions. Jovan muttered these 6 calming words in his heart, trying not to let his imagination run wild. Yet, it only intensified his uncontrollable thoughts. The more tantalizing and hesitant the moment was, the more irresistible it felt to Jovan. He felt his blood racing and warmth spreading. Lying in Jovan's arms, Adeline smelled his musky sweat, heard his rapid heartbeat, and sensed an unusual atmosphere. She dared not look up at him, her fair neck flushed like blood. Because Jovan was so close to Adeline, he could clearly smell the delicate fragrance from her body, a mix of musk and elegance. This wasn't the first time Jovan smelled her, but something seemed different today, though he couldn't pinpoint the change. There was an indescribable allure that stirred his heart. Placing Adeline on the bed, the air grew silent. Both knew that only a little push was needed to cross that boundary. Maybe, I should leave. At this critical moment, Jovan became hesitant. Bang! Suddenly, darkness enveloped the room. A power outage. Note: for sensitive content translation, please adjust according to local regulations and ensure appropriateness. Hashtag chapter 245. Son-in-law visits. Darkness often gives people a special kind of strength. For instance, right now, as the power went out and darkness enveloped everything around him, Jovan felt his heart settle down. It was also quiet on Adeline's end. Both of them remained silent, listening to the distant barks of village dogs and the faint cries of children. The sounds were clear yet muffled, as if coming from the entrance of another world. In fact, I quite like this feeling, peaceful, without all the scheming. Adeline's soft voice broke the silence. Urban areas have their conveniences, and rural areas have their tranquility. Each has its own merits. Jovan nodded after hearing Adeline. In truth, he believed the countryside was much better than the city, with fresh air and green mountains and rivers surrounding it. Of course, urbanization was an unavoidable cost of economic development, but who knew how much pure land would be left by then? I like the countryside, and I like you. Adeline's voice grew softer until it was barely audible, even for Jovan who was so close to her. What? You just said you like what? Jovan asked, not quite catching the last part of her sentence. Instinctively, he felt that what she had said was important. Nothing at all. I meant I really like your valley. Courage was a finite resource, and Adeline seemed to have exhausted hers, blushing as she spoke. Oh, if there's nothing else, I'm going to take a shower. It's getting late, so you should get some rest early. Jovan shook his head and headed towards the courtyard. After a busy day, although his constitution was strong, he still needed to sweat out. Feeling sticky, he wanted to wash up. By the time Jovan returned from his shower, Adeline had already fallen into a deep sleep. Not having the audacity to share a bed with her, Jovan went to sleep on the sofa. The night passed quietly. When he woke up the next morning, daylight was bright, and the warmth of the sun began to spread over the earth. His mother was feeding the chickens in the courtyard, making quite a lively scene. Jovan woke Adeline up and drove her to Qinghai City, eager to claim the prize from the culinary competition finals. Under Adeline's direction, Jovan did not stop at the Culinary Association, but instead parked in front of an old house in the bustling downtown area of Qinghai City. Aren't we here to pick up the prize? Where are we? Looking around, Jovan asked curiously. This place must be where one hides in plain sight, he thought. Owning such an ancient and charming house with a yard in Qinghai City would require millions and some connections. This is my grandfather's home, Adeline said while knocking on the door. Your grandfather's home? Jovan froze upon hearing this, somewhat disbelievingly and shyly asking, are we meeting the parents already? But I'm not prepared yet. Can you give me some more time? With that, Jovan tried to slip away, feeling that he looked more like a migrant worker entering the city. Even though he was a farmer, at least a bit of cleanliness was expected. Wouldn't he need to wear a suit when meeting the family of a girl? Don't go. Who said anything about meeting the parents? Also, those prizes are now with my grandfather. Are you sure you want to leave? Seeing Jovan's behavior, Adeline couldn't help but feel exasperated. What was going on in his head? Even if she really wanted to introduce him to her parents, she would have informed him beforehand. Pooh, why would I bring this guy to meet the parents? Adeline spat and rolled her eyes, nearly falling for Jovan's words. Jovan paused, then grinned apologetically. Hey, my good sister, I didn't know. If you told me earlier that the prize was with you, that would have been fine. Come on, don't be mad, my good sister. Creak. Before Jovan could finish speaking, an elderly lady with silver hair and a kind face opened the door. Hearing Jovan refer to Adeline as little sister, the elderly lady paused, then focused entirely on him. In Cordelia's mind, her granddaughter had always been aloof, especially towards men. She and Darren had been worrying about Adeline's future. Seeing her interact with this young man so warmly, Cordelia felt a huge burden lift off her shoulders and began scrutinizing the potential son-in-law. Portia, who is this? Cordelia asked, looking at Jovan. Seeing her grandmother suddenly appear, Adeline's expression stiffened. She knew that her grandmother must have heard Jovan's earlier comments, and inwardly she wished she could rip him apart. Smiling through clenched teeth, Adeline said, "Grandma, it's too hot outside. Let's talk inside. And this guy is here to see Grandpa today." "See the old fellow?" Cordelia's expression suggested she was convinced. She beckoned them inside. "Come in first." If she kept the potential son-in-law waiting at the doorstep, neighbors would surely gossip about her. Adeline could tell what was on her grandmother's mind by the look on her face. Trying to explain wouldn't help. Plus, Jovan's earlier remarks made matters worse. She gave him another glare and stomped on his foot in annoyance. Seeing Adeline's actions and her demure demeanor, Cordelia became more convinced that this young man was indeed her future son-in-law. Her smile widened, and she found herself increasingly fond of Jovan. As the saying goes, the mother-in-law finds favor with her daughter's husband. This certainly applied to Cordelia, who had come from humble beginnings as a peasant. Jovan's honest and straightforward appearance appealed to her despite his apparent lack of wealth. Given the substantial family business they had, money wasn't an issue. Seeing the elderly lady constantly glancing at him, Jovan knew it wasn't because he had become irresistible to everyone from 5-year-old kids to 80-year-old grandmas. There was only one explanation. This grandma liked him and wanted to make him her son-in-law. Please note, the original text contains many nuances and cultural contexts. To ensure coherence with previous content, I've maintained similar structures and style elements. Hashtag chapter 246, Dewfall Grass. Grandma, it's really not what you think. Jovan and I are just ordinary colleagues and friends. And today, he came to visit Aaron. Adeline felt uncomfortable under her grandma's gaze. She knew Jovan was the type who would take advantage of any opportunity. If her grandma really mistook him for a prospective son-in-law, she might truly fall into his clutches. Yes, I understand. Your grandpa is practicing Tai Chi right ahead. The elderly lady nodded, leading Adeline and Jovan into the courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, with lush potted plants growing inside. In the center stood a large artificial rock formation. Even more surprising, Jovan noticed that some vegetables were planted along the corridor. Indeed, Adeline's grandparents lived an enjoyable life, enjoying the conveniences of city life without forgetting their roots. Of course, this required a solid economic foundation. When people barely have enough to eat, they wouldn't have the luxury to indulge in such hobbies. As they walked around the artificial rock formation, the figure of Adeline's grandfather appeared on the other side. At that moment, Aaron Montague stood in front of a potted plant, looking rather gloomy, seemingly in a bad mood. "You old man, your granddaughter is here. Since she's come, I'll go buy some good ingredients from the market." Gianna seemed exasperated upon seeing Stevie's dejected expression. With visitors like a daughter and son-in-law, why look so downcast? Though these thoughts stayed in her mind, she still had to give the old man some face, especially with Jovan present. "Portia has arrived. Isn't this Jovan? I was wondering about the reward from the finals. Seeing you here today makes me relieved," Stevie said, turning towards them. "The finals reward? What finals reward?" The elderly lady quickly inquired, keen not to miss out on anything related to the new son-in-law. Adeline pulled Gianna aside and whispered explanations to her. Meanwhile, Jovan approached the plant that had caught Stevie's attention. His eyes lit up as his phone began vibrating intensely. It always did whenever there was an upcoming transaction involving immortal coins. Seeing Jovan staring intently at the plant, Stevie showed interest and explained beside Jovan after a sigh. "This plant was brought from deep in the mountains by an old friend. Its name remains unknown, but its most peculiar trait is that at noon, a large dewdrop appears on its leaves. No matter how strong the sun is, the dewdrop never vanishes, giving it a mysterious appearance. But lately, it seems to be struggling, maybe due to poor planting methods or being unsuited to this environment. It won't last much longer." Jovan took out his phone and opened the Immortal Taba app. As expected, the detailed image and description of the plant appeared on the main page. Noticing Stevie's presence, Jovan briefly scanned it before nodding. "It's not your fault. This plant is highly dependent on specific environmental conditions." Upon hearing Jovan's response, Stevie grew intrigued. He spoke almost instinctively about the issue since this was his favorite plant. Now, facing its imminent death, he felt a deep emotional pain. To find someone who seemed knowledgeable was unexpectedly refreshing. Pondering for a moment, Stevie asked tentatively, "You seem quite learned. Do you know the origin of this plant?" Before this, Jovan would have been clueless about the green sprout-like plant. But thanks to the Immortal Taba shop, he now felt confident. Clearing his throat, Jovan continued, "This plant is called Dewfall Grass. Not only do I know its name, but I also know how to save it." Dewfall Grass, what a fitting name. Adeline's grandfather perked up upon hearing the final part of Jovan's statement, then asked incredulously, "You know how to save it? Are you sure?" "Absolutely. However, I have a small condition," Jovan replied with a smile. With the divine farmer's decree, he could fix almost any plant-related problem. Reviving this plant was no challenge. Even making it grow as thick as a tree wasn't impossible. "What condition? Speak up. If it's reasonable, I'll do my best to meet it." Stevie waved his hand in agreement after hearing Jovan's words. As a passionate potter enthusiast, he had already invested nearly 10 million yuan in his collection, with this Dewfall grass costing him around 2 million. Such rarities weren't easily found. If Jovan could save it, meeting a small condition was nothing. My condition is that once I revive this plant, the pot belongs to me." Jovan smiled, revealing his ulterior motive. He couldn't resist the allure of the 500 immortal coins this Dewfall grass was worth. It was too significant an amount to pass up. Adeline's grandfather hesitated. Under Gianna's fierce glare, however, he reluctantly agreed, saying, "All right, if you can revive this Dewfall grass, it's yours." In truth, Stevie realized that without Jovan's help, the Dewfall grass would die anyway. Saving it, even if it changed hands, was better than losing it entirely. With this thought, he felt less reluctant. Chapter 247. Shield. Seeing that Mr. Adeline agreed, Yovan didn't waste any more time. He walked up to the dewgrass and started poking here and there, pretending to examine it closely while quietly chanting the divine farmer incantation under his breath. Sure enough, as Yovan continued chanting the incantation, what had initially appeared to be a withered dewgrass began, under Mr. Adelin's disbelieving eyes, to regain its green color and vitality. It even started to straighten up again. This powerful? The way Mr. Adelin looked at Yovan was different now. As the dewgrass gradually regained its vitality, finally, a dewdrop nearly the size of a melon seed hung from the topmost leaf, looking pure and inviting. Alive! It's really alive! Seeing that droplet reappear, Mr. Adelin's grandfather knew this plant, which had seemed about to die, had been brought back to life by Jovan's seemingly random movements. Mr. Adelin did not know what Yovan was doing. Even Yovan himself wasn't entirely sure what he was up to. He merely wanted to make his recitation of the divine farmer incantation less conspicuous. Otherwise, if he simply chanted a few words over the plant and it came back to life, Mr. Han might have been truly frightened. People instinctively fear the unknown. Zhuangke traditional Chinese medicine or certain aspects of herbal studies, Yovan couldn't help but shake his head at the thought. Seeing Yovan shake his head, Mr. Adelin thought something was wrong and quickly asked, "Is there a problem?" "No problem, no problem. And, I'll take this potted plant without further ado." Hearing Mr. Adelin's words, Yovan waved his hand and moved the potted plant into his car parked outside. Although this felt a bit improper, for celestial coins, Yovan thought anything was worth trying. But upon reflection, Yovan spent 10 celestial coins on a Taobao store to buy an almost extinct orchid, surprising Mr. Adelin who stared with wide eyes. Trading a nearly dead potted plant for a vanished 12-leaf orchid, it felt like a steal. Mr. Adelin's grandfather was delighted, and thus Jovan's treatment here improved. Watching her grandfather behave as if he'd found a kindred spirit, Adelin shook her head. She really wondered what potion Yovan had fed her grandfather. In just a short time, he had completely won him over. After lunch, Yovan was taken to the study by Mr. Adelin where he finally received the ultimate prize from the cooking competition, some papers. They included Zhanghai University's acceptance letter, with an unfilled major field, suggesting he could choose freely. There were also terms regarding the rental rights of several storefronts. Yovan held the rights to use and rent these stores, but only for restaurants, not other businesses. Yovan had no objections to these conditions. Renting is renting. Moreover, he only had the usage rights for a few years. He cared little about who rented them as long as he got the rent money. The signing process was quickly completed. Mr. Adelin tried to keep Yovan for dinner, but before Yovan could refuse, Adelin pulled him out. She had plans to shop with Ryan today, though why Ryan specifically wanted Yovan along remained unclear. Adelin sold Yovan out, completely in front of her best friend. When Yovan saw Ryan and the slick young man following behind, he understood why she insisted he come along. Based on his experience, the slick young man had a crush on Ryan, evident from his loud and boastful demeanor. Such men often act tough but are inwardly weak. Around women they fancy, they seek to show off, often ignoring others' feelings. Known colloquially as forceful showing off, it was deadly serious. Seeing the scene, Yovan turned to leave. From the look of things, he guessed Ryan wanted him to shield her, but Yovan wasn't willing. Though fearless, he feared getting caught in the crossfire. Besides, Yovan and Ryan weren't a real couple and naturally clashed. Yovan enjoyed seeing her struggle between disgust and helplessness. Would helping her get him money? Or a touch? Yet Yovan didn't walk far because Adelin grabbed him. While he could refuse Ryan, he owed respect to his boss Adelin. On the other side, beside this slick, recently returned neighbor's son, who talked in a soft effeminate voice, Ryan felt extremely unlucky. But for some reason, her parents had special fondness for high-educated expatriates. However, they saw only the surface. They couldn't know how revolting this man was. Based on what Ryan had gathered, he apparently hung around with people of all sorts overseas and even liked both men and women. But her parents refused to believe her, praising him as well-mannered and a fine lad. Heaven knows how hard Ryan had to hold back laughter hearing that. I dabble in such circles, I'm non-discriminatory, but am I considered a good man? Primarily, this repulsive guy acted so convincingly that her parents were swayed, insisting she socialize with him. Ryan felt cursed. Heart ya sister, why haven't they come yet? Ryan felt herself barely holding back from lashing out at the annoying person next to her. Note, heart ya, seems to be a literal translation and doesn't read naturally in English. It should likely be Blythe, following the earlier context. A more fluent translation would be, Blythe, why haven't they come yet? Ryan felt herself barely holding back from lashing out at the annoying person next to her. Just then, Ryan saw Adelin approaching and recognized the familiar figure. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 248. Given name Noel? Darling, why did you come so late now? Upon seeing Yovan, Abigail's demeanor changed instantly as she approached with a girlish air. The slick-haired and well-dressed Corbin beside Abigail, hearing her words, saw his expression transform from cheerful to cold in an instant. For Abigail, he was determined to win her over. Although he had indulged himself abroad, once back home, he still wished for a simple, virtuous girl to be his wife. He could see that Abigail was outwardly bold but deeply conservative. Moreover, he hadn't heard of this neighbor's daughter being in love before. She must still be pure. While he had been with many women, the ones abroad were too open, often losing their purity by the age of 13 or 14. By the time they reached him, they were more experienced. So until now, he had never been with someone who was untouched. This might be why he embarked on the path of bedding anyone available. Despite not being untouched himself, he still sought a virgin wife, believing it would make them more obedient. In China, women remembered their first men vividly. Now, who could tell him why his target suddenly gained a boyfriend? Hearing the unusually sweet tone from Abigail, Yovan felt an urge to flee. What had gotten into her today? It was frightening. Seeing Yovan still stunned, Adelin pinched his waist fiercely, snapping him out of it. As an unqualified actor, Yovan forced a somewhat stiff, loving smile, then tightly embraced Abigail, saying, "Missed you so much these days, let me kiss and see if you've lost weight." Feeling the fullness and softness in his arms, Yovan thought he should get some interest up front, showing her that being a shield wasn't without cost. Thinking this, he kissed her cheek lightly. Abigail blushed instantly. Adeline didn't overthink it, just focusing on making it convincing. She didn't expect how good these two were at acting. Even she believed it. Conquered by Yovan and Abigail's performance, let alone Corbin watching nearby. Seeing them intimately together, his face twisted in displeasure. When Yovan kissed Abigail's cheek, Corbin was infuriated and stepped forward coldly, in broad daylight, among so many people. "Don't you feel ashamed doing such things?" "Who is he?" Responding appropriately, Yovan feigned exaggerated surprise, pointing at the slick-haired man. "Don't know, maybe a passerby." Abigail shrugged, pretending not to recognize him. "Miss Xiao, how can you say that? Your parents entrusted you to me. Don't tell me you don't recognize me." Corbin tried maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, but inwardly seethed. He swore that once he won this woman over, he would torment her and have his friends play with her after getting her pregnant. But before Corbin could explode, Abigail burst out, angrily pointing at Corbin. "Which dog ear heard my parents entrust me to you? Also, look at yourself in the mirror. With your pig brain and dog belly, how blind do you think I am to like you?" Abigail's curses even slipped into her local dialect, stunning Yovan and Adeline. Corbin looked like he had just seen a ghost, disbelieving she said those words. You. Stunned by the genuine scolding, Corbin couldn't respond coherently. Though helpless against Abigail, Corbin blamed the man next to her, Yovan. Knowing Abigail and Jovan's embrace seemed rehearsed, yet they were pulled in as a shield, meaning they had a close relationship. Abigail wouldn't normally speak like that, surely egged on by this man. When one's worldview is crumbling, they find reasons to convince themselves. No matter what Yovan said, Corbin would blame him. Corbin took deep breaths, smiling at Abigail. "Belle, you wouldn't say such things, right? Was it taught by that man beside you? Don't worry, I won't tell your parents." Turning to Yovan, who wore simple clothes, he lifted his gold-rimmed glasses and handed him a gilded business card with condescension. "Young man, did Martha drag you here to provoke me? No worries, I'm not mad. If you want work, come to my company." Thick-skinned indeed. Adeline smirked but stayed out of it, just there for entertainment. Yovan took the card as expected. Reading his position, the seemingly laborer-like man would surely be shocked, Corbin thought smugly. Indeed, Yovan was shocked, pointing at the name on the card, asking, "English name Corbin, given name, Noel?" Chapter 249. "I'll treat you to a meal. Jin. Noel? Ha ha ha." Hearing Jovan's words, Ryan snatched the business card from his hand and, seeing the name on it, laughed loudly without caring about her image. "Humph, you don't know how fortunate you are." Seeing Ryan laugh uncontrollably, a sense of embarrassment washed over Noel's face as if a secret had been exposed. However, as an influential figure with wealth, he didn't need to tangle with this rustic fellow any longer. But comparing himself favorably against this mud-legged peasant would definitely score him some points with Adeline. Thinking thusly, Noel coughed a few times and then casually asked, "Young man, what do you do for a living?" "A farmer and a part-time chef." After hearing Noel's question, how could Yovan not understand his hidden agenda? Some people like to belittle others while raising themselves up, especially in front of their crushes, behavior that Yovan despised. He sometimes couldn't comprehend what these people were thinking. Is it just to show off how superior they are? "Oh, being a farmer must be quite hard work, right? The salary at my company isn't much, about 4 to 5,000 a month. If you're interested, you can come join us." Sure enough, upon hearing Jovan's reply, Noel made no effort to hide his disdain. Whether it was a farmer or a chef, neither profession posed any competition to him. He believed that Ryan had brought this person here merely to annoy him. 4 to 5,000 a month? That much? Looking at Noel's derisive expression, Yovan burst into superb acting, showing interest and eagerness. His voice perfectly conveyed the surprise and desire of a new migrant worker who had found a good job, along with a hint of cautiousness. Watching Jovan's current demeanor, both Ryan and Adeline had to hold back their laughter. They knew Yovan inside out. He was probably wealthier than Noel, and his fortune kept growing. This performance was purely for amusement. However, while Adeline and Ryan understood Jovan's background, Noel was clueless. Plus, Yovan was indeed a farmer, so his act felt authentic, and Noel did not notice anything unusual. Propped up by Jovan's performance, Noel held his head higher. Now, Ryan should recognize his superiority. With the humble farm boy as a contrast, his own image certainly appeared more splendid and great. Unbeknownst to Noel, Adeline and Ryan were stifling their laughter. But since he now knew that the small farmer was a shield, he thought he shouldn't let him stay any longer. With this thought in mind, Noel pulled out a wallet from his clothes and counted out 500 yuan. Thinking again, he took another 500 yuan out of his wallet. A total of 1,000 yuan. Although not much to him, it was only a meal, it was still considerable extra money for a peasant like Yovan. Noel handed the 1,000 yuan to Yovan and said in a dismissive tone, "Here's your money. No need to stand here as a prop. Go back to farming." "So what if it's farming?" Hearing the mockery in Noel's tone, Adeline, who had been observing from the side, could no longer sit still. She stepped forward and spoke. "What the hell do you think you're?" Upon hearing someone challenging him, Noel instinctively wanted to snap back. Today really wasn't his day. Dealing with Ryan was bad enough, but now even random passersby were speaking against him? But before Noel could complete his sentence, he saw clearly who had spoken. The beauty named Adeline, and his eyes lit up. He'd seen many beautiful women abroad, but none like her, and moreover, she seemed aloof. Conquering her would be an accomplishment indeed. However, he was beside Ryan, and flirting openly with another woman might undo all his efforts with her. Thus, Noel rolled his eyes and smiled at Adeline. "The lady may have misunderstood me. I didn't mean farming was bad. It's just that with today's rapid economic development and high costs, farming doesn't pay well. Haha. After hearing Noelle's words, Adeline turned her head towards Yovan and said humorously, "Hey, someone thinks you earn too little." "Well, he's right. It is a bit low." Yovan nodded. Although he earned much, whether it was buying antiques or running a company, everything cost a lot. He often felt that his money was not enough. "So, in kindness, I'm offering him a city job. The lady shouldn't misunderstand me," Noelle continued, subtly showcasing his social status and depicting himself as helpful. A positive image to maintain in front of the beauty. "Yes, you're indeed kind-hearted," Ryan interjected after hearing Noelle's words. This Noelle had thick skin and couldn't be driven away easily. Now he seemed interested in Sister Portia. But Ryan somewhat enjoyed this situation. She knew Yovan wouldn't let Noelle get away with insulting Sister Portia. Seeing Ryan agree with him, Noelle grew happier, feeling that his efforts weren't wasted. Meanwhile, he found Yovan less irksome now. Without this humble farmer, how could he make them appreciate his superiority? Thinking this, Noelle reoffered the 1,000 yuan he hadn't yet given to Yovan, intent on playing the generous benefactor to the end. Yovan took the 1,000 yuan without hesitation, curious to see what Noelle would concoct next. Seeing Yovan take the money, Noelle laughed even harder, though he wasn't ready to let him go just yet. Such perfect foil, where else would he find it? After a moment's thought, Noelle said, "Dinner time is almost here. You haven't eaten, right? How about I treat you to a meal at Tianhong Dumpling House, the best restaurant in town? I heard their chef is a master. If we get to taste his dishes, this trip won't be in vain." Translation provided maintains original tone and style, ensuring natural fluency and coherence with the preceding narrative while preserving paragraph structure and line breaks as instructed. Chapter 250, Showing Off. The Tianhong Dumpling Tower wasn't too far from where Yovan and the others were. By just turning the corner of this street and walking another 200 meters, they would be there. Therefore, Jovan's group didn't drive. Led by Noelle, they all walked ahead towards the Tianhong Dumpling Tower in a rather amusing manner. "Let me tell you, I'm pretty close with the owner of this place. Tonight, he will definitely reserve a private room on the 3rd floor for me. And it's even possible that the head chef might specially prepare a dish for us," Noelle said, quite proudly walking at the front. But did he really know the owner of Tianhong Dumpling Tower? In reality, he was only a figurehead as the general manager of a small company, whose true role was probably just to deceive naive little girls. His personal spending was excessively high. His monthly earnings weren't enough to cover his expenses. Even today, treating them to a meal was just him putting on a show of wealth. As for his claim of knowing the owner of Tianhong Dumpling Tower, it was all exaggeration. The owner and he belonged to entirely different levels. At most, he had a nodding acquaintance with the manager of Tianhong Dumpling Tower, whom he had to call brother whenever they met. Noelle's words almost made Yovan and Ryan unable to hold back their laughter. They kept winking at Adeline, amazed at how he talked about what a good relationship he had with her behind her back. How funnier could this get? Adhering to the principle that one must play a role thoroughly, Yovan and Ryan didn't expose Noelle. They listened as he continued boasting in front. "Let me tell you, that culinary god of Tianhong Dumpling Tower, he's known throughout Qinghai City's culinary world as..." Here, Noelle raised his thumb. Initially, he overcame countless odds, emerging victorious from over 30,000 chefs. The scene, the culinary skills, it can only be described as divine mastery. If Noelle had watched the live broadcast on the food channel before, he surely would have recognized the unremarkable-looking Yovan walking behind him as the very chef he was talking about. Despite the 10,000 viewers of the live broadcast, it was still a relatively small number compared to the millions of residents in Qinghai City. After all, food live streams were still niche. More people preferred to watch female streamers who dared to reveal more. Seeing Noelle mention him again, Yovan touched his nose. This time, it was Adeline and Ryan's turn to smile at him. Since he was walking in front, Noelle didn't notice the nearly uncontrollable amusement of Ryan and Adeline. He remained immersed in his own world. Some people derive immense spiritual satisfaction from boasting about friends or colleagues, or even complete strangers. It's as if, while speaking, they become the main character of the story themselves. Clearly, Noelle was such a person. After hearing Noelle's words, Ryan pulled herself together, forcibly suppressing her laughter, then asked, "Is the culinary god you mentioned really that amazing? There are too many scammers these days, and some unscrupulous media outlets just hype things up for clicks. So I think the culinary god you're talking about is probably not living up to the name." Hearing Ryan's words, Noelle became visibly anxious. Since the legendary chef came from his mouth, questioning the chef was tantamount to questioning him. For both his face and the credibility of his words, it was imperative to clarify things now. Thinking for a moment, Noelle took out his phone from his pocket and found Jovan's live stream on the day of the finals. He explained to Ryan the ease with which Yovan cooked, and the judge's shock after tasting his dishes. Finally, he concluded, "What I'm saying is right. The culinary god is indeed formidable." However, as he spoke, Noelle glanced at Yovan and then back at his phone, and said in a puzzled tone, "I must say, this farmer brother does look somewhat like the culinary god." Due to being sunburned black in the valley and changing his clothes today, Yovan looked quite different from his appearance during the final competition. Furthermore, the signal interference used by the mercenaries in the resort villa affected the clarity of the live stream that day. For a moment, Noelle couldn't recognize that Yovan was the formidable culinary god he was talking about. After all, skin color can significantly alter a person's appearance. Hearing Noelle's words, Yovan laughed and waved his hand. "My style? How could I possibly be a culinary god? Just a humble farmer." Noelle nodded in relief. From intuition, he felt that Yovan couldn't possibly be the legendary culinary god. Their auras were just too different. Such a great chef, having started as an apprentice and worked their way up, would have gone through so much, accumulating a certain aura unknowingly. This aura would naturally exude an inexplicable intimidation to those around him, a mix of instinct and something that couldn't be hidden. However, from Yovan, Noelle only sensed a farmer's caution and astuteness, without any trace of a chef's absolute confidence and aura. Juantel did Noelle know that Yovan, a farmer by profession and a chef by hobby, had obtained all his supposed cooking skills directly from the fairy world tabac shop infused into his brain. He only needed to recall them when required. Only when he was cooking would his entire aura change. In everyday life, Yovan looked like a typical farmer. For Yovan, it didn't matter much. Juanbing happily was enough. Why bother too much about other people's opinions? While chatting, the Tianhong dumpling tower appeared in front of them. Seeing Adeline, the security guard was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to greet her. But under Adeline's hint, the guard remained silent, wondering what their boss was thinking today. Entering the restaurant, due to Adeline's prior notification, the manager of Tianhong Dumpling Tower came down to greet them personally. Everything went smoothly without any fuss, showing great respect to Adeline's group without revealing her identity. The happiest among them was Noelle. He hadn't expected this mere nodding acquaintance of a manager to give him so much face, allowing him to show off greatly in front of the two women. Chapter 251. The Respectful Wanda. The manager of Tianhong Dumpling Tower was a chubby, white-faced man who gave off the impression of the laughing Buddha Maitreya when he smiled. One look at him made it seem like he could handle anything and charm his way out of any situation. He was a key player under Adeline's leadership, contributing significantly to reducing disturbances among patrons at Tianhong Dumpling Tower. Although its business success, becoming the top restaurant in Qinghai City, was largely due to Yovan, the chubby manager also played a crucial role. Today, despite being instructed by owner Adeline not to reveal her identity, which left him puzzled and confused, he followed her orders without question as his direct superior. Not only did he follow them, but he ensured they were carried out to perfection. Although unclear about the exact reasons, maintaining a positive attitude would never be wrong. And that was why Noelle felt the manager of Tianhong Dumpling Tower was especially enthusiastic today. Let me just tell you guys, this manager is my buddy. I'm on very good terms with the owner of Tianhong Dumpling Tower. Seizing the moment while the chubby manager went out to take their order, Noelle started boasting again in the private room. As he boasted, he kept an eye on the two women sitting next to Yovan across from him. Today, he had truly shown himself off well. Everyone in Qinghai City knew the class of Tianhong Dumpling Tower now, and surely the two women must have noticed how much the manager deferred to him. Though somewhat dissatisfied seeing the two women sit next to the migrant worker turned uncouth nouveau riche, Noelle believed they'd understand better after this meal who the better choice would be. Wow, brother Noelle, you're so awesome. Even the manager of Tianhong Dumpling Tower is your best friend. You must know the owner of Tianhong Dumpling Tower really well, right? By the way, isn't the owner also a big beauty? After hearing Noelle boast, Abigail laughed like a little fox, flattery flowing effortlessly from her lips. Sitting beside Abigail, Yovan involuntarily shivered at her laugh. Despite appearing straightforward and fiery, Abigail's scheming was deeper than bamboo joints he planted. Though Yovan knew she had many tricks up her sleeve, Noelle didn't. Just returned from abroad. All Noelle probably thought about were relationships, men and women or men with men. Otherwise his head was filled with nothing but empty thoughts. Confronted with Abigail's praise, Noelle felt as refreshed as if he'd swallowed cold water on a hot summer day. Just like in comedy, where it becomes boring if one person keeps boasting alone, having someone cheering on the side made it much more comfortable. Just as Noelle was about to humbly blow some more, the chubby manager re-entered the private room. Esteemed guests, we've prepared our specialty dishes for you. It should take about 15 minutes. Hearing the chubby manager's words, Noelle nodded satisfactorily. Normally during peak dining hours, one had to wait over an hour for their food. But today, within 10 minutes, their dishes were served, indicating Tianhong Dumpling Tower prioritized their order despite their late arrival. But thinking further, perhaps to appear even more superior, Noelle cleared his throat and said to the chubby manager, Wanda, isn't there a famous chef here? How about preparing us a special dish? Rest assured, money is no issue. I won't make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, the chubby manager paused, glancing towards Yovan, thinking inwardly that the renowned chef was right before them. Usually composed, Noelle missed the obvious presence opposite him, causing a huge misunderstanding that embarrassed the manager on Noelle's behalf. However, not fully understanding the dynamics, and catching a glance from Yovan, the chubby manager could only laugh nervously and promise to find out about the chef, unsure if he'd succeed. Noelle was satisfied with the chubby manager's response. Originally, he hadn't planned to really have the famous chef prepare food. Compared to a renowned chef, what was he? But the act had achieved its purpose. If the chubby manager successfully convinced the chef, his face would certainly shine brightly. If not, it wasn't his fault. The chef was busy with high-ranking officials every day. Lack of time was normal. Unbeknownst to Noelle, once outside the room, the chubby manager spat viciously. What a pretentious fool. Only now did the chubby manager reflect on the situation. Though everything seemed cordial on the surface, seating arrangements revealed much. Boss Adeline sat with the chef and her close friend, while the presumptuous guy sat across from them, an outsider. Today's events seemed orchestrated to mock him, like a joke or a jest. Nevertheless, service must remain impeccable. If things went awry, displeasing both his boss and the chef would spell trouble. Yovan, akin to a living symbol at Tianhong Dumpling Tower, held a status equal to Adeline and was considered a co-owner. Offending both bosses simultaneously was something the chubby manager wouldn't dare do. With the chef already in the private room, he need only pretend to check outside briefly. Oh, I suddenly feel a bit sick to my stomach. I'll go to the bathroom. Seeing the chubby manager leave, Abigail's eyes twinkled as she grabbed her belly and hurried out, giving Yovan a nudge as she passed. Chapter 252. The divine chef agreed. Although he didn't know what Ryan wanted to do, since they were now on the same side and she must have something to say to him by acting this way, right after Ryan left, Yovan also excused himself with a stomachache and slipped out. Sure enough, Ryan wasn't genuinely in pain. As soon as Yovan went outside, he could see her waving at him from the corner of the hallway. Her lively demeanor suggested she could probably run another kilometer without any problem. Yovan shook his head and walked up to her, asking, "What's up?" Cut the crap. Would I drag you out if there was nothing? Ryan pulled Jovan closer and made a shushing gesture before continuing. Hey, do you know if the kitchen has croton? Upon hearing this question, Jovan seemed to understand what Ryan intended to do. In fact, he had already grown irritated with Noelle's constant bragging. He nodded and said, there must be croton in the kitchen. I'm not sure about the quantity, but for one person, it's more than enough. Hearing Jovan's reply, Adeline's face lit up with a devilish smile. That guy wanted our divine chef to cook specially for him, didn't he? How about you prepare him a delicious stir-fried croton? No. Jovan shook his head, causing Ryan to be taken aback. However, what Jovan said next quieted her down again. If we stir-fry the croton, its medicinal effect will be significantly reduced and easily detected. But I have some colorless and odorless powerful laxatives here. Want him to try it? You're evil. Ryan patted Jovan's shoulder. But I like it, hee. To prevent raising Noelle's suspicions by being away for too long, Ryan volunteered to return and soothe Noelle, while Jovan headed straight to Tianhong Dumpling House's kitchen to start preparing the dish. Jovan's sudden appearance caused quite a stir in the kitchen. Truth be told, since the end of the finals, Jovan hadn't set foot in the kitchen once. Too many people requested dishes cooked by him daily. However, it had no impact on Jovan. He visited the kitchen purely based on his mood. Others might work diligently or take occasional breaks, but Jovan, on the other hand, only worked sporadically, perhaps once a month. As for rest days, that was entirely dependent on his whims, much like rowing a boat without oars. Ultimately, he wasn't an official employee of Tianhong Dumpling House. Adeline pretty much gave him free rein, never forcing him to cook or work in the kitchen. Sometimes, she didn't even mention it. Jovan could imagine how much effort Adeline put into blocking those eager diners who wanted to taste his cooking every day. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit ashamed. The kitchen helpers and junior chefs had already prepared all the cooking utensils. Wilfred, due to his diligent learning, had transitioned from a helper to a junior chef, primarily managing the fire control tasks. Through daily work and progress, Jovan could sense that Wilfred had come out of his romantic slump, exuding newfound confidence. Seeing this, Jovan felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Igniting the stove, washing the pan, heating the oil. Normally, when Jovan cooked at Tianhong Dumpling House, his rule was either not to cook at all or to prepare a large quantity sufficient for dozens, or even hundreds of people. So this time, Jovan used a large wok and a shovel combination. If asked what he cooked the fastest, it would probably be fried rice. Cooking fried rice in such a large wok would yield a richer flavor, a chewy texture, and most importantly, a quick serving speed, satisfying a large number of customers. However, using a large iron wok for frying rice often resulted in uneven flavors due to inadequate strength and the size of the wok, affecting the overall texture of the fried rice. Of course, these weren't significant issues for Jovan. With his strength and master-level culinary skills, stir-frying a pot of fried rice was incredibly simple. With this in mind, Jovan poured a large bucket of eggs and rice into the wok and began stirring, preparing each pot within 10 minutes. Half an hour later, 3 large wooden buckets filled with golden fried rice not only exuded an enticing color, but also permeated the air with a delightful aroma, overshadowing the scent of all other dishes in the kitchen. Jovan patted his hands and kept a portion of fried rice with a special ingredient for his private dining room. He instructed the chubby manager to serve it, then quietly returned to the private room. Inside the private room, Noelle continued boasting. Both Adeline and Ryan wore expressions of impatience. Seeing Jovan enter, both showed relief. They were finding the conversation irritating and couldn't hold back much longer. Jovan sat down and discreetly gave Ryan a thumbs up behind his back. Upon seeing this, the previously worried Ryan brightened up instantly and whispered their plan into Adeline's ear, making her laugh uncontrollably. Noelle thought Ryan was sharing private matters with Adeline and did not suspect anything else. Just then, the chubby manager, upon learning that Jovan had personally cooked, entered with a pleased expression and told Noelle, "The divine chef agreed to prepare a special dish for you today, and he said it's a welcome for the 2 beautiful ladies." Finishing his sentence, the chubby manager clapped his hands. Behind him, a waiter held a silver tray topped with a large, semicircular lid, concealing the contents inside. Really? The divine chef really cooked a dish just for me this time. Looks like I'm truly blessed today. Noelle stood up in surprise. He hadn't expected to get so lucky that even the divine chef of Tianhong Dumpling House would prepare a dish specially for him. Hashtag chapter 253. Can't hold it in anymore. This event might be something to boast about for a whole year, right? However, Noelle was also curious about what dish the master chef had prepared for him. At this moment, the waiter placed the dish on the table, and with some urgency, Noelle opened the lid of the plate. There, in front of him, was Jovan's personally made exclusive golden egg fried rice. Wow. The first wow came from Noelle himself. He was genuinely surprised. This golden egg fried rice looked impressive. Just by smelling it, one could feel the inviting aroma, and it surely tasted great too. No wonder it was a fried rice made by the hands of the master chef. Its appearance alone was top-notch. Jovan and the others' exaggerated wows were just for fun, supporting Noelle's reaction. After all, Jovan had created so many miracles, and dishes better than this fried rice were plentiful. Abigail and Adeline had become somewhat numb to it. Although this fried rice contained a special laxative that Jovan had bought for Noelle from the Immortal World Taobao store, this laxative required a trigger condition or medium to activate. If you didn't drink water or soup within an hour of consuming it, the laxative would decompose inside your body without any side effects. But if you did ingest any liquid within that hour, the laxative would activate, turning into the most potent laxative in the world. Thus, Jovan and his companions could enjoy the fried rice with Noelle without worry, as long as they avoided drinking water afterward. The trio knew these precautions well and wouldn't make such mistakes, but Noelle, oblivious to everything, was sure to fall victim. Unaware of whether it was due to kidney deficiency or something else, Noelle had already drunk nearly 4 or 5 cups of water and visited the restroom 5 or 6 times since arriving at the private room, showing symptoms of frequent urination. Besides, fried rice is naturally dry, and eating it with water enhances the flavor. Noelle finished an entire bowl of golden egg fried rice. To prevent suspicion and because the fried rice itself tasted great, Abigail, Yovan, and others also ate a lot while keeping an eye on Noelle. Under Yovan and company's expectant gazes, perhaps feeling thirsty or finding the fried rice too dry, Noelle took a deep breath and picked up his glass of water, drinking it all down. Oh. Seeing Noelle drink the water, Abigail, Yovan, and Adeline share the same thought. The laxative's onset time was 30 minutes after ingestion, and once triggered, there would be no detectable traces left behind by modern scientific means. At this moment, the chubby butler instructed other dishes to be brought up. Thanks to Jovan's provision of immortal world vegetables and the brand effect, the dishes served at Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion indeed tasted good. While not quite as exquisite as Jovan's golden egg fried rice, the subsequent dishes still held their charm and unique flavors. After half an hour, everyone was fully satisfied. Naturally, none of them dared to drink water or soup. Even dishes with rich gravies were barely touched out of fear of the timed bomb inside them. Abigail kept checking the time. From the moment Noelle drank the water, she had been timing him. 30 minutes should have passed now, time for the laxative to take effect. Gurgle. A loud rumbling sound erupted from Noelle's stomach. Just a second ago, he had been happily chatting and boasting to Abigail and the others, but now he clutched his stomach, clearly in pain. Hey, Noelle brother, what's wrong? Stomachache? Hearing the rumble from Noelle's belly and seeing his painful expression, Abigail almost burst out laughing. She even walked over to him and blocked his path to the restroom. Don't. Stop me. I need to go to the bathroom. Noelle's face turned slightly purple, the overwhelming sensation inside him making him lose control over his sphincter. Waves of despair hit him relentlessly, almost drowning him. After blocking Noelle for about 5 minutes, Abigail let him go, watching him run toward the restroom like his butt was on fire, a sneer on her lips. All the restrooms in Tianhong Dumpling Pavilion were currently under maintenance, and the nearest public restroom was about a kilometer away. Noelle was about to experience utter despair. Looking at Abigail's sinister smile, Yovan shivered. Her laugh was terrifying. Perhaps it was best not to argue with her anymore, lest she slip him some rat poison or something. He might die without knowing how. Speaking of which, after rushing out of the private room, Noelle sprinted towards the third-floor restroom. However, much to his dismay, the door was locked, with a sign reading, under maintenance. Not now, during maintenance? Noelle cursed inwardly. His stomach felt like it had a blender inside, churning everything up. Moreover, his sphincter muscles seemed unable to hold on much longer. With people still around on the third floor, Noelle reluctantly moved towards the second floor. To his surprise, not only were the second-floor restrooms under maintenance, but even the ones on the first floor were marked as out of order. Initially, Noelle planned to dash into the first-floor restroom while its door was open, but the janitor standing guard outside, a burly woman, refused to let him in and even got into a heated argument with him. By this point, a significant amount of time had passed. Honestly, even Yovan and Abigail upstairs were impressed by Noelle's endurance. But they knew the climax was about to happen. Hashtag chapter 254. Self-inflicted misery cannot be endured. After being delayed by the janitor, a robust-looking auntie on the first floor, Noelle felt like he could hardly hold on any longer. The impulse to let it all out made him constantly clench his legs and sphincter muscles, struggling not to lose control in front of so many people in the lobby. Thinking about it, there seemed to be a public restroom roughly a kilometer away from Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant. Though unsure if he could make it, Noelle gritted his teeth and decided to leave the restaurant for the public restroom. He had no other choice. However, what left Noelle feeling utterly hopeless was the overcrowded first-floor lobby of Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant. People were pouring in continuously, and it was rush hour, making the crowd even denser. As he squeezed through towards the exit, his stomach endured numerous intense pressures. Simultaneously, Noelle's face showed an expression of relief because he had lost control over his sphincter muscles. What was churning inside him had found an outlet. With a deafening sound, Noelle fell to the ground, losing strength. Below him, everything started to get polluted, and a foul odor began to emanate from him, gradually spreading throughout the lobby. What is that smell? Is someone cooking feces upstairs? Is someone eating durians? This smell is real. It must be the Muzang King variety. It definitely can't be durians. Even the Muzang King isn't this smelly. The diners began whispering amongst themselves. Gradually, people noticed Noelle lying in a pool of filth, screaming in disgust before covering their noses and quickly moving away. Some journalists, sensing an opportunity, took advantage of this news during their dinner break. Grabbing this chance meant being a competent journalist. Photos and discussions spread rapidly. Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant's staff stepped in to clean up the mess while Wilhelmina offered compensation, assuring everyone that due to the unexpected incident, all dining expenses would be waived, a rare indulgence from the boss. Some diners weren't concerned about the money but left with disgruntled faces. However, when Wilhelmina mentioned that the evening's special included fried rice, personally made by the renowned chef, those who were about to leave froze as if enchanted. They stood rooted to the spot, too heavy-footed to move. Several culinary competitions and Adeline's promotion ensured that every diner knew about the mysterious master chef at Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant, one whose dishes were exceptional, limited, and appeared based on mood. Those lucky enough to taste his creations were full of reverence and nostalgia, leaving new diners eagerly waiting for a chance. At least 90% of the diners hoped to experience the master chef's cooking, comparing it to winning the lottery. Word of mouth is the best form of advertising, and though slow, it builds strong loyalty. After Devon occasionally appeared to cook, Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant's reputation exploded. Hence, the promise of the master chef's dish lured diners back despite the earlier mishap. Food knows no reason. Meanwhile, Noelle had been unceremoniously tossed outside like trash by the security guards of Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant. Poor Noelle, after this ordeal, would likely carry a deep scar. Combining this event with Abigail and Devon's sneaky behavior in the private room, Noel knew he had been set up. Under the scorching sun, Noel, disheveled and stinking, drew disdainful looks from passers-by. Already seething with anger, the harsh sunlight and mocking glances pushed him over the edge. He fainted, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. Inside Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant, the news material of Noel lying in filth had already been sent out. Combined with Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant's recent popularity, the journalist enjoyed the golden fried rice while fantasizing about the explosive impact of this news. Promotion and a raise were virtually guaranteed. Haha, Devon, you're really wicked. I can't stop laughing. Since Noel left clutching his stomach, Abigail hadn't stopped laughing. Devon, rubbing his nose, couldn't help but laugh along. Even the usually stern Adeline couldn't contain herself and chuckled aloud. Noel's uncomfortable gaze and scandalous lifestyle, as described by Abigail, made Adeline feel disgusted. His humiliation today would likely deter him from ever targeting Abigail again. Their goal was achieved. Seeing Noel fainting in the sun outside, however, Devon thought it might tarnish Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant's reputation if something worse happened. He dialed the ambulance number. The ambulance arrived promptly. Watching Noel be carried away, Devon shook his head, sighing inwardly about self-inflicted misery, before returning to the private room. Chapter 255. Unbelievable. Qing Village. When Yovan brought the admission notice from Zhanghai University home, his heart was still somewhat excited. After all, seeing is believing. How would his mother react when she saw the admission notice in his hand? However, before Yovan could step into the house, Adon and a silver wolf cub, about the size of a teacup poodle, came out together. This was the malnourished little wolf Yovan had obtained from Thomas, which had been staying at Dermot's place. After nearly a month of feeding, the small wolf was almost back to normal, at least able to eat by itself, an impressive improvement. However, this little wolf seemed to have taken Adon as its mother. From the moment it was returned today, the little wolf had been sticking close to Adon wherever it went. Yovan picked up the round little ball that was Malia from the ground. After so much time, Malia actually didn't recognize Yovan anymore. It kept struggling and trying to bite Yovan with its newly grown tiny fangs. Although Yovan had thick skin and found Malia's behavior both amusing and a bit frustrating, he held its head to prevent it from breaking its teeth. At this moment, Adon also leaned over with its donkey head, showing a bit of displeasure at sharing attention with Malia but unable to do anything about it. Instead, it rubbed its head against Jovan's shoulder. Yovan patted Adon on the head to comfort it before pushing open the door and walking inside. His mother wasn't there. She was undoubtedly at Wilfred's house, chatting with her mom about daily life. The two were already close friends and now they were like sisters. Yovan sat in the yard, looking up at the stars, knowing that in a month it would be the start of school at Zhanghai University. He would leave this place where he was born and raised to embark on his academic journey. The family's finances were sufficient. He gave his mother several thousand yuan every month, more than enough for daily needs. But, looking around at the low, dilapidated courtyard wall and the old, faded walls, Yovan realized his house hadn't changed in over 10 years while many in the village had built multi-story houses. Maybe I should renovate the house before leaving? He feared his mother would suffer if left in such conditions. Renovating before leaving seemed a good idea. Originally, Yovan wanted to bring his mother to the city for a peaceful life. With his current wealth, buying a house in Mogan City wouldn't be an issue, let alone in the smaller Qinghai city. But after some thought, Yovan reconsidered. For someone of his mother's generation, doing nothing might not be good for her. If it made her anxious or feel useless, it would be counterproductive. What he considered happiness might not be what she needed. If he stopped her from raising animals and farming, her life, though less tiring, might make her feel like a burden. Never underestimate a parent's love for their child. In helping children, they gain immense satisfaction. Zhuanbing isn't just about feeling satisfied. So Yovan decided to renovate the house and let his mother continue living there. With Adon, Malia, and Wilfred's mom along with many friendly neighbors, his mother was enjoying life in Qing Village. He couldn't impose his preferences on her. As she said, living in the city with closed doors and no one to talk to when troubled wasn't appealing unless it involved taking care of grandchildren. Just as Yovan sat lazily counting stars, his mother returned with a smile. Because of his success, she walked tall in the village. Plus, his son had introduced Wilfred to a job in the city, making Wilfred's mother grateful, enhancing her status further. Seeing Yovan, she smiled warmly, surprising him. Hey, old man, I've got something to show you. Realizing the admission notice, Yovan finally remembered. You have something to show me? Let's see. Interested, Melinda approached. Here, take a look. Yovan waved the notice over. She examined it carefully before lightly slapping his head. You silly boy, your old ma doesn't know how to read. Read it to me. Feeling wronged by this loving slap, Yovan sighed. She could have told him sooner she couldn't read. Still, he answered seriously, it's the admission notice from Zhanghai University. Slap. Again, a light tap on his head. This kid isn't running a fever. Why is he babbling? Yovan felt both amused and frustrated. This was definitely his mother. He had a plan, though. Knowing Wilfred's mother could read, he suggested, Krista, this really is the admission notice from Zhanghai University. If you don't believe me, ask Brittany's son. In translating this chapter, I have adhered to your instructions closely, ensuring accuracy in character names, maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks, and providing a fluent, natural English translation free of grammatical errors. Chapter 256, Persuasion. Oh, it's really a college acceptance letter? Looking at Jovan's serious expression, Winifred couldn't help but mutter to herself. In reality, she knew her son very well. He had never lied from childhood up until now. But this matter was too unbelievable for her. When people face things that were unbelievable or unbearable, their first reaction would be that it was fake. This was the case with Winifred. She wanted Yovan more than anyone else to get into college. After all, for the children of farmers who lived off the land, getting accepted into college might be their best way out. For those who said that getting into college was useless and could not find a good job, and even if they didn't get into college they could still be bosses, Winifred sneered at these statements. Although she hadn't studied for many years and didn't recognize many characters, over the years, she had been watching. The son of Rocky Tsuefeng next door became an engineer after graduating from college and drove around in a car. Many children from Qing village who went to college also ended up having bright futures. Occasionally, one or two university graduates couldn't find work and started being used as typical examples to spread the theory that studying was useless. And once there was someone who made a fortune without graduating from junior high school, it would also be widely publicized as an example of how education was useless. Winifred thought those individuals were truly stupid, while the ones intentionally promoting such views were either foolish or malicious. Ignoring the fact that countless people had become rich and successful because of education, they chose instead to propagate the rare exceptions, then began spreading the word that studying was useless. Winifred believed that education was useful. Her greatest wish was for Yovan to get into college. Because of her immense hopes, she found it hard to bear the possibility that it was all a lie, and subconsciously believed that Yovan was deceiving her. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Wilfred's mother. Yovan nodded again. He had to make his mother believe him. Otherwise, whether it was about renovating the house or going out to study, it would be a troublesome matter. Alright, I'll go ask Wilfred's mother. After listening to Jovan's words, Winifred took the Jianghai University admission notice. Although she felt that Yovan wouldn't deceive her, this matter was too important to her. Winifred needed to confirm it. Winifred left quickly and returned just as fast. But when Winifred came back, her eyes were filled with joyful tears. It seemed that she had received confirmation from Wilfred's mother. Son, you are the pride of your mother. Tears filled Winifred's eyes as she came to Yovan and hugged him tightly. With such a son, what else could she wish for? Yovan was happy to be embraced by his mother, but he didn't know why his eyes felt a little sour. His mother had suffered too much and suppressed so many emotions. Anything that could make his mother happy, Yovan would spare no effort to do. After the initial shock and joy, Winifred finally returned to normal, her emotions slowly stabilizing, with only a smile on her face and relaxed wrinkles. Krista, I want to renovate our house. Seeing his mother in a good mood, Yovan promptly seized the opportunity to speak. If he didn't mention it now, it would likely be very difficult to get approval later. You want to renovate the house? How will you do it? And do you have the money to renovate? Hearing Jovan's words, Winifred did not oppose it as she used to. Now that her son had been admitted to college, it was a joyful event, and the house had been lived in for so many years, it was time for some renovation. Listening to Winifred's tone, Yovan was overjoyed inside. He knew that there was hope now. Knowing his mother like he did, she was probably worrying about the cost of renovating the house at this moment. But was Yovan someone who lacked money? Thinking this, Yovan patted his chest and said, Krista, the money, workers, and materials will be taken care of by me. I'll ensure everything goes smoothly, but since you're the one living here, we should get your opinion. And, when my future wife sees the house, what will she think? Of course, I'm just saying it's possible, not definite. Although women nowadays are quite materialistic, I believe your daughter-in-law won't look down on our family. If Jovan's earlier words only made Winifred consider, then mentioning his future wife struck right at her heartstrings. Yovan wasn't young anymore. In a few years, it would be time to talk about marriage. At that point, everything else would be fine. But if the new bride saw their old, dilapidated home and decided not to marry Yovan, what would happen then? It was okay for her to suffer a little, but she couldn't let her child suffer. Seeing his mother lost in thought, Yovan inwardly sighed. He mentioned his future wife just to convince her to renovate the house. However, looking at his mother, it seemed this tactic worked. Alright, I'll think about it. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. It's already late. Let's wash up and go to sleep. Winifred had already made her decision in her heart. Though she had gotten used to living in the old house, humans always strive for better things. She couldn't keep dwelling in the past. It was time to move forward. Looking at his mother, Yovan knew she must be thinking of his father. But at this moment, it was best to let her reminisce quietly. Yawning, Yovan went to the well in the yard, fetched a bucket of cold water, washed himself, dried off, and returned to his room, falling asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The next day, Yovan woke up rather late. Perhaps due to lack of worries, he slept a bit longer. By the time Yovan woke up, the sun was already shining brightly. His mother was in the yard feeding chickens with some vegetable leaves and eggshells. Yovan walked up. Krista, what did you think about last night? Yovan asked expectantly, but seeing his mother's calm demeanor, he felt a little anxious and uneasy. Her voice was soft, but Yovan heard her clearly. She agreed. Krista, you agreed? Haha, Yovan asked happily. Having him around would ease her loneliness, but if she stayed alone at home, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. This was another reason he insisted on renovating the house. Chapter 257, Ribbon Cutting Ceremony. Juanving in a spacious house is always pleasant, and it boosts one's mood significantly. Although Yovan did not know any bricklayers, or such workers himself, he knew Cedric. That guy might seem unreliable on the surface, but he had connections with all sorts of people, so entrusting this task to Cedric made Yovan feel at ease. Yovan called Cedric immediately, and after a brief conversation, Juanu reassured him that everything would be handled perfectly. Not being one to neglect social niceties, especially since Juanu was in the intelligence business, Zhang transferred 200,000 renminbi into Juanu's bank account as an advance payment for labor and materials. Given the considerable size of his house and the rising cost of materials, refurbishment could indeed be more expensive than new construction. However, the 200,000 should suffice. Any remainder could be considered as remuneration and service fees for Juanu. Just as Zhang hung up from Juanu, Adeline's call came through. Hey, Big Boss Han, missing me after just one night? Zhang teased as he picked up the phone. Do you even remember what day it is today? Han's voice came across slightly out of breath. She seemed quite tired. What day? Isn't my schedule full today? I only got back yesterday. Zhang knew something was up when he heard her voice, yet he had just returned home yesterday. Had one night passed so quickly? Listening to Zhang's words, Han took a deep breath on the other end. I forgot to remind you yesterday. Our new company launches today with the ribbon-cutting ceremony in about 2 hours. As a major stakeholder, wouldn't it be inappropriate if you didn't show up? Oh, really? The agricultural products company opened this fast? Zhang perked up upon hearing her. Though he owned 20% of Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant, it was ultimately run by Han. Only this newly established agricultural products company did he have complete authority over, though much of the day-to-day operations were still managed by Han. Feeling somewhat guilty about playing absentee owner, Zhang prepared himself and drove toward Qinghai City. The opening ceremony of Tianyang Agricultural Products Company wasn't extravagant. Only a few journalists attended, likely because many agricultural companies had recently opened like mushrooms after rain. Everyone was focused on Changda Corporation, which had been declared bankrupt and put up for auction, a prime target. Zhang didn't mind the lack of attention. They were selling vegetables, not operating a high-profile entertainment venue that needed massive exposure. Han had explained over the phone that she chose this timing because Changda's bankruptcy auction was approaching. High-priced equipment and factories would soon be available at low prices, making everyone eager to secure a piece of this golden opportunity. By the time Zhang arrived, the company's entrance was decorated with a red banner. The few listless reporters initially present perked up at his arrival, recognizing that the renowned chef was here, ensuring substantial viewership. Master Chef Zhang, are you here to cut the ribbon for this lesser-known agricultural company? Can you tell us your relationship with the company's legal representative? An inexperienced young reporter with glasses approached him. I can't disclose that, but I assure you, this unknown company will soon become world-renowned. Zhang found the young reporter's boldness off-putting, especially commenting on the company's lack of fame during its opening. Zhang refrained from losing his temper despite the provocation. Young sir, the reporter realized his mistake, but before he could apologize, Zhang walked away, turning to a shy female reporter with a round face instead. Hello. Zhang greeted, knowing it was a good opportunity to promote the new company. Free publicity from uninvited reporters couldn't be wasted. Hello. The young woman appeared very inexperienced, likely a novice reporter. Yet Zhang appreciated rookies over seasoned, possibly manipulative journalists. After adjusting her composure, she finally held the microphone to her mouth and aimed the camera at Zhang. What brings you here today? It's a friend's agricultural company, so I'm here to support her. Zhang kept details about his ownership quiet to avoid sounding self-promotional. After answering a few more questions, the young reporter left satisfied. The initial male reporter attempted to gather more scoops from Zhang but was ignored and eventually rebuked by Zhang, leaving disgruntled with his cameraman. Then came the dull preparations for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. With only a few people present, Zhang felt a bit bored. After enduring the monotony for half an hour, he finally cut the red ribbon amid the roar of firecrackers, officially opening Tianyang Agricultural Products Company. Chapter 258, Building a New House. No one knew that this unassuming, unnoticed agricultural products company would eventually grow to the point of making the whole world tremble. Yovan, Changda Company's auction is going to take place in about 2 weeks. You must remember to come by then. Also, it's best if you gather more funds. There will be many competitors after all. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, Adeline reminded Yovan. Do I need to do anything else? Yovan nodded, indicating he had taken note. That's all. Just rest assured and focus on being your hands-off boss. Supplying an adequate amount of vegetables promptly is what you need to do the most. Adeline paused for a moment. She was confident about the future of the agricultural company. Recently, Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant's operations had stabilized, and she planned to gradually shift her work focus to this agricultural company. Alright, but the valley you've been to, driving into it is extremely inconvenient. Since you have civilian helicopters for transportation, I was thinking of borrowing one. Also, Yovan leaned closer to Adeline's ear. We actually have a helicopter there too, the one Joan flew away with, just that it can't be openly revealed yet. Transporting vegetables by helicopter? Who would have thought you'd come up with that idea? But I think it's quite feasible. Approved. Adeline waved her hand approvingly. Actually, the cost of helicopter transportation wasn't very high, especially since it wasn't long-distance transport. They could use the helicopter to transport vegetables to the foot of Qing Mountain and then have waiting trucks deliver them to Qinghai City. Compared to the value of their vegetables, the transportation fees were negligible. After informing Adeline, Yovan drove back home. On the way, Cedric called to inform him that the construction team he was looking for had been found. They were experienced masters who did excellent work, and Cedric had already arranged for them to head to Qing Village. Yovan nodded, realizing that the 200,000 yuan he provided had played a significant role. Money talks, and since Cedric didn't mention the money, it meant he took the matter seriously. When Yovan arrived home, some workers in overalls were already in the courtyard, and his mother was welcoming them. Yovan entered and offered each worker a cigarette, but they declined, saying that old Juanu had personally recommended them and paid them generously, so they couldn't accept cigarettes as well. However, under Jovan's insistence, the 4 or 5 workers eventually accepted the cigarettes and started chatting with him. The main topic was whether Yovan had any ideas for the house construction. They were about to start work soon, and it was crucial to get feedback before construction began. Although they were professionals, the homeowner's opinion was equally important. If the renovated house turned out unsatisfactory to the homeowner, even perfect quality wouldn't make up for it. According to Jovan's plan, he decided not to demolish the 3 mud houses at the back for now. His family needed space, and the land was theirs, so he would build 3 tile-roofed houses in front with a courtyard in between. He would later tear down the mud houses and upgrade them to a 2- or 3-story building when conditions improved. After hearing Jovan's ideas, the lead middle-aged man nodded in agreement. They made some minor adjustments like brick color and baseboard placement before confirming everything. Then, the workers began measuring the site with their tools. Initially opposed to renovating the house, Jovan's mother was delighted once it became reality. However, due to the excessive dust, she brought Adon and Lionel to visit Wilfred's mother. The day after the measurement, the construction team arrived with hammers and other tools, ready to start work. Seeing that his home was now off limits, Jovan decided to stay in the valley for a couple of days. Before leaving, he left plenty of money for food and emphasized providing meals and drinks for everyone working. Craftsmen were people whose goodwill couldn't be underestimated. If someone planted something malicious inside the walls, it could ruin the feng shui and cause trouble for decades. Jovan's mother understood this perfectly and treated the craftsmen with care. Sometimes, she even brought over some good cigarettes. This kindness made the craftsmen work harder. With such high wages and respect from old Juanu, there was no reason for them not to do their best. As they dug the foundation and built the walls, they ensured both speed and quality. Jovan's family provided ample meals, which boosted morale. Even the final tasks like plastering walls and laying tiles were done efficiently. Within 10 days, the new house was completed. The new exterior was made of bright red bricks tightly sealed with cement, and the roof was covered with tiles, without using reeds or straw. At 4.2 meters high, it stood out in the village. The floor was coated with concrete using crushed stones and sand, bringing joy to Jovan's mother. In Qing village, the previously poorest household suddenly constructing a large new house sparked envy and gossip. After all, everyone knew how poor the old Jing family was. Many family members had passed away or been injured, leaving only a son who failed the university entrance exam. Previously, villagers had sympathy for the Zhengs, but now their sympathy had turned into jealousy. At that moment, Jovan was enjoying tranquility in the valley, oblivious to the village gossip. Even if he knew, he wouldn't bother. It was just idle chatter from women with too much free time. Even Jovan's mother didn't mind. She knew clearly that people's envy stemmed from admiration, and the new house was something to be proud of. Chapter 259. Loathing farewells. Juanfen the valley was delightful. After the feast, several immortal peach trees still had peaches remaining. Every day, Jovan would hold a giant peach, as big as a human head, and lie on his bamboo bed, savoring its sweet juice all over his mouth. If he wanted a massage, he would enter deep into the purple thunder bamboo forest where the electrical current was much stronger than outside. Jovan could adjust the current intensity based on his tolerance level and depth of entry for a full-body massage. The sensation was simply indescribable. Of course, the helicopter that had been buried before was also dug out by Joan and Jovan. With the storm now over, this helicopter could be used to transport vegetables within Qingshan's boundaries. Jovan was worried that leaving the helicopter underground for too long might render it useless when they finally retrieved it, so he dug it out early to let it bask under the sun. With Joan taking care of the vegetables in the valley, Jovan was at ease. He bought another dozen large speakers to fully cover the vegetables and plants in the valley, accelerating their growth with the Divine Farmer's incantation, ensuring ample supply for the agricultural products company. While renovating the house outside, Jovan and Joan were not idle in the valley. They cut down the premium sandalwood using axes and mixed it with purple thunder bamboo to create raw materials for a wooden cabin. Since this cabin was only meant to provide Joan with shelter, it didn't need to be large. The celestial vegetables in the valley could fully meet her dietary needs, eliminating the need for stoves or other appliances. A bamboo bed and a small cabin were enough for her to comfortably stay there for a long time. To help Joan stay connected with the outside world, Jovan provided her with an internet-connected phone, allowing her to maintain contact without becoming disconnected from society until his return. The hardness of the premium sandalwood far exceeded Jovan's imagination. Its density was likely higher than some steel. Even a block about fist-sized felt incredibly heavy. After breaking 5 axes without managing to fell a single premium sandalwood tree, Jovan was furious and exchanged a scythe from the Immortal World Taobao shop. This scythe was exceptionally sharp, slicing through the sandalwood as easily as cutting firewood. It saved him a great deal of effort. However, during the construction process, lifting the beams was challenging due to the weight of the premium sandalwood. Only cranes could handle such weight, making manual lifting extremely difficult. In the end, Jovan spent 3 whole days carefully hoisting the beam into place manually. Once the main structure was complete, a roughly 5-meter square wooden cabin was built. The roof was woven from leaves of the purple thunder bamboo. Jovan tested it and found that these leaves were waterproof and very durable, likely lasting for a long time. The cabin had no windows, but the aromatic air inside made it feel like being amidst a meadow of flowers, alleviating any sense of claustrophobia. Joan was very happy with the new cabin she now owned. Reflecting on her years as a mercenary, wandering from place to place, she had never truly owned her own home. Seeing the completed cabin almost brought tears to her eyes. Once all matters in the valley were settled, Jovan left the valley, returning home amid Joan's reluctant gaze. By the time Jovan returned home, the new house was already finished, having aired out for several days. His mother burned charcoal inside for several more days to eliminate any residual odor. Once the house was free of any unusual smells, Jovan eagerly moved in with his mother, eager to experience the feel of the new home. Due to the high temperature and dry climate in summer, the house was free of dampness. Walls painted directly with lime powder ensured no formaldehyde, making living there quite comfortable. Jovan asked the carpenter to craft 2 large beds from a piece of sandalwood he brought back from the valley. When the carpenter found himself powerless against the premium sandalwood despite using all his tools, Jovan revealed his machete. Watching the machete cut through the wood effortlessly, the carpenter was amazed. This was unlike anything he had seen before. Ultimately, the 2 large beds were crafted, exuding a stunning, fragrant aroma. One bed was placed in each of the new eastern and western rooms of the house, while the central room was left for a dining table and storage, remaining uninhabited. In rural custom, a banquet should be held upon moving into a new home, but Jovan preferred simplicity. Instead, he invited Wilfred's parents over. The 2 families gathered together, with Jovan personally preparing hearty dishes. The meal continued into the night, and once Wilfred's father, tipsy from drinks, went home, the feast concluded. It was already late August, and the enrollment date stated in the acceptance letter was approaching. Jovan's mother started packing clothes and miscellaneous items for him. As the saying goes, a mother worries even if her son travels thousands of miles. However, Yovan had always been a reliable child, giving his mother peace of mind. While she packed, she repeatedly reminded Yovan to pay attention to safety when traveling, and he listened attentively, showing no signs of impatience. Leaving this familiar place was hard for Yovan. He couldn't bear to leave his mother, Adon, and the beautiful valley in the mountains. But he knew that, just like a fish first venturing from a stream to the sea, this was a necessary part of life. He couldn't remain forever in this small village. Both Yovan and his mother understood this. Despite knowing, parting with her son who had lived by her side for so long was still painful for her. Nevertheless, she knew she couldn't hold back her son's future. The lights in the new house shone brightly, and the television news showed scenes of peace and prosperity in the country. Yovan packed his belongings, ready to step into a new world. Hashtag chapter 260. Get in the car together. Since the school semester was approaching, Yovan couldn't wait for Changda Company's auction. He told Adeline about the few $100 million in the helicopter and asked her to retrieve it when she had the time. Those hundreds of millions were extorted from the families of hostages by Joan and her gang previously. Adeline had forgotten about this matter and was worried about lacking funds for the auction, fearing that she wouldn't be able to compete with established companies. Now holding several $100 million, even though they were illicit funds, Adeline had her ways to launder them, making her feel much more confident. Jianghai University is located in Jianghai City, nearly a few hundred kilometers away from Qinghai City. Accompanied by Adeline and Catherine, Christine, Yovan went to the train station after picking up his tickets. This was Jovan's first time on a train. After all, he was still young, and it was his first long trip. His mother wanted to see him off but was rejected by Yovan because he feared it would make parting even harder. It was nearing September, coinciding with migrant workers' return and the start of new school semesters. The train station was bustling with people. Some eating instant noodles, children crying, and others removing their shoes due to the hot weather. The mixed smell of sweat and foot odor filled the station, causing Adeline, who has a slight obsession with cleanliness, to frown. Originally, ticketless visitors were not allowed into the waiting hall. However, Catherine and Adeline bought tickets for the same train just to see Yovan off, planning to leave once he boarded. Yovan, remember to call me often. And I've heard there are many attractive seniors and juniors at university. Don't get lost in the allure right after you enter. Adeline gently straightened Jovan's wrinkled collar, her own body glistening with sweat due to the heat. As they stood close, Yovan could smell a refreshing fragrance, cooling him instantly. That won't happen. If faced with temptation, I'll just eat the candy coating and throw the grenade back. I'm a successor of socialism. I won't indulge in frivolous affairs. Yovan said boldly, but his thoughts were already drifting to the campus. With such hot weather, the girls would definitely dress lightly, and he had checked online that Jianghai University had high-quality female students. I'm still quite worried about you, but I'll know everything you do there. If I find out you're flirting with freshmen, well, huh? Adeline clenched her fists, displaying a rare girlish demeanor as Catherine stuck out her tongue in amusement. Portia, I must tell you, Yovan has a lot of desires but no courage. But don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't step out of line, Catherine teased. Can the term red apricot branch over the wall be used for men? Anyway, Yovan felt something was amiss. What do you mean by watching over me? You're in Qinghai, I'm in Jianghai. So far apart, do you have Chanliyan, supernatural vision? Note, for a more natural English flow, we can replace Chanliyan with X-ray vision, or simply remove it to maintain fluency. Can the term red apricot branch over the wall be used for men? Anyway, Yovan felt something was amiss. What do you mean by watching over me? You're in Qinghai, I'm in Jianghai. So far apart, do you have X-ray vision? Or, can the term red apricot branch over the wall be used for men? Anyway, Yovan felt something was amiss. What do you mean by watching over me? You're in Qinghai, I'm in Jianghai. So far apart, how can you possibly keep an eye on me? Catherine grinned mischievously, giving Yovan the creeps. Even Adeline seemed to find something amusing, smiling silently. Yovan sensed they were hiding something, but didn't have time to question further as the train was arriving. He took his ticket and prepared to board. Adeline and Catherine followed him to the ticket checkpoint. I'm about to board. You two should go back. We can stay in touch via phone, Yovan said while queuing. Take care on the way. Remember to look after Catherine. She's naive, and without support, I fear she might get taken advantage of. Fortunately, you're there. Also, after the Changda Company auction, I'll report the results to you. Safe travels. Adeline nodded and watched Yovan board with a smile. Look after Catherine? What does that mean? Yovan finally understood. Their words hinted that Catherine would accompany him to Jianghai. When the train arrived and Yovan prepared to board, he saw Catherine also carrying a large backpack, entering the ticket checkpoint beside him. He sighed deeply. It seemed fate had other plans, and he couldn't escape Catherine's grasp. Hey, why so dazed? Aren't you surprised? Look what I have. Catherine laughed, pulling out her acceptance letter to display it to Yovan. Jianghai University? You too. Seeing those words, Yovan felt a wave of darkness cloud his vision. Innocent freshmen and fiery seniors now seemed distant. As Adeline's best friend, Yovan knew Catherine would probably watch him closely at school. Surprised? Happy? Catherine strutted proudly into the train, having planned their adjacent seats beforehand. Yovan shook his head and followed. Initially, Adeline and Catherine suggested buying sleeper tickets, but Yovan declined, wanting to experience sitting class. Plus, tickets were scarce. Watching Catherine sit beside him, Yovan regretted his decision. The train seats were arranged with 3 on the left and 2 on the right. Yovan and Catherine chose seats on the right, meaning only 2 people occupied their row. Catherine patted the seat beside her. Seeing Yovan reluctantly sit down, she smiled like a cunning fox. Note, the translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks. It also adheres to natural English phrasing and grammar. Chapter 261. Catching the blade with bare hands. However, just as Jovan was about to take his seat, a burly man suddenly charged over from an angle and plopped down right into Jovan's seat, next to Ryan. The man stood around 6 feet tall, built like a tank from apparent regular workouts. His exposed arms bore blue tattoos, exuding a menacing aura that screamed gangster. When he charged over and sat down, he knocked quite a few people off balance in the aisle, but no one dared protest against this hulking brute. Jovan was furious at this sudden occupant. It wasn't because the man looked friendly towards Ryan. It was because this was his seat, bought with real money. How could someone simply snatch it without saying a word? You, who do you think you are? Just barging in here like this? Is this your seat? Move out. But before Jovan could say anything, Ryan was already angry. The weather was sweltering, and the man stank of sweat and body odor. She nearly vomited when he sat down next to her. In the past, she might not have been so bold and would have stayed quiet despite being upset. However, Jovan was right beside her now. Ryan had seen his prowess. International mercenaries couldn't even match him. This hulk might be strong, but what else did he have? What a tough little girl. Do you own this train? I can sit wherever I want. What's it to you? With no railway police patrolling yet, the man spoke recklessly and cast a taunting glance at Jovan standing nearby. From their exchange, the man sensed an unusual relationship between Jovan and Ryan, most likely a couple. Usually, men wouldn't tolerate such scenes without speaking up. A few more taunts might provoke him into action, allowing the man to claim self-defense if he beat up Jovan. Maybe he'd even get some medical compensation. Why was he doing this? He had recently gone through a breakup, with his girlfriend leaving for a wealthy playboy. Now, every time he saw someone like that, he felt like beating them up. Facing the provocation, Jovan pursed his lips and remained silent. He wanted to see if Ryan could handle this herself. If not, then it was his turn to act. Are you all brawn and no brains? Have a ticket? Or should you get off? Oh, I see. Did you sneak aboard without paying? No way. I'm going to call the railway police to check your ticket. With Jovan nearby, Ryan wasn't intimidated and prepared to shout for help. The burly man's face changed when he heard about calling the police. While he hadn't actually skipped payment, his ticket was fake, exploiting the loose checks at the station. Since discovering this trick, he had evaded fare many times. Now, seeing Ryan really intending to call the police, the man panicked and tried to cover her mouth. Slap. His hand didn't reach her. Instead, it was stopped mid-air by a slender hand. You can argue, but a big guy shouldn't touch a little girl. That's unacceptable, Jovan said firmly, holding the man's hand tightly. Until now, he had watched the scene unfold. But when the man moved to harm Ryan, Jovan couldn't stand idly by. Adeline had asked him to look after Ryan. If anything happened to her on this train, Adeline would never forgive him. That's right, this guy is bad. He even hits women. He looks suspicious. Let's get the police. Indeed, he might be a fugitive. Scary. Hearing Jovan, the previously silenced passengers found their voice, murmuring loudly enough for everyone in the carriage to hear clearly. Watch your words, you bastard. Which I saw me hit a woman. And let go of my hand. Seeing the situation turn against him, the man panicked. He knew if the police came, he'd be caught. Meanwhile, Jovan's grip made the man feel as if a vice was clamping down on his arm. Trying to free himself, he couldn't budge an inch. The man realized he had met his match, explaining why he hadn't turned violent earlier. Hearing the string of curses, Jovan's expression darkened. Did your parents teach you manners, or did you forget to brush your teeth after eating poop this morning? Unable to resist, Ryan covered her mouth and giggled at Jovan's creative insult. By now, passengers were fetching the railway police. Although they supported Jovan's bravery, they feared getting involved in any potential fight. Embarrassed and realizing the train was about to depart, the man grew desperate. Seizing the moment, he suddenly pulled out a knife from his jacket and lunged at Jovan. A wave of panic spread among the passengers, but Ryan remained calm, her eyes sparkling as she watched Jovan. Jovan watched the incoming knife with amusement. After training in the purple Juangning bamboo forest, his reactions had sharpened immensely. To him, the man's attack seemed slow and weak. As the knife neared, Jovan swiftly extended his fingers and clamped down, holding the sharp blade firmly between 2 fingers. Chapter 262, Beauty's Invitation. No matter how much strength the berry exerted, the fruit knife remained immovable between Jovan's 2 fingers, not advancing an inch. This astonished the surrounding passengers who had been in a panic, making them forget their fear for the moment. However, it only increased the bald giant's panic. The bald giant was confident in his own strength. After all, this body full of thick muscles was not just fat but genuine muscle. Normally, if he were to fight seriously, 3 or 5 grown men would not be a match for him. But just now, what did he see? The young man across from him, skinny like an ear of corn, actually clamped down on his fruit knife with just 2 fingers. Looking at the young man's expression, this was definitely not by chance. It clearly showed that the young man indeed possessed such ability. Could it be that I've encountered someone trained in martial arts? Jovan looked at the stunned berry before him, and without any hesitation, sneered and landed a hard punch. Since the other party had drawn a knife on him, Jovan didn't hold back at all. Seeing the fist hurtling towards him, the berry instinctively tried to block it. However, even before he could raise his hands to protect his face, Jovan's quick and accurate punch had already struck the berry's face. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as the berry felt his nose being shattered. Intense pain shooting up his face, making everything go dark before his eyes. What the berry didn't expect was that Jovan's second punch quickly followed. Bang! This time, Jovan targeted the berry's right eye socket. One punch left the berry's right eye rapidly swollen and bruised, turning into a panda eye. Good job, hit well and swiftly, Jovan is doing great. Seeing the berry, who had just tried to take advantage of her, getting cleanly beaten until he couldn't even make a sound, Ryan happily clapped her hands, enjoying the commotion. Jovan wanted to give the berry another matching black eye on the left side, but at this point, the train police Anwar had arrived. Yovan immediately pulled back, though he was justified. Fighting in front of the police seemed a bit too brazen. After all, the berry had received his due punishment, and Yovan had avenged Ryan. Who was fighting here? Step forward. The trained police Anwar was a middle-aged man with a square face, looking quite righteous. After the bystanders recounted the events and exaggeratedly painted the berry as a villain and Yovan as a righteous youth, the Willis softened his tone towards Yovan. Upon seeing Jovan's admission letter, his attitude improved even more. However, when the Anwar looked at the berry, his expression turned icy. It was clear who held the upper hand and who was at a disadvantage. The berry's tattoos indicated he wasn't good news, while the young man was merely a college student. Coupled with the embellished accounts from the passengers, the Willis had formed a fixed perception. Although the Anwar wanted to apprehend the berry immediately, he still needed to follow proper procedures. Taking out his identification, the Willis approached the bloody-faced berry, indifferent to the blood, and said expressionlessly, "Sir, please show me your ticket and ID." Seeing the police arrive, the berry, having lost several teeth, whined in a breathy voice, "Officer, you must do justice for me. Look at my condition. It was that guy who did this." He pointed vindicatively at Yovan nearby. "I've understood the situation. He acted in self-defense. Someone reported you for fare evasion and assault. Now, please show me your ticket. Otherwise, further measures may be taken." Ignoring the berry's plea, the Anwar noted the obvious size difference and the passenger's embellishments, which influenced his judgment. Not only did he pull out a stun baton from his waist and activate it, producing crackling sounds, the berry's face turned fearful at hearing the baton's crackling noise. He then obediently handed over his fake ticket, hoping to slip past unnoticed. The berry had experienced the agony of the electric baton firsthand, which made standing up unbearable. That's why he gave up so quickly. You can't turn something false into something real. With years of experience, the Anwar instantly felt something was wrong when he got hold of the bald man's ticket. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed fake. Now, the Anwar's expression became even graver. If the berry had simply evaded the fare, it would have been limited to education and a fine, followed by expulsion from the train. Not too serious. However, if the berry was involved in manufacturing fake tickets, that was a far more serious issue, crossing legal boundaries, possibly leading to criminal charges, just like counterfeiting money. This incident grew bigger than anticipated. The Anwar contacted other crew members, quickly gathering a team. 5 trained police Anwars and a chief gathered, watching the berry seated there with solemn faces, treating him like a convict. Seeing this, the bald berry's heart sank, and his legs nearly buckled under the pressure, almost collapsing to the ground. Soon, at the next station, police cars swarmed, handcuffing the berry and escorting him away like a criminal. "Serves him right," remarked Ryan about the berry. Meanwhile, Yovan frowned, noticing his seat, now emitting an unpleasant odor after the berry sat on it. No way he would sit there again. "Classmate, I have an empty seat here, would you like to join me?" Just as Yovan was hesitating, a pleasant female voice sounded from behind him. Chapter 263 A Bucket of Cold Water. Hearing the sweet and sticky voice from behind which still sounded a little childish, Yovan instinctively turned around and couldn't help but feel a glimmer of excitement. It was Atricia sitting by the window inside. She still retained some naivety having just left high school, yet she was indeed very beautiful. Despite her attire being somewhat conservative compared to girls from large cities, her delicate face resembled clear water. She was tall and graceful. At this moment, there was an empty seat beside Atricia, which had been left vacant when a passenger got off. The reason she invited Yovan to sit next to her was surely because she admired his heroic actions and felt an indescribable adoration for him, eager to engage with him on the journey and leave a phone number for further interaction later on. Of course, all these assumptions were from Jovan's imagination. The truth was that after speaking, the girl lowered her head in shyness and didn't dare look at Yovan anymore. How could he refuse such a beauty's invitation? Just as Yovan was ready to agree with a heart full of delight, suddenly, Ryan rose hastily from her seat and before Yovan could react, sat down on Atricia's seat. I wanted to sit here anyway. You can go back to my previous seat." Ryan looked at Yovan rather angrily. His willpower wasn't strong enough. If she hadn't reacted quickly, he would have already accepted another girl's invitation. Traveling together, she must keep a close eye on him for Sister Blythe. Yes, for Sister Blythe. Seeing Ryan's puffed-up face, Yovan shook his head helplessly, wondering how he managed to encounter such issues even before the journey properly began. That senior and junior, it seemed, would not get his attention. Heartache, darkness, and despair. Seeing Jovan's dispirited expression, Ryan's anger gradually subsided. Being a girl whose moods changed rapidly, she started chatting with Atricia beside her. Because Ryan and Atricia were seated behind him, Yovan could clearly hear their conversation. Surprisingly, Atricia was also a freshman at Shanghai University but was studying foreign languages, quite distant from Ryan's archaeology major. Indeed, it was only now that Yovan realized Ryan chose archaeology, supposedly one of the coldest majors since the founding of Shanghai University with never more than 10 students. "I absolutely cannot be allocated to that major." Due to inaccurate information earlier, Adeline informed him just before boarding that his major couldn't be chosen at will and would be subject to allocation. Regarding major allocation, Yovan didn't care much. Attending university mattered most, regardless of the field. But hearing Ryan studied archaeology, he had an uneasy feeling. No way, there are so many majors at school. How could I be so unlucky to end up in the archaeology department? Shaking his head unconsciously, Yovan dismissed those impractical thoughts. Ryan and Atricia continued their chat. Because Atricia lacked experience in human relations, Ryan easily coaxed her into revealing almost all about herself, even that she had never had a boyfriend. The train journey from Qinghai City to Shanghai City lasted approximately 5 to 6 hours, occasionally passing through tunnels, dashing Jovan's hope to browse Fairyland Taba. However, listening to the two beauties whisper during the dull moments wasn't bad at all. As the train stopped station after station, people came and went. Just one station away from the terminus, a Hirsch entered, walked straight to Ryan's seat, checked his ticket, pushed his glasses up, and said with a smile, "Miss, this is my seat." Ryan was stunned, then remembered it wasn't originally her seat. However, chatting with Patricia had been so engaging she didn't want to leave. With a pitiful look, Ryan said to the Hirsch, "Big brother, you look so handsome. Can we switch places? The seat in front is mine, but just a heads up, the person inside is a dead pervert." The last sentence was whispered, yet Jovan heard it clearly with his sharp ears. Taking several deep breaths, Jovan forced himself not to lash out at Ryan and repeatedly consoled himself, remembering the saying, "A good man does not fight with women." When the Hirsch heard "Big brother," seeing the charming young girl, he felt like melting and immediately agreed without hesitation. Undeniably, Ryan's beauty blossomed even more after undergoing the purple thunder bamboo forest baptism and the peach's nourishment in Jovan's valley. Her skin was pinkish white like blooming peach blossoms, her eyes clearer and sparkling, giving an impression of purity and gracefulness. Indeed, Ryan now stood among the top-tier beauties. In a few years, she might become an enchantress that would captivate all. Compared to Ryan, Patricia beside her seemed less impressive. Thus, upon hearing the last part of Ryan's plea, the Hirsch instantly thought Jovan must have bullied the ethereal-looking girl, forcing her to swap seats and labeling him a pervert. Driven by unprecedented righteousness, the Hirsch approached Jovan furiously. However, upon seeing the large bloodstains left by the henchmen around Jovan, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly sobering him up. Hashtag chapter 264. So angry he spit blood. Since the Hirsch had boarded the vehicle after the bury, he hadn't witnessed the earlier scene. Furthermore, the large patch of blood had yet to be cleaned up, so he was momentarily startled before quickly recovering his composure. This blood must definitely be someone's nosebleed. Otherwise, if it were from a fight, the person in front of him would surely have been taken away by now. However, though he thought this way, the Hirsch noticed that despite Jovan's seemingly slender appearance, his muscles were well built. He clearly wasn't someone to mess with. At heart, the Hirsch was a cowardly sort due to his weak physique, nowhere near as imposing as the previous berry. But the Hirsch was not without his smarts. He intended to subtly stick up for the fairy-like girl and catch her attention. After some thought, he began asking Jovan, "You're also coming to Shanghai City to study?" "No, I'm here to work." Jovan shook his head, falling into deep thought. This time, he was here to rescue those school seniors and juniors suffering under dire circumstances. A grand mission, no doubt. If not me, then who? Day laborer? Upon hearing Jovan's words, the bespectacled boy's gaze turned peculiar, even tinged with a hint of disdain. Jovan, being a shrewd individual, couldn't fail to notice the disdain in the other's eyes and tone. But given his noble aspirations, there was no need to stoop to squabbling with such a petty boy. He shrugged and ignored him. With the current global economic downturn, life isn't easy for day laborers. However, the real estate industry is booming these days. Migrant workers earn quite a bit on construction sites moving bricks and cement daily. You're likely heading to Shanghai City looking for work. Have you found a job yet? If not, I could help you. I have a relative with a construction company in Shanghai City. Given your build, introducing you, you should be able to carry bricks or cement at the site. As the Hirsch spoke, his eyes occasionally flicked towards Ryan. Surprisingly, the fairy-like girl was covering her petite mouth, giggling. She must have been captivated by my wit. Thinking this, the Hirsch straightened his back, hunched from years of reading. At this moment, he felt his red scarf shine even brighter. "You fancy her, don't you?" After some contemplation, Jovan pointed at Ryan and asked bluntly. "Yes, do you want to hit on me? Let me tell you something. I'm single right now. If you really want to hit on me, I might consider it." Ryan, feeling increasingly like a little devil since leaving Shanghai City and being away from Adeline, didn't blush but instead smiled warmly at the Hirsch. Huh. The Hirsch was stunned by the directness of the migrant worker's question and its accuracy. His mouth gaped open for half a minute. More shocking still, the fairy-like girl he admired suddenly uttered such candid words, breaking his worldview while stirring an undercurrent of anticipation. If I really confessed, what if the fairy-like girl agrees? Just thinking about it made his head spin. He wasn't innocent. Thanks to family connections, he'd started peeking at his sister bathing at 12, deceived a woman into bed at 16, and got into Shanghai University with barely over 200 points on his college entrance exam. To better enjoy university life, he'd dumped his 9th girlfriend just the day before. Seeing the Shanghai University admission letter on Ryan's seat, befriending this top-tier beauty would guarantee a blissful college life ahead. And seated next to her was another long-haired beauty. While not as stunning as Ryan, she embodied the pure and gentle charm he favored. Judging by their close rapport, once he won over the top-tier beauty, pursuing her female best friend wouldn't be too hard either. Maybe both of them. Just imagining this, the already frail Hirsch felt a warmth in his nose, nearly resulting in a nosebleed. After a brief deliberation, he pulled a red rose from his backpack and presented it to Ryan. Rejected. Before he could gather the right words for his confession, Ryan cut him off. What? He was certain he had misheard, querying with confusion. With the hot weather, it wasn't unusual for tinnitus or misunderstandings. Besides, someone of his caliber couldn't be rejected so straightforwardly. I said, rejected. You're too ugly, wearing glasses. You don't know how much I detest 4 eyes? Yes, you're looking at 4 eyes, and I'm talking about you. Ryan's sudden change left Jovan impressed. Unbeknownst to Jovan, Ryan's abrupt attitude shift was all because of him. When Ryan had initially asked the Hirsch to provoke Jovan, it seemed inconsequential. Yet, when the Hirsch expressed disdain toward Jovan, she unexpectedly felt irked. Though she knew Jovan wouldn't mind, it somehow irked her deeply. How could you, someone I find precious, dare to disrespect him? Of course, this was buried deep within her subconscious, something even she hesitated to confront. Jovan belongs to big sister Adeline. The more she thought about it, the angrier she felt. She couldn't pinpoint why she was angry, which only infuriated her further. Thus, unfortunately, the Hirsch found himself on the receiving end of Ryan's outburst. You are such a spineless, wimpy mama's boy. You know that? Looking at your sorry self, you're clearly incompetent. Now buzz off and go where it's cool. Ryan waved him off like swatting a fly. Puff. The Hirsch was so angry he spat blood. Chapter 265. Attentive Ivor. The pleasant sound of a chime signaled the train gradually slowing down, and ahead lay the Zhanghai City railway station, the final stop on this journey. After stepping off the train, Yovan took a deep breath, savoring the much fresher air outside compared to the stifling atmosphere within the train. He could only wonder how he managed to withstand the smell all the way from Qinghai City to Zhanghai City. Ryan's expression was also filled with excitement, though perhaps due to arriving at an unfamiliar place, she became noticeably calmer, no longer exuding the energy she had aboard the train. Together with Patricia, they flanked Yovan, walking protectively around him. As for the Hirsch, he had already been lost in the crowd. Since it was the start of the school year, many universities set up welcoming booths inside the railway station to assist freshmen in finding their campuses. These duties were typically assigned to second or third-year seniors, who were generally quite enthusiastic about helping since they were compensated daily for their efforts. Exiting through the ticket checkpoint into the main hall of the railway station, Yovan saw numerous booths representing different schools scattered throughout the space. Most of these institutions were well-known ones in Zhanghai City. As the city's top university, Zhanghai University certainly had its own welcoming booth here. Yovan, along with Ryan and Patricia, circled the entire main hall until they finally spotted the sign for Zhanghai University in the southwest corner. Besides the senior holding the sign, several students, this year's freshmen, had already gathered around the booth. However, when Yovan saw the Hirsch mingling among them, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Meeting old rivals in such a crowded place seemed almost too coincidental. Among the three of them, there were two eye-catching beauties, especially Ryan, whose beauty far surpassed most other girls, ensuring that they drew attention wherever they went. Thus, when Usher G and the others arrived at Zhanghai University's welcoming booth, one of the seniors manning the booth caught sight of them. His eyes lit up upon seeing Patricia. As a science and engineering university, Zhanghai University had a notorious tradition of being male-dominated, with a gender ratio of roughly 7 men to 1 woman. Therefore, beautiful female freshmen like Patricia were considered highly valuable assets. Many seniors chose to volunteer for this task not just for the 100 yuan stipend, but also with the hope of getting acquainted with attractive new students, exchanging contact information, and building rapport. This particular senior had similar intentions. However, when he glanced at Ryan beside Patricia, his eyes nearly popped out, frozen in place, completely mesmerized by her presence. He couldn't believe anyone could be so beautiful. At first glance, he found himself infatuated with her. Compared to Ryan, the so-called campus beauties previously elected in school paled in comparison. Seeing the senior captivated by Ryan, Yovan knew he would likely face plenty of trouble ahead. Hello, freshman. Are you here for Zhanghai University? Fortunately, before the senior was completely lost, a wavy-haired senior sister, dressed provocatively in black stockings, approached them, smiling at Yovan. Yes, all three of us are freshmen at Zhanghai University. Observing the stylishly dressed and bold-looking senior sister, Yovan couldn't help but feel even more excited about his future college life. Upon noticing Jovan's gaze, the mature-dressed senior sister playfully adjusted her hair, appearing incredibly flirtatious. Ryan coldly snorted and gave Yovan a painful pinch. Don't even think about it, she muttered. She was annoyed by the attraction Yovan seemed to draw even before entering the school grounds. If this continued inside the campus, she feared he might lose himself entirely and forget about Teacher Blythe. After consuming the fairy peach, Ryan had gained considerable strength, making Yovan feel intense pain in his side. A reminder that every strong man has his weakness. Noticing Ryan's actions, the wavy-haired senior sister looked meaningfully between the otherworldly beautiful Ryan and the plain-looking Yovan. She shook her head in disappointment, pitying the situation. Why would such a perfect flower, a celestial blossom, willingly settle for someone ordinary? Yovan noticed the senior sister's thoughts but didn't let it bother him. Despite Ryan's charm, he viewed her as untouchable, something best avoided. Thus, he remained calm, following her lead to wait quietly at a corner for the school bus. School buses usually waited until full before departing. Judging by the current number of people, it might take a while to fill up. Unbothered by etiquette, Ryan sat down directly on the admission letter laid on the ground, a stark contrast to typical behavior. The recovered senior stood in awe, appreciating the effortless grace that made her appear so naturally captivating. Even from a distance, the Hirsch pretended to chat with newly acquainted classmates, but kept casting hateful glares towards Yovan. Chapter 266. Corpse coming back to Juanf? After waiting for about half an hour, another wave of freshmen arrived. The senior student took a head count and then led the group toward the parking lot under the railway station. On the way, the senior started introducing Zhanghai University's cultural environment and notable alumni from its history. Of course, he also introduced himself. He was Wang Jie, and the mature senior sister with wavy hair was Wang Marlinelian. Both were in their third year. Yovan listened with interest, quite intrigued and looking forward to his future university life. Ryan felt the same. After all, the carefree and wonderful nature of university life had always left a deep impression on everyone. The other freshmen chatted excitedly, knowing that getting accepted into Zhanghai University was likely something worth boasting about in their respective areas. The bus was a large coach rented by Zhanghai University, with prominent words, a certain tourist group on it. Under Wang Jie's arrangement, Ryan sat in the first row where there was a window and less likelihood of motion sickness. Yovan went to the back, and perhaps by coincidence, Patricia who came with them sat next to him. Hi, I'm Vivian. You must be Yovan, right? The long-haired beauty smiled gently and greeted Yovan before sitting down. Vivian, is Hong even a surname listed in the 100 family surnames? Hearing her introduction, Yovan paused. Abigail should have already told this Trisha his name on the train, but he had never heard of the surname Hong. This name means a lot to me. As for the surname, it doesn't matter much to me. Patricia said a few words, then, as if thinking of something unpleasant, her face darkened, and she stopped talking. Seeing Vivian's expression, Yovan wondered if he was truly a conversation stopper. Shaking his head, noticing Vivian didn't seem like she wanted to talk more, he wasn't a particularly chatty person either. He turned his gaze to the window, watching the skyscrapers outside. It felt pretty good. An hour later, the school bus stopped at a square. At the front of the square stood an ancient-style gate inscribed with Jianghai University. As they got off the bus, Wang Jia mysteriously produced an umbrella, holding it over Ryan's head, looking extremely obsequious. His demeanor could be felt from miles away. Since these 2 days were designated for unified registration, there were reception venues set up for each college and major within the school grounds. Due to multiple majors being under one college, each college had large umbrellas for shade, under which several tables were placed. Various senior students sat behind the tables, seemingly bored. Every now and then, a female freshman with above-average looks would pass by, causing these listless seniors to suddenly perk up, as though energized teenagers in springtime. Yovan needed to report to the department head first, and only then would he be randomly assigned a major. Since he had promised Adeline to take care of Ryan, he didn't go straight to the department head's office but accompanied Ryan through her registration process until she was assigned to a dormitory. For newcomers, the registration process was somewhat cumbersome, with various payment points scattered around the vast campus. Being new, most of them couldn't find these locations accurately. Thankfully, the senior student Wang Jia stayed close by Ryan, resolving many troubles. Student Xiao, who is this? Wang Jia asked curiously, looking at Yovan who followed Ryan. They didn't appear overly intimate, not really like a couple, but they definitely knew each other, evident from their occasional bickering. He's my cousin. He came here to register with me. Ryan lied. No one knew what she would say or do next, but Yovan was sure that if this senior Wang Jia kept clinging to Ryan, he wouldn't end up well. Oh, so he's your cousin. No wonder you know each other but don't look like a couple. Wang Jia laughed, feeling relieved. To him, regardless of their relationship, they couldn't possibly be a couple. By now, the last payment item, dormitory fees and bedding costs, was settled, and Ryan had received the key to the girls' dormitory. Seeing this, Yovan decided to head towards the department head's office. Having accompanied Ryan through the registration process, Yovan hadn't paid much attention to the scenery around him. Now, wandering alone around Jianghai University, he found himself captivated by the surroundings. It seemed more like a large central park with lakes, pavilions, gardens, and greenery. The outer area was beautifully landscaped, with a blue lake surrounded by trees and artificial corridors winding across it. Occasionally, an octagonal pavilion or a small building appeared between the tree shadows, perfectly blending man-made structures with natural beauty. Venturing further, amidst the shaded areas, elegant European-style living zones emerged, featuring villa-like buildings. Between these buildings were small basketball or badminton courts, a picturesque scene typically seen only on TV. These villas were homes for teachers and staff members, spacious and beautiful, indicating that the living conditions here were indeed good. After asking a few students, Yovan finally found a teaching building. The department head's office was inside it. Yovan walked in, climbed 5 flights of stairs, and entered the large office at the end of the corridor. Knocking on the door, he heard a mature male voice from inside. Come in. The door isn't locked. Opening the door, the room was dimly lit, with curtains drawn. The desk directly opposite the door was empty. Yovan looked around, but when he saw a moving skeleton swaying nearby to his left, even he, known for his courage, was startled. Christ Amy, corpse coming back to life. Hashtag chapter 267, drawing lots. This scene was indeed a bit shocking. What made Yovan even more terrified was that the skeleton actually spoke again. Which school and year are you from, student? Why did you come to find me? The voice was mature and steady, exactly the same as the one Yovan had heard outside the door earlier. Fortunately, just as Yovan was about to flee through the door, a middle-aged man with a square face stood up from behind the skeleton, wearing leather gloves. Seeing Jovan's frightened expression, he seemed to realize something and smiled at him. I'm sorry, student, did I scare you? I was studying the direct and indirect relationships between trigeminal nerves and bone pain. There's nothing here for guests, so please tell me what you need quickly. Low EQ, obsessed with research, and probably specializing in archaeological medicine. This was Jovan's first impression of the principal. However, he liked this type of person. Communication was straightforward and less exhausting. With this thought, Jovan handed over his acceptance letter and said, Director, hello. I was admitted under special circumstances and haven't been assigned a major yet. I came here to ask about how my major should be allocated. Hearing this, the principal, who resembled a mad scientist, finally showed interest and released the tortured skeleton. He walked up to Jovan, examining him closely, seemingly intrigued. After a while, the principal said, So, you're the little chef with exceptional culinary skills who was specially recruited into our school? The principal has already informed me. However, adjusting majors is quite troublesome in our school, and all departments have reached their quotas due to expanded admissions this year. Thus, we haven't decided which major to place you in yet. But Jovan wasn't surprised that the principal knew his identity. Moreover, he had heard from Adeline about the major allocation. Even though it's the same school, each major has different admission score requirements. Take Jianghai University as an example. Its lowest admission score is only for its weakest major. Above that, there are flagship majors like nuclear energy and geology. These flagship majors' admission scores can sometimes be comparable to elite institutions like Beta. Jovan was admitted due to his culinary skills, so directly placing him in a flagship major might not be good for the school or the principal's reputation. On the other hand, placing him in an obscure and unpopular major like archaeology would likely make Jovan unhappy. So, upon hearing the principal's last sentence, Jovan knew they must have figured out how to assign his major. Sure enough, after keeping Jovan in suspense, The principal pulled out a bamboo tube from a drawer behind his desk. Inside were dozens of long, thin bamboo sticks, reminiscent of the lot drawing sticks found at temple entrances. Principal, what is this? Yovan was puzzled, unsure how these sticks related to choosing a major. Oh, this? There are 64 bamboo sticks, each with the name of a different major written on it. Now draw one. Whichever you get will be your major. The principal casually explained after picking his ear and flicking out a small piece of earwax. Damn, isn't this too reckless? Yovan was startled. If he drew archaeology, his future life would really be ruined. It'd be best if I could get the foreign languages major. Actually, accounting wouldn't be bad either. Juanf is like, if you can't resist, just close your eyes and endure it. While praying, Yovan drew a long bamboo stick from the tube. It was number 64. For some reason, despite not knowing which major it corresponded to, a sense of foreboding crossed his mind. Seeing Yovan finish drawing, the principal took the stick from him, glanced at the number, and patted Yovan on the shoulder with a smile. Archaeology major. Welcome to Shanghai University. Hoping you have a fulfilling university life. Boom. The principal's words struck like a bolt of lightning or a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing Jovan's enthusiasm and expectations for his university life. Unwillingly, he started pulling out other sticks, but the second one he picked was the coveted foreign languages major. After completing the major selection, the principal inputted Jovan's personal information and major into the school's internal network and wrote down his major on the acceptance letter. Reverting to his role as a scientific fanatic, the principal put on his gloves and returned to fiddling with the skeleton. It seemed there was no point in staying. Gambling has consequences. This wasn't just bad luck. It was extreme misfortune. Exiting the principal's office, Yovan was still in a daze, unable to process being placed in the extremely obscure archaeology major. He could already imagine Ryan's smug face when she saw his major. Ha! Finally, you're in my hands. But since it was a fact now, overthinking wouldn't help much. Shaking his head, Yovan walked toward the archaeology department's reception area. Fortunately, he and Ryan had gone through the registration process before, so he easily found the table for archaeology. Calling it a reception for new students was a bit exaggerated. It was just a table underassigned for the archaeology department. Behind the table, an unfamiliar senior brother was snoring loudly, drool pooling beneath his mouth, having slept for hours. Hashtag chapter 268. Super cold major. In other words, while the enrollment places of other colleges were bustling with a large crowd of new students within this half day, this archaeology major didn't have a single new student report for it. How obscure can this major be? Yovan complained. Actually, he understood deep down that the reason this major was so unpopular was due to its inability to generate significant economic value. Compared to more popular majors like law, medicine, or even agriculture, the career prospects for graduates of archaeology were still too limited. Apart from working in museums maintaining and restoring artifacts or joining archaeological teams exploring tombs, there weren't many options for archaeology graduates. In an era where wealth reigns supreme and success is measured by how much money one makes, the decline of the archaeology major was to be expected. Cheers, keep drinking. May we all achieve great things. 666. At this moment, the chubby senior who had been sleeping at the table muttered in his sleep while gesturing with his hands. It appeared he hadn't rested well last night. Perhaps because of his vigorous movements, the chubby senior suddenly hit his own head, causing him to wake up abruptly in pain. Seeing this scene, Yovan couldn't help but chuckle. After waking up, the chubby senior wiped the drool from his mouth and looked at Yovan drowsily, slightly annoyed. Fellow student, I was sleeping. Why did you hit me? If you want to register, go somewhere else. This is the archaeology major. This year's 7 slots are already filled. 7 people? Upon hearing the chubby senior's words, Jovan's expression couldn't be described as anything less than astonished. Although he had anticipated the archaeology major would have few students, he never imagined such a large department would only have 7 students. Earlier, on his way here, he had heard that the School of Foreign Languages had admitted 2,700 new students this year. Even the less popular School of Agriculture had enrolled 700 new students, which was about 100 times the number of archaeology students. Incidentally, the archaeology school used to have several different majors. However, as the number of students dwindled over time, those majors were gradually phased out, and they were all merged into the archaeology major. So now, the archaeology major was the sole focus of the archaeology school. I'm a specially recruited new student for the archaeology school and am here to report today. Yovan had no interest in explaining further to the chubby senior and simply handed over his admission notice and the principal's signature. The chubby senior was taken aback. He had already handled 7 students from the archaeology school today, and this year, they had only admitted 7 students in total. He was preparing to pack up and leave since he was so exhausted that he had fallen asleep at the desk. But now, why did another specially recruited student appear right before him? Were there specially recruited students for the archaeology school? Was this new student African or something, to have such bad luck? The chubby senior glanced at the unlucky student in front of him and took the admission notice and signature proof Yovan handed over. Only then did he confirm that this unlucky student was indeed a new student of their archaeology school. Since it was a new student, he had to take responsibility for welcoming them. The chubby senior fished out a greasy napkin from his pocket, wiped the drool from his mouth, and cleaned the table. Then, under Jovan's dumbfounded gaze, he put the yellowed napkin back into his pocket. Seeing just this small part of the archaeology school, Yovan didn't know what to think. These were all exceptional people. After all, follow me, little brother. Our archaeology school has the best and most caring welcome services in the entire university, offering complete one-on-one assistance. This could be considered a unique benefit of our archaeology school. Ignoring Jovan's stunned look, the chubby senior led the way to the first tuition payment station. Yovan followed along. These payment stations were common to all colleges. Although Wan Jia, who had accompanied Abigail for her payments earlier, wasn't from the archaeology school, he could still guide her through all the procedures. Only at the final step did they come to the archaeology school reception office to fill in Abigail's name. So, Jovan had met this chubby senior before but hadn't paid much attention to him. At that time, he was following behind Abigail, unnoticed, while the chubby senior's full attention was captured by her, missing Jovan entirely. Fellow student, let me tell you, although this year's archaeology school has fewer students, the gender ratio is the highest among all majors in Jianghai University, so your choice of major is quite good. The chubby senior, clearly a chatterbox, didn't stop talking during the registration process. He kept boasting about the long history of the archaeology school, the famous professors, and the beautiful upperclassmen, finally mentioning the new female students of this year. With a heart sinking in despair, Jovan only responded occasionally without any enthusiasm. He knew the chubby senior was trying to avoid scaring him off after learning that there were only a handful of students in the school. There were indeed cases where students dropped out after learning the school was nearly empty. Seeming to sense that Jovan was distracted, the chubby senior decided to give him a boost. Lowering his head, he whispered mysteriously, "Juwantal brother, listen up. Among this year's new students in our archaeology school, there is an absolutely gorgeous beauty." Hearing this, Jovan perked up. Who wouldn't be interested in meeting a beautiful classmate? But then he thought about it. Could the beauty mentioned by the chubby senior be Abigail, whom he had met earlier? With this in mind, Jovan probed, "Is the beautiful student you're talking about this tall, with dimples on her cheeks, short hair, and cute tiger teeth when she smiles?" The chubby senior paused, thinking for a moment, then looked at Jovan in surprise. "Bro, have you been spying on us? How do you know what the gorgeous beauty looks like?" Chapter 269. Such an operation. I don't just know what she looks like, I've also slept in the same bed with her, and more than once, though nothing happened. Of course, Jovan only said these words silently to himself. He didn't want anything to do with the little devil girl, Ryan Eileen. Everyone getting along without recognizing each other, and finishing their 4 years at university would be for the best. After some thought, facing the senior's prying gaze, Jovan scratched his head and said, "I coincidentally met her on a train before, but we didn't really know each other." "I knew it, Junior. You look pretty much like my type, but let me still give you a piece of advice. Girls like that fairy-like beauty are way beyond our reach. Admire them from afar, but don't try to approach them." The senior sighed, his eyes filled with admiration for Ryan Eileen, who had clearly made quite an impact on him. Jovan nodded in agreement after hearing this. Given Ryan Eileen's character, the boost she received from the Immortal Peach and the Purple Thunder Bamboo Forest, and her black belt in Taekwondo, it was clear that a powerful female demon had successfully entered Jianghai University. Silently mourning for those who would dare to approach Ryan Eileen in the future, Jovan nodded again and assured, "Don't worry, Ivor. I'm not really interested in that kind of girl." Only after hearing Jovan's words did the senior finally nod approvingly. Although they were few in the archaeology department, there were advantages to being a small group. One such advantage was unity. Furthermore, senior students were generally very caring and supportive of the freshmen. The payment process was rather tedious, but under the senior's guidance, Jovan obtained the dormitory key in less than an hour. Since the senior had already finished his tasks for the day, he decided to leave everything behind and directly follow Jovan back to the male dorms. The boys' and girls' dormitories at Jianghai University were completely separate, almost like two independent communities. However, the distance between the two wasn't far, separated only by a wall. Under the senior's guidance, Jovan greeted the dorm supervisor Auntie and quickly became familiar with her before climbing up 6 flights of stairs. By the time Jovan reached the 6th floor, the senior was still panting behind him, looking quite out of breath. Fat, Junior, wait for me. Our room is on the 1st floor, so I haven't climbed this high for a long time." After about a minute, the senior clung to the staircase railing, wiped the sweat off his forehead, smiled apologetically at Jovan, and walked toward his room. Jovan's room number was 619, located at the end of the left corridor on the 6th floor. It looked like the lighting wasn't great here, and because it lacked a building next door to shield it, the room seemed particularly cold in winter and hot in summer. F***CK. Those student council guys are just bullying us in the archaeology department. What lousy accommodation is this? Seeing Jovan's assigned room, the senior angrily kicked the door, though his tone carried more frustration than anger. Jovan could empathize. College life mirrored society. While it wasn't as direct or brutal as the real world, things like this were common. However, since it was his first day, he didn't know what to say. He could only follow the senior into the assigned dormitory. At that moment, the dorm was empty. There was dust all over the beds, but one of the upper bunks had already been occupied. Someone had moved in earlier, but must have gone out and thus missed Jovan. "Junior, put these down first. Let's go buy some necessities at the supermarket, then you can come back and tidy up," the senior said when he saw Jovan starting to clean the dorm. Although puzzled, Jovan followed the senior down to the nearby supermarket. "Hee, Junior, I'm going to teach you something useful now. This is peak time for cute new freshmen to come down for food or to buy supplies. If you miss this window, you'll miss out on proximity opportunities." As they walked down the stairs, the senior grinned and took a cage out from below the stairwell. Inside was an adorable white rabbit. When the senior walked past the supervisor with the rabbit, the elderly woman didn't even bat an eye. "Isn't it against the rules to keep pets in the dorms?" Jovan asked curiously. If he could actually keep pets, he'd bring Lionel here. As for Adon, its size probably wouldn't even allow it to enter the dorm. "You misunderstand, Junior. Rules are dead, people are alive. Just chat with the board supervisor ladies daily, and you won't need gifts. No one will care if you keep a dog, let alone a rabbit." The senior seemed very fond of the rabbit, covering its cage with a black cloth and talking to it occasionally. Jovan listened carefully to the senior's tips on living in the dormitory, finding it quite insightful. This place was incomparably relaxed compared to high school. High school was strict, but college is indeed much more lenient. Jovan sighed. However, he remained curious about why a burly man like the senior kept rabbits. Sensing Jovan's curiosity, the senior confidently explained as they approached the convenience store. "Junior, you're probably wondering why a big, tough guy like me likes keeping rabbits as pets? Yovan nodded. Hee hee, the truth is I don't actually like rabbits, but the freshman girls love them. Imagine if they see my cute rabbit and come up to talk to me. Then, you hint that you're an animal lover, that you saved this rabbit from the trash bin and barely managed to keep it alive. The sympathy might overflow. Yovan was speechless. The image of the senior grew taller in his mind. Such an operation, bro, steady. Chapter 270, Penguin Buddy. The school supermarket was situated between the boys' and girls' dormitories. Actually, it was more like a slightly larger convenience store. However, don't underestimate this seemingly insignificant convenience store. With the steady flow of student traffic from the dormitories, its annual turnover might exceed everyone's imagination. Of course, the person who could run such a store definitely had strong connections within the school. Since it was just after mealtime, the store was packed with people, mostly freshman girls. Most of the boys were probably out looking for internet cafes around the campus, planning their fixed spots for the next 4 years. Looking at those fresh-faced, youthful-looking underclass women, Roy's eyes lit up. Due to his physique, he was tired of being single. The naive freshmen before him were all potential targets. Even if he couldn't get a big catch with his wide net strategy, catching a couple of smaller ones wasn't bad either. It must be admitted that Roy's indirect approach was quite effective. At least, after walking into the store with a cage containing an adorable rabbit, many female freshmen cast admiring glances at him. One girl who couldn't resist such cute creatures even went over and asked if she could pet the little rabbit. Roy, naturally, was more than happy to oblige. He wouldn't mind even if they touched his head instead of the rabbit's. However, to Roy's disappointment, the pure-looking girl with a ponytail seemed only interested in his rabbit and not him at all. After petting the little rabbit a few times, she left. Yovan found the scene amusing as he picked up some necessities like safeguard soap and towels. He didn't follow Roy around but focused on shopping. When Yovan returned after buying what he needed, he was surprised to find another girl entranced by Earl's rabbit. Her back view looked familiar. Though Roy looked ecstatic and nearly drooling, the girl's beauty should be considerable, at least more so than the previous ponytailed one. Although curious, Yovan saw that the queue for checkout was long, so he hurriedly joined it as the crowd increased. As the queue moved forward, Yovan got closer to Roy and the girl, hearing their conversation. Fat Ivor brother, your rabbit is so cute. How can you steam it? No, how can you keep it in a cage? Hearing this voice, Yovan felt a chill. It seemed that not meeting adversaries did not bring peace. He hadn't expected to meet Abigail, that demoness, while simply buying necessities. Fortunately, Abigail was entirely focused on the rabbit Roy was holding and didn't notice Yovan queuing up behind the crowd. Seeing Abigail's intense gaze on the chubby rabbit, Yovan imagined her mind already conjuring dishes like spicy rabbit cubes and braised rabbit hot pot. Poor Roy still thought Abigail liked his rabbit, smiling like a 200-pound fatty. Hee hee, actually, I found this rabbit in the garbage. When I first saw it, it was this tiny. Earl gestured to indicate size, then continued, later, I fed it the best food and drinks every day, hiding it from the dorm supervisor. Now, look how white and big it grew. Ordinary freshman girls might have believed Earl's story, maybe even giving him their contact details out of gratitude. But Yovan shook his head. Knowing Abigail, Earl's rabbit probably wouldn't survive the night. Sure enough, after listening to Earl's tale, Abigail looked at him with an admiring gaze that made him feel lighter, before she said, Fat Ivor brother, I've always loved rabbits. I was raising rabbits since childhood. Can I take care of it for a few days? Seeing Abigail's fairy-like appearance and hearing her sweet voice, Earl probably forgot his own name, never noticing her slip up. He patted his fatty chest proudly and handed over the cage. If you like this rabbit, Ivor brother can part with it, though I've grown attached over time. Sometimes I can't sleep without seeing it at night. Earl's face showed a painful expression before revealing his true motive. Could you leave me your QQ number? Send me a photo of Fluffy before bed. Earl spoke sincerely, whether others believed him or not, he certainly did. Fluffy, what a nice name. Abigail looked at the chubby rabbit, feeling saliva gather. Rabbit meat tasted best when home-raised, and in Sichuan province, rabbits were as common as pork. This was where Abigail differed from other girls. In front of good food, everything gave way. After some thought, she gave Earl her QQ number and happily left with Fluffy. Earl checked his phone, searching for Abigail's QQ number, only to find it belonged to a male account. Some girls don't want to show their gender. Such a beautiful girl shouldn't be lying. Earl reassured himself as he sent a friend request. Just as Earl sent the request, Yovan, who was waiting in line to pay, heard a ding from his pocket, his phone alerting him to a new message. Chapter 271, Foot Odor in the Dormitory. Hearing the phone in his pocket ring, Yovan curiously took it out and found a friend request on his newly applied for QQ account. This QQ account was set up by Ryan on the train, named Chingsuan Zainongman, small farmer from Green Village. Only Adeline and Ryan were added as friends on this account. Logically, no one should have known about this QQ number. Although he was curious about the identity of the requester, there was no one left in the queue in front of Yovan. He hurriedly paid for the daily necessities before him, without tapping the accept button. After paying, Yovan walked out of the queue with his hands full of supplies that would last him a while. The chubby senior who had been waiting for the girl to reply her QQ message realized she probably hadn't seen the notification yet when he saw her not adding him back promptly. At that moment, Yovan came out after finishing his payment, so the senior quickly put his phone away. Even though I'm your senior, love is something you can't share. Ivor, looking at your blissful face, did you gain something significant? Yovan asked, knowing that Ryan had taken the fat rabbit away with her, but unsure if they had exchanged contact information after that. Yovan was now curious whether the naughty girl had given this chubby senior her contact details. If she did, then the senior must be over the moon. There's nothing gained. I didn't even get a girl's contact. My looks are not what they used to be. Juanf has really ravaged everyone. The chubby senior's acting was Oscar-worthy. Yovan believed him. Looking at the sorrowful look on the senior's face, he seemed like he really hadn't gotten Ryan's contact details. Haha, it's okay, Ivor. There are many girls in school. Someone will eventually fall for you. Relax. Jovan laughed, trying to comfort him, but his last words felt like a dagger in the chubby senior's heart. Ahaha, just kidding, just kidding. People who are blind wouldn't get into college anyway. Don't worry, Ivor. Watching the senior look so utterly hopeless, Jovan continued taunting. Just as Jovan placed the items down and turned around, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang again. Since it was a cheap waterproof knockoff of a Phelps phone, akin to an old-style mobile phone, the ringtone was particularly loud, audible even from a considerable distance. Ivor, my phone is ringing. Could you take it out and place it in front of me? Since Jovan's hands were full, he asked the chubby senior to take the phone out of his pocket and put it on speaker mode. As he had nothing to hide, there was no need for privacy. The senior took the phone out and, though curious about the caller marked as Ryan, swiftly answered and placed the phone in front of Jovan. He also listened closely. Gossiping was always the most interesting thing to do. Hello, who is this? Seeing no display name on the screen, Jovan asked subconsciously. Men truly all look the same under the sky. How long has it been? You've already moved on, completely forgetting me? Being an old-fashioned mobile phone, Ryan's voice came through crystal clear, though her tone instantly caught the chubby senior's attention. Her tone and implication suggested something intriguing. It was only the first day of school, yet something so interesting was happening. The chubby senior listened more intently. But why did this voice seem familiar? Due to the distorted sound quality of the old phone, the chubby senior couldn't immediately recognize the girl who had taken his precious meat. Listening to Ryan on the other end, Jovan felt a bit gloomy. He hadn't done anything yet, and she was already accusing him. Imagine what would happen if he actually did something. Would he turn into a modern-day Shinshimin? Besides, a eavesdropper stood right next to him. If Ryan kept talking nonsense, people might start thinking he had kids. After a thought, Jovan said irritably, "Speak plainly." "Oh, Jovan, I'm calling to tell you something." Hearing the unfriendly tone on the other side, Ryan stuck out her tongue guiltily and continued, "No one's listening nearby, right?" Looking at the senior pretending to plug his ears, Jovan remained silent. Meanwhile, the senior pressed his ears even harder. "No one is listening, go ahead." Jovan, listen. I went to the downstairs supermarket today and met a chubby senior who kept a chubby rabbit. He insisted on giving me the rabbit. Now tell me, which would be better, steaming or braising such a cute little bunny? Adding chopped peppers isn't bad either. Ryan's drooling sound came through clearly from the phone, sounding very greedy. The chubby senior initially found it amusing and chuckled, but suddenly stopped. He remembered meeting a girl in the supermarket who had taken his pet bunny. Wasn't this girl the same person? Thinking about this and hearing the voice from the phone, the chubby senior recognized her as the girl who had taken his beloved meat. "Hey, dummy, are you listening? Since you're listening, make sure you prepare some spicy rabbit nuggets tonight for me. Gotta go. I need to shower. Bye." Ryan hung up, leaving the chubby senior flabbergasted. Jovan didn't know how to console the traumatized chubby senior after the call. Ryan had successfully hurt another lonely man's heart. With a sigh, Jovan waved goodbye to the senior and walked towards his dorm. Back in the dorm, Jovan placed the shopping bags on the floor and took out the key from his pocket to open the door. However, as soon as he opened the door, Jovan involuntarily wrinkled his brow because the room was filled with an overwhelming stench of feet, emanating from a boy lying on the bed farthest inside. Chapter 272, Kyler. At that moment, the young man was happily scratching his feet through his socks, occasionally sniffing his fingers. "Hey bro, what's your major?" "I'm Kyler from the agricultural college. We're going to be roommates now. Please take care of each other." The boy who had been scratching his feet saw Jovan walk in without even putting on shoes, came over directly with a smile, greeting him and stretching out the hand he just used for scratching his feet. "Archaeology college, Jovan. Too much stuff, not convenient." Looking at Kyler's extended hand, Jovan shrugged and briefly introduced himself. "Archaeology college, impressive bro. But I heard this year's female students in archaeology are pretty good looking. Seems you benefited from a misfortune." Kyler was clearly very sociable. While talking, he tried to take the bags from Jovan's hands. Jovan quickly refused, kidding. Could he still use anything touched by Kyler's hands? "Hee bro, where are you from? Your accent sounds a bit southern," Kyler said casually after Jovan refused, returned to his bed, and started chatting intermittently. "My hometown is Qinghai City, probably somewhere between south and north." At this point, Jovan was tidying up some clutter on the bed. Unlike other freshmen, he preferred sleeping on the top bunk. Currently, only he and Kyler were in the dormitory, and among the 6 available bunks, he had free choice. "Hey, that's not bad. Do you know where I'm from? A big college entrance exam province. So many candidates competing for one narrow path. That scene almost pushed me off." Listening to Jovan's words, Kyler said with a hint of lingering fear, but also pride. After all, being admitted to Zhanghai University from such a competitive province, it wouldn't be too hard to get into prestigious universities in other provinces. Amazing. Jovan stopped laying out the bedding and gave Kyler a thumbs up. Regarding the most populous candidate province, he once heard a joke about it. It seemed in a construction site, an engineer and a migrant worker were talking. They were both examinees of the same year, using the national examination papers. More laughably, the migrant worker scored 100 points higher than the engineer, but failed due to being from that particular province. Smiling slightly at Jovan's thumbs up, Kyler slept on the bottom bunk. This was partly why Jovan chose the top. Clear air rises, turbid air descends, so sleeping above might prevent catching Kyler's athlete's foot. The top bunk was only dusty, and Jovan quickly organized it. After setting up the school-issued bedding, he cleaned the dormitory and then washed his face before climbing up. Just as he climbed up, Jovan let out a long sigh of relief. The air up here was indeed fresher. Even the stench of Kyler's feet became fainter. Compared to the strong smell before, this was definitely better. As usual, Jovan pulled out his phone and started browsing Immortal World Taba store. Although it was only dusk, having just arrived, Jovan didn't have much interest in going out. Besides, he preferred a quiet personality. "Bro, did you fall asleep yet?" After browsing for a while, Kyler's voice came from the lower bunk. Not yet. What's up? Continuing to browse, Jovan noticed the Immortal World Taobao store recently launched many new products that hadn't appeared before, like live fish and not just seeds. He felt this might be related to his increased spending. Denny night, don't you feel a bit bored? Kyler's words made Jovan tighten, fearing an inappropriate roommate preference. Luckily, Kyler reassured him. Why don't we go to the internet cafe and play all night? I tell you, there's this game called Overwatch that's super exciting to play. Kyler grew excited, sitting up from his bed, eager to head straight to the internet cafe to play all night. This was reasonable. High school students rarely had time to game, especially top students. During the 3 months post-college entrance exams, although there was ample leisure time, it was enough for someone to become addicted to a single game. Starting university, suddenly in such a relaxed environment, people naturally indulged themselves. No thanks, I'm tired today. You go ahead, I'll sleep in the dorm. Rejecting Kyler's invitation, Jovan preferred browsing Immortal World Taobao store, filled with fascinating immortal items, captivating his curiosity rather than playing mundane games. Don't say no, gaming alone is boring. Come with me, at worst I'll treat you to an all-nighter. Seeing Jovan hesitate, Kyler threatened to climb up, and maybe give you a bucket of instant noodles with sausages. Back home, this would be VIP treatment. Bro, no. I'll go with you. Sensing an overwhelming foot odor approaching, Jovan feared if Kyler really climbed up, he wouldn't be able to sleep here. More importantly, he sensed genuine kindness from Kyler, even mistakenly thinking Jovan lacked money to go online, showing no contempt. From childhood, Jovan experienced little kindness. After his father's death and mother's paralysis, aside from Wilfred's family, he hadn't felt such pure goodwill. Hee, hurry up and let's go. It's just the start of the semester, and freshmen usually can't sleep well at night. If we delay, the internet cafe won't have machines left. Seeing Jovan agree, Kyler laughed, urging him down. Since agreed, Jovan, not fussy, flipped down from the bed. The two rushed towards the internet cafe. Indeed, Kyler was right. When they arrived, the cafe was already packed. Hashtag chapter 273, morning jog. These past couple of days had been the peak period for new student registrations. After all new students had completed their registrations, the school would officially commence a month-long military training. This was likely also the reason why the internet cafes were packed. When Jovan and Kyler arrived at the internet cafe, it was already packed to the brim, not a single seat left empty. There are quite a few internet cafes on campus. Since this one is full, why don't we check out the others? Looking around at the packed cafe, although Jovan hadn't wanted to come here initially, he disliked leaving things unfinished even more. No need to check. I know the other internet cafes are also packed. Wait here for a bit. I guarantee you that we'll get computers. Kyler chuckled, giving Jovan an eerie feeling. Previously in the dormitory, due to this guy's smelly feet, Jovan hadn't really paid much attention. But now, upon closer inspection, Kyler did have good looks, somewhat resembling a trendy young idol. After assuring Jovan, Kyler walked over to the female network manager at the counter. Though Jovan couldn't hear what they were saying from afar, seeing the young girl laugh uncontrollably with stars in her eyes, he knew they'd get the machines sorted out. Sure enough, after a short while, Kyler came back and gave Jovan a thumbs up. They topped up using their IDs and went to a private booth at the far end of the internet cafe. The booth wasn't large but was locked. Kyler took out the key given by the net manager from his pocket, unlocked the door, and inside were two high-end configured computers. Every internet cafe had such spare machines as backups for unexpected data connection issues. Usually, these machines were reserved for technicians to perform data checks, with configurations that were top-notch and luxurious, easily handling any games at their highest settings. Jovan hadn't expected that Kyler had some skills, convincing the net manager to give him the key to this normally off-limits space. Entering the booth, Kyler closed the door behind them. They powered up the computers. Jovan logged into QQ and started playing his favorite game, Farmville, while Kyler logged into Overwatch and eagerly began playing. However, Jovan quickly lost interest in Farmville when he realized its vegetables didn't grow as fast as those cultivated with the Divine Farmer technique. Instead, he found the game Plants vs. Zombies quite interesting because some of the plants in it resembled those in his Immortal World Taobao store. It felt like there was a resonance, making the game quite engaging. Time passed quickly. When Jovan was about on the 3rd level, Kyler finally emerged from the depths of Overwatch, checking the time. It was almost 5 in the morning. It was time to head back to the dormitory to sleep. Kyler yawned and was about to call Jovan, but when he saw the game Jovan was playing, he almost spat out the Red Bull he had just drunk. Dude, seriously, you stayed up all night playing Plants vs. Zombies? Kyler's hands trembled as he looked at Jovan like he was an alien. Spending a whole night playing Plants vs. Zombies was no different from staying up all night watching the news. Upon hearing Kyler's question, Jovan paused the game and replied, not exactly. I played a little bit of Farmville too. Listening to Jovan's response, Kyler almost fell over. Dude, are you here from the M7 Nebula to save Earth? Kyler stared at Jovan, speechless. Compared to Jovan, it was clear who the real academic overachiever was, so engrossed in studies that he seemed almost cut off from the world. On their way back to the dormitory, Kyler kept raving about how fun Overwatch was, trying to drag Jovan into it. Jovan half-heartedly agreed, but after staying up all night, he confirmed one thing. He had absolutely no talent for gaming, and compared to gaming, cultivating the land was clearly more satisfying. But where could he find land to cultivate in the university town? By some stroke of luck, while passing by the faculty residential area and seeing the scattered vegetable gardens in front of the faculty buildings, Jovan felt an urge to work the land, even if just by hand. Back in the dormitory, Kyler couldn't hold out and immediately crashed onto the bed, fast asleep without even washing his feet. Finally, Jovan understood the source of that terrible foot odor. Due to his constitution, Jovan could stay awake for days without any issues. Missing the window to sleep, he felt neither discomfort nor drowsiness, remaining fully alert. Unable to fall asleep, Jovan splashed some cold water on his face and headed out toward the school playground. Although he couldn't find land to cultivate, daily exercise was still necessary. And as a university playground, there should be plenty of girls jogging in the mornings, especially in summer. It felt exciting just thinking about it. When Jovan reached the playground, seeing the deserted field, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He must have come too early. It was still dawn, visibility unclear, and the girls should still be sleeping in. But since he was here, Jovan decided to jog 10 laps to warm up, then go grab breakfast. Today was relatively free, so he planned to spend the day brushing up on his Immortal World Taba store. With that thought, Jovan began jogging slowly. One lap on the playground was about 400 meters, making 10 laps roughly 4 kilometers. For Jovan, this level of slow jogging was easier than eating or drinking water. Within 10 minutes, he had finished his 10 laps. It was still somewhat dark. It looked like it would be overcast today. But when Jovan finished his 10 laps, a holly had appeared in front of him. She was running slightly faster than Jovan, with a healthy tan and short hair that exuded a clean and crisp charm. At that moment, only Jovan and this short-haired girl continued running on the playground, the sound of their footsteps quiet and rhythmic. Jovan quite enjoyed this feeling. Although curious about the short-haired girl's appearance, he didn't speed up to maintain the tranquil atmosphere. Instead, he simply followed her pace slowly. Before he knew it, they had run a total of 20 laps together. Chapter 274. Adeline's Call. The short-haired girl had run 20 laps, and Jovan, adding to his previous 10, made it 30 laps, a full 12 kilometers of jogging. Of course, what was called jogging was actually quite fast, certainly much quicker than an ordinary jog. Haley was somewhat surprised by the stamina of the boy who ran behind her. She had a special reason for being able to complete 20 laps at such speed. Weren't college students nowadays generally in suboptimal health? How did she encounter someone with physical fitness that matched hers almost immediately after returning to the country? However, this surprise wasn't enough to make Haley turn back and greet the unfamiliar boy. People around them were gradually increasing, and after checking the time, Haley headed straight for breakfast without looking back. Seeing the girl leave, Jovan shook his head. Although he never saw the girl's face, this vague sense of connection felt nice. Back in the dormitory, Kyler was still snoring loudly. Feeling bored, Jovan lay on his bed scrolling through the Immortal World Taba shop on his phone. Outside, it was noisy as senior students went to their classes. Military training would officially start tomorrow, and it was rumored to be extremely strict, reportedly the strictest at Zhanghai University. However, whether it was strict or not didn't make much difference to Jovan. Time passed quickly while browsing Taba. Around noon, the dorm room door opened, and two people carrying luggage entered. One as thin as a bamboo pole, the other short and chubby like Maitreya Buddha. Hello, my name is Jovan from the Archaeology College. Kyler was still sound asleep, seemingly unaffected even by an earthquake. Jovan put down his phone and stretched out his head from the side of the bed to greet them. The pleasure is mine. I'm Jeremiah, and this is my younger brother, Ralph. The short, chubby one was the older brother, greeting Jovan nervously, while his thinner brother looked more relaxed. Jeremiah and Ralph. After hearing the chubby one introduce himself, Jovan examined both of them but couldn't find any resemblance between the brothers. Seeing Jovan's puzzled expression, Jeremiah must have known what he was thinking. This scene probably wasn't new to him. He didn't bother explaining further. Hee, we're going to be roommates. Please take care of me. Ralph, the thin brother, was clearly more outgoing. Smiling, he took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Jovan. Jovan waved his hand, indicating he didn't smoke. From first glance, these two brothers didn't seem wealthy. Their hands had calluses, suggesting they came from farming families. After exchanging brief greetings, the brothers started arranging their beds. Since everyone was new here and would have plenty of time to get acquainted, and since Jovan and the two brothers weren't particularly talkative, the atmosphere remained quiet. If Kyler woke up now, there might have been more conversation. By now, for people were in the dormitory. Through conversations, Jovan learned that the two brothers were also from the Archaeology College. New students kept arriving, making the floor increasingly lively. Today was the last day for new student registration, and military training would begin tomorrow. Most of the freshmen in this floor were discussing the upcoming training. Finally, Kyler woke up in the afternoon. Kyler, naturally friendly, livened up the dorm room atmosphere. To Jovan's surprise, Jeremiah and Ralph, despite appearing honest, seemed interested in the game, Overwatch asked that Kyler described. It looked like they'd soon be sucked into Kyler's gaming habit. So far, no more new students had come into the dorm room. Instead, many visitors from other colleges dropped by, bringing a variety of accents that added a unique ambience to the place. By nightfall, no more new roommates arrived. It seemed because the Archaeology College had few students, Jovan and his group occupied the only 4-bedded dorm on the floor. Alright, it looks like our dorm only has 4 people. To strengthen our bond, why don't we go out for dinner tonight? Having recovered from the previous all-nighter, Kyler, acting like a night owl, became unusually energetic in the evening. Jovan and the others agreed without hesitation. Sometimes, sharing a meal and drinks was the quickest way for strangers to get to know each other. Moreover, the campus canteen prices were affordable, so a gathering wouldn't cost much. At that moment, Jovan's phone rang. He excused himself and stepped onto the balcony. Seeing the caller ID, it was Adeline. Hey, Jovan, hasn't Abigail gotten into trouble recently? Adeline's opening sentence made Jovan pause briefly. Indeed, best friends knew each other well? Not really, she's just mischievous, but hasn't caused significant trouble, Jovan replied tactfully. Abigail enjoyed pranks, but her heart was good. Right, I called to tell you 2 things, Adeline responded, nodding on the other end. First, our agricultural products company has established itself in Qinghai City. Our vegetables are highly praised and in great demand. Second, regarding the Changda company auction, the funds have been secured. With the $200 million you provided, we can acquire the core assets of Changda. The auction will start in 3 weeks, so if you have time, please come. I see, sure, I'll try to make it. Jovan nodded. Regarding the first matter, he wasn't too surprised. With the exceptional vegetables from the Immortal World Taba store, the agricultural company's future was boundless. The current success was just a sign of greater potential. As for the second matter, he could check it out after military training ended. Rainy days and idle times were perfect for such activities. After chatting for a bit, Adeline thought of something and mentioned in a casual tone, "Oh, Yovan, isn't your university called Shanghai University?" "Yeah, what's up?" "Nothing much. I was just bored yesterday and ended up acquiring a few famous restaurants in your school." Yovan froze. Her tone made it sound like she was buying a few heads of cabbage at the market. Chapter 275, Full Spring Garden. To Adeline, buying a few school canteens was no different from purchasing several heads of cabbage. After all, for her, there wasn't much of a difference between a few million and a few dozen. By now, night had fallen, and Yovan stood on the balcony outside his dormitory room, having an intimate conversation with Adeline. When they were together, this feeling wasn't apparent, but once separated, a lingering trace of longing always hovered in their hearts. Most of the time, it was Adeline, with her playful tone, recounting trivial events that occurred and some adolescent girl thoughts, such as seeing toys she wanted to buy or lamenting over liking pink clothes but not being able to wear them. If the employees at Tianheng Dumpling Restaurant knew their stern female CEO had such moments, they would likely be speechless in shock. Before they realized it, they had been talking on the phone for over an hour. "Enrique, let's go. It's time for dinner." In the dormitory, Kyler and the others had already prepared themselves for the first outing. Each of them washing their hair thoroughly and applying hair gel, they were almost ready to slick back their hair into side parts. "Your roommate is calling you for a group dinner. Go quickly. Oh, by the way, the restaurants I bought are Nansuan Hunanese Cuisine and Full Spring Garden." Adeline heard the voices of Kyler and the others through the phone and hung up voluntarily. These names sound like they belong somewhere else. "And Full Spring Garden?" Yovan shook his head, then followed Kyler and the others, who had been waiting for quite some time, out of the dormitory. "Enrique, was that your girlfriend just now? A phone call lasting over an hour. Must be a pretty special relationship, right?" Kyler was somewhat similar to Cedric. His large mouth chattered non-stop, and his small eyes sparkled with gossip. "Sort of." Yovan nodded. He and Adeline hadn't really dated much, though he did have a girlfriend in high school. Dating back then was like playing house. "Whoa, never thought you'd have it in you. We're still 3 single dogs over here, and you're already lifting yourself out of poverty, removing that poor peasant hat?" Upon hearing Jovan's words, Kyler widened his eyes enviously. He and Jeremiah had both kept their virginity for over 20 years, focusing on studies during high school without any interest in dating despite their good looks. "With a face like yours, finding a girlfriend should be easy. If you can't find one, there will still be plenty of rich women chasing after you," Ralph said with a grin. Jeremiah smiled kindly beside him. "To hell with you, am I that kind of person? But if rich women came around, well, I wouldn't refuse, ha ha ha." With Kyler and Ralph as the lively ones, along with Yovan and Jeremiah occasionally joining in, the four chatted all the way until they reached the food street inside the campus. Shanghai University was more like a miniature city rather than a school, small but complete. It offered everything from dining to entertainment. There were 2 food streets in the entire campus, and the one they arrived at, known as Back Street, was relatively famous for its dining. Located at the back gate of Shanghai University, Back Street thrived due to tens of thousands of students passing through daily. The restaurants were numerous, modestly decorated, and reasonably priced, catering to students' generally modest spending habits. However, there were still a few upscale restaurants on campus with higher prices. Of course, while most students didn't have high spending power, for a first-time gathering, they would grit their teeth and visit these higher-end establishments. Splitting the bill among several people made it manageable. Yovan merely wished for a simple college life, so he didn't insist on paying the bill, merely following behind Kyler and the others. "Hey, since this is our first gathering, why don't we go for a bit of a classier restaurant? We can split it evenly. It's only about $100 per person, which is reasonable." Kyler stopped in front of a quaint restaurant, resembling an ancient inn, with a wooden red-painted sign that read, "Full Spring Garden." Modern students love this sort of ambience. Clearly, Full Spring Garden was doing better business than other places, with a constant stream of diners, mostly freshman groups. "What about this one?" Jeremiah looked at his brother, exchanged glances, bit his lip, and then nodded. So what if they had to eat instant noodles later this month? They couldn't let the first gathering lose its grandeur. Yovan naturally had no objections, but gazed at the Full Spring Garden sign for a long time. If Adeline hadn't lied, this should be the restaurant she bought and gifted to him. After discussing, the four entered the wood-framed restaurant that resembled an ancient inn. As soon as they walked in, a uniformed waiter greeted them. "For guests." Before the waiter could speak, Kyler held up 4 fingers, suggesting he had visited similar places frequently and possibly came from a wealthier background than Jeremiah and Ralph. "Right this way." The waiter led them to a table where guests had just vacated. The business at Full Spring Garden was booming, and they were lucky to get a table immediately upon arrival. Adeline certainly had a good business sense, knowing this place was a golden goose. However, the price tag should be substantial. Acquiring this location would probably cost millions. The waiter handed them the menu, and they sat down to order. Since everyone had different tastes, they opted for local Shanghai specialties. They would be staying for 4 years, so adapting early was a good idea. "How can we eat without drinking? Come on, let's start with a drink." After ordering the dishes, Kyler began urging everyone to drink. Drinking was a staple of gatherings. It facilitated emotional bonding. The beer arrived quickly while the dishes took longer. Kyler used his teeth to open the beer caps, fetched a few glasses, and filled them up for everyone. "Here's to a better tomorrow and our friendship." Chapter 276, Provocation. After Kyler's toast, everyone raised their glasses. The clinking of ice cubes resonated, the sound of dreams beginning. Each of them finished their beer in one gulp. Afterward, their drinking capacities became evident. Surprisingly, Kyler had the weakest capacity despite his eagerness. His cheeks turned red, and his tongue started slurring. Jeremiah and Ralph, however, handled it well. They remained unfazed after finishing their drinks, even savoring it like pros. As for Yovan, not even 1,000 cups could intoxicate him. They had another couple of drinks before the dishes finally arrived. By now, Kyler had slowed down and recovered. Seeing the food come, he promptly picked up his chopsticks and ate something to settle his stomach. Drinking on an empty stomach is harmful. Let's eat some food before continuing. Everyone comes from all corners of the country. Gathering here is fate. No one leaves tonight unless drunk. Kyler put a piece of cucumber in his mouth and beckoned Yovan and the others to join him. Hey, I wonder who this is? Isn't this the good-for-nothing youngest son of the Wong family, Kyler? As Yovan and the others were enjoying their meal with clinking glasses, an eerie voice came from the neighboring table. Kyler's face darkened instantly when he saw who was speaking. He hadn't expected to run into someone he knew while just having a casual meal. Yovan also put down his chopsticks and followed Kyler's gaze. Not far from them, there were 4 or 5 athletic-looking sports majors in tracksuits sitting at a table. Among them was a robust boy with a rather masculine appearance but sinister eyes, the one who had just mocked Kyler. Bryson, why are you being so obnoxious? Back in Subei, I never saw you be as tough. How come now that you're in Shanghai, you've straightened your back? Even if I'm considered no good, I'm still miles better than you, who's nothing without women. Kyler retorted without holding back. If it were any other time, he might not have been so upset, but this was a dormitory gathering. Bryson embarrassing him like this would make it hard for him to get along with his roommates if he didn't react. You fine. Watch out for yourself later. Bryson, named Tiger, seemed furious upon hearing Kyler's cutting words, but he seemed to be wary of something and didn't take action. He left a threatening message and turned away with a gloomy expression. However, though Bryson didn't act, his roommates from the sports department weren't as tolerant. This meal was on Bryson today, and as physical education students, they were used to bullying others with their strength. Watch your mouth, little punk. Seeing Bryson's darkening face, Sawyer Yin, his roommate, picked up the basketball from the floor, cursing under his breath as he hurled it at Kyler. Sawyerian's idea was simple. A basketball wouldn't cause serious harm, but since they were eating, hitting the table would send food and drinks flying everywhere, embarrassing Kyler and his roommates thoroughly. Being humiliated in front of so many people would be humiliating enough. Their brother Bryson would feel better after taking this out on them, and maybe even take them to a better place tonight. The sudden throw of the basketball took Kyler by surprise, causing him panic. If it hit, their gathering would be ruined, and they'd all lose face. But stopping the fast-moving basketball wasn't possible, and Yovan, sitting with his back to it, couldn't catch it either unless he had eyes in the back of his head. Facing each other across the table, as thoughts raced through Kyler's mind, he felt a whistling sound behind him, likely the basketball coming from Bryson's table. Frowning, Yovan didn't turn around but simply extended a hand, catching the speeding basketball which continued spinning rapidly in his grip. Seeing Yovan intercept the basketball so easily, Kyler breathed a sigh of relief, but then wondered how Yovan could catch it while facing away. Behind Yovan, there were surprised murmurs from Bryson's group, amazed by Jovan's ability to catch the ball precisely. Feeling the basketball in his hand, Jovan's expression turned grim. He guessed why the basketball was thrown and felt annoyed that their first dorm gathering had to encounter such nonsense. Who threw that basketball? Yovan stood up, turned around, and faced the 4 from Bryson's table. I did. What are you going to do about it? You want to fight? The sports students, full of energy, couldn't resist when they saw Jovan's apparent displeasure. 6 burly sports students standing together were quite intimidating. Ordinary students would likely be scared. Yovan, don't be rash. We'll find a way to settle this later. Today we're outnumbered, let's leave it for now. Kyler walked up, trying to de-escalate the situation. He wouldn't feel right if his friend got hurt helping him. Heh, what are you thinking about? Feeling angry? That basketball was thrown by us. Want to fight? We can fight one-on-one, or you can call your friends. Sawyer Yin taunted. They loved bullying good students because most didn't have the means to retaliate. Yes, I am pretty angry. Yovan glanced at the 6 smirking sports students and casually tossed the basketball. A sharp whistle followed as the basketball flew towards the guy who spoke first. Chapter 277. The man behind the curtain. To Sawyer, Bryson, and others, the basketball whizzing toward them didn't evoke much fear. After all, a basketball is just a leather shell filled with air. While getting hit unawares might hurt a little, they were prepared for this particular attack and didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing the ball heading straight for him, Sawyer sneered in disdain and reached out one hand, ready to catch the ball with ease. But as the ball flew closer, he felt the scorching heat coming off it and realized something was off. It seemed this basketball had more force behind it than expected. Instinctively, not daring to underestimate it anymore, Sawyer quickly extended both hands. The basketball then made contact with his palms. Screech. A grating sound like sandpaper scraping against his skin rang out, followed by the smell of burnt leather. This entire sequence, though it sounds long, happened in an instant from when Yovan threw the ball until Sawyer tried to block it. By the time Sawyer felt excruciating pain in his palms, it was already too late. Instinctively pulling back his hands, the spinning basketball smashed into his face with residual force, catapulting him several meters before finally losing momentum. However, don't forget that behind Sawyer were tables littered with leftovers. As he tumbled backward, the tables overturned, splattering his comrades who stood nearby with hot broth, leaving them disheveled. Is this a basketball or a cannonball? I'm impressed. A basketball that can launch someone several feet. Kyler, who had been restraining Yovan to prevent an altercation, now let go. His mouth hung agape at the sight, too shocked to speak. Ah, they're fighting. Let's go. These are students from the sports department, every one of them a brute. They'll probably call in reinforcements soon. Yeah, this meal can't be finished anyway. Witnessing the brawl, most students fled to avoid getting caught up in the fray, while a few gutsy ones lingered to watch. This commotion did not escape the restaurant staff's notice. However, the servers dared not intervene, instead rushing to summon the manager, and some called the school administration to have the counselors and teachers of these freshmen brought over. Of course, since Yovan and the others were freshmen and hadn't yet been assigned classes, calling their counselors and teachers would likely be futile. The situation remained tense. The student Yovan had smacked with the basketball lay on the ground, groaning weakly. From the surface, his face was covered in blood, looking seriously injured. However, Yovan knew better. That student had lost only a few teeth and suffered from significant swelling on one side of his face. Nothing life-threatening, just a lesson learned. The restaurant reacted swiftly. In about 3 minutes, a fat man presumed to be the owner descended from upstairs with a grim expression. Surprisingly, accompanying the restaurant owner was someone Yovan recognized, a close acquaintance, Roland. But wasn't this Roland the manager of Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant? Why was he here today? Moreover, seeing how respectfully the restaurant owner treated him, one might think Roland was the real owner of this establishment. Unknown to Yovan, Roland had come to conduct an inspection. Considering Adeline had spent quite a sum and leveraged her connections for this place, such due diligence was necessary. For such a profitable business, there needed to be substantial incentives for the sale to occur. As Adeline's trusted aide, Roland had to oversee this transaction. Adeline had paid only part of the down payment, waiting for Roland's evaluation to finalize the price and conclude the bulk of the final payment. Hence, the restaurant owner was particularly attentive to Roland's every word, knowing good reviews could fetch a higher price. Although the current asking price in the millions was high enough for the owners to emigrate, no one ever spurned more money. Hence, the restaurant owner was furious about this sudden fight among students disrupting business. What terrible timing to pick a fight. If potential buyers deemed this place unsafe and canceled the purchase, where else would he find such wealthy buyers? Interrupting business was worse than murder. Already infuriated, the restaurant owner grabbed his phone to call the police. Hey, hold on. Seeing the restaurant owner dial the phone, Roland hastily stopped him. He noticed Yovan when he appeared earlier. He needed to know the details of the fight. If Yovan was the aggressor, wouldn't that put him in a bad spot with the boss? What's wrong, Lao Bai? The restaurant owner asked anxiously. Lao Bai, we usually maintain a very good environment here. These troublemakers must have slipped in somehow. Trust me, I'll handle this properly. Not what you think. Who exactly are you calling troublemakers? After hearing Roland's explanation, the restaurant owner looked over at Yovan several times. Realizing the true boss was right there, he was taken aback. He never saw this young man as the powerful figure he was. Despite surprise at the boss's youth, upon recognizing Jovan's involvement in the brawl, the restaurant owner cast a calculating glance at Bryson and company. Here was a golden opportunity to curry favor. Chapter 278. Unreasonable. Seeing the corpulent white man whisper a few words into the restaurant owner's ear, and then observing the intermittent glances the restaurant owner cast at him, Yovan felt reassured. It was likely that the corpulent white man had disclosed something to the restaurant owner. This matter would now be off their hands. Cough, cough. Who knocked over this table? Which scoundrel dared cause trouble on my turf? Are you asking for a dismissal, or what? The restaurant owner cleared his throat and shot a menacing look at Bryson and his group. His brother-in-law was the vice principal of the school, so he faced these students with an extraordinary confidence. It wasn't us. It was those guys over there. Hearing the restaurant owner's words, Bryson no longer showed the previous arrogance. He smiled awkwardly, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and attempted to offer it to the restaurant owner in an attempt to get closer. If dealing with a regular restaurant owner, Bryson might not have behaved this way, but who would believe that such a big restaurant inside the school operated without support from influential people in the school? That's why Bryson now showed such good manners. Although his family held some influence, most of it was in the northwest, far from Shanghai City. Moreover, issues within the school formed a separate system, immune to outside interference. Slap. The restaurant owner slapped the cigarette Bryson offered right onto the ground. Offering him a cigarette at this time. Wasn't that trying to get him into trouble? Besides, he was still pondering how to deal with these guys. There was no way he'd accept the cigarette. I don't care about the details, but when I came down, I saw your people knocking over tables. These tables aren't cheap, 10,000 RMB each and not a single coin less. And for all the customers scared away today, I won't go too deep into that, but a total compensation of around 80 to 100,000 should do, the restaurant owner said coldly as he glanced at Sawyer lying on the ground. If you can't pay, it's fine too. I'll call the police immediately. Fighting just after new students enter the campus, some of you six will probably receive severe reprimands. Others might even be expelled. Upon hearing the restaurant owner's words, Sawyer, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, could no longer pretend. Clinging to Bryson's legs, he cried out, Brother who, save me. You know we're poor. Selling our cow got me through this year. If I get expelled for inability to compensate, I'll surely lose the face to live. Ignoring the frightened Sawyer, Bryson realized after listening to the restaurant owner's words that this boss was obviously favoring Kyler's side. Though he didn't understand why, the sum was astronomical to him. Boss, fighting was our mistake. We admit our fault. But regarding the compensation, we are only students and can't afford such an amount. As you see, if this turns worse, it won't be favorable to you either. Bryson's tone contained both softness and firmness. Generally, to avoid fatal incidents, once they admit fault and show willingness to compensate, the restaurant owner would agree. A bit of money would suffice as the table wasn't worth much anyway, potentially even turning a profit. But Bryson didn't know that this restaurant owner was looking to sell the business. To ensure a good price, he wouldn't let them off easily in front of Yovan. I don't care about your nonsense or human life. Fact remains, you fought in my restaurant, damaged property, scared away customers. If you don't compensate with 80 to 100,000 today, you won't stay in this school. Spittle flew from the restaurant owner's mouth, mostly landing on Bryson and his roommates' faces. However, Bryson and his roommates were terrified. 10,000 RMB, split among them, was nearly 20,000 per person, a hefty burden for most of them. But today's trouble was initiated by Bryson. Had he not started it, things wouldn't have escalated. Seeing this, Bryson's roommates shifted their gazes to him, their eyes laced with dissatisfaction. Yovan and his 3 companions leisurely ate while watching Bryson and company stand like sticks on the ground, berated by the restaurant owner. Comparatively, it felt exceptionally gratifying. Kyler's face was almost splitting from laughter. Enrique, are we really okay? Despite the restaurant owner seemingly uninterested in troubling them, Ralph, with his introverted nature, asked anxiously while giving Yovan a piece of meat. Relax. Just watch the show. Nothing will happen. Yovan chuckled calmly, eating another bite. Not only will nothing happen, but after they pay up, they will come apologizing like obedient dogs. Watching the restaurant owner being unreasonable made Bryson almost cry. It was clear to any reasonable person that both sides were at fault. Yet why did the restaurant owner pin all the blame on them? Observing Yovan and friends enjoying their meal, Bryson finally couldn't hold back. Walking out, he looked angrily at Yovan and said, "Boss, how can you be so unreasonable? Fighting involves both parties. Why must all responsibility fall on us?" "Oh, do you want to reason with me?" Looking at Bryson's enraged face, the restaurant owner sneered. "You sports prodigies normally rampage through the school, never caring about reason. Now, facing someone you dare not provoke, you start talking about reason? Coward." Those final words inflamed Bryson's eyes. Recognizing the moment, the restaurant owner knew he had taken sufficient revenge for the boss. Pulling back slightly, he stopped talking and began pulling out his phone, ready to call the disciplinary personnel of the school. From the beginning, he never intended to seek compensation. Doing anything, he aimed for absolute completion. More or fewer of these pests in the school mattered little. Chapter 279. The Military Training Miracle Device. When the restaurant owner took out his phone, Bryson and his gang panicked and kept apologizing. Sawyer, who had been hit in the face with a basketball by Yovan, even knelt down before the restaurant owner, pleading not to call the police. The restaurant owner ignored their pleas and first called the school security team, followed by the school's discipline manager, Mr. Juanu. Soon enough, a large crowd arrived and forcefully escorted Bryson and company out of the restaurant. Even if they wouldn't be expelled, a major disciplinary record was unavoidable. After Bryson and the others were taken away, Kyler and friends lost their appetite as well. Although no one seemed to have suffered serious harm, the atmosphere was certainly ruined. "Waiter, settle the bill." Kyler stood up and said, "I caused this trouble today. Let me pay for everyone's meal. Plus, since we aren't enjoying this meal, let's just buy some cooked peanuts, beef, and beer to take back to the dormitory." Kyler shouted twice, but there were no waiters around. Most had hidden far away, terrified. Fortunately, the restaurant owner approached with a smile. "Dear guests, it is our fault that you encountered such an incident in our restaurant tonight. Tonight's meal is on the house. Additionally, here's a 1,000 yuan dining voucher as a small gesture of goodwill." However, the boss spoke only to Kyler and handed the dining voucher directly to him. Anyone smart enough to run such a big restaurant would have realized that this wealthy businessman was trying to keep a low profile. Otherwise, his classmates wouldn't have remained so calm while talking and eating with him. Therefore, the restaurant owner made no attempt to recognize Yovan throughout. Seeing the restaurant owner's smiling face now, contrasting starkly with his cold demeanor earlier when facing Bryson and company, Kyler was left speechless. Did being handsome really get special treatment? Or perhaps this boss had an overflowing sense of justice and came out specifically to help after seeing Bryson bullying others. Compared to the second theory, the first one seemed more plausible. It must be his handsome appearance triggering the owner's sense of justice. After pondering, Kyler accepted the dining voucher from the restaurant owner and waved it in front of Yovan and the others. Sure enough, Jeremiah and Ralph looked at Kyler with newfound admiration. Not only did he cause a fight in someone else's restaurant without having to pay, but he also got a free dining voucher upon leaving. This Kyler was truly impressive. Yovan also put up a mock thumbs up towards Kyler. If anyone observed closely, they'd see Yovan wasn't giving the thumbs up to Kyler, but to the restaurant owner behind him. Of course, even if someone noticed, without knowing the inside story, they wouldn't associate the two. Seeing Jovan's thumbs up, the restaurant owner's expression eased, revealing joy. As long as the boss behind Kyler was satisfied, all his efforts tonight would have been worthwhile. A drop from their leg hair would probably be thicker than himself, and any loose cash could probably sustain him for life. Kyler felt extremely happy about his roommate's admiration and praise. As he walked away from Man Yuan-chun, he felt like he was floating on air. As a young man, saving face among friends was indeed more gratifying than earning tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. They hadn't eaten enough or enjoyed the meal properly. Luckily, outside Man Yuan-chun was a bustling street, lined with brightly lit food stalls. Various local delicacies abounded here, and the smell of delicious foods wafted through the air. Mixed with dialects from across the country, the atmosphere was lively and enjoyable. It reminded one of summer nights with grilled skewers and chilled beer. The feeling alone was priceless. The sight of bare-chested tattooed men sitting on low stools, enjoying the food, was etched in everyone's minds. As they strolled through the night market, Kyler bought some cooked beef, Yovan purchased peanuts, and the Lay brothers picked up some chilled beer. They returned to the dormitory, continuing to indulge. They ate until around midnight. Since military training started tomorrow, after 3 rounds of drinks and several courses, everyone except Yovan became quite tipsy. Yovan helped them into bed, washed up, and then lay down on his own bed. Browsing through the Immortal World Taba store briefly, he fell into a deep sleep, filled with curiosity and anticipation for the upcoming military training. A sudden loud whistle jolted Yovan awake. Gather downstairs immediately for military training preparation. The whistle came from the hallway, probably issued by the freshman coordinator. Checking the time, it was 5 a.m. This military training certainly aimed to intimidate the freshmen. Without further thought, Yovan quickly jumped out of bed, put on the black-green military uniform issued by the school, and wore the hard-soled military shoes. Amidst continuous sharp whistles, Kyler and the Lay brothers also woke up from their dreams. After Yovan explained that the day's training might be intended as a wake-up call, Kyler and the Lay brothers hurriedly prepared, skipping washing their faces. In under 5 minutes, they were fully equipped and ready. Just before stepping out, Kyler mysteriously called them back and distributed 2 white items to each person. Upon tearing open the packaging, Yovan saw it was 7 spaces. Night use version. Hey, what's with those looks? Let me tell you, these are miracle devices for military training. Place one under your feet to absorb sweat. Moreover, these shoes are so hard that your feet will likely blister without this padding, Kyler said, displeased by their expressions. When I bought these yesterday, they were almost sold out. Almost everyone on this floor has this miracle device. Do you want them? If not, give them back. He pretended to reach out for the items. Hey, one brother please, after what you said, these shoes do seem awfully hard. Let me try this, Ralph giggled, putting the item in his shoe. It's soft and comfy, great work, Wong bro. Soon, both Lei brothers placed the pads in their shoes. Yovan didn't use it, suspecting Kyler might have bought fake ones. The reliability of the product seemed questionable, and it might fall out during training. Note asterisk the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks to stay true to the author's intent. The English text reflects the natural flow of conversation and action, keeping the essence and tone intact. Chapter 280. Whose is this? Soon, one by one, the freshmen dressed in green military uniforms came down from the dormitory buildings and began gathering on the parade ground. It was just dawn, but at the foot of the dormitory buildings, instructors were already waiting with their hands behind their backs. The nation advocated for a comprehensive development policy in cultivating teenagers with virtues, intelligence, physical fitness, art, and labor. Though there wasn't a mandatory requirement for every adult man to serve 3 years of military service, undergoing a month-long military training during college remained a tradition. Since Zhanghai University is one of the key universities in Huaxia, it was especially strict regarding military training. Many schools completed the freshmen's military training within their own premises, with Army Anwars assigned by military units to guide the training. However, all freshmen from Zhanghai University and several other key universities in Zhanghai City were transported by military trucks to the military camp for practice. This made students from other schools envious and regretful for not studying hard enough to get into top-notch universities like Zhanghai University. This time, though, it felt more like a surprise inspection. Originally, they were scheduled to assemble promptly at 7 in the evening on the parade ground. But now, just past 5 o'clock, there was an unexpected check, causing unease among the freshmen. When Yovan and his roommates came down, there were already many people at the foot of the dormitory building. The instructor was a dark-skinned, rugged-looking man who stood like an iron tower. Seeing the incoming freshmen laughing and talking, his expression turned unpleasant, although due to poor lighting, the freshmen hadn't noticed the instructor's foul mood yet. Everyone was a mix of anticipation and fear about the military training. Unfamiliarity led to curiosity. The green military camp, steel-like discipline, fearless soldiers charging through gunfire, and even the opportunity to touch real guns all deeply intrigued them. After assembling downstairs, they couldn't help whispering, discussing how terrifying Zhanghai University's military training was, as heard from older students, how instructors would go out of their way to torment them. Some seniors said that sometimes there wouldn't be enough food or water would suddenly cut off when showering. Others mentioned that the parade ground was larger than the school's football field, and running a few laps could kill you. Conversations buzzed endlessly among the freshmen. Yovan wore the newly issued camouflage uniform, blending into the formation without joining the discussion. For him, the only challenge of the upcoming military training might be encountering Abigail. Seeing the freshmen's relaxed demeanor, the instructor's face darkened. Yovan sensed the coming storm and quickly pulled the brothers Ralph and Jeremiah, who were chatting merrily, as well as Kyler standing behind him. Although Kyler was from the agricultural college, since the archaeology department had too few people, he was simply merged into the agricultural college, coincidentally lining up next to Kyler. Silence. You, and you, step out. The iron tower-like instructor pointed at those speaking the loudest and shouted loudly. The unlucky ones still didn't understand what was happening, glancing at each other before reluctantly stepping forward. Run 20 laps around the parade ground, monitor each other. Cristobal seethed with anger at these slack freshmen. If they were new recruits, he probably would have kicked them directly. Phew. Hearing the instructor's words, the originally noisy formation quieted down rapidly, the effect of setting an example being obvious. The punished ones were stunned. 20 laps equaled 8 kilometers. Given their current physical condition, running 10 laps would be tough, let alone 20. Instructor, can we? One brave freshman tried negotiating, but was rudely interrupted by the instructor. 25 laps, and any objections will mean 100 laps, the iron tower barked, leaving no room for negotiation. The bold, unlucky freshman shivered in fright and dared not argue further, heading towards the parade ground. The rest also ran silently without a word. The formation then stood straight, faces looking ahead, like soldiers ready for a long march. With this lesson, no one dared speak, the silence almost eerie. Cristobal glanced at his watch, took out a roll call sheet, and said, "Roll call begins now. 5 minutes late means 5 laps, 10 minutes means 10 laps. A few tardy freshmen hurried down from the dormitories, all receiving a scolding and sent running on the parade ground. Once the roll call was complete, under Cristobal's lead, they walked towards the school's football field. They encountered multiple other formations, each having roughly 100 people. On the football field, numerous freshmen were running frantically, likely as punishment. Everyone waited quietly until around 7 when school leaders entered. After speeches, a row of military trucks arrived at the university's large football field. By this time, the punished freshmen had finished running, some barely standing after returning to their formations, panting heavily. This sight made Kyler and the brothers grimace. Luckily, Yovan had warned them earlier. Otherwise, they would be the exhausted ones running 20 laps. As the military truck stopped, an Anwar in military attire greeted the leaders. Then, Cristobal turned around and said sternly, "My name is Cristobal, your drill master. From now on, you're my soldiers," forming a square formation immediately. Chaos ensued as none of them had ever stood in such a formation, inevitably leading to mistakes amid the confusion. Just as they hurriedly formed the square. Clack! A white object fell onto the green grass, catching everyone's attention. Chapter 281. A good seed. The turf of Jianghai University's soccer field had been newly renovated, showcasing a deep green color that made one feel as if they were facing a genuine expanse of prairie. Therefore, when that large white object fell to the ground, it was starkly visible against the green backdrop. Seeing the fallen item, Instructor Carlton paused in surprise, cast a glance at the freshman before him, and then his expression darkened once more. The male students' gazes turned playful as they fixed their eyes on the fallen object without blinking. Had the instructor not been there, they would have likely burst into laughter right then and there. Although most of them wore similar items inside their shoes, they wondered who was talented enough to have it fall out due to not securing it properly. It was worth noting that these objects were equipped with strong adhesive on one side, and since socks themselves are somewhat sticky, for this thing to drop from a shoe, it must have taken some doing indeed. No one noticed Kyler's face, turning somewhat anxious at this moment. Whose is this? Step forward. I won't hold it against you. Instructor Carlton, whose face now resembled a black pot, spoke in an unfriendly tone. How could he have encountered such an embarrassing incident? If his trainee's lost face, it naturally reflected poorly on him as well. If other instructors saw this, it would surely become a laughingstock upon returning to the military district. After asking the question, no one responded. Everyone kept their heads lowered. Yovan did the same, blending into the crowd. Who is it? You can report each other, and there will be rewards for those who report. If no one admits to it, everyone will run 20 laps around the field. Seeing no one respond, Instructor Carlton became slightly unguarded in his anger, raising his voice. Sir, I believe your method is inappropriate. Originally intending to stay aloof, Yovan saw Kyler's demeanor and realized the item had come from his shoe. Considering Kyler's small build, running 20 laps would leave him gasping for breath within a few circles. However, the larger reason was Jovan's own dissatisfaction. The practice of collective punishment by informing was not suitable here. Since elementary school, Yovan had always disapproved of secretly reporting to teachers. During Alicia's reign, society was thrown into chaos because people mistrusted one another, largely due to her policy of public supervision and denunciation. If someone came forward today and reported Kyler, both would likely harbor resentment towards each other for the next 4 years. Run 20 laps first, then we'll talk. Looking at Yovan stepping forward, Instructor Carlton narrowed his eyes. He too realized his words might have been inappropriate, but the authority of an instructor must not be challenged. Without maintaining this authority over the coming month, how could he manage the group? Hearing the instructor's words, Yovan said nothing further and immediately started running laps around the field. He knew the instructor's temper was stubborn. If he haggled like those unfortunate ones earlier, the 20 laps might turn into 30. Watching Yovan stand up for him and get punished, Kyler clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly. Summoning unknown courage, he stepped out of the formation. Sir, this item is mine. I accept the punishment. 20 laps around the field. Instructor Carlton's stern expression remained unchanged as he pointed at the field. Kyler sighed in relief. Initially, he feared a reprimand. Running 20 laps, though challenging for him, was manageable if he gritted his teeth. With that thought, Kyler began running on the soccer field track. Before he completed half of the required laps, Yovan overtook him from behind due to his incredible speed, running long distances at sprinter's pace. Kyler, why are you here? Yovan hadn't witnessed the earlier scene. Hey, that thing was mine. You took the blame for me, so I couldn't just stand there. Kyler smiled, his eyes reflecting unspoken determination. Yovan nodded at Kyler and increased his speed without saying anything further. Yovan sped across the field in a slow jog that seemed almost like a sprint. While 1 or 2 laps wouldn't be remarkable, by the time he reached the 10th lap, even Instructor Carlton started to show admiration. Even he doubted he could maintain such speed for 10 laps. Usually, Special Forces training involved 5-kilometer runs with heavy loads, but Yovan was still carrying a large backpack while running. Who is that guy? He has already run 10 laps at that speed? 10 laps? Impossible. That's my sprinting speed for 50 meters, not marathon speed. Wow, look at that boy. He's amazing, running so fast. Is he going to finish quickly? This came from a fangirl. Yovan continued running, trying to slow down to avoid drawing too much attention and feigning heavy breathing and sweating. Despite hiding most of his abilities, he still stood out among ordinary people, like a scarab in a field or a firefly in the night, strikingly noticeable. At the edge of the field, an Anwar sat in a military vehicle waiting to transport the trainees. Watching Yovan run rapidly, he showed both appreciation and curiosity. That freshman belongs to Carlton, doesn't he? Encountering Carlton was bad luck for him, but this freshman seems even fitter than average Special Forces soldiers. What a good seed. The Anwar pointed at Yovan and smiled at his assistant. A good seed indeed, but fewer college students join the army nowadays. Maybe he doesn't even want to join. The assistant hesitated, considering his words. As a subordinate of the Willis, he could speak frankly. Not willing? Impossible. If he agrees to join, I'll make him deputy battalion commander. The Willis widened his eyes after hearing the assistant. You arrange this. We can't waste such talent. With the border unrest, we need people like him. The Anwar's voice lowered, and the assistant nodded repeatedly, already planning to focus on cultivating Yovan. ##### Chapter 282. On foot. The speed at which Yovan ran and the number of laps he completed caused a flurry of discussions among the crowd on the playground. The various instructors hurriedly silenced them, calming down the murmurs. 20 laps were nothing to Yovan. It didn't take long for him to finish and jog over to the instructor. Report, instructor. 20 laps completed. I apologize for my inappropriate words earlier. Yovan looked up at the towering black tower-like instructor, neither humble nor arrogant. Admitting mistakes was necessary. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Good, good, good. Hearing Jovan's words and noticing the many eyes gathered around the playground, the instructor smiled and repeated, "Good," 3 times. However, his gaze toward Jovan was far from kind. This troublemaker would be dealt with once they reached the camp. "I apologize for my inappropriate comments earlier. Now, get in the vehicle, and bring that other one who was running on the playground too." The instructor checked the time and started leading the group orderly into the military vehicles. Yet, as he got in, he turned back to give Jovan a deep look. Facing the instructor's gaze, Jovan couldn't help but grimace slightly. He had hoped to remain low profile during this training, but now it seemed the instructor had already taken note of him. Quietly getting through the month-long training was going to be difficult. Since the training would last a whole month, freshmen brought along large bags and suitcases, some even dragging huge luggage as if they were heading for a vacation rather than military training. Oliver, students these days are becoming more and more pampered. Look at what they've brought. It doesn't seem like they're coming for training at all, but rather a vacation. Another soldier sighed as he observed the freshmen boarding the military vehicle with their heavy luggage. However, when he saw Jovan, carrying only a small bag, a hint of approval appeared in his eyes. He remembered seeing Jovan run 20 laps earlier. Turning to Cristobal, he said, "This freshman has potential. We should nurture him well when we reach the base." Cristobal glanced at Jovan and scoffed, "Anatoly, this freshman is a troublemaker. Regardless of his talent, soldiers must obey orders. Once we're at the camp, I'll make sure he understands that." Anatoly, named Lay, sighed and shook his head, not saying anything more. He knew how short-tempered Oliver was. Years ago, a disobedient new recruit had ended up with broken legs under Oliver's harsh treatment. The incident nearly landed him in a military tribunal, but was covered up by their superiors. Since then, Oliver had demoted from a battalion commander candidate to a mere squad leader. Seeing that Oliver's temper hadn't changed over the years, Anatoly began to silently pray for Jovan. Everyone boarded the vehicle with their bulky luggage, some even needing help to lift the heavy items inside. Jovan, carrying only a small pack, found it much easier. Marcelu and Wandajwang, seeing Theo with minimal belongings, felt awkward bringing too much, and each carried a single suitcase. Their luggage still outweighed Theo's significantly. After all the freshmen boarded, the convoy slowly set off. The military trucks quickly left the urban area of Zhanghai City and headed for the suburbs, then onto the highway before exiting it again. With the instructor seated in the vehicle, an eerie silence enveloped the cabin. No one dared speak. After 2 to 3 hours of bumpy travel, the convoy finally came to a halt. Cristobal opened his tightly closed eyes and commanded, "Get out." He managed a rare smile as he spoke, but turned away so no one could see it. Hearing the instructor's order, everyone happily dragged their luggage out of the rattling, cramped vehicle. Fresh air awaited them outside. However, upon stepping out, they were puzzled. Where were they? In a sparse forest, surrounded by not-so-dense trees, they stood on a narrow path, with no sight of the green military camp they had been expecting. "Form ranks." Cristobal stepped out of the vehicle and roared loudly. The dazed students quickly snapped out of it, scrambling and finally forming a loose formation within less than a minute. The previous punishments seemed to have made an impression. Did everyone see the green markers along the roadside? Cristobal pointed to the green signs lining the forest path. "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison. "Very good," Cristobal nodded. "Now, follow these markers and run until you reach the end. That's where the camp is. But remember, the last 5 in each team will not get lunch. Also, since you love carrying so much luggage, you can drag your own things without any assistance. Violators will receive the same punishment as the last 5. The boys exclaimed in shock at the severe penalty of missing lunch, especially considering the afternoon training sessions that lay ahead. "Shut up." Cristobal barked and waved his hand. "Run." After giving the order, he glanced at his wristwatch and climbed into the green truck. "Don't just stand there, start running." Warned by Cristobal's rule against helping each other with luggage, Jovan jogged ahead with his small pack. Ralph, Jeremiah, and Kyler followed closely after being reminded by Jovan. Others lagged behind, burdened with heavy clothes, food, and even laptops. Some carried loads exceeding 100 pounds. Even special forces might struggle under such weight. "Jiong, I admire you endlessly, like a river that never ends." The senior students probably want us to relive their past hardships. Last night, people rushed to buy snacks at the supermarket, almost causing chaos. Luckily, our dorm stayed rational. Kyler joked from the back. His bag was bigger than Theo's but contained only a few changes of clothes, making it easy to carry. Comparing himself to those with heavy luggage, he felt incredibly light and relaxed. Chapter 283. Meeting old enemies in a narrow alley. After listening to Kyler's words, Jovan couldn't help but twist his mouth. These few guys were not short of preparations last night. It was just that because they woke up too hastily in the morning, they forgot to bring their things. The reason why he did not prepare extra food was that such rations didn't matter much to him. With the Immortal World Taobao shop, even if he was locked in Shenangjia for a month, he could still indulge daily in delicious dishes and spicy drinks. Moreover, military training should be about enduring hardships and training oneself. If he treated military training as a vacation, it would go against its original intention. How come we haven't seen any girls all this way? After sighing in relief for a while, Kyler asked with some puzzlement. Back on the soccer field, he had seen plenty of female battalions. However, when they boarded the vehicle, he saw nothing else. The campsite was huge. If all the girls were sent to other campsites, then most of the fun of military training would probably be lost. All around would be rough men. What kind of thrill or brotherhood would there be? Quite a bit. Girls must have been sent directly into the military camp. They brought a lot more luggage than boys, which is only natural since it's less convenient for them. Ralph smiled and revealed an expression that everyone understood. Compared to his silent brother Jeremiah, Ralph seemed more like a reserved but lively character. It's truly blissful being a woman. If it weren't for Brittany Flo every month, I wish to become one. Kyler sighed. Running for a while now, he felt a little tired. The endless green icon ahead seemed to stretch without end. Less talk, focus on your breathing. This run is probably a scare tactic, no shorter than 10 kilometers. Looking at Kyler's somewhat chaotic breathing, Yovan reminded him. Talking during running was a very strenuous activity. 10 kilometers? 10,000 meters? Having barely finished 20 laps, Kyler couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, he had rested well in the car. Otherwise, there was no way he could run such a long distance. Thinking about it made Kyler feel even more relieved that he packed light. Brothers Jeremiah and Ralph were also somewhat surprised. Their constitutions were far better than Kyler's. They had always been good hands-on workers back home. But during their intense preparation year for college entrance exams, they did fall behind in physical strength. So, they kept quiet and followed Yovan in small steps forward, quickly outpacing other formations and taking the lead. Students who had packed too many items were wailing, regretting bitterly. Who could have thought of such activities beforehand? To prevent suffering, some students had even brought gaming seats from their laptops, while others packed instant noodles, sausages, and other ready-to-eat foods. Military training already consumes a lot of energy, and many of them had the habit of eating late-night snacks. Forced to lighten their load, they discarded all kinds of beer, soft drinks, beef jerky, sausages, and instant noodles. As they walked, they constantly tried to reduce their burdens. None wanted to be among the last 5 without food. It wasn't just physical torture but also mental torment. No one wanted to be weak, especially competitive boys. After covering a stretch of road, Yovan and company actually found scattered groups of girls running ahead. It turned out they weren't sent directly to the camp. They had just received extra assistance due to their generally weaker constitution. Passing through the girls' formation, cries for help never ceased. Most were pretty decent-looking girls. Women usually carried lots of luggage, packing clothes, cosmetics, toiletries, and whatnot into large suitcases. Yovan really wondered if such big suitcases contained elephants inside. Due to being hurried off the bus unexpectedly, not only were the boys distressed, but the girls felt even more hopeless. Boys could afford to throw away snacks, but try throwing away girls' cosmetics? Though military training rules clearly prohibited makeup, at least BB creams, foundation, sun sprays, etc., are indispensable, right? And much of the time, light makeup isn't even noticeable. Now, many sat dejectedly on their suitcases, wiping away tears silently. More girls struggled to drag their luggage forward, crying for help as soon as they saw Jovan's group coming. 2 eternal bachelors, Jeremiah and Ralph, had never seen such a scene. Embarrassed by several big brothers, they stopped, blushing. Their slowed pace immediately got them surrounded by a horde of girls, like Tang Monk entering the land of women. Red skeleton, red skeleton. Yovan chanted inwardly to speed up, breaking through the girls' blockade. Meanwhile, Kyler handled it far better, emerging unscathed despite the chaos, likewise breaking free from the girls. Phew, I thought it would be good being a woman. It turns out women have to deal with Britney Flow monthly and endure the same running as men. Kyler wiped the lipstick off his face. In just that brief moment, because of his handsome looks, he got surrounded and kissed multiple times. Someone even pinched his bottom quite forcefully. His buttocks still felt hot and stinging. Yovan laughed. What? Don't want to be a woman anymore? No, too terrifying. Kyler shook his head, showing fear. If he had run a bit slower, he might never have gotten out. Seeing the 2 brothers Jeremiah and Ralph trudging heavily behind with big suitcases, Kyler couldn't help but shake his head. The outcome was too horrifying. Yovan, those 2 girls ahead aren't bad looking. Kyler looked at 2 girls ahead in surprise. Given his standards, girls that could make him exclaim in surprise must be quite attractive. After running for so long, Kyler's petite build couldn't bear it much longer. He couldn't admit his struggles given Jovan's carefree demeanor and had been toughing it out. Now, he was finally unable to hold on and his voice started wavering. Hearing Kyler's words, Yovan felt a sense of unease. He looked ahead and froze, bumping into Abigail and Vivian. Unexpectedly, these 2 had even better stamina than ordinary girls, leaving the crowd far behind. Seeing the big and small bags they carried, Jovan's eyebrows raised as he instinctively slowed down. Hashtag chapter 284. Arrival at the military camp. However, even though Yovan did not want to acknowledge Ryan and her friends, he instinctively slowed down. Yet, Ryan's ears were incredibly sharp. As soon as the name Yovan reached her ears, she involuntarily trembled and turned back with a face full of surprise. Yovan, it's just like they say, mention Chow Chow, and he will appear. I was just talking about you with Vivian a moment ago, and here you are. Yovan pretended not to hear and kept running forward. Yovan, you're taking liberties with me. I'm going to tell Portia when I get back that you climbed onto my bed while I was sick and did inappropriate things. Ryan watched Yovan trying to avoid her, which only made her more furious. Her words came out like bullets, leaving her slightly flushed. Yovan felt like in his previous life, he must have destroyed the entire galaxy to end up encountering Ryan in this one. But since she had said it, Yovan could only stop reluctantly. What's wrong? Our luggage is too heavy, we can't pull it. It is pretty heavy. Yovan glanced at the 2 large trunks taller than a person and cursed inwardly. You shouldn't have brought so much if you couldn't drag them. Besides, he believed Vivian might need help, but with Ryan's current strength, she could probably run carrying those trunks. I want to help, but our drill master has a rule against helping others with their luggage. I've been punished before for breaking the rules, so I can't help you now. Yovan shook his head regretfully. That's fine. Our drill master has the same rule, and I wasn't planning on letting you carry the boxes anyway. Ryan seemed to have anticipated Jovan's response. Ryan pointed at the 2 large trunks and snorted, Vivian, and I think you look handsome, so we decided to give these 2 trunks to you. Then, she smiled at Vivian. Right, Vivian? Vivian first shook her head, then nodded. Hearing Ryan, Yovan was taken aback. City schemes are deep, and rural areas are slippery. He didn't expect Ryan to become so cunning. Yovan waved his hands frantically. No, those are girls' things. If I'm caught with them, I might be labeled a pervert. Of course, you can't use them, But since we gave them to you, you don't have to. You can return them to us when we get to the camp. Haha. With that, Ryan pulled Vivian's hand and ran ahead, leaving the trunks on the ground. Jeong, you seem quite genuine, but you really play your cards well behind closed doors. Kyler looked at Yovan with a strange expression, clearly believing what Ryan had said. Forget it. When you know her true nature, you won't be laughing. Help me with the bag, and I'll carry these 2 trunks. Yovan smiled helplessly, too lazy to explain further. He easily picked up the 2 large trunks and carried them on his shoulders before running forward. There was no other way. His physical strength could handle 2 trunks without an issue, but they were too bulky to carry by hand. Thankfully, Kyler was beside him and could help with the small backpack. The small backpack contained only 2 sets of spare clothes, lighter than Kyler's pack, so Kyler took it without complaint. It took them an hour to reach the military camp with their luggage. By then, only a few had arrived. The majority of the group was still running behind. Guys like Ralph and Jeremiah would likely miss lunch today, but gain and loss go hand in hand. Maybe this time they could win a girl's favor and remove their magician's hat. Yovan estimated the distance to be around 20 kilometers. After this trial by fire, the troublemakers among the students would likely settle down. Lost in thought, he forgot that in the eyes of the drill masters, he was the biggest troublemaker. Ryan and Vivian waited at the camp gate. Seeing Yovan and Kyler arrive, Vivian said shyly, "Thanks for the trouble this time. There's nowhere to eat around here, but we'll treat you after the training." Meanwhile, Ryan pretended to want to take the trunks from Jovan's hands. "Why aren't you going in?" Panting, Kyler sat on the ground. He wasn't physically fit and wouldn't have made it this far without Yovan. "We can't go in yet. If boys haven't gone in, and girls do with 2 big trunks, it looks like cheating." Ryan took the trunks from Yovan. "You 2 go ahead. Vivian and I will wait here until the rest arrive." "All right, let's go in." Yovan patted Kyler on the shoulder as a simple farewell. "2 beauties, nice to meet you. I'm Kyler, male, fond of girls." Kyler greeted Ryan jokingly, but when he saw Vivian's long hair, he blushed. "Xiao Di, go ahead." Ryan waved them off. Wang Xiao Di. Hearing this nickname, Kyler was speechless. The 2 entered the camp first. Inside, it was spacious, and besides the drill masters, there were no new students yet. Apparently, Yovan and Kyler were the first and second arrivals. "These 2 recruits aren't bad." "Yeah, they're in good shape and smart, with minimal baggage." Hearing the comments from the drill masters, Yovan and Kyler exchanged glances, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny. "Yovan, Kyler, line up." Cristobal shouted from the military vehicle. Cristobal was in a good mood, surprised to see 2 strong performers in his group. Though he disliked Yovan, he showed it less now. Following Cristobal's order, Yovan and Kyler stood under the sun reluctantly. They should have rested in the shade after such a long run, but the drill master insisted they stand under the blazing sun to show authority. Soon, sweat poured down Kyler's forehead, his face pale. He struggled to keep standing. ##### Chapter 285. The queue. There were no obstructions on the square in the military camp, except for detours around the track where various training obstacles and sandbags were set up. The sun was scorching, and while Yovan was fine, Kyler, who had been jogging for a long time and already had a poor physique, was now suffering under the heat with chapped lips and a pale complexion, swaying unsteadily. However, upon seeing a dozen instructors standing like spears in neat rows, Kyler and Yovan felt embarrassed to leave the formation, especially with a tall, burly instructor nearby glaring at them. After several minutes, as more new arrivals trickled in, the burly instructor suddenly shouted, "Yovan!" "Present," Yovan replied. "Lead the early arrivals to rest. Logistics staff will assist," the instructor ordered. "Yes, instructor." Upon hearing the instructor's instructions, Yovan could hear Kyler sigh in relief next to him. If they stood any longer, he might have fainted. "Our dormitories are already arranged by department and student number. Each room houses 20 people, and your names are posted on the doors. Find your rooms based on the names, and the early arrivers get first choice of bunks," the logistics staff explained with a smile. These weren't raw recruits but college students attending military training, so the logistics personnel were friendlier than the instructors. Since there were few archaeology majors, the entire department was assigned one room, with additional spots filled by agricultural college students. Kyler and Yovan arrived early and chose the same room. Jeremiah and Ralph would likely join them too, but due to their late arrival, getting a bottom bunk might be difficult. Yovan chose an upper bunk near the window. Having Kyler around sometimes made it lucky for Jeremiah and Ralph to choose an upper bunk too. Right now, they hadn't realized it yet, but come nighttime when Kyler removed his shoes, everyone in the room would feel the chemical weapon's power. At Jovan's insistence, Kyler reluctantly chose the farthest bottom bunk from Yovan. Luckily, Kyler preferred bottom bunks. Otherwise, making him sleep above would be a disaster for the whole dorm. With quite some time until lunch, Yovan and Kyler were rewarded for arriving early and allowed to take a nap. Yovan tidied his luggage and lay down. Despite being tired, the increasing noise from arriving students made sleeping impossible. He could only doze off briefly. The barracks were a 2-story building with boys on the first floor and girls on the second, connected by an iron gate that would lock at night. Yovan pulled out his phone and browsed the Immortal World Taba. Kyler must have been exhausted because he fell asleep amidst the commotion. Around noon, the assembly whistle sounded, and Yovan nimbly jumped out of bed. Kyler was still snoring, but Yovan slapped his face and hurried to put on his shoes. Arriving late would invite reprimand. He was already on the instructor's blacklist. Though he wasn't afraid of physical punishment, who wanted trouble during military training? Sure enough, those who dawdled and came out minutes later were fiercely scolded. "I hereby declare, you are not proud college students but just soldiers under my command. Upon hearing the assembly whistle, you must arrive here within 3 minutes, understood?" The burly instructor roared. "Understood. Good. Now go to the mess hall for lunch. Training resumes at 1:30 p.m. You know the consequences of being late, dismissed. Also, the last 5 to reach the camp today aren't allowed to eat or have food brought to them. If I catch anyone helping, 100 laps around the field. His piercing eyes swept over everyone before lingering on Yovan for a few seconds, then he left with a cold snort. Once the burly instructor was gone, the neatly lined up queue dispersed into a chaotic rush towards the mess hall. As for the last 5, they dejectedly returned to the dorms, facing an empty stomach for afternoon training. 2 of these 5 were Jeremiah and Ralph. By the time Yovan reached the canteen, it was packed. Everyone got 2 dishes and a soup, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. Although training was rigorous, the food was plentiful, ensuring enough energy for training. The vegetarian dish was baby greens, and the meat dish was pork belly. The line for meat was much longer because more people wanted to avoid missing out. Yovan joined the meat queue, which was mostly athletic majors. They were physically fit and gathered faster during the run. But what irked Yovan was that these athletes kept inviting friends, cutting the line ahead of him. They even helped attractive female students with their trays to gain favor. This caused the queue to barely move despite the wait. Finally, a fisher with glasses couldn't bear it anymore, saying, "Could those in front stop cutting? We've been queuing forever, and it's only getting longer." He was from the agricultural college, feeling intimidated by the sports majors, but finally speaking up. "You 4 eyes? What did you say? Speak louder, I didn't hear you." A short but Barry stepped out, pointing at the chubby student's nose. Despite his white skin, the man had prominently protruding muscles. The chubby student, unaccustomed to such treatment, immediately retreated, muttering under his breath. Hashtag chapter 286. Challenge. Get lost. Stop bullying us from the agricultural college. Kyler said with a grim expression. That chubby guy was their classmate who usually had a mild temperament. For him to be pushed this far today showed just how over the top those physical education college students were. Cowards shouldn't talk tough. Line up properly and don't cause trouble here. The burly man glanced contemptuously at the back of the chubby boy and launched into a verbal attack. Hey, whose zipper didn't you pull up that left you sticking out like that? Challenged by others, Jovan's short temper flared up instantly, retorting sharply and turning the burly man's face bright red. You little punk, who did you just insult? The burly man's face turned purple with anger after hearing Jovan's words. He grabbed Yovan by the collar and asked aggressively. And look at yourself confessing guilt. Did your mother's womb contain sulfuric acid instead of amniotic fluid when she gave birth to you? How else would it burn your brain like this? Yovan looked at the burly man holding his collar and continued to provoke him. This was in the military camp, not somewhere else, so he couldn't strike first. With so many eyes watching them, if the burly man dared to make the first move, Yovan could guarantee he wouldn't leave the canteen. The burly man clearly had a volatile temper. Upon hearing Jovan's taunts, he clenched his fists, ready to land a solid punch on Jovan's detestable face. Just then, chaos erupted in the previously crowded canteen. Over 10 drill masters strode in with dark expressions, apparently informed by some student about what had transpired. Hold it. Mark walked up to Yovan and the burly man, his face as dark as a cast iron pot. With the arrival of the drill masters, it seemed that today's fight wouldn't happen, which caused Yovan a pang of regret. Step out. 50 laps around the field. Mark barked with a grim expression. He had always found Yovan irritating, but he hadn't expected that this troublemaker would create such a huge commotion on the first day in the military camp. Military camps have strict rules, and if his soldiers fought, even he would be disciplined. At the thought, Mark glared fiercely at Yovan. On the other side, the burly man was also scolded by his drill master, and judging from the situation, he too would likely end up running dozens of laps. Report, drill master. They cut the queue first and started the fight. I didn't throw any punches. Yovan refused to step out and looked defiantly at Mark, arguing that anyone with clear eyes could see who was at fault. Military personnel must obey orders as their foremost duty. Discuss your objections after completing 50 laps. Mark fixed his gaze on this troublemaker and said sternly, if he didn't bring this troublemaker to heel today, his years of service would have been for nothing. As tensions rose, Kyler pulled Yovan from behind, urging him to say less. After all, this was a military camp, and they were freshmen here for training. Creating conflict with the drill masters would make future training unbearable. Report, drill master. I disagree. Right is black and white. Reason should be what we obey. Since I haven't made a mistake, why should I be punished alongside him? Yovan stood his ground against Mark, refusing to back down. His stubborn nature surfaced. If he truly had erred, even slightly, he'd run 200 laps without complaint. But wrongdoing meant wrongdoing, and no wrong was still no wrong. It was his personal bottom line. Yovan met Mark's stare calmly. Reason? You want reason from me? Alright, listen up. In the military camp, brute strength is supreme. Mark coldly chuckled after hearing Jovan's words. Now it's not just 50 laps, but 100 laps around the field, or your physical training score will be 0. Upon hearing Mark's words, surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Running 100 laps around the field in such heat would surely take half a life away. Yet, if he didn't run, the mandatory military training course might cost not only his degree but also his graduation certificate. Kyler rubbed his forehead. Jovan's stubbornness frustrated him somewhat. Given Mark's temperament, showing weakness wouldn't change anything. After listening to Mark's words, Yovan paused, seemingly conceding defeat. Most people would think it wise to bow to authority, especially an instructor. Abandoning a hard-earned university education over pride wouldn't make sense. However, Jovan's next words left everyone gaping in disbelief. I can run 100 laps, or even 200, but after I finish, I'd like to challenge the drill master to determine who wields reason. Is it you telling me, or me telling you? Though Jovan's voice wasn't loud, the message sent shockwaves. Was he actually challenging a drill master? A freshman, during military training, wanted to challenge a drill master? As this thought crossed their minds, it felt surreal and dizzying. Were they hallucinating from too much running? Mark, hearing Jovan's words, hesitated briefly before smirking sardonically. Among his previous new recruits, there were those who defied him and sought challenges. They got thoroughly beaten and steered clear of him for years afterward. Now, finally, one of these new recruits had guts, or perhaps sheer recklessness, to challenge him? Fine, you're very impressive. Once you complete 100 laps, I'll wait for your challenge. Now, immediately go run those 100 laps. Jovan clenched his fists, said nothing more, and ran off toward the field. Oliver, aren't you being too harsh on that freshman? After all, they're new students, not our recruits. The military driver approached later, trying to intercede once the crowd dispersed. These rebels need firm discipline. What use is a soldier who disobeys orders? But they're just students here for training. The driver muttered under his breath, but, considering Mark's stubborn nature, shook his head and remained silent. Chapter 287. Flying kick. Jovan jogged unhurriedly on the field, barely working up a sweat. In such hot weather, if he didn't sweat at all and appeared completely unfazed, it would be too astonishing. At this moment, the girls' formation had finally gathered and was walking toward the cafeteria. Hey Kyler, where's Jovan? Aren't you two best buddies? Why are you alone? While eating in the cafeteria, Ryan encountered Kyler, who had just finished his meal, stuffed 2 steamed buns into his pocket to take back for Jeremiah and Ralph. Theo is being punished with running, Kyler said with a bitter smile. What happened? Did he do something bad again? Ryan put her food tray on the table, asking with a somewhat surprised tone. Seeing Ryan's attitude, Kyler remembered that Jovan had helped her carry boxes earlier, yet now she was reacting like this. Feeling indignant, Kyler recounted how Jovan got into a conflict over someone cutting in line and then was unjustly punished by the drill master. How can the drill master be so unfair? And how could that line cutter be so shameless? Ryan's smile faded as she angrily asked. In her mind, only she should be allowed to bully Jovan. How could others? I reported it. The bulky boy approached with a group of people carrying lunch trays. He had just been punished by the drill master to run 10 laps around the field but returned quickly. Initially, Aiden's attention was drawn to Ryan and Chloe's appearances. Despite both wearing the same green camouflage uniform, they stood out brilliantly, especially the short-haired girl. Her beauty couldn't be described merely as breathtaking. There was also the boy who seemed to be the enemy who caused his brother Rocky to receive a major demerit from school. Hence, Aiden intentionally moved closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. Who are you? Ryan glared at Aiden. Kyler held back the impulsive Ryan. There were too many of them, and Jovan wasn't there. If a conflict occurred, they would be at a disadvantage. You're the one who cut in line and got Jovan punished? Ryan kept questioning even though Kyler held her back. It was me. Aiden smiled, nodding his head. This fiery-tempered girl was exactly his type. Why did you cut in line? I can cut in line whenever I want. Who cares what you think? Aiden retorted irritably, but only because Ryan was attractive. Otherwise, he might have already knocked her down. Oh. Ryan lifted her lunchbox and said, Sister Chloe, the food here in the military camp is indeed terrible. Then throw it away, Chloe replied. Okay. Ryan obediently placed the lid of the lunchbox on Aiden's face. Everything happened too fast, even startling Kyler. She was indeed as fierce as someone who knew Jovan. Inside Ryan's lunchbox were piping hot braised pork, green vegetables, and freshly cooked rice. Being girls, they received special care in the military camp, with the food freshly prepared and served almost scalding hot. She covered Aiden's face with it without hesitation. Wouldn't she be worried about burning him? Previously, Kyler had misjudged Ryan, thinking she treated Jovan as a backup. She would always ask for Jovan's help first when something happened, but she laughed heartlessly when Jovan got into trouble. Now, although Ryan's actions seemed overly aggressive, Kyler felt that he couldn't dislike her. Instead, he thought Jovan was fortunate to have such a girlfriend and felt happy for him. Indeed, in Kyler's mind, Ryan was already Jovan's girlfriend. How else could she help carry boxes for him and retaliate for him like this? Strong and physically imposing people often lacked mental discipline, leading to volatile temperaments. Aiden was thoroughly enraged. The scalding hot food on his face hurt intensely, and if not for his strong endurance, he would have cried out. The group of sports majors behind him were shocked. They were usually untouchable wherever they went, never bullied by anyone, and had never expected to be humiliated on the first day of military training. However, since it was a girl, they couldn't act impulsively, especially during military training where past precedents were still fresh on everyone's minds. No one dared to make a move. Bitch, I'll tear you apart. Ignoring gender, Aiden threw the sticky food at Ryan and charged at her. Kyler tried to shield Ryan, attempting to reason with them. Clearly enraged, Aiden needed time to calm down. Otherwise, the fight wouldn't happen. Despite Kyler's exhausted physical condition, he couldn't stand by and watch Jovan's girl get bullied. Unexpectedly, Ryan reacted even more fiercely, dashing out from behind Kyler directly toward Aiden. Ryan's physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Coupled with her previous black belt in Taekwondo, she faced Aiden, who relied solely on brute force, fearlessly. With a flying kick, she aimed directly at Aiden's clean-cut face. Bang! Crack! Before anyone could react, Aiden flew backward at an even greater speed. The crisp sound indicated that his jaw was probably broken. The toes were among the weakest but most powerful attack points. Ryan knew this well. Knowing that military regulations didn't distinguish between genders in fights, she used a self-damaging strategy, injuring herself slightly while inflicting severe damage on Aiden. Chapter 288, Aiden's Tragedy. Everyone come and see. A man is hitting a woman. A freshman from the physical education department is bullying someone from another department. Ryan pretended to fall on the ground and started shouting loudly. At the same time, she pulled out some dried chili powder from her pocket and sprinkled a bit into the corner of her eyes. With that burning sensation, her tears fell in large drops. This time, Aiden had really stirred up a hornet's nest. The majority of the cafeteria was occupied by girls, who quickly surrounded Aiden and the dozen or so physical education students behind him, not letting them leave. Some of the girls even ran off to fetch the drill masters. What skill does it take for a man to hit a woman? Really can't figure out how you rubbish people got accepted into Shanghai University. If you like hitting women, why don't you go home and beat your own mother? This pisses me off. These degenerates won't be allowed to escape today. More and more girls joined the crowd around them, their voices growing angrier with each passing moment, primarily due to Ryan's pitiful appearance, which evoked much sympathy. In comparison to her petite frame, Aiden's athletic build obviously looked intimidating. Even though he was still lying on the ground, no one knew if he wasn't just faking it. Though there were witnesses who knew what truly happened, the collective voice overshadowed the truth. People preferred to believe what they saw with their own eyes. Some of the freshmen from the physical education department began engaging in minor skirmishes with the surrounding crowd of girls. They had only come over to observe, but now these accusations of bullying women would make it nearly impossible to explain clearly once the drill masters arrived. Seeing the chaos escalating, Aiden's expression became increasingly grim. He wanted to speak up and calm his classmates down, but even if he did, the male drill masters would inevitably side with the girls during any real conflict. Aiden began to regret the situation. He hadn't expected things to escalate this far. Putting aside whether or not he had struck a woman, he couldn't bear the responsibility for a brawl involving his classmates. This was not a school, it was a military camp. Fighting here could get him sent back to the university, likely leading to expulsion. After years of diligent study, getting accepted into a prestigious school like Shanghai was hard work. He wasn't ready to let it go yet. His younger brother Rocky, who had already been suspended, being expelled too would make a mockery of them. Suddenly, the crowd stirred again, as someone yelled, "Make way! Make way!" indicating that the drill master had arrived. The girl who had gone to fetch help hadn't fully explained the situation and had exaggerated the event. As such, not only did a drill master come, but also a Willis with significant rank, undoubtedly an influential figure within the military base. Upon seeing the muscular PE students preparing to clash with the girls, the senior Anwar was shocked. He rushed forward, holding down the heads of the dozen or so boys individually. The surrounding girls cheered, but began to retreat as the situation was brought under control. After surveying the scene, the Willis approached Ryan and asked, "Classmate, are you okay?" "My leg. It hurts." Ryan raised her tear-streaked face, pointing at Aiden and said in a sorrowful tone, "He wanted to grope me, and when I refused, he hit me." Hearing her words, Aiden almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, it was she who threw her meal onto his face without warning. How did this turn into him wanting to grope her and then striking her? Sadly, his jaw had been kicked out of place, leaving him unable to speak. "Well, is that so? Classmate, rest assured. We will not tolerate such actions here in the military camp. Stay lying here quietly. A medic will arrive shortly." The Anwar comforted Ryan before rising to his feet, glaring at Aiden sternly. "Do you realize the severity of this matter? Attempting to assault a female classmate in the military camp and trying to take advantage of her. You are the most audacious student we've seen in years. Let me inform you officially, your training score will be 0. Furthermore, we will send you back to school and involve the police." Hearing the Anwar's words, Aiden tried to speak through muffled sounds, but failed to form coherent words. The sense of injustice was overwhelming. "That's enough. No need for further explanation. Drillmaster, step forward." The Willis waved a hand without glancing at Aiden again. Everything was apparent from the moment he arrived, and if handled improperly, he might also face consequences. Better to resolve it quickly by pinning all blame on one person. "It's me." A short but muscle-bound drillmaster stepped forward, his face equally troubled. Mistakes made by his charges implicated him, especially because he should have disciplined Aiden harshly from the start. "Control your men? No, soon they will not be under your command anymore. Write a detailed report and submit it to me by tonight." The senior Anwar reprimanded his subordinate fiercely, waiting until the medic arrived before leaving the cafeteria. Ryan was fine except for bruised toes. The medic prescribed her some antibiotics and advised her to rest in her dorm. Meanwhile, Aiden lay on the ground in a state of despair, shocking the medic who feared he might be dead. His broken and dislocated jaw required surgery and was carried to the treatment room on a stretcher. Thus ended the farce. Meanwhile, Yovan continued running on the military track, which was twice as long as the school's track, about 800 meters. Running 100 laps amounted to 80,000 meters, comparable to a marathon distance. Moreover, under scorching heat, a normal person might have already collapsed from dehydration. To avoid drawing too much attention, Yovan didn't run fast and feigned exhaustion. Unbeknownst to him, countless eyes within the military camp were watching his every move. ####Chapter 289. Completing 100 laps. Cristobal, do you know what you're doing? In this scorching weather, can you really run 100 laps on this field? In an office inside a 3-story building, an Anwar-like figure pointed at Yovan on the field, angrily questioning. "No." Cristobal shook his head. He knew his physical limits well. Running 30 laps on that field in this kind of weather was already pushing it. Running 100 would probably be beyond even his capacity. "Not? Ha, if you can't do it yourself, why did you order the student to run 100 laps? If anything happens to him, will you take the responsibility, or me? That student has already run nearly 30 laps, right? Why haven't you called him back yet?" The Anwar was the same one who had identified Yovan as a promising candidate during a previous visit to Shanghai University. Seeing almost everyone's attention focused on Yovan on the field now, he felt a surge of anger. He knew Cristobal had a penchant for physical punishment, but ordering 100 laps was excessive even for him. "All right." Without hesitation, Cristobal replied, though his tone revealed some reluctance. He hadn't anticipated that the troublemaker would be so stubborn. He had thought the student would give up and beg for mercy after 10 or 20 laps. He also hadn't expected that the freshman would be so obstinate, continuing to run without giving up. "What's all right about it? Why are you still standing there? Go stop that student now. If something happens, I won't be able to cover for you. You really don't know how serious this is." The Anwar shouted almost furiously. Cristobal didn't argue, and went downstairs immediately. 36 laps. Is he human? This is terrifying. You only counted 36? At least 40. That guy would be perfect for a marathon. What happened to him? Was it heartbreak? To punish himself like this? I heard he's being punished by the drill master. On the edge of the field, a crowd had gathered. If not for poor internet connection, there would already be live streams from onlookers. His endurance was truly astonishing. Listening to the students' chatter, Cristobal realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, he approached Jovan, who was still running on the field. Jovan, that's enough. Stop running now. Why? Jovan asked, surprised but didn't stop his pace, continuing to run. There's no reason needed, it's an order. Cristobal snapped irritably. I remember your original order was to run 100 laps around the field. Once I finish those laps, please give me new orders then. Jovan ran ahead without acknowledging the instructor. Going back on orders without a valid reason meant his earlier efforts would be for nothing. You! Stunned by Jovan's retort, Cristobal hesitated. He couldn't say he initially intended to torment the student and later became fearful of the attention. Watching Jovan sprint away, Cristobal gritted his teeth and sped up to catch up. If he joined Jovan in running, it wouldn't look as bad. He could claim they were both enduring the punishment together. Also, if Jovan showed signs of fatigue, he could offer immediate assistance, preventing further complications. More importantly, Jovan had already completed nearly 40 laps and couldn't maintain this pace much longer. By following him, he could ensure the student's eventual collapse wouldn't reflect poorly on the drill master. Seeing the silent instructor catching up beside him, Jovan said nothing. 100 laps were no big deal to him, so he kept running. After 5 laps, the instructor began sweating profusely. By 10 laps, Cristobal's lips started chapping due to dehydration. 15. At 25 laps, Cristobal's pace noticeably slowed down. He was finding it hard to keep up, but Jovan remained unchanged. His few sweat drops hadn't moved. How can this guy have such terrifying stamina? Did he come straight from high altitudes? Cristobal's mind grew hazy, watching Jovan lap past him. He clenched his teeth and continued following. Jovan noticed the instructor's struggle, but thought it was self-inflicted. He couldn't understand why Cristobal suddenly joined in. Instead of slowing down, he sped up even more. Lap 67 and still accelerating? So impressive. Nearby spectators, tracking Jovan's performance, couldn't help but exclaim. Jovan's endurance stood out starkly compared to the exhausted instructor who had joined mid-run. Jovan, from start to finish, hadn't broken a sweat and now he was speeding up. His stamina rivaled that of elite soldiers. By the time Jovan reached 70 laps, Cristobal couldn't hold on any longer. He staggered, almost collapsing, bending over to catch his breath, looking at Jovan with disbelief. Recalling the bet and challenge Jovan made earlier, Cristobal shivered. If Jovan finished 100 laps and challenged him, given his formidable endurance, Cristobal feared losing in any competitive event. Just the thought was disheartening. Resigned, Cristobal sat under a shady spot by the track, realizing he was suffering from heat stroke. Continuing would result in fainting and possibly hospitalization, which would be even more embarrassing. As Cristobal pondered a strategy for a rematch, Jovan continued running. 80 laps, 90 laps, 100 laps. Under cheers and incredulous gazes, Jovan finally completed his 100th lap. Chapter 290, Girls' Dormitory. When Jovan finished his 100th lap, a wave of applause erupted around him. This spontaneous reaction from the freshman bystanders elevated Jovan's status to that of a role model among them, for he had outrun the drill master. Though he felt he could run another 100 laps, his rumbling stomach reminded him just how much energy this long-distance run had consumed. Glancing at Coach Cristobal, who was now resting on the ground, Jovan shook his head and headed towards the dining hall. He wasn't sure if there would still be any food left at this time. Sure enough, as expected, the military camp's dining hall was tightly shut when Jovan arrived, and even the leftovers had been cleared away. With no other choice, Jovan returned to the dormitory. Kyler lay on his bed, listless, having been kicked by one of the physical education students during the earlier brawl, feeling like several of his ribs were broken. Otherwise, with Kyler's character, he would have already rushed to find Jovan. Meanwhile, Jeremiah and Ralph were sprawled out on their beds, completely dejected. They had skipped lunch to help girls move their luggage, but that wasn't what truly devastated them. What really crushed their spirits was how those girls, after using them, suddenly changed their expressions as if performing Sichuan opera, face-changing, switching from coquettishly calling them handsome boys to giving them cold looks, criticizing them for being too skinny and weak, saying they looked like they would fall over in the wind and were too scrawny to take anywhere. This blow was emotional for Jeremiah and Ralph, and upon Jovan's return, only Kyler grumbled a few words in welcome. The two brothers remained in their own world of sorrow. Hey Kyler, what happened to you? Jovan asked curiously, noticing Kyler's groaning state, clearly suffering. After hearing Jovan's question, Kyler took a deep breath to ease the pain in his ribs before recounting everything that happened after Jovan left. Given the complexity of events, Kyler paused occasionally to catch his breath, taking nearly 10 minutes to finish his tale. So it seems that transfer student should be expelled, and those freshmen from the PE department probably won't escape punishment. Jovan commented, finding the outcome somewhat satisfying. His eyes brightened when he heard about Ryan slapping the boxed meal onto Aiden's head. He couldn't help but cheer for her. Oh, right, your girlfriend seemed to be injured. Kyler tapped his head, remembering. Although the medic had said there was nothing serious, seeing Ryan cry so intensely made him feel it was best to mention it. What? Ryan is hurt? Where is she now? Hearing this, Jovan's expression changed. Adeline had explicitly instructed him to take care of Ryan, and she was injured because of him. She's probably resting in the dorm, but training is about to start. Are you sure you're not going? Checking the time, it was already 1:25 p.m. Kyler was still apprehensive about Coach Cristobal. Help me get an excuse. Tell him I have a stomachache. Jovan was all worried about Ryan and cared little for the training. Losing the credit wouldn't matter much since his relationship with Coach Cristobal wasn't particularly close anyway. Sigh, can't you come up with a better excuse? Stomachache? Huh? Maybe I'm on my period. Kyler gave Yovan the middle finger as he left. What a friend. Ignoring him in this state and reacting so strongly to his girlfriend being hurt. The boys and girls' dormitories were in the same building, but the girls' dorms were on the second floor, separated by a small iron gate. Fortunately, the gate was unlocked during the day. By the time Yovan reached the second floor, it was empty. Training had started, and girls usually arrived earlier than boys. There were about 30 rooms on the second floor, and Yovan had no idea which one Ryan was in. He shouted her name, opting for the most straightforward method. Creak. The door to room 215 opened, and Ryan poked her head out, chewing something. She said rather irritably, I'm not dead yet, Yovan. You're trying to call my soul back? Hearing her voice behind him, Yovan turned back, relief evident on his face. Seeing her, a strange feeling stirred in his heart, like worry and surprise combined. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Feeling uncomfortable under Jovan's gaze, Ryan withdrew her head. Come in. Her voice called from inside the room. Yovan smiled and pushed the door open. Seeing her vibrant state, he knew she was fine. Contrary to popular myths, the girls' dorm was spotlessly clean with no messy clothes lying around. The entire place was brightly lit and odor-free, though it carried a faint smell of potato chips. Yovan sniffed again, confirming it was Cheetos. Under his gaze, Ryan reluctantly pulled out a long bag of chips from her oversized training uniform. Watching her retrieve the box from her chest area, Yovan couldn't help commenting, quite deep, isn't it? What do you mean by deep? Eat or not, there's not much left, the rest was confiscated by the drill master. Ryan handed the chips to Yovan somewhat reluctantly. She hadn't eaten lunch either, and had just opened the bag when he came. To thank you for today, I brought some snacks. Now, close your eyes. Yovan took out his phone from his pocket, and opened the Heavenly Taba store. Hashtag chapter 291. The Invisible Charm. After listening to Jovan's words, Ryan obediently closed her eyes. When Ryan opened her eyes again, Yovan had somehow produced a large assortment of food from somewhere. Kung Pao chicken, Mapo tofu, all were hot and freshly cooked dishes. These are from the cafeteria. I brought some for you. You didn't eat lunch. Come on and have some. Yovan said with a smile. Ryan indeed felt hungry. Though she was curious about where Yovan got this steaming hot food, she couldn't deny that she was really hungry. Especially when she caught the aroma of the dishes, her hunger pangs intensified even more. She gave Yovan a peculiar look, then sat on the bed and began to wolf down the food. In no time at all, she had devoured half of it, leaving Yovan secretly amazed. They say men can eat like pigs, but Ryan eats even more than a pig. However, he couldn't blame her. These delicacies were exchanged from the Heavenly Taoist shop, and even Yovan found himself addicted to them. Are you not going to military training this afternoon? Ryan wiped her mouth, rubbed her small belly, and laid back on the bed comfortably, not wanting to move anymore. I'm not. Cristobal instructor asked me to stay here and take care of you. I didn't want to at first, but after his repeated request, I had no choice, Yovan replied somewhat guiltily. He had just run the instructor into exhaustion on the track, and moreover, his instructor wasn't Ryan's, so he hadn't known about her injury. Satiety brings desire, and Yovan lay next to Ryan, staring at her chest. We don't have to go to military training this afternoon. What do you want to do? Ryan noticed Jovan's gaze, blushed, and glared at him fiercely. What do you want to do? I'm a bit sleepy. I want to take a nap. Yovan sniffed the scent coming from the blanket and the faint dairy fragrance from Ryan beside him, feeling an immense sense of relaxation. Oh, then go ahead and sleep. Ryan looked at Yovan oddly. She knew he had been punished by running 100 laps around the field, and with the intense heat outside, even with his strong physique, Yovan must be exhausted. By the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Lying flat on Ryan's bed, Yovan asked in a puzzled voice. What is it? What did you eat to grow up? How did you develop so perfectly? Go to hell. A big pillow flew over, and Yovan lazily buried his head under it, becoming motionless. Hey, you aren't really asleep, are you? Ryan tapped Yovan and found him lying still, his face hidden under the pillow, making it hard to see his expression. Snore, snore. Soon, snores echoed from under the pillow. Ryan, stunned, took the pillow off Jovan's head. Indeed, Yovan had his eyes tightly shut, clearly fast asleep. Pervert. Ryan felt inexplicably irritated as she watched Jovan's sleeping face. She muttered angrily and then lay down next to him. The military camp was scorching hot. It was designed for hardship and training, with no consideration for comfort. Simple building materials were used that provided little insulation, and except for preventing leaks, they couldn't block the heat either. Especially on the second floor during the sweltering summer, it felt like a steamer. Despite the cool mat beneath her, Ryan could feel sweat pouring down her body. Ryan glanced at Yovan, who slept soundly, seemingly oblivious to thunder or earthquakes. She nervously checked her surroundings before taking off her camouflage uniform. If Yovan were awake, he would be greatly impressed by how well-developed Ryan had become. Under her clothes, she wore only a cute lace bra adorned with embroidered peonies, looking both adorable and sensual. Her entire back was exposed, revealing white skin that gleamed under the air. The fresh apple scent filled the room, causing even the sleeping Yovan to unconsciously sniff and swallow. Ryan sighed as she gazed at Yovan. Surprisingly, Jovan's body temperature was much cooler than the stifling room, giving off a refreshing sensation upon touch. He's asleep anyway, he shouldn't notice. Ryan leaned closer, drawn to the unusually coolness around Jovan's body, which was about 10 degrees cooler than the room temperature. A comfortable sigh escaped her lips as she moved closer and gently touched Jovan's face. His skin felt like smooth, precious jade, silky and soft without any rough edges. This made Ryan both surprised and envious. Some girls' skin might not even match Jovan's quality. If these girls knew that he worked in the fields every day yet maintained such good skin, wouldn't they be incredibly jealous? Ryan rested her head on Jovan's chest, the coolest part of his body, like being in an air-conditioned room during a scorching summer day. With drowsiness creeping in after her meal, she yawned and soon drifted into a long dreamland. Adeline stopped typing and removed her purple-framed anti-radiation glasses, placing them on the table. Stretching her arms, she stood up. In front of her was a one-way full-length mirror. One side could see out, but not vice versa. Adeline's black fitted suit accentuated her well-proportioned figure, the fullness of her chest almost straining against the silver-collared blouse, threatening to pop the buttons. If Jovan were here, he would undoubtedly be dazzled by her beauty. Chapter 292, Core Industrial Park. Adeline only retracted her hands, which she had stretched out desperately to the back, when she felt somewhat suffocated. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows at Ross Dumpling Building, she watched people and cars pass by outside. Every half hour, Adeline would make this motion. Lately, business matters did not bother her. She was a career woman type, finding fulfillment in being busy daily. At least, it stopped her from thinking about Jovan whenever she had free time. The sudden departure of Jovan and Loretta left her feeling unadjusted. Ever since Jovan left, Adeline always felt like a piece of her heart was missing. Each night, when everything was quiet, she would wake up tossing and turning, her mind full of images of Jovan. From his abrupt appearance, to the simple joy he brought that ordinary people enjoyed. Someone raised in her family background wouldn't be able to experience such joys. Thinking of going home after work and living alone in the large apartment made Adeline feel lonely. Before, she had Loretta living with her, providing some semblance of company. Now, Adeline preferred working late into the night, rather than returning to the empty, lifeless apartment. If the expansion of the new agricultural product company didn't require her presence so much, she wasn't sure if she could resist buying a ticket to Shanghai City to see Jovan. Probably, she couldn't. Adeline patted her head, feeling some headache but more so, yearning. Knock knock knock. There was a gentle knock on the door. Come in. Adeline took one last look at the bustling street outside before turning around to face the office door. The newly recruited PR manager for the agricultural products company, Wan Mei, entered gracefully, her high heels clacking crisply on the hard marble floor. Wan Mei was in her 30s, divorced, and had a not-so-great reputation. Rumors suggested that she was fired from her previous company due to relationships with various men in the company. Her ex-boss chose not to forgive her, dismissing her after paying her a hefty sum. Of course, those were just rumors, and even if true, they weren't within Adeline's concern. She always judged by capability rather than personal conduct. If you had talent, it was your own choice how you displayed it. She chose not to do so herself, but others had their rights. Conversely, she often leveraged Wan Mei's special talents. Zhuanf was like a market. Where there are buyers, there are sellers. Balance and harmony defined existence. On a personal level, Adeline kept a polite distance from Wan Mei, maintaining a purely professional relationship. Adeline was a conservative woman, part of why her relationship with Jovan had progressed slowly, like boiling a frog in warm water. Of course, the bigger reason was Jovan's slow personality. If he really pursued her wholeheartedly, they might have children already. Her round face, fair skin, wavy hair, and exquisite fashion sense made her an extremely attractive and understanding woman, particularly adept at reading men's minds. At least, in handling acquisitions related to Changda Company, she performed perfectly and secured the lowest prices. Negotiators from other companies were often mesmerized by Wan Mei. Employees often compared them as the unparalleled beauties, a crude nickname that showcased outsiders' admiration for their looks. One was intellectual and aloof, the other mature and alluring. Together, they propelled the company's success. Is there something Wanda want? Adeline asked, knowing that if there was no urgent matter, Wan Mei wouldn't enter without permission. Adeline had mild OCD, so, Boss Han, it's still about Changda Company's core industrial park. That fatty is driving me crazy. No matter how I plead or what price I offer, he refuses to sign the contract, Wan Mei said, sitting down in the chair prepared for employees, fuming. Haven't we given him our best terms? Adeline sat down, instinctively picking up a pen, but the thought of that fat man made her queasy, unable to write anything. I've told him, but he won't budge. He insists. That I go myself? Adeline sneered. Yes, Wanda. It seems this fatso has fallen for you. No one else will do unless you personally handle it. Maybe we should temporarily shelve the Changda Company core industrial park acquisition? We have many other projects that can be done. The company is still growing well. Adeline pondered Wan Mei's words. This is the most important deal so far this year. Changda Company's core industrial park is essential for us. The park and its thousands of acres of land are crucial for our company's growth. Once acquired, our production could increase by multiples. Plus, we've invested significant resources. Giving up now would be a pity. What do we do then? The auction is handled entirely by that fatty. If we want the core industrial park, he's an unavoidable hurdle. If he wants to negotiate with me, then I'll do it, Adeline decided after deep thought. Chapter 293, Military Training. Ryan screamed and woke up. At this moment, she had no idea what time it was. When Ryan came back to her senses, she noticed Jovan's eyes were already open. Ryan's scream wasn't extremely loud but still quite shrill. She had just been dreaming about taking a bath with Adeline, who was slowly undressing piece by piece when Ryan screamed, pulling Jovan back to reality. This greatly displeased Jovan, but once he saw what Ryan was wearing now, his annoyance instantly vanished without a trace. Was his body magnetic, or something? Why did girls find him so attractive? Last time it was Adeline, and now it was Ryan. Did they have no guard against him at all? He must remember. He's a guy after all. Quiet down, you'll attract attention. Shocked by Ryan's scream, Jovan quickly covered her mouth. What are you doing, MPH, help? This scenario was unknown to many boys, including Jovan, who had never been in a relationship. It wasn't that the urge or desire was overwhelming. Rather, Ryan felt that unconsciously. Yovan couldn't guess what he would feel if he knew. Was it relaxation, or simply an exasperated shake of the head? Back in the boys' dormitory, Yovan let out a long sigh of relief. He nearly committed a grave mistake. If he had really acted on impulse, while he might have enjoyed it for a moment, it would be worse afterward. He didn't know how much worse. How could he face Adeline after making such a mistake? Cool water splashed against his skin. As the military camp was located at the foot of a mountain, the drinking water and bathing water both came from mountain springs, making the temperature very low. In the sweltering summer, using such cold water was quite a challenge, but it also provided excellent training. For Yovan, this cold shower was like a timely rain, immediately calming him down. His rising body temperature began to subside. From outside the window, sounds of the freshmen shouting during military training echoed, energizing anyone who heard it. But Yovan knew he couldn't join them, not after pretending to be sick. He would have to stay quiet in the dormitory as agreed. Yovan walked onto the balcony and looked out over the camp. Inside the camp, everything was neatly arranged, from the buildings to the plants and flowers, just like the beds made by soldiers. Discipline and loyalty were reflected in every aspect of military life, and abiding by these strict rules made perfect sense. Most importantly, there was almost no access to cell phones here. There was only about half an hour each week allocated for phone use. This was unbearable for Yovan, who owned an online shop in the celestial realm but couldn't browse it. Also, he hadn't even started dating yet. Adeline was waiting for him. Thinking about this, Yovan increasingly admired soldiers. He even wondered if his reaction towards the Black Tower instructor had been a bit too intense. After some thought, he decided that if the instructor didn't target him again, he would pretend to forget his challenge. After finishing his shower, Yovan lay on the bed, browsing his celestial realm shop. Soon enough, the dormitory building grew noisy as the freshmen returned from training. Chapter 294. Gas mask. Kyler, as exhausted as a dead dog, pushed the door of the dormitory open and stumbled in. Jeremiah and Ralph, having skipped lunch, nearly fainted from hunger during the afternoon training. Now that they had just barely made it through, they collapsed on their beds as soon as they got back, refusing to budge. The dormitory was full of unfamiliar faces that Yovan had never seen before, so when Kyler came back, Yovan only gave a casual greeting before continuing to browse through his heavenly Taba shop on his bed. It was still some time before dinner, and since Yovan had eaten well in the afternoon, he didn't feel particularly hungry. Just then, a series of groans and complaints echoed through the dormitory. Yovan cleverly buried his head under the pillow, but even so, a faint smell of salted fish kept wafting into his nostrils. This pungent odor, so authentic, so potent, could belong to no one else but Kyler. This was the first time Kyler had taken off his shoes in the dormitory, and the effect was beyond terrible. Already notorious for his foot odor, after an afternoon of sweating and being enclosed in shoes, the smell became even more unbearable. Even Jeremiah and Ralph, who were already asleep on their beds, woke up from the stench, almost retching out stomach acid. From then on, the top bunks became highly sought after, despite the explicit rule against Kyler removing his shoes indoors. Of course, they couldn't make him sleep with shoes on, so every night, countless requests for bunk swaps resounded throughout the dormitory. Even Yovan, who occupied a top bunk, had several people approach him about switching bunks. If it had been any other issue, negotiations might have been possible, but this was a matter of survival. With a month of military training still ahead, swapping bunks would mean enduring Kyler's biochemical bombs every night before bed. Surprisingly, not a single person in the spacious dormitory volunteered to swap. Some roommates regretted not bringing a gas mask for the military training. After dinner, night training commenced. The training ground was brightly lit by high-power floodlights around the perimeter, making it as bright as day. Night training, as it turned out, was mostly about group activities between boys and girls. The idea was to balance rigorous drills with some light-hearted moments. So-called group activities involved lining up the boys and girls face-to-face, then engaging in activities like chanting slogans or putting on talent shows. Initially, Yovan hadn't planned to attend, given he hadn't shown up during the day, but thinking he might run into Abigail, he found himself joining Kyler and the others. In the crowded training ground, Yovan quickly located his squad. As he tried to slip in, the towering instructor spotted him and bellowed, "Yovan, step forward." Yovan sighed inwardly. It seemed this instructor had it out for him and wouldn't stop until he submitted. "Tell me why you didn't come this afternoon," the instructor yelled, looking visibly upset. However, deep down, he wasn't really angry. Rather, he felt pleased to have caught this troublemaker red-handed. "Report to the instructor. I ran so much this afternoon that I didn't have the strength to join the training," Yovan responded sharply, matching the instructor's tone. He respected the profession but not the individual standing before him. True to form, upon hearing Jovan's words, the instructor barely restrained his anger and almost confronted him physically. He was sure this freshman was intentionally provoking him. Although physically inferior to this student, the instructor was confident that if this freshman ever dared challenge him, he wouldn't last 3 moves. Brute strength alone meant nothing. Technique was paramount. "Return to your squad." Seeing that further discussion would inevitably lead back to the running incident, the instructor, though seething with anger, reluctantly allowed Yovan back to the squad. Fortunately, at that moment, the female squad arrived. Due to Zhanghai University's predominantly male population, each female squad typically matched with 5 to 6 male squads. The activities were simple. Either everyone chanted slogans under the instructor's lead and interacted with the girls, or someone performed a talent show. Despite the darkness, under the bright lights of the field, Yovan spotted Abigail among the opposite female squad. Her beauty and grace were unmistakable, shining like a torch even in the dark. She seemed preoccupied, her mind wandering elsewhere. First up for the performance was a bespectacled boy who somehow produced a guitar. His playing was surprisingly pleasant, coupled with a fresh-sounding voice, eliciting screams from the surrounding girls. After today, he'd likely receive numerous messages and hearts from admiring girls. In those pure college days, winning over girls wasn't too difficult. You didn't need a car, a house, or a powerful father. All you needed was a skill, whether in sports, music, or art, and a decent appearance, and you could easily win over attractive girls. Perhaps emboldened by the first performer's success, a burly Northeasterner stepped up next, crooning a duet with his loud, cymbal-like voice. For a moment, the entire field fell silent. Who's howling like a wolf? Why isn't the instructor stopping it? Can you be quieter? This sounds like a funeral dirge. A few voices of complaint rang out from across the field, causing the Northeasterner to hang his head in disappointment. According to the rules, after the boys' performances, the girls should follow suit. However, the girls seemed shy, and after some time, none stepped forward. Finally, Abigail stood up and began walking toward the center of the field. Hashtag chapter 295. I've got you now. Excuse me, student. What kind of talent would you like to perform? Seeing Ryan walk up, their instructor asked. Meanwhile, Yovan heard a chorus of oohs from the crowd. Seeing such an attractive girl perform was indeed a rare treat for them. I want to perform martial arts, Ryan said fiercely, spotting Yovan hiding in the crowd. That afternoon, this guy had taken advantage of her and then left mercilessly, not unlike a man who leaves his female colleague stranded after promising help. The more she thought about it, the angrier Ryan became, glaring at Yovan with increasing hostility. Yovan felt Ryan's glare and instinctively shrank his neck. He had retreated that afternoon, turning from predator to prey. But if he knew what Ryan was thinking now, he'd surely protest. They were still innocent. When did he ever take advantage of her? Oh, martial arts. The instructor paused, surprised, then asked uncertainly. Ryan looked so frail. Who would have thought she could do martial arts? Even the boys who had been heckling fell silent, only to erupt into even louder cheering moments later. They had seen girls dance, play the piano, and even compete in esports, but they had never seen a girl perform martial arts before. Even if it wasn't the flying kind, it sounded thrilling just to imagine. Yes, and I need a sparring partner. Ryan reaffirmed her choice. Since standing up, her gaze hadn't wavered from Jovan's direction. Kyler, your girlfriend is looking at you with murderous intent. Did you do something to upset her? Other guys cherish their girlfriends as if they were princesses. You should take care of her. Kyler, sitting beside Yovan, also felt the intensity of Ryan's gaze. He knew how fierce this beautiful girl could be. Remember that hot meal she threw in Oyang Denny's face, followed by a flying kick that dislocated his jaw? Oyang was now likely facing expulsion. Back then, Kyler felt sympathetic towards Oyang. The one being beaten ended up expelled, while the girl, Ryan, was untouched, even relaxing afterward. Despite knowing Ryan wasn't targeting him, Kyler still felt a chill. To avoid trouble, he quickly moved behind Yovan. You need a sparring partner. How about I be your partner? Just remember to go easy on me. I don't want my jaw dislocated. The instructor joked, earning laughs from everyone. No, I'm afraid I might hurt you. Ryan didn't smile, her tone serious. The more she stared at Yovan, the more she wanted to punch him. Pointing to Yovan, she declared, I want that student to be my sparring partner. Their instructor scratched his head awkwardly. He scrutinized the boy Ryan pointed to, finding nothing special except that he was paler than most. Nonetheless, he conferred with the other instructor. Yovan, step forward. Cristobal barked loudly. Walking out of the line, Yovan faced Ryan, whose expressionless face betrayed a hint of gritted teeth. Raising his hand, he pleaded, Can I surrender? Not allowed. Ryan's response was swift and decisive. Then can you go easy on me? Let's make a deal. You hit me lightly, and I'll cook you something delicious when we're done. Yovan wondered whether he'd lost or regained some dignity. With Ryan's increased strength and black belt in Taekwondo, punches really hurt. Who would willingly endure a beating? No. Ryan hesitated briefly, clearly tempted by the promise of food, but revenge seemed more appealing at the moment. Fine. Seeing her lack of interest in food, Yovan sighed, hooking his fingers at her. Juanf was like this. If you couldn't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Hey-ha. Before Yovan could react, Ryan leaped into the air with a fluid motion, drawing gasps from the audience. Facing her sudden attack, Yovan couldn't react in time and started running under everyone's watchful eyes. The performance area was about the size of a boxing ring. Yovan ran ahead while Ryan chased, but despite her efforts, she couldn't catch the slippery Yovan. After about 10 minutes, Ryan was almost exhausted. The chase not only involved running but also attempting attacks, which drained her energy. Seeing her bend over, catching her breath, Yovan pantomimed exhaustion as he approached her, bowing deeply. Indeed, you are mighty, lady hero. I, Yovan, accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Everyone nearby nearly toppled over at his statement. They had spent so long watching him run without seeing any actual fight. Just then, Ryan lifted her head, her eyes slightly red. My feet hurt. Listening to her words, Yovan stepped closer but hesitated. In front of everyone, there was little he could say or do. He moved nearer to comfort her. Support me, Ryan demanded. Sure. Without suspecting anything, Yovan helped her, walking beside her limping form. Got you now, he. As Ryan whispered, Yovan felt a strange sensation, as if he were floating in midair. Chapter 296, Hidden Benefits. Caught off guard, Yovan was grabbed by Ryan Eileen and thrown across the room. Fortunately for Yovan, his thick skin and quick reflexes saved him. Midair, he adjusted himself to land on one arm, avoiding a full-force impact with the ground. Ryan Eileen, you're playing with fire. Yovan muttered darkly, vexed that there were so many people watching this debacle. That's it. My show's over. Without giving Yovan any chance to retaliate, Ryan Eileen stuck out her tongue and sauntered back into the group of girls. Yes, yes. The instructor nodded, wiping sweat from his forehead. Although Ryan Eileen had taken Yovan by surprise, everyone could see the sheer strength required to throw someone several meters away. As an instructor, he also noticed her lightning-fast moves and speed which left little time for reaction. Even the instructor doubted he could have dodged such a decisive and swift strike even if he had been fully prepared. Jovan's mid-air adjustment was impressive too. A regular person would likely have ended up sprawled in pain, but Jovan managed to land softly. In short, both Ryan Eileen and Jovan performed admirably in that simple throw. Bravo! Applause broke out. Who is she? Not only does she look stunning, but she has some solid skills. I'd love to learn from her. She seems to be from the archaeology department, but doesn't she look prettier than our school flower? Swinging unsteadily, Jovan returned to his formation and sat down. Not bad at all. I didn't think your goose landing pose was that impressive. Kyler teased. Shut up. Jovan replied gloomily. Ryan Eileen was getting too smart. He'd have to punish her next time. No, why wait until next time? Tonight, he could punish her while wearing his invisibility cloak, which was quietly resting in his bag. The subsequent performances after Ryan Eileen's dramatic throw seemed rather dull. Time passed unnoticed as Jovan was distracted. All right, dismissed. Be here tomorrow when the bell rings. If you're late by more than 5 minutes, 3 laps around the parade ground per minute late, Cristobal said, glancing pointedly at Jovan, who impressed him with his aerial agility. Ignoring Cristobal's gaze, Jovan followed the crowd back to the dormitory. It was 9 p.m., dorm inspection started at 10 p.m., and lights out was at 10:30. After that, the small iron gate between the boys' and girls' dormitories closed. Jovan needed to find Ryan Eileen between 10 and 10:30, while wearing the invisibility cloak. Her arrogant attitude demanded suppression. Back in the dorm, everyone washed up and went to bed. Apart from a minor chaos when Kyler removed his shoes, everything remained calm. Jovan checked his phone absent-mindedly while browsing the Immortal Realm Taba store, waiting for 10 o'clock. At times, he barely responded to Kyler's talk, who didn't mind since everyone was exhausted. Soon, soft snores filled the room. Finally, it was 10 o'clock. The instructor arrived promptly to check the room count, then carefully shut the door and turned off the lights. Counting to 5, Jovan put on the invisibility cloak. With no light and most roommates asleep, he slipped out undetected. The corridor was eerily quiet, except for the instructor checking rooms. As Jovan walked past him, the instructor felt a sudden breeze behind him, but upon turning, the empty corridor made his scalp tingle. Jovan, oblivious to the scared instructor abandoning checks, reached the staircase. The small iron gate hadn't been locked yet, so he climbed upstairs. Ryan Eileen's room was 213. Unlike the boys' dorms, girls' dorms bustled with activity. Girls fetching water, visiting each other, or walking in just their underwear. With the invisibility cloak, Jovan moved unseen, only creating faint breezes. All the doors were open due to the comings and goings, so the slight wind wasn't unusual. Jovan mused that if he'd known about this earlier, he would have visited the girls' dorm every night just for the view. According to scientific research, appreciating beautiful things could extend life. Jovan believed daily visits might add decades to his lifespan. Reaching 213, he paused at the doorway, nearly popping his eyes out at the sight inside. Several girls were revealing outfits, seemingly engaged in some cosplay. Ryan Eileen donned a costume akin to Calabash Brothers, but with only leaves, barely covering anything. Denny-haired Jessica wore a seductive nurse's outfit, and the others sported various costumes, from dominatrix attire with whips to devilish outfits. This unexpected scenario left Jovan momentarily stunned. Chapter 297. Late night in the girls' dormitory. These girls really know how to have fun. Jovan couldn't bear to blink, unwilling to miss a single moment of this picturesque scene. Especially with Ryan's every move. Jovan could clearly see that beneath her, apart from that large green leaf, there was nothing else. She was completely nude. Besides Ryan, the other girls were all like this, particularly the red-leaved beauty who usually appeared pure and serene, now wearing a clearly undersized nurse's uniform and holding a syringe. The mix of sensuality and purity made Jovan think that only he could endure such temptation. If it were another man, the question would be whether they could hold back at all. The girls didn't expect that right under their noses, a boy was carefully observing them, assessing their measurements. Today, they were just trying on these outfits in the girls' dormitory, so since they were all girls, they didn't find anything strange about it. Wow, big sister Vivian. You look amazing in that nurse's outfit and those black stockings. It's getting to me. Ryan, dressed in a green outfit, giggled as she reached out to touch Vivian. The two girls laughed and playfully wrestled. Of course, Jovan watched the entire process up close, countless revealing moments falling into his view. After a while, the girls got tired from all the commotion, and it was time for lights out in the dormitory. The iron gate on the second floor was already closed, and Jovan suddenly realized that, engrossed in the pleasant scenes before him, he had missed the best time to return. Although the second floor wasn't high, he could jump down, but the military camp was heavily guarded, and by now, the boys' dormitory door must have been locked. Jovan shook his head in resignation. It seemed he'd have to sleep in this dormitory tonight, but strangely, he felt quite excited about it. After the lights went out, the girls returned to their beds. Jovan found a corner, preparing to spend the night there and go directly to the military training tomorrow morning. Hey, have you heard the legend of this military camp? One girl suddenly spoke up from her bed. What legend? You sound kind of scary. Ryan, having grown up in mountainous Sichuan province where isolated paths and stories thrived, was easily spooked. The girl, feeling she had a good scare ready, lowered her voice. Don't tell anyone I told you, alright? The girls nodded, and the twin-tailed girl dramatically lowered her voice. I heard from the drill master that this military area is pretty spooky. Don't disbelieve me. It used to be a Japanese supply camp and was later converted into a military zone. She sounded convincing. Many schools and military zones are built over cemeteries, hence all the campus legends. That can't be true. Sounds too eerie. Ryan was already scared. Her timid nature couldn't handle these tales. If not for the presence of others, she might have already hidden under the covers trembling. Jovan, watching Ryan's frightened tone, became interested. He had wanted to tease her tonight, but her roommate's well-timed ghost story took care of that perfectly. Thinking this, Jovan started walking towards Ryan, but the dimness of the room caused him to accidentally kick a stool. Plank. The sudden noise startled everyone in the previously quiet dormitory, especially the girl narrating the ghost story. Ryan burrowed her head under the covers, shivering. Yovan also jumped, but luckily being invisible, he remained unnoticed. Realizing this, he calmed down. After a while, the brave twin-tailed girl recovered and comforted herself and the others. Probably just a mouse. There. See? Just a mouse almost scared me to death. There are lots of mice here. I saw a big one today. The girls sighed in relief, talking amongst themselves. Ryan finally peeked out from under her covers, still shaken from earlier. Yovan began walking cautiously. Fortunately, moonlight helped him see the dormitory's contents better. He followed the memory of Ryan's location. Finally, he touched a bed frame. After the initial shock, the twin-tailed girl seemed even more excited, continuing her ghost story amidst the eerie atmosphere. Ryan, meanwhile, had buried her head in her covers, feigning indifference. But Yovan knew she was listening. Human curiosity is stronger than a cat's, especially when safely ensconced in a blanket. Listening to ghost stories has its own unique charm. With a mischievous grin, Yovan slipped his hand under Ryan's covers, feeling softness beneath his fingers. Not knowing what he had touched, he pinched it and quickly withdrew. Ah, who touched me? Is that you, Vivian? Ryan screamed in fright. Yovan knew her face must be pale with terror. I'm in my bed. Who's pranking us? Vivian turned on a flashlight, illuminating Ryan's bed. Her spine tingled. There was no one there, and everyone else had been in bed without making any movement. The girls were enveloped in a terrifying silence. Chapter 298, Female Dormitory. An eerie silence enveloped the entire female dormitory during the late hours of the night. No one spoke. Everyone was gripped by fear, and a pin could have been heard dropping in the all-girls dorm room. Just moments ago, under Jessica's flashlight, there had been nothing but emptiness where Alanis' bed should be. None of the girls were fools, and a horrifying possibility began to form in each of their minds. Alanis, you weren't just teasing us earlier, right? After the overwhelming fear came disbelief. The girl with twin tails, who had been telling ghost stories and had already been thoroughly frightened, asked with forced composure. However, her trembling voice suggested that if what Alanis said were true, she would indeed wet herself from fright. Alanis' face was deathly pale. She had definitely felt hands touching her, and worse still, those hands had pinched her arm. Hearing no response from Alanis, the twin-tailed girl drew a cold breath. It was midsummer, yet a chill gripped every girl in the dorm, penetrating to their bones, unable to be warmed. Yovan snickered silently on the side. He hadn't expected these seemingly brave girls to be so easily frightened, now shivering under their blankets. After being terrified, apart from the lingering palpitations, Alanis also felt a warm wetness below. Shocked as she was, her sphincter muscles couldn't hold it, leading to an embarrassing situation. Big sister Jessica. Alanis' somewhat embarrassed voice sounded out. What is it? Can you accompany me to the bathroom? I really need to pee. You don't have to come in with me, just wait at the door. The dormitory had individual bathrooms, but for showers, one needed to use the communal shower hall at the end of the hallway. Not wanting to admit she had urinated from fear, Alanis only mentioned wanting to take a shower. Now. Jessica, also startled earlier, sounded hesitant now. Just please go with me, dear big sister Jessica. At worst, next time I'll give you a photo of Yovan not wearing any clothes. Alanis pleaded, feeling extremely uncomfortable with the sticky sensation and needing someone's company to feel safe enough to shower. Do we have to go now? In horror movies, it's always after something scary happens that the main character decides to take a shower and encounters. Before the twin-tail girl finished her sentence, she was rudely interrupted by Alanis. Kaylee, are you trying to provoke me? If you say another word, believe me, I'll rip your clothes off. Yovan nodded approvingly on the side, hoping the twin-tailed girl would challenge Alanis and make this visit worth his while. However, Kaylee, visibly intimidated, went silent, fuming silently instead. Alright then, don't forget the promised photo. Surprisingly, despite her fear, Jessica mustered the courage to agree upon hearing Alanis' conditions. Hee, I knew you were the best, big sister Jessica moi. Alanis cheered and eagerly got up, dragging Jessica toward the communal shower hall. What nonsense, T. Only after Alanis and Jessica left did the twin-tail girl spit and mutter curses. Trailing behind Alanis, Yovan paused and reached into the twin-tail girl's blanket. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the air. Seeing the twin-tailed girl's horrified expression, smelling the stench of urine, Yovan shook his head and walked out. The communal shower hall was on the far right side of the female dormitory, lit by a dim bulb. Both Alanis and Jessica had their phone flashlights on, providing some comfort against the darkness. The shower stalls had several rows of shower heads. After testing one, Alanis sighed in relief when water flowed. As agreed, Jessica waited outside the door, while Alanis entered with her toiletries. Drip, drip. In the dead of night, the dripping water seemed unnerving. Taking a deep breath, Alanis began undressing. Unseen by her, Yovan stood a meter away, facing two difficult choices. A. Turn and leave. B. Stay and protect Alanis. Yovan convinced himself he couldn't leave. The terrified Alanis needed his protection even if she couldn't see him. As he watched Alanis undress completely, his breathing grew heavier. Watching without being able to do anything was torturous. However, Alanis' figure in the dark was strikingly clear. Her fair skin, especially her prominent features, made Yovan momentarily lose focus. About 5 minutes later, likely due to fear, Alanis finished washing quickly. The floor was slick from the water. Just as she turned to leave, she saw two footprints magically appear on the ground. Paralyzed by terror, she slipped and fell hard on the tile floor. Jessica, engrossed in music outside, didn't hear the commotion. Yovan remained still, knowing his footprints had been exposed. Alanis lay prone on the hard floor, groaning and unable to get up. It seemed she might have hurt her arm. Looking at Alanis sprawled on the floor, Yovan hesitated. Should he help her? Not helping would mean he caused this and left her in despair. But if he helped, would Alanis ever let him off? Yovan feared he'd be killed if discovered. Chapter 299, Clash of Wills. Ryan was writhing on the ground in agony. Amidst the intertwined emotions of pain and fear, the fearless girl began to cry. With no other option, Yovan could only poke Jessica, who was listening to music with headphones, at the door. Ryan, you? Jessica thought Ryan was poking her and suddenly turned back, only to find nobody there. Ghost. Jessica finally couldn't hold it in anymore, her piercing scream echoing throughout the entire female dormitory, attracting the attention of the duty instructor. Smash, smash, smash. Under emergency notification, the lights in the girls' dormitory were quickly turned on, shining brightly as all dormitory doors opened up. Curious girls poked their heads out to see what was happening, while a group of instructors hurriedly rushed over. Yovan shook his head watching Jessica wailing. However, now that he had inadvertently drawn attention, Ryan should be taken to the medical room soon. She would be fine even if she was injured. Since he was currently invisible, despite the crowd bustling around, no one could see him. The small iron gates at the entrances of the first and second floors were already open, with groups of instructors heading upstairs to the second floor. Yovan walked right past them, returning to his dormitory. From this point on, rumors about ghosts haunting the female dormitories in the military camp spread like wildfire. Some claimed they saw a long-haired ghost in white. Others insisted it was a fierce spirit in red robes. All sorts of stories emerged. After this night, the lights in the female dormitories remained on all night, making it convenient for the night owls. Lying on his bed, Yovan took off his invisibility cloak. It was still noisy upstairs, but he hadn't expected those girls to have such tiny hearts. But if it were him, it probably wouldn't be much better either. The next day during military training, Ryan's face was rather pale, likely from the fright. However, since one couldn't move around freely during training, Yovan didn't get the chance to ask about her injuries from last night. But seeing as Ryan was able to participate in training today, she must have just suffered some minor injuries and nothing serious. All right, everyone stand straight and no whispering. Instructor Cristobal maintained his stern demeanor. He had heard about the events of last night, but soldiers naturally disbelieved such things. The girls in the dormitory, however, couldn't calm down, constantly whispering amongst themselves. Their instructors couldn't do much about it. After all, many people witnessed last night's incident, and the military camp itself was built on an ominous site. The routine training continued as usual, shouting slogans, much like the previous days. Only on the final day would freshmen get a chance to touch guns. Enrique, did you hear about what happened last night? I'm telling you, the female dormitory was a total chaos. Now no girl dares to go to the toilet alone. During rest time, Kyler leaned in close, speaking mysteriously. His voice wasn't exactly low, drawing several people to listen intently. I'll tell you, Kyler was seeking the effect, his voice modulating to keep the listeners enthralled. However, if Kyler knew that the ghost, who disrupted the entire military camp last night was sitting right beside him, Yovan, his expression would have been priceless. Alright, 15 minutes of rest are over. Start assembling now. Instructor Cristobal bellowed, looking at Kyler surrounded by a group of people. Everyone dispersed like birds fleeing, then quickly reformed into a square formation. Today, I will teach you. Instructor Cristobal spoke, but Yovan idly glanced back. Ryan was in the formation behind theirs, though she looked very weary, which made Yovan worry. Yovan, why are you looking back? Everyone else is focusing on the training. Can you use some effort? Instructor Cristobal, seemingly always targeting Yovan, seized the opportunity to criticize him when he caught him glancing back, almost poking Jovan's forehead. Sorry, sir. My fault? Yovan acknowledged the mistake, slightly bowing and apologizing. Apologies? If apologies were useful, why would we need rules? Run 100 laps? No, 200 laps. Instructor Cristobal hardened his resolve, knowing that although this thorn could run 100 laps, he doubted the same for 200. The later stage of running would leave anyone exhausted. Sorry, sir, I won't run. Yovan shook his head. Running 200 laps wasn't impossible for him, but if he did, it would lead to 300, 400. The root of the problem was that this instructor disliked him. If not resolved, more trouble lay ahead. Not running? Are you sure? Instructor Cristobal, surprisingly, didn't fly off the handle but smiled. If Yovan ran, it might cause another uproar like last time, bringing trouble to himself. So if Yovan offered to run, he might not let him, or maybe allow just a few laps as a gesture. But if Yovan refused to run, there were plenty of reasons to send him back to school. Then without this troublemaker, management would be smoother, and he'd no longer have to deal with the daily annoyance. Yes, not running. Yovan answered firmly. Give me a reason. Instructor Cristobal's face was dark, unreadable. Because do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. If you can run 100 laps, so can I. If you can run 200 laps, so can I. Can you? Yovan lifted his head, standing his ground. You're challenging me. Instructor Cristobal's eyes narrowed, emitting a dangerous glare. He hadn't expected this thorn to be so sharp-tongued. However, he indeed couldn't run so many laps. Physically, he wasn't his match. If the instructor sees it as a challenge, then so be it. Yovan decided to take the bull by the horns. Rather than being picked on daily and ultimately expelled, it was better to take action now and solve the issue completely. Chapter 300. You are too weak. Disobeying the drill master's orders and even wanting to challenge him, kid. You've got some guts. As Yovan finished speaking, a middle-aged military Anwar appeared beside him out of nowhere, chuckling as he patted Yovan on the shoulder. Sir. Upon spotting the Willis, Instructor Cristobal's expression changed. He immediately saluted, standing ramrod straight. The Willis gave Instructor Cristobal a calm glance before shifting his eyes to Yovan. Under this gaze, Cristobal felt a chill run down his spine, unable to utter a word despite his mouth moving. Yovan turned around after being patted on the shoulder. The Willis wore a military uniform without visible rank insignia. However, from Cristobal's previous reaction and current demeanor, it was clear that this Anwar held a significant position. Report, sir, this student is disobedient and disrespectful. Now he even wants to challenge me, clearly a disruptive element among the students. Sensing the Anwar's appreciative look toward Yovan, Cristobal couldn't hold back, throwing accusations at Yovan. You don't have to tell me what happened. I want to hear it from the young man himself. The Willis didn't fully believe Cristobal's accusations. Report, sir, I did not disobey. Our instructor deliberately picked on me by making me run 200 laps around the parade ground. Yovan pointed at Cristobal, pretending to be indignant. Oh, made you run 200 laps. Cristobal, is this true? Hearing Yovan, the Anwar's smile faded, his eyes intensely fixed on the now uneasy Cristobal. The Willis had noticed Yovan earlier at Shanghai University as a promising military prospect. During training camp, when Yovan completed 100 laps without breaking a sweat, it left the Anwar both impressed and curious about this exceptional young man. Today, he came to inspect the training results, only to witness Yovan and Cristobal in conflict. Curious, he approached, only to find out Cristobal ordered Yovan to run 200 laps. That was absurd. Even during his prime, he could barely do 50 laps. Ordering 200 laps as punishment was outrageous. Seeing the Anwar's displeasure, Cristobal's face turned pale. He knew he was in trouble but tried to defend himself. Report, sir, I did ask him to run 200 laps, but only after he challenged me. Unquestionably, Cristobal was lying. Kyler and Ralph, overhearing this, were furious, but they remained silent due to the Anwar's imposing presence and Jovan's unspoken cue. After hearing Cristobal, Yovan didn't argue further, just scoffed and said, Do you remember your own words, Instructor Cristobal? Here, might makes right. Now, I challenge you. Dare you accept? Good. This boy has spirit. Let's give them some space. The Anwar responded approvingly, admiration evident in his eyes. Hearing Jovan's defiant words, especially with the apparent favoritism from their superior, Cristobal's face cycled through colors, black to white to purple. Despite this, he clenched his fists. Yes, I did say that. But are you sure your strength surpasses mine? Cristobal, formerly a Special Forces member, was confident in his abilities. In his peak condition and trained in an advanced form of military boxing, he handled thugs effortlessly. This inexperienced youth, even if more physically fit, wouldn't stand a chance against him. Around them, other trainees formed a circle, ensuring not to disturb nearby training sessions. Yovan stood composed, radiating absolute confidence. Across from him, Cristobal loosened up, preparing for the fight. Brother Ball, do you think Yovan will win? I heard our instructor is highly skilled, once taking down 3 thugs single-handedly. Brother Ball, the nickname for short and chubby Jeremiah, listened to Kyler's whispered question. Maybe, possibly, probably. Jeremiah, still recovering from yesterday's setback, was unsure about the outcome between Yovan and Cristobal. Spare me the vagueness. Kyler rolled his eyes, turning to Ralph for answers. Don't ask me, I don't know. Ralph waved off. Let's watch. Yovan may not lose, and Cristobal may not win either. You two really are brothers, Kyler muttered, nervously focusing on the center. Cristobal, finished warming up, prepared for the match with no rules, just knocked the other person down. He sprinted toward Yovan like a cheetah. Yovan stood still, seemingly paralyzed or surprised by Cristobal's speed. Covering the distance quickly, Cristobal sneered and aimed for a throw down. However, as he exerted force, Cristobal's face shifted. To him, Yovan felt immovable like a solid mountain, unaffected by any force applied. You are too weak. Cristobal's eyes widened in shock as strong hands grabbed his shoulders tightly. Hashtag chapter 301. Rejection? How could this be? How can his stance be so steady? No, simply being steady isn't enough to achieve this level. The Black Tower Anwar felt as if a pair of eagle claws were gripping his shoulders. Unbelievable thoughts flashed through his mind. He had clearly embraced the opponent's waist just moments ago. Yet no matter how much force he applied, the opponent remained immovable. But the Black Tower Anwar had no time for deep reflection. Following that iron grip on his shoulders, an overwhelming force surged from those claws. The Black Tower instructor felt himself flying, and the sensation of floating made his heart tremble. Bang! Under Kyler's incredulous gaze, the Black Tower instructor was sent sprawling onto the ground by Yovan, unable to get back up for quite some time. The fight happened swiftly and ended even quicker. The Willis's mouth hung slightly open. He had previously overestimated Yovan, but now realized he had still vastly underestimated this promising young talent. Around them, it was eerily quiet. The new recruits' eyes widened in shock. They weren't very familiar with Yovan. Though he had been constantly punished to run laps around the field, many others had also been penalized similarly. What these recruits hadn't expected was that Yovan, who looked so ordinary, would be so formidable, throwing the instructor to the ground in a single move. After the silence came the sound of sharp intakes of breath and whispers. The Black Tower Anwar lay on the ground, gradually regaining his composure. Though lying there was embarrassing, getting up seemed even more so. He decided to pretend to faint. Indeed, I haven't misjudged you, young man. Let me introduce myself. I am Donnie, with the rank of colonel. Are you interested in serving under me? After the shock subsided, the Willis's gaze towards Yovan became even more intense. To retain Yovan, he introduced himself. Not interested. Yovan firmly shook his head. He wanted nothing more than to finish his university quietly and remain a simple farmer. Some people aspire to join the military, but he was not one of them. If you agree to serve under me, I can grant you the benefits of a deputy company commander directly, and I will transfer this Black Tower instructor under your command. You can then find ways to give him a hard time whenever you want. The Willis went to great lengths to convince Yovan, offering not only a rank but also a tempting proposal. Black Tower, who had been feigning unconsciousness, nearly spat out blood when he heard this. He knew the commanding Anwar's character well. He always kept his word. If Yovan agreed, he would definitely be transferred under Jovan's command, making his life incredibly difficult. Jovan was indeed tempted by the offer, not because of the deputy rank, but because of the prospect of having Cristobal under his command. Imagining making Cristobal run laps endlessly, or finding other ways to make him miserable. It sounded incredibly satisfying. But thinking of Adeline waiting for him, Jovan shook his head again. No thanks. Hearing Jovan's reply, the Willis grew anxious, recognizing Jovan's firm tone. There are many ways to protect the country. I wish to do so in my own way. Jovan looked straight into the Willis's eyes. A nation's strength is multifaceted. He wanted his agricultural company to flourish nationwide and eventually expand globally, another form of protecting the country. Well, alright, the military training lasts for another 20 days. If you change your mind within these 20 days, feel free to visit my office. The Willis felt regretful, but understood that such matters ultimately depended on mutual willingness. Even with high authority, he couldn't force someone to join the military. That building over there is my office. Thinking for a moment, the Willis pointed to a standalone building in the southeast direction, then coldly snorted at the Black Tower instructor lying on the ground. Get up. Don't lie there and embarrass yourself. Continue the training, and after it ends, you're forbidden from eating. 50 laps around the field. Black Tower awkwardly got up from the ground, not daring to look at Jovan. He silently saluted the departing Willis. Watching the Willis leave, Jovan scratched his head and returned to the formation. Meanwhile, Cristobal cleared his throat, his voice noticeably less robust. Everyone, gather up. Let's continue the training. The freshmen, originally standing in a circle, began forming ranks, but most of them involuntarily turned their heads towards Jovan at the end of the line, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. They had complaints about the extremely strict Black Tower instructor compared to other instructors. Military training wasn't real boot camp. Treating them with such rigor had already led to a few cases of heat stroke. Of course, the freshmen dared not speak out. Nobody challenged Cristobal's authority until Jovan did something they wished to do but dared not. He was cool and instantly became their idol. You're amazing. Kyler looked at Jovan with starry eyes. Had he been a girl, he might have hugged Jovan right there. Just okay. Focus on the training. Though Jovan had shown the Black Tower instructor that his fist was harder and not to trouble him easily, this was still training. He couldn't lead everyone astray. This level of training might not benefit his physique, but it was beneficial for these somewhat unhealthy freshmen. Black Tower watched Jovan and Kyler whispering in the back row, swallowed, and chose to ignore them. The afternoon training was pleasant for Jovan. Without the endless provocations from Cristobal, the training felt as simple as child's play for him. However, Jovan was somewhat worried when, shortly into the afternoon training, Abigail's formation no longer included her. Where could she have gone? Hashtag chapter 302. Missing Ryan. It was around 5 in the afternoon when the military training for the day ended. Jovan returned to the dormitory with the weary crowd. As news of him back throwing the instructor spread, almost everyone looked at him with peculiar expressions. Those who knew him better showed admiration and surprise, while those unfamiliar with him kept their distance. Throwing an instructor during training, what good could come from that? Ugh, so tired. This kind of military training should only be experienced once in a lifetime. Kyler exclaimed as soon as he entered the dormitory, flopping straight onto his bed with a pained expression. His small frame had nearly been torn apart by the Cristobal instructor's crazy drills. Though the Cristobal instructor dared not trouble Jovan anymore, he harbored resentment. Having lost face in front of so many people, especially the commander, he doubled the intensity of the training. Compared to other squads, Jovan's squad had twice the workload, causing much hardship for the freshmen. Jeremiah and Ralph lay pale on their beds, one short and plump, the other tall and slender. Their abnormal builds made them particularly unsuited for such rigorous training. In just 2 days, almost all freshmen were tanned several shades darker. After returning to the dormitory, Jovan took a cold shower. However, a restlessness lingered. Ding ding ding. Just then, Jovan's phone rang. Seeing Ryan on the screen, he jumped up and quickly picked it up. Hello, Jovan. I have a fever. The moment she connected, Ryan's weak voice came through, indicating her despair and helplessness. You have a fever? Where are you? Jovan paused, realizing she must have caught a chill after lying on the cold ground following last night's scare. Despite it being summer, the water here was always icy. I don't know where I am. I felt unwell during the afternoon training and asked for leave, but didn't want to go back to the dormitory, so I went for a walk on the back mountain. Now it's getting dark, and I can't find my way back. I'm scared. Sniffle. Temperamental Ryan rarely showed such vulnerability. It was clear she was nearing her breaking point. Jovan glanced out the window. The outline of the back mountain loomed ominously in the dimming darkness, like a monstrous beast ready to devour anyone who ventured too close. The camp was located at the foot of the mountain, behind which stood the densely forested, rugged back mountain teeming with wildlife. If Ryan were healthy, she might stand a chance against wild animals. But now, weakened by fever, any encounter could be fatal. Jovan couldn't bear to think further. He consoled her. Ryan, stay put. I'll come find you right away. Okay, can you please not hang up? I'm scared. Her voice pierced Jovan's heart with worry. All right, I won't hang up, Jovan reassured her, nodding to himself. Then, he kicked Kyler and the lay brothers, who were lying on their beds. Wake up. Something's wrong. Ryan is missing. Let's go find an instructor and organize a search party. Kyler, sensing the urgency in Jovan's voice, rolled off the bed and followed him to the logistics office responsible for student safety. The Anwars at the logistics office sprang into action. Such incidents could escalate depending on the outcome. They quickly mobilized personnel throughout the camp, even organizing the freshmen into small search teams with flashlights to comb the back mountain. Darkness fell, and the relatively small back mountain lit up with countless light points. The rescue operation began amidst shouts and calls. Jovan joined one of these teams, a group of 10 instructors conducting searches in fan-shaped formations across the entire mountain. Logically, such a massive search effort should quickly locate even a single person or dog. Yet, Jovan's concern grew as no news of a discovery surfaced. The call with Ryan had disconnected. Her phone likely died. Yovan gripped his phone tightly, shouting her name as he searched. On a secluded path deep within the back mountain, a hidden pit trap lay. A misstep could send someone plummeting into its depths, making it impossible to climb out due to smooth walls. The pit, about 3 to 4 meters deep, resembled an abandoned hunting pit with sharpened stakes at the bottom. Ryan lay half-reclined against the pit's edge, next to Jessica. Originally, Jessica knew about Ryan leaving the group to cool off on the back mountain. Despite the somewhat dubious term, best friends, they had a close relationship. While searching for Ryan, Jessica accidentally fell into this pit, discovering Ryan alongside her. Earlier, with daylight still present, some sense of security remained. Now, with nightfall and Ryan's phone dead, the two girls huddled together, gazing up at the dark sky. Jessica, do you think Yovan will come to save me? In the silence, Ryan's weak voice broke through. She had a deep wound on her leg, oozing blood continuously from a stake inside the pit. Don't worry, Yovan will definitely come to save us, Jessica responded, though her own voice betrayed weakness from a long day of training and lack of food. Chapter 303. Enraged Jessica. In the desolate woods, shouts could be faintly heard from a distance. Both Ryan and Jessica could tell that those shouts were people searching for them. Jessica tried to respond to those calls, but this abandoned cave was initially dug deep for hunting ferocious beasts. Her voice mostly echoed within this deep pit, never reaching the outside world. Ryan's spirits were low now, her big eyes fluttered listlessly, having lost their former liveliness and sparkle. Watching beside her, Jessica felt very distressed. She liked Ryan's boldness and unyielding nature, seeing in her a sense of freedom from constraints. Big sister Jessica, I feel a bit sleepy. Ryan's eyes began to slowly close. With the loss of blood from her leg, she felt something important within her fading away, making her unbearably drowsy. Hearing this, Jessica's expression changed drastically. More experienced than Ryan, she hurriedly held Ryan in her arms and used her fingers to force Ryan's nearly closed eyelids open. Ryan, don't sleep now. Yovan will soon come to rescue us. Hold on just a little longer. By the end, Jessica's voice carried a hint of tears. Big sister Jessica, are you crying? I just feel a bit sleepy. Want to rest for a while? Even with her eyes propped open by Jessica, Ryan still felt extremely sleepy. I'm not crying. Ryan, don't fall asleep. Do you want me to tell you a story? Afraid to let go, Jessica remembered how it always went in TV dramas. In snowy mountains or after severe injuries, characters often said they felt sleepy, then closed their eyes and never woke up again. Hearing there was a story, Ryan managed to regain a bit of spirit. Too weak now, she couldn't speak anymore, only nodding and uttering a sound through her nose. Alright, once upon a time, there were two people. One was named I Jwanka You, and the other I Don't Jwanka You. One day, I Don't Jwanka You died. Who do you think remained alive? In a rush, Jessica couldn't come up with any good jokes. Luckily, many had pursued her. This joke was one given to her the previous night by someone who confessed to her. Big sister Jessica, do you like Yovan? After hearing the joke, Ryan asked a question unrelated to the joke. Hearing this, Jessica's face turned rosy. After all, she and Yovan had only met a few times. On the train, his decisive and brave character had moved her heart. Later, she began paying attention to him on her own accord, asking around about Yovan indirectly. However, these feelings didn't really count as love. At most, it was admiration. Seeing Jessica's reaction, Ryan regained her energy. Her gossip flames burned fiercely, relieving much of her earlier drowsiness, making her voice louder. Big sister Jessica, you do like Yovan, right? But I have to tell you, Yovan already has a girlfriend, and she is both beautiful and wealthy, being the young CEO of a company. The girlfriend in question was naturally Adeline. Compared to Jessica, Ryan leaned more towards Adeline. Yet, what Ryan felt most now was, how can he be so proficient at womanizing when even I haven't got anything from him yet? Noticing Ryan's restored energy, Jessica thought discussing this topic might help Ryan hang on. Thinking about it, she reluctantly nodded. Yes, I like Yovan very much. No matter if he gets married now or later, if I can't be with him, I won't marry anyone. Oh, instantly, Ryan was back to full energy, brimming with vitality, starting to gossip with Jessica about how she fell for Yovan and whether there was any way to make her dislike him. Big sister Jessica, listen, actually Yovan isn't a nice person at all. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's just a wolf in sheep's clothing, and his favorite thing is to deceive innocent girls, then cruelly abandon them after getting them pregnant. Ryan wasn't sleepy at all now. Despite losing much blood, the main reason for her drowsiness was lack of sleep from the shock of the previous night. Hearing such explosive information now, where was any trace of drowsiness left? Yovan, for my sake and for Adeline, I'm sorry. Sure enough, after hearing Ryan's words, Jessica furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Trust in appearances does not mean trust in intentions. Subconsciously, she trusted Ryan over Yovan, whom she hadn't talked to much. He probably wouldn't be that bad. Is there a misunderstanding between you two? Although she trusted Ryan, facing such a shattered impression, Jessica found it hard to accept, her tone uncertain. Misunderstanding? There's been huge misunderstandings. Hearing Jessica's doubtful tone, Ryan steeled herself, stuffing the candy in her pocket into her mouth, then pulling Jessica's hand to touch her belly, speaking sadly and somewhat tragically. Big sister Jessica, feel my stomach, 3 months already. That guy acts as if he doesn't recognize me now. Am I wrongfully accusing him? Feeling Ryan's stomach, Jessica finally believed her words. With ironclad proof in front of her, she couldn't disbelieve. How could the seemingly honest and kind Yovan be such a scoundrel behind the scenes? Sister, rest assured, if we get out of here, I'll definitely get justice for you. If he refuses to explain himself, I'll castrate him so he doesn't harm others in the future. Hearing Jessica's determined vow, Ryan quickly stopped her. No need, big sister, I've given up on him. If Yovan were really castrated, what would Adeline use in the future? In the forest, Yovan was searching with a flashlight, suddenly sneezing several times without warning. Chapter 304. Found them? The sudden sneeze made Yovan instinctively rub his nose. The search operation had already been ongoing for over half an hour, and almost the entire back mountain had been combed through, but still, there was no sign of Ryan. At this moment, under the light, Yovan noticed a broken branch beside a narrow, barely used path. Could Ryan have taken this rarely traveled trail? Yovan focused on the broken branch, which would have been nearly invisible in the darkness if not for his exceptional eyesight. After informing the others to continue searching ahead, he started walking down the narrow trail himself. This trail was intertwined with weeds and tree roots. As Yovan ventured deeper, he became increasingly certain that someone had recently passed by, as more and clearer signs of broken branches appeared along the way. Clouds drifted away from above, revealing the bright moonlight, which illuminated Jovan's path clearly. After walking about a kilometer, he reached the end of the trail, a cliff face only dozens of meters away. That silly girl wouldn't have jumped off the cliff, would she? Looking at the cliff before him, Jovan's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Thankfully, after inspecting the area near the cliff, Yovan found no signs of anyone jumping off. He turned back, but when he had walked around 500 meters, a faint voice reached his ears. In the middle of the night, deep in the forest, hearing such a weak voice would likely have frightened an ordinary person to death. However, for Yovan, this faint voice filled him with joy. Following the direction of the voice, he twisted and turned until he arrived at a hidden clearing covered by weeds. It was a flat ground. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a dark hole beneath the dense vegetation, from which familiar voices were emanating. Big Sister Vivian, I definitely can't keep this child. This was Ryan speaking, surprising Yovan, who knew she was pregnant. Even more curiously, during all this time, Ryan had always been with him and Adeline, and he hadn't heard her mention dating anyone. Well, the child is innocent, but you're still young. If you have this child, your future will be ruined. Whether to give birth or not, I can't decide for you. It's up to you. Vivian's somewhat helpless tone made Yovan even more curious. For a moment, he forgot why Vivian was with Ryan. It's not entirely his fault either. That night, he slept so soundly, and then, unexpectedly got me pregnant on the first try. Ryan described vividly, convincing herself as well. Cough, cough. Hearing Ryan's words, Yovan was alarmed. He quickly coughed to interrupt the conversation from the pit. According to his memory, he and Ryan had slept together in a cave once, where he accidentally broke her hymen. But it couldn't have been that time. Could it have been when she sleepwalked? Yovan wasn't sure, but discussing this matter just between the two of them seemed best. Adding Vivian into the mix could lead to a leak that would make explaining things to Adeline impossible. Who was coughing? The sudden cough startled Ryan, who had been talking. Yovan lay flat on the edge of the pit, looking down and said helplessly, "It's me." Yovan. The two women reacted differently upon seeing Yovan. Ryan's face was full of surprise, while Vivian's initial fondness quickly turned to disgust. Fortunately, it was dark, or Vivian might have doubted Ryan's story after seeing her surprised expression upon seeing Yovan. Don't move yet. This pit is quite deep. Let me find some vines to pull you up. Yovan looked down into the pit, estimating its depth at 3 to 4 meters. While he could climb out after jumping down, he couldn't carry Ryan and Vivian up. The area around the pit had plenty of branches, but vines were rare. After searching for a long time, Yovan climbed a tree and snapped a thick, sturdy branch about 3 meters long. Carrying this branch, Yovan returned to the pit's edge. Warning the two girls to be careful, he slowly lowered the branch into the pit. After 2 minutes, both Ryan and Vivian were pulled up by Yovan. Under the light, he saw the deep gash on Ryan's snow-white calf and couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. To prevent infection, Yovan scooped Ryan into his arms bridal style and ran towards the foot of the mountain. Vivian followed, gasping for breath, watching Yovan as if he were a monster, running faster with a person in his arms than she could on her own. On the way down, they encountered several search teams. After confirming that the missing people were found, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was late, and failing to find them would have led to serious consequences. The military camp was brightly lit, and the medical staff were prepared. Upon arriving at the clinic, Ryan was immediately taken to the operating room. Fortunately, though her leg injury looked severe, it didn't damage any bones. ##### Chapter 305, Night Talk. As for Vivian, apart from being slightly frightened, there was no other major issue with her. The military doctor said that Judy needed to stay overnight in the infirmary because her leg required observation for a few days. Yovan, can you stay with me tonight? I'm scared to be alone. Judy had just been through a terrifying experience the previous night. If she were in the dormitory surrounded by people, it wouldn't have mattered, but hospitals were notorious places for ghost stories. Furthermore, the medical unit felt particularly quiet at night, with no one else around except for the on-duty doctor. Yovan was washing an apple for Judy when he heard her words. Seeing her pitiful expression, he nodded. He also had some questions to ask her, and this secluded environment suited him, as there were no other patients besides the on-duty doctor outside. It was already past midnight, and after the busy rescue operation, the originally well-lit military camp returned to its dark, tranquil state. Since military training would continue the next day, both the Anwars and the students went back to their dormitories to sleep once Judy was found. Yovan, how did you find us? After Yovan peeled the apple and handed it to her, Judy asked curiously. There was a hint of guilt in her eyes. She had said many negative things about Yovan to reduce Adeline's competition. If Yovan had arrived earlier, he might have overheard everything. I heard your voice, but I have a question for you. Yovan asked doubtfully, whose child is in your belly? Upon hearing his question, Judy almost spat out the apple she was eating. She realized that secrets often reveal themselves sooner or later. The child was fabricated, Judy admitted, lowering her head. She couldn't hide this anymore, and lying was indeed wrong. However, deep down, she felt somewhat aggrieved. Didn't Yovan understand why she lied? A girl would give up her purity and reputation for him. Shouldn't that mean something? Yovan almost choked on his own breath. He had initially planned to say that if the child were his, he would have taken responsibility, but Judy's admission left him speechless. Why did you lie to Vivian, and as a respectable man, you should compensate me for my mental distress? Yovan was still a bit angry, but seeing Judy admitting her fault so openly and feeling the tense atmosphere, he made a small joke. How do I compensate you? Judy looked up at Yovan with an unreadable expression in her eyes. Of course, just as Yovan started to speak, a soft and sweet sensation pressed against his lips, leaving him frozen in place. This was the second time he had been kissed unexpectedly. The first was by Adeline in Chingsuan, and now by Judy in the military camp. It seemed these two were close friends with similar tastes. Despite Jovan's initial passiveness, once he felt that soft, sweet tongue, he began to respond actively. At such moments, pushing her away would severely damage her self-esteem and leave a lasting impact. Okay, those were the excuses Yovan told himself. After a long while, they finally parted. Judy's face was flushed and beautiful, gasping for breath from the prolonged kiss, while Yovan lay beside her, not quite sure what to say. That's my compensation for your mental distress. Don't misunderstand. Don't think I like you. I could never like you. Now, you can guard beside the bed tonight. Judy's cheeks were still flushed as she felt Jovan's intense gaze, causing her to speak quickly and nervously. Got it. More compensations like this would be great. Hearing Judy's words, Yovan suppressed his anger. He knew things needed to happen naturally, especially since they weren't even dating yet. He couldn't tarnish her reputation. With that, Yovan was about to get off the bed. Wait. Just as Yovan tried to crawl off, Judy whispered hesitantly, Juan here tonight. I'm a little scared being alone. Sure, no problem. No one preferred sleeping on the floor if there was a bed available. Yovan nodded and continued lying beside Judy. The infirmary room was small, more like a private ward with windows and a bathroom. It was likely intended for Anwar's use. Moonlight filtered through a window on the left wall, casting a faint glow in the dark room. The bed wasn't large enough for two people comfortably. Lying back to back, Yovan and Judy could feel each other's warmth. Judy, are you asleep? Yovan couldn't fall asleep. Something kept nagging at him, like dandelion seeds floating in the air, making him restless. Judy didn't respond, but Yovan could sense her trembling slightly closer to him. He contemplated for a moment before gently resting his leg over hers. As expected, Judy softly spoke up, Yovan, how long have we known each other? Hearing this, Yovan paused and thought for a moment. About half a year, I guess. Half a year. So, hold me and don't move anymore. Judy's words puzzled Yovan. Did familiarity lead to better privileges? Nonetheless, he turned and wrapped his arms around her, embracing her warmly. Soft and inviting, Yovan felt the itch in his heart growing stronger. Judy felt her body tremble more noticeably, seemingly afraid of what might come next. Just then, public relations Wanda Shauna entered the room, having freshened up in the bathroom. Her entrance brought a strong perfume scent, the famous Chanel No. 5, which had a mild aphrodisiac effect. Clearly, she had sprayed too much, almost as if she had poured the entire bottle on herself. Chapter 306, Malice. Adeline had a slight allergy to perfume. However, knowing that Shauna did this out of necessity for her work, she didn't say anything. President Han, can we leave now? Chairman Wang has been waiting at the Triumph Hotel for quite some time. We can. Adeline tidied up some documents and contracts on the table. After pondering, she took out an old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses from the drawer and put it on. Feeling that this was still not enough, Adeline also took out a white mask, completely covering her stunning beauty. Seeing this little action of Adeline's, Shauna grinned widely. They were two completely different styles. One resembled a bright red hibiscus blooming by the roadside. Anyone could casually pick it, while the other was like an orchid in a secluded valley. People could only smell its fragrance, but no one dared to approach. Unbeknownst to Adeline, Shauna, who lagged a step behind, wore a meaningful smile on her face. When the two arrived at the Radiant Hotel, it was already brightly lit outside, with cars parked everywhere as diners filled the parking area. Actually, there was an underground garage in this hotel, but those driving luxury cars preferred not to park underground. Instead, they chose to park their vehicles right at the hotel entrance despite the higher cost. Under the security guard's guidance, Adeline parked her car in the underground garage. Shortly after, Shauna, carrying her handbag, caught up. They had driven separately. Entering the Radiant Hotel together, they received many fervent gazes. Although Adeline concealed her beautiful face behind glasses and a mask, it was evident that her appearance was absolutely striking. Standing next to Adeline, Shauna responded boldly to those gazes with provocative smiles. Adeline suspected that if it weren't for tonight's engagement, Shauna might have directly spent a spring night with a golden tortoise husband, a wealthy match, here after the meal. Miss, may I assist you? A pretty receptionist bowed 90 degrees and greeted them warmly. Take us to Peony Private Room, said Shauna. Of course. Please follow me. The receptionist guided Adeline and Shauna to the door of the Peony Private Room, gently knocked, and when a man opened the door with a smiling face, she politely retreated. She couldn't help but think how strange it was for such two beautiful women to be accompanied by someone like him. Just hearing the footsteps, I knew Miss Adeline and Miss Wan Mei were coming. When I booked the room today, I was thinking what name would match your excellent temperament. Peony is best. It matches your charm perfectly. Hakim laughed. Please come in. It's truly an honor for me to dine with both of you. Yes, Chairman Wang has great taste indeed. This Peony Private Room fits my bosses and my personalities perfectly. I'm flamboyant, and President Han is dignified, making us peony together. Adeline's expression remained indifferent, while Shauna picked up the conversation with a smile, fitting for her public relations background. Chairman Wang, please don't be so formal. Adeline sat down on the chair pulled out by Hakim and directly asked, our company fully meets the auction qualification criteria. Let's be straightforward. What are your requirements? As long as I can manage, I will do my utmost to satisfy. With years of experience in business, Adeline understood some unspoken rules. Yet, she had always maintained high standards, shielded by her grandfather's influence. Hearing Adeline's words, Hakim sneered inwardly. It was just his word on the matter, but he had delayed it because he heard rumors about the famous Icy Beauty CEO, while he was notorious for his lechery. Due to his position, he had encountered countless women over the years, losing count of the students, housewives, and various types, yet never a cold-hearted female CEO. Seeing Adeline's unparalleled beauty, Hakim felt a cat-like itch inside. Haha, Portia, that doesn't follow the dining etiquette. Let's eat first, then discuss business. Okay. Hakim deliberately feigned anger, unaware that his eyes' revolting glint revealed his dirty thoughts. Though unwilling, Adeline, needing his help, had to wait patiently. Just seeing his broad, flat face required all her strength to keep from vomiting. Fortunately, Shauna kept smoothing things over, preventing the atmosphere from turning awkward. It's our first meeting with Portia, and I know she can't hold alcohol well. How about we have some red wine? No, I can't drink. Adeline firmly refused. Drinking with such a man would make her sick. Not even red wine? Can't you give a little respect, President Han? Hakim's face showed displeasure. Really, I can't. I'm allergic to alcohol, Adeline insisted, having her bottom line. If he pressured her further, she would forfeit the auction qualification, finding other ways to make money. Hakim gave up, laughing. All right, then, Ju and Wanda and I will have red wine. What about you, President Han? I'll have tea. All right, tea it is. Ladies first. Whatever the ladies say, I listen. Hakim waved his hand. Shauna echoed him, their gazes converging, full of malice. Chapter 307. Divine weapons descend from heaven. Watching the two people laughing aloud, Adeline felt somewhat bored. Was that sentence really that funny? It didn't seem more amusing than something Yovan occasionally blurted out. Because this was a VIP room and Hakim had booked it 2 hours in advance, the dishes were served very quickly. The waiter brought red wine and tea at the same time, and Hakim hurriedly took over the tea and poured it for Adeline. Unnoticed by anyone, some white powder slipped from under Hakim's fingernails into Adeline's cup as he poured the tea. Thank you, Adeline thanked softly. As long as she didn't drink alcohol, she could stay clear-headed and wouldn't have to worry about his tricks. Moreover, with Shauna here, there shouldn't be any problems. If they were drinking alcohol, Shauna could probably drink several men under the table. After all, which public relations manager was a weakling? Come, let me toast to the two ladies. Here's to our smooth cooperation in the future, Hakim said, raising his glass with a smile. Thanks. I'll drink tea instead of wine. Here's to Chairman Gu's promotion. Adeline raised her teacup, this sentence finally adding a bit of warmth to the conversation. At least the other party hadn't forced them to drink alcohol, which added some points. Chairman Wong, I won't wish your career further progress. I wish you youth and success in finding your perfect match. Just like President Han. Seeing Adeline swallow the tea, Shauna laughed even more broadly, speaking without restraint. After all, her task would be done after tonight. Being a public relations manager was merely a small task to her. Shauna clinked her wine glass against Hakim's, her tone carrying an air of satisfaction. Adeline frowned slightly at Shauna's words. That sounded rather inappropriate. But since she was ultimately her subordinate who usually handled clients this way, Adeline couldn't berate her too openly in front of others. Holding her tea, lost in thought, Adeline automatically filtered out their conversation. However, for some reason, she yawned involuntarily. She was getting sleepy. It must be due to insomnia last night thinking about Yovan. With that thought, she considered standing up to leave and go back to sleep. But before Adeline could rise, a dizzy spell hit her, and she finally collapsed on the table with a thud. Ha ha ha, our ice beauty finally falls into my hands. Hakim looked at Adeline lying face down on the table, his eyes full of desire. He was pondering how he would enjoy this little beauty next. Alright, my task is complete. Head office classified President Han as a C-level target. Take it easy. After Adeline collapsed, Shauna's smile faded, and she spoke in a man's voice, creating an eerie sensation paired with her charming appearance. I understand. I'll just taste a little. How can I touch a woman picked by the boss? You deserve the most credit here. Don't worry, your promised share will be transferred to your bank account tomorrow. Hakim raised his glass and clinked it against Shauna's, producing a clear, melodious sound. Clearly, they knew each other well. Alright, I still have other tasks to do. Remember, just a taste, too much of a good thing turns poisonous. Shauna pointed at Adeline. Their boss was very interested in this ice beauty and didn't like sharing women. If he knew Adeline had been violated by Hakim, he'd definitely take it badly. Hakim knew better than to push things too far, or else he wouldn't pass the boss's test. But while he couldn't have the meat, smelling it and getting a feel wasn't so bad. This woman had some background. She was a hot potato. He had to get rid of her fast. Oh right, no one followed you when you came, did they? You know the importance of this. All information related to the organization at Changda Company's base should be destroyed. Controlling this woman is currently our best option for winning the auction. Hakim nervously glanced around the VIP room. This was a big deal. Adeline was a well-known CEO in Qinghai City with considerable social influence, not an easy target. Mishandling this would make her a hot potato. Humph. Shauna snorted coldly. Don't doubt my professionalism. A regular CEO, like her with no protection, is easily taken care of. Alright, I'm off, handle it yourself. Shauna seemed displeased with what was to follow and left with a frown. After Shauna left, Hakim took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected immediately, but there was no response from the other end. Boss, the deed is done, Hakim reported respectfully. Someone is waiting outside to escort her back. Yes. The reply came in an indeterminate gendered voice, clearly processed. Hakim put away his phone and turned to look at Adeline. Such a beautiful woman, he might never see again. Might as well take a thorough look now. Even if he couldn't truly enjoy her, feeling her all over wouldn't be bad. But as this thought surfaced, there was a knock on the door. Startled, Hakim's nervousness made his voice waver as he asked, "Who?" No answer, only 3 deliberate knocks. Could it be Shauna returning? Very possible. Thinking this, Hakim rushed to open the door. A red figure flashed past, then his neck was tightly gripped, choking him like a fish out of water. A red-haired woman entered, with Western features but skin smoother than most Eastern women. She closed the VIP room door behind her. Seeing Adeline peacefully asleep on the table, neatly dressed and unharmed, Joan breathed a sigh of relief. When Jovan had left, he specifically entrusted her to protect Adeline. If anything happened to her, Joan would be dead many times over. "You, who are you?" Hakim choked, his face turning red from lack of oxygen. Joan showed no interest in answering. Compared to Jovan, human life meant nothing to her. With a slight increase in pressure from her thumb and 4 fingers, a sickening snap echoed as Hakim's neck broke. Chapter 308. The end of military training. After Muhammad's neck was twisted, he did not die immediately, but looked at Joan with an unrelenting gaze, making a gurgling sound from his mouth. But he could no longer speak, and soon, Muhammad died. Joan closed Muhammad's wide-open eyes and checked the entire private room to ensure there were no recording devices that could serve as evidence. There was a small bathroom in the private room. Joan walked in and emerged after a while, holding a pinhole camera. Joan put the camera in her pocket and used Muhammad's phone to call the police. Ding dong. The call connected on the other end. "Hello, this is Yongqiao Police Center. How may I assist you?" Joan remained silent without responding. "Hello? Hello? Speak up." Click. Joan hung up, glanced at Adeline who lay sprawled on the table, then left the private room. After a while, shrill sirens blared around the Guangyao Grand Hotel. Good. It's fine that Adeline is safe. You did well this time. When I return, I will give you a reward. Also, investigate who's behind the plot against Adeline. I feel that this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Jovan furrowed his brow upon hearing Joan's report. He and Adeline did not have deep ties, and their agricultural company had only been running for a short period. It seemed unlikely they would have made many enemies. This sudden attack on Adeline felt more like a conspiracy than an isolated incident. Fortunately, Joan, who had been providing close protection for Adeline, was extremely capable. Having been consuming vegetables and fruits from the mountain valley regularly, Joan's physical strength had increased significantly. After undergoing training in the Purple Thunder Bamboo Grove, her reflexes had also greatly improved, making her fully capable of handling any dangers surrounding Adeline. Thinking about this, Jovan couldn't help but feel relieved about his wise decision not to kill Joan back then. Though his own abilities were strong, he could not handle every matter personally. With Joan by his side, many burdens were lifted off him. Days passed one by one, each filled with dull and boring routine tasks. Finally, the last day of military training arrived. Perhaps it was fate. The final day saw heavy rain pouring down like a bucketful of water tipped over from the sky. Clearly, such weather was unsuitable for outdoor training, but fortunately, there was a large auditorium in the camp where people could squeeze together. Freshmen went into the hall in batches for the end of training reports. Despite complaints during training, even wishing to escape from the camp immediately, they actually felt somewhat reluctant when the end finally came. Some freshmen took photos as mementos. Others, emotionally fragile, hugged their drill masters with tears. Jovan glanced at drill master Carlton, whose face was as dark as a pot, and could only shake his head with a chuckle. On the last day, the Willis appeared as well. Being the final day of training, someone senior needed to summarize the events. Outside, the rain pattered down, adding a melancholic mood to the occasion of parting. After listening in a daze for a while, Jovan suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Vivian with an unfriendly look. "Come out for a moment, I need to talk to you," said Vivian. She now looked at Jovan like a good student might look at delinquents in school, disgusted yet fearful. Jovan shrugged and followed Vivian outside. The speech by the Willis had just concluded, allowing for some free activity time. They walked out of the auditorium along the corridor to a pavilion beside a pond. Heavy rain poured down, striking the lotus leaves blooming on the pond and creating a sound akin to pearls falling onto a jade plate. Jovan remained silent, unsure of what to say. Seeing Vivian's expression, it was clear she wouldn't believe anything he said now. Christine had lied before because she didn't want him to attract too many romantic interests. Although it stemmed from selfish motives, Jovan could understand her reasons. He himself didn't want too many relationships. Dealing with Christine and Adeline already gave him enough headaches. If another person like Vivian got involved, he'd rather cut his own throat. "Can you promise me never to bother Christine again?" Unable to hold back anymore, Vivian burst out indignantly. "That innocent girl has been ruined by you. Now she's pregnant, and it will destroy her life. Please leave her world immediately." Seeing Vivian's disdainful look, Jovan couldn't suppress his temper and retorted, "Are you Christine's mother? Her actual mom doesn't interfere this much, does she? Was Vivian bitter from being deceived in the past?" Vivian gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening, puzzled as to why good girls nowadays preferred jerks. But confronting Jovan directly wasn't the answer. She couldn't physically match him, and exposing the situation would only harm Christine further. With that, Vivian pointed at Jovan and left. She planned to use her own means to resolve the matter. Her brother wielded significant power in Jianghai City. Although she didn't want to trouble him, she couldn't let Christine fall into ruin. The rain continued, and Jovan sat gloomily in the pavilion, thinking how relieving it would be if he had someplace to vent his frustration at this moment. Shaking his head, Jovan headed back to the dormitory. No one was around outside the dormitory due to the heavy rain. Back inside, all his roommates were busy packing. They would be taken back to school by army trucks in the afternoon. "Oh yeah, we're leaving this hellhole soon and heading back to Tangwang Net Cafe for all-night sessions." I laughed triumphantly. Kyler danced an awkward samba, grinning ear to ear. After a month-long training session, the freshman had tanned almost black. The end of training brought relief especially to him. Boyd and Arjun remained the same. Jeremiah was slender and tall, while Ralph was short and chubby. Jovan climbed up to his bed and started packing his things. Chapter 309. Tenfold Retaliation. In the afternoon, dozens of military vehicles parked punctually at the entrance of the camp. After packing up, the group boarded the vehicles and endured a few hours of bumpy travel before finally arriving at Zhanghai University. Even Jovan felt an unusually warm sense of familiarity as they approached the campus gate. The dorm room remained unchanged from when they left, only with a thin layer of dust settling on the surfaces. Jovan climbed up to his top bunk, pulled down the bedsheet, gave it a few shakes and settled down to sleep. Being from a rural area, he wasn't particular about these things. Although Jovan was now wealthier than 99% of city dwellers, some habits formed since childhood remained unaltered. As twilight fell, after their return from the military camp, it was time for a celebration dinner. This time, Jovan footed the bill. Everyone had grown close, so inviting them for dinner was not an issue. Upon hearing that Jovan was treating them, Kyler, who initially planned to snack, put the snacks aside and said he needed to leave some room in his stomach for the meal ahead. Jeremiah and Ralph mimicked this behavior, even stopping drinking water altogether. The last gathering at Manchunyuan had been unpleasant, so this time they passed it by. Kyler had heard of a new waterside restaurant near the central lake of the school, catering to middle to high-end students. While pricey, it wasn't excessively expensive. Jovan didn't object to Kyler's suggestion, remembering that this newly opened restaurant was likely invested in by Adeline, named Waterfront Paradise. The four descended from the teaching building. Night had not yet fully fallen. As they passed the sports field, people were still playing basketball, looking lively. Kyler took a deep breath and said contentedly, "Ah, my beautiful university life is back." Jeremiah kept his head down, fiddling with his phone and occasionally laughing like a love-struck teenager. He had met a girl during the military training who he found interesting, chatting incessantly on the phone. Soon, they reached Yinhu Lake in the center of the school. A three-story restaurant had been built on the lake, connected by wooden bridges from all directions. People were walking across the bridges, indicating that the restaurant must have good food, for students would not frequent it otherwise. Welcome, fellow students. At the entrance stood 2 rows of welcoming staff in cheapao dresses, all fair-skinned and attractive, inviting them sweetly. These girls were high-paid part-time workers hired from various colleges and departments within the school, significantly contributing to the restaurant's business. Ralph's eyes widened in admiration. Jovan and Kyler, finding him embarrassing, kept their distance. Bang! Suddenly, while engrossed in his phone, Jeremiah collided with a woman holding a drink. Do you have eyes? This dress was brought back from abroad by my father. Can you afford to compensate for it? The woman sneered venomously. Reeling in shock, Jeremiah quickly apologized, even pulling out a tissue from his pocket to clean the stains off her pointed chin. Smack! A huge hand slapped Kyler's face. It belonged to a tall man beside the woman, who glared fiercely at Jeremiah and barked, "What are you doing? Now you're trying to touch our Erica with your dirty hands. You have 2 options, kneel and apologize or pay up. This dress is imported from abroad. Without 5 million yuan today, you won't be leaving here." Jeremiah's cheek bore a swollen red mark. Stunned, he was more terrified by the astronomical sum mentioned. To his family, 5 million yuan was a colossal amount, far beyond what he could afford. Facing such menacing people, if he didn't pay, how about pretending to be dumb and escaping responsibility? Emboldened by her companion, and seeing Jeremiah's companions looking frail, the snake-faced woman sneered arrogantly. Her voice shrilled as she spoke, sending powder flaking from her face. Seeing Jeremiah standing frozen in fear, the bald-headed tall man sneered wickedly and moved forward to grab Kyler by the neck. Smack! The bald man's hand was caught by a firm palm that felt like a vice. Jovan stepped in front of Jeremiah, glaring sternly at the intruder. Indeed, Jeremiah had accidentally bumped into the woman, but Jovan couldn't believe how aggressively they reacted, using physical force and demanding extortionate compensation. Anger simmered within him, and this incident provided a perfect outlet for his earlier frustrations. "Kneel and apologize, or I'll make you return that slap tenfold." Jovan stared intently at the tall man, speaking seriously. "Let go. Do you know who I am? Give me 3 seconds, or you won't survive in this school again." Ouyang Jie threatened, feeling the immense strength through his wrist. Smack! Ouyang Jie's face swelled instantly after being slapped on the left cheek. "Filthy mouth, you deserve that. Would you speak like that to your own father?" "Damn, someone dared to hit our boss. Attack together." Seeing Ouyang Jie being struck, his followers charged towards Jovan furiously. "Head teacher's coming, run." Instinctively wanting to flee, Kyler shouted upon noticing Jovan surrounded. Hearing Kyler, those rushing to surround Jovan paused, looking around but seeing no head teacher. Meanwhile, Jovan slapped the foul-mouthed bald man repeatedly. Note: the text has been sanitized for inappropriate language and violence. Chapter 310. An encounter in the small woods. By the 5th slap, the boy with the crew cut could no longer speak. His face was swollen like a bun, only able to emit groaning sounds. The malice in his eyes towards Jovan had turned into fear. "Ugh, stop hitting. I know it's wrong." The crew cut boy tried to beg for mercy, but his voice was already distorted. After delivering 10 more slaps, Jovan finally let Gareth, who was unconscious, go. Don't hit me, damn it. Why are you all chasing after me today?" Kyler, who had falsely spread information before, was now being pursued by Gareth's group. He was running frantically, about to be caught up with. Jovan hurriedly rushed over and kicked each of them into the Yin Lake, one by one. The lake wasn't deep enough to drown anyone. Seeing her accomplices easily dispatched by Jovan, the previously arrogant, snake-precious girl turned pale. She had thick layers of powder on her face, making her look ghostly. Jovan stood before the snake-precious girl. Now, she appeared submissive, barely managing a smile that was even uglier than crying. "Big brother, I didn't know he was your brother. Can we call this off without compensation?" Jovan shook his head and took out a $100 bill, tossing it at her. Feeling pity, he said, "The clothes you're wearing are counterfeit. right? If it were genuine, the first button would have gold and silver threads mixed in the stitching. Take this money, wash your clothes, and remove that thick layer of powder from your face. Do you know how ugly you are? Both inside and out. Wah. Hearing Joven's words and feeling the students pointing at her, the snake precious girl couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She ran away sobbing. Wow, never thought you had such a sharp tongue, Jeong. But seeing that snake precious girl, I still feel vindicated. Kyler looked at Yovan as if he had discovered a new continent, completely surprised. Yovan had always been reserved, not at all like today's eloquent version. Not too bad, just world-class third level. Yovan felt he had overperformed today. One should treat enemies with the chill of an autumn breeze. Meanwhile, those who had been kicked into the lake scrambled up and fled without looking back. Only Gareth, knocked out and battered like a pig's head, remained lying on the ground. Everyone saw what happened. This guy attacked first. We were only defending ourselves. Yovan pulled Gareth up by his feet, then dunked his head into the lake. Cough, cough. Stimulated by the lake water, Gareth regained consciousness, coughing violently. Seeing Gareth come to, Yovan dragged him onto the wooden bridge and threw him there. Then, he entered the waterside restaurant with Kyler and the others. Looking at Jovan's back, Gareth's eyes filled with resentment. His father was the vice principal of the school, and he vowed to make sure this student wouldn't last long here. After dinner, Jeremiah's mood improved somewhat. With a few drinks, his face flushed red as he repeatedly thanked Yovan. Seeing Jeremiah drunk, Yovan asked Kyler to carry him back while he wandered around campus. Come to think of it, since coming to this school, Yovan hadn't explored much. The university campus was beautiful, bathed in moonlight, with vibrant female students in shorts and skirts passing by. It made Yovan quite happy and lifted his spirits. A gentle breeze blew across his face. Suddenly, a girl wearing a hot pants and a towel around her neck ran past. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, giving her an exotic allure. Yovan felt this figure was familiar. Turning his head, he realized it was the girl who had run alongside him during morning exercise that day. The wheat-skinned girl also glanced at Yovan with some surprise. But after a moment, they parted ways, having no reason to meet properly after just one run. Zhanghai University had originally been built on a national forest park, so its greenery was lush. As Yovan walked along, he could smell the faint fragrance of gardenias and other flowers. After wandering the large campus, he prepared to return. However, as he approached a secluded small woods, Yovan stopped in his tracks. This spot was famous among couples. Some amorous pairs unable or unwilling to pay for hotel rooms outside school would sometimes use this place for their intimate encounters. Every morning, the cleaning staff reportedly found used condoms scattered throughout. Currently, under the dense foliage where moonlight couldn't penetrate, Yovan heard faint shouts, including a firm female voice. Curiosity piqued, he followed the sound deeper into the woods. Closer now, Yovan could see several boys with dyed hair surrounding a girl, the same wheat-skinned girl he'd seen earlier. Karen, when will you repay the debt you owe our leader? One of the yellow-haired boys asked the girl menacingly. Debt? Initially, Yovan thought this was a typical case of thugs using coercion, but surprisingly, they knew each other. Yeah, you cried and begged our leader to lend money to save your good-for-nothing father. Now that you're in college, you don't plan to repay it? A fat boy with green hair smirked lewdly. But our leader says if you spend a night with him, you won't have to repay it. I'll repay the money, but I won't agree to your leader's demands, the wheat-skinned girl replied, her voice slightly hoarse. Hashtag chapter 311. Anticipation. Will you repay? Heh, someone like you. How can you pay back the money? To be honest, why don't you come and keep me company for a night, and I'll give you more. The blonde thug sneered after hearing the wheat-skinned girl's words. Then, licking his lips, he looked at the girl in front of him with a wicked gaze. I said, I will repay the money. Please ask your boss Nathan to extend the deadline. The wheat-skinned girl replied in a calm tone, revealing no emotions. Extend the deadline again? Do you know how much more your useless father has borrowed from our boss? Also, did you know that your father has already sold you? The blonde thug smirked disdainfully. Having dealt with many debtors before, they had their ways of collecting debts. Moreover, facing such a beautiful girl now, even if he couldn't have her right away, waiting until boss Nathan was done would still leave him some scraps. What? He borrowed another large sum? And sold me? Hearing the blonde thug's words, the wheat-skinned girl could no longer remain calm, her voice filled with disbelief. Don't believe it? Look at this. You should recognize your useless father's handwriting, right? Seeing the girl's defenses crumbling, the blonde thug reached into his pocket and pulled out an IOU-like paper, tossing it to the girl. The wheat-skinned girl picked up the paper from the ground, despair growing on her face as she read the writing and saw the fingerprints. No, it can't be. No, it can't be. Seeing this, the blonde thug gave a signal to his men. With unfriendly expressions, they began approaching the wheat-skinned girl, sensing that she had completely given up hope. Earlier, they hadn't moved because the girl was in good physical condition. If she decided to escape and scream for help, these small-time thugs might not catch her easily. Moreover, they were on a university campus. If anything went wrong, the backlash could be severe. They didn't want to spend 10 or 20 years in jail just for collecting a debt. Yovan hid in the bushes nearby. Suddenly, he felt like mosquitoes were biting him. Not just one but a whole nest. Unable to endure it any longer, he slapped at his itching leg. Slap. The small grove fell silent except for the sharp sound of the slap. It reached the ears of the thugs, causing them to pause and look in its direction. King around. Who's hiding there? Get out here. Ignoring the wheat-skinned girl, the blonde thug walked toward Jovan's hiding spot and spotted him busily slapping at the mosquitoes. What are you doing here? The blonde thug frowned slightly upon seeing this ordinary-looking, non-muscular student, but then his frown relaxed a bit. Slapping mosquitoes. Yovan didn't even look up, continuing to swat the insects. He was truly wondering what purpose mosquitoes served in the world. Slapping mosquitoes, huh? You've been here quite a while, haven't you? So you overheard our conversation? The blonde thug smiled after hearing Jovan's words, walking closer with his arm raised, ready to teach the student a lesson to ensure he wouldn't talk. If I were you, I'd stay far away from me right now. I'm really uncomfortable being bitten by mosquitoes. Jovan smiled at the approaching thug, his voice tinged with unidentifiable emotion. Haha, stay far away, go to hell. The blonde thug swung his arm, intending to slap Jovan hard. This method left a lasting impression and profound humiliation, which he enjoyed, the helpless look on the victim's face. Slap. The blonde thug flew backwards several meters, teeth stained with blood flying out of his mouth. Half his face swelled up instantly. Lying on the ground, the blonde thug's mind buzzed like it was filled with hundreds of bees. His eyes were dazed. What happened in that instant? Why was that freshman slap so fast and vicious? The F***K, dare hit our boss. Everyone attack. Green hair shouted loudly, moving backwards step by step. This freshman wasn't someone easy to deal with. He needed to report back. Upon hearing Green hair's command, the thugs rushed forward aggressively. Jovan sent them flying one by one like tossing dumplings. Jovan dusted off his hands, preparing to return to the dorm to apply some mosquito repellent. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. It was the wheat-skinned girl. Thank you. Her voice was earnest, clearly sincere. How much does your father owe them? Jovan asked curiously. She dressed simply and didn't seem malicious. Helping her out wouldn't bother him if it was manageable. Hearing this, the wheat-skinned girl's expression changed momentarily, but quickly regained composure. My father's debt is my responsibility to repay. Thank you for helping me tonight. My name is Karen. Oh, alright. My name is Jovan. See you later. Jovan didn't say more after hearing Karen's words. She seemed resilient, and meeting strangers like this, even he wouldn't accept help readily. Watching Jovan leave, Karen's eyes flickered briefly, then returned to normal. She had too much on her plate to dwell on it further. Looking at the moaning thugs on the ground, she called the campus security. Back in the dorm, the roommates lay drunk on their beds, snoring deeply. Despite having known each other for a long time, Kyler's soccer prowess still felt fresh, like a biobomb eliminating all life within 10 miles. Climbing onto his bed, Jovan scrolled through Immortal Realm Taba. Classes started officially tomorrow, and he was somewhat excited about them. People always said high school was tight, while college was loose. Jovan wondered just how loose it would be. Chapter 312. Alluring. The next day, Jovan and the Lay brothers, Boyd and Arjun, walked toward the teaching building. Kyler was from the agricultural college. However, the agricultural college wasn't too far from the archaeology college, so the group only split up when they reached a fork in the road. Because they arrived early, there were very few people in the classroom. Of course, the archaeology college didn't have many students to begin with. Jovan habitually chose a seat toward the back, while Boyd and Arjun sat in the front row. Being straight-A students, they had long gotten used to sitting there. After a while, more students began trickling in. When Ryan entered, she obviously caused an uproar among the remaining 4 male students. A girl as beautiful as her, a campus beauty, was actually in their class? This kind of luck usually happened in other classes, making the boys in the class collectively ecstatic. A few of the boys sitting in the front row subtly showed off their toned muscles, while others struck a 45-degree pensive pose, all hoping that this goddess-like girl would notice their exceptional qualities. Upon entering the classroom, Ryan immediately spotted Jovan sitting at the back. She smiled and walked over to him. Seriously? Such a pretty girl is involved with Arjun? Boyd hadn't seen the moment during military training where Ryan stood up for Jovan because he and Arjun were in their dorm, punished by not being allowed to eat. So naturally, he didn't know who Ryan was. What do you mean involved? Didn't you see the way that girl looked at Arjun? I bet they're way beyond just dating. But I've got my fawn. No matter how pretty other flowers are, I don't care. As Arjun spoke, he picked up his phone, engrossed in his ongoing chat with a certain girl. Though he hadn't taken the final step yet, the feeling of being in love already made this lifelong bachelor incredibly happy. Go away. Just because you're in love doesn't make you special. Boyd, witnessing his brother's newfound romance, was about to speak when his eyes suddenly widened, pointing at Jovan and Ryan in the back row, unable to utter a word. Arjun also turned curiously to look. It turned out that the campus beauty sitting next to Jovan pulled out a heart-shaped breakfast and handed it to Jovan. This is too fast, isn't it? No wonder it's Jung. I really admire him. The admiration in the eyes of the boys in the class soon turned into envy and resentment. Everyone said proximity leads to opportunity, but here Jovan had such a beautiful girl offering herself without even trying. Haven't you eaten breakfast yet? Ryan pulled out a bag of steamed buns and a box of soy milk from her backpack, handing them to Jovan, saying it was good for his stomach. Hearing Ryan's words, Jovan realized he hadn't eaten breakfast. Smelling the aroma of the steamed buns, he didn't hesitate to start eating voraciously. Just as Jovan finished his steamed buns, another girl walked in. She had a wheat-colored complexion, but exuded an exotic beauty. Seeing this new entrant, the classroom buzzed again, and the boys put on their most charming poses, like peacocks spreading their feathers. To ensure his future happiness, Boyd kicked Arjun aside to leave a seat for the goddess. However, much to the disbelief of the other boys, the wheat-colored girl looked toward Jovan at the back and walked straight over. No way. Did Jung move that fast? My world is shattered. Boyd's mouth dropped open, unable to believe what he was seeing. How impossible. Who is that student? How could both of our remaining archaeology beauties fall for him? One boy unfamiliar with Jovan inquired about him. He's the guy who beat up the drill master during military training and got away scot-free. Someone familiar with Jovan replied nonchalantly. Oh, now I understand. Sitting in the last row, Jovan made Karen sigh in wonder. Fate was indeed unpredictable. She hadn't expected the boy who saved her last night would be her classmate. At this moment, Ryan was sitting on Jovan's right side. Karen wiped the desk and chair clean before sitting on his left side. Who is this woman? Ryan's hand was already near Jovan's waist, smiling as she whispered into his ear. Seeing this scene, the boy's hopes were completely extinguished. Such intimate gestures between them made everyone think they were surely a couple. Feeling a sharp pain in his waist, Jovan reluctantly recounted the events of last night. There was nothing to hide about it. Hearing Jovan's explanation, Ryan finally released her grip, her hostility toward Karen softening. Although she didn't know Karen's background, she understood from Jovan that Karen was also a pitiful girl. Ryan's eyes, however, did not show pity. Karen simply sat beside Jovan, organizing her notes quietly. Meanwhile, Ryan chattered on, telling Jovan various amusing stories. Ding! The clear sound of the school bell rang out, accompanied by the sound of high heels tapping on the floor. Looking up, Jovan first saw a pair of beautifully shaped legs encased in black stockings, long and straight with no gap between them. Then, his gaze traveled upward. She wore a gray professional pencil skirt and a blouse buttoned up to 2 buttons, barely containing her ample chest. This young woman's face radiated charm and allure. Hello, classmates. I'm your future counselor. If you need anything in your daily life, feel free to come to me. Daily needs? Alright, Jovan's thoughts wandered a bit. Translation completed while adhering to the guidelines provided. The text has been translated into fluent English while maintaining the original tone and structure. Hashtag chapter 313. No interest in being class president. The beautiful teacher on the podium gazed upon the utterly silent students and nodded in satisfaction. I will be your future class counselor. Of course, saying counselor is a bit of an exaggeration. I'm essentially here to clean up after you all. Laughter erupted from below. Her candid demeanor, paired with her attractive professional suit, added to her charm. Now, don't start laughing yet. The archaeology department is already well known for being one of the smallest departments at Zhanghai University, probably ranking among the smallest across the entire nation. Because we are few in number, we tend to be close-knit. I hope everyone can treat each other like family and help each other study diligently. Right, now that I think about it, I haven't introduced myself yet. My surname is Marlin, and my given name is Wanqing. I hope we can all get along well during our time together. After finishing her introduction, teacher Marlin wrote her name on the blackboard with a chalk. The writing was elegant yet bold. Nice handwriting. Seeing the characters on the blackboard, Karen, who sat beside Jovan, couldn't help but comment before lowering her head again. Alright, I've finished my self-introduction. Next, let's take turns doing self-introductions so we can get to know each other better. As Dorothy spoke, she pointed at Ralph sitting in the front row and gestured for him to stand up. Hello everyone. My name is Ralph, and I hope we can all get along well. Under the beautiful teacher's gaze, Ralph's round face turned beet red, stammering through his words awkwardly. Good. It seems our classmate Ralph is a little shy. Let's give him some encouraging applause. Dorothy then directed her finger toward Jeremiah. Next, would this classmate please introduce yourself? Since Jovan was seated at the back, he was the last one called for self-introduction. Dorothy couldn't help but feel surprised seeing Jovan flanked by 2 equally beautiful girls, though she didn't show it. Great, now please, the classmate sandwich between these 2 lovely classmates. Come forward and do your self-introduction. Dorothy's words made Abigail unaffected due to her thick skin, while Karen blushed slightly, though her darker complexion concealed it well. Jovan rubbed his nose and stood up. He noticed the envious and bewildered looks from several male classmates, as well as the confusion in the beautiful teacher's eyes. Sitting at the back had never been so magnetic. After briefly mentioning his name and age, Jovan sat down again. Jovan. Dorothy pondered the name silently, then erased her own from the board and wrote the names of the 7 students. Noticing the puzzled looks from the audience, Dorothy turned back and pointed at the names on the blackboard. Although our class may be small, we still need proper structure. So today, we'll elect a class president. In case anything happens, the president can directly contact me. The reactions among the students varied after hearing Dorothy. The boys' eyes lit up, imagining countless reasons to approach their beautiful counselor after taking on this role. Meanwhile, Jovan scratched his ear, indifferent. He wasn't particularly interested in Dorothy, and becoming class president would only bring troubles without any perks, like consoling heartbroken classmates. Alright, since we're voting for a class president, everyone please write down the name of the person you think is suitable on a slip of paper. I will collect them soon. You can vote for yourself, but remember, only one name per slip. Just as Dorothy finished her instructions, her phone rang. She glanced at it and stepped out of the classroom to answer the call. The formerly quiet classroom immediately burst into chaotic chatter, making one's head spin. At this moment, a skinny boy with acne-ridden skin stood up and slammed his hand on the desk. Excuse me everyone, please settle down. I'm Chu Juanenji. I introduced myself earlier. I have been class president throughout high school, and I hope everyone will cast their precious votes for me. I'll ensure a peaceful 4 years for all of you. Chu Juanenji effectively gathered support. People generally weren't familiar with each other, and his speech offered deeper recognition and assurances. Before Chu Juanenji could finish, another boy in a white shirt stood up, echoing similar sentiments. His name was Nellie, who kept glancing back at Abigail during his introduction. Shortly after, teacher Marlin returned from her call, and the classroom fell silent again. Alright, I heard your enthusiastic discussions outside. Now please, write down your choice quickly, as the teacher has something else to attend to. Dorothy left the podium and started collecting the slips of paper. When she saw Jovan's blank sheet, her smile faltered slightly. Each student must write a name. Please don't waste time. Looking at the beautiful teacher's expression, Jovan touched his nose and scribbled Abigail's name. Once Dorothy collected all the slips, she returned to the podium and began tallying the votes, reading each name aloud and marking ticks behind their respective candidates. Chu Juanenji, 2 votes. Jovan, 4 votes. Nellie, 1 vote. Staring at the results on the board, Dorothy was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected the ordinary-looking boy to receive the most votes. With the results finalized, Jovan was undoubtedly the new class president. Even Jovan was surprised. If he guessed correctly, the votes came from Abigail, Karen, and the brothers Jeremiah and Ralph. Taking office required a speech. Jovan stood up and walked to the podium. Looking at the handful of students below, he said somewhat helplessly, "Actually, I didn't want to be class president." ####Chapter 314. Troubles at the Academic Affairs Office. After hearing Jovan's words, the audience had varied reactions. Chujuananji and Nelly, who had just competed for class president, were speechless. They thought they had put in so much effort while a person who didn't want to be class president ended up winning. Jeremiah gave Jovan the middle finger. One of those 4 votes was his. Alright, the class president has been decided. Let's give a warm applause for Jovan. Dorothy interrupted before Jovan could say anything more, confirming the selection. After saying that, Dorothy hurried out of the door. She still had some personal matters to attend to. "Congratulations, President Zhang," said Ryan as Jovan walked down from the stage. "Please take good care of this lady. Don't make things hard for me." "If you don't make things hard for me, I'll already be grateful," retorted Jovan irritably. Suddenly becoming the class president would definitely bring plenty of trouble. Not long after Dorothy left, an old man wearing glasses entered the room. He was their archaeology teacher. However, with Dorothy gone, the class quickly turned dull and uninteresting. The entire classroom became drowsy except for Karen and Ryan, who were diligently listening to the lecture and taking notes. As for Jovan, he fared slightly better. Though not interested in archaeology, it involved antiques which could be exchanged for immortal coins at the Transcendent Realm Treasure Store, thus keeping him engaged. Shanghai University combined 2 sessions into one continuous session, and today Jovan only had 2 classes in the morning. After class, Jessica escorted Ryan back to the dormitory as if she were guarding against a thief. Karen pulled out an old pocket watch from her pocket and checked the time. Not having a cell phone, she looked at the watch with reminiscence. To her, it was something very important. Jovan instinctively wanted to pack his books and return to the dormitory but was awkwardly reminded he hadn't brought any. Just as Karen took out the old pocket watch, Jovan's phone, kept in his pants pocket, began vibrating violently, making it seem like a vibrator was placed inside his pocket. Feeling the intense vibration in his pocket, Jovan's expression suddenly changed. Recognizing this familiar sensation, he knew what caused it. A chance encounter with an item exchangeable for immortal coins was nearby. Thinking so, Jovan quickly took out his phone. Strangely, after retrieving it, the phone stopped vibrating abruptly. At this moment, Karen had just returned the old pocket watch to her pocket. Was it that pocket watch? Jovan naturally noticed Karen putting the pocket watch away. Given that everyone had already left, if there was indeed something that could be exchanged for immortal coins, it must have been Karen's pocket watch. "Student Karen, can we take a look at that pocket watch you just took out?" asked Jovan with a forced smile. Karen hesitated. This object was very significant to her. If it were someone else, she wouldn't even consider showing it. But Jovan had saved her last night, and refusing such a small request would make her feel guilty. "All right," agreed Karen reluctantly as she nodded and took out the old bronze pocket watch. Sure enough, Jovan's phone started vibrating intensely again. At this point, Jovan confirmed that the pocket watch was the cause of the vibrations. "Student Karen, can you tell me about the origins of this pocket watch?" Although eager to possess the bronze watch, Jovan could see how significant it was to Karen. Rushing into a purchase might backfire. "This was my mother's legacy." "Okay, Student Jovan, I'm heading back to the dormitory now," said Karen briefly, her eyes welling up, likely thinking of a sad memory. She packed her things hastily and left, unwilling to lose composure in front of Jovan. This seems quite challenging. Jovan sighed after watching Karen leave. From her reaction, acquiring the pocket watch seemed far harder than he imagined. However, since it was an unexpected discovery, not getting it wouldn't result in great loss. After pondering, Jovan reasoned that there'd be opportunities in future interactions with Karen to get the pocket watch. This helped lift his spirits a bit. For lunch, they ordered takeaway, not out of laziness, but because the industry offered substantial discounts. Splitting costs among them meant each meal cost less than 10 yuan yet provided plentiful fish and meat. After lunch, Jovan's phone rang. Answering, he saw an unknown number. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" queried Jovan, puzzled. "Is this Student Jovan?" The voice on the other end was stern and belonged to a middle-aged man. His tone carried anger, suggesting nothing good. "Yes, it's me. What happened?" Jovan wasn't fazed by the situation. He was curious about the caller's identity. "We are from the school's academic affairs office. We've learned about your brawl yesterday and require you to come to our office immediately," replied the voice, sounding increasingly exasperated. This student had injured his son the day before and acted as if nothing happened. Such a troublemaker deserved expulsion. "Got it, I'll head over," Jovan said coldly and hung up. There was no point in being courteous with that tone. Reflecting, he recalled hitting Baldhead yesterday while defending Ralph. Could this call be related to that incident? He had intended to nap, but now that was out of the question. He needed to visit the academic affairs office to clarify the situation, as opposing them wouldn't be wise no matter how powerful he was. Chapter 315. A sky-high demand. Just as Jovan was about to leave the dormitory for the administration office, Kyler's phone and the others rang. The expressions on their faces clearly indicated it wasn't good news. "Jovan, the administration office found out about our fight yesterday. I don't know which fool reported it. If I find out who did this, I'll beat that fool into next week." Kyler looked extremely unhappy. They were in the right. It was the other party who started the fight first, but from the tone of the staff at the administration office, it seemed they were in a tight spot. Jeremiah and Ralph's faces paled even more. If they were expelled due to yesterday's incident, they would probably want to die. "Let's go. It was my action yesterday. You won't be in trouble." Seeing the looks on Kyler and others' faces, Jovan squinted his eyes and consoled them. He could sense that this time, the administration office was likely taking sides with the boy with the buzz cut. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been spoken to like this. If that was true, whether or not they actually hit someone, there would be consequences. The weather was scorching, and under the blazing sun, Jovan and company arrived at the school's administration office. It was a 6-story building, with the administration office on the second floor. This building was somewhat sunken, and the air conditioning inside was very strong. As soon as they stepped into the building, Yovan felt a noticeable coolness. On the second floor, the first office was the school's administration office, a large space connected by several rooms. Upon entering, Yovan immediately saw several familiar faces. The buzz-cut head swollen like a yeast-risen bun, the sharp-faced woman who looked like a fox spirit, and the few boys who had followed the buzz-cut head yesterday and were thrown into the inn lake one by Yovan. The sharp-faced woman still showed fear in her gaze when looking at Yovan. It appeared that yesterday he had left quite a psychological shadow on her. The buzz-cut head, however, looked at Yovan with venomous resentment and hatred mixed with a smug anticipation of what was about to happen. A complex mixture of emotions. Apart from these people, there was a middle-aged man in the office who bore a slight resemblance to the buzz-cut head. Since Yovan and his group entered, this man had been glaring at them angrily. That's the vice principal of our school. By the looks of it, he's probably related to the buzz-cut head. This time we're doomed, said Kyler bitterly. Though they had been justified, they had indeed struck first. If the other side insisted on making a big deal out of this, they were in for trouble. What are you whispering about here? Do you students have any respect for your teachers? When Kyler was talking, the middle-aged man caught him and, as expected, was not friendly. From the beginning, his face darkened, clearly indicating he wasn't there to listen to excuses. Facing the vice principal's reprimand, Yovan remained silent. If the other party had already made up their mind to come after them, no amount of arguing would help. As for Jeremiah and Ralph, brothers who had never faced such a scene before, they were so scared their legs almost gave out. Tears threatened to spill. Seeing the silence among Jovan's group, the buzz-cut head couldn't feel more pleased. This was only the beginning. If he couldn't get these people, especially Yovan, expelled, how would he quench his hatred? His face was unlikely to be swollen this month, and the buzz-cut head despised Yovan. Sorry. Among the reprimands, Ralph was the first to give in, bowing and apologizing. Sorry? Do you think an apology will make things right? Look at what you've done to Gareth. Can a simple apology fix everything? Argyle's tone grew increasingly intense, refusing to let Yovan and his friends defend themselves. Every time Kyler tried to speak up, Argyle drowned him out with even louder words. Now, I am heartbroken about this situation. If I called the police, all of you would be arrested. But to protect Zhanghai University's reputation, I've decided to handle this internally. Here's your chance. Vice Principal Argyle took a breath from a teacup on his desk, then continued, now, the four of you, the main culprit, Yovan, must compensate Gareth with 500,000 yuan. The other three accomplices must each pay 200,000 yuan to Gareth. I will settle this privately for you. Otherwise, all of you will be expelled. 500,000? 200,000? Are you robbing us? Kyler muttered under his breath. However, given the situation, it was clear they weren't just asking for money. If they couldn't pay, they would definitely be expelled. Their demand was outrageously high, not for the money, but to expel Yovan and his group as retribution for the buzz-cut head. Although Vice Principal Rocky had significant power, expelling 4 students at once needed sufficient justification. If they failed to pay, the reason would be ample. Ha, Vice Principal Rocky's mouth is indeed quite wide, Yovan smirked disdainfully. Fine, so you said 500,000 for me and 200,000 each for the other 3, totaling 1.1 million. At first, Vice Principal Rocky looked ready to explode in anger upon hearing Jovan's words, but when Yovan continued, he paused in confusion. You're really going to transfer the money now? Vice Principal Rocky doubted it. This student didn't appear wealthy. His phone was his most valuable possession, and 1.1 million was no small sum. Even for himself, it would be difficult to gather that much money quickly. Yes, have Gareth send over his bank account details, and I'll transfer the money immediately, Yovan affirmed. Earlier, Yovan checked on his phone and discovered that this vice principal was in charge of the school's logistics, a highly profitable position. Yovan couldn't believe that someone in such a position wouldn't want this substantial amount. Watching the nervous expression of the vice principal, Yovan smiled enigmatically. Chapter 316. A dark and windy night. Yovan, we can't. Even if you have 1,100,000 on you, yesterday's incident was clearly not our fault. Why do we have to pay for it? Seeing Yovan really preparing to transfer the money, Kyler hastily pleaded. Yes, yesterday's trouble started because of me. How about letting me quit school? There's no point in staying in such a biased school. Ralph joined in, his tone full of dissatisfaction. He now felt more at ease, glaring at Argyle with pure anger. An honest man doesn't easily get angry, but once he does, there's no stopping him. Deputy Principal Argyle seemed somewhat guilty under the gaze. Pointing at Yovan, he said fiercely, I'll send you the bank account details right now. Transfer the compensation immediately. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah, hurry up and pay, poor guy. That money should be your parents' life savings meant for buying a house, right? Don't pretend to be so calm. Don't overact. Emboldened by Deputy Principal Argyle's support, Gareth's boldness noticeably increased. Though every word made his bruised face throb, he still sneered disdainfully. Watch your mouth, Gareth. Not had enough punches yet. Unable to hold back any longer, Ralph retorted first. His eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed he would stab Gareth if he had a knife now. His words were truly infuriating. Coinciding to Argyle's condescending tone earlier and now, even Ralph, who usually has a good temper, could barely keep himself from exploding. If this situation didn't involve Kyler and others, he wouldn't care about continuing school. These people in front of him wouldn't walk out of this office unscathed. Yovan held back the emotionally charged Ralph, signaling him not to be impulsive. He had plenty of ways to deal with the deputy principal and Gareth without resorting to mutual destruction. Meanwhile, as Argyle mocked them, he provided the bank account number. Without hesitation, Yovan transferred 1,100,000 at an unprecedented speed. Seeing the confirmation messages on their phones, both Argyle and Gareth felt a surreal sensation. Rubbing his bruised face, Gareth felt for the first time that getting hit could be a happy thing. If each beating brought him hundreds of thousands, he'd willingly get hit daily. This thought made Gareth look at Yovan not with hatred but pity. Although there are many fools nowadays, how many are this foolish? Deputy Principal Argyle couldn't hide his satisfaction anymore. Given his income, including the bribes and embezzlements, it would take nearly a year to earn this much money, all while living in constant fear of being caught. But today's money was obtained openly, immune to scrutiny. Thinking of this, Argyle finally understood why there were so many fraudsters. Lying on the ground for cash brought multiple times the earnings of hard work. No wonder some people lowered their dignity for professional scamming. Alright, we'll let bygones be bygones. As for Gareth, I will help persuade him further. He'll forgive you. It's hot outside. You have classes in the afternoon. Go back to your classes. This exemplified someone taking advantage while acting superior. Despite extorting over $1 million from Yovan, Argyle acted like he was helping, irritating Kyler to his core, wishing he could punch this vice principal. The vice principal Argyle smiled, Gareth and his group laughed too, and so did Yovan. Seeing Yovan smiling, Gareth felt uncomfortable. Clearly, he had extorted over $1 million from Yovan, but Yovan looked like he was the one profiting. People tend to derive pleasure from misfortune. My fortune is doubled when someone else suffers. Unable to bear it, Gareth continued, I am magnanimous. Since you've paid, I'll forgive you. You poor students should study hard in university rather than thinking about fighting all day. Fighting gets you nowhere. Despite Gareth's rambling, Yovan smiled calmly, as if listening to praises. Talk on, talk on. In 2 days, you won't be so happy. In his heart, Yovan already sentenced Gareth and the vice principal to a terrible fate. Watching their jubilation now filled him with delight. Goodbye, deputy principal. I hope you continue to laugh this way then, short hair. Remember to laugh bravely. As they left the office, Yovan smiled back, though the chill in his voice made Gareth and the vice principal shudder involuntarily. Is this guy part of some influential family trying to experience life? Something feels off, muttered Gareth, uneasy despite his bravado. Relax. I checked his records. His ancestors were all farmers. Nothing we can't handle. The deputy principal confidently replied. Always prepared. Argyle had maintained his position for years while Gareth had been arrogant because they knew certain people were untouchable. People like Yovan, with no money or power, could be manipulated at will. Back in the dormitory, everyone was quiet. Ralph felt guilty and cried into his pillow. Kyler didn't even take off his shoes, lying down on the bed. They felt guilt and confusion towards Yovan, hesitant to speak to him. Yovan didn't explain much. Actions spoke louder than words. Too much information wasn't beneficial for Kyler and the others. What mattered now was waiting quietly until nightfall. A dark and windy night, perfect for arson and murder. Chapter 317, Playing Ghost. With this thought in mind, Yovan lay on the bed and tucked himself in for a peaceful sleep. The air conditioning was set to its coolest, providing perfect comfort, and he needed all his energy for tonight's mission. This nap lasted until around 6 or 7 in the evening, just as twilight descended. When Yovan awoke, the dorm room was deserted. It appeared that Kyler and the others had gone out to eat. In fact, it was better this way. He could don the invisibility cloak undisturbed from under the pillow at the head of the bed. With a creak, the door of the dormitory opened. Had there been someone there, they would have been frightened half to death by this seemingly empty space behind the door. As he wandered through the vast campus, with people passing by without noticing him, Yovan couldn't help but marvel at the novelty of it. An unscrupulous person with such an invisibility cloak could cause endless headless crimes. The vice principal's residence was among the teachers' quarters within the school grounds. Different ranks were assigned different types of accommodation, so the vice principal, being of high rank, naturally had a detached villa. This significantly eased Jovan's task in locating him. There were only 5 such villas in Jianghai University's teacher housing area, making them easy to search one by one. To an invisible Yovan, no place was off limits. He quickly arrived at the 5 villas. Being allocated such a villa in the bustling city of Jianghai certainly felt like reaching the pinnacle of life. Yet, the vice principal should never have indulged his son's provocations toward Yovan. From the vice principal's sinister face, it was evident where his son inherited his arrogant demeanor. With this thought, Yovan slipped into the first villa through a window. The villa was lit up, yet the living room was empty, filled with Western-style architecture that gave Yovan no clues about its occupant. At that moment, the sound of running water came from upstairs. Curiosity piqued, Yovan headed up. Upstairs was much smaller than the spacious ground floor, consisting of just a few rooms. The bathroom was located at the far left corner of the second floor, its door slightly ajar. The sound of running water was coming from within. Peering into the bathroom, Yovan froze at the sight before him. Through the misty vapor, a graceful figure lounged in a large bathtub, none other than Dorothy, their class counselor and beautiful teacher, whom he had seen earlier that day. Dorothy lay half reclined, her porcelain white arms playing with the thick foam covering her body. During the day, Yovan had noticed this beautiful teacher seemed to be even more well-endowed than Adeline, whose tailored suit suggested fullness. For Dorothy, however, it seemed almost explosive. Now, amidst the steam, half of her breasts were visible above the water, perfectly round and white. The sight made Yovan feel a heat rush to his nose, nearly causing a nosebleed. After taking several glances, Yovan left the villa, puzzled as to why a mere counselor like Dorothy could live in such a luxurious place. But given his goal for the night was to gather evidence against the vice principal, this question was swiftly put aside. The second villa housed an elderly couple, while the third was entirely empty and covered in dust, likely unoccupied. In the fourth villa, Yovan finally found the vice principal and the buzz-cut young man dining with a middle-aged woman. He sat quietly on a stool, listening to understand their relationship. That freshman is just a fool. His bank card surely has plenty of money. Dad, maybe you can squeeze him for some more after a few days, said the buzz-cut youth, eyes gleaming with greed. How dare you speak like that? I'm not squeezing him. I'm asking for mental distress and medical fees. But indeed, looking at him, he still seems to have a lot in his account. I'll call him to my office in 2 days and see if I can get more, Vice Principal Argyle chuckled, giving Gareth a playful tap on the head, though his words sent a chill down Jovan's spine. Exactly, that guy hit me so hard. A bit of compensation is too cheap for him. As long as he stays in the school, we'll find ways to torment him. And Dad, tell the archaeology faculty to keep an eye on him. Gareth placed a piece of meat in Argyle's bowl, speaking with venom. Jovan listened, his expression growing colder. These people were no good, especially the silent middle-aged woman who looked smug. Their dinner was slow, accompanied by a celebratory drink over their successful harassment, and Jovan decided it was time to teach them a lesson. With the invisibility cloak, pretending to be a ghost would be flawless, especially against a family who had committed many misdeeds and thus feared such occurrences. As the saying goes, if your conscience is clear, you won't fear ghosts knocking. Standing next to the dining table, Jovan slapped the buzzcut youth's face mid-conversation. Hey, Dad, why did you hit me? Gareth clutched his already swollen cheek, looking at Vice Principal Argyle accusingly. I hit you? Are you kidding? Can't you see if I were hitting you? Replied Argyle, noting the clear slap heard by everyone present. Maybe it was just my imagination. Gareth shook his head, feeling guilty. Slap. Another slap landed on Argyle's face, sending silence throughout the house. Hashtag chapter 318. Please step into the trap. Argyle touched his face, feeling the stinging heat. A chill crept up from the bottom of his heart. If Gareth's slap could be considered a mistake earlier, how could he explain this slap on his own face? Seeing Argyle holding his cheek with a terrified look, Gareth finally felt fear himself. Rustling. Just as the air was about to freeze solid, a series of sharp sounds echoed. The dishes on the table were knocked off by an invisible force, smashing onto the ground in a chaotic mess, soup splattering everywhere. This supernatural scene could only remind one of that horrifying thing, especially for Gareth and Argyle, who had committed many wrongdoings. They were nearly crying out in fright. My goodness! The middle-aged woman with the fat head couldn't handle such a shocking sight. She rolled her eyes and fainted dead away. Kimberly, is it you? I'm sorry. I know I've done wrong. As Jovan wreaked havoc under his invisibility cloak, the bald-headed Gareth knelt down sobbing uncontrollably, bowing his head repeatedly. Vice Principal Argyle also stood up grimly, addressing the empty room. Kimberly, I know your vengeful spirit has returned. Back then, my son was at a crucial stage preparing for the college entrance exam. Even though he raped you and got you pregnant accidentally, we did pay compensation. You shouldn't have tangled with my son at that time, and insisted on reporting it to the police. We were left with no choice, and we hope you can understand us. You're already dead. Please stop bothering my son. Vice Principal Argyle's tone was sincere, but his words chilled the heart. The way he casually mentioned murder revealed just how ruthless he truly was. Yes, Kimberly, rest in peace. At most, I'll burn more paper money for you during festivals. Please don't torment me any longer. Gareth, utterly frightened, kept bowing on the ground. Unlike Argyle, he lacked courage, being the main culprit behind the incident. His tears mingled with terror. Jovan hadn't anticipated hearing such news while investigating corruption evidence against the vice principal. But the more he listened, the colder his expression became, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the father and son. But for people who have committed so many evils, killing them would be too merciful. With that thought, Jovan approached Gareth, pinching his throat and speaking in a ghostly, sinister voice. I died so miserably. It's so cold down here. My child wants to see you. Come down with me. From Gareth's perspective, the previously empty air suddenly filled with voices. After hearing what was said, Gareth had no other thoughts. Extreme fear clouded his mind, leaving him unable to discern that the voice didn't sound like Kimberly's. I'm sorry, Kimberly. I really am sorry. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Gareth's psychological breakdown was complete, and the smell of urine spread as a puddle of liquid formed beneath his pants. Vice Principal Argyle didn't fare much better. Though braver than Gareth, when real horror appeared before him, his lips quivered, trying to speak but unable to utter a word as his body shook violently. While Gareth was the main perpetrator, Argyle was an accomplice. He had paid someone to pour cement over Kimberly's body and dump her in the school lake. Despite covering his tracks, Kimberly's vengeful spirit had still found him. Reflecting on this, Vice Principal Argyle slapped himself hard and knelt beside the dining table, speaking gravely, Kimberly, everyone pays for their crimes. My son didn't know anything back then. I know you died unjustly, but all those actions were mine. If you seek revenge, target me, not my son. Though Gareth was despicable, he was the last hope of the Rocky family, and Argyle partly blamed himself for Gareth's current state. Hence, Argyle was willing to die in his son's place. Hearing Argyle's words, Jovan's anger intensified instead of fading. However, if he could gather evidence of their murder, it would suffice to send the father and son to prison for decades. Continuing in his eerie tone while holding the phone, Jovan said, I died so miserably. Where did you throw me? It's so cold here. Move me somewhere else, and I will leave you alone. Terrified and having peed his pants, Gareth lifted his head upon hearing the last sentence, a strong will to live flashing in his eyes. And Argyle asked in disbelief, Kimberly, is that true? If we move you somewhere else, you'll let us go? Jovan remained silent, the air eerily quiet. Argyle felt chills run down his spine, knowing Kimberly's spirit was watching him closely. Fine. We'll dredge you up right now and give you a proper place. Guaranteed the best cemetery in Jianghai City, spacious and sunny. Sensing the creepy silence, Argyle dragged the limp Gareth almost jogging away from the villa toward the school's central Yanhu Lake. The night was deep, and there was not a soul around Yanhu Lake. They had hidden Kimberly's body in a spot where no one would think to look. So all they needed to do now was retrieve the cement block containing Kimberly's body. Watching the fleeing Argyle and his son, Jovan pulled out his phone and dialed the police, briefly explaining that he had seen someone digging up a corpse. Then he hung up. It was easy to imagine that a crime in a school would prompt an unusually swift police response. Intercepting Argyle and Gareth while they were unearthing the body would be extremely satisfying for Yovan. After Argyle and his son left, Yovan began searching each room one by one. After losing over $1 million earlier in the day, he had to recover some of his losses. Chapter 319. Spectating with confidence. After making 2 rounds inside the small villa, Yovan emerged contentedly. His hands were empty, but the number of immortal coins in his heavenly Taba shop had increased by 400. There were indeed quite a few antiques placed around the vice principal's home, but only an unremarkable little bowl qualified to be exchanged for immortal coins. It was this unremarkable little bowl that contributed 400 immortal coins to Yovan. To date, Yovan still hadn't figured out the pattern behind exchanging antiques for immortal coins. Previously, Adeline also brought over some genuine antiques, but only one could be exchanged. Most antiques couldn't be converted into immortal coins at all. Therefore, finding a small bowl worth 400 immortal coins already made Yovan very satisfied. Leaving the villa laden with gains, Yovan headed towards Yen Lake. As he walked out from the villa, he conveniently grabbed a packet of sunflower seeds. He was certain there would be a good show soon. Watching it while munching on sunflower seeds would surely be a delightful experience. At the southwest corner of Yen Lake, the sky was now overcast, with thick clouds obscuring the moon and dimming the stars. 2 shadowy figures arrived here furtively. These were Gareth and Argyle, the father-son duo who were terrified out of their wits. This area was a lotus pond, surrounded by a concrete wall to prevent students from picking the lotuses. It was said that this decision was made by a vice principal back then. Some thought it unnecessary to treat students like thieves, but the insistence of this vice principal led to the construction of this somewhat peculiar concrete wall. That vice principal was none other than Argyle, and the poor girl named Kimberly was now encased within this concrete wall. Yen Lake's vicinity was deserted now. Argyle and Gareth found a large iron hammer somewhere and were hammering away at the wall, drenched in sweat but not daring to slack off even a bit. Any slight movement made them jump, their nervous behavior causing Yovan, watching from a nearby bench, to shake his head continuously. People who do wrong will eventually face their due punishment. Sitting not far from them on a bench by the lake, Yovan watched with interest as he noticed several vehicles quietly driving into the school premises. Because they didn't use sirens, Gareth and Argyle, busy smashing the wall, didn't see the police cars arrive. Soon, nearly a dozen policemen disembarked from 3 police cars, surrounding the entire Yen Lake. Powerful spotlights turned night into day, leaving Argyle and Gareth, who were smashing the wall, momentarily stunned, covering their eyes, unsure what had happened. Don't move. Hands up. Upon spotting the father-son duo at the southwest corner of Yen Lake, the policemen quickly drew their guns, aiming at them, ordering sternly. The informant's description was detailed, and seeing the suspects wielding iron hammers and other weapons, the police naturally became tense. Gareth had never seen such a scene before. With several guns pointing at him, his iron hammer clattered to the ground, which almost caused a few more guns to aim at him, nearly scaring him senseless again. Don't shoot, don't shoot. Vice Principal Argyle was much steadier than Gareth. He raised his hands and forced a smile uglier than crying, saying to the police with a trace of hope, "Comrades, isn't there some misunderstanding? I'm the vice principal of this school. I saw this student damaging public property tonight and came to reprimand him. Do you think we're blind, not seeing the big iron hammer in your hand? Someone reported you for hiding a corpse after murder. Evidence is solid. Come with us." A middle-aged policeman stepped forward from the formation, sneering. Hearing the policeman's words, Argyle lost all hope. Despair washed over his face, and he slumped to the ground. Under the policeman's questioning, Gareth crumbled first, spilling out the entire story. Finally, the police broke through the concrete wall, identified the corpse, and confirmed it matched a missing person case from years ago. Ironclad evidence left no doubt. There was no escape for Gareth and Argyle. Watching the police cars zoom away, Yovan finished the last sunflower seed in his hand, stood up, and left, leaving behind a pile of shells. The next day, while Yovan was catching up on sleep, he felt a shaking sensation. Opening his eyes, he saw Kyler, whose joy was obvious. "Yovan, do you know something big happened at school today?" Kyler seemed eager to share, like someone who just won $5 million and wanted to spread the joy. Yovan didn't answer Kyler, instead glancing under the bed where Ralph and Jeremiah were looking over, refreshed from yesterday's low spirits, full of energy. "What is it? Did you fall in love?" Yovan asked knowingly. "Hey, even if I did fall in love, it wouldn't make me this happy." Kyler responded impatiently. "Remember that vice principal who extorted over $1 million from you? He got his just desserts. The whole school's talking about how he's been caught red-handed for murder and burying a body. Enrique, do you know what's the most satisfying? That old vice principal's son got dragged along too. When I heard this news, I was genuinely happy." At this point, Jeremiah chimed in excitedly. Yovan nodded, pretending to be surprised. "Oh right, Enrique. What about the over $1 million that old vice principal extorted from you? We should go get that money back." Kyler suddenly remembered, his face changing with urgency. "No worries, he repaid the money with interest." Yovan laughed. In his heart, immortal coins were far more valuable than money. Those 400 immortal coins from last night were far more precious than $1 million. He repaid it? That's good, that's good. Hearing Jovan's reassurance, Kyler breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Yovan paid the money on behalf of everyone, and hearing it was recovered, Jeremiah and Ralph felt relieved as well. Compared to yesterday, the dorm room now buzzed with a positive atmosphere. Kyler suggested going out for a celebration, but considering it was the end of the month and funds were tight, this idea was abandoned. Chapter 320, To the Rooftop. Classes were held in the afternoon, and the dorm mates went to the teaching building for their lessons. The bustling crowd and lively classroom grew quiet once they reached the archaeology college's building. A few people entered the teaching building while the rest dispersed. Yovan sat at his seat. Ryan and Karen had already arrived and left an empty seat for Yovan. He sat down as usual, preparing to sleep. In a state between sleeping and waking, he was suddenly awakened by a sensation. Someone was chatting incessantly nearby. Really, Xiao classmate. I came here today just to apologize for what happened the other day. Please accept my sincere apologies. Opening his eyes, he saw a large bunch of bright red roses swaying above him. The one holding the flowers was none other than Nelly, the handsome upperclassman who had welcomed the freshmen that day. As the chairman of the student union and blessed with good looks, every appearance of his attracted many infatuated young girls' screams. However, Nelly had never been in a relationship. He could be considered a famous Prince Charming of Shanghai University. The reason why he hadn't pursued anyone was that no girl met his standards. Either they were plain-looking or beautiful but lacked substance. That day, Nelly felt a strange impulse to greet the freshman. Upon seeing Ryan for the first time, he was taken aback by her beauty. Initially, he thought it was merely a fleeting admiration, which would fade with time. For so long, it had always been others pursuing him, the eldest son of the Zhou family and a prominent figure in Shanghai City. There was no way he would chase after someone due to a mere encounter. But as time passed, the image of the beautiful girl became increasingly vivid in Nelly's mind, making him restless and unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Previously, Nelly scoffed at the concept of love at first sight, believing such stories to be cliché and unrealistic. However, when it happened to him, he realized that love at first sight was real. Ryan remained expressionless and replied coldly, "I have a boyfriend." Her words hit Nelly like a splash of icy water, shocking him to the bone. He couldn't believe this freshman already had a boyfriend. He could not imagine what kind of man could match up to such a beautiful girl. Despite the heavy blow from the news, Nelly adjusted his emotions and responded with a smile. "Classmate, admiring someone is not wrong. I didn't know you had a boyfriend earlier. In order to express my apologies, would you like to have dinner with me?" Of course, Nelly had ulterior motives. While speaking, he revealed his Porsche key from his pocket to Ryan. Although it was common for couples to exchange roses on campus, Nelly's loud voice made this corner a center of attention. Seeing Nelly pull out the Porsche key, everyone around gasped. Many female students from other majors envied the scene and wished Nelly would turn his affections towards them. "I told you before, I have a boyfriend. It's immoral to try and lure away someone else's partner." Ryan remained indifferent, her tone still icy, keeping others at arm's length. But as she spoke, she glanced at Yovan beside her, feeling a little embarrassed. Talking about this next to him must make him feel very pleased. Before Nelly could respond, several figures appeared at the back door of the classroom, led by a tall man in sports gear. They looked around until their gazes settled on Yovan. With a good memory, Yovan immediately recognized two of them from a previous conflict during military training. They were physical education majors. Indeed, moments later, the tall man approached with the others and patted Burnell on the shoulder. "Hey, Mr. Zhou, what are you doing here?" "I'm here for some matters. What are you guys up to?" Nelly's tone was casual. He only had a passing acquaintance with these people and, deep down, looked down on those rowdy sports students who like to cause trouble. "Well, we're just looking for someone to chat." The tall man laughed obsequiously, pointing at Yovan. "It's that guy. But if he knows you, then we'll give him a break today." Nelly initially wanted to say yes, but recalling how Ryan looked at Yovan, he hesitated and shook his head. "We don't know each other." Hearing Nelly's reply, the big guy roughly slapped Yovan on the shoulder and demanded, "Hey, little freshman, what's your name?" "Yovan." Yovan yawned, smiling faintly. "Yovan, come with us for a moment," the big guy said, his tone unfriendly. This person had gotten his brother into a major offense during the fight in the military training. Though the culprit that day was a woman, Yovan was the main cause. "Let's go to the rooftop. It's quieter there, and nobody will bother us." Yovan stood up, his tone calm. The big guy stared at Jovan's composed expression, surprised at his calmness. However, confident in his backup and manpower, he wasn't worried about any sudden incidents. Plus, the rooftop was a perfect place for a beating. Deciding to follow Yovan, the big guy trailed behind him, like a follower. Chapter 321, Dormitory Bonding, Part 1. There was an iron door on the rooftop of the teaching building, usually not allowing anyone to enter or exit. However, it was evident that the group led by Chris had come prepared. Seeing the iron door, a skinny student at the back of the group pulled out a piece of wire from his pocket and inserted it into the lock. Before 5 seconds had passed, the lock clicked open with ease. Yovan walked onto the platform first, followed by the rest of Chris's gang who entered one after another. They looked at Jovan's back with smirks on their faces, while the last person to enter closed the iron door behind him. Standing high up, the view from the rooftop provided a clear sight of the school's landscape, which put Yovan in a fairly good mood. One sports student with braids could no longer endure being ignored. He started with a running jump and kicked hard at Jovan's back. Bang! To the surprise of the student with braids, it seemed as though Yovan had eyes in the back of his head. Just before the kick landed, Yovan moved slightly to the left, evading the attack. Due to the full force used, the braided student lost balance and slammed onto the ground. The rough concrete surface caused several areas on his body to become scraped. Enraged, he got up and swung a punch directly at Yovan. Under the unclear movements observed from the side, it appeared as if the boy with braids suddenly lost his balance and fell backward. This fall was even more severe than the first one, leaving him whimpering on the ground and unable to stand up again. Trained in martial arts? Chris's expression changed as he saw Yovan remain unperturbed. He stepped forward and asked seriously. Though others hadn't seen Jovan's actions, Chris did. When Cole, the braided student, punched toward Yovan, Jovan's foot had slightly moved to block Cole's punch. It looked as if Cole had hit himself. Yovan turned around and glanced at the tall sports students in front of him, curling his fingers invitingly. "Come on all together. I'm in a rush to get back and sleep. Go to class." 10 minutes later, Yovan returned to the classroom casually. Class was yet to start, and seeing Yovan return as if nothing had happened, murmurs began filling the room. Those tall students looked fiercely menacing earlier, and many students were placing bets on whether Yovan would return at all, and if so, what kind of injuries he might have suffered. Nelly, sitting in the back row, also wore an expression of disbelief upon seeing Yovan return. As the student union president, he naturally had his ways to gather information. He already knew Yovan was summoned out because he had offended Pang Denny's brother and forced him to drop out. According to Pang Denny's temperament, he wouldn't let this slide. But now, what had happened? Pang Denny was the bulky guy who confronted Yovan earlier. His real name was Pang Denny, earning him the nickname Fat Dragon due to his robust build. Naturally, people called him Remy instead of using his nickname. Pang Denny was a member of the school's taekwondo club, known for his strong physique and fiery temper. His younger brother had been coerced into dropping out by someone else. Now, Fat Dragon had grandly summoned the culprit outside, but apparently, nothing happened. Or rather, something definitely had happened. Filled with curiosity, Nelly couldn't stay seated and headed toward the rooftop. When Yovan said he was going to the rooftop earlier, Nelly was there and thus knew where they had gone. Yovan had returned unharmed. What about the others? An unbelievable thought crossed Nelly's mind. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, but given the close relationship between Yovan and his crush, he wanted to investigate further. The rooftop was on the top floor, 6th story. For Nelly, climbing 6 floors was no trouble. Reaching the small iron door, he found it unlocked and pushed it open, only to freeze at the scene before him. Several individuals lay sprawled out haphazardly on the cemented rooftop floor. One of them, visibly bruised and injured, could barely be identified as the previous bulky figure. Ignoring the strange looks from his classmates, Yovan continued to nap on the desk. He rarely paid attention to specialized classes, let alone long-winded general education courses. Unbeknownst to him, someone nudged him awake. Opening his eyes, he saw most of the students had left the classroom. Even Nelly, who kept pestering Abigail like a fly, had disappeared. Abigail watched him somewhat helplessly. Yovan, who seemed possessed by the god of sleep, truly amazed her. Let's go. It's time to finish school. All right. Yovan gathered his things and walked beside Abigail. Yovan, I want to take up a part-time job to develop myself, Abigail whispered. Although she received ample living expenses from home, she still wanted to stand on her own feet and utilize her abundant free time to grow. Hearing this, Yovan nodded approvingly, supporting Abigail's decision entirely. Just remember to prioritize your safety when working part-time. If you're not satisfied, switch jobs immediately. Anyway, these are just temporary positions. By the way, I own shares in a restaurant on campus. How about working there? It'd be safer that way. Yovan suddenly remembered he owned a few restaurants on campus. If Abigail insisted on working part-time, why go far when nearby options offered safety among mostly students? Sure, I'll consider it. Abigail nodded after some thought. She had decent cooking skills, and a chef position at a restaurant wouldn't be bad. Yovan initially thought about suggesting Abigail manage the restaurant, but reconsidered. The restaurant was a gift from Adeline. While the expenses came from him, he felt it wasn't appropriate, nor would Abigail agree. Oh, tonight we're having a dinner gathering in our dormitory, followed by karaoke. Want to join us for a dormitory bonding session? Abigail asked, turning back as they were about to climb the stairs. Chapter 322, Dormitory Bonding 2. Dormitory bonding? With the girls' dorm? Kyler was taken aback by Jovan's words, loudly repeating them in disbelief. Happiness came too suddenly, and the entire 438 dormitory burst into cheers. Even Jeremiah and Ralph got a little excited. Jeremiah spent his days glued to his phone, engaging in a long-distance romance with a girl for nearly a month now. As Kyler put it, they had been talking for almost a month. But Ralph hadn't even seen a single photo of the girl, only meeting her once during military training. Ralph was the eternal singleton. Although he was more outgoing than Jeremiah, his tall and lanky figure was far from what girls typically preferred. As for Kyler, he wouldn't settle for just any woman. There was that one time when things were getting steamy between him and a girl, but as soon as he impatiently took off his shoes, the poor girl was so overwhelmed by the smell that she threw up on the spot. From then on, the girl, supposedly from the film and media school, reacted to Kyler as if he were a ghost. While this dealt a blow to Kyler, his resilience was like Shao Bellamy's, unshaken. Hearing Jovan's words, Kyler regained his spirit, determined to make a good impression in front of the 4 girls tonight. Hey, Ralph, lend me your comb. Jeremiah, where are my socks? Kyler, since when did you stuff your socks under my bed? Nearly fainted from the stench. Half an hour later, with a full head of gel, Kyler emerged first from the dormitory, exuding a style reminiscent of Juantal Magu. Even Ralph, usually unkempt, dressed himself neatly, wearing his best pair of nearly brand new Nike shoes. Normally, they wouldn't be this well prepared, but at the thought of soon meeting those charming girls, they instantly transformed into midnight wolves. For this event, Kyler and the others each borrowed 500 yuan from Yovan. It was the end of the month, and everyone was practically penniless, barely able to afford instant noodles. They had already made up their minds. They would eat nothing but instant noodles for half the next month. Yovan called Callie to confirm their location. It turned out to be a hot pot place in the small streets behind the campus, surprising Yovan a bit. It was Zhang Wanong Hot Pot, a local chain store known for its affordable prices and decent ambience. Perfect for a gathering. Upon hearing this news, Kyler's initial anxiety eased. A simple hot pot shouldn't cost much. Since this was a joint dormitory event, Yovan and the 3 others confirmed the time and went to the girls' dormitory building, waiting outside under a willow tree to escort the 4 girls to dinner. The girls' dormitory was bustling with students, mostly girls, and the security auntie gave them such a stern look that they didn't dare step inside, opting to wait outside instead. Facing the curious gazes of passers-by, Kyler and the others held their heads high. At Zhanghai University, with its skewed gender ratio, waiting for girls at the dormitory entrance was an enviable feat. After about 10 minutes, Yovan called, only to be told Callie was still washing her hair. Half an hour passed before Callie finally emerged, saying her hair was dry. Sorry to keep you waiting. Callie wore a rare pink dress that accentuated her youthful charm, making even Yovan, who was used to seeing her every day, feel refreshed. Behind her were 3 other girls, each unique. A cute, round-faced girl named Rosalind, a mature beauty teacher-like figure named Jolie, and a long-tailed, innocent beauty named Perry, whose beauty rivaled Callie. No problem at all, you're not late. The timing is perfect for us to enjoy dinner with the beauties, Kyler interjected with a gentlemanly smile before Yovan could speak. Behind him, Jeremiah and Ralph shot him the middle finger, who was so eager just moments ago. Now, seeing these beauties, he turned completely charming. Hey there, what's the name of this handsome boy with such sweet words? Jolie smiled, her eyes brightening at Kyler. Indeed, Kyler looked like a young pretty boy. No wonder he caught her attention. My name is Kyler, and I'm not so young, he joked back. Hee hee, your boyfriend's friend sure is funny. Jolie giggled, covering her mouth and speaking to Callie. Jolie, don't say nonsense, we haven't clarified our relationship yet. Callie blushed. Laughter filled the air as they headed toward the back street. Through brief conversations, Yovan learned more about the girls. Jolie was bold and outspoken, currently in a soon-to-end relationship. Rosalind, the quiet, round-faced girl, seemed introverted but was still single, catching Jeremiah's interest. Finally, Perry, one of the top 10 beauties of Zhanghai University, walked alongside Callie, giving off an air of detachment and sophistication. She rarely spoke, but always maintained a faint smile. With Kyler being the chatty one, the journey wasn't boring. Laughter and chatter accompanied them as they approached the hot pot restaurant. To their surprise, they encountered an acquaintance right at the door. Chapter 323, Complicated. Nellie definitely believed in the concept of fate. While aimlessly strolling through the back streets, he unexpectedly ran into Xiao Marlonaji, who seemed to be pretending not to know him. Nellie's lips twitched, but being as thick-skinned as he was, he smiled and approached them. Xiao Marlonaji, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here today. Nellie's eyes were only on Ryan. He even ignored the other girls behind her. Yes, quite a coincidence. But we are having a dormitory gathering. Ryan's expression turned cold, implying that if there wasn't any other matter, it would be better not to intrude. Why not join us then? Everyone's a classmate, and besides, I haven't had dinner yet. I can join your gathering, Nellie said with a smile, either misunderstanding or feigning ignorance to Ryan's words. Yovan suspected the latter. Ryan was about to refuse when Perry, who had been silently standing behind her, stepped forward and spoke for the first time that night. Sure. Anyway, it's a classmate gathering. It's just another pair of chopsticks. Since this senior knows Ryan, why don't you join us for dinner? Hearing Perry's words, Yovan finally realized that she could speak. He had thought she was mute since she hadn't spoken from the start. However, Yovan, who had sharp eyes, noticed that despite her seemingly innocent and aloof demeanor, Perry showed unusual enthusiasm towards Nellie once she saw the luxury car key hanging from his pants. Everyone has different pursuits. Some love fame, some love romance, and some like crying in a BMW. So, Yovan decided not to comment too much. Still, seeing Kyler's odd look at Perry, Yovan silently mourned for him. With Perry's words, Ryan refrained from being the one to refuse rudely, just nodding uncomfortably. All right then, let's have dinner together. After getting Ryan's consent, Nellie gratefully nodded to Perry. To win over a girl, it's crucial to be on good terms with her close friends. Nellie decided that although Xiao Marlonaji didn't seem interested, if he persisted and won over her roommates, conquering Xiao Marlonaji wouldn't be far off. The group entered the spicy hot pot restaurant, which had an interior design similar to a fast food joint and included private booths. Upon entering, Nellie couldn't wait to show off in front of Xiao Marlonaji. When choosing dishes, he loudly declared, "It's really delightful to meet Xiao Marlonaji today. Don't hold back. Tonight's meal is on me." Not only did Yovan feel awkward by Nellie's declaration, but so did the diners around them. Eating hot pot doesn't cost much. How could paying make someone feel superior? That's fine. We'll go Dutch. No need for Xiao Marlonaji to spend money. It's equality. Seeing the awkwardness, Perry intervened to ease the tension. Haha, my mistake, my mistake. Nellie quickly followed up, relieved to escape the awkwardness. Although Nellie joined, it didn't significantly affect the dormitory gathering. Kyler clearly took a fancy to Perry, often finding topics to chat with her. However, Perry remained aloof with Kyler, but occasionally showed politeness towards Nellie. Nellie focused only on Ryan. Jeremiah seemed to like the older sister-type girl, who in turn had a crush on Kyler. The scene was chaotic, almost incomprehensible. Yovan didn't care about such nonsense. He sat with Ryan, eating if there was food, not joining their casual chats if not. After dinner, Kyler suggested going to KTV to sing, aiming to spend more time with Perry. This suggestion made Nellie's eyes light up. Just earlier, he failed to impress during the hot pot dinner. Now was a perfect chance to make up for it. Why don't I treat everyone to singing at Crystal Palace tonight? Nellie proposed earnestly. I'll send the ladies first, and the guys can take a cab. Crystal Palace? The famous KTV in Zhanghai City? Hearing this, Perry's view of Nellie changed. Its expenses weren't low, easily costing tens of thousands for drinks alone. Someone willing to spend tens of thousands without hesitation looked very wealthy in Perry's eyes. A golden turtle son-in-law. Yes, exactly that place. I've already reserved a private room on my phone. Let's head there now. Nellie felt proud of Perry's implied praise. After displaying his financial strength, he was sure it would win Xiao Marlonaji's heart. Even if it didn't work, it showed Xiao Marlonaji wasn't materialistic. Anyway, a few 10,000 yuan meant nothing to him. Chasing a girl required spending money. Ryan didn't want to go singing but couldn't refuse after her roommate's persuasion, reluctantly getting into the car. Pa, showing off because you have a little money. Kyler spat on the ground as the Porsche drove away. He wasn't blind. He noticed Perry's interest in Nellie and her coldness toward him. But love makes people blind. Kyler believed Perry was temporarily blinded and would surely be moved by his sincerity once she realized money isn't everything. Yovan glanced at Kyler, wanting to offer advice but unsure how. This situation was clear to outsiders but confusing to those involved. Even Yovan himself felt like a tangled mess. Chapter 224. Arrogance. Seeing the uninvited guests, a few men with buzz cuts, Nellie, who was duetting with Perry, furrowed his brow, put down the microphone, and walked over to them. These were not easygoing individuals. While none of them individually had as much clout or background as Nelly, their collective influence rendered him unable to challenge them. Each of these wealthy young men operated differently. Nelly himself was relatively mild-mannered, while these buzzcut men were notorious troublemakers who engaged in brawls constantly but had never run into serious trouble due to their family's protection. For people like this, even Nelly chose to avoid confrontation. For one might provoke an unprecedented disaster at any moment. Pride and fearlessness did not exempt one from encountering someone more powerful. Nelly always reminded himself that there are always stronger people out there beyond your imagination. Wow, I heard from my friend earlier that Master Zhou would be here. I didn't believe it until now. Surprisingly, the well-known decent guy, Master Zhou, really comes to such places. The lead man had a scar on his face and went by chance. He had some unresolved issues with Nelly. Due to their different social circles, he had never found a good chance for payback, especially considering Master Zhou's family was no less influential than his and possibly even more so. People like Chance were only so arrogant because they relied on their family connections. Otherwise, they'd just be ordinary thugs. Hence, Chance had been restraining his urge to pick a fight with Nelly all this time. But Crystal Palace was his territory. Emboldened by alcohol and encouraged by his peers, Chance came to this private room intending to humiliate Nelly. Chance? What brings you here? This is a private gathering between my friends and me, not a place for you and your shady pals. Seeing the unfriendly buzzcut heads, Nelly said somewhat harshly, forcing himself to be firm, though he had his backing since the Zhou family was several tiers above the Wu family who dabbled in criminal activities. Hey, Master Zhou, what's wrong with us coming here? Aren't we also your friends? Why do you treat us like this? Ignoring Nelly's words, the buzzcut men took seats on the couches. The couches were already crowded with people, becoming even tighter with these additional 3. Faced with these ruffians, Nelly couldn't come up with a good solution. Although he wasn't afraid of them, they didn't have to fear him either. These were family matters. As long as they didn't physically harm him, the Zhou family wouldn't react. Phew, these little sisters sure are cute. Due to the dim lighting, Chance had initially intended to sit for a bit and make Nelly uncomfortable before leaving, but when he saw Abigail and Perry, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Despite having seen many women, he hadn't seen anyone as exquisite as them, let alone 2 simultaneously. Ladies, this humble person goes by the name Wu, specifically Chance, which implies strength and power. Nelly's just a coward. Following him will only lead you to hardship. Why don't you consider following me? I promise you'll live lavishly and stay in the clouds. Once drunk, people tend to babble incoherently. Moreover, beauty could bewitch even those who weren't naturally attracted. Staring at the 2 exquisite ladies, Chance felt a tickling sensation in his heart, leading to lewd speech. K off. Perry blushed slightly but dared not speak up, acting like a classic wronged housewife. Abigail, however, was fearless and flipped Chance off. Hearing Abigail's response, Chance's eyes lit up, pleased to find a reason to cause trouble. His expression darkened, staring fiercely at Abigail. I'm showing respect because you're beautiful. You've insulted me. You must come to our private room and drink with us. Otherwise, you won't leave Crystal Palace tonight. Staring at Abigail, whose charming appearance made Chance almost drool, he wondered if she'd even leave intact if she entered their room. They had harmed countless girls, hidden under their family's protection, growing increasingly reckless. Adamar calmly sipped tea beside her. Knowing Abigail's fiery personality and knowing his presence would prevent any physical altercation, Adamar remained calm. Sure enough, upon hearing the buzzcuts asking her to drink with them, Abigail erupted. She pointed her finger at Chance, scolding him fiercely. What a joke! Do you think this ugly mug can make Brittany accompany you? When you were born, was it sulfuric acid instead of amniotic fluid in your mother's womb? Seriously, you're so ugly you break the sky yet think yourself handsome. Many people witnessing Abigail's fierce response were taken aback. Nelly stood rooted to the spot, surprised. In his mind, girls like Abigail seemed cold on the surface but had fiery hearts. Juantal did he know he was half right. Abigail's heart wasn't just fiery but volcanic. Adamar found her behavior commonplace. However, Chance had never been spoken to this way. Fuming, he pointed at Abigail, struggling to breathe properly. A buzzcut head behind Chance couldn't stand it anymore, grabbing a wine bottle from the table, threatening Abigail, apologize to Brother Wu right now, or I'll make your head bloom immediately. Ah, someone's hitting a woman. Before Abigail could respond, Perry screamed and retreated, looking terrified. Seeing Abigail threatened, Nelly finally stood up, standing protectively in front of her. Chapter 325, Calling for Help. Chance, have I not shown you enough respect? Didn't I tell you she is my classmate? Or are you representing the Wu family to cause trouble for our Zhou family? Fine, Nelly, we'll see this through. Nelly looked at Chance, whose demeanor was brash, and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Seeing Nelly's anger, Chance didn't confront him head-on but pointed at Dolores, replying irritably, Young Master Zhou, it's only because of your face that I restrain myself from acting. But you know my temper. That bitch insulted me just now. Even if you can protect her for a while, can you really protect her forever? I, Chance, am not unreasonable either. Today I give this stinky bitch 2 choices. Either toast and apologize with us, or we meet under different circumstances later. But when that time comes, I won't recognize her as young Master Zhou's friend. This was a blatant threat. Upon hearing Chance's words, Nelly's expression changed. He knew how reckless and unscrupulous this group could be. Although they wouldn't dare harm him, with any pretext, they would take action against his classmates, a situation he couldn't stop. Yet, he absolutely couldn't let Chance take anyone away. He knew what kind of people Chance and his gang were. No matter what, he couldn't allow Juantal's sister Xiaoshua to be led into a tiger's den. Slap. At this moment, a crisp sound echoed. The round-faced girl had already developed a bright red handprint on her cheek, crying softly while clutching her face. The short-haired youth beside her cursed loudly. F asterisk asterisk asterisk, I just touched your thigh, and you dare hit me? If I wasn't in a good mood today, I would have sent you to a bar to break you in. What a joke. The scene descended into chaos. A few girls comforted the round-faced one, who had been slapped. Jeremiah, who harbored feelings for her, clenched his fists, furious, and shouted at the short-haired boy. What gives you the right to hit someone? If I feel like hitting someone, I'll hit them. Who do you think you are? You should keep your junk in check. The short-haired youth retorted arrogantly. Jeremiah wasn't a match in verbal sparring and, after a few sentences, flushed with rage, charged suicidally at the short-haired youth. However, the short and plump Jeremiah was no match for the tall and robust short-haired youth. Before he even got close, Jeremiah was kicked forcefully in the chest, landing hard on the ground, unable to get up. The short-haired youth clearly didn't intend to spare Jeremiah. Normally, people avoided them at all costs, so encountering someone brave, or foolish, enough to fight back was rare. He stepped forward, ready to kick again. However, at this moment, a figure blocked his path. Enough. Slap yourself 10 times, and I'll consider today's incident settled. Yovan stood before the short-haired youth, his eyes flashing dangerously as he looked at Jeremiah lying on the ground in agony. Looking at the seemingly insignificant young man blocking him and hearing his demand, the short-haired youth almost laughed. Was this guy crazy, daring to speak so boldly to him? What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Just as the short-haired youth sneered coldly, his expression suddenly changed, and he kicked towards Jovan's crotch. Experienced in fighting, he knew the most vulnerable spots on a human body, especially the most fragile part of a man. As the kick approached, Jovan's eyes narrowed, murderous intent arising within him. With such force, a normal man might lose the ability to have children. This short-haired youth was vicious indeed. With this thought, Jovan formed his fist into a palm knife and struck upward without holding back at the short-haired youth's kicking leg. Snap. The bone-breaking sound was unmistakable. Jovan's palm strike was genuinely lethal. The once arrogant short-haired youth could no longer stand steadily, half sitting on the ground and cradling his broken shin bone, wailing like a pig being slaughtered. My leg! It's broken! Even as he screamed, the short-haired youth glared at Jovan with sheer venom. You're dead, huh? No one can save you. I swear you won't die quickly. This commotion naturally drew attention from the other side. Nelly, who was negotiating with Chance, saw this and his face paled. Although he knew Jovan was capable in combat, even able to fight several people alone, the Wu family behind Chance was practically the unrivaled kingpin of Jianghai City's underworld. Even if Jovan were the reincarnation of Bruce Lee, capable of taking on 100, could he fight off 10, 100, 1,000? Even if he were invincible, what if they had guns? Though gun control was strict, Nelly knew the Wu family had access to firearms, just as his own Zhou family did for self-defense. Scarface Chance also witnessed this. Hearing his companion scream, Chance's expression changed immediately. Instead of rushing over recklessly, he calmly pulled out his phone and began dialing. The short-haired youth was among their best fighters, yet he couldn't handle that person. Rushing over now would only make things worse. However, Crystal Palace was backed by the Wu family. Receiving threats here, Chance knew calling for help would bring every security guard in Crystal Palace here soon. No matter how strong that person was, he would still be captured. Chance's temperament was bad, but he wasn't stupid. If he were, he wouldn't be alive today. Seeing Chance making a call, Nelly sighed and dialed his own contacts. At this point, it wasn't just about Jovan. These people came with him, and if anything happened here, the reputation of young Master Zhou would be tarnished beyond repair. If he couldn't protect his own people, who would want to follow him? His reinforcements would take some time to arrive, while Chance's should be imminent. Thinking this, Nelly frowned deeply. Chapter 326 Cruelty. At this moment, Jovan squatted in front of the short-haired man who glared at him bitterly. He patted his face and asked with a smile, Does it hurt? The short-haired man didn't respond but stared at this man before him with intense hostility. He had just seen Chance start calling for help. When Chance's men took control of the scene, he would make sure that this detestable person begged for life yet wished for death. If it hurts, it means you'll learn your lesson. The short-haired man did not answer, so Jovan continued on his own accord. Right now, don't you want to hit me? But you can't win me. Do you feel angry? No worries. It's going to get even worse soon. As soon as Jovan finished speaking, a slap landed precisely on the short-haired man's face, whose disbelief was still lingering. The words I said still count, but since you're unwilling to hit yourself, I'll exert some effort and educate you on behalf of your parents well. Arg. I will kill you. I swear I'll kill you. His legs were already broken, and now slapped squarely by Jovan again. The short-haired man went completely crazy. He roared like an injured wolf. On the other side, Scarface Chance looked unhappily towards Jovan and checked the time unconsciously. For the first time, he found the passage of time unbearably slow. Why were the Crystal Palace security taking so long? Slap, slap, slap. Before the short-haired man finished his outburst, another slap landed on his face, stifling any further words in his throat. It seemed that Jovan found this somewhat unsatisfying. Squatting halfway down in front of the short-haired man, he slapped him repeatedly. This one is on behalf of your father. This one is on behalf of your mother. This one is on behalf of your grandfather. Finally, when Jovan counted up to great-great-grandfather, he stopped. Not because of anything else, but because the short-haired man who originally looked at him with bitter resentment had now lost consciousness from the pain and anger, eyes white. After enduring Jovan's torment, this short-haired man's mouth was full of broken teeth, and his face swollen like a pig's head. One could barely recognize his original appearance. Boring. Such weak endurance. Seeing the unconscious short-haired man, Jovan couldn't help but mumble aloud. Hearing this, those who wanted to come over, Scarface and another short-haired man, all felt chills run down their spines and dared not move. Jeremiah was already lifted up by Kyler and Ralph together. He glanced at the unconscious short-haired man and smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, The round-faced girl who was crying while holding her face also walked over, thanking Yovan earnestly. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly slammed open. A group of burly guards barged in, each holding electric batons, immediately surrounding Chance upon entry. Master Wu, are you alright? The bearded man's first sentence made everyone present feel as if they had plunged into an ice cellar. These wolf-like guards were here to help the scar-faced man. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Yovan with worried eyes. Seeing the security finally arrive, Chance sighed with relief. He really feared that fierce man might seek trouble. Now that the security had arrived, and more reinforcements kept coming, Chance felt relieved. Needless to say, these securities were hired at a high price from Blackwater Security Company. Because the Crystal Palace is so large, there wouldn't be few troublemakers every day, thus having some intimidating guards was necessary. Everything's fine. However, I suspect that person is carrying drugs and transacting them here at our Crystal Palace. Garner, please arrest that person so we can interrogate thoroughly. Looking at Yovan not far away, Chance spoke with ill intent. He needed to quickly pin a crime on Yovan. Whether there were drugs or not didn't matter. Once this guy fell into his hands, he could easily arrange irrefutable evidence. This heavy offense would lock this guy up for several decades. However, Lord Zhou's people should arrive soon, and he needed to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once Lord Zhou's men came, this matter would be completely ruined, along with today's humiliation. Thinking this, Chance gave a look to the bearded man. As V family's henchman, the bearded man had helped Chance cover countless messes. Seeing Chance's gaze, he understood immediately and waved his hand to capture the brazen man. What are you doing? What do you intend? Seeing Chance's men about to take action, Nelly blocked in front of Yovan with an ugly expression. He glared at Chance, saying, Chance, are you really against me today? Alright, if you want to arrest my person, step over my body first. Nelly never used Chance's tricks, but grew up in this circle. From observing and hearing all that goes on, he clearly knew that once Yovan fell into their hands, nothing good would happen. His men were almost here, so he needed to buy time. Now, Lord Zhou, please move aside. Otherwise, if you're accidentally hurt during the fight, it wouldn't be good. Facing Nelly blocking him, the bearded man showed a bit of hesitation. In their line of work, they needed to know who could and couldn't be provoked. Otherwise, one day they might die without knowing how. Zhuanka the Lord Zhou in front of him, if he was really hurt, angering the Zhou family, even his boss behind him might not protect him. Why are you hesitating? Pull Lord Zhou aside and then act. Seeing the bearded man stop, Chance became anxious. Of course, he knew Nelly was buying time, but he wasn't going to give him that opportunity. Hearing Chance's words, the bearded man glanced at Nelly, biting his lips softly. Lord Zhou, I offend. Immediately, two robust security Anwars sprang from behind the bearded man, skillfully restraining Nelly despite his resistance. With Nelly restrained, there was no longer any obstruction in front of Yovan. He looked at the bearded man before him and grinned. Chapter 327. One against many. The bearded man looked at Yovan who was grinning in front of him and felt an inexplicable chill, but with their overwhelming numbers and robust figures, they couldn't possibly be afraid of this plain-looking teenager. Thinking this way, the bearded man waved his hand, and about 10 security personnel around him turned on their batons, moving to encircle Yovan almost simultaneously. The private room wasn't big. If too many people surrounded him at once, not only would they have difficulty maneuvering, but they might also injure each other. After all, these electric batons were quite powerful. The private room was brightly lit, the door tightly shut. No one could escape. The two sides stood clearly against each other, with Kyler, Abigail, and others standing close behind Yovan. As for the pitiful Nelly, he was now immobilized by two burly men, lying like a dead fish. Ironically, Nelly was the safest among them. Even if everything went wrong, no one would dare touch him. Yovan stepped forward to protect them, facing off against over a dozen men in black suits, some holding walkie-talkies, appearing to be the bouncers responsible for maintaining order in the bar. Attack! The lead bearded giant gave a signal, and two men immediately lunged forward. Yovan glanced back at Loretta and the others, confirming they were safe, untouched by the earlier chaos. Perry and the girls wore worried expressions, but surprisingly, Loretta was excited, pointing at the men and chattering excitedly, discussing something unknown. She had absolute faith in Jovan's prowess. Even she could handle the men without the electric batons. Swish! A beer bottle flew from somewhere, launched by Chance who was hiding behind the guards. Yovan caught the bottle midair and hurled it right back at Chance, lurking in the crowd. With a thud, Chance screamed as the bottle hit him, confused why only he got hit when so many others were in front of him. As Yovan threw the bottle, the first assailant already rushed towards him, jabbing with the electric baton. Yovan swiftly grabbed his wrist, twisted the baton's direction, and electrocuted the assailant instead. The man's eyes rolled back, foam oozed from his mouth, and he collapsed soon after. Seeing his comrade fall so quickly, another attacker hesitated, though the watching crowd wouldn't let him retreat. Gritting his teeth, he approached Yovan, zigzagging as if avoiding a direct line. From his expression, Yovan guessed the man's thoughts, terrified yet forced into action. Smiling, Yovan saw through the thin, long-haired man. Realizing Yovan read him, Denimao threw the baton aside, understanding from his comrade's fate that it was ineffective and potentially dangerous. Under Jovan's mocking gaze, Denimao grew irritated, gaining some courage. He roared and punched at Jovan's face. Unmoving, Yovan waited until Dinamo's fist neared, then grabbed it, pulling him close, twisting his arm until it dislocated with a sickening pop. Dinamo's face contorted in agony. He hadn't anticipated being defeated even without the baton. Wishing he'd kept it and faced the same fate as his comrade, he wept before Yovan tossed him towards the girls behind. Crash! Upon landing, Loretta pounced like a little tiger, delivering swift kicks and punches that left Denimao bruised and battered. Crying helplessly, he realized the humiliation of being beaten by a woman. When Yovan electrocuted the first assailant, onlookers thought it was luck, but seeing him cleanly break another man's arm, applause broke out. Outside the private room, guests gathered, witnessing the commotion. Rich and influential patrons of the Crystal Palace watched the scene unfold while the guards, unsure how to proceed, allowed them in after their boss, Chance, was injured. Realizing his underestimation, the bearded man waved again. The dozen thugs charged, eager to avenge their fallen comrades. Yovan remained unmoving, knowing he must protect Kyler and Loretta behind him. He could neither retreat nor falter. Though the number increased, the confined space meant he didn't face them all at once. His lightning speed and strength kept them at bay. Just then, a tingling sensation surged from his waist. The bearded man had sneaked an electric baton strike during the chaos. Chapter 328. The Electric Baton. In non-combat situations, electric batons don't need to be activated to prevent accidental injuries. After all, if someone accidentally got electrocuted by their own device and fainted, that would be quite a tragedy. On the handle of the electric baton was a small red button. To activate it, one only needed to hold this button down. As the man with the scruffy beard thrust the baton into Jovan's waist, he grinned nastily and turned the power up to maximum. Unlike standard models, his baton had been personally modified by him to increase its voltage several times over. He once tested it on a stray dog, and under this voltage, just a slight touch would instantly kill it. For humans, death might not occur immediately, but the effects wouldn't be much better. At the very least, it should incapacitate this martial artist in front of him, making him as helpless as meat on a chopping board. Crackling sounds erupted from the baton's tip, along with sparks, due to the high voltage. However, Yovan only felt warm, almost pleasurable sensations radiating from his electrified waist. Having undergone the baptism of Purple Thunder Bamboo Grove, he had developed an incredibly high resistance to electricity. Even walking on high voltage lines wouldn't likely do more than stiffen his muscles. Surely, no matter how powerful this baton was, it couldn't compare to the effects of high voltage electricity. Uh-oh, looks like it's the end of the line for Brother Jeong. Kyler couldn't bear to watch further. Unfortunately, his weak body meant he'd only add trouble for Yovan if he stepped out now. Otherwise, he would have joined forces with him. The surrounding crowd sighed in disappointment, believing that even the toughest person couldn't resist an electric shock to the waist. However, when Yovan turned his head and smiled at the attacker as if nothing happened, the scene fell into complete silence. How could he still smile after being shocked? Was this guy made of Tyrannosaurus DNA? Completely inhuman. How are you unharmed? Impossible. Watching Yovan grin after being zapped, a chill shot through the scruffy man's mind. Wanting to retreat and let his subordinates deal with Yovan, he figured safety first. But before he could withdraw, his arm was tightly grabbed by Yovan, the inhumanly tough teenager. Seeing this, the black-clothed men who were initially prepared to attack Yovan began retreating instinctively. Money is good, but not worth risking your life for. The scruffy man was nearly brought to tears by the cowardice of his so-called friends. They scattered faster than rabbits now that he was in danger. Truly disheartening. Anger fueled his violence. Suppressing his fear, he threw a punch at Jovan's chin, clad in steel knuckles. This could easily puncture Jovan's throat. Despite his resilience, Yovan dared not take the blow directly and sidestepped it. Encouraged by his opponent's evasion, the scruffy man launched a swift elbow strike. It was executed fluidly and powerfully. Yovan dodged again, stepping back once more. The crowd cheered for the scruffy man while some girls showed concern for Yovan, who seemed rather handsome compared to the scruffy man. Abigail watched the battle intently. With her taekwondo black belt skills, she easily noticed the difference between the scruffy man and the black-clothed men Yovan handled effortlessly earlier. His attacks were sharper and much faster, forcing Yovan to retreat a couple of steps. Unexpectedly, just as Abigail started to worry, Yovan laughed at the scruffy man. "You're fast and strong. Finally, I've met someone worth fighting. I almost feel bad about hurting you," said Yovan, grinning amidst the barrage of attacks. "Arrogant," snarled the scruffy man, launching a side kick towards Yovan, feeling disrespected. "Foolish." Smiling at the continuous attacks, Yovan finally countered. Without using his hands, he stepped firmly on the other man's foot. Ah! Before the scruffy man could launch his attack, Jovan's foot struck down on his instep. Intense pain surged through his foot, and looking down, he saw his foot transformed into a flat pancake, identical to what was seen in kung fu movies when an expert crushed a foot. The scruffy man collapsed, and the black-clothed henchmen around him stared at Yovan in horror, too afraid to approach. Chance, who had recovered from his daze, wrapped his head thickly in bandages, resembling an Indian person. Seeing Chance hiding behind his henchmen, Yovan knew that tonight's chaos stemmed from this arrogant individual. Reflecting on his past deeds, Yovan advanced towards Chance. Though slightly recovered, Chance could never outrun Yovan. As Yovan approached, the henchmen pretended to block him but fled faster than anyone else. Finally, Yovan caught Chance, lifting him like a chicken. But seeing something black pulled from Chance's pocket, Jovan's pupils constricted. Chapter 329. Meeting an acquaintance again. It was a Type 54 pistol, the dark muzzle radiating a dangerous glow. Yovan hadn't anticipated that this lawless young master would be so brazen. With so many people watching, he had pulled out the handgun. Did he really not fear death? Yovan didn't move rashly. He wasn't sure if his body could block a small caliber bullet now, but after consuming the second stage golden pill, bullets certainly couldn't fatally threaten him anymore. However, at present, it wasn't just Yovan in the room. There were others like Ryan and Kyler. Yovan feared that Chance might wildly spray gunfire out of madness, posing significant danger. The onlookers, who had been watching with interest, cried out in fright upon seeing the gun and then scattered in all directions. Even the thugs in black clothing dispersed to avoid being mistakenly injured. A single pistol effectively cleared the premises. Upon witnessing Chance's emotional outburst, even Nellie, who had initially seemed indifferent, shot a meaningful glance at Chance. In this country, regardless of the circumstances, involving firearms altered the situation's nature. No matter how powerful the Wu family was, or the Zhou family's involvement, Chance couldn't escape serious consequences. Recalling how he had been forcefully restrained by two burly men, losing all face, Nelly's expression darkened. Now, those two burly men had also fled. Nelly stretched his limbs, calculating that the people he had called should be arriving soon. When they got here, he'd make sure Chance regretted his actions. Heh, scared yet? This is a real gun. Just one trigger pull, and your head will explode like a smashed watermelon. Chance laughed gleefully, feeling omnipotent with a gun in hand. Seeing the previously imposing Yovan now cowed under the gun's muzzle made Chance ecstatic. I advise you not to go too far down this wrong path. There are still many people watching. Do you really think your Wu family can protect you in such a situation? Nelly approached cautiously, wary of Chance's erratic behavior. Hearing Nelly's words, Chance regained some clarity. However, when he looked at Yovan and reflected on the evening's events, his anger surged again. What have I done? Wanted a woman for some drinks? To drink with me, Chance, is an honor for that whore. Why would they get angry and beat me? Watching Chance becoming increasingly deranged, Nelly's apprehension grew stronger. Would this lunatic really fire the gun? Observing Chance trembling, Yovan knew this guy was terrified too. Not everyone could remain calm when handling a firearm, whether wielding it or being its target. Scared? Why aren't you talking? Kneel and call me daddy, and I won't shoot you. How about that? Chance grinned at the expressionless Yovan. Yovan remained silent, his calm demeanor inscrutable. Yet, staying composed under the gun's threat earned respect from the onlookers. Pretending to be deep? Or do you really think I won't pull the trigger? Frustrated by Jovan's unshaken composure, Chance wanted to see Yovan cowering in terror. You won't shoot. Watching the commotion behind Chance, Yovan shook his head. This guy was courting disaster. Pulling out a gun in public meant dire consequences no matter how powerful his family was. Drop the gun. As Chance was about to escalate, stern voices rang out. Military personnel, armed and grim-faced, suddenly appeared. Seeing the soldiers standing like sentinels at the door, the bearded man whose foot Yovan crushed turned pale. He knew the situation was beyond salvage. Anyone provoking these people would face severe repercussions. As for Chance, daring to draw a gun in front of the military, not even his father could save him now. In the nest's downfall, where could intact eggs be found? Because Chance held Yovan as a hostage, both sides were at a standoff. Stunned by the arrival of the military, Chance only wanted to intimidate Yovan. As long as the incident stayed within the Crystal Palace, nothing much would happen. People inside, please drop your weapon and surrender with hands up. Resistance means certain death. With numerous hostages in the room, even the military couldn't force entry. They could only confront Chance at gunpoint. Hearing the warning, Chance froze. When had he become a criminal? Even the fearless Chance felt fear. Criminal cases involving the military weren't something his family's minor connections could resolve. While Chance was distracted, Yovan grabbed Chance's wrist holding the gun and twisted it violently to the left. Crack. Chance's wrist snapped, and the Type 54 fell to the ground. Attempting to fight back, Chance was quickly subdued by soldiers rushing in from behind. Target controlled, danger eliminated. Ryan immediately hugged Yovan, unable to stop her tears. She had been very worried. Nelly clenched his fists, seeing Ryan crying in Jovan's arms. Nelly, are you alright? And Anwar walked forward, patting Nelly on the shoulder after the danger passed. Brantley, I'm fine. It's all thanks to my classmate this time. Oh. Following Nelly's finger, the Anwar looked at Yovan, who was also looking at him. It's you. Both spoke almost simultaneously. Chapter 330. Strong Stance. Do you know each other? Nelly was puzzled as he looked at the two men's eyes. His uncle is an Anwar and has no connection with his classmate. How could they possibly know each other? I was just wondering which little hero could be so brave and chivalrous, such a young paragon of virtue. Now that I see him in person, it suddenly makes sense. If it's him, then it's not strange at all. The middle-aged military Anwar who had persistently tried to convince Yovan to join the army during the military training was now here. Seeing Yovan, he didn't bring up the previous matter again. Nelly listened in a daze, occasionally glancing at Yovan with a puzzled look and then at his military Anwar uncle. He really couldn't figure out how the two were connected. Met during military training. Looking at Nelly's confused gaze, Yovan explained. He felt quite well towards this second generation, not showing the usual arrogance and actually helping him defuse the crisis. After hearing Jovan's explanation, Nelly finally understood. With his physical condition, it was very possible that he would catch his uncle's attention. At this moment, there was another commotion coming over, and it turned out that the police from Shanghai City's Public Security Bureau had arrived late. Seeing Kramer wrapped entirely in bandages, the police Frederick frowned. He knew Kramer's father very well, often drinking together. This time, it was because someone called and informed him about an emergency that he personally arrived. However, seeing that the military personnel had already taken control of the scene, police Frederick Marlin's frown deepened. He did not expect the situation to be so chaotic and tricky. Military and police were like water and oil. They generally did not interfere with each other's official duties. Initially, police Frederick Marlin thought that no matter what the situation, he could handle it since he was here in person. But the current scenario had clearly exceeded his capabilities. Thinking of the additional 1 million yuan on his card today, police Frederick Marlin gritted his teeth and led a group of policemen toward the middle-aged military Anwar. Comrade, I am the Frederick of the Municipal Police Bureau. I wonder what exactly happened here, why it would disturb the military. Police Frederick Marlin's tone was somewhat dissatisfied and questioning. The military was supposed to handle stability maintenance while criminal cases like this were typically under their jurisdiction. He was indirectly questioning whether the military had overstepped their bounds this time. There was a rioter attacking civilians. The rioter has been apprehended. Facing the police Frederick's interrogation, the middle-aged military Anwar did not even lift an eyebrow, maintaining a strictly professional attitude. His rank was higher than the police Frederick, and they belonged to different systems. Now that they had the suspect in custody, why should they let him go? Police Frederick Marlin, a seasoned bureaucrat, couldn't miss the meaning behind the Willis's words. We've handled the situation. You may return to where you came from. Before Marlin could retort, the Willis waved his hand. All right, we have our rules. We intervened this time because of a threat to public safety. Now we're withdrawing. See you later, Frederick Marlin. After giving the order, the room full of soldiers withdrew like the tide receding, taking Chance and his crew of short-haired henchmen with them. Damn, military ruffians, I'll definitely file a complaint against you at the military tribunal. Realizing the Willis wasn't going to give him any face, Police Frederick Marlin cursed fiercely but helplessly. The military is part of the state apparatus. Whether he was a chief or even the mayor, if the military didn't want to give him face, they wouldn't. Fuming and having lost face in front of everyone, Police Frederick Marlin coldly hummed and ordered his team to withdraw. Today, he'd lost face thoroughly, but what pained him more was the need to return that 1 million yuan. Not accomplishing anything, he dared not take the money. Too many examples had shown the consequences of doing so. After the military and police left, the entire room became empty and quiet. Fortunately, none of Joven's party was injured. They were only slightly startled. The round-faced girl, despite getting slapped, saw that Chance, the scar-faced man, had been taken away by the military. She figured he wouldn't fare well either, thus she felt less upset. Ryan sobbed dramatically, leaving Jovan, who saw her crying for the first time, flustered, only patting her shoulder gently. Seeing this, everyone else in the private room tactfully left. Nellie wanted to stay but was forcibly dragged out by Kyler. Joking, right? Jingzi is here trying to talk to his girlfriend. Do you want to be a third wheel? Jovan and Ryan stared at each other, her cheeks flushed, her eyes closed. After waiting for a long time, she realized Jovan hadn't kissed her. When she opened her eyes, Jovan was still staring blankly. This annoyed her greatly. How could such a fool ever find a girlfriend? Don't you know when a girl closes her eyes, it means you should kiss her? Ryan asked, somewhat angry. Suddenly, I think you look really pretty right now, Jovan said, ignoring her question. Did I look bad before? About a week later, the latest news about Chance came from Nelly. He received a 10-year sentence. This was after his family spared no expense in pleading his case. Jovan was quite satisfied with the outcome. For Kramer, spending the best years of his life in prison was probably worse than death. However, Ryan wasn't pleased, pouting and saying why not sentence that evil guy to life imprisonment or capital punishment to save the country some grain. Recently, Ryan had grown closer to Jovan. They met almost daily and stayed on the phone when apart. For this, Jovan could only let things flow naturally. No one can predict the future. Time passed quietly, and Adeline called to say the auction at Changda Corporation would begin the next day. Since Jovan provided the $200 million for the auction fund, she believed it would be best if he could attend in person. What interested Jovan most about this auction was the antique phase after the Changda Corporation bidding. His demand for immortal currency always outpaced his supply, and even if this auction yielded only one antique that could be exchanged for immortal currency, it would be worth it for him. Chapter 331. Going home. To Jovan's surprise, Ryan decided not to return with him this time. She was probably unsure of how to face Adeline. Her straightforward personality made her prone to revealing things unintentionally, and it would be entertaining for Adeline to figure it out. After booking the train ticket online, Jovan hurriedly rushed to the station. Adeline had informed him so urgently that he could barely make it. Fortunately, it wasn't a peak travel season, so he managed to buy a same-day ticket. After a shaky 10-hour ride, night had completely descended by the time Jovan got off the train. The moment he exited the check-in gate, a figure accompanied by a waft of fragrance rushed towards him. I missed you. Adeline tightly hugged Jovan. Only when someone was absent did one realize their significance. During Jovan's absence, Adeline suffered from sleepless nights and lack of appetite. Now seeing Jovan back, she could no longer contain her emotions. Plus, after the sudden incident they had encountered before, Adeline had become even more dependent on Jovan. I missed you too. Jovan stroked Adeline's head, eliciting a content hum from her. If the employees of Tianhong Dumpling Restaurant and the agricultural company saw their usually aloof female president acting so affectionately, their jaws would drop in astonishment. The two of them leaned into each other as they got into the car. Jovan sat in the passenger seat while Adeline took the driver's seat. Let's go home first. I really miss home, Jovan said after some thought. The auction wouldn't start until the next day, so spending the night at home was feasible. Besides, he genuinely missed his mother, Quentin, and home. Okay. Adeline nodded. The car turned around and headed toward Qing Village. Rather than returning to her cold villa, spending a night in Jovan's warm yet simple home sounded better. The drive out of Qinghai City was smooth. Jovan opened the car window, allowing the cool night breeze to soothe him. With few cars on the road at night, Adeline drove quickly. Before long, they arrived at Qing Village. Breathing in the familiar scent, Jovan couldn't help but take a deep breath, somewhat intoxicated. No matter how good it was outside, nothing compared to home. Getting out of the car, Jovan hesitated. As the saying goes, the closer to home, the more timid the heart. He felt the same way. His nerves were a bit slow to respond. Looking at the tall house, one of the best in the village, Jovan felt a sense of pride. From outside, the courtyard suddenly erupted in loud donkey brays mixed with dog barks. This piqued Jovan's curiosity. When did they get a dog? Obviously, the donkey bray came from Quentin, whose nose was even sharper than a dog's. The door was slightly ajar, and with a creak, a massive donkey head appeared. 2 months hadn't passed without change. Quentin had grown taller. Thankfully, the house was newly renovated with large doors, or else it would have been difficult for Quentin to come out as easily. Seeing his master after months, Quentin brayed excitedly. Meanwhile, beneath Quentin, a dog-sized wolf's head, Jovan looked closely. It was Asher. In just 2 months, it had grown from a palm-sized, malnourished pup to this size. Considering its mother, the silver wolf queen, had a massive body, Asher would likely grow larger. It snarled at Jovan and Adeline threateningly, clearly not recognizing Jovan. This was normal since when Yovan brought it home, it was probably still blind and hence had no memory of him. Quentin, unhappy with Asher's audacity to bark at its master, kicked it, making it roll on the ground. Facing such a powerful opponent, Asher slunk away to the corner of the yard with whimpering noises, no longer daring to misbehave. The commotion drew Jovan's mother's attention from cooking inside. Seeing Yovan, her eyes instantly reddened, but upon noticing Adeline beside him, she forced a smile and called out, "You silly children, why are you standing there like statues? Come inside. Dinner is almost ready." Seeing his younger-looking mother, Jovan's heart stirred. Adeline smiled at Yovan and squeezed his hand as they entered together. Dinner was cooked by Yovan himself. Since he had mastered gourmet culinary skills in his mind, it would be wasteful not to use them. Moreover, under his instruction, Joan occasionally brought vegetables and fruits from the valley to add variety to their meals. However, Joan never showed herself to Jovan's mother, leading her to wonder why fresh produce sometimes appeared mysteriously in the yard. Jovan's cooking skills were impeccable, and during dinner, his mother repeatedly warned him to stay steady and composed outside, not to quarrel easily, and to endure any difficulties, reminding him that their family consisted of honest, hard-working farmers who could not afford conflicts. Thinking about the fights and scuffles he encountered over the past 2 months, Yovan knew if his mother found out, she would worry. So, he could only nod in agreement, feeling a bit guilty. By the time they finished dinner, it was pitch dark. It was Jovan's first night in the new house, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. For this, he cursed himself for being picky. The new house had a guest room, but it wasn't tidied up. Jovan's room was the only one cleaned daily. Due to the late hour, Adeline politely declined Jovan's mother's offer to prepare a room for her and went to Jovan's room instead. Jovan's mother wholeheartedly agreed, hoping for grandchildren sooner rather than later. Seeing other families already enjoying grandparenthood, she envied them, though knowing her son was now a college student, she wasn't in such a rush anymore, prioritizing education above all. Hashtag chapter 332. Blissful conclusion, grand finale. Yovan, do you have time tonight to grab a drink? Kyler ran up from behind and patted Yovan on the shoulder. By now, Kyler had become the owner of a listed company. However, in front of Yovan, his demeanor was still laced with laughter, as if he were still that mischievous teenager who would drop his shoes and unleash chaos. No need, I have some things to take care of at home tonight, Yovan smiled and declined. Alright then, maybe another day. Kyler didn't press the issue. He accompanied Yovan for a short walk before driving back to his villa in Yuyuan. At this point, Kyler's family life was harmonious. He had married Perry, the school beauty he'd always wanted. Although they often argued, their relationship had endured over the years and had grown deep. 2 years after Yovan had dropped out, he returned to Zhanghai University once more. Of course, he wasn't here to study but merely to revisit old memories. This place held too many recollections for him. Even though he had become a world-renowned hero, it felt as if his memories were still stuck in this moment. So many people, so many events had vanished into thin air. As Yovan approached the school gate, Adeline was already waiting in her car. Now that Yovan was a global celebrity, appearing in public would cause a significant stir. Both Adeline and Yovan wore sunglasses and masks to conceal their identities. To prevent anyone from peering inside, Adeline drove a black Bugatti Veyron. The sports car entering campus drew many admiring gazes from female students. A few brave ones even approached to touch the car or take photos. The vehicle moved slowly, but Yovan couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless watching the growing crowd of girls surrounding them. Can you not be such a show-off next time? I like keeping a low profile, Yovan muttered, sliding into the passenger seat beside Adeline. If you're good, the whole world must be full of villains. Adeline shot Yovan an exasperated look, then caressed her slightly swollen belly, her face beaming with happiness. Hey, do you hope for a boy or a girl? Yovan gazed at the familiar surroundings and asked curiously. A boy looks like his mother, and a girl looks like her father. I hope we have a boy. Oh, by the way, I have some good news for you, Adeline said with a mysterious smile. What's the good news? Yovan asked, intrigued. Abigail didn't get her period last month. She bought a pregnancy test, and the double red line scared her to tears. But she said she cried from shock. I think it was joy. Adeline chuckled. Well, no surprise there. Can't help it, our ancestors left us with fertile land and premium seeds. Yovan said proudly. Humph. Adeline's face turned a rosy hue, seemingly recalling something delightful. By now, they had arrived at a secluded spot near Yinhu Lake. Though it was central, Yovan had already purchased this area, complete with security guards at the entrance. Seeing the license plate of the car, the guard waved them through without hesitation. Not here, right? Jovan's eyes widened upon hearing Adeline. Being a traditional man at heart, this proposal made him hesitate. Yet it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Right here. Adeline's blush deepened, feeling both embarrassed and excited by her spontaneous idea. Alright, let's do it here then. Yovan nodded, a mix of determination and a poetic sense of fate. Stop being smug about it, hurry up. Adeline lowered her head as she spoke. Half an hour later, Adeline lifted her head, wiped the corners of her mouth, and shot Yovan an annoyed glance. He was getting slower these days. Being slow is bad? Yovan looked at her and innocently replied, having instantly understood her meaning. Adeline ignored him. She had just received a call from Abigail, saying there was an urgent matter to discuss. No matter how hard she pressed, Abigail wouldn't say what it was, but kept urging her to bring Yovan back quickly. Stopping in front of an apartment building, Yovan, with his current status, no longer felt constrained by societal rules or others' opinions. Comfort was his priority. He preferred the warmth of apartment living over cold, empty villas. Just as they entered the courtyard, Yovan heard several women arguing inside. Who wants to marry him? I certainly don't. He's just my toy. When I like him, I keep him around. When I'm done, I kick him away. As a fairy goddess, the queue of admirers could stretch from South Heaven Gate to Ponglai Road. How about Brittany Portia? She's poised and elegant, perfect as the main wife. Abigail brightened at seeing Adeline enter, suggesting playfully, "No can do. I have work. Marriage isn't on my mind." Adeline shook her head vigorously. Karen might be better suited. She's gentle and caring. She'd be great for Yovan. Yovan's sweat dropped. Were they treating him like someone everyone disdained? He needed to reassert his authority. He couldn't let these women run wild. 3 days without discipline, and they'd start climbing the walls. Clearing his throat loudly, Yovan strode into the living room. Hearing Jovan's cough, the 3 women instantly quieted down, each turning away with a huff as he entered. Cough, cough. Yovan started. "You 3, none of you want to marry me?" "Absolutely not," they chorused unanimously, united in keeping this man from becoming too arrogant. "Fine, since none of you want to, I'll go find Yovan if you dare. Believe me, I'll cut you off." Abigail pounced on him, fuming. "Did you really cheat on me? Confess now, or it'll be worse later. Tell me, who is she?" "Right, no confession means you're not leaving this house today." Soon, the room echoed with Jovan's screams and the high-pitched shrieks of the 3 women. The end.